Looking at this boy's muscular frame, no one would guess he was only a 10th grader. Just 2 months ago, Sichun was still a fat guy weighing over 300 pounds. It all started because he accidentally offended a group of thugs. His girlfriend was brutally retaliated against and had to be hospitalized, but they had no idea they had just unwittingly awakened a monster. The story must begin from that morning. Some stranger dared to come into Sichun's class to demand protection money. When the classmate refused to pay, that man beat him savagely. Seeing that scene, our main character felt very irritated. He immediately took the half-eaten bread he was holding and stuffed it straight into that guy's mouth. He thought when Sichun's girlfriend arrived, she would stop him. Unexpectedly, she transformed into a gang leader. She broke his arm and choked him, giving that guy a thorough beating. "How dare you touch my man, you've asked for it." That fat guy was really lucky to have a girlfriend like her worth every penny. When the boss Lee Ki-sok learned that his subordinate had been beaten to a pulp by a girl, he was extremely furious. He immediately ordered his men to play dirty and spill ink, splattering it all over Hajin's uniform. Classmates were afraid of retaliation, so no one dared to step forward as a witness. Just then, Sichun appeared and took off his jacket to give to Hajin. He gently comforted her and led her to change into new clothes. The bullies poked their heads out the door and wondered, why isn't that pig getting angry at all? They told Lee Ki-sok that this method seemed ineffective, but he said to just wait. Once he finds out who did it, he will come to us on his own. Sure enough, Sichun quickly walked into the room where they were gathered. With their lackeys around, the whole gang was incredibly cocky. "What's up, pig? You look dissatisfied, huh? You planning to hit me?" Sichun ignored him and only said to Lee Ki-sok, "Just apologize to Hajin and pay for a new uniform, and this matter is settled." Lee Ki-sok made a mocking face. "What do I know? I didn't do anything. You're bullying a classmate. So scary." He suddenly stood up, his voice cold. "Even if I did do it, do you think you can scare me with your words, you fatso?" He said this while tapping on Sichun's belly. The subordinate Jun Sok lost patience and stepped forward. "You fat pig, what nonsense have you been spouting this whole time?" Before he could touch him, with a single punch, Sichun twisted his face out of shape. Sichun just remarked, "Why has a mosquito been buzzing around in the classroom this whole time?" He looked at the remaining thugs. "Looks like I have to wipe out that mosquito's entire swarm." With a loud bang, the whole school seemed to shake. Jun Sok was punched and bleeding but kept screaming, "What are you all standing there for? Beat that guy up for me." Seeing this, his lackeys charged in with bloodlust, but Sichun lightly kicked one, sending him flying through the air before crashing to the ground. Not letting that guy recover, he followed up with an elbow straight to his face. Another thug, seeing his comrade beaten so badly, couldn't stay still. He only walked right into a trap. Sichun rushed forward and hoisted him onto his shoulder, and in an instant slammed him down to the ground. His fate was no different from the two previous lackeys. Sichun pushed his strength to the limit and began to pant heavily. Witnessing this, Jun Sok showed fear. Lee Ki-sok, who had been watching from the start, suddenly clapped in praise. "Nice work taking down 3 of them. Good thing you're great at wrestling." Then he noticed he was breathing heavily. Sichun's expression showed surprise. Lee Ki-sok approached, all warmed up. "Now play with me. Hit me with all your strength and see what happens." "Why do you look so weak?" "No fun at all." He just kept dodging, getting slower and slower, then said, "Even if I handicap myself with both hands, you still can't hit me." Sichun thought to himself, that bastard is fast. One punch, just one punch and I win. Suddenly, Lee Ki-sok came close. "You're aiming to land one punch on me, aren't you?" Sichun took the chance to strike but missed. Lee Ki-sok sneered, "Why are you so impatient? Want to be a righteous hero? Kneel down and apologize now, and I'll give you tuition money and make your life easier. It's been a while since I've had this much fun. You've got a kind heart just like your girlfriend, don't you?" Sichun refused to submit. He spoke up, genuinely annoyed. Lee Ki-sok glanced at him angrily. Sichun continued, "That mosquito's buzzing has been annoying me. Truly a harmful parasite that only lives by sucking blood. Thinking its mouth is so impressive when it's nothing." Lee Ki-sok raged, "You're provoking me just so you can land a punch, you think?" Before he could finish his sentence, Sichun charged forward. He wrapped his arms tightly around Lee Ki-sok's waist, intending to throw him down and subdue him. However, Lee Ki-sok showed no fear. He flashed a cunning smile as if everything was going according to plan. Sichun thought he had won when he managed to wrap his arms around Lee Ki-sok's waist. He put all his strength into it, just needing to use his weight to throw him down and land one hit to finish it. But an unexpected situation suddenly occurred. Lee Ki-sok hurt his leg, so he clung tightly to Sichun. In the end, the one being controlled was Sichun himself. Lee Ki-sok laughed madly. "Haha, your combat ability is really brutal. Hey fatso, are you listening to me? Don't struggle anymore. Give up now, and I'll go easy on you." Sichun's face was bright red, not knowing how to escape. He felt as if he was gradually losing air, unable to breathe anymore. Just then Hajin appeared. Seeing that scene, she shouted in anger, rushed over and threw a furious straight kick. The kick landed on Lee Ki-sok's head, distorting his face. Lee Ki-sok sat up, completely dazed, not understanding what had happened. When he came to, he yelled, "You crazy woman, do you think I wouldn't hit a girl? Wait, my whole life has been about getting hit by girls." Jun standing nearby quickly intervened. "Wait, Lee Ki-sok, I heard from the guys in class that girl has been learning martial arts since she was young. She's really good at fighting." Lee Ki-sok looked disdainful. What are you talking about? How good can a girl who knows how to fight be? Then he turned and grabbed Ha-jin by the hair. Come here, you crazy woman. Have you ever fought a guy before? Today I'll show you the true terror of a man. But when he saw Si-chun's strange expression, Lee Ki-sok suddenly became confused. What's with your expression? Having been through a fierce fight, now Si-chun had to try and persuade the person who had just been his opponent. He mouthed the words, trying to say 3 syllables, run away. Lee Ki-sok didn't understand. He sneered. What, you're telling me to let her go? Men and women are equal. I just want to hit back once. Jin tilted her head up and asked quietly, you've never hit a girl before, have you? Lee Ki-sok was angry. I guess I have to teach you some manners. I'll go all out to teach you a lesson. His blow did not faze Ha-jin. She dodged lightly and then quickly lunged towards Lee Ki-sok. Using just a bit of strength, she lifted him up and slammed him hard onto the ground. Lee Ki-sok took a severe hit, lying motionless as if knocked out. Ha-jin glanced at him, still not intending to let him off. She locked Lee Ki-sok's arm, causing him unbearable pain. Then she pulled hard. Lee Ki-sok screamed, let me go, I surrender. But Ha-jin was cold. A scumbag like you doesn't deserve to surrender. She fumed, fine, let me just break your arm and be done with it. Lee Ki-sok was in so much pain he begged, no, let me go, my arm feels broken. It hurts so much, I give up, I was wrong, I won't do it again. Ha-jin's face darkened. What exactly did you do wrong? Lee Ki-sok was terrified. Everything, when I brought out the marker pen to lead you. Hearing that, Ha-jin tightened her grip. So it was you did that. You also go around bullying weaker kids. Lee Ki-sok cried out, I know I was wrong, I won't bully anyone anymore. Finally, Ha-jin let go. He turned back to the group, sternly warning, you bastards, if I see any of you bullying someone again, I'll beat you all up, understand? Then she turned to Si-chun, her tone softer, let's go to the nurse's office. But Si-chun refused. No need, I'll be fine after some rest. Jun-sok had just realized they were gone and turned to say, what do we do? I didn't get all the money from those guys. If Senior Do-hun finds out. Before Jun-sok could finish, Lee Ki-sok interrupted, everyone knows already, shut up and let me think of a plan. But how could that girl do that? At the end of the day, just as they were about to leave, Ha-jin asked worriedly, are you sure you're okay? Don't you feel dizzy? I think you look terrible, like you're about to pass out. Si-chun blushed and retorted, it's nothing. How come you arrived just when I was about to counterattack? Ha-jin chuckled, climbed onto his shoulder and said, what counterattack? Do you know what technique that is? You're so big but you fight like a kid. I asked you to come practice jujitsu with me but you refused. Si-chun was annoyed. He turned away and refused. I already said no. Honestly, who would bully me, you? Seeing Si-chun's attitude, Ha-jin frowned. What's this? Are you angry with me now? You're the one who's angry. Si-chun replied. Ha-jin followed behind him saying, when was I ever angry? I won't worry about you anymore. Si-chun turned and answered, who asked you to worry about me? Do you think I'm still that chubby little boy? Si-chun glanced at Ha-jin with a puzzled look. Alright, don't say any more. Jin was angry, pouting, I can't just let it go like this. Hearing that, Si-chun didn't stop either. He went straight home, saying he was busy today and couldn't take Ha-jin to the practice room. Jin was sad. She just wanted to walk with him a little longer. As soon as he got home, Si-chun took out his phone to message Ha-jin and check on her, but then deleted all the texts. He lay tiredly on his bed, his mind a mess, angry at himself, you useless bastard. After thinking for a while, he felt he had nothing to be embarrassed about, but thinking it over and over still bothered him. He pulled the blanket over his head and told himself, it'll be fine. Tomorrow will be better. Outside, night was slowly falling. Suddenly, the door to his room burst open. His father walked in and shouted, Si-chun. Annoyed, Si-chun snapped, you scared me. Why are you shouting like that? His father asked why he wasn't answering the phone. Si-chun picked up the phone, glanced at the screen and said, I was sleeping. What's so urgent that you keep calling? He looked up at his father with irritation. The man was panting, barely able to speak. Ha-jin, Si-chun suddenly felt a sense of dread. A worried look appeared in his eyes. Ha-jin was currently lying in the hospital, her body bruised all over, breathing with the help of oxygen. In front of the hospital room, Ha-jin's parents were completely shattered. Her father looked up, his voice anxious. Is Si-chun here? Si-chun ran over, his shirt soaked with sweat, breathing heavily, his feet stained with blood, and asked tiredly, Uncle? Where's Ha-jin? Her father lowered his head, his voice heavy. No results yet. Ha-jin's mother, trembling, cried out, Si-chun, what is this all about? He asked blankly, what happened to her? She's badly injured, isn't she, auntie? Si-chun's father had just caught up, holding the slippers his son hadn't had time to put on. Si-chun kept asking, she's gonna be okay, right? Just a surgery and she'll be fine, right? His father stepped forward, handing him the slippers. Calm down and put these on, son. Si-chun's hands trembled as he recounted. She left school with me, but today I didn't go with her to the gym, so Ha-jin went alone. Just then, a man walked up and interrupted him. Excuse me, are you a friend of Ha-jin's? Si-chun turned, surprised. Yes, who are you? The man showed his badge and introduced himself. I'm from the Criminal Investigation Unit of the Dongbubu Police Station. Si-chun asked, oh, what is this about? Seeing Ha-jin's family in distress, the police officer said quietly to Si-chun, let's talk over there. He began asking, when was the last time you saw Ha-jin, and And where? Si-chun replied, when we just got out of school. But why is a criminal investigator here? The police officer explained, this incident is suspected to be a case of group assault. We are in charge of this case. Si-chun asked in shock, group assault? Assaulted by whom? The police officer started taking down his statement. We are currently looking for those suspects. Do you know if Ha-jin had any conflicts with anyone, or if anyone held a grudge against her? Si-chun tried to recall the times Ha-jin had stood up to protect her friends from bullies. The image of the courageous girl punishing those thugs appeared in his mind. Si-chun began to speak. I think so. Yesterday and today she had a run-in with some thugs at school. The police officer asked further, so Ha-jin was also a victim of school violence. Si-chun shook his head. No, it's the opposite. She was the one who punished those thugs. The police officer continued writing, so it's possible this crime is an act of revenge by those thugs. Si-chun replied, they are second-year students, Lee Ki-sok and Choi Jun-sok. But is Ha-jin's condition really that serious? What kind of injury does she have that requires surgery? The police officer looked straight at Si-chun, his voice serious. Ha-jin was found in an alley next to an office building. It seems she was assaulted elsewhere, then dragged into this alley while unconscious. The wounds on her face are estimated to have been caused by punches, especially the right side of her face, which is severely injured. The most severe injury is to her left knee. Of course, further investigation is needed to be certain, but we suspect the perpetrator used a leg lock technique to break her knee. Si-chun was confused, unable to understand how this had happened so suddenly. He suddenly remembered something and spoke to the police officer. Could it be Lee Ki-sok? That bastard seems to know martial arts. Martial arts, I see. I will look into this further as part of the investigation. The door to Ha-jin's hospital room opened. Seeing the doctor come out, her parents quickly asked, Doctor, how is our daughter? The doctor replied, fortunately, the surgery was successful. Ha-jin's mother burst into tears. Thank you, doctor. Thank you so much. The doctor continued, the anterior cruciate ligament in her left knee was torn, but with diligent rehabilitation, it won't affect her daily life. However, in cases like this, the psychological aftereffects are often more severe than the physical ones. I recommend she undergo both physical and psychological therapy for the best outcome. Ha-jin's father could only hold his wife in silence. The nurse will guide you through the rest. Si-chun stood hidden behind the wall, listening to everything. He covered his face, suppressing his emotions. Night had fallen at the hospital. Everyone gathered around Ha-jin's hospital bed. Her face was so beaten it was almost disfigured. Everyone was silent, not knowing what to say. Si-chun stood frozen, his heart aching as he looked at his friend's face. Clenched his teeth tightly, trying to hold back his tears. The look in his eyes slowly changed, revealing a cold, fierce aura. A few days later at the police station, a voice rang out. What other suspects are there? I've already told you those guys are the culprits. The police officer looked surprised. It turned out to be Si-chun, still shouting loudly. All those alibis are fabricated. Is this all you've found after investigating all day? What about the CCTV footage? The police officer got angry. Hey kid, watch your mouth. Do you think we only have this one case to handle? Another officer stopped him. Officer Kang, calm down. He was about to continue but was cut off by Officer Na regarding the CCTV footage issue. The camera on the office building next to the alley where Ha-jin was found had been broken for a while and was awaiting repair. Officer Na looked at Si-chun. We also plan to investigate that building further and collect data from surrounding cameras. Si-chun's gaze flickered to something on the table. This puzzled Officer Na. He followed the boy's gaze and discovered what? It was the case file for the gold office building. He immediately closed the file. If we have more information, we will contact Ha-jin's family. Don't come here on your own again. We will contact Ha-jin's family. Don't come here on your own again. Si-chun was silent for a moment, then said, the teacher said since it happened off campus we should see the police. The police say there's no evidence, letting that scumbag walk free. Officer Kang snapped. Are you pushing your luck, you brat? Officer Na just remained silent. Si-chun turned away in frustration, and in the end, it'll just be blamed on the system, right? He turned back, his eyes sharp. Fine. I'll handle this myself. Officer Jiang shouted, saying that kid was truly. Before he could finish his sentence, a male officer stopped him. He said, when you have time, find out what that kid is planning to do. Officer Jiang asked in surprise, why? The other replied, because I'm not at ease about him. Si-chun was waiting at the gold building. It was already dark, but he patiently waited. Lee Ki-sok and his girlfriend came out after doing something shady. The girl asked, did you think it was awesome today? He laughed. I have to say, it was the pinnacle of awesome. It made your heart race. Behind them, Jun-sok also walked out with a girl. He said, Lee Ki-sok, you look damn cool today. How did you get so good lately? I told you to trust me, haha. Today was really satisfying. Let's go into the alley for one more cigarette before we leave. Hey, what's this? Lit that pig. Si-chun turned and said, I thought I might be guessing randomly, but seeing you guys here confirmed it for me. He slowly walked forward. You fucking murderous scumbags, which dog drove Ha-jin to that state? The two were surprised. What the hell? He looks like a lunatic. Who is he? A friend of yours? Lee Ki-sok said to Jun-sok. Wow, I'm so scared. And he's fat too, so he's even more terrifying. Lee Ki-sok covered his mouth and laughed, approaching. Si-chun, were you waiting for me here? How did you know to come? Si-chun said angrily. You should be the one explaining. Why are you here? Lee Ki-sok still tried to hold back his laughter. When he couldn't anymore, he burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Just as he finished speaking, Si-chun punched him extremely hard, sending Lee Ki-sok flying. Lee Ki-sok's girlfriend was terrified. This crazy pig dares to hit someone? Jun-sok was also panicked. Si-chun approached Jun-sok. What are you going to do? Don't come near me. But before he could finish, he received a slap. His eyes rolled back in his head when he saw the car. Si-chun continued to charge forward. Jun-sok was punched again. He shouted, you pig. But from behind, Lee Ki-sok had gotten up, picked up a rock, and was ready to lunge at Si-chun. Si-chun turned his head and spotted Lee Ki-sok charging at him. He stared him. When he got close, Si-chun swung a devastating punch. He was surprised to see him dodge the punch and drop down. He used his strength to tightly grip his leg. Si-chun began to lose his balance. He thought to himself, I can't fall. But Lee Ki-sok's strength was too great. He wrestled him to the ground. He struggled hard to break free from Lee Ki-sok's hold. As soon as he fell, he was hit with a punch to the face. Lee Ki-sok pinned Si-chun down, covering his mouth with one hand. Today, I'm going to give you a beating you'll never forget. Your crippled bitch can't save you either. Si-chun still tried to resist, struggling to escape the dangerous situation, but his hand was still locked tightly by Lee Ki-sok. Lee Ki-sok smirked, raising his hand. You don't know what move I'm going to use, do you? Si-chun was panicked, but it was too late. Lee Ki-sok continued, landing punch after punch on Si-chun's face. Lee Ki-sok was panting, his hands covered in his opponent's blood. He forcefully twisted Si-chun's arm. Let me help you become crippled like your bitch. You don't know your place. Si-chun still tried to resist in despair. Cuff, I'll kill you. Lee Ki-sok sneered. Yeah, let me break your arm and see if you still run your mouth. At that moment, a strange voice called out Lee Ki-sok's name. He turned around irritably and saw a man with long white hair, not wearing any clothes, approaching. Lee Ki-sok stopped asking, Hey uncle, why aren't you wearing any clothes? What do you want? The man replied coldly, Let go of your hand. Now, in the alley near the Golden Office building, the strange man appeared suddenly, shocking them severely. What did you say, uncle? The man did not reply, but walked quickly towards him. Lee Ki-sok paled, feeling the danger from this man. He bent down, each word heavy as stone. I told you to let go. Lee Ki-sok quickly let go. I understand, I'm letting go now. He tried to act tough, but what's it to you? This guy struck first. The man ignored him, turned to order the others to get lost, then kindly asked Si-chun, Kid, are you okay? Lee Ki-sok's gang and the girls were all frightened by this scene. Lee Ki-sok felt embarrassed being seen by an outsider. Agitated, he hit the man on the shoulder and yelled, I asked you, what does it have to do with you? Don't stick your nose in. The man glared at him, his voice icy. Are you that curious about my abilities? Lee Ki-sok panicked when he saw him get into a stance. Have you been training somewhere? The man leaned in and said word by word, Then let me broaden your horizons. Lee Ki-sok, both scared and trying to act tough, said, Broaden my horizons for what? Unexpectedly, the man picked up his phone. Is this the police? In the alley near the office building, a group of drunk high school students are beating up another student. Lee Ki-sok, scared, turned and threatened Si-chun. Hey you pig, you'll see me at school tomorrow. You're finished, he shouted loudly, his voice caught on the phone. The man said to the person on the other end, Did you hear what he said? He's threatening the victim. Lee Ki-sok hurriedly pulled his gang to leave. Let's go, that old man called the cops, we need to scram. The gang was still curious. But who is he? Lee Ki-sok yelled angrily. Who knows? Hurry up, if the cops come, things will get really complicated. After they all left, Si-chun struggled to utter a word of thanks. The man seemed not to hear clearly, turning back with a very puzzled expression. Si-chun, crying, thanked the man and said he was very grateful for the help. Hearing this, the man smiled gently. He slowly walked over and sat next to Si-chun and the pig, suddenly making a joke that made Si-chun look away in embarrassment. He stammered, asking why he would say that, and the man replied that it was Ha-jin's best friend, the pig. Even with his eyes swollen, Si-chun asked in surprise how he knew him. The man replied, yeah, just a training partner. Si-chun curiously asked if he also practiced jujutsu. But how did he know his face? The man said Ha-jin showed him pictures every day, even pictures of the fat pig, who was even fatter in real life. Hearing those harsh words, Si-chun was silent, his face turning red. The man asked about Ha-jin. She was still in a coma, right? Si-chun lowered his head, his eyes sad, and replied, yes, that's right. The man said it wasn't that guy from before, surprising Si-chun. He continued, the one who put Jin in this state wasn't just that guy, but another group as well. Si-chun agitatedly asked who the other groups was, how he knew, and if he had any evidence. But the man only answered indifferently, just a gut feeling. Hearing the words gut feeling, Si-chun was nearly speechless. Then the man took out a flyer and pushed it close to Si-chun's face. He looked closely. and it turned out to be a jujutsu martial arts registration form. The man said if you kid rush at that guy, 100 times out of 100 you will lose. To win against a chess opponent, you must first learn to play chess. Si-chun, after hearing this, seemed to understand. The next day at the jujutsu dojo, Si-chun stood outside thinking. Even using up all his allowance wouldn't be enough, but he decided to go in and take a look first. There seemed to be many scary people, but Hajin said everyone was nice. While mumbling, two people came from behind and said everyone here was good. There were no scary people. Si-chun, startled, replied yes. By the time he reacted, he was still startled, but the two only laughed, complimenting him on his height and physique, saying they were enviable. Si-chun fearfully asked who they were, and they answered that they were members here, but his face looked too familiar. Not letting him react, the two dragged him inside, saying they would figure it out once inside. Si-chun resisted slightly, saying he wasn't mentally prepared, but was eventually pulled into the training room. As soon as they entered, they shouted loudly, called for the teacher, announced a new member, and told everyone to clap. Faced with this scene, Si-chun felt tired, thinking there were many people here like Hajin, already feeling his energy drain. He looked around the training room. He was surprised to see someone lying on the floor. A trainee stepped up and called out to Aizen, telling him there was a new member and reminding him not to sleep on the mat during the day. Hearing the call, the shirtless man from yesterday who helped Si-chun groggily woke up and asked what was going on. Si-chun wondered why he was sleeping in the middle of the gym during the day. Seeing the three strange people in front of him, he felt he had come to the wrong place. When asked, Aizen replied that it was Hajin's best friend, the pig. The other two were stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape, saying no wonder he looked familiar, like meeting a celebrity since they only saw pictures every day. Si-chun scratched his head in embarrassment, saying he probably should come back another time. He forced a smile and walked to the door, saying he actually didn't have enough money. Before he could finish, a voice from outside asked, "How much are you short?" Si-chun was embarrassed. The man asked again, "How much are you short, kid?" He thought these people were really strange. The man said if he was a student, he could learn for 80,000 won a month if paid in cash. Si-chun quickly replied that he was short a lot. He would come back another time. Seeing him refuse, the man kept lowering the price. But suddenly the trainee behind him coldly interrupted. Si-chun and the older man turned to look at him in confusion. He said he just thought of a mutually beneficial idea, and since he was Hajin's friend, his background was guaranteed. The owner, hearing he was Hajin's best friend, asked about her, and then before he could finish his sentence, the other trainee interrupted, saying free. Hearing this, the man turned and scolded him, calling him crazy, saying free was too much. But he replied that the teacher had delivered packages from morning to night, and also worked as a substitute driver, asking how long he intended to keep that up. He asked in confusion what that had to do with free, scolding him for being crazy. The trainee cleverly replied that as soon as he saw the kid, he came up with an advertising plan. He came over and patted Si-chun's belly, saying the plan was the number one thing people were concerned about but no one had done properly, which was weight loss. He was tall, his bone structure was perfect, and didn't need adjustment, he just needed to lose weight. The boy possessed an ideal height and a standard skeletal frame. He only needed to lose more weight to become a top-tier model. Jiu-jitsu, a sport anyone can practice like family and friends. Not only does it hone self-defense skills, but jiu-jitsu also helps with weight loss, granting physical and mental strength. Hearing this plan, everyone was astonished, truly worthy of being the ace of the advertising team. Even the older man who had just scolded him for being crazy nodded in approval, saying it sounded reasonable. He excitedly asked the teacher what he thought. Wasn't this method great? Didn't he want to create a lively dojo like the old days? The older man happily agreed, saying very good, go big this time. The other boy got excited, praising the teacher for making a wise decision. Seeing everyone engrossed in discussion without asking him, Si-chun spoke up, saying sorry, but I never agreed to this. The two of them continued their discussion, asking each other how long it would take. The older man replied 3 months. For rapid weight loss, it had to be 3 months. Si-chun tried to say, I have no intention of losing weight. But they ignored him, continuing to discuss the trainee's training schedule, training 3 times a day. Aizen would be the fitness coach, handling aerobics and strength training. The diet would be 5 pieces of chicken breast, 5 cucumbers, and 2 liters of water per day. Chae-sung would be in charge of advertising. Aizen asked when they would start. The older man excitedly said right now. The road ahead is long. Si-chun saw the situation was bad and decided to quietly slip away. But before he could get far, Aizen grabbed him. Little piggy member, time for a change. At times like this, he felt like he was about to explode. 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. After an exhausting practice session, the coach announced the end of the class. Chae-sung lay sprawled on the floor tiredly, complaining, Si-chun, you've improved so much. Being tall, fighting you is really tiring. Another person, while wiping sweat, exclaimed, just looking at you makes me feel like I've already lost. Ah, right. Wasn't it almost the end day of the 3-month weight loss project they'd planned? Mentioning this, everyone suddenly realized he had really lost a lot of weight. His jiu-jitsu was getting better and better. His physique was looking finer and finer. It was amazing. Si-chun smiled modestly. You guys are flattering me too much. I still have a lot to work on. This is just the beginning. But truly, Si-chun's appearance now was completely different from 3 months ago. To them, no one could probably call him a pig anymore. At the jujitsu dojo, two old students were chatting about something interesting. It's incredible. He moved up 2 ranks in just 3 months, one said. I bet we'll lose next Thursday, the other worried. The coach must have made him train very hard. It's just because you two play poorly. Everyone focus. Once everyone had gathered, the class ended. As Si-chun was about to leave, Aizen called him back. Let's measure our muscle strength, Aizen suggested. Seeing this, the others panicked. Oh my god, really? What do we do? Si-chun was also a bit scared. He shrank back. What's up? Are we training today? Aizen looked exhausted. I'm so tired, I think I'll go to bed early. When you're normally tired, can't you take a day off? Aizen bowed his head gently. Then tomorrow I'll add what we didn't do today. Si-chun snapped out of it. The habit of just delaying things isn't good. Let's go. After that, the two prepared their things to leave. Before leaving, Si-chun turned his head and said, Hey, Chae-sung, aren't you having ice cream after practice? Have you tried the flavor for me yet? After chatting for a bit with everyone, Si-chun followed Aizen to the park. He was holding onto the pull-up bar with one hand. His whole body was trembling violently. Aizen went up on the bar together with him. Si-chun tried his best to pull himself up, cursing 1,000 times in his heart. Afterwards, he trembled and then flopped down onto the ground. Seeing this, Aizen immediately asked, Why aren't you using your strength today, kid? Si-chun, breathing heavily, replied, I just finished jujitsu practice and came straight here. Aizen easily pulled himself up again, and Si-chun was speechless. Not everyone is a monster like you. It wasn't until dusk fell that the two ended their training session. Si-chun sat to the side, wolfing down a cup of ice cream. Seeing this, Aizen said, Eating like that will turn you back into a little piggy. Si-chun smiled, unfazed. If I don't eat, I won't have any strength. Don't you want to know what it tastes like? Aizen sighed. It's probably loaded with calories. Anyway, how is that girl doing? Si-chun's spirit suddenly dropped. I don't know either. I haven't been in touch since then. His face fell deep in thought. After that incident, it had only been 12 days since Jin woke up. Her parents were constantly by her side at the hospital. They were heartbroken. Upon hearing that Hajin had woken up, Si-chun rushed straight to the hospital, but he was met with a look from Hajin that seemed to say she didn't want to see him. He had no choice but to leave. Her eyes seemed to say, I know what you want to say, but don't come near me. According to his uncle, she was traumatized and didn't want to talk. During her therapy, besides her family, she didn't want to see anyone. A few weeks later, Hajin and her family moved out of the neighborhood to another place to focus on her recovery. After hearing this, Aizen asked, Did the police say anything? Si-chun's gaze turned cold. They said they're investigating. Looks like there hasn't been much progress. His eyes looked into the distance. So, are you really going to do it? Hajin asked if you'd found who did it. Isn't it better to not know for self-defense? Using martial arts to harm people is a disgraceful act. Si-chun said nothing, only whispering 3 words in his heart. I'm sorry. Aizen stood up, preparing to leave. I can only say this much. In the end, you are the one who decides your own life. But in reality, he had made his decision 3 months ago. The break was over, and school entered a new academic year. On the first day of school, Lee Ki-sok stood on the school grounds and said to Jun-sok, Today is the start of term. Remember to collect the money carefully. The prices have gone up again. Unbelievable. Jun-sok nodded. Alright, I'll focus on collecting money in the restrooms. Lee Ki-sok pointed, asking the pig in his class to help collect the money. Si-chun hasn't been to school in a while. I wonder if he'll show up today? The two friends chatted, unaware that he was walking behind them. In the classroom, Lee Ki-sok sat with his legs propped up on the desk. He was on the phone asking if the other side had finished collecting protection money. A classmate walked over to report. Someone told you to go to the rooftop immediately. Who is it? Lee Ki-sok asked. The girl blushed, said she didn't know. That person was tall, had a good physique, completely different from you. Ki-sok listened, thought it was Senior Du-hun, but the girl wasn't sure either. She said she didn't know if it was the senior, but when asked, he said he didn't have a girlfriend. Anyway, go ahead first. In the restroom, the bullies were blocking a group of students. You guys have to make my face hot. Anyone looking would think we're teasing, but actually we're trying to win your hearts. Why won't you accept? Jun-sok was loudly threatening when his phone rang. You can't make it? If it's Senior Du-hun, you have to go immediately. Alright, I'll do it alone. He hung up, turned back to the group and said, Hey, focus here. Suddenly the restroom door opened, and a voice said, Just use another restroom. Before he could finish speaking, that person spoke up, Long time no see. Hello. He turned around, didn't recognize anyone, so he asked, Who are you? A transfer student? Looks like you don't know who we are. Si-chun cut in, telling the gentle students behind to just go out. I'm in charge of cleaning the restroom. Why is there so much trash today? Guy with the red book stepped forward. What nonsense are you talking? Want to die? Just a bit taller than me and you dare act so cocky? Si-chun grabbed his hair, gently replied, That's right. Then without hesitation punched him straight in the face. That guy fell down, foaming at the mouth, unconscious. The remaining ones looked at that scene, confused, not understanding what happened. Si-chun shouted, Get out now. Everyone was scared, standing still in place. and they all fled out of the restroom. Jun was shocked, trying to pull them back. Where are you guys going? But before he could grab anyone, he was kicked straight in the body by Sichun. He flew into the wall, making a loud noise. His gang got angry and charged forward together. Sichun simply dodged lightly, then punched back hard. The punch hit one guy in the waist, making him scream in pain. The blue-haired guy desperately charged in, but the outcome wasn't any better. Sichun grabbed his collar tightly, pulled him hard backward, and then let go, causing him to fall flat on the floor. Sichun's actions didn't stop. He widened his eyes in fear, terrified by the decisive punches raining down on his body. Jun-sok got worried when he saw a strong person appear. He muttered, "Lucky I have nothing to do with this." Sichun didn't reply, but lunged forward, choked his neck, and pinned him tight against the wall. Jun-sok struggled, begging for mercy. Sichun coldly said, "Tell Lee Ki-sok." Jun-sok's face was purple. He labored to utter, "Tell him what?" Sichun replied, "I've finished warming up. Let's fight again." That noon, Lee Ki-sok went up to the rooftop of the school building, looked around but didn't see anyone. He muttered, "What is this? Why is no one here?" He said it was urgent. Just as he was about to take out his phone to call, Jun-sok called him. A panicked voice, "Lee Ki-sok, where are you?" Lee Ki-sok replied, "Senior called me up here but I don't see anyone." "Who are you talking about?" Jun-sok, face smeared with blood, struggled to say, "That bastard Sichun is coming to your place now." Lee Ki-sok was surprised. "Why does your voice sound like that? And who is that guy?" Before he could hear the rest, the door in front burst open, slamming hard into his nose. Lee Ki-sok staggered and then fell with a thud to the ground. Holding his bleeding nose, he angrily cursed, "Which crazy dog is that?" Sichun stood there looking down coldly. "Sorry, I didn't know you were standing there." Lee Ki-sok frowned. "Are you the one who called me up to the rooftop?" Sichun asked in a freezing tone. "How are you?" "Actually, I hope you live in misery." He challenged, "What are you gonna do to me? Wanna kiss me? You dog." Just as he finished speaking, he stood up and walked towards Sichun. Before he could say anything, he immediately received a punch straight to the face. He was a bit surprised, but thanks to years of fighting experience, he managed to dodge in time. Sichun thought to himself, "This guy dodged my punch." Lee Ki-sok, though his face was full of wounds, still flashed a contemptuous smile, lost a bit of weight, and threw a few moves. "You think you can beat me?" While he was still being arrogant, Sichun immediately rushed in to punch him again. Lee Ki-sok angrily shouted, "I am not done talking yet." He immediately charged into counterattack, threatening that he would make sure Sichun had no way to live. Sichun carefully observed his opponent, noticing that he was not yet proficient in his technique when striking from a standing position. Instantly, he brought his elbow up and slammed it hard in Lee Ki-sok's head. Even though he had the upper hand, Sichun did not let his guard down or become complacent. He realized Lee Ki-sok only had good reflexes, but his technique was nothing special. At this point, Lee Ki-sok was completely agitated and had lost his composure. He cursed and charged in, intending to grab Sichun's legs tightly. However, that action had already been anticipated by him beforehand. At that exact moment, Sichun pulled his leg up and drove his knee straight into his head. Powerful strike sent Lee Ki-sok flying several meters, crashing down and creating a large commotion. The match ended, and Sichun adjusted his tie. Niamai said, "That is quite fierce. You guys can still take it, but your two front teeth have already fallen out." Lee Ki-sok gritted his teeth in fury. "You dog, if you are so good, come at me." Sichun silently looked at the heavily injured man who was still trying to keep a tough mouth while lying on the ground. In that moment, he remembered the grueling days of training. He remembered when Aizen had him in a headlock, forcing him to surrender, but he still tried to escape. When he broke free, Sichun was panting, coughing, and wondering, "Will this really help me? I should be learning joint lock techniques or chokeholds instead." Aizen explained that these techniques helped him create a favorable position to penetrate the opponent's defense, and what he had trained up to now was only the basics of the guard system. He needed to understand this system thoroughly so that from any position, he could read many moves and apply even more techniques. After that, he would choose the right moment to execute the chokehold on his opponent. Aizen drew a circle and said, "Again, let's continue training." Would that situation happen in reality? Wouldn't we counterattack first? Aizen lay down and replied, "Of course we must practice counterattacks. But in reality, when the opponent is just exercising, it is very difficult to capture their movements accurately." Sichun asked excitedly, "So what should be done, sir?" Aizen explained that a strategy must be established, not only with jujitsu, but also with mixed martial arts. The opponent could push him back due to a weight difference. If they knew he learned jujitsu, they would try to pull him to the ground. When blocked, use the knee to warn, leaving the opponent with no choice but to have their attack blocked and then be counterattacked. The guard system is the essence of jujitsu, and the defensive posture on the back is a trap for those unfamiliar with this art. Therefore, he must hide that he had learned jujitsu. Sichun nodded in understanding. "Yes, so after making the opponent lie down, we will apply the guard system as trained. Is that correct, sir?" Aizen shook his head. "You have missed an important part." Sichun was surprised. "Which part, sir?" Aizen answered frankly, "It is the thigh." Recalling that lesson, Sichun aimed directly for Lee Ki-sok's thigh. He rushed forward to close the distance with his opponent. He decisively punched him hard in the thigh. Sichun remembered Aizen's instruction to kick that spot with full force and struck. Lee Ki-sok cried out in pain. Sichun did not stop, he continued to move, and tightly gripped his opponent's heel. Lee Ki-sok looked at his movement with a panicked expression. Sichun kicked his leg to the side, then repeatedly targeted the thigh. The powerful kick caused him to scream in agony. He placed one leg on Lee Ki-sok's chest, holding his waist firmly. Lee Ki-sok asked, "Where did you learn jiu-jitsu?" Sichun looked thoughtfully at the man lying on the ground. He noticed this guy had too many openings compared to Aizen. Lee Ki-sok's voice rang out, cutting off his thoughts. It was Hajin, that punk who acts all high and mighty after learning a bit of jiu-jitsu. Just like you. Hearing that name, Sichun was startled. What? Say that again. Lee Ki-sok lay sprawled on the cold ground, his voice sarcastic. At first he acted all tough, but after just a few strikes, he was whimpering non-stop, just like an abandoned dog. Hearing about Hajin getting beaten, Sichun could not contain his anger and was about to raise his fist when Lee Ki-sok spoke again. "Ah, that is right. You did not answer his phone call that day, did you? I told him that if he lured you here, I would not lay a hand on him anymore. He would not pick up the phone, so irresponsible." Those words made Sichun's heart sink. The memory of Hajin being cold and acting like he did not want to see him suddenly flooded back. Just as Sichun was panicking and caught off guard, Lee Ki-sok lifted him up, causing Sichun to lose his balance. Right after that, he raised his leg and kicked him hard in the thigh, then quickly counterattacked, pushing Sichun to fall to the ground. Sichun cried out in pain. He realized he had been too complacent and had to quickly switch to defense. Lee Ki-sok jumped up intending to stomp hard on Sichun's body, but upon seeing his defensive posture, he suddenly became a bit flustered. Yet he did not stop attacking, cursing continuously. "You think you can block that, you bastard?" He charged at Sichun, raining down blows while taunting. "Block this one if you're so good. Why do you prefer punishment over a warning?" Lee Ki-sok screamed, "Why don't you just take the hit and stay quiet, unless you want to end up crippled?" Just as he was shouting, a powerful kick landed squarely on his face, making Lee Ki-sok cry out in pain, though he kept cursing. He narrowed his eyes, observing Sichun's stance, wondering if this was a spiderweb-style defense. He tried to find a way to counter, but Sichun's strength made it impossible to escape. Sichun spoke coldly, "Stay quiet and Lev. Your words make me sick. Scum like you are truly despicable." Lee Ki-sok struggled. "Stop your nonsense and let me go." But Sichun did not relent, his voice full of menace. "Not just you, but everyone who made Hachin end up like this. I'll deal with them one by one." Sichun threw a powerful kick that sent Lee Ki-sok stumbling sideways. Then he quickly pinned him to the ground. Warnings to counterattack flashed through Lee Ki-sok's mind, but he could not lift the leg that had just been hit. Sichun sat upright on top of him, his gaze icy. Lee Ki-sok panicked. "Wait, stop. There's something wrong with the spot you hit earlier." But Sichun did not miss the opportunity. A horrifying punch slammed into Lee Ki-sok's face. Sichun roared, "Hajin was just a weak person. He didn't deserve what you did to him. I'll repay troublemakers like you 100-fold." In the quiet school grounds, no one suspected a deadly fight was happening on the rooftop. Sichun struck repeatedly, his hands stained with blood. Lee Ki-sok, reaching his limit, raised a hand to shield his face and begged, "Please, my left eye is in trouble." But Sichun did not stop, his voice grating. "Tell me who made Hachin end up like this." Lee Ki-sok denied. "What do I know? It's a small matter. Spare me, I don't know anything." Sichun was unfazed, his eyes still cold and murderous. He used an arm lock technique to pin Lee Ki-sok down tightly. Lee Ki-sok screamed in pain, "My arm is almost broken, you bastard." Sichun replied coldly, "You seem a bit dim, so I'll explain simply. Now you only have two choices. 1. Confess everyone involved, and I'll let you go. 2. I'll send your shoulder to the sky. I'll give you 3 seconds. If you don't answer, consider it option 2. Lee Ki-sok panicked, it just made a cracking sound. "Do you have a lot of money? Can you handle the consequences?" Sichun sneered. "When you did that to Chin, did you think about the consequences?" Lee Ki-sok, terrified, realized Sichun would not go easy. Sichun started counting down, tightening his grip. Finally, Lee Ki-sok confessed Duhun. Sichun asked suspiciously, "Who is Duhun?" Lee Ki-sok explained he was a senior in his 3rd year, someone who used to be with them. He pleaded, "Let go of my hand. It hurts so much." Sichun asked again, "Is Duhun the ringleader?" Lee Ki-sok nodded. "That's right, I've confessed everything, let me go." But Sichun only gave a cold laugh. "There's more, isn't there?" He continued to tighten his grip. Lee Ki-sok cried out in pain, "I know, let me talk. There are a few guys from other schools too. We called that girl to a multi-school student gathering. I'm just a small fry, the seniors probably know more." Just then, the rooftop door opened. An angry teacher shouted, "What are you kids doing here? Have you lost your minds?" Without any fear. He pointed at Sichun. "Hey you there, are you crazy? Let go now." Seeing the situation turn favorable, Lee Ki-sok laughed mockingly. "What now? You're about to be toast. Everyone sees me as the victim. You thought you beat me? You lost, your life is over." But unexpectedly, Sichun not only released him but also kicked him one more time. Looked down at Lee Ki-sok, asserting, "You have to go to the end to see whose life truly ends." In the teacher's office, an angry man spoke. "Is that a student? Even a thug is more respectable." The principal, sweating, tried to soothe him. "Sir, please calm down. The disciplinary committee will review it." But he lost patience, interrupting the principal. "Look, principal, I don't care about any disciplinary committee. Expel that kid immediately." Si-chun stood in the corner of the room, still thinking about the meeting with the group of students from other schools. He realized he needed to recover his health first, then investigate Do-hun. The angry man pointed at Si-chun's face. "Thugs and criminals like this must be isolated from society before they cause more harm." Just then his wife walked in, asking worriedly, "Honey, how is the boy?" She grimaced and then walked straight past, not bothering to care. The husband was displeased, scolding, "I'm talking here, why are you ignoring me?" She walked straight up to where Si-chun was standing. Raising her hand to slap his face, she cursed, "Troublemaker like you, how dare you do that?" But just as the slap was about to land, by the natural reflex of a martial artist, Si-chun blocked her arm, causing her to lose balance and fall backward. Both the principal and the husband standing nearby stared in shock. The arm that had just been blocked hurt so much it trembled. She screamed, "What is this? You thug, do you know who I am?" Si-chun calmly replied, "Aren't you Lee Ki-sok's parent?" At that moment, Si-chun's father also arrived in time. He ran over to ask, "Are you okay? Did you break any bones?" Si-chun replied softly, "I'm fine, just a little tired." His father was still worried. "If you get hurt, I'll be frantic. I keep worrying you're seriously injured." Lee Ki-sok's father stood nearby, sneering, "What kind of man is this, with messy hair and such cowardice? With a father like that, no wonder the son is unruly, right, principal?" The wife did not back down either, turning to Si-chun's father. "Hey you, are you angry with us now? My son is injured, and yours is lying in the emergency room over there." Hearing that, Si-chun's father turned back and said politely, I apologize, miss, I was in such a hurry I forgot to ask." But Lee Ki-sok's mother still did not let it go as she walked off. "We have no intention of compromising. You should prepare yourself for your son to be expelled." Si-chun's father was surprised. "What do you mean?" "Principal, what is this about?" The principal, sweating, explained that the difference in the severity of injuries was too great, and when discovered, Si-chun was committing unilateral violence. A disciplinary committee for school violence would be held, but he should not expect too much. Si-chun's father lowered his head and spoke sincerely. "I truly apologize that your son was seriously injured. I ask for permission to apologize first." He continued, "But can we hear the full account of what led to the fight before we proceed with the rules and conditions of compromise?" Before he could finish, the other woman pointed her finger and shouted angrily, "What compromise? That good-for-nothing kid should be suspended immediately." She became more agitated. "That thug who doesn't know his place dares to lay a hand on my son." Hearing the three words, "that thug," Si-chun's father could no longer hold back. He raised his head, his eyes full of anger. "Stop opening your mouth calling people thugs. Please maintain some manners. My patience has its limits." The husband standing beside her, seeing his wife being silenced, spoke up. "Hey you, what kind of attitude is that? Even if you beg on your knees, nothing will change, and you still raise your voice. You look no different from those idlers without a proper job. Do you know who I am?" Hearing his father being insulted, Si-chun could not stand still. He tried to step forward but was stopped by his father. The other man continued to shout, "Do you know how close I am with the principal here? That thug doesn't need any disciplinary committee. Just do as I say and expel him immediately." Even the principal standing by had to exclaim, "Honestly, what's in this guy's head? Why would he say things like here of all places?" Si-chun's father asked in surprise, "Are you trying to use connections?" Then he picked up his phone and called. Seeing this, those people were displeased. "Hey, we are talking here, what are you doing? You're acting just like an uneducated brute." When a voice came through the phone, "Author Lim, what's the matter that you called me first?" The principal immediately became extremely frightened. Si-chun's father spoke, "Yes, how are you? I'm busy lately because the preparations for the exhibition are almost done. It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask a favor, Mr. Chairman." "Thank you, Mr. Chairman." "Yes, wait a moment." Then he turned to the principal. "The chairman wants to speak with you." That parent still did not know what was happening and continued loudly, "Hey, it seems an uneducated man like you is trying to get people to back you up, right?" But when he turned to look at the principal, he saw the principal's face pale and trembling uncontrollably. Everything quieted down for a while. When his father was waiting for him to come home, Si-chun sat in the back and sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, Dad. It's because of me that you had to do this. You never liked that chairman anyway." His father did not mind and only asked if his recent training had anything to do with this, as well as the matter with He-jin. Seeing him hesitate to answer, he continued, "It's okay. You can tell me when you want to." Then he turned back and smiled. But son, violence can never be justified. You know that, don't you? Si-chun lowered his head. Yes, I know. But why aren't you angry with me? The father pondered for a moment and calmly replied, because I believe you had a justifiable reason to act that way. Besides, I promised your mother that I would never scold you without cause. Next day, when Si-chun walked into the practice hall, everyone was shocked when they saw the bruises on his face. They could not help but exclaim, "Where have you been these past few days? Who hit you that you only show up now?" "I was riding a motorcycle with my dad and we fell. I'm sorry, everyone." Few in the group talked among themselves. "We should have taken before and after photos for the flyer, but we'll have to postpone it." "Well, you can just run a few more nights of deliveries. Are you injured anywhere else? You're losing your handsome look now." Another person stepped forward and asked if he was okay, and if his father was hurt. Si-chun smiled. "Fortunately, my dad only has a few bruises. Sorry for worrying everyone." Finally, the instructor standing by spoke. "Si-chun, I wonder if I've told you this before?" Si-chun was puzzled. "What are you talking about, instructor?" The instructor looked at him with a serious tone. "Anyone who uses jujutsu outside the training hall will be a lifelong failure. If forced into an unavoidable situation, it can only be for self-defense or protecting someone else." "Yes, I understand." People around saw the instructor's strictness and admired him. "The instructor is so cool. He looks really attractive." The instructor turned back and asked them, "You think that's cool?" They gave him a thumbs up. "Even if you're a lifelong failure, you're still awesome." Then they mimicked his gesture, or it must be to protect someone else. The instructor shook his head, unable to suppress a laugh. "Alright, that's enough. Now let's learn the next technique." Each person drank a glass of water and then fought for 6 rounds, each lasting 5 minutes. The instructor went over to check on Si-chun. "Are you okay? Do you need a break?" Si-chun shook his head. "It's fine, I'm not that badly injured." The instructor nodded. "Then I'll go easy on you a bit. Better to be safe." Si-chun laughed. "Instructor, you don't need to go easy on me. Just go all out like always." The instructor agreed. "Alright, I'll do as you say." With that, he lunged straight at Si-chun, using both hands to control and twist his upward. Then he applied a chokehold technique to block oxygen to the brain, causing the opponent to pass out. He continued to use his hands and legs to immobilize Si-chun's arm, then used the strength of his hips to break the arm using leverage. Si-chun struggled with all his might, replacing it with his powerful fists. The instructor could not help being surprised. "You really are strong. Could it be that power is the ultimate truth?" But then Si-chun raised his thumb. The instructor knew he had been hit. Right at that moment, the round also ended. Si-chun lay sprawled on the floor exhausted and wondered, "Why do I feel like I'm the only one getting tired here?" He laughed and replied, "My motor nerves aren't that good either. You're probably about to catch up to me." Then Si-chun asked, "But why isn't Aizen here today?" Meanwhile, Aizen was busy handing out flyers. Everyone was diligently doing their advertising. Si-chun continued, "There's something I've been wondering for a long time. Why are there only 3 students here? The advertising is frequent, and I think this place is great. The instructor is good, and the atmosphere is friendly." He thought for a moment and answered, "Actually, when I first came here, the number of students was large." Then he turned back and smiled at Si-chun. "I'm not sure either. They just suddenly decreased." "Ah, by the way, how is Jin these days? Have you contacted her yet?" Si-chun lowered his head. "No, I haven't dared to contact her. I'm not sure if I'm worthy." He looked at Si-chun and said, "So you're still blaming yourself for what happened that day." Then he continued, "I wonder if I should tell you this. Do you know when Jin talked about you? Right from the moment she entered the training hall, while changing, during breaks, after class, until she left the training hall and said goodbye to everyone. If I had to choose one person that Jin is waiting for, that person would definitely be you." Hearing these words, Si-chun's eyes welled up with tears and his gaze became distant. He continued, "You know, maybe right now Jin is waiting for you to take the initiative to talk to her." Meanwhile, in an abandoned building, Lee Ki-sok was kneeling. Man sat on a chair, his expression displeased. "So you didn't collect enough money?" Lee Ki-sok explained that some days he couldn't come to school because a troublemaker suddenly showed up. Then he spoke again. "Do you remember that girl named Jin from before? The one who was good at martial arts? That guy is her boyfriend. He trained to lose weight and came back, saying he would get revenge on us." The other man stepped forward. "Is that so? So that's your intention, huh? But this month, how many sessions have you attended?" As he spoke, he took off his jacket. Lee Ki-sok sensed something was wrong, asking, "But why did you suddenly take off your clothes?" The other man said, "You take yours off too. It's been a while since we trained together. Let me see how your skills are." After a moment, that guy was punched in the mouth by the boss and bled. Lee Ki-sok held his bloody mouth, but the boss kept walking forward. "I give up. Senior, can you stop? Why are you saying such strange things? It takes someone dying to make this stop." Then he threw a strong punch into Lee Ki-sok's side, making him widen his eyes and scream. The boss raised an eyebrow. Your technique has really deteriorated. He struck another punch from above, causing that guy to faceplant into the ground. He was unconscious, foaming at the mouth. The boss took off his gloves, calling Junsuk. Junsuk, pale-faced, quickly answered, "Yes, senior, you called for me." He slowly wiped his gloves, his voice full of threat. "Tomorrow, if you're smart, you'll gather the money and bring it yourself, or you have to bring that machine Lee Kisok mentioned here. Got it?" Junsuk nodded, his voice trembling. "Yes, I understand." He threw his coat over his shoulder, turned his back and walked away, throwing out one last line. "If you can't do either, I'll give you a sparring session." Junsuk's face was drenched in sweat. He muttered, "I'm dead for sure. This is big trouble." At the hospital, a figure stood before the gate. It turned out to be Si-chun. He recognized Hajin, who was walking with her mother using crutches. Hajin's mother asked worriedly, "Are you sure you're okay? Should I wait here for you?" She was surprised to see Si-chun, quickly greeting him. "Si-chun, it's you." Chun scratched his head shyly, bowing. "Yes, I greet you, auntie. It's been so long since I last saw everyone." Hajin's mother waved her hand, smiling lightly. "Oh my, if I hadn't seen the photos your father sent, I wouldn't have recognized you. You came so early. Have you eaten yet?" Si-chun was awkwardly flustered. He quickly replied, "Yes, I just ate some chicken breast. Long time no see, Hajin." Hajin brushed past Si-chun, saying softly, "If you want coffee, follow me." Both Si-chun and Hajin's mother were surprised by her attitude. "Oh, come on, that's just speechless." Si-chun wondered what's wrong. Hajin's mother laughed, hearing that you were coming. She prepared carefully this morning, trying to act natural. Just like a main female lead in a movie, even when sick, she maintains an ethereal beauty. Ah, worthy of being Hajin. The scene shifted to a coffee shop. Si-chun asked, "How have you been all this time? Physical therapy must have been tough, right?" Hajin folded her arms, responding indifferently, "It's not that bad." She frowned, "But maybe the weather is acting up, and they even made me get lost on purpose." Si-chun broke into a sweat, apologizing. I'm sorry for not contacting you for so long. I had a lot of things to take care of, and I also learned jujitsu at the dojo you used to go to." Hajin was still indifferent. "Yeah, I know. All the guys really miss you." She turned her face away and said softly, "Of course, you were their only vitamin. How could you not come?" Si-chun continued asking, "Are you still attending school?" Jin replied, "No, it's a bit regrettable not having a good academic record, but I don't want to repeat a year, so I plan to just graduate." Si-chun laughed, "What's so regrettable about your grades?" Jin got angry and pointed at him, "What did you say? My grades are 1,000 times better than yours, you fat pig." Si-chun laughed happily, "I know. I agree with the plan you just mentioned, but I can't agree with the term fat pig." Jin suddenly blushed. She turned away embarrassed. "Fine, suit yourself." Si-chun thought to himself, "It's a relief she looks better than I imagined." According to the police officer, Hajin barely remembers anything about what happened that day. She lost part of her memory due to the intense psychological shock, but it could gradually recover. Si-chun wondered if she had remembered anything yet. His thoughts were interrupted when Hajin turned to ask, "Why are you staring like that?" He was flustered, unsure whether he should ask her about what happened that day. Before he could speak, a loud noise startled them both. What was that? Who slammed the door so hard? Turned out to be a guy who had slammed the restroom door too hard. "Sorry, my hand slipped." "It's okay." Si-chun turned back to look at Hajin. "You were startled too, right?" He grew worried seeing her expression. Hajin was trembling, holding her head and leaning over the table. "Hajin, what's wrong?" She could only mutter a few words. Si-chun quickly went to her side. "It's okay, it was just the sound of the door." He hugged the trembling Hajin. It's nothing. But before he could finish, Hajin suddenly screamed, "Don't touch me." He flinched and pulled his hands back. "I'm sorry." She was still trembling, holding her head and calling for her mother. Si-chun replied, "I know." He realized that in his eyes Hajin seemed fine, but in reality that was just his wishful thinking. Back at school, Jun-sok was craning his neck, looking for someone. He got furious and yelled at a student's face, "Do you dare mess with me? I told you to hand over the money quickly, or you're dead." He sneered, "I've let you off several times. Don't make me search your pockets." As he spoke, a tall figure suddenly appeared behind him. It was Si-chun. He called out, "Hey, you know Duhun 53, right?" He turned pale. "Ah, of course I do." Si-chun leaned close to his face. "Take me to that bastard right now." In the classroom, Duhun was bent over, writing something. A student came over to call him. "We're planning to hang out with some girls today, and you'd make a perfect pair. You in?" Duhun refused. "No, I have to go train after school. The entrance exam is coming up. Your grades are terrible anyway. What's the point of trying now?" Duhun remained focused on his work, thinking it was better to study than not. As they talked, the classroom door was kicked open. Everyone was stunned to see Jun-sok rolling on the ground after being kicked. "Senior, I brought him here. That bastard." Before he could finish, Si-chan walked in and said, "Hello, seniors. Would any of you know where the bastard Duhun is?" The group heard his bold tone and was shocked. "What did you say? You're just a sophomore, aren't you?" Du-hun raised his head, staring at him. Si-chun quickly walked over to him. "It's you right, Du-hun?" The guy next to him shouted, "You insolent punk, you have no respect for your upperclassmen, do you?" Du-hun spoke up, "Alright, stop it." But the other insisted, "We can't just let these brats run wild." After he spoke, he turned to Jun-sok. "You're the one who beat up Lee Ki-sok, right? What's your reason for coming to find me?" Si-chun said slowly, "Tell me everything that happened with Ha-jin that day." Du-hun raised an eyebrow. "Who is Ha-jin? Be more specific." Si-chun held up his phone. "Don't think you can deny it, because I recorded Lee Ki-sok mentioning your name. What was that meeting about?" Hearing that, he frowned. "So you're planning to go to the police station. Do you think that can be used as evidence? Just by listening, regardless of other matters. Having your name brought up at the police station will make things very troublesome for you." Si-chun warned, "But I don't like getting involved with the police either. Do you know why?" He then glared at Du-hun. "Because I'll find every single one of you, and then I'll tear you apart with my own hands." Hearing this, Du-hun was stunned for a moment, then laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha. Listen to this bastard talk. Hey, I like you now. Alright, I'll tell you everything I know. Honestly, but nothing in this world is free, as you know. Recently, because of you getting in the way, the sophomores haven't been doing well in their business. So, you'll have to finish the job Lee Ki-sok was handling. I don't care if you throw a fit or do whatever, just collect the money and bring it back to me. Then I'll give you the answer you want." Si-chun would never do that, so he leaned close to his face. "You madman, do you think I'd go do the kind of things only scumbags like you do?" But Du-hun remained calm. "If you don't like it, then try hitting me once like you said you would if you're confident enough." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw a kick. At that moment, Si-chun was stunned, not reacting in time. Just as his fist touched Si-chun's cheek, he halted his hand. Du-hun challenged, "If you beat me in a fight, I'll answer you. How about it?" He looked at Si-chun's enraged eyes. "Judging by your eyes, it seems you've chosen the latter, haven't you?" He stood up. "But what can I do? Now is not a very suitable time." Just as he finished, the teacher walked into the classroom. Du-hun put his arm around Si-chun's shoulder, leading him out as they walked. "Anyway, I don't have time now. Give me your answer tomorrow. Understand, dear junior?" On the way home after school, one of Du-hun's companions put an arm around his shoulder and coaxed, "Hey Du-hun, are you really not coming? A girl wants to meet you." However, Du-hun refused flatly. "I said I'm not going." The other didn't give up. "Just one day, you should also buy some new clothes. You earn money. What do you spend it on?" Du-hun replied, "What would I do with clothes? I train every day. What do I need new clothes for?" Just then, his phone received a message from his mother. It told him to stay over at a friend's house, because the debt collectors had come again. Du-hun stared intently at the message. While his friend still tried to persuade him, "This guy has really gone crazy over training." But at this moment, Du-hun's expression changed. "I feel quite sorry, but you guys will have to cancel your date for today." Meanwhile, Jun-sok was also on his way home. He recalled what had just happened when he met Du-hun and realized that he was no ordinary person. His punch was so fast that Jun-sok only realized it when it was about to hit his face. That speed made him unable to sense any preparation or threat. Is he a boxer? Jun-sok wondered. He was always confident in his vision, but that speed was too fast, making him think he would pass out before he could even use his jujutsu technique. Si-chun was torn about whether to ask Senior Aizen for guidance. As he was lost in thought, his phone rang from the dojo. Si-chun answered the phone, but in front of him, a few guys were blocking his path. "Hey, you insolent punk, we waited all afternoon and didn't see you. We thought you took a different route." Si-chun stared intently at the people in front of him, then spoke up. "May I ask who you all are?" The guys heard that and got angry. "You don't remember me?" Si-chun asked. "But what business do you have coming to me?" Just at that moment, Du-hun appeared from behind. "It's because I have some matters." Si-chun was startled, immediately stepping back. Seeing his expression, Du-hun told him not to be afraid, that he never strikes anyone from behind. It was nothing too big, he just needed an answer soon. If he wanted to fight, he would finish it today and collect the money tomorrow. Du-hun's attitude left Si-chun confused, unable to understand how he could say such things so calmly. He immediately spoke up. "Are you afraid others won't know you're a thug? Why are you going back on your word so fast?" Si-chun laughed. The answer was already said anyway. When he said it didn't matter. "Don't tell me you're planning to gang up 3 against 1. Du-hun sat down, rummaged through his bag for something, and said, "No, don't worry, just wait a second." Si-chun asked, "What are you doing?" Du-hun put on his gloves and spoke with a confident look. He said this, "Don't mind it, just fight like usual. I'm afraid if I hit you with bare hands you might end up dead." After saying that, he quickly got into a ready stance. The incident took place in a small alley. Hearing those words, Si-chun was bewildered, wondering if there really were people like this in the world. Du-hun asked, "Alright, are you ready? If you are, let's start." As soon as he finished speaking, he charged forward with incredible speed. So fast it was hard to follow with the naked eye. Then he threw a straight punch at Si-chun. Si-chun was shocked, not understanding how someone with that build could move so quickly. Before he could adjust, Du-hun had already turned around. He threw a punch into his side, causing Si-chun to wince in pain. Before he could counter or think of a defense, Si-chun saw an elbow flying straight toward his face. Luckily, his quick reflexes helped him dodge that blow. Du-hun was a little surprised, not expecting Si-chun to block his strike. Successfully dodging the blow only made Du-hun more excited. He attacked relentlessly, not giving his opponent a chance to fight back. At the right moment, Du-hun decided to end the match with a powerful punch. He focused on observing every move Si-chun made, waiting for the right opportunity. When Si-chun tried to counterattack, Du-hun immediately threw a straight punch to the face, leaving Si-chun dazed and nearly unconscious. Du-hun looked down, thinking he had won, but then thought he shouldn't end it like that. Si-chun stumbled forward, nearly exhausted. He fell into Du-hun's body and whispered in his ear, "You're really fast." And suddenly Si-chun hugged Du-hun tight. Du-hun asked in surprise, "Why are you hugging me like this? What's going on?" Si-chun thought to himself, Jo-hun was a professional boxer wearing gloves. If he attacked, he could gain the upper hand. But unexpectedly, Du-hun used his shoulder to strike hard into his side, dazing Si-chun. Du-hun said coldly, "Lately a lot of kids think jiu-jitsu or wrestling is the strongest martial art in real combat. Do you know why?" He repeatedly slammed his shoulder into Si-chun's head, forcing him to his knees on the ground. Du-hun looked down from above, explaining that it was because they had never been hit in a real fight, so they thought that. Si-chun at this point had no strength left to resist, blood filling his mouth. Du-hun continued, "It's simple, whoever is stronger wins. I won't touch you anymore, and you stay out of our business. As for Hajin's matter, I'm sorry about that too. I heard the rehab is going fine, so just consider it him stepping in some dog shit by accident." Si-chun was shaken, his eyes full of rage. "Don't use your filthy mouth to mention Hajin. If I were to give up at this point, I wouldn't have started from the beginning." As soon as he finished speaking, he rammed his head straight into Du-hun's body. A strong headbutt made Jo-hun stagger back a few steps. He couldn't help but be surprised, still having that much strength after such an attack. "Is this your last effort?" Du-hun immediately lowered his center of gravity. He spread his back leg, ready to counterattack. Seeing this movement, Si-chun couldn't help but panic. He tightened his grip on the boy's shoulder, his voice mocking, "Being as stubborn as you won't solve anything. Big fish eat little fish. If you don't get it, just memorize it. Even if the world changes for the better, its essence remains the same. The fact that you couldn't get any information out of me is the clearest proof. Take a few days to rest, alright?" With all his strength, Du-hun delivered the final blow. But just then, an unexpected incident occurred that even his own gang was stunned by. What was happening? Even Du-hun was confused when Aizen suddenly appeared. He appeared and blocked the blow for Si-chun. The powerful punch distorted Aizen's face. Two students standing by laughed heartily. "What are you doing? Why is your face so red?" After blocking the blow, Aizen exclaimed, "That guy's fist is really fast." Du-hun stood beside her in surprise. "How is this strange? My strike was accurate, so why is he still so alert?" Du-hun's gang immediately rushed forward. "Who are you people? Why are you interfering in our business? Don't you know how scared the kids nowadays are?" He coldly stared at the companion gripping his shoulder, causing the man to freeze for a beat. "Oh God, someone's about to die." The companion quickly let go. "I didn't do anything to you. Neighbors, come look, these brats are beating up an adult." Passersby stopped to whisper and gossip. Aizen approached Du-hun. That man stared intently and asked, "What kind of thing are you?" "Human." Aizen calmly replied, "How are you still conscious after taking my hits?" That man glanced over, his tone disdainful. "No different from a punch from my 7-year-old nephew." Du-hun suddenly noticed many people around were filming and taking pictures. To avoid trouble, he decided to leave. "See you soon." But Aizen called him back. "Du-hun, is something the matter?" "To keep fighting?" Before he could finish the sentence, two police officers suddenly appeared. Aizen, standing behind, said, "It's not about that. Someone's here to pick you up." The whole group gathered at the police station. After hearing the report, the officer asked again, "You guys didn't fight, you just had a one-on-one sparring match?" Their expressions made the officers seem to understand the issue. Du-hun quickly defended himself. "Just now, you saw I was wearing gloves. I've heard the perpetrator's statement, but the victim's statement is more important. Let me hear what he has to say before deciding whether to contact the school." Hearing those words, Du-hun panicked. Big trouble. If the case was accepted, not only would the money collection be affected, but his competition would also be impacted. No, it probably won't come to that. That kid wouldn't want to get involved with the police either. Besides, he still needed something from him, so he definitely wouldn't confess. But just as he thought this, Si-chun's voice rang out. "Not at all, sir. I was a victim of one-sided violence." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at him. The matter ended quickly. Du-hun was punished with suspension from school. After everything was settled, Aizen led Si-chun back. The two stopped at a street-side convenience store. Aizen turned and asked, "Do you plan on continuing to pursue that matter? That guy earlier was involved with Hachin, right? You were digging into the past, and that's why the fight happened, right?" Hit right on his weak point. Si-chun stammered, not knowing how to answer. Seeing this, Aizen got angry. Why do you keep getting into fights every time you look for those involved in that matter? I could tell that guy wasn't someone who just started a few months ago. No matter how good your motor nerves are, that guy is at the level of a competitor. Do you plan on facing someone like that on your own, relying on just 2 or 3 months of jujitsu? I want you to stop before he beats you black and blue. Besides, I heard that police officer is still investigating. If you wait patiently, there will surely be an announcement. Chun interrupted Aizen, that's not it. This has nothing to do with the investigation. Ha-Jin is still suffering. I will use my own way to protect him. I will find every clue and give back everything they did, so they can't laugh anymore. Aizen glanced at him then sighed. Couldn't train anything today, and you even burned the instant noodles. Get up, just a 20-kilometer run. Hearing that, a few noodles shot out of Si-Chun's mouth. He panicked. Right now. That's no way to do things. Meanwhile, at Du-Hun's house, he stared intently at the notification on his phone. Notification content stated that his qualification to participate in the competition was revoked for not paying the full fee, and that the police had also accepted the case. Suddenly, a tattooed man knocked the phone out of Du-Hun's hand. He yelled, "You insolent brat. When adults are talking, you just stare at your phone like that?" Seeing his actions, Du-Hun glared back at him. This attitude only made that man angrier. "There you go again, you little punk. I told you once, don't glare at me like that. Get rid of that look." But Du-Hun was stubborn by nature. How could he listen? Seeing Du-Hun wouldn't listen, that man laughed loudly. "This kid is as stubborn as we are." Then he sat down and said, "Hey Du-Hun, listen to me. Isn't it better to work while paying off the debt? Why do you always choose the hard path? If you work for us, you'll get employee benefits, and I won't charge extra interest. You should think about yourself. Your father is dead, leaving your mother and you alone. Your life is already at rock bottom. What do you have to lose? Use your strengths to live. How is shaking down students any different from this? Besides, my business is legal. This time you didn't get any money, and your mom got fired. What are you going to do now? Want to work with me? Or do you want me to find a good job for your mom?" After he finished speaking, Du-Hun gritted his teeth and answered, "Next month, I'll pay for this month's dues too." That man was skeptical. "You say you'll pay for 2 months at once. What if you can't pay?" Du-Hun had no choice but to accept. "Then I'll do as you ask." Hearing this, he was satisfied. "Okay, deal." A while later, Du-Hun gathered his gang at a street corner. Lee Ki-suk timidly said, "Sorry, boss, it's my fault for doing useless things." But before he could finish, Du-Hun yelled, "Shut up. If you want to join next month's competition, you have to collect the money properly this time. When that punk Si-Chun goes back to school, I'll deal with him. Before that, I'll handle that tall, long-haired guy who trains with him at the dojo." Meanwhile, at the dojo, Aizen was dressed neatly for the first time, surprising everyone. "Awesome. First time seeing brother Aizen in a shirt. What's wrong with you? Got an important date today. You must have a date with a girl, right?" Everyone crowded around asking questions. Aizen grumpily explained, "Yeah, I have a meeting with an old colleague. I'll probably be home late. You guys start your warm-up, the teacher will be here soon." Hearing Aizen say he'd be late, everyone was happy. "If you're not coming back, we understand." Aizen set off to the meeting point. The other person kept calling, urging him to hurry. While on the phone, a man drenched in sweat suddenly ran over trembling and said, "Brother, please help me. My friend is being beaten in the alley. Please save him." Seeing the urgency, Aizen could not stand by, so he said, "Lead the way." That man began to guide him. "Go in here tonight, then turn left. Over there, to the end of the alley." He pointed to a corner. Aizen saw a group of thugs in front of him. He immediately understood everything. Du-Hun sat there with a smug grin. "Hey there, I told you. I said we would meet again. Thanks to you calling the police, now I am in this mess. This time I will play dirty to get even." One man sneaked behind raising a club. He intended to ambush Aizen. At that moment, a woman appeared, blocking the club, stunning everyone who witnessed it. Even Aizen did not react in time. The woman holding a cigarette in her mouth looked incredibly cool. "Hey, are you having all the fun without me?" His accomplice tried to snatch the club, but failed, grinding his teeth. "What are you doing, lady? Let go. What business is it of yours to butt in?" Hearing the words lady, she got angry and turned to say, "I will give you a chance, call me sis." That man remained arrogant. "What, lady?" The moment he finished, he received a punch and was left speechless. The woman held the club, her voice full of contempt. "This insolent brat, didn't school teach you that hitting someone on the back of the head with a club gets you into trouble?" That man was in so much pain tears flowed, stammering, "Who are you? A teacher?" Then he cursed. He struck him hard on the hip, asking with delight, "How does it feel? Does it sound good? I am pretty good at these bone-breaking strikes." As she spoke, she hit him with another blow, causing him to scream in agony, clutching his knee. At this moment, the woman took off her glasses, her voice full of authority. "Do you know who I am? I used to be the boss of this gang, I only reformed last year, so you punks better behave. Then she raised her club, pointing at each of them in turn. Seeing this, Duhan's accomplices broke into a cold sweat. Miss Xuanang stood there and said, beating you one by one is boring. All of you come at me at once. Just then Aizen stepped forward, grabbing her club. Stop it, hitting someone with that can kill them. In Korea, fighting this ruthlessly is very troublesome. Hearing this, she bit her cigarette in half, scoffing, what is this? Long time no see, have you gone to see Buddha to take refuge? Besides, there are no security cameras here. Then she changed the subject. And why have you grown your hair so long? Aizen replied, I am just too lazy to cut it. As soon as he finished speaking, an object flew towards Aizen. One of the accomplices gritted his teeth. Enough of this, you two really are meddlers. Are you delusional about your strength? The moment he finished, he got a club to the face. The woman struck as she said, here is the delusion of strength for you. Lee Kisok beside him, his hands trembling but his mouth still tough. You crazy woman, I have a club too. But she had merely lunged past him. The club in Lee Kisok's hand dropped, his arm feeling like it was breaking. She continued to slam another blow into his shin. Duhan screamed in pain, tilting his head back towards the sky. The woman gently took the cigarette from her mouth. She said calmly, all right, now there is only one left. She turned to look at Johan with a cold gaze. Are you scared yet? You probably do not know who I am. Duhan, who had been observing her every move, was now filled with terror. Who is this woman? Her attacking style does not resemble any martial art I have seen. If I do not go all out, I will surely die. Before he could regain his composure, the woman vanished and appeared right in front of him. Duhan's eyes widened in shock. He threw a punch with all his might, but she gracefully jumped up to dodge. She stepped back, her tone teasing. One miss. Where should you hit to make it a killing blow, huh? I am the type who finds physical recovery easier than mental recovery. Seeing her disdain, Duhan became even angrier. He gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into attacks, but none landed. The woman still dodged leisurely, as if playing with him, until he saw she had backed up against the wall. Duhan thought to himself, good, I have backed her into a corner. Now is the time to strike. Threw an extremely powerful punch at her, but surprisingly that woman gracefully dodged the cane. He panicked, how could this be? Before he could regain his composure, the woman turned to counterattack. Just a light blow, but strong enough to knock Duhan to the ground. She laughed with delight, I see your fist is quite hard, so I've decided to destroy that hand. Duhan was overwhelmed, miserably begging, wait, don't dislocate it. My bones? The woman laughed cheerfully, why not? Do you know what I find amusing about guys like you? Because you're a monster in human skin, like a zombie in a movie. I can torture you to my heart's content without any guilt, and it even relieves my stress. Seeing the woman about to strike, Duhan shouted excitedly, wait, no, listen to me first. I have my own troubles, that's why I had to do this. The woman coldly replied, I'm not interested in your story. You damn thug, I'll finish you right now. Duhan yelled, no, I still have my boxing career to continue. But at that moment he was hit by Aizen. The woman turned back, looking displeased. What? Passed out already? Aizen, how could this happen? I was just starting to have fun, and he's already out. She stood up, lowering her head, I had fun too. A monster is a monster regardless of age, you know that well enough. Aizen forced himself up, replying, I know. Let's get out of here first. Duhan immediately perked up happily. Let's go get something to eat. I'm starving to death. Aizen turned and asked, would you rather have dinner with wine or have drinks with snacks? Then he added, has Amada arrived yet? Have you found him? Duhan answered, oh, the investigation file on that high school girl's assault case. That's as easy as pie. But the file I saw had nothing in it. But that's not all there is to it. Let me tell you something interesting. There are 2 investigation files related to this case. One is being handled by the police, while the other was wrapped up in a very staged manner. I'm sure some dark power is trying to hide the truth. Something is clearly very shady here. In a dark corner, a youth with a blackened face, covered in blood, asked while sticking out his tongue, what is this? Done already just like that? This isn't good. He looked down at the person lying unconscious on the floor, saying coldly, passed out already? Get up, you bastard. Then he turned to the cameraman and asked, how was the reaction today? The cameraman replied, same as always, no new faces lately. That famous Duhan from Dosunghai didn't join this time either. He continued, maybe we should plan a new event? That match with that little girl had a great reaction. There were so many exciting points in that fight. The youth wiped his bloody face and asked, which little girl? The cameraman replied, you don't remember. A few months ago, a sophomore from Dosunghai introduced some girl who was good at jujitsu. You blew her knee clean off. The youth bluntly said, who remembers that? I need to see the face to know. How can I remember such trivial things? It's not like I've only blown off 1 or 2 people's knees. At a sidewalk bar, Duhan and Aizen were drinking merrily. Du-hun downed a glass of liquor in one gulp. Aizen seemed tipsy. Hey Du-hun, you can get up now. Du-hun slammed the table loudly. What? We've only had 10 bottles just now. Where are you going? Aizen laughed. Aren't you counting the 10 bottles we had on the first floor? Du-hun pointed to the sky. I don't care. Bring 2 more bottles of soju, and some chicken cartilage too. When the food arrived, Du-hun asked, so that kid Se-chun is now taking revenge all by himself for Hachin? Aizen nodded. Exactly. Even we feel this way. Who knows how the kid feels in his situation? You know, the police side has no evidence, so they can hardly investigate anything. Du-hun covered his face flushed. That kid is so romantic, totally my type. Aizen mocked. So that's your final conclusion? Du-hun held up his glass cheerfully. That's right, just like you were back in the day. Aizen raised his glass. I wouldn't dare. I'm not the type to act without a plan like that. He added, besides, that's not a good way either. Revenge like that always ends in tragedy. Du-hun suddenly clutched his chest and covered his mouth. It's because of that sweet potato you couldn't digest last time. That's why you're like this. But if he just sits still, every second that kid experiences is like hell. She recalled the past. If any revenge leads to hell anyway, should she tell the kid to just stay put? Or would it be better to escape this hell of every passing moment, even if it means falling into another hell later? She continued, who knows, with a low probability a good outcome might appear. If you sit back and do nothing, the probability is just 0. If you were that kid, what do you think is the most necessary thing right now? Think about it carefully. Without waiting for Aizen's answer, Du-hun turned away. Ma'am, can I pay by transfer? The food was delicious. Aizen laughed. So now you allow me to go home? Du-hun replied. What are you saying? We have to go for the 3rd round. You have to treat me to the 3rd round. At a shooting range, Officer Na was practicing his marksmanship on fast-moving targets. A young man standing by, watching, suddenly exclaimed, as expected of Officer Na, truly worthy of being a sniper. Officer Na turned around. Have you looked into what I asked? The young man replied. Ah, yes. That kid Se-chun is the victim in the assault case that your father, the officer, handled before. Officer Na asked further, a victim. Was there any serious injury? The young man shook his head. Just minor injuries. So the student who hit him got suspended. Officer Na thought and said, this kid must be tracking down those involved in Hajin's case. If we leave him be, something big is bound to happen sooner or later. In another park, 2 people were exchanging information. One asked, did you find out anything about the people in the gold office building? The other shook his head. No, all the cameras in the building were broken. Couldn't determine who came and went. He continued, but didn't your superiors already order Officer Na to handle this case perfunctorily and close it? Why are you so interested in this case? Officer Na put a cigarette in his mouth and asked back, Jang Hyung-sik, what was your reason for becoming a police officer? Jang Hyung-sik laughed, just for a living, and for the pension later on too. Officer Na nodded, that's true. But why choose the Criminal Investigation Unit? It's a tough field. Jang Hyung-sik replied, it looks cool. Even if it's a bit hard, it's still much better than other departments. Officer Na laughed, cool indeed. My daughter says the same thing. She says her dad catches the really bad guys and makes them pay for their crimes. He continued, but you already know, life does not always follow the rules. If an order from your superior contradicts my instructions, what will you do? Jang Hyung-sik answered immediately, but the chief is also my superior. A few days later, in another place, the boss gasped and shouted, do not get up. Beside him, Se-chun, his mouth full of blood, lay on the ground holding his stomach. He continued, just stay lying down. He thought it was all over, that accepting defeat would be easier. I will only forgive you up to this point. If you block my way again, I will deal with you using my fists. Se-chun knelt on the ground, wondering why he could not block a single blow. He struggled to stand up, glancing toward the boss. Even though he wanted to use soft techniques to win, it would be useless if he could not grab hold of him. The boss lunged forward, punching Se-chun straight in the face. I told you not to get up. Se-chun fell flat to the ground. He sighed, truly like water off a duck's back. How many times have I told you? The sky grew dark inside the dojo. 2 friends worriedly asked Se-chun, why is your face like this? Did something happen at school? Se-chun smiled, I played soccer at school and accidentally collided with someone. One friend asked, did your dad play Shaolin soccer or something? Why is it so bad? Se-chun smiled, I admire Stephen Chow so I imitated him. The 2 friends replied, oh I see, no wonder it turned out like this. Just then the teacher called out from behind, Se-chun. He turned around, yes teacher. The teacher looked at him with a serious expression. Come with me, let us talk for a bit. Se-chun followed the teacher into the room. Aizen only watched, not showing much concern. In the room, the teacher asked Se-chun, how many times has this been this month? Do you learn martial arts just to fight on the streets? If so, from today you do not need to come to class. If not, you must explain clearly to me. Se-chun could only lower his head and remain silent. The teacher shouted in frustration, if you need help, clearly state the problem so I can ask the school and the police to intervene. I am sorry, teacher. I will be more careful. Head lowered, Se-chun thought to himself. Thank you for your concern, teacher, but this is my own battle. Teacher had calmed down and said, "Alright, when you need my help, just let me know." It was time for the dojo to close. The teacher reminded everyone that they had all worked hard today. The two friends said goodbye to Si-chun. "See you tomorrow. Sleep well and do not overtrain." Si-chun waved, "Yes, please go home safely." After they left, Si-chun thought again, "The power of my soft techniques is not profound. Before I can use my legs, I will have to take many blows from that man. What should I do?" While thinking, he suddenly saw Brother Aizen. Aizen asked, "Do you really intend to see this through to the end?" Si-chun was surprised. "What do you mean?" Aizen continued, "That battle, do you intend to follow it to the end even if it is beyond your ability?" Si-chun understood, "Yes, of course. Once I have decided, I will see it through. If you want me to stop coming to the dojo, I will listen." Before he finished speaking, Aizen put a sparring helmet on him. Si-chun was confused. "Why are you putting this on me?" At that moment, Aizen threw a punch straight at his face. Si-chun raised his hand to cover his face and asked, "What are you doing?" Aizen remained in a fighting stance. "What else? Sparring." Outside the dojo, the sound of punches echoed repeatedly. Si-chun was still stunned. "What did you say?" His face paled. "Are you telling me not to attack?" Aizen replied, "That is right." Si-chun adjusted his gear, finally asking, "What is the reason?" Aizen explained, "Even if you land 100 punches on him, it will only waste your energy for nothing." Si-chun asked, "Then how do you fight?" Aizen continued to strike, naturally, by taking him down. Si-chun defended, confused. "If I could do that, I would have done it long ago. That man defends too well." Aizen said, "That is the problem. You are always dominated because you focus too much on countering his attacks." Another punch flew in. Aizen continued, "Wrong. The most important thing in a fight is the threat level of an attack. That man's blows are both strong and fast, and his stamina is like a monster, so he can maintain his strength for a long time. That is the threat factor." Aizen asked again, "What about your attacks? Do they threaten the opponent? A few blocks and you lose steam. Your attacks are ineffective, and then you get beaten to a pulp." A hook hit Si-chun in the ribs, he asked. "Then what should I do?" Aizen replied, "Do you know?" Si-chun was hit repeatedly. "I do not know, just tell me quickly." Aizen used force to push his leg, making him lose his balance. Si-chun asked, "Hey, weren't you only using punches?" "Yeah, I just wanted you to feel it once." Si-chun tried to keep his balance, but Aizen's attacks grew stronger. Aizen explained, "Regardless, fighting relies on stamina. The attacker needs strength, and the defender also expends energy." He continued, "The stamina for an attack is different from the stamina for the spirit bracelet. You need to pay attention to this." Aizen grabbed Si-chun's other leg tightly and spoke. Finally, Si-chun could not resist anymore and fell. He closed his eyes and sighed. "Why are you so rough?" Aizen released him and stood up. "If the opponent only defends his legs and attacks with punches, you should do the opposite. Defend the punches and attack with your legs. Just focus on this. A style that only targets one thing, like the opponent, shows he only focuses on boxing." Aizen added, honestly, he could not guarantee she would win, but if she succeeded just once, the battle situation would shift greatly. He took off his protective gear and said, therefore, every evening after the teacher finished, she would train while also taking his hits. Si-chun asked, "How many a day?" Aizen replied, "What are you planning to do? Take the hits until you cannot stand it anymore." "Ah, but I also know boxing, enough to take you down." Time passed quickly, day after day, night after night. But for Si-chun, it was an excruciatingly long period. He was constantly beaten down by Aizen. No matter how many times he fell, Aizen still forced him to get back up. Du-hun kept his word and did not touch Si-chun anymore, because he did not cause trouble. But every day seeing them laughing and having fun at school, Si-chun's heart felt as if it were being squeezed by pliers. The feeling of powerlessness made him even more uncomfortable. The more it was, the more he loved himself. Every day after practice, Si-chun trained more with Aizen and felt himself improving noticeably. During one training session, Aizen reminded him to be careful of his knees. Immediately, Aizen's knee pressed close to Si-chun's face. He quickly reacted, dodged his body, and neatly evaded the strike. Aizen looked surprised. Si-chun seized the opportunity, locking Aizen's ankle. Aizen turned back and asked, "What kind of unorthodox movement was that? You have been watching those weird things on YouTube again, right?" Si-chun's face was drenched in sweat. Still in the position locking Aizen's leg, he replied, "As long as I can drag my opponent to the ground, is that not right, brother?" He asked next, "What now? Do we restart from a standing position or keep fighting like this?" Aizen looked helpless. Si-chun was surprised when a strong force pulled him back. From being locked at the leg, Aizen had reversed the lock on Si-chun. "Today is Sunday, let us go eat some Bucky barbecue." "Okay." Outside the dojo, it had started to rain. Si-chun was about to leave. The rain was really heavy. Suddenly someone called him. His face changed color. He quickly asked, "Hajin, what is the matter?" On the other end of the line, Hajin smiled. "Oh, why are you answering the phone in such a rush like that?" She continued, "What is the matter? I saw it was raining, so I thought of you and just called. You forget your umbrella every day anyway. You are truly hopeless." Even though Si-chun had brought an umbrella today, he still replied, "Ah, how did you know so well? Today I also left my umbrella at the practice room, so I was planning to run back and get it." She laughed. "Haha, you pig, I knew it. I told you that without me things would not be okay." Si-chun replied, "Hee hee, that is true, it is a bit not okay." Suddenly both of them blushed, not knowing what to say next. Ha Jin was the one who spoke first. Because of you I completely forgot. Hey, I am sorry for suddenly getting angry that day. The thing at the coffee shop. You went through the trouble of coming all the way to my place. I was planning to apologize to you, Sichan said in a low voice. There is nothing to apologize for. I will come visit you again in a few days. Ha-Chin waved his hand. No need. This time let me come to your place. I will also drop by and see the uncles at the training hall. Sichan looked up at the heavy rain sky. Okay, can you make it or should I come pick you up? Ha-Chin chuckled. What are you saying? I am not as useless as before. I will text you later. Bye. Sichan replied, I understand. Stan, you should rest too. Do not overexert yourself. After hanging up, Ha-Jin seemed sad. She picked up a pen and crossed out the things she needed to do. 1. Call Sichan. 2. Go out alone. 3. Go out at night alone. 4. Go to a crowded place. 5. Practice jujutsu. She exhaled. People say starting is already halfway there. She rubbed her head. She had already done half. She was really strong. At the martial arts gym, Sichun was panting heavily. Seeing this, Aizen remarked, with this level, it is worth a try. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched Sichun straight in the face. But honestly, I am not sure you can beat that guy. I can only wish you luck. Sichun took off his helmet, but there is still some hope, right? Aizen replied, if I had to bet, I would bet on that guy winning. Hearing that, he was speechless. Why are you so harsh with me? Aizen consoled, at least there is some probability of winning. Sichun was determined. No matter what you say, I have to try first. The longer it dragged on, the more he felt like something was slipping away from his grasp. Aizen looked up at the sky, thinking, oh, that reminds me, are you good at rock, paper, scissors? Hearing the question, Sichun was surprised. Why did you suddenly ask that? And Aizen held out his hand. Play around with me. Not only that, he said in advance, I will throw rock. In the boxing gym, the sound of punching the heavy bag echoed steadily. Hun was training diligently, seemingly having spent a lot of time on this. When he reached the 10,000th punch, he stopped to rest. Right then his coach walked in and called out Du-hun. Hearing the call, Du-hun understood the coach. Yes, sir, today I will train quickly and go home early. You can go ahead. But before he could finish, the coach interrupted. That is not it. You have been late on tuition since last month. Du-hun bowed his head in apology. I will pay in full by this weekend. I am sorry. The coach sighed. That is not important. Actually, someone came looking for you. Lately, many students have quit. I am also taking a loss. You understand what I mean? Then the coach said bluntly, you do not need to pay back the tuition. Starting tomorrow, do not come here anymore. That evening after training, Du-hun bowed to the coach and left. His face was full of sorrow. After walking a short distance, he heard a voice call from behind. Going home at this hour is too late, is it not? Du-hun turned around coldly looking at Sichun. He continued, you wandering around at this hour startles people, you look just like a criminal. Du-hun lifted his head, it is you again. I was wondering why I hadn't seen you around lately. But today, each to his own path, because if we fight today, his gaze darkened, someone might end up dead. Sichun stepped forward. Stop putting on airs, I have something to say before we fight. This time I will not throw a punch. I will only use a chokehold. Hearing that, Du-hun was confused. What trick are you trying to pull? As soon as he finished speaking, Sichun quickly rushed forward. Du-hun was startled. This guy just said that and immediately charged. He reacted in time, throwing his bag at Sichun. Sichun cried out, you despicable bastard. Du-hun continued, do you remember what I said last time? If you cause trouble again, I will beat you with my bare hands. Sichun blocked Du-hun's fist. Of course I remember. You remember too, right? What I said about tearing all you bastards apart into pieces. Seeing Sichun's determined eyes, Du-hun was a bit confused. What was this guy planning? After pulling his hand hard, luring me to throw a left, using the shifted center of gravity to lock the neck. Or is he pretending to use only a chokehold and then when I spread my legs to defend, he will attack? Du-hun carefully kept his distance, thinking fighting at range would be safer. Seeing him on guard, Sichun taunted. What, suddenly you have become so complicated? Du-hun replied, you got hit right at the start and you are still putting on airs. Sichun continued to provoke. Do not cheat. I said I would only use a chokehold. With that said, he started wildly dodging Du-hun's attacks. Then, taking advantage of his opening, he slipped down underneath. Du-hun thought to himself, this guy, though suspicious, had become bolder than before. At this moment, he no longer feared his own punch. Not only that, Sichun also narrowly dodged every dangerous blow from Du-hun and kept charging in, leaving Du-hun with no choice but to defend, barely able to launch a counter-attack. The two fought in the narrow alley. Suddenly, Sichun acted frantically. Without time to react, he charged straight at him. Sichun quickly realized that Jo-hun, who had just fallen, used his legs to block him. He had a premonition, that man no jujutsu. Still, he held the advantage over him when striking. Du-hun also saw the situation was urgent and not good at all. Even though he blocked the attacks, he had his limits. He frowned. First he had to push Sichun away, create distance and find a way to stand up. But his thighs were already locked by Sichun. Du-hun panicked. Sichun delivered a spinning kick. He continued to pin his opponent firmly to the ground. Du-hun was enraged, deprived of his attack and feeling danger closing in. Sichun glanced at him and said softly, now let's see how you escape this situation. Suddenly, Du-hun kicked straight at Sichun's head. He rained down blows continuously without stopping. In pain, Sichun gritted his teeth, thinking what a punch that was, hard as stone, having to take it on his head. Thinking that, he immediately used his knee to press down on Do-hun's belly to restrain him. At the same time, he wrapped his arm around that man's neck, then pressed down hard with his knee. Pressed down on his stomach, Do-hun could not resist, struggling to push up. To escape, he had to lower his hands but would expose unprotected weak points. Si-chun could choke his carotid artery. Do-hun gritted his teeth, watching every move Si-chun made. Seeing that he began to change his hand position, that man widened his eyes in fear. At this moment, Si-chun was on top of Do-hun, raising his elbow. He smashed it straight into that man's face, thinking in his heart that smashing his face to pieces would be fine. Do-hun's face was now bloody, unable to speak, but Si-chun still twisted and pinned him down, the pressure preventing him from crying out. With a choking motion like holding a baseball bat, Si-chun thought silently not to be careless. Just keep this up, and he would win. Neck tightly squeezed, Do-hun's eyes bulged, his mouth unable to form words. He felt like he was about to die. In that moment, he suddenly remembered the happy childhood of the three of them. Lost in memory, then the lone shark appeared. Do-hun gathered his last ounce of strength. He swung his fist straight into Si-chun's stomach. The punch was so strong that his ribs felt shattered. The pain made his face turn pale. He could not speak, rolling to the side, his heart panicking as to why he could do this. He was almost fainting. How could he still have such terrifying power? Do-hun breathed heavily, gritting his teeth and admitting, "Thought you were easy to bully. Who knew I almost died because of you?" He cracked his neck, his eyes cold. "From now on I will fight with everything I have, Junior." The two rushed at each other. Si-chun threw a punch, but Do-hun dodged quickly. He attacked continuously, but all of them missed. Do-hun counterattacked fiercely into Si-chun's side. Then he kept punching him without stopping. It seemed Do-hun had exhausted all his strength. Amidst the fight, Do-hun suddenly asked, "You have to answer me one question. Why do you go this far? This is enough. No matter how hard you try, can it change anything? Told you to let it go. Consider it bad luck. If you keep digging into that filth, you will get dirty too. No matter what you want to change, this world won't even care about you, you know." Si-chun lowered his head, determination flashing in his eyes. "Who said that? What this world is like has nothing to do with me. I just want to eliminate the trash blocking my friend's future." "My friend, you are one of them." Do-hun looked at him and nodded. "So that's how it is, I understand." Having said that, he gathered all his strength and punched straight at Si-chun's face. The powerful strike left him dazed, his mind spinning. Staggering back a few steps, he collapsed onto the ground. Do-hun looked at him and sighed. He was sorry, but he also had something to protect. Wasn't everyone fighting for their own battle? He was not going to give way. Before he could finish, a voice interrupted from the side. "What day was that engagement day?" Do-hun was startled and spun around. A man crouched in front of Si-chun, his voice full of sarcasm. "You bastard, you sure are lucky. Beating this kid is like hitting dove. Don't tell me he's dead." Do-hun stood up, trying to stay calm. "I already paid you for this month. I kept my promise. Why are you looking for me?" The man lowered his head, his voice mocking. "Are you playing the clown? We've known each other for a long time, and you still ask me what's wrong? I kept calculating all day yesterday. No matter how I figured it, I'd have a hard time squeezing a big sum from the students at your school. Not to mention you plan to pay once every 2 months. So I came to a conclusion." He pressed his face close to Do-hun's, his tone threatening. "I have an extremely lucrative business opportunity. If you cooperate, money won't be a problem, and I'll be free to enjoy myself. What do you think? Let me teach you from A to Z how to make money." Hearing this, Do-hun was panicked. "What are you doing?" "Don't." That remark displeased the gang leader. "What did you say?" "This punk dares to talk back to me. I haven't even finished my sentence." Suddenly, a whisper sounded in his ear. "Stop." He looked back in a daze, startled. "What did you just say?" Si-chun tightened his grip on the gang leader's throat. "I told you to stop meddling in my business." Elsewhere, at Ha-jin's house, the rehabilitation specialist came to visit. "How is your knee? I heard you've been training very well." Ha-jin replied with a bright smile. "Now I have no problem with daily activities. What do you think? What rank am I among your patients?" The woman smiled. "My specialty isn't rehabilitation, so I'm not really sure, but your spirit is definitely top-notch." Hearing that, Ha-jin laughed happily. "Actually, I used to cry a lot when I was little. I was very sensitive. But whenever I crouched down and cried, Si-chun always stood beside me without doing anything." "Hey Si-chun, why do you just stand there?" My answer back then was, "I have to stand still so you can easily grab my hand to stand up." After saying it, he looked at Ha-jin in confusion. That moment, tears streaming down her face, she scolded, "You're such a pig." When they were young, every time something like that happened, Si-chun would wait for her to finish crying and then stand up on her own. And the next day, something would happen. He would go alone to find the kids who teased her and make them apologize. After that, he would return all beaten and bruised. At that time, she thought she had to become strong so Si-chun wouldn't get hurt. From then on, I stopped crying and trained hard. Hearing this, the teacher laughed. "I really want to meet that Si-chun once. But just asking for an apology, why would he get beaten to a pulp?" Thinking back, Ha-jin also found it funny. "Of course not. This part is the tricky one, miss. He looks easygoing but is actually quite stubborn. For example, situations that don't go his way or have obstacles. Then he would blow things out of proportion, just like the current situation." Seeing Si-chun tightening his grip on the gang leader's neck, Do-hun was a bit flustered. "Don't touch him! Let go right now, you madman!" But Si-chun absolutely refused to listen. He squeezed until the gang leader's face turned red. Do-hun beside him continued to advise. "Do you even know what you're doing? First, let go." looking at the gang leader's pained expression. Du-hun could help but burst out laughing. Seeing this, the gang leader was extremely furious. "Are you laughing?" he roared. Just then, several of his underlings ran over. Seeing the state of their boss, they immediately charged forward. "You little brats, are you tired of living? Catch them for me," the gang leader shouted. Only then did Si-chun realize the critical situation. With no other choice, he had to shove the gang leader towards them. He did it while cursing. "A bunch of bull-headed idiots." The underlings hastily caught their boss. "Boss, are you okay?" The gang leader yelled in anger. "That dog bastard, go bring him back to me alive. I'll skin him to teach him some manners." All the underlings charged forward at once. Si-chun was about to strike, shouting, "Come at me if you dare, you lunatics." But before he could throw a punch, Du-hun yanked him aside by his shirt. "Get out of the way, you idiot!" And he started facing those guys alone. Du-hun kicked the leader straight in the stomach, then followed up with a punch to the face. Seeing this, those behind also rushed in, but Du-hun didn't falter, taking them down one after another. No matter who rushed forward, they were no match for Du-hun. Those guys were terrified. "What is this? Is that guy an athlete? He makes me not even dare to get close. You crazy bastards! You think you're sports players?" Then he picked up an iron pipe and stepped forward. "Please use your brains, you unruly lot. Use the hardware." Du-hun, seeing the iron bar in his hand, showed clear panic in his eyes. He swung the club down at Si-chun, hitting him while talking to his men. "Act according to our profession, you empty heads." Du-hun gritted his teeth in pain, telling himself he needed to keep his distance from that man. But the gang leader still didn't stop. "Du-hun, you dog bastard, is this how you repay me? You just die here, then I will take care of your mother." While he was shouting, a brick suddenly hit him right in the mouth. Si-chun, who threw the brick, frowned and said, "Is your mouth full of shit or something that you can't speak a single decent sentence? My aim was pretty good, huh?" Seeing him act like that, Du-hun turned to look back. Si-chun glanced at him, then turned his head. "What are you looking at? I'm getting out of here first. If you want, follow me." Seeing that, Du-hun cursed under his breath. This cowardly bastard. The gang leader, knocked down by the brick, pointed at the two of them. "Fine, just run. I'll call a bunch of guys and deal with you too. 'Cause of that coward, we're screwed. Let's just get out of here first." He ran after Si-chun. "Hey, where are you going?" "To the police station." Si-chun replied while running. "I don't know either. Just run randomly." Du-hun laughed at this moment. "Such a shame, I should have struck earlier." The two of them ran a long distance. They arrived right across from the police station. The two underlings had nearly caught up. Du-hun, running behind, questioned, "Why didn't you think about the consequences before you lost your temper? Do you even know who those guys are?" Si-chun turned back, eyes full of hatred. "Those thugs use school violence to extort money from people. And you still dare to ask who's not thinking? You're pissing me off." But as he turned his head, he suddenly saw his martial arts gym. He said to Du-hun, "Let's hide over there first." When both of them slipped into a corner, the pursuers had lost sight of them. They stood at the street corner searching. "Where did those two go?" the gang leader asked. One underling pointed at the street corner. "They disappeared around here. We'll tear this area apart." At this moment, the gang leader had noticed the martial arts gym. He looked up and told his gang, "Call everyone who can come. Bring the props and gather here. It seems I found the two little rats." Meanwhile, Si-chun and Du-hun were cautiously walking up the stairs. Du-hun asked curiously, "Is the gym still open at this hour?" Si-chun nodded. "Yeah, it's open 24 hours. Du-hun thought to himself, "Awesome. We should find a 24-hour gym too." But as soon as he stepped inside, he panicked. "What kind of damn place is this?" Si-chun explained, "You know why this gym stays open all night? Because some restless spirits wander around here, that's why." At the gym, a while later, the gang leader had gathered the group of underlings. An underling reported, "Boss, there are people inside." The gang leader nodded. "Yeah? Are you all gathered? Today I'm gonna break that guy's neck to teach him a lesson." Just as the thugs entered, some people in the gym spoke up. "What business do you have here? Are you here to sign up for training?" The arrogant gang leader said, "Listen to me. I'm looking for someone. Two tall guys came in here earlier, right? I just thought maybe one of those two is training here. I can tell from the atmosphere." But while I'm still talking nicely, before he could finish, Tessin shouted, "Shoes!" The shout startled the gang leader. "What the hell? You scared me. Why did you suddenly shout like that?" Aizen said coldly, "Shoes, you have to take off your shoes before entering the gym. Leaving footprints on the mat is a pain to clean." The gang leader got angry. "Are you talking to me now? If you're not here to consult about signing up, then get the hell out. I can dial 112 very quickly." Aizen warned, "I told you to get lost." The underlings behind him also spoke up. "You insolent bastard, you want to die?" And he spat a wad of saliva onto the mat. After spitting, he even said, "Oh, hi." Aizen stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the mat. Seeing that, the gang leader rubbed it with his foot. "Sorry, my mistake. Let me clean it for you. Cleaning it like this will probably make your mat shine." "Are you out of your mind or just not afraid? That guy is cleaning hard. Let me show you what real hard work is." He stared at Aizen. "Are you the teacher here? Want me to ruin your livelihood? Don't think that just because you train privately, you can resist. Do you know how different sports are from real combat?" Aizen ignored him, picked up his phone to call the police. The gang leader immediately swung a bat and knocked the phone out of his hand. Aizen glanced at his hand. He saw a scratch mark. Gang leader held the bat to his face. Call the police? You crazy bastard? What are you going to do now? I'll give you one last chance. Hand over those two brats, or do you want me to level this gym? Saying that, he suddenly noticed the scars on Aizen's body. He leaned down to look. Cigarette burn scars? Oh, and there are slash marks too. What kind of guy are you, covered in marks like this? You been active somewhere? Got some backing, so you're so cocky. Aizen smirked. You'll regret this. The gang leader took a drag of his cigarette. What? Can you say a full sentence? Why do you keep stopping? Aizen looked up. I said, since you stopped me from calling the police earlier, I'll make you regret it. You're not a minor, are you? Hearing that, the gang leader sneered. Minor? Is this guy talking nonsense? Even if my face looks young. Before he could finish, Aizen raised his hand and crushed the cigarette. No, that's not what I meant. That's just my own standard. For me, anyone 20 or older is an adult, can take responsibility, so I usually don't give them a chance. Also, that line, you'll regret this, I'll make you say it yourself. The gang leader was furious. Go ahead, do it, and your life will be over. I've seen plenty of guys like you, they act reckless and then regret it too late. I told you, just hand over those two brats and I'll leave quietly. Why won't you do it? They're strangers to you, not your parents. In this world, even family betrays each other. Aizen said quietly. Alright, then let me show you. The gang leader didn't react in time. You said you'll show me? But Aizen changed his tone. Yeah, but are you good at rock, paper, scissors? If you beat me, I'll tell you whatever you want. One decisive round like real men. Seeing this strange behavior, the gang leader was annoyed. Suddenly want to play rock, paper, scissors? Are you messing with me? He yelled, but eventually held out his hand, thinking he had to throw rock. He was a man after all, and he kept throwing rock. Thanks. Unexpectedly, Aizen slapped him hard across the face. Meanwhile, Sichun and Du-hun were still hiding in the room. Du-hun stared intently at his phone, the screen showing a worried text from his mother, because he had not returned home. Du-hun leaned against the wall and sighed. Seeing this, Sichun turned to mock him, calling him a thug for playing on his phone in a situation like this. Du-hun replied he was texting his mother to let her know. If those guys came to his house, his mother would be in danger. Du-hun thought if he got killed, he would accept it, but at that moment he felt scared. Those bastards were vicious. He did not know what they would do. Are you okay? Brother Aizen told us to hide, so let us see how things go. But go on, tell me the rest of that kissing story from earlier. Du-hun thought for a moment, then decided to recount it. As far as he knew, there was an underground competition organized between the schools. The rules were very simple, a direct elimination tournament. Each person paid an entry fee, and the higher a person ranked, the more money they received from the total fee pool proportionally. That was considered the prize. Generally speaking, after investing, everyone earned an income commensurate with their ability. But at some point, a very strange match appeared. That match was compulsory, regardless of whether the person wanted to or not. If the organizers found it interesting, they would be dragged into it. The person who brought the target would receive a sum of money. That day, he did not know what words that bastard Kaisuk used to drag a kid named Hachin into it. What he said might sound like an excuse, but he had no interest in those matches. He did not even watch them, so he left the crowd right then. That was all he knew. As soon as Du-hun finished speaking, Si-chun lunged and punched him. You say you were not interested, then you should have resisted. If you knew it was wrong, why did not you call the police? Why did you just stand by and watch? Do you want to pretend to be kind and keep what you have? Si-chun roared angrily. Listen to me. Even if you have your own unavoidable troubles, you and those bastards are nothing but the same trash. Do you understand? Surprisingly, Du-hun was not angry at all. He even felt those words were not wrong, because he knew, even though it was the wrong path, he had chosen it. In the chaotic scene, the two men were brawling when suddenly an explosion sounded from outside. Du-hun turned his head, his intuition telling him that the enemy had found them. Outside, the boss who had just been hit was boiling with rage. It had been a long time since he truly wanted to take someone's life. The surrounding underlings asked in panic, "Boss, are you okay?" He turned back and roared, "Stop asking, you useless trash. Kill him for me, you idiots. Take that bastard's life now. It is fine even if you kill him. Rush in and beat him." Aizen stood opposite, coldly looking at him before sneering, "Your rock, paper, scissors skills are really bad now. I won, but I won't tell you the result." Meanwhile, the group of underlings began to charge forward. One rushed towards Aizen, but he blocked the strike with just one hand. Aizen's gaze was icy cold. He swung his leg and kicked the underling hard. The kick was so strong that the man's kneecap cracked audibly, and a painful scream rang out. The remaining men, seeing their comrade beaten, also charged forward excitedly, shouting wildly. But Aizen was undaunted. A straight punch to the mouth caused that man to collapse to the ground, his end far from pleasant. The boss grew even angrier, shouting, "You brainless idiots, do not go one by one. All of you attack at once. Capture those two standing behind as well." Two men behind were terrified, mumbling, "Do you have a phone? Call 112. But their phones had already been thrown away. Aizen picked up a belt strap from the ground, preparing to deal with the charging underlings. As they drew closer, two men behind panicked and shouted, "Do not come here. The opponent has weapons. How can we fight?" One of the underlings frowned, yelling as he charged forward. But Aizen's belt strap swung straight into his face. Another strike landed, and that man fell backward to the ground. Aizen wrapped the belt strap tightly around his hand, then spoke, "What what did I tell you? As for me, I absolutely hate street thugs. In the martial arts gym, I got used to this kind of thing. Seeing how ferocious Aizen was, the thugs began to get scared. Aizen choked one man, warning from now on, whoever holds a weapon in their hand will definitely have at least one body part broken. If you are unlucky, that part might be your neck or your back. And he tightened his grip, causing the underling to groan before collapsing to the ground. Aizen looked at the group of underlings and said, "Do not throw away your weapons. Keep holding them and come at me." Though scared, the underling still spoke stubbornly. "Cut the crap, you bastard." Then he yelled at his comrades, "Let us all rush him at once, brothers. Let us see how long you can hold out." As soon as he finished speaking, the whole group charged simultaneously. Aizen delivered a slap, twisting one man's mouth out of shape. Then he locked the man's arm tightly behind his back. A slight movement snapped that man's arm, and a miserable scream rang out. Another man charged with a stick, but Aizen reacted like lightning. He used the man he was restraining to block the blow. At the same time, he used the belt strap to coil around the stick. He snatched the weapon from the opponent's hand. The other man was stunned, unable to react in time. Aizen swung the stick in his hand, appearing instantly before him. That man was terrified, raising his hand to cover his face. But Aizen's target was not him. It was the shelf behind him. Aizen executed a horizontal strike, catching the opponent off guard. The underling standing nearby was horrified, unable to believe his eyes. What the hell are you?" he stammered. But before he could finish his sentence, Aizen swiftly twisted his arm backward like lightning. Aizen tilted his head slightly, his gaze cold. "You ask me what the hell I am?" His threatening tone made the man tremble. Wait, he begged. But Aizen coldly replied, "I am the death of scumbags like you." As soon as he finished speaking, a crack sounded, and that man's shoulder was broken. His shrill scream echoed through the building. Outside, Chunhoon was watching the situation when he suddenly spotted someone trying to ambush Aizen. "Mr. Aizen, watch out behind you. There is a pig trying to kill you," he shouted as a warning. But before that fatty could strike, Aizen quickly grabbed his arm and bent it backward. A single move using a belt to strangle his neck sent the fat man crashing to the ground motionless. Aizen gently smoothed his hair, his gaze contemptuously sweeping over the group of opponents. "Come on, who wants another broken bone? Step forward quickly. I still have to go eat my hair and rinse my mouth." The boss finally spoke, his voice full of challenge. "Not bad, kid. Are you from a special forces unit with such good fighting skills? What if your loved ones are taken hostage? I see that skilled fighters always end up sacrificing themselves." Aizen turned around and saw Chunhoon and Johoon being subdued by the rest. Boss approached, his voice threatening. "In reality, whoever has more people wins." In his hand, a knife glinted with a cold light. "Damn it, I have to use this after so long of holding back. One hit and you will be knocked out." Aizen calmly replied, "You should not cross the river when you know you cannot return. The moment you use a knife is the moment you gamble your life." Seeing Aizen's majestic demeanor, the boss was flustered. "What the hell is this? Why has this bastard suddenly become so terrifying?" Aizen turned around, his voice full of confidence. "With my men, I have never lost a one-on-one fight." This moment, the two remaining thugs began to make their move. The boss could not hold back any longer and angrily yelled, "Useless trash. Eat my knife." Aizen remained calm. "So you have chosen to cross that river?" Right then, a powerful fist flew straight into the boss's face, causing the knife in his hand to fall to the ground. Witnessing this, Aizen could not help but exclaim, "Nice hit." After taking down the boss, Duhun breathed a sigh of relief and leaned down to say to him, "Smoking is prohibited inside here." The boss was so surprised he could not believe it. "Are you crazy, you lunatic?" He turned to his subordinate and coldly ordered, "I am speechless. I do not know what to say anymore. Pick up that knife for me." However, Sichun had already appeared and kicked the knife further away. He looked straight at the boss, his tone calm. "Sorry, big brother, but we have guests coming soon. Let's play another day." The boss was so furious his face turned pale. He shouted, "You brain-dead bastards. Anyone with a knife, pull them out for me now." Seeing the two people appear, the thugs could not help but gossip. "About damn time you showed up, you rats. Come here while I am still talking nicely." Just then, a knock on the door sounded. Two police officers entered and announced, "We received a report and came to see what is going on." As soon as they looked inside, they saw a few guys holding knives. Both police officers were startled and shouted, "Drop the knives and put your hands above your heads." The flunky panicked, "Boss, we should get out of here. The situation looks tricky now." But the boss remained stubborn. "Why are you so afraid of death when you're in the underworld? Anyway, those cops can't do anything to us." The police officer raised his gun and warned, "Don't do anything rash. This is our final warning. Drop the knife now." But the boss not only showed no fear, he even turned around and taunted, "Aren't you guys just carrying that thing anything for show? Don't you know that using a taser in a bad spot can kill someone? If something happens then, before he could finish his sentence, someone appeared and shot him with a taser. That person even said irritably, "This crazy bastard still pretends to be smart. It's so annoying. In these situations you just take them down. Why are you still standing around dawdling?" The boss was hit by the taser and lay sprawled on the ground. Seeing this, his flunkies were furious. "Are you crazy? If he dies, what are you going to do?" That person stepped forward and yelled, "You insolent brats." Then he flew over and punched a flunky in the face. Another one who didn't know his place charged in again, and he also got slapped. While hitting him, he said, "Your thug boss here? Didn't he teach you punks to memorize my face? And besides, do you know how many crimes you're committing right now? I'll show you how terrifying the power of the state can be." The police car was already parked in front of the martial arts gym. The boss had also been arrested. As he was being escorted out, he still turned back and asked, "Who called the cops? You dare lay a hand on me? Don't you know who I am?" The man standing nearby raised his leg. "Fine then, I won't use my hands. I'll use my feet instead." After saying that, he kicked the boss a shin. The boss was in so much pain he sat down on the ground. "You said it, you crazy punk," he yelled. "If you dare open your mouth again, you're dead. I'll take this opportunity to destroy the gang you're protecting." The boss still showed no fear and replied contemptuously, "What nonsense are you talking? So what if I get arrested? You're just a salaryman cop. Even if I committed a crime, I'm innocent until proven guilty in court. Don't you know the principle of presumption of innocence? So don't you go putting a crime on me." The police officer stared at him. "Presumption of innocence? What principle are you talking about? You thug!" Saying that, he slammed his head hard into the boss's face. Then, he turned to his colleague. "Did you see this Zuko guy just hit a police officer?" The other nodded. "Yes, I saw it very clearly. It almost became a murder case. Lucky you guys weren't seriously injured." Sunhoon pointed at his face. "The right side of my face hurts a bit, and my shoulder is a little sore too." Aizen spoke up, saying that we were not seriously injured either. "But hey, officer, could you take off your shoes?" He pointed at the police officer's feet. The man quickly said, "I'm sorry, I was in a hurry and I forgot. Although it's late, we still need to file a report. Can you come with me? Since that military guy is going to call a lawyer, we'd better sort out the situation quickly." "I'll go with you too. This was my fault." "Where are we going to make the report?" "The police are investigating Hajin's case. If those guys find out, it'll get complicated." After that, everyone was taken to the police station. The hoodlum boss kept yelling, "Seriously, ask those guys. I was just talking normally, but that man choked me from behind." He pointed to the injuries on his body for the police to see. "Look at this. I'm the victim. We're innocent. Shouldn't we get medical treatment? Is it okay for you to lock us up like this?" The police officer walked over and hit the hoodlum boss. "Be orderly. Don't you know when to shut up? The hospital is busy with emergency cases from traffic accidents. You guys endure for now. It's none of your business. Lucky no one got hurt." Officer Jiang had gone over there and saw the patrol car. It was almost a major accident. He looked at the police officer and said he had already called the police. After hearing him, the police officer gave him a business card. "If something like today happens or you need help, contact me at this number." "How did you kids get involved with those gangsters? They're all dirty thugs." Du-hun heard the question and answered, "They just suddenly blocked my way." But Si-chun put his arm around him and said, "No, uncle. This senior owed them money, and they were threatening him." Then he turned to the police officer. "I'm not sure either. Please don't be angry." Upon hearing that, the police officer dropped it and asked, "Oh right, is there any connection between this and that student Hajin? If you tell us what you know, even just a little, it will help the investigation." Jo-hun shook his head. "No, it's not related. I already gave my full statement earlier." Hearing this answer, Du-hun looked at him and thought, is he going to investigate without telling the police? What can he do alone? At that moment, the police officer turned to Jo-hun and asked, "You have nothing else to report besides that? If there's anything we need to know, say it now." Du-hun looked up and answered softly, "No, nothing. My friend said you already know. If I find out anything else or need help, I'll contact you right away." After finishing his instructions, the police officer turned to the next person, Aizen. At this time, Aizen and the thug were dozing off on the bench. It wasn't until the next morning that everything was over. The police officer saw everyone out and said, "You've worked hard. Go get some rest. If anything comes up, we'll contact you immediately." Everyone walked out of the station, tired, hungry, and cold. Aizen suddenly remembered, "We made a report at the station and didn't even order a bibimbap. What a shame. I really wanted to eat one." Chun-hun sat beside him and eagerly suggested, "Let's just grab some pocky. Anyone hungry, raise your hand." Aizen turned to ask him, "Aren't you going to work?" He immediately replied, "I have to. I still need to pay the monthly bills." Aizen grumbled, "Seriously, I want to get rid of you." Du-hun walked behind, watching everyone chat cheerfully, feeling heavy-hearted. After a moment, he spoke up, "I'm sorry for getting the dojo involved. If you need help cleaning up, just call me." After saying that, he bowed his head and was about to turn away when Aizen called him back. "Hey, Boxing Bear." Du-hun looked up sheepishly. "Yes, you called me." Aizen chuckled softly. "Who else here would be the Boxing Bear besides you?" And he turned and asked, Do you like Pocky? Do-hun was stunned but quickly replied, yes I do. So the whole group went to a restaurant together, eating and laughing happily. Seeing Do-hun cry from the spiciness, everyone laughed even harder. Chun-hun pointed at him, so funny, you're drooling from the spice. Do-hun retorted, this is just sweat. I'm naturally a sweaty person. Aizen sat beside him and asked gently, so how much do you owe that man? Do-hun sighed. Lately, just the interest alone is about 500,000 won a month. I already signed a contract with him, so there's nothing else I can do. Before, I had to use my mom's wages from the construction site and my part-time income just to cover the payments. Not only did they not reduce the debt, but they increased the interest. I know this is wrong, but I have no choice except to make money doing what I'm best at. Hearing these words, everyone looked at Do-hun with pity. Aizen spoke up, recycle? Do-hun didn't understand. What do you mean? Aizen explained, I mean recycle your life. If someone helps you start over, you can gradually make up for all the mistakes of the past. If you really feel that way, I'll help you clear that debt. Do-hun listened, and tears silently fell. Aizen continued, but I have one condition if you want this. Kaik-suk and Hun-suk were strolling through the school campus. When Hun-suk witnessed a strange sight, he tapped Kaik-suk on the shoulder. When Suk turned around, his face was full of shock. Are those two walking together? What happened to them? Hun-suk wondered. Do-hun asked, are you going straight to the dojo after school today? Do-hun replied, yeah, what's up? You have to come too. We caused that pile of mess together. We have to clean it up together. Besides, there are a lot of things to listen to and a lot of things to do. Before leaving, Do-hun also instructed, make sure you take care of what you need to do first. When Suk and Run-suk were lurking below, they overheard this conversation. Kiik-suk listened and gritted his teeth in anger. What do they mean by that? What are those two planning to do together? And what's this dojo? Jun-suk broke out in a cold sweat. Aren't you going to get rid of that two-faced representative Do-hun? Then what if he steals your position? Suk shouted, shut up you lunatic. That time I was just caught off guard. If I fought him again, I could win. The rooftop of the building, Do-hun was examining the notebook Ki-suk had given him. It was clearly a list of the money collected from those second-year students. Recently, there were almost no records at all. He replied, yes, sorry senior, but don't worry, I've been training hard again lately, and it won't be long before I crush that guy for you. Do-hun sneered, you want to crush him? In general, those are the second-year students we collect money from. Kaik-suk didn't understand his intention. Yes, should I gather them all for you, boss? Do-hun refused. No need, I need to visit each one personally. When it's break time, take me to see them. Kaik-suk replied, yes, I understand. On the surface, he acted obedient, but inside he thought, is he planning to go deal with those second-year kids one by one now? That bastard is no different from a demon. When break time came, Kaik-suk led Do-hun to each class. There's one in this class. His class has Sichun as a backer, so he's been acting rebellious lately. Do-hun walked in and called out, John Hunso. Are you the second-year John Hunso? The boy answered fearfully, yes, senior, it's me. Inwardly, he was worried. What's going on? Is he directly coming to shake down the second-year students now? Thanks to Si-chun, I haven't had to pay money lately, and life at school has been easier. But his train of thought hadn't finished before he saw the school's top bully kneeling down in front of him. Kaik-suk, standing beside him, was dumbfounded. That student was also left speechless. All the students in the class at that moment looked on in fear. They witnessed the school's notorious thug now kneeling down before a weak-looking student. On that day, Aizen had told him, let me give you some advice. Who do you think apologizing is for? He answered, of course it's for the person who deserves it. Isn't that right? Aizen praised him and said it was very accurate. However, sometimes some people apologize just to feel relieved, while the other party doesn't even expect to receive that apology. Being forgiven is similar. Therefore, when you are in the position of the one apologizing, you should not expect anything. Even if it takes a long time, the most important thing is to show sincerity and convey a clear message that makes the hurt person feel they did nothing wrong. That is what a true apology is. At this moment, Do-hun followed Aizen's advice. He knelt before the student and said, I'm sorry. I want to apologize for the suffering you endured because of me. Kaik-suk, standing beside him, was alarmed and couldn't understand what was happening. He yelled, what is this? Why are you doing this? Why do you have to kneel in front of this idiot? This is suddenly so damaging to my pride. Do-hun coldly looked at Kaik-suk and said, if you don't want to do this with me, then shut up. And you should also beg for forgiveness. Kaik-suk was furious. Are you crazy? What are you talking about? Why are you suddenly pretending to be kind? You're making me lose face. What the hell is this? Do-hun's expression turned serious. If you don't want to do it, then get lost. But from now on, there won't be any more money collection or violence at school. And I'm not participating in that competition anymore. Just know that. Kaik-suk gritted his teeth. Why are you making decisions on your own? Why does the senior do things his own way? Do-hun lowered his face and replied coldly, what's wrong with me doing things my way? You're not satisfied, then fight me. Kaik-suk, now a bit scared, quickly said, I didn't mean that. It's just too sudden. Also, I can't do these humiliating things. It's too embarrassing. After saying that, he hurriedly ran away, muttering as he went, what a psycho. As he just stepped outside, Kaisuk ran into Si-chun standing at the classroom door. In his anger, he turned back to complain. You bastard, what exactly did you do to make him like this? Or did you find some weakness of his? Si-chun glanced at him and said sarcastically, he's finally started using his brain and got some wrinkles in it. Completely different from a piece of trash like you. Then he added, stop your nonsense, it won't be long before I beat you until you're like a dead dog. Kaisuk panicked and hurriedly ran off. Not today, you bastard. You just wait, you'll regret this. In the classroom, the frightened student looked at Duhun. Can you sit down and talk? But Duhun was firm. No need, I will kneel. The student tried to persuade him. It's because I feel uncomfortable that I'm telling you to sit. Hearing this, Duhun reluctantly sat down on a chair. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke. I am truly sorry for using my family situation as an excuse to bully you. I don't ask you to forgive me, but I want to say don't blame yourself or have negative thoughts because of this. Because the ones in the wrong here are me, Kaisuk, and the whole group that bullied you. What's happening was not your fault. I hope you don't hate yourself because of toxic words like mine. I will spend the rest of my life making amends. I am truly sorry to you. Also, there is one more thing. The money I took from you, I will return it as soon as I can. Can you help me confirm if the amount recorded in this notebook is correct? Saying this, he handed the notebook to the student. He took it and nodded. Yes, senior. But does that mean from now on I won't have my money stolen, won't get beaten up, and can go to school normally? Hearing those words, Duhun couldn't help but be flustered, wondering what he had caused. He affirmed, that's right. I will ensure your school life returns to how it was before. Si-chun, standing outside the door, heard every word. He lowered his head, lost in thought. Next day, Si-chun made an appointment to hang out with Ha-chin. As soon as he arrived, she lunged at him and tightly hugged his neck. I told you not to space out like that. Besides, I reminded you to check your messages often. Do you want to die? Ignoring his gradually paling expression, Ha-jin continued. It's freezing cold. Isn't that right, you fat pig? Seeing him cough violently, Ha-jin finally let go. You've lost weight, and your defense is weaker too, huh? Si-chun replied, whatever you say, that armor of human fat is gone now. Sorry, did you text me? Seeing his strange behavior, Ha-jin was confused. What's wrong with you today? Are you handsomer than usual? Today is a special day, so I put a lot of effort into it. He immediately poured cold water on that. Did you wear your father's clothes out on the street? Ha-jin yelled, this is called style, you fashion disaster like Lee Sang-gon. Si-chun chuckled, I was just joking, just kidding. Hey, I prepared a warm bag of milk for you. Ha-jin blushed as she took it. If you're giving it, I'll take it. So what do you want to eat now? Si-chun turned to ask, what do you want to eat? Ha-chin replied, anything is fine. Whatever you like to eat, I'll eat that. Si-chun smiled. Oh, really? Actually, I already planned out a whole list of my favorite foods. Guess what's at the top? Ha-jin frowned and thought, basta? Hearing that, he happily turned around and walked away, muttering, I'll go eat that dish right now. Ha-jin suddenly felt something was off. Why did she feel like she had just been tricked? As they walked, Ha-jin said, your father is very worried because he occasionally sees those fight-like wounds on your body. Is there some going on at school, eh? Or is it because of what happened that day? Si-chun smiled to reassure her. What are you saying? Those are just scratches from training. Don't overthink it. Think about what to order later. Ha-jin felt relieved hearing that and lightly punched him in the side. If that's the case, that's a relief. You still need to be careful when training. Those who fight poorly only know how to use force, so getting hurt is only right. He slowly pondered. Everything was about to come to an end. If Ha-jin ever found out, she would definitely not stop nagging him. But today he wanted to cast aside all worries and enjoy this moment of happiness, because today was Christmas. During the dismissal time, Si-chun walked beside him and asked, what is your plan for the near future? How did that competition go? Were there a lot of schools participating? Tell me the details. Duhun replied, about 10 schools, sometimes new ones join. That day I arrived in the middle of the venue, so I don't know who did to Ha-jin. At the place where the incident happened, only the representatives from each school were present, so we actually didn't know anything. The competition was divided into several categories. I participated in the stealth law category to minimize risks. Besides the no-rule matches, there was also a category that allowed using surrounding objects to fight, like real combat. The more dangerous the category, the bigger the reward. Because of that, many representatives from the schools participated. But the noteworthy thing was that no one knew about the organizers. One day, they suddenly appeared and invited everyone to participate. Most players didn't care who they were. The important thing was that at our age, earning a huge sum of money was the real attraction. After listening, his friend asked, so if I participate, it would also be difficult to find out their identity? Hun nodded. Of course it's not easy. There was this one person who seemed to always be watching to see if anyone suspected the competition system or had other intentions. That person was a member of the organizing committee, responsible for planning management and contacting the contestants. That person was called Manager Kim. Just seeing him was enough to give you chills. Elsewhere, Manager Kim was about to step into the elevator when suddenly someone from behind shouted, wait. He turned around, surprised to see the other person rushing. Thanks for waiting for me. This person was a policeman. He asked, do you live here? Which floor are you going to? Manager Kim hadn't had time to answer before the person next to him pressed the button for floor 20. He hesitated for a moment before pressing the button for floor 19. I live just below. Did you just move in? I've never seen you before. Manager Kim smiled. This office building is really nice, isn't it? Clean and with great soundproofing. Two stood in the elevator, seemingly having a harmonious chat, but in reality they were probing each other. When the elevator stopped at floor 19, Manager Kim stepped out. See you next time then, he said politely. The policeman also replied curtly, yes, take care. Meanwhile, the policeman began to think. On that day, only the cameras in the lobby and on the rooftop were broken. Whenever he had time, he came here to observe. There was only one apartment that was always vacant, and that person had never appeared at any of the other apartments on the rooftop. Just now, that person clearly intended to press the elevator button but suddenly stopped and changed course. Maybe I'm being too sensitive? He wondered. The policeman walked toward the emergency exit. No, I definitely have to be sensitive. I'm certain this person is connected to that case. If he lives on this floor, he'll open the door and go inside. But regardless, I shouldn't rule out the possibility he's involved. Although I must investigate based on evidence. Sometimes I should trust my gut feeling. He decided to find out where that apartment was. The policeman saw Manager Kim standing in front of an apartment. The moment he fails to open the door, my knee will slam straight into his temple, he thought. At that moment, his phone rang. He quickly took out his phone and silenced it. At the same time, Manager Kim smiled cryptically. The policeman talked on the phone for a while, and when he turned back, Manager Kim was nowhere to be seen. He made a mental note of the apartment number and thought he would have to obtain the residency information for this house. Then he continued his call. When he heard the rumor that the police had released the thugs, he became angry. Why did they let those bastards go? They were all holding knives at the scene, and it's being investigated under a non-detention protocol. Who the hell gave that order? The person on the other end explained that the victim side wasn't injured, while the thugs were severely wounded. Abandoning them would lead to human rights issues. After hearing this, the policeman grew even angrier. Human rights my ass. I'm going there right now. Saying that, he immediately left. As soon as the policeman left, Manager Kim called to report to another person. He's gone. I don't know what it's about, but it might be related to that girl's case. I heard the case has been moved to the unsolved files. Anyway, we should tidy up this office building. The waiting room can be found again. At the street corner, the thugs had been released. One of the underlings wondered. The lawyer said this case could run into trouble, so why were we let out in less than 48 hours? The boss was also unsure, probably settled well. Now get the others to the hospital first. Those who can still walk, tell them to come to the office immediately. Leave the long-haired guy till last. The rest will be dealt with one by one. I'll make sure those bastards can never train again. While talking, a panicked underling ran in. The boss immediately showed irritation. What now? You useless fucks. Please don't make that scared face for me, will you? But when he saw the person sitting inside the office, he also became flustered and hurriedly ran over. Big brother Joe Water, what brings you here? The other man was sitting there smoking. Upon hearing that, he looked up. Chango, is that you? It's been a long time. He bowed his head respectfully. Yes, big brother. Are you well? The seated boss replied. I'm fine. I got tired of waiting for you, so I had a few bites of this and that. Yes, sir, that's fine. But why are you here? I thought you were in Busan. Why did you suddenly come here? The boss exhaled a puff of smoke and said directly, I'll cut straight to the point. Are you still doing that dirty business? Chango forced a laugh. No, we only do legitimate things now. You know, boss, what kind of times these are? But the boss didn't seem to believe him and asked again, are you still doing that dirty business? Chango looked at him, thinking, did this old man just come back from the battlefield or what? Why does he seem to have more scars than before? Then he slowly replied, that depends on one's perspective, boss. You know our line of work. Before he could finish, the boss picked up an ashtray and hurled it straight at his head. Seeing that, the surrounding underlings tried to step forward, but the men of the boss called Joe Water stopped them. Now, stay like that, turn around and walk out to the hallway. If you don't, I'll snap your body in two. Chango, having been hit with the ashtray, said angrily, you suddenly find me after 10 years and act like this, why? The boss looked at him and scolded, living off those shady contract tables and sucking the blood of others. I told you to stop, didn't I? Bring me the contract table of that kid named Duhan's father. Hearing what the boss said, he panicked. How does the boss know that bastard? The boss replied, the person sitting in your chair over there will explain that to you. Only then did he notice that seat. He had just arrived for a moment, and then he got hit with an ashtray. How ridiculous, that person spoke. He was dumbfounded and turned toward the source of the voice. She continued, I'm serious, you know. I can do whatever I want, right? After what I called you for, you owe me a favor now. Then she turned to Lee Sangan and said, I had to go through a lot of trouble to drag you out of the police station. And now, let's start training the body. At the office, one of the thugs said to the other, "Let me go inside and see if I can help. You stay here." Seeing the man go in, Lee Sang-gongo's subordinate also panicked. "Wait, what is happening inside?" But he was stopped by the other man. "I think it is better for you to stay here. I am saying this for your own good. But of course you cannot step through this door either." When the man entered, he locked the door tightly, frightening Lee Sang-gongo. "What is this? Why are you locking the door?" he stammered. The red-haired thug then suggested, "Sister, should I just catch him now?" But the girl shook her head and refused. "No, wait. Let us have a heart-to-heart talk first." Chango turned to look at her with a suspicious gaze. "A talk about what? Who are you? Do you know me? What connection do you have to Dohun that brings you here?" The girl calmly replied, "Ah, I do not know much about that kid, but I know that long-haired guy with eyes like Aizen. I heard he already paid off all the principal debt to you. Where is the contract? Hand it over so I can take a look." Chango shouted angrily, "This is ridiculous. You come to someone else's place of business and cause a ruckus. And that long-haired bastard too. Who does he think he is to meddle in other people's business?" Red-haired thug said, "He is pretty fierce. This should be interesting." Chango continued to yell, "Boss, who is this crazy woman for you to treat me like this? I am the leader of an organization now." Without another word, the girl picked up a flower vase and smashed it hard against Lee Sang-gongo's head. He screamed in pain, but the boss and the thugs sat there calmly, watching as if enjoying a play. "Left side just now, right side now, that is the style," one of them commented. However, Chango refused to surrender. He continued to curse. "You damn crazy bitch. Do you want to die? Do you think just because you are a woman I will let you off?" Saying this, he charged straight at the girl. She quickly threw her coat over his head, and she kicked him hard in the face, sending Chango tumbling to the ground. Not stopping there, she continued her attack. She smashed her knee hard into his chest. Lee Sang-gongo's mouth did not stop cursing, but the girl only laughed with delight. "That is right, that is how it should be. Right up my alley. Do not give up. Keep resisting. That makes hitting you more satisfying." Chango lay on the ground, flailing his arms and legs wildly. After a while, he tried to pull the coat off his face, but just then the girl grabbed his hand. She twisted it behind his back. Lee Sang-gongo screamed in fear. "What is that? Let go of my hand now." The girl smiled. "All right, now we will formally begin our study on the degree of personality change in humans, based on the number of times joint positions are changed." Saying this, she began to break his arm bones, making Lee Sang-gongo scream in pain. "Do you think you will be safe after doing this to me? I will find your family and friends, grab them all, and marinate them in chili salt," Lee Sang-gongo yelled. The girl looked at him with a cold gaze. "Trash like you are usually very resilient. One time is probably not enough, is it?" Then she called her underling. "Hey Trun-ho, his vocal cords are too good. My hand is hurting from this. Find something to stuff in his mouth." Hearing Ji-hun say that, he raised his own socks. "I have been wearing these socks for 2 days now. How about using these?" "Boss, how many days have you been wearing yours?" Boss also raised his foul-smelling socks. 5 days. The girl laughed with amusement. "Good idea. Approved. Stuff both of them in." The socks were immediately stuffed into Chango's mouth. He resisted. "No, do not do that." But before he could finish his sentence, the socks were already in. The people around them laughed loudly. "Your victim should be seeing this." Then the girl picked up his finger. "All right, let us do it again." She then began to break his first finger. Chango was in so much pain that tears streamed down his face. He looked at him with contempt. "What? Just one finger and you are making such a fuss? I was planning to break all 5 fingers before we start our talk anyway." Then she continued to break his second finger. Just like that, all 5 of his fingers were finally broken. Chango no longer had the strength to scream. She looked at him. "How do you feel? Tell me. Do you feel like having a heart-to-heart with me now? Or should I move on to the fingers on your right hand?" He was now pale with fear. "No, that is not necessary. I will talk to you. Earlier you told me to bring something to you, right?" "Ah, that is right. It must be Dohun's contract. I will bring it to you right now." The girl sneered. "As expected, trash like you only needs a little physical training to see results immediately. Ah, and also I need you to help me with something else." She leaned close to his face and asked, "How much do you know about Wedin?" Meanwhile, at the training hall, Aizen was dozing off. His phone rang. It was Dohun calling. He answered and said, "Switch the call to that bastard for me." After the call was transferred to Lee Sang-gongo, Aizen spoke. "I told you back then, did I not? I said you would regret it. Have you come to agree with my words now? Or do I need to explain further?" Chango was agitated. "No, I truly regret it now. I sincerely apologize. I will never loan money to those kids again." Aizen continued, "And I am sure you have heard this too, but you will have to do exactly what my friend tells you to do. Because this is not over yet," Aizen warned him. After hanging up, he called to Dohun, who was beside him. Hey, you thug." Hearing Aizen call him, Dohun turned around and asked, "Do you need me to do anything else, sir? I am almost finished wiping down all the mats." Aizen replied, "It is nothing. From this moment on, your family's debt is completely cleared. Hearing this, Do-hun was stunned. By tomorrow, I will give you a legally valid receipt confirming full payment. Take it back to your mother. Do-hun bowed his head. Yes, sir, I sincerely thank you. Aizen said. Alright, finish up with the cleaning for now, then let us go get a hot meal. Yes, I will wash the towels in the restroom and be right back. Aizen instructed carefully. Do not wash them carelessly. It is fine to take a little longer, just make sure to wash them clean so the clothes do not smell. At that moment, Do-hun entered the restroom and immediately texted his mother. He informed her that the debt his family had carried for many years had finally been paid off. As soon as the message was sent, his phone slipped from his hand. Do-hun curled up in the corner of the restroom. Holding his head in both hands, he burst into sobs. After cleaning up, the group went to a restaurant for dinner. When the meal ended, Aizen exclaimed, "Truly, hot rice and soup are the best." After saying that, he hurriedly parted ways with the two friends. You two worked hard today. Go rest. I have an appointment, so I need to leave first. At this point, Si-chun and Do-hun walked in the same direction. Si-chun turned to ask if Do-hun knew which schools were participating in the competition. Do-hun nodded. Of course, I know all the organizers. What is it? What are you planning? Si-chun replied that if he could not get in through normal means, he would have force it to surface, even if it meant eliminating all the henchmen. Do-hun asked in surprise if he had a strategy. Si-chun calmly answered, I just said it. Find each participant and deal with them all. Do-hun shook his head. No, I mean, how are you going to fight? Si-chun remained unruffled. How? Find the schools you know and deal with them. After hearing that, Do-hun felt his head spin. First, I will compile data from the information I have, then start with the easiest ones to beat. Si-chun turned to ask why he also intended to. Do-hun sighed. It is my fault too. Regarding Hajin's matter, if I can help in any way, I also want to contribute. Si-chun looked at him and said if he was doing it just to reduce his guilt, there was no need. Just providing the information to him was enough. Do-hun shook his head. No, from now on, I will no longer pretend not to know. I want to make things right. Besides, two people are still better than one. Si-chun nodded. Alright, for dealing with the henchmen, two people are indeed more efficient. There is one condition. Those related to Hajin, even just slightly, I will take care of them myself. Do-hun agreed. Okay, it is settled then. Inside the office building of Van Kim, he was reporting to another person. I looked into that policeman from last time. Sure enough, he is still going around investigating Hajin's case. The other person leisurely rested his hand on his chin. What a rare, upright policeman. Do you think he is different from the others? After meeting Voex a few times, I find they are all just the same dogs. Kim turned to ask, do you know about the matter between Do-hun and the creditor? Do you know anyone involved? The other person turned to ask, is there someone else again? I do not know if you remember Hajin's friend, that kid named Si-chun. At that time, we planned to make a school movie about a righteous messenger coming to save his friend. But because Si-chun did not answer the phone, the plan is still pending. Hearing that, the other person also recalled. At that time, we even had that girl make a phone call, didn't we? Really, if he had just answered the phone, we would have let it go. Why would he not answer? What does that Si-chun kid have to do with Dogun's matter? Kim reported, he seems to be looking for us. From what I think, he started with Do-hun and then found the representatives from each school one by one. If we think about the competition, we should strike first. But the other person stood up. No, just let him be. Kim looked puzzled. Doing that will reduce the number of participants in the upcoming competition. We will take a loss. The other person laughed. On the contrary, it is good. The event cannot be done at that time. For development, let us make a big one once. A high school student taking revenge for his girlfriend sounds good. Defeating the low-level henchmen and calling out each one for a challenge. Speaking and thinking, the other person continued. Also, I want to know more details about our main character, Si-chun. What about that video of Hajin back then? Find out what that guy has been up to lately. The scene shifted to a park. At this moment, a young boy was kneeling on the ground in fear. I was wrong, master. I will not buy clothes anymore. Please forgive me this once. Hearing that, the other person replied, only humans have the capacity for forgiveness. What are you to ask for forgiveness? Suddenly craving fish stew. Hey, you bookworm, you must bring the money for the clothes here to me. This guy really makes one furious. The frightened child trembled. Actually, my mother bought them for me. It was not due to my carelessness. Before he could finish, the other person slapped him. Then he continued to hit him, scolding while beating. Careless. Do you know why? It is because you lack discipline. After beating for a while, he stopped. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Are you blocking? Why don't you put your hands down? The boy lowered his hands. Sorry, it was instinct. That man threatened. Do you know what happens if you block? It is 5 punches. You already did it, you bastard. He beat until the boy fell to the ground. He stepped forward and asked, your mother bought clothes for you. It is not like you begged for cash, you idiot. Where did this rude and unruly thing come from? Wearing clothes without the master's permission. The heavens would not allow it either. Then Then he bullied the kid. Hey, repeat after me. I am a common slave, will accept nothing except cash from my mother. The boy repeated it while crying. In his heart, he silently prayed, please, please come and take the lives of these bastards. The ones behind started laughing again. Look how obedient he is. A slave should be like this. Don't sob, speak properly. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke from the side. Cold clothes. How amusing. One of them heard that and glanced over. What? But out. Before he could finish, a fist slammed straight into his face. Seeing this, the group panicked and rushed forward. He hurriedly ran to the side. Before he could utter a word, he stared wide-eyed at the person approaching him. A second later, he took a full kick to the hip. This punch made his face contort in pain. The remaining men looked at each other in confusion. The leader spoke up, his voice full of suspicion. Duhan, why are you here? Suddenly showing up like this, what's going on? Duhan calmly replied, I just have someone I need to introduce to you. What's she like? Pretty. How old? Seeing the excited look on that man's face, Duhan felt disgust rise in his heart. While he was still getting excited, he was completely unaware that Sichun had silently stood behind him. Going back a few minutes earlier, when the two were on their way to find Kim Trung-yoon, Sichun turned to ask, are you sure we're looking in the right place? Duhan affirmed, we're almost there. I saw that amusement park somewhere before. As soon as he finished speaking, they arrived. Sichun asked again, are you sure that bastard Kim Trung-gu is in there? Duhan replied, not sure, but he hangs out here every day. That group only operates at night. Sichun wondered, what martial art does that guy study? Is he a grappler? Duhan shook his head, no. Among them, two have never learned any martial art. One of them is Kim Chung-gu, we'll meet him later. That group is just like a bunch of puppies, they can't fight worth anything. Sichun sneered, if you say they're like puppies, then they'll be barking loudly soon enough. Duhan continued, one of them is that guy, so who is the other one? He doesn't know how to fight either. Sichun asked back, so our target is that guy? With your current strength, he'll definitely take you down. Duhan firmly replied, to see this through, you have to think of yourself first, then slowly plan the strategy. Don't be hasty. Fighting requires a clear plan. At that moment, Sichun had silently stood behind Kim Chung-gu and quickly delivered a slap to his face. A loud thud rang out, and that man collapsed to the ground. Sichun was surprised. What, it's over? I told you, he's weak, out cold from one hit. Not everyone who joins the tournament has skills. Let's quickly deal with these useless kids. Sichun turned to ask the boy who had just been bullied, are you okay? Are you badly hurt? The person replied softly, I'm fine, I'm used to it. Sichun said, seriously, don't get used to it. It's not your fault. This shouldn't happen, but in reality it will happen again. He handed back the clothes and continued, so be brave and ask for help. Fight to get out of it and protect yourself. I can help you for a few weeks, but I can't help forever. You have to fight for yourself. The boy asked in confusion, but you told me what to do. Sichun looked him straight in the eyes. I told you, it's not your fault. He stared at Sichun blankly without blinking. Then he quickly took back his own clothes. Done dealing with that, Sichun approached Kim Chung-gu. He stared at him, then reached out and touched his nose ring. Sichun yanked it hard, making the unconscious man wake up from the pain. As soon as he woke up, Sichun grabbed his collar tightly and said coldly, I want to ask you a few things. Just answer what you know. Find a quiet place. He was scared and trembling. What are you talking about? Who are you? Let me go first, then we'll talk. This shirt is expensive. Sichun didn't let go, turning to Duhan. Duhan, who is this guy? What the hell are you two doing? While he was stammering, Sichun raised his foot and stomped hard, tearing the shirt. He screamed, are you crazy? What do you want? Do you know how much this shirt costs? Before he could finish, Sichun grabbed his hair, tried to yell, but Sichun only sneered, your strength is too obvious. If you treasure that shirt so much, why do you treat others like that? You isolate people, what kind of person are you? He argued in pain, that's just the way the world is. You're using violence on me too, how are you any different? Sichun looked at him coldly, you're right, I'm talking nonsense again. Then he twisted his arm back, I prefer action over reasoning. Kim Chung-gu groaned, my arm hurts so much. Why don't you ask me? I'll tell you everything. Let me go first. Sichun frowned. Hajin, do you know that guy? A few months ago, a female student joined your category, right? That man quickly replied, I know her. The girl studies jujitsu. She has fair skin and is very pretty. I remember all the new students. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a punch. Sichun shouted, don't talk nonsense. Tell me what happened that day. What happened to Hajin? Than began to recount. That day someone noticed Hajin. He contacted Section Chief Kim. If you're asking about Section Chief Kim, Sichun squeezed his mouth. Tell me what happened after the representatives entered that room. Kim Chung-gu panicked. Damn it. He already knew everything. Then he continued, in that room, the jiu-jitsu people introduced themselves, then raised their hands to spar. That day there was a video recording. It seemed to be a live broadcast. Whether that girl participated because of the mission or the reward, I do not know. A man stepped forward to introduce, greeting the audience. Surely you have heard much about this issue. Jiu-jitsu is the only martial art where a woman can defeat a man. With many years of experience, I agree. But this is only true for men who have not learned jiu-jitsu. jujitsu. The schedule also looks very tiring. We will compete normally instead of jujitsu, okay? I have never seen it, so I am very curious. You all are curious too, right? The student you see here is a jujitsu expert. There might be some of you who do not understand. A purple belt is not a rank anyone can achieve, especially since she is only 18 years old. He eagerly said they would start immediately, and would select 4 people to compete with her. For the first match, we will choose a player who has never learned jujitsu. At this moment, Kim Jong-gu raised his hand, wishing to participate. Please give me this chance. Oh, player Kim Jong-gu, this male student has never learned combat techniques before. Can you satisfy the audience's curiosity? You look very small, good. Then get ready. After that, the match order sounded. Kim Jong-gu thought to himself that this was an opportunity to make an impression. He gritted his teeth and charged forward with determination. I can do it. The opponent is just a girl. Just as he thought that, he was hit by another blow from Sichun. Kim Jong-gu widened his eyes and asked, "Why did you hit me?" Sichun replied bluntly, "Because you asked for it." Then what? What happened? Kim Jong-gu spat out a mouthful of blood, muttering, "I am ignoring it." What was meant to come came. As soon as he entered the match, he was choked by Hajin. Inside a large building, Hajin was talking with a group of people. "I do not care what this match is. I just want to know where Sichun is." One of the group replied, "Oh, that chubby guy. He is really not here." Hajin turned to curse the man beside her. "This bastard is really strange." He dodged, muttering, "What is with this girl?" After not finding Sichun, Hajin turned around to go back. She said, "If so, then there is no need to meet with you people anymore. I am leaving." One of the group told her, "I will offer you a good condition." Hajin looked uninterested. "Yeah, I am not buying it." A large man blocked her path, not letting her leave. Hajin turned around and asked, "Hey, what the hell are you doing? Do you know this is a very serious crime?" That man replied, "For security reasons, I cannot go out alone." "Is this place a school? We will play exactly 4 matches, each match only 1 round. Just participate." He put his arm around the man who brought Hajin there, adding, "Your friend named Si-chun will not run into any trouble at school anymore. I do not know who that other party is, nor do I know what you are doing, and I do not care. I have no intention of participating. So can you quickly take me out of here?" That man replied, "Then there is no way for you to refuse." He sighed, "We are not forcing anyone to do anything. Alright then, please escort this student to the guard building." Suddenly, Hajin's expression changed. That man understood immediately, calling out, "Have the student named Kim Jong-gu come here according to the original plan." On the fighting stage, Lin was preparing to face Kim Jong-gu. Match began. Kim Jong-gu charged straight at Hajin. She quickly analyzed the situation. "You can do it, Hajin. Because you are a grappling style player. Before attacking, you will defend." Hajin's gaze sharpened. He glided forward quickly, landing a powerful blow to Kim Jong-gu's stomach. He muttered, "Damn, if I was hit just a little lower, I would be done for." Kim Jong-gu began to panic. A body this small yet so strong, but in the end, I will win through brute force. While Kim Jong-gu was thinking, Kwang Nin had already leapt into the air, preparing to deliver a straight kick to the opponent's face. However, Kim Jong-gu was no pushover. He quickly brought his hands up to block the strike. Though he avoided the critical hit, his hands were still heavily damaged. It truly was an eye-opening experience. He thought to himself and immediately threw a punch at Hajin. "From now on, I will not go easy." Hajin quickly dodged the move and slipped her body downward. With agile speed, she entered a lock hold on Kim Jong-gu. Her movements were so fast that the opponent could not react in time. Kim Jong-gu began to lose his balance. After a powerful throw, he lay slumped on the floor. Ling did not let her guard down. She quickly switched positions, sat on top of Kim Jong-gu, and prepared to land consecutive punches to his face. Kim Jong-gu was terrified, but Hajin did not stop. She continuously punched his head hard, leaving him only able to cover his head and resist in vain. Hajin had locked Kim Jong-gu's neck tightly. He tried to break free from the hold, but failed. In his mind, there was only one question. Who is this girl to be so strong? She is beautiful, but fighting like this is too unreal. While he was still thinking, Hajin had twisted his neck and thrown him backward. She completely controlled him. Kim Jong-gu's eyes rolled back, slowly losing consciousness. Before fainting, he only had time to think, "Damn it." Hajin released Kim Jong-gu. She stood up and asked, "Who is the next person to fight me?" Sichun spoke up, "Could it be or not? If you faint and do not know what happens next, I will bash your head in." Kim Jong-gu panicked. No, do not do that. I fainted. We will settle things happily later." When he woke up, the second match had already ended. Sichun was silent for a moment, then asked, "What happened from then until now?" Kim Jong-gu continued, "It looked very exhausting." The second opponent was Junhun. This guy used kickboxing moves. While I was unconscious, he attacked that girl for a while. Was he going crazy? He kept kicking one spot, seemingly wanting to hurt her without caring about winning or losing. That pretty girl must have hurt her leg a lot from the kicks, because he only focused on attacking and defending with kicks, and the opponent was a tiny little girl like a peppercorn. It seemed she could not do anything. But misfortune brought fortune. The match ended. However, the real misfortune had not yet begun. During that time, Hajin was sitting resting on a chair. Suddenly, a person appeared and asked her, "Are you okay?" There were still 2 weeks left. She could participate in the match. So it was him. He continued, saying he would give her enough time to rest. She was better at fighting than I thought. Her reactions were truly excellent. Hajin replied, "You didn't notice what you just said earlier, did you? Then keep that promise." He smiled, "Of course, don't worry about it." Then he stood up. "Well, let's pick the contestants for the third match then. This time, there will be someone from a slightly higher weight class." The person was looking toward Hajin. Section Chief Kim said, "Haha, an interesting scene is about to unfold." Everyone was surprised to learn who would fight Hajin in the third match. The other side spoke to the person participating in that match, since the rest were not present. So, for this match, contestant Ligon will participate. Back in the room where Hajin was, a person asked her, "You really won't talk to anyone, will you? You remember everything from that day, right?" Hajin remained silent, not answering. She said to the person opposite her, "Auntie, I must keep this secret." That person replied, "Since I promised you, I won't tell anyone. But don't bear everything alone. You should also tell your family or Si-chun, shouldn't you?" Hajin replied, "Isn't it just that if I pretend I don't remember anything, the people who love me won't have to suffer anymore?" That person continued, "They are already suffering a lot because of you. Family can handle it, but if Si-chun finds out later, he will blame himself. This could become a psychological trauma for Si-chun." Hajin smiled, "That's why I must keep this secret. Just one more thing, if Si-chun finds out about that day, I don't know what terrible things he would do." Back to Si-chun, his face was clearly showing anger. His hand had already picked up a brick. He grabbed the blonde's hair and raised the brick high. The scenario had to be stopped before it turned into the worst outcome. Hachin continued, "It's just that back to the time she was fighting the third match. At that moment, Vengan had grabbed her head, his body covered in blood." Other Aizen asked Duhun, "What about Si-chun?" Duhun replied, "He forgot his bag, so he went to get it." Aizen continued, "Right, if you want, why not try using a punching bag? I used to do kickboxing back in the day." Duhun asked again, "Really? Can I?" Aizen nodded, "When I have time, I'll ask the gym manager for you. He also likes coming from a fighting background. You'll probably enjoy it." Duhun thought for a moment, then said, "Come to think of it, I've never managed anything. To pay the rent, I had to work 2 or 3 jobs." "Ah, I need a favor from you." Aizen asked, "What is it?" Duhun replied, "It's about Si-chun. You know roughly, but he is not the meticulous or calm type. If something fails, he will lose his temper, shout for money, and not know what to do next. I need a calm person like you to keep an eye on Si-chun, protect him from hurting himself." Somewhere Si-chun's eyes became terrifying. He was grabbing the blonde's head, holding a brick, and about to smash it into his head. But Duhun stopped him just in time. Duhun said, "Aren't you thinking about the consequences?" Si-chun turned around, his sharp gaze looking at Duhun. "Don't stop me." He was lightning fast, throwing a punch at Duhun. Duhun dodged, stepping back and saying, "Si-chun, snap out of it. I will help you to the end. But if you smash his head with a brick, what if he dies?" Si-chun remained frantic. Those monsters deserve to die. He lunged forward, still intending to attack Duhun. "Don't stop me." Duhun dodged the punch, realizing Si-chun had completely lost his mind and would no longer listen to anyone. Duhun sidestepped and threw a strong punch into Si-chun's stomach. Si-chun doubled over in pain, kneeling on the ground. Duhun asked, "Are you awake now?" Si-chun panted heavily. "No need to, that's enough." "Why were you so strong?" Duhun continued, "Alright, if you don't want to go to jail, then snap out of it. Don't let your emotions control you. Think about your goal. If not, you won't be able to make it to the end." Si-chun held his stomach and stood up. "I know, did you use all your strength or what?" Si-chun turned to the blonde and asked, "So next is the final match, right?" Blonde, his face full of injuries, replied, "That's right. As far as I remember, no one fainted until then." He thought to himself, "Damn it, why am I the only one like this? It's not like I did it." Si-chun was angry, really a bunch of lunatics. "So who is the final opponent?" The blonde spoke up, mentioning the final representative. "I think it was Representative Han or something. I don't remember the name clearly." The final match seemed to be decided only by Jujutsu. Representative Han possessed special Jujutsu skills to be able to do that. Si-chun turned to ask Duhun, "Is Representative Han one of the sponsors you mentioned?" Duhun nodded, "Yes, he is also a contestant participating in the match." Si-chun continued, "So we just need to find that last bastard. Do you know what he does for a living?" Duhun shook his head, "We have no information about him." Just then, the blonde suddenly remembered something and said, "Wait, I just recalled an interesting rumor. There's a story spreading among the contestants." Before he could finish, a man walked over. He said Representative Han in the past was once called Du-Rut. Instantly, he delivered a powerful knee strike straight into the blonde's face. He stood there, one hand in his pocket, looking down contemptuously at the fallen man. The loud noise startled Si-chun and Duhun, unsure of what was happening. Another person stepped in from behind and spoke, "You shouldn't appear like this. We already signed a confidentiality agreement." The man with glasses sneered, "Isn't that right, contestant Duhun?" Everyone was silent, no one dared to speak. After a moment, Duhun asked with a face full of worry, "Section Chief Kim, why are you here?" Manager Kim still smiled and said his job was to manage the players, so he had to watch out for contract violations. Si-chun cut in to ask if he was Manager Kim, how he knew about this place, and if he had been been following them. Manager Kim calmly replied that he did not use honorifics in their first meeting, truly as rude as the rumors said. Sichun frowned, saying it seemed like he already knew him. Manager Kim nodded. Of course, he was under Hajin, and he heard he had slimmed down into a pretty boy. Immediately, Sichun grabbed Manager Kim by the collar. His face full of anger, he growled, "What are you doing to Hajin?" Manager Kim did not answer directly, but said a confusing sentence. "It is fine, team leader. We were just talking for a moment." At that moment, an arm pulled Sichun back from behind. He turned to Du-hun, his face full of confusion. Du-hun spoke and told him to step back. This was clearly a threat. The team leader stepped back, nodded of course. Sichun wondered what was wrong with that giant. Manager Kim began to answer. He asked why they were doing this to Hajin. First of all, she voluntarily participated in the match. Wiping the smile off her face was just a mistake. The clear purpose was money. He added that keywords like high school girl, jujutsu, and real fights all stimulated curiosity. The more stimulation, the more money. And people usually highly valued illegal acts. Sichun looked at him with furious eyes. Manager Kim still smiled, saying that they themselves were not moral people, as long as they were happy. Sichun grimaced and asked, "For money, you turn people into that?" Manager Kim replied, "It is just money. Even a kid understands. In this world, money is everything." Sichun raised his fist, shouting, What are you smiling at?" He was still unafraid of Sichun's threat. He said that money was wonderful, like a power that helped talented people change their lives. At that moment, the team leader threw a strong punch at Dogon's face. Manager Kim continued, "As long as he had money, he could live." Sichun turned around in surprise when he heard the sound of a fight. The team leader looked at Du-hun, saying he was indeed a boxer, taking a hit like that and still standing. Du-hun raised his hands into a defensive stance, saying he was a heavyweight, so even though it hurt, he could endure. His large build made his body quite heavy. Du-hun threw a series of punches at the team leader, remarking that his opponent's movements were sluggish. He thought to himself, after hitting them I can win with speed. The team leader scratched his face, saying, "Player Du-hun, your punches are weaker than I thought. Any more surprises, or are you unharmed?" Suddenly he closed in on Du-hun, exactly like a villain confronting a good person. He held Du-hun tight, threw a strong punch to his stomach, saying they would take turns getting weaker. Du-hun was in pain, wondering what this unreasonable strength was. Sichun released Manager Kim and turned to Du-hun, asking if he was doing anything alone. Manager Kim still stood behind with a confusing smile. He said, "How interesting indeed. But it is alright, is it, Sichun?" Sichun was confused, muttering, "Wait a moment, I will deal with you later, you anchovy." He pushed up his glasses, saying, "No, not that, I am asking, is it really alright to be like this here right now?" Sichun was even more confused, thinking to himself what the hell this bastard was saying. He burst out laughing, saying that the Go player Kim once mentioned a player who was angry at Hajin for personal reason. Sichun's eyes filled with worry. Manager Kim added, "So I told him Hajin's location as a surprise gift." Hajin was walking alone on the street when she noticed a tall man following her with malicious eyes. Sichun stood on edge wondering what to do. That Kim sneered, saying Hajin's building was not far from here. He should run back quickly. Meanwhile, he and the team leader would have a proper talk with Du-hun about the agreement violation. Du-hun was being choked at that moment and could not speak. He shouted, "Sichun, what are you still hesitating for?" He continued, "Do not worry about me. Run to Hajin." Sichun hesitated for a moment, then decided to run toward Hajin. That Kim turned around and sneered, saying he did not even look back before running off. At Hajin's building, she was walking on the street unaware that someone was following her. Hajin was looking at her phone and laughing happily, thinking how funny it was she had to send it to Sichun. That man followed her for a long distance, but she did not notice. He muttered, "What is this? Still safe and sound." He thought angrily, laughing happily and safe like this is not right when I am angry, you crazy woman. He told himself he was the one to make her pay for what she had done. Just then, he stepped forward, closing in on her. Then suddenly Hajin's father ran out. The father's call startled her. Her father was panting, looking very hurried. Seeing her father in a rush, she asked what was wrong, why was he running so fast? His clothes were not even proper. What if he caught a cold? He glanced at the suspicious man following his daughter while replying that he saw her and planned to go to the supermarket together. Hajin said he could have just called. "Let me give you a jacket, Dad. Are you not cold?" He shook his head. No need. Running made him warm. She should wear it. Hajin chuckled, saying then she was not planning to give it either, just asking to be a proper daughter. After speaking, the two began walking home. Her father still did not forget to glance back at the suspicious man, but he had quickly hidden around a corner. At that moment, Hajin's phone rang. It was Sichun calling. She picked up the phone, her voice cheerful. "What is it, Sichun? I'm with my dad right now." Hearing Sichun's strange words, she asked back, "What do you mean you can speak now? Why are you being so evasive? Where are you?" Sichun panted as he replied, "I'm just exercising." He sat down against the wall and continued, "Alright, of course I remember next week. I'll text you when I get home." Knowing Hajin was safe, Sichun breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Take a break and then go. But then he grew worried. The suspicious man might still be lurking near Hajin's house, and something could happen. It was best to go there immediately. Jin and her father arrived home. Her father reminded her softly, "If you see Si-chun, tell him to come eat sometime. He moved here but never visited." Ha-jin nodded. "Okay, I'll tell him. We'll have beef then." Her father turned to her with a slight smile. "If you go buy it, I'll cook." Ha-jin teased him. "Why is that? Where's the father who steals a teenager's beef?" However, the suspicious man was still standing beneath her building. He looked up at the floors, staring intently at the apartment where the light had just turned on. After counting for a while, he finally determined where Ha-jin lived. The first unit on the 13th floor. He immediately called the department head. "I've found which floor that girl lives on. Can't do it today, but I'll handle it soon." On the other end, Kim replied, "Of course it's not as easy as you hoped. Don't worry about the aftermath, and don't get caught at the scene. Just stage a few things, and the victim can do almost nothing about it." He nodded. "All right, call me if anything comes up." Department head Kim thought to himself, "Looks like he hasn't run into Si-chun, huh? I even gave him that man's appearance." After finishing the call, he turned to look at Hundo. Then player Hundo should be ready to talk now. He crouched down. "So, have a little chat with us." Near Ha-jin's house, the suspicious man was still lingering around. He muttered, "Too bad. I thought today would be simple." First, he lit a cigarette and continued thinking. Im Jong-un wondered why department head Kim had suddenly revealed this location to him, especially since he was under suspicion. This had nothing to do with him. He just needed to finish it quickly. Just then, Si-chun walked by and bumped into him. The cigarette fell, making him angry. "Don't you watch where you're going? Are your eyes just for show?" Hearing this, Si-chun turned back and apologized casually. But Im Jong-un didn't want to let it go. "Because of you, I dropped my cigarette. Pick it up." Si-chun bent down to pick it up, but he still wanted to cause trouble. "The problem is you don't watch where you're going." Si-chun glanced at his legs and asked, "Hey, do you work out? Your body is quite solid. What do you train?" Im Jong-un found it strange but still answered, "Yeah, I do." "Is it that obvious?" Si-chun smiled. "Very cool. What do you do to get a body like this?" "Gym." Hearing this, he laughed. "My body isn't that gym muscle type. This is practical muscle, lean and strong. Kickboxing is a true man's sport." But before he could finish, a punch landed squarely on his face. Im Jong-un rolled onto the road. "What the hell, kid?" Si-chun stopped acting and bent down to ask directly, "You're the bastard sent by department head Kim, aren't you? Your personality is trash, and you look like a criminal. Truly a reflection of your inner self." Im Jong-un thought, "Who is this kid? What did department head Kim secretly do to me?" Then he spoke, "I don't know what you're talking about. Have you gone crazy for no reason? You're dead today, you bastard." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged forward. Seeing his movement, Si-chun calculated quickly, dodged the attack, and aimed for the outside of his leg. If he could break that kick, he would lose combat ability. He had to instill fear from the start. The most effective way was a decisive kick to the groin. A piercing scream rang out. Im Jong-un collapsed, his face pale, screaming in pain. Si-chun cursed him. "You damned criminal. Ha-jin has already moved into the neighborhood. What were you planning to do?" He still tried to deny it. "What are you talking about, you lunatic? Do you think you can just attack a passerby?" Im Jong-un thought, "It seems Ha-jin doesn't know my face, so I'll just pretend to buy time." He threatened, "I'll sue you." But before he could finish, Si-chun stomped his head into the ground, pressing his nose so hard it felt like it would break. "Stop pretending. You're Im Jong-un, aren't you? Everything points to you," Si-chun shouted. The other held his nose, his voice annoyed. "What do you mean everything? Are you crazy? Why do you think that? Who is Im Jong-un? I told you it's not me, you lunatic. We just met, and you're already talking nonsense and cursing. But I can tell you're younger than me. What does that have to do with me?" Si-chun thought for a moment and asked, "It's not you. You're really not the one who arranged the meeting between department head Kim and that representative." The other immediately denied it. "What meeting? I just train as a hobby. I'm not involved in anything. You've been talking about department head Kim and some representative this whole time. I don't know who they are. Stay right there. I'm calling the police. Don't think I'll compromise with you." He thought secretly, if he pretends to call the police, he'll definitely feel at a disadvantage and run. But if he turns his back, he'll surely retaliate. Would he dare to break the unspoken promise between men? Si-chun spoke, his tone seeming to soften. "Looks like I misunderstood. I'm just a fool who talks nonsense to everyone. Sorry about that." It seemed everything had calmed down. But suddenly, Si-chun threw another punch straight into the other's face. He panicked. "What the hell? Do you really want to eat prison food?" Si-chun asserted. "Damn it, you can't call the police." The other was confused. "Why I can," he stammered. Si-chun continued. "Why?" "Because I only said that representative, not Representative Han." "Stop your games, you lunatic. Come at me." At this moment, the opponent did not bother to deny it anymore. "I planned a hook from behind, but I got caught, right? But who are you really? Are you related to that girl?" He raised his finger provocatively. Si-chun replied, his voice full of menace. "You do not need to know that. What you need to know is that I will not let you exercise anymore." Hearing this, the opponent was not afraid but instead burst into laughter, saying this guy must be seriously ill. "You hit me, cowardly, kicked me once, And you think you are so great? You want to threaten me with a bruised punch like that? One look and anyone can tell you have never learned to fight. Sichun held the upper hand, but this time the opponent skillfully dodged the attack. He had to say more, truly surprising, this bastard. The opponent suddenly counterattacked, throwing a straight punch at Sichun's face. He lifted his leg to kick but suddenly stopped. It seemed he was thinking about something. Seeing this movement, Sichun also felt puzzled. Damn it, I almost kicked him away out of habit. Sichun taunted, what is wrong? Cannot kick anymore? Indeed, kicking is still the best. The opponent grew even angrier, shouting, scum like you only need one punch. Then he charged at Sichun with a flurry of punches. While punching, he cursed, how about that, you dog? You are talking nonsense again. Actually, Sichun was just probing the opponent. His punches were well practiced, but compared to Hundo, the speed and power were far inferior. Sichun thought, if that is the case, I can block his attacks. And right as he struck, Sichun planned to block and then take him down with Jiu-Jitsu. Unexpectedly, the opponent used a kick. Sichun could not react in time and fell to the ground. He did not expect that kick from him. The opponent looked at Sichun with contempt. Stop it, you fool, look at yourself. Like a complete idiot. Meanwhile, the man Sichun had kicked in the groin was still in pain. He turned to curse, this guy. There are limits you cannot cross. Alright, this is the lesson I am teaching you today. He raised his leg to kick Sichun. At that moment, the police appeared. Seeing his actions interrupted, the opponent gritted his teeth in anger. The police officer pushed him to the ground. That man yelled seriously, what do you want now? The police officer declared proudly, I am a police officer of the Republic of Korea. Hearing that, the opponent broke out in a cold sweat, knowing he had been exposed. He tried to straighten his clothes and flee, but the police officer had already stopped him in time. The police officer turned back to ask Sichun if he was okay, telling him to wait a moment. When he saw the face of the person lying on the ground clearly, he realized it was Sichun. The two of them sat down to talk. The officer said he was surprised because he thought Sichun was seriously injured, and asked if he really did not need to go to the hospital. Sichun shook his head, saying he was fine, he just needed to rest for a bit. But why was a detective here? Earlier, Jane's father called to report a suspicious man following her. I asked the local police to keep an eye out and patrol, but I still felt uneasy, so I stopped by here on my way back. Good thing I made it in time. You almost got taken down by him. Sichun lowered his head to thank him. The officer asked again, that man from earlier was related to Hajin's case, right? That was why he fought him, wasn't it? Seeing Sichun silent, he continued, I understand you students, but if you keep this up, one day you will destroy yourself. I know you don't trust the police, but investigating crimes is our job. If you keep acting illegally, one day we will end up confronting each other. So, listen to me. Sichun cut him off, sir, you are a good man. Thank you for caring about Hajin's situation. I will tell you everything I know. If it helps the investigation, then that would be fortunate. What I am doing is not against the law. But if one day, if a situation arises where the police have to stop me, then just do your job and I will do mine. A few days later at the shopping mall, Sichun used his phone to look at his own face. The wound healed really fast, it doesn't show too much. Good thing the police arrived in time, or else it would have been trouble. I thought his kick wasn't that strong, but who knew his attacking speed was so fast? As expected, a professional is different. I underestimated him. I have to think of another way. This isn't working. While thinking about what happened that night, Hajin suddenly appeared from behind, startling Sichun. He teased him. It isn't narcissism either. Then what are you using your phone for? To look at me more clearly. Or how about we take a picture together? Since you lost weight, we haven't taken a single picture together. Sichun defended himself. I was just checking if there was anything on my face. I wasn't taking any pictures. Hajin linked her arm with his. Don't play innocent. Only pictures last forever. Come on, sit down for a bit. Let's take one. In the end, Hajin managed to force Sichun into taking a picture together. Hajin complained, couldn't your expression be better? Do you even know why we need to take pictures? Let me tell you. There's something off about teacher. Sichun quickly said, alright, I think I get it. Hajin got excited, then hold it right there, hold it up high. But Sichun's expression was still very forced. Knowing Hajin would not be satisfied and would make him retake it, Sichun turned around, the movie is about to start, let's go quickly. But of course he did not escape. Inside the theater, Hajin held a tub of popcorn and asked, aren't you going to eat any? Sichun shook his head, you finish it all. When you were fat, you were so nice. Why did you lose weight? Hajin asked. Sichun replied, it made it easy to make flyers about a before and after theme. During training, having a body that is too heavy is also inconvenient. Hajin jeered, only a loser would say that. Not having enough strength, but getting slower from gaining weight is really unreasonable. Sichun chuckled, I'm truly lacking. With this gap in weight and level between us, I will definitely beat you. What are you saying? You made too many mistakes today. How about I just stuff this popcorn into your mouth? Currently, Hajin could walk around normally in a crowd. Even though she was sometimes still a little shy and surprised by some things, she had changed to the point that a stranger who wasn't paying attention wouldn't recognize her. Among the people he knew, Hajin was the strongest person, so he believed she would not be defeated when struggling with herself. Moreover, she had also become clearer about what what she needed to do to recover in a safe environment. To achieve that, every external danger needed to be eliminated. To do that, he had to become even better. He needed to keep a cool head. Like in a game, he was currently in an area with higher level monsters. If he didn't want to lose, he had to defeat all those with a comparable level first. This was the time to level himself up. At the training gym, everyone was laughing like crazy. Do-hun looked confused, not understanding why they were all laughing like that. The reason for their unrestrained laughter was the phrase "boxing is #1" on the back of Do-hun's shirt. So cute, he must have a passionate love for boxing. Do-hun turned around and asked everyone what was so funny. Were you all looking down on boxing? Hearing that, everyone laughed even harder, not understanding why he didn't find it funny. He had clearly improved. Do-hun retorted, "I am funny too, but no one believes me." Admitting the truth is the starting point of growth. At that moment, Si-chun suddenly appeared. Aizen was surprised. "Didn't you ask for time off?" Si-chun chuckled, "Because someone said they missed you." After he said that, Hajin poked her head out from behind. "The one and only flower of this rotten gym is here. Hajin has arrived." Seeing her recover so well, everyone was happy. "Your face has been so bright lately. You look much less ugly now. When are you coming over? Do you know how much I missed you?" Hajin smiled brightly. "Have you been well all this time? Still sticking to that lonely style, huh?" "Brother Aizen, long time no see. How have you been lately?" Aizen replied, "I am still the same as ever." Hajin laughed. "Shouldn't you give your brother a hug then? It's been a while." Aizen had just finished his training session and was drenched in sweat, hurriedly using his hand to cover his face to stop her. "I'm really smelly. Don't come close." She rushed in and hugged him tightly. "How can you say that? Even if you were from the Bermuda Triangle, I would still have to come." "Who's this? A new face?" Do-hun stammered, and Chun-ji quickly spoke up. "Hajin, let me introduce you to this friend." Then he chuckled. "Boxing is the best, truly the spirit of boxing, haha." Seeing the words, everyone burst out laughing. Someone quickly stopped them. "Don't tease him anymore, man." Hajin asked curiously, "What is that? Are you also learning to kick? Why did you suddenly get so fierce?" Aizen replied, "Not yet. First let him hit the heavy bag for some kicks." He then turned to Hajin and asked if she had eaten anything yet. Hajin shook her head, saying she had planned to come to him first, and asked if he would take her somewhere. On the other side, Si-chun approached Do-hun and whispered, asking if he was also planning to mess with him. But in truth, Si-chun just wanted to know if he was okay after being hit earlier. Do-hun shook his head and said it was fine. He was used to being hit, so he was recovering well. Asking so suddenly like that scared me. Si-chun laughed naturally, saying that if you want to achieve something big, you have to ask Han that way first, right? Stop beating around the bush, just say it directly. "What favor are you asking? You know I have no money." "It's not about money. I want you to do this. You've been in that standing position before. Tell me everything you know about it. I'll listen to whatever you say. Don't miss anything. Teach me everything." In the dojo, the manager had just returned from making a delivery. Seeing Hajin, he was moved. The two happily ran to hug each other and spin around. The manager laughed and asked how long it had been, and if she had gained weight from taking a break from training, since she felt so heavy. Then he looked closely at Hajin and said she looked brighter than the last time they met. Or was it because her face was plumper? Hajin became serious and said, "Please don't say that last part, it's not funny at all." But then she hugged him tightly and said she was just joking. She missed the manager so much. She was so late this time, boo-hoo. Do-hun stood nearby with a stern expression. The manager noticed him and asked who this was. Aizen replied that he was the new guy. Aizen introduced him, saying, "This friend here is the one I mentioned yesterday. He is Kwang Do-hee, a famous player." The manager asked in surprise, "You know me?" Do-hun answered honestly, "Of course, you are the professional boxer I admire most in South Korea." It seemed that not everyone in the dojo knew this. Hearing Do-hun's words, everyone was stunned and asked again, "A professional boxer? Really, manager?" The manager turned around and shook his head, saying he had told them many times, but they listened carelessly. Everyone was still in shock, thinking the manager was just an amateur. Who would have guessed? The manager asked Do-hun, "What must a man of boxing be like? Is he very aggressive and also easily agitated?" Do-hun replied, "If we talk about him, then that boxer broke the record of 20 consecutive wins and retired that same year. He is the boxing legend of South Korea, Kwang Do-hee." Only then did the manager take off his helmet, looked at everyone, and said he didn't want to brag, but yes, that person was him. "Do I look very different now?" Everyone was silent. The manager was confused. Why isn't anyone answering? Don't I look like him? Only then did everyone get excited. They said the manager was really cool and told him to buy them some tteokbokki. The manager's face darkened as he asked, "You guys ask questions and then don't even care anymore?" Only Do-hun sat there with sparkling eyes, saying it was truly an honor to meet him in such an unexpected place, like fate, and that he was his ideal. The manager looked at Do-hun in surprise and said he had heard the story from Aizen. There was no problem. This was as a judo dojo, not a boxing gym. Do-hun quickly replied, "No problem, I can help with anything, even cleaning. It's enough just to have you here. Feel free to talk, I am only 19 years old." The manager broke out in a sweat and said, "This isn't right." "Fine then, you help Aizen out. Feel free to use the punching bags or the dojo, then treat everyone to some tteokbokki. Aizen will pay." After the gathering ended, Si-chun took Hajin home. On the way, Hajin complained that her stomach felt like it was going to burst, and even after walking for a while, she still felt full. Si-chun laughed, saying it was because she ate tteokbokki and then rice on top of that. Si-chun asked Ha-jin, do you usually close male friends like that? I really didn't know, so I'm asking. Hearing the question, Ha-jin suddenly became shy, her face turning red. Then she pointed at him and asked if he was jealous. Si-chun immediately denied it, saying no, as he said before, he was just curious. But Ha-jin still didn't believe him and said Si-chun was old enough to be jealous. Couldn't she hug others? Si-chun was flustered and quickly said, let's go home, it's late. Ha-jin still stood there reluctantly, saying it was a shame to go home now, let's take one more walk. Si-chun shook his head and refused, saying no, we've already walked 10 rounds. Next morning at school, Si-chun asked Do-hun how much longer it would take, that they needed to resolve things quickly, not knowing what that group of thugs would do. What you plan to do isn't a martial arts competition, it's just fighting, so it's not entirely impossible. But saying that doesn't mean you don't need to practice your punches, understand? Si-chun replied that he understood and told him to quickly say what he needed to do first. Do-hun said from today on, he would have to be with him almost 24 hours a day, and then learn the punch through an intensive course. Have to both defeat all the lower-ranked representatives beforehand and accumulate experience. Also, do you know the most basic thing in boxing? Si-chun replied, isn't it the surprise punch to dominate the match? Do-hun shook his head, saying that was wrong, it was jump rope. Si-chun picked up the rope and asked doubtfully, jump rope? To build a physical foundation? There's no time for this. Do-hun pointed at him seriously and said, shut up, I'm not asking for your opinion. Stamina is stamina, but more importantly, it's for the footwork. The biggest difference between someone who has learned to fight and someone who hasn't is whether or not they have rhythm. To train that, only jump rope works. For example, you grasp the opponent's rhythm after baiting a strong attack, then dodge as if you were waiting for it, and land a punch. Suddenly, Do-hun did not hesitate to throw a straight punch at Si-chun's face. He turned his head, his face twisted in pain, and asked why he hit him all of a sudden. Do-hun felt embarrassed and quickly apologized, saying he didn't expect he wouldn't block it, and that he was weaker than he thought. Without any reason, Do-hun decided that from today, he would start training and would jump rope during breaks. After saying that, he walked away, and so the special training began. They started with long-distance running, then they moved on to jump rope and ball throwing. Throughout the process, Do-hun continuously pointed out Si-chun's flaws. Don't just punch hard, punch accurately. The first time, use only one hand. If the mind leads first, you can't stay alert. After school, the two returned to the dojo and continued training non-stop. Time passed with repetitive drills. Day after day, they gave their all. The two trained together until they were exhausted and lay flat on the ground. Si-chun panted heavily and asked if it was like this every day. Do-hun nodded and said it had to be done. Even though he was currently on the wrong path, he had to prepare to seize the opportunity. Is there anything you want to do? Si-chun shook his head and said he didn't know. He only thought about the present. Do-hun stood up and said, that's right, you can be like that too. Enough idle talk. Let's move to the next stage. Si-chun was surprised. The next stage? In a small street, a group of people were whispering and gossiping. A fat man spoke up. If you ask me what I said, people like that are useless no matter how hard they try. It is because of their jealousy, is it not? Even though they are young, making money is not impossible. Those who refuse to put in effort, yet complain about having no money are truly absurd. While he was babbling on, Si-chun stepped forward. Hey you pig. That man turned around with an annoyed face. What, are you talking to me? Si-chun sneered. Who else here has a stinking mouth like yours besides you? That man gritted his teeth. Damn it, what did you say, you bastard? Today I will make your handsome face look just like mine. Do-hun standing beside him spoke up. No need, sorry. If Lee Sang-gon has a new skill, it has to be elevated to a higher level. As soon as he finished speaking, Si-chun threw a punch straight at the opponent's face. The street where the brawl occurred suddenly fell silent. After the punch, that man held his face and groaned, "It hurts so much, you little brat." Usually, in situations like this, people would be curious about the identity of the other party, but I will not ask you. Do you know why? His face reddened as he looked up at Si-chun. Si-chun did not care, continuing to throw another punch before coldly replying, "No, you bastard. You rude brat. Normally you should wait for people to finish speaking. Shut up and fight. Your pants are pissing me off." Si-chun was irritated. That man yelled, "Do you know how expensive these pants are? Do you understand what the Lee Sang-gon era is?" Si-chun charged forward, punching him repeatedly in the face. "If those damn pants are the Lee Sang-gon era, I never want to know of it in my whole life." That man could not take it anymore and started to throw his own strikes. "I will teach you some manners." Si-chun focused, observing his movements. Judo, He recalled Do-hun's words, if he were thrown to the ground it would be very dangerous. He heard that being knocked down could mean death, so he could not let himself be caught. He turned to ask Do-hun, "Do I need to practice retreating?" Do-hun nodded. "That is right, you must maintain distance from the opponent, especially against those who know judo or jiu-jitsu. One shoulder throw could come at any time, so he had to turn his body and then strike." After his explanation, Do-hun saw that Si-chun was still distracted and had to shake his head. The key point was to use his long arms to attack without getting caught. If so, that man would become frustrated and target the lower body. Even if he charged with his whole body, he had to be able to block him. Quickly retreat, then take down the opponent. But Si-chun had been caught by the collar. What a despicable bastard. Do you think this is the end? He roared, you are done. I have had enough of messing with you like this. With his large build, this was no longer a martial arts fight, but a life or death struggle. His hand was gripping Si-chun's collar tightly, but was immediately broken by him. My finger, the bone is sticking out, it hurts so much. That man groaned. Before he could recover his senses, another punch landed straight on his face, sending him falling backward. Si-chun had finished off one man. He continued to look for others who were involved. The fight was progressing more and more. The result was that all the remaining men were defeated, one after another. At the martial arts gym, Si-chun's face was full of injuries. His hands were bandaged and trembling. Du-hun looked at him worriedly. Rest a bit. No matter how weak they were, you need time to recover. Si-chun shook his head in refusal. No, let us keep going. I have no more time, I told you. I do not know when Jong-hun will return to stalk Hajin. Du-hun tried to persuade him. Regardless, even if your strength has increased significantly, it is still not enough to win. Increase your strength steadily. But Si-chun remained stubborn. I will go find him this week. I cannot wait any longer. I cannot bear to see Hajin suffer like this. Du-hun gave in helplessly. Alright, if you are determined, I will teach you a few tips to deal with Lim's fighting style in the match. Everything the two said at the gym, Aizen outside had heard it all. That evening, Hajin's parents both came to pick her up, surprising her. What is it? Why are you both here to pick me up? Her father spoke up. It has been a while since the family went out together. Today is our 25th wedding anniversary. Hajin's mouth fell open in surprise. What is this? This era is finally romantic after all. So what are we eating tonight? He turned to Hajin's mother. After school, let us eat out. I am craving beef steak. Hearing this, Hajin got angry. No way, why did you not call me? Am I not a daughter of this house? Why am I always being bullied? I like eating beef too. Seeing this scene, Jong-hun was furious. Seriously, am I the one without parents at home? Every time I go with you, so much trouble happens. Am I not right? Let us see if we stick together until the end of our lives. Will not give up. I will show you how scary I am. Just as he was about to light a cigarette to smoke, a voice stopped him. It was a man from the police station. He spoke up. This is a no-smoking zone. That man, not knowing better, still talked back. Now even passersby have this much to say. Hey uncle, is there a problem? Is this your road? Or are you some kind of janitor? As soon as he said that, the police officer showed his badge. He was frightened. The officer demanded, with such a young-looking face, you must present your ID for me to check. He tried to make an excuse. I am sorry, sir. I did not bring it. Thank you for your hard work. But as he turned to leave, the police officer called him back. What did I just say? I said I wanted to see your ID. He turned back, pleading earnestly. I am truly sorry. Please let me off this once. I promise I will not smoke in the no-smoking zone from now on. Actually, I had not even lit one yet. Having said that, he tried to sneak away. But at that moment, the policeman called him out by name. Hey Lin Jong-hun, 1'7" tall, red hair, black eyes, unlucky. I've been tailing you for several nights now. Even so, he still tried to deny it. It's not me, you've got the wrong person. The policeman insisted, just check your ID, and we'll know right away, you brat. Because of you, I haven't been able to go home for days. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, he immediately bolted. The policeman behind him angrily shouted, you dare to mess with a detective. I'm the mad dog of the Criminal Investigation Department. Then he began the chase. The policeman's speed was astonishingly fast. He turned back, his eyes wide. A mad dog indeed, how is he so fast? But right at that moment, a car came speeding out of nowhere. Policeman looked at the car in shock, and in that moment of distraction, he fell onto the road. Enraged, he yelled, what is this? The person in the car called out, if I weren't in a hurry, you'd be dead. Then that person called his name, Jong-hun. While he was still in a daze, the person in the car said, Chief Kim sent me here. Get in the car. If you don't get in within 5 seconds, I'm leaving. Seeing the policeman had gotten up and was chasing him, he hastily climbed into the car. The car quickly started. He sat in the back, urging, hurry up, that old man is chasing like a mad dog. Car sped off, leaving the policeman staring at the license plate. After escaping the danger, he breathed a sigh of relief. We made it. But how did Chief Kim know to send you here? He's more efficient than I thought. The person in front spoke in a stern tone. Shut up. He was surprised. What's that for? You said to get in the car and then talk. The person in front took off his hat, and at that moment, only 2 thoughts remained in his mind. First, this young man was being punished by the law and was given a chance for rehabilitation. Hearing that, he was taken aback. What are you talking about? Did Chief Kim send you or not? Person in the car was Aizen. He continued, and second, trash like you should be torn to pieces and then burned alive. In the parking lot, Jong-hun asked in surprise, who are you? What's your problem? He hurriedly tried to open the door. Let me out. Aizen turned around and said, I'm not the kind of person who's easy to bully. What made you become like this? Do you know what the outcome is for people like you? He gritted his teeth. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you know me? Open the car door now, or I'll call the police. Aizen stared at him. One day you'll meet someone stronger than you, and your life will go downhill. But you've brought that moment closer, precisely to this very moment. He fumed. What are you talking about? Stop your nonsense and open the door. Then he attempted to hit Aizen, but he did not succeed. Instead, Aizen pinned him down onto the seat. Pain made him grit his teeth. As he struggled, his eyes widened. His eyes saw the large axe in Aizen's hand. Terrified, he blurted out, "Wait, not like this." Aizen swung the axe, making the opponent scream in fear. A thud echoed inside the car. In his panic, Jong-hun was so scared that tears streamed down his face. Aizen looked him straight in the eye and coldly commanded, "Stop squirming. Lie still and look. Cleaning the car will be such a hassle." As the axe blade chopped down right in front of his face, he thought to himself, "What is this? Am I going to die?" Aizen held his head with one hand and spoke with a mocking tone. "Don't worry too much. You've lived a hard life. It would be a shame to go to hell just like that. I'll let you feel a little something before you go. Stick your hand out so I can chop it off." In this life or death situation, he mustered all his courage and kicked Aizen hard. Caught off guard by the kick, Aizen glanced at him with a cold look. Jong-hun quickly scrambled to the back of the car, his mind focused only on escaping as soon as possible. He told himself, if Aizen won't open the door, I have to break the window and run out. To break the door, I need a hard head. He gritted his teeth and thought, a cracked skull is a million times better than dying at the hands of this murderer. Thinking that, he used all his strength to smash his head against the car window. But the glass did not break as he imagined. Instead, a large bump swelled up on his head. Aizen looked at him with contempt. "This is bulletproof glass, you idiot. If you want to get out that badly, then just go. It's getting hot in here anyway." Having said that, Aizen rolled down the window for him. Seeing the window open, he immediately thought, I have to run as soon as I get out. Run to a place with lots of cars and surveillance cameras. I can't do anything rash. Before running, he even turned back to flip Aizen off and shouted with confidence, "I'll report you to the police, you bastard." The surveillance cameras and memory cards have recorded everything. It's the digital age. A hat won't help you. After saying that, he quickly turned and fled. Aizen stood behind, watching him with a cold gaze. This guy is calling me a kidnapper, and I'll leave a little wound on his leg. But because he was running, it was hard to hit him. Aizen immediately threw the axe at Jong-hun. Sure enough, the axe blade hit him. Jong-hun screamed in pain. He collapsed on the ground, his whole body trembling in pain as he screamed, "Save me." Aizen walked over and stomped on his face. "Remember what I said. Do not wander on that street anymore and erase Hajin from your mind. If you do it again, you will disappear without a trace, or you will have to beg me to send you to the underworld. And if you do not believe me, just say the word and I will deal with you today." Jong-hun trembled and stammered, "No, sir, I really will not wander on that street anymore. If you spare me, I will completely forget that girl. Also, try feeling this." With that, he slammed a powerful kick onto his head. His screams echoed throughout the neighborhood. After Aizen left, Jong-hun limped home muttering, "Who is that guy? What the hell is that girl? Is she his guardian angel? I almost died, Manager Kim." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a woman standing in front of his house. She looked up. "Jong-hun, you are back. You should not have kept me waiting so long." Seeing the bruises on his face, she walked up and asked, "What happened to your face? What happened? Who did this to you? Let us go to the hospital." But he pushed her hand away. "Do not touch me, Miss Lai. This is none of your business. Go away. Do not come to people's houses like a stalker." Hearing this, the teacher was stunned. "Jong-hun, how long are you going to live like this? You are skipping school more and more. Did you only learn arcane arts to do bad things? You were not like this before." Before she could finish, he shouted, "You talk too much. If you cannot help, please just stop. You are annoying. You only work for the salary, so just do it when you are asked. As for me, I am always getting beaten up by them and asking for help, but the school never intervenes. Go to the police station, they listen to those bastards and then leave. In the end, who solves it? I learn martial arts, they chase me to my own home. And then what? You ask if I learn martial arts just to do bad things. But those bad things are very useful to them. Stop interfering in my business." He grew angrier as he spoke. Hearing him vent his feelings, the teacher suddenly cried, "Jong-hun, because I have no power, I cannot help you much. You know, no matter how hard it is, we have to solve it together. If you keep doing wrong things, then..." Hearing this, he could not stand it and raised his hand to hit her. "Shut up, stop crying. Get lost now, you are disgusting." Seeing his action, the teacher was terrified and raised her hands to cover her face. "Please don't, Jong-hun." Just as the tension peaked and the teacher was extremely scared, Si-chun appeared. "You really cannot use this hand. Let me make it useless for you, you bastard," he said, grabbing the man's hand tightly. At Jong-hun's housing area, he turned to look at Si-chun. You bastard, how do you know this place?" He turned to look at the teacher, his voice full of suspicion. "Why did you bring him here? What are you people plotting?" The teacher shook her head and explained, "No, he said he was your friend. He could not contact you lately and was worried, afraid something bad had happened." Hearing this, he exploded in anger. "What? Friend, how stupid. How could you believe those words?" As he was shouting, Si-chun suddenly threw a punch straight to his forehead. The punch was so strong it sent him falling backward, his head wound hitting the glass door, and blood gushed out profusely. He rolled on the ground holding his head and groaning. Si-chun looked at him coldly. Guys like you deserve to have their faces punched in. The teacher quickly stopped him. Student, what are you doing? Are you not his friend? Stop it. Si-chun turned around, his gaze cold. I am sorry for lying to you, miss. But since he has not been coming to school for days, I was out of options. But Si-chun would not listen to her anymore. The teacher tried to hold him back, but he had ignored all advice, even planning to crimes himself. The teacher continued to advise, violence is never the solution, it only breeds more violence. Si-chun cut her off. I understand the problem, but this is my choice. I cannot let people like him continue to cause harm. Si-chun remembered the pitiful image of Ha-chin, his voice firm. What is proper judgment? If we let it be, innocent people will live in fear. I will not let that happen. Jung-hun then spoke up, his voice weak. Hey, wait, listen to me. My condition is not good right now. Even if you are lucky enough to beat me now, it is nothing to be proud of. I just came back from the hospital. We should give each other a break. Si-chun let out a cold sigh, saying nothing more. He struck his knee straight into his head. Jung-hun, in pain, raised his hand to block in front of his face. But he still tried to fight back. Even if I am like this, winning makes you a coward. He continuously threw punches at Si-chun, but all were easily dodged by him. Si-chun quickly sidestepped behind his opponent. He threw a straight punch to his waist. He intended to hit his face again, but he managed to dodge. Jung-hun gritted his teeth, thinking, how is this bastard so different from last time? When did he learn martial arts in such a short time? Even so, if he kicked once, he feared it would not do anything. But just as he was about to lift his leg, the wound on his rear made him pale. Blood flowed, and he cried out in pain. Si-chun did not stop and continued throwing punches straight at Jung-hun's face. He collapsed to the ground, unable to even scream. The second time, I will not let you get close to Ha-chin again, Si-chun said coldly and then walked towards him. Unexpectedly, the teacher standing beside him rushed out and stood in front of Jung-hun to block him. Si-chun immediately stopped when he saw that sight. He did not want to harm the teacher, who did not deserve to be protected this way. But the teacher cried and begged that if the boy had made a mistake, let the law handle it and give him a chance. She would take full responsibility. Please stop right now. Si-chun nodded. Everyone knew she was right, but this situation could not be resolved like that. If only you had not let her come along, he thought. Jung-hun, who had been lying still on the ground, suddenly burst out laughing. What kind of act are you people putting on? Filming a movie? Then he kicked the teacher hard, caused her to tumble far away and hit the wall. Si-chun panicked and ran over to check on her. The back of the teacher's head was bleeding heavily. He immediately pulled out his phone to call for an ambulance. While he was not paying attention, Jung-hun, he had picked up a stick and stood behind him, smashing it hard on Si-chun's head. What are you so frantic about? A little bleeding won't kill you. I have been beaten black and blue too, and I am still alive. He sneered, then continuously kicked Si-chun. I hate bastards like you the most, acting arrogant just because you were born into a good family. The look in your eyes is like you despise others. Do you know that old hag is a fake? I hoped she would help me, but nothing came of it. She just pretends to be kind, pretends to be noble. Useless bastards like you only know how to play around. Si-chun's wounds were also severe at this point. He lowered his head, feeling overwhelmed with inferiority and weakness. These words only made him angrier. Do you really want to die? Si-chun continued speaking, trying to analyze the psychology of a victim who blames circumstances and others, while rationalizing himself. Shut up. What do you know? If you were in my situation... Si-chun interrupted him, his voice full of sarcasm. People in your situation, all of them choose the same path as you. Not at all. Even in adversity, there are many who keep striving and living on. But you, growing up in misfortune, became a criminal with a failed mindset. Do not lecture me. I am not interested. You act like you know everything. One look and I can tell you have had an easy life. He punched towards Si-chun, but it hit a hard elbow instead. Using too much force, his finger broke upon contact with the elbow. Si-chun grabbed his hand tightly, his voice cold. You are a piece of trash, incapable of turning your life around. I planned to let it go, but now I feel no guilt at all. His shrill scream rang out. Wait, my finger hurts so much. Please let go. It hurts. I said it hurts. Si-chun looked at him with contempt. I like doing this. And now it truly begins. He tightened his grip, making him scream in pain. Are you insane? As soon as he finished speaking, he received a hard slap and fell to the ground. Si-chun shouted, what are you making noise about? It is dark out. Be quiet. Despite the excruciating pain, he still tried to talk back. You have messed with the wrong person. He pulled out a knife he had hidden on him and swung it at Si-chun. He did not expect him to be carrying a weapon. Looking at the wound on his hand, Si-chun said coldly, this is beyond my imagination. He taunted, what is the matter? Why suddenly back off? I bought this to deal with lunatics like you. Now use it in this situation. Come on if you dare. I will stab you in the gut. After I am done with you, should I stab your girlfriend with it? I can hardly wait. At this moment, Sichun suddenly recalled his conversation with Aizen. When encountering a knife-wielding man, he once eagerly asked, after learning martial arts, I can subdue people with knives, right? That technique exists here too, does it not? Aizen thought for a moment and replied, well, there is. Not only that, there is a trick everyone can use. Sichun was excited. What is it? Tell me. I do not know how people handle that. Aizen taught him an important lesson. First, quickly block both hands in front of your body. Keep your eyes on the opponent and step back slightly. Then turn around and run as fast as you can. If the opponent has a knife, do not act tough just because you have learned martial arts. Run away immediately if you do not want to die. However, if forced to face him, always maintain a safe distance and do not let the knife touch you. At this moment, Jong-hun was chasing behind him, shouting, Where did you run off to? You think running away will solve anything? Go ahead and run. I will find you. But before he could act, a brick flew and hit him in the head. Jong-hun howled in pain, and the knife fell from his hand. Aizen's teaching echoed in his mind. If you attack at the right moment, the opponent will lose the ability to resist. Seize that opportunity and take him down at all costs. Sichun followed the teaching, using all his strength to shove Jong-hun to the ground. Jong-hun had no strength left to scream, only gasping for breath. He locked his legs around his neck, causing him to yell, Stop! Do you not want to know about me? I will tell you. Sichun replied, Yes, I have many questions, especially about that man Lee Sang-gon. But first, I will beat you up, Jong-hun screamed in pain. After finishing the beating, Sichun stood up and said, Now, the game begins. I will ask questions and you must answer immediately. If you evade, there will be 2 more questions. The decision is yours. Jong-hun yelled, You lunatic, my leg is broken. Call an ambulance. Sichun sneered, Excellent. Otherwise, you will forget everything you did. Let me remind you, that man Lee Sang-gon, had Jin turned your right side into this. Did he not? Now I will do the same to your left side. Then we will talk. He was terrified and stammered, Wait, I am not. Do not do that. Sichun did not stop, continuing to punch his face without mercy. After a long time, everything finally stopped. His face was bruised and swollen, and Sichun's injuries were no better. When the fight ended, Sichun sat on top of him and asked coldly, Are you ready to talk now? In Chief Kim's office, he was discussing an important matter. Perhaps due to the other man's condition, the latter was doing better, but it was nothing significant. Just getting everyone's support was enough. The team leader told us to stop filming here. He glanced at the computer screen, then continued, The next player will stay with you. I don't want to badmouth him. In a restaurant, the girl was fidgeting with her fingers when she suddenly exclaimed, Why is this happening all of a sudden? The man sitting across asked, Itchy hands. Let me scratch them for you. The girl shook her head, feeling like someone was cursing her. It was really irritating. As soon as she finished speaking, her phone rang. The man looked at the phone and said, This guy calls every day to invite us to eat. It's really strange. The girl wondered who it was. He replied, It's Department Head Kim. I'll call back after we finish eating. It's not urgent. Let's eat first. The girl continued, Honey, last time I said that was your problem. Why postpone something you can do right now? Can't you answer the phone while eating? What if this is something important? Hearing this, the man's face paled and he immediately apologized. The girl said, I'm saying this for your sake. Why is it like this every day? I told you to just ask me and then cut my hair yourself. Or do you not want to listen to me? If the other person says their mood is bad, can't you fix it? You have to change. Let's answer the phone first and then talk. Then she picked up. Hearing a female voice, Department Head Kim asked, Isn't this student Sang-soo's number? The girl spoke up. Department Head, have you forgotten my voice already? How sad. This competition's format is different. So sudden, I waited a long time and planned very meticulously. A few days later, as Sichun was walking on the street, someone suddenly tapped his shoulder and called him. Sichun startled and turned his head. The girl smiled. What's there to be surprised about? I'm not short. What year are you in? Do you have a girlfriend? At the hospital, the doctor was reporting the situation to the teacher. Fortunately, the test results were nothing serious. You just need to rest for a few days. The mild traumatic brain injury will heal. If you feel dizzy or anything unusual, come to the hospital immediately. The teacher bowed her head in thanks, then turned to report to Sichun. The patient who was admitted with me has been transferred to another hospital due to a lack of specialized emergency surgery doctors available in time. If you need more information, ask the nurse. Luckily, the student wasn't seriously injured. Please stay calm. After the doctor left, Sichun bowed his head and apologized to the teacher for causing her to get involved in this. The teacher was still worried about Jong-hun. Sichun replied, The doctor said it's not life-threatening. The teacher bowed her head again to take the blame. Sichun asked in surprise why. The teacher explained, I was Jonghyun's homeroom teacher in his first year. I failed to intervene when he suffered domestic violence. I only taught him how to protect himself. He was very grateful and confident in his own talent. One day, on the way home from school, she saw him talking to an older man. She thought he was from the sports center, so she didn't pay it any mind. After that day, Jonghyun started fighting with students who bullied the weak and became the school gang leader. From then on, all the students feared him. One day, when drunk, his father beat him very brutally. Usually he would endure it, but that day he fought back. The cause of this resistance was that man Kim. That day, he said to Jonghyun, the only thing protecting you is your own strength. Violence is the way to defeat violence. The law is terrible now. If you don't fight back, you'll like a coward. Try it. When his father hit him, Jonghyun remembered Kim's words and decided to try fighting back. It was the first time he hit his father back, and his actions were very brutal. His father fell down gasping, and a feeling of satisfaction surged within Jonghyun. From then on, Jonghyun completely changed, becoming a different person. After listening to the teacher's story, Si-chun reflected that the situation was truly sad, but that couldn't justify everything. Those who realize their mistakes still have a chance to correct them, but those who always think they are right are completely different. Suddenly the teacher asked, do you believe in demons? Children with wounded souls are easily swayed by others' words. Their lives change depending on who they meet. My words to Jonghyun were harsh, but others' words were sweet. You see the result right before your eyes with your own ability. Those weak-hearted before the whispers of a demon are easily provoked. Therefore, students must be careful not to become like Jonghyun. What he does might be destroying himself. The demon will continue to whisper because it recognizes a child lacking something. Back to when that girl started talking to Si-chun. He looked at the strange girl and asked, who are you? Do you know me? She tried to act cute. You idiot, why don't you try asking me? Do you have a girlfriend? Si-chun was bewildered. What is this? I don't know who you are. How can you be so direct when we first meet? She thought to herself, if I wasn't wearing glasses, I would have told him to knock it off. This is the first time I've seen such a reaction. And she covered her mouth and said, let's just become acquainted naturally. If you don't like it, I'm sorry, I just wanted to get closer. He saw her hand was about to touch him. Si-chun panicked and dodged. She was also bewildered. What the? Now he dodges my hand like it's poop. Si-chun turned back and scolded, we just met and you're being so rude. Don't put your hands on others like that, you startled me. She frowned, I wasn't planning to touch you with hands covered in poop. Why are you so hateful? Si-chun pointed at her, see, there you go again with the blunt talk. Seems like that's a bad habit of yours. She was about to defend herself when Ha-jin appeared from behind, hey lady, that's enough. Hearing the voice behind her, she turned around coldly, what? What did you just say? Ha-jin emphasized, lady, I said that's enough. This guy is already taken, go hit on someone else, find someone your own age. She got angry, what the hell? I'm a high school student too, can't you see my uniform? But the two of them walked away ignoring her, leaving her alone to fume. These kids are truly crazy. Ignoring me? I'll sabotage things so you two can't be happy. She then looked up at the backs of the two people and said, be careful, I won't let this go easily. That evening, Aizen parked the car by the roadside. A man got into the car. He turned to ask, have you looked into it? I tracked everyone I knew who used the dark web. They talked about gathering students together and making them fight fiercely. So, did you find any information on the operator of that web? Aizen asked. The man broke into a sweat. I haven't found him. The dark web uses a separate program, so no one can trace it. You can't track the transaction history because everything uses Bitcoin. The guy I was following gave a clue. Before I say it, if I tell you, can I quit this? I don't want to do it anymore. The man made his condition. Aizen didn't reply, turning to rummage in the car. I remember I left the axe somewhere. The man was frightened. I get it, I'll talk. He then thought, this guy is really... Aizen raised the axe. You were just thinking this kid wants to die, weren't you? The man, terrified, thought further. How does he know what I'm thinking? Aizen raised his hand. It's not mind reading, just say it again. The man said in fear, I'll tell the truth. According to that guy, he seemed to have seen a flyer advertising the contest location somewhere. He once bought something from another dark web. It was a flyer with a picture of the prize, but when asked what the prize was, he said it was drugs. The most famous drug with severe mental and physical dependency symptoms is heroin. At Chief Kim's building, a man was kneeling before him. Please, he trembled, tears and snot streaming down his face. Please let me fight. The regular matches suddenly keep getting changed. What am I supposed to do? Chief Kim replied, you need to control the dosage. Just blindly diving in is what addiction is. Seems you're mistaken. We provide cheap stuff because it's convenient. You can't find that quantity of drugs with contest prize money, player. Still, since you've made the matches interesting all this time, I'll specially pack some for you. Can't give too much. If you overdose and die, it's trouble. The addict's face turned purple. Thank you, sir. Really, thank you. Can you tell me what this match will be like? If you just tell me to keep waiting, Chief Kim said, your turn will come soon. Last time, a female student who practiced jujitsu participated in the event, right? The man replied, yes, I remember that small girl. Is a match with her okay? Someone was secretly recording this conversation. Doo-hun. Isn't that girl's friend looking for everyone who participated in the match to get revenge? We've sent people to secretly film that scene. Chief Kim formed a square frame with his 4 fingers in front of his face. A boy learned martial arts to avenge his close friend, using violence outside the law to make them pay. Justice is admirable, it's human instinct. Unreasonable forgiveness and sacrifice, or the difference between humans and animals, is the ability to control instinct with reason. All those words are meaningless, because living for others is why it's like that. You might harm yourself, but the truth is inside. I want to smash it, I want to hit it, I want to kill it, I want it to pay. That's right. So, when in a place where safety is guaranteed, along with violent instincts and sexual needs, they will feel fervent and liberated with primal instinct, and thus find satisfaction. Chief Kim smiled. Especially the rich understand that value well. So this event will surely receive a lot of sponsorship. From our perspective, that boy seeking revenge is truly a stroke of luck. He asked Chief Kim, so, can I just lose? Will I still get the drugs even then? Chief Kim pushed up his glasses. No, that's not it. We need to make reality vivid so the audience gets more excited, right? If you win, I'll supply enough drugs for a whole year. The chief's expression changed, so don't think about anything else. Just focus on your own benefit and goal. The other man bowed his head to the ground. Yes, I understand. I'll remember. And can I receive the drugs you just mentioned now? Chief Kim replied. Alright, I'll bring it right away. Wait downstairs on the first floor for a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, someone walked in. It was the director sighing, the evening commute is truly hell. He took off his tie and said, isn't that so? You guys have been doing this for decades. In the end, how skilled are you? I sincerely respect that. Chief Kim said, you said you had to go to work. The director replied, who knows, how could I know what I feel inside? Knowing how to get back to the company is also important. After all, the company doesn't give me anything, so I don't know if I'm insured. The director nearly stepped on the other man's head. Hey, watch where you're going. To the house. Geez, you scared me. So why is this edict here? The other man looked up. Hello, director. The director asked, having a fit again. If you don't readjust your dosage, it's really over. He reached into his coat pocket, a foul smell wafting up making him grimace. Bathe properly and eat properly so you can compete for a long time. He pulled out a few bills from his pocket and dropped them on the floor. Using drugs alone is expensive. Take this money and get lost quickly. Having said that, he clutched the remaining money tightly and ran off quickly. Thanks, I'll wait to hear from the director. That addict hasn't been able to participate for a while now. Do you think he can hold out until his turn in this event with Jong-hun? If all the players fall ill, how are you going to handle the next match? Do you have any countermeasures yet? Chief Kim smiled, his voice full of cunning. Don't worry, a change is needed anyway. Just use this event and then throw him away. His smile revealed even more despicable intent. Those kids already have cracks in their souls. Exploitable anytime, anywhere. Director lit a cigarette and exhaled a thin plume of smoke. Fine, managing players is your business. Handle it yourself. But we're still short of the target amount, so quickly figure out how to pull them in. Call in the pre-contract. A man appeared, handing the drugs Chief Kim had mentioned to the other man. Hey, this is yours. It turned out to be the team leader. Since the quantity isn't much, use it sparingly. Just endure it. He stammered. Can the team leader do it? He then offered the money the director had given him. Can I get more with this money? The team leader looked at him for a moment and said, so what to do? Wait a moment, I'll go get another type of drug. He raised his hand and asked, do you see my palm? The other man blinked. Yes, sir. What about the palm? Immediately after, a loud noise rang out. At the training hall, Aizen and Do-hun were arguing about whether or not to do something. Aizen asked why Do-gun wouldn't do it, and replied, I don't like hugging a man and making them fight. Aizen was dumbfounded. Last time you said you'd help with what you could. A man's word is his bond. How can it be like this? It's not that. I said help in learning jujitsu. Aizen continued, is there any new member? Si-chun also used many techniques, so his stamina increased. There's no one who does it better than oneself, so you can't use many techniques anymore, right? Then he added, but since you hate it so much, you can just leave the practice room. It's been tough all this time, just get busy and don't see me again. Du-hun was flustered. I know, I'll do it. But I'm definitely not just a beginner. Si-chun also might not be able to practice techniques against me. I won't accept defeat. If you can accept that, is it okay? Everyone in the training hall turned to look at him. Fine, that's actually better. Because you're worried. So why is it like this? Afterward, Du-hun was choked until he was nearly suffocated. We won't go easy on you either. The senior approached him. Me too, Du-hun. Fight me too. Du-hun replied tiredly. Even with jujitsu, with this weight difference, you're almost impossible to resist. He was constantly being tormented by the people in the hall. Indeed, you are strong. Du-hun! Then another person demanded a match with him. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Fight me too. Du-hun could not resist, so he lay still and endured the treatment before everyone in the dojo. He lay motionless on the floor, unable to speak. Aizen stepped over and asked, So, is jujitsu more fun than you thought? Want to keep going? Duhan's face turned pale, and he replied with difficulty, "Please, I don't want to practice jujitsu anymore." But Aizen ignored the plea and remained determined to continue the training session. After a long while, the training session finally ended. The coach said, "That's all for today. Everyone worked hard." Everyone in the dojo cheerfully said, "Hey Duhan, see you tomorrow for training." Duhan sighed. "Ah, yes I know. We're going to take a shower." Si-chun looked at him and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Tired? Getting weak from just a little practice?" Duhan turned around, his eyes full of annoyance. "Hey, I'm better than you. Today was a real hell." Si-chun held back a laugh, but his eyes clearly showed amusement. Duhan asked, "What's with that expression?" Si-chun replied, "My expression is normal, you're the one with the problem." Duhan raised his voice. "You little brat, do you think you won the jiu-jitsu session? I'm the one who practiced for the first time. Adapting well is an achievement." Si-chun finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. "Ha ha, fine, you can do it. In jiu-jitsu you'll definitely win." Duhan muttered in his head that he wanted to teach that kid a lesson. He asked further, "By the way, why doesn't our dojo offer a jiu-jitsu class?" Si-chan sighed, "It used to, but it's cancelled now. Back then, I took a few lessons from Brother Aizen. Do you want to practice?" Duhan shook his head. "No, I think you need it more." Si-chun was surprised. "Me? Why?" Duhan explained, "In a real fight, you don't wear a uniform. Besides Director Han and Department Head Kim, there are only Lee Sang-gon and Sang-soo left." Si-chun asked, "Who is Sang-soo? What does that guy do?" Duhan continued, "If you look at competition records, Sang-soo is the most outstanding one. He is very skilled in martial arts and could be the biggest obstacle for you. He comes from a wrestling background and has mastered Nogi Jiu-Jitsu." Duhan explained that Nogi is a form of competition fought without a shirt, where techniques involving grabbing clothes cannot be used. The white room was unusually quiet. Suddenly, a muscular man appeared with water droplets trickling down his chest. Si-chan suddenly spoke up to ask about eating spicy rice cakes. The other immediately replied, "Spicy rice cakes, replenishing carbs after exercise is perfect, but have them make it less spicy, okay?" Duhan's appearance startled Si-chun, and he had a thought about his body. Seeing Duhan ask what, Si-chun panicked, which only confused Duhan more. After a moment of silence, Si-chun finally spoke awkwardly, "Hey, if you want a body like that, you need to lift weights, man." Duhan calmly replied, "You have to lift weights. To build muscle, you must lift those iron plates in the gym." His words made Si-chun even more flustered. He denied it repeatedly, instinctively covering his body with his hands, and shouted, "It's because I just took a cold shower. That's why I look like this." The other's reply turned him to stone. "What are you barking at, you lunatic? I'm talking about your physique." Duhan was putting on a white t-shirt under Si-chun's awkward gaze. "Technique is important, but physical condition is no less crucial. Never heard of losing control of your core? If your body control is weak, how can you fight?" Si-chun suddenly spoke up, making the atmosphere heavy. "Please, just put on your underwear, it's disgusting." Duhan explained that the reason Sang-soo was formidable was thanks to his strict self-management. An image of Sang-soo appeared with a burly physique. He just followed his established routines. Never bothered to think of excuses for laziness like being tired or having plans. Duhan emphasized, "What's interesting is that it's not because he is diligent or has any plan." Si-chun didn't care at all and kept saying, "So what? Can you talk after you put on your underwear?" Sang-soo is just at Sang-soo's place. He was gripping a dumbbell, muttering, "How many was it? 7, 8, 1. Just a fool going all out with his physical abilities." Back to Duhan. He was putting on his pants while helplessly sighing. "He looks tough, but he's gentle and naive, except when he's moving." Si-chun opposite him put on his shirt and replied, "That sounds sickening. Your idea of gentle is scamming money from the weak and entering the law tournament?" His voice grew more sarcastic. His victims must be crying blood. Si-chun was taken aback, but he still defended, "I'm the bastard you say I am. But Sang-soo is different." He put on his shirt while muttering, "He has never bullied or scammed anyone. He only joined the tournament because others arranged it." Si-chun suddenly questioned, "So he's just a puppet?" Duhan calmly replied, "Exactly, Sang-soo is being used like a fool." Elsewhere, Ji-yeon spoke in confusion. "I told you not to do that anymore." Sang-soo stammered, "I'm sorry." She exclaimed in shock, "What?" He also questioned in surprise, "What?" Ji-yeon sat blankly, staring straight at Sang-soo. "What are you sorry for? I told you to fix your habit of apologizing without knowing what you did wrong, right? That girl was Kang Ji-yeon." Si-chun muttered awkwardly, "Could it be that red-haired girl with the high ponytail and big eyes?" Duhan replied in astonishment, "How do you know? Did she approach you too?" Si-chun answered indifferently, "Yeah. A few days ago on the street, she suddenly said some nonsense." "But is she really a high school student?" Duhan said, "Nowadays it's hard to tell kids from adults. I don't know either. Kang Ji-yeon is probably your age, right? 18. He shouted angrily, "How the hell does that girl live?" Sichun just scrolled through his phone and answered innocently, anyway, it's not important. I don't know what to do either, but we have to be careful with her. She uses everything to push others off a cliff, holds their lives, and controls them. Sichun fell into thought, muttering, even so, I can't just find her and beat her up. My goal is to monitor the participants. Du-hun suddenly interrupted. First, I'll go talk to Sang-soo. In a nearby bathroom, someone was slowly walking out. Sichun still said loudly, casually, Brother Lee Si-un-ni, you should come eat tteokbokki too. At that moment, both Sichun and Du-hun were so shocked their eyes went wide. The two stared at Aizen's body while he calmly replied, tteokbokki. Alright, order a large portion. Neither had recovered from their shock, just staring blankly at the other. Sichun subconsciously answered, yes, we understand, I'll order the largest portion. The room quickly fell into an unusual silence. Sang-soo sat blankly and said unconsciously, Jae-yeon, do we have to go this far? I just need to fight that guy, right? Ji-yeon quickly replied, think about it. What's fun about a boring fight? We want the audience to pay money. Sang-soo rudely cut in, don't always think like that. She yelled in anger, don't interrupt. Jae-yeon stared into his eyes. To keep being a player, you need money for uniforms, food, and gym fees. Can you only handle this little bit now? Don't you think about the future? You only want what's good for yourself. The remaining money isn't much. Sang-soo panicked slightly. Is that so? At that time, I didn't participate in the match with that girl. You should have been there. He argued back, no matter what. How could you do that to such a small girl? Ji-yeon was displeased and questioned repeatedly. What? Are you putting on a moral act now? If I follow your words, you shouldn't let girls trick you. There are many people fighting you. Can you be sure to win against all of them? Is that what you mean? These words pushed Sang-soo into a vortex of panic. His hands felt like they were bleeding, his mind spinning every time he heard Ji-yeon's voice. He whispered, no, I didn't say that. She interrupted, no, you always say I'm the bad one. Ji-yeon said seriously, I do this for you. Now that you say that, I don't know how to feel. Sang-soo asked, you must be sad, right? She replied, that's right, you know it well. Ji-yeon flashed a bright smile. So you just need to do everything I say? You can do that, right? Her expression confused Sang-soo and he unconsciously replied, I understand, I'm sorry, Ji-yeon. Under the quiet night sky, a familiar voice rang out, Jae-yeon. That person was Jae-yeon, leaning against the wall trying to look composed. Have you found out yet? Lee Yangju stood at a distance, her voice clear and urgent. I went to ask his school friends. Her face was pale, sweat pouring like rain. I heard Jin had an accident a few months ago and dropped out of school. I don't know what kind of accident it was. Ji-yeon exclaimed in shock. What? Dropped out? The person next to her quickly dispelled the doubt. You came here without knowing that. You need to find that out, you bitch. A sudden voice rang out, startling the other person. Hey, he kept emphasizing, hey, she's talking to me, you bastard. The words scared the other person, who stammered in confusion, that's right, I'm sorry, Ji-yeon. Right after Ji-yeon approached Lee Yangju, her tone dripping with contempt, nothing else. Facing this terrifying pressure, she quickly confessed everything. I heard that after dropping out, he went to a high-quality exam prep center. This excited Ji-yeon even more. Ah, is that so? A high-quality exam prep center. A sudden thought flashed in her mind. She just needed to lure that girl's friends. And Ji-yeon asked again, do you know which center it is? Send it to me on Kakao, you've worked hard. Lee Yangju, scared and panicked, looked at the other person and stammered. Ji-yeon, irritated Ji-yeon cut her off. What? Want to say something? Only then did she dare to speak. That video, will you delete it now? Ji-yeon's answer completely shattered Lee Yangju, whose face turned white with fear. Huh? What video? The video of you wearing weird clothes and dancing? What, it's cute and sexy, right? Are you scared I'll leak it? Gosh, we're friends. Ji-yeon kept spinning her phone in front of Lee Yangju, flashing a confused smile. If you listen to me, it'll stay safe in my phone forever. Don't worry. The whole space fell into silence under the night sky. Sang-soo walked down the street, thinking to himself, haven't seen Jae-yeon all day. I'll just eat pork belly alone. I ate it all, even the pig. Suddenly, a voice from behind made him turn around instinctively. Hey, big head. What's got you in such a good mood? After the person spoke, he answered innocently. Me? I'm not a big head, I'm Min Marini. Suddenly, Sang-soo's eyes filled with fear, and he stammered, huh? That shirt. Du-hun stood before him, a triumphant smile on his lips. Lucky, it's that guy. It's Du-hun, older brother. Sang-soo's face lit up with joy, and he grabbed the other's hand tightly. Long time no see. You're happy to see me, right? How've you been? Boxing still good? Du-hun quickly replied, his tone calm. It's okay. Sang-soo was about to turn around, but then he said, alright, let's go eat a meal and talk. No Jae-yeon today, my treat. However, Du-hun stopped him. Before that, I have something to say, that's why I came. Meanwhile, Sang-soo was still confused and tried to avoid it. Is that so? I have a lot to say too, let's go eat. Suddenly Du-hun cleared his throat. I'll be blunt. The words he spoke made the other person falter for a moment. If you don't want to get seriously hurt somewhere and become unable to move, then break up with Ji-yeon. He spun around, his face full of fear and confusion. Why are you suddenly saying that? Why bring up Jaeyeon again? And who did you say would hurt me? Right after, Duhan enthusiastically explained, you probably know that man might be Si-chun. Two faced each other, and he showed no sign of fear. If not, it could also be me. The small street corner quickly fell into the quiet of the night. Sang-soo, with a bruised face, kept muttering, what did you say? Those things I just heard, right? Meanwhile, Duhan stood there with a clueless expression, constantly demanding, I didn't hear you clearly just now. Can you say it again? If you don't break up with Ji-yeon, I might have to beat you up. Suddenly, he pointed at him and laughed loudly with excitement. Son Duhan, you're so foolish. I know your intentions now. Just like last time, you're jealous because I'm dating the beautiful Ji-yeon, right? That man kept stepping forward, mocking Duhan. Hey, you bastard. You have to listen to me. You don't know anything about a woman's heart, so it's right to ruin things. Meanwhile, he calmly replied, it's not because I can't, but because I won't. However, this didn't stop Duhan's childish actions. He still mocked him. Look at you talking nonsense. Suddenly, Duhan interrupted, his voice turning cold. Hey, Sang-soo, do you really not know that Kang Ji-yeon is just using you, and you know even better what kind of tricks she's pulling? It's rare to see someone leech off others like that. The words he spoke stunned Sang-soo. He put on a teary-eyed look and replied, that's enough. What do you know about Ji-yeon? If you keep meddling, being as useless as that, I won't buy you any meals. This shocked Duhan immensely, and he didn't hesitate to speak. Then I'll just ask you one thing. How did you meet her? As soon as he finished speaking, he got a reply from the other. What do you mean? That's obviously because I like her. Duhan's next words were like a bucket of cold water thrown over him. And then, as you know, she doesn't like you. Is that even acceptable? Sang-soo seemed to lose all his strength and spoke tiredly. Fine, I know Ji-yeon doesn't like me, but she stays by my side because she needs me for some things. And more than anything, suddenly, he burst into tears in front of Duhan, his voice slurred. If I break up with Ji-yeon, I might never meet such a pretty girl again. Sang-soo's reaction stunned him for a moment, and he spoke unconsciously. Damn it, at some soup shop. Duhan sat opposite Sang-soo, constantly asking, are you done crying? Hearing the question, he quickly denied it. Cry my head off. It's just dust in my eye. The corners of Sang-soo's eyes were still teary, but he kept shouting loudly, Auntie, bring me a bottle of soju. This sudden move made Duhan worried, and he thought to himself, as expected, breaking up is still better. After a while, when things had calmed down, Duhan suddenly spoke with a serious expression. Anyway, the thing I wanted to say is that I heard it from Si-chun. Ji-yeon approached him and then influenced him, but she's not one to give up easily. It's clear she's writing a novel. Of course you know all this, right? Meanwhile, Sang-soo ate and replied with a knave face. But I have a question first. What happened between you and him? What you do is your business, so why drag me into it? Did he introduce some girl to you? This statement made the other person fall into thought. After a moment, he revealed, how should I put it? I have a huge debt to repay, and my mistakes are piling up like a mountain. No matter how stupid you are, you know that the things we did, no matter the circumstances, were all wrong. That's why I'm here telling you this. At this moment, Sang-soo lowered his head with a slightly sad look in his eyes, and he didn't hesitate to speak from the bottom of his heart. Honestly, the more I do these unnecessary things, the more I try to stop Jaeyeon. If she listened to me, she'd think I was arrogant too. Anyway, I came to this competition for my own benefit. He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes now carrying an indescribable grievance. So before Ji-yeon makes an even bigger mistake, I'll hold on to the name Jun and end it. Hearing that, Duhan could only give a helpless piece of advice. If you do it right, she won't give up. Meanwhile, his inner self kept screaming that he was completely blind to Ji-yeon. Duhan quickly changed the subject. First, let's eat. Sang-soo also quickly agreed. Talking at the dinner table without manners is not appropriate, and it's not Jun, it's Si-chun. At the familiar street corner, Sang-soo's voice rang out. I ate really well. I stood there with a satisfied face. As expected, it filled my belly. Suddenly, Duhan spoke up in reply. If that's the case, then he briefly glanced towards Sang-soo. You have no intention of quitting, do you? No matter what Kang Ji-yeon does, you won't break up. Right after, Sang-soo quickly replied with a dissatisfied tone. Seriously? Why do you keep this up? How can you break up when you're always by her side like this? One day, she'll truly love you. And don't worry too much about that kid, Si-chun. I'll handle it reasonably, don't worry so much. His words made Duhan shake his head in exasperation, and he helplessly exclaimed, truly a blind lover. This made Sang-soo exclaim in surprise, a Jussie? Blind? You better behave yourself, you bastard. Suddenly, Duhan turned around and snapped. Then before I go, punch appeared right in front of Sang-soo's face. With his agile body, he easily dodged the opponent's blow. Duhan's eyes flickered rapidly in surprise, and even Sang-soo was momentarily startled. He had pushed forward, causing him to lose balance and fall backward. He instinctively exclaimed, oh my god. However, Sang-soo didn't fall. Instead, he made a knave face and spoke. That was dangerous. I almost lost my chin. Duhan's reaction speed has gotten faster, hasn't it? Hearing that, Do-hun quickly replied, "Thanks you too." A thought flashed through his mind. Although I was caught off guard, my body reacted instantly. Truly a scary guy. Meanwhile, Sang-soo was excited and said, "Don't tell me you're going to keep going. I want to avoid pointless fights whenever possible. And if I fight you, my face will swell up. We get into a scuffle, and then Ji-yeon will hate me." At this moment, Do-hun could only sigh helplessly, then seriously say to him once more, "Are you willing to unconditionally stay by Kang Ji-yeon's side and support her so she can get better?" He gently placed a hand on the other's shoulder, startling him. "On the contrary, you might be pushing her deeper into the abyss. If you really like and want to do that for her, sometimes strong action is needed." Right after that, Do-hun turned and walked away amid Sang-soo's confusion, leaving behind the words, "I'm leaving, you think about it yourself." The scene shifted to Ji-yeon. She looked up with a puzzled expression and muttered, "So you don't have any close friends with her?" These words made Lee Yang-ju awkward for a moment. "Are you isolated?" she stammered in reply. "No, it seems not. It's just..." The scene changed again. Ha-jin was sleeping soundly in class. "They keep saying I sleep too much, saying I never choose the time from break to class." The teacher's voice rang in his ear. "Student, wake up, are you dead?" But Ha-jin mumbled in reply, "5 more minutes." This action enraged the teacher, who shouted loudly. The student instinctively sat up straight and unconsciously replied, "No, I wasn't sleeping, teacher." However, when Ha-jin came to, there was no one around, which made Lee Yang-ju mutter in astonishment, "Huh, what's this, still dreaming?" The teacher's voice rang out again beside her. "Student," she jumped in fright, foolishly saying she was scared out of her wits. The teacher's voice softened a bit. "Class ended long ago. It seems you've been studying hard and are tired, right?" This made Ha-jin flustered. She unconsciously replied, "Is that so? I'm sorry." The teacher quickly reminded her, then left. "Go home and rest now." Meanwhile, Ha-jin, still flustered, bowed her head and replied, "Yes, thank you for waking me." She tiredly stretched and muttered, "I slept really well today." Ha-jin packed her things and left the classroom in a cheerful mood. There was no one left in the room. "I'm the last one. It's as if I studied the hardest in class. Great, great for the spirit." She just strolled along the street where the lights had come on. Her presence caught Lee Yang-ju's eye. She exclaimed in surprise, "Ji-yeon is only going home now, alone again today." Suddenly, Ji-yeon beside her made a request. "You understand my request, right? Just handle this matter properly, and I'll delete the video." Right after that, she received a reply. "I know, Ji-yeon. I will do it well." She kept up a nonchalant expression. "No friends are compatible." If that's the case. At some point, Ji-yeon appeared behind Ha-jin with a contemptible expression. She instinctively raised her hand high. There was no other choice but to execute Plan B. The vision before Ha-jin suddenly spun. She collapsed to the ground. Ji-yeon's bitter voice came from behind. "Hello, been a few years. Hope you still remember." She kept up a guilty expression. "You still haven't learned how to choose people to befriend. From now on I'll teach you, of all things." Very soon after, Ji-yeon looked flustered, seeing Ha-jin's body trembling violently. "What's wrong? So there's nothing special. This is nothing, right? I heard you trained, so I thought you'd be strong." A stream of thoughts ran through Ha-jin's mind. She kept comforting herself. "No, why must Ha-jin snap out of it right away? It's nothing, just a fall." Ha-jin cried louder and louder, tears streaming down her cheeks. "You're doing well now. Don't let all your efforts become bubbles because of someone like that." She closed her eyes tightly and told herself, "Think of your family, you'll tire them out, and Seju too." Meanwhile, Ji-yeon still acted superior and sighed, "This little brat. If that's the case, it's no fun. You have to hit me to have a story to tell. Only then can we ruin your boyfriend." Ha-jin remained seated without any reaction. After a moment, she slowly spoke. "Just now, what did you say?" This piqued Ji-yeon's interest. She sneered. "Huh, what, are you better now? That's right, right. That's how you make an interesting story. No one wants to see a pathetic crying scene." Ha-jin slowly stood up, constantly reminding herself, "No, don't change the subject. Just answer my question. Did you make him use his looks to buy free cigarettes at the convenience store?" This made Ji-yeon furious. She shouted, "What, this bitch has really gone crazy. Do you want me to make your face as red as hers?" That action was blocked by Ha-jin in an instant. She emphasized, "You said ruin Sechun." Ji-yeon trembled with rage. She affirmed, "That's right, I'll ruin both of you. Just wait." A thought flashed through her mind. What, her small body actually has a man's strength? Right after that, Ha-jin's face changed. She growled, "You dare." The entire schoolyard fell into an eerie silence again. "I once thought the world collapsed when I was 10. A little girl with a bored expression was slowly walking across the large schoolyard. Suddenly, a male classmate's voice came from behind. "Hey, Kim Ha-jin." She quickly reacted. "Huh, what?" He and his friends kept laughing. "Who cut that weird fringe for you? Did your mother's boyfriend cut it with office scissors?" At this, Ha-jin burst into bitter tears. She denied. "He's not a boyfriend. He married my mother, so now he's my stepfather, you idiots." The freckled freckled boy in front showed no sympathy. Instead, he was intensely eager. I see, sorry about that. So the person not of your blood became your dad. But I have a question. He spoke more and more excessively. Did your mother cheat with that stepfather so she divorced? Hajin couldn't take it anymore. She snapped, that's not it, stop talking nonsense. Meanwhile, that classmate kept taunting with a lewd smile. It's really strange. Just a year after divorce she remarried. The timing is clearly tight. Suddenly the fat kid behind interrupted. Hey, that. The freckled boy spun around and replied with dissatisfaction. Huh, what? Chun suddenly gave a reason. You left your phone on the desk. Didn't you just buy it? This made the freckled boy shout in fright. That's right. He and his friends ran away from that place. Damn it, if I lose it I'm done for with my dad. Hey, isn't that the newest iPhone? How could you forget it, you idiot? At this moment, Sichun finally looked over at Hajin. Her body began to tremble in fear, her voice stammered. What's with you? What are you looking at? Hajin's tears fell like rain, she spoke aggrievedly. You haven't bullied me either, right, you pig? Chun, after a moment of silence, slowly replied, Chop bangs. This stunned Hajin. She stammered back. What chop what bangs? Sichun quickly explained. That's the name of your hairstyle, chop bangs. Hajin muttered. Chop bangs. Sichun replied to her gently, creating a slightly nostalgic feeling. He looked thoughtful, because it's cut shorter than the eyebrows so it gives a cute feel. But if the face shape isn't balanced it can look like a gourd. Normally it's a hairstyle from the Lee Sanggon era that's hard to pull off. Sichun's words made Hajin shy. She didn't hesitate to ask, does it suit me? The moment she finished, she got the reply. Your face is pretty, with lots of sideburns so it doesn't look empty. It suits you very well. What is this? Is he saying I'm very beautiful? He instinctively reached out to Hajin and spoke. So, sudden action made her so shy her cheeks flushed red. Don't doubt your world because of words from people who don't understand and love to talk nonsense. Chun kept smiling with amusement. You don't need to be hurt by those words, just pay attention to those who love and trust you. He spoke more and more, making Hajin flustered. If that's the case then the world would be wonderful. Only after a long time did she stammer back. How do you know those things? The two left the school together amid cheerful laughter and talk. My mother told me she's a wonderful mother. That's right. Hajin instinctively spoke with doubt. Did she pick you up today? Right after that Sichun replied enthusiastically. Lately I've been going alone, but today my father's friend will pick me up. Faint trace of sadness flickered across Hajin's face. She said in a low voice, I see. As for me, my stepfather will pick me up. Sichun replied indifferently, I know. His words made the other party question, huh? How did you know? Suddenly, Sichun bowed respectfully to a man, catching Hajin completely off guard. Hello, uncle. The man quickly turned and waved to Hajin, his voice filled with undisguised affection. Hajin, over here, my dear. I promised to pick you up today. Hajin quickly bowed in return. Yes, hello, uncle. But you know him? Hajin's stepfather explained, Sichun is the son of my friend. His family has some matters, so I can't pick him up lately. Since you're at the same school, I'm giving him a ride. If you two find it inconvenient, she waved her hand shyly. No, it's fine. We're just not very close. It's okay to go back together. Hajin's expression made him suspicious. He thought to himself, look at these kids. Stepfather regained his serious demeanor and called out to Sichun. Then let's head back. Sichun, the car is parked over there. Let's go. He quickly replied with an innocent look. Yes, uncle. I'll go throw away the trash and then come back. The man replied, all right, go throw it away and come back. Sichun calmly shoved his hands into his pockets. He slowly pulled out a brand new phone, which seemed to belong to that freckled student. After a moment of hesitation, Sichun casually tossed it into the trash can, with an innocent expression. He quickly returned to Hajin's stepfather and said politely, thank you for waiting for me, uncle. The man immediately asked, what did you say? What did you throw away? Facing the question, Sichun calmly gave his reason, it was my sunglasses. The two children grew up together. My world seemed to have collapsed, but thanks to new pillars, it became stronger and purer day by day. They had unconsciously held hands since childhood, and as time slowly passed by, a smirk of delight tugged at the corner of Hajin's stepfather's lips. I opened the door to that world, inviting someone to step inside. Both families accompanied each other throughout the following time. That was how my world became perfect, living happily each day with the people I cherished. Unfortunately, Sichun's mother suddenly collapsed after taking a photo. There is a saying, the reason we must learn about tragedy is that it will surely find its way into life by any means necessary. His father anxiously caught her. That is why we need to know about it, even just a little, before facing it. Otherwise, we cannot withstand the shock. No miracle happened. Sichun's mother passed away shortly after. Tragedy always finds its way, whether to the good or the bad, and some tragedies cannot be changed no matter how hard one tries. That day was the beginning of his dark life, enough to crack the pillar that I thought would never be broken. The sorrow of Sichun came into Hajin's view. She thought about the child who had become a pillar in her world. She could not help but feel flustered witnessing this scene. I too must become such an existence in that child's world, so that world does not crumble. The image of Si-chun sitting silently on the stairs kept appearing in Hajin's mind from then on. I will stay by his side to protect him, sometimes as a friend. However, she only dared to sit quietly nearby and observe the other party, sometimes as a lover or a sibling, and sometimes I could be. Returning to reality, a deep voice rang out in the quiet space of the night. You dare to destroy Si-chun? Jin stood there with disheveled hair, constantly questioning the other party. You bunch. The moment she faced Ji Yeon, the fear in Hajin's heart vanished. Who do you think you are, a mother? How dare you touch Jun's car? However, her eyes still showed clear panic, and her breath became rapid. For whatever reason, you haven't gotten my permission. Only then Ji Yeon speak, grinding out each word between clenched teeth. Your fakeness disgusts me. I don't need it. She angrily swung her hand towards the other party. Your permission. This arrogant woman. Surprisingly, Hajin not only dodged but counterattacked in an instant. She glared at Ji Yeon. At that moment, it seemed as if Ji Yeon had her breath caught. Her eyes showed extreme astonishment. Immediately after, Hajin slammed Ji Yeon to the ground, causing her to scream in pain. She had gained the upper hand and continuously lunged at her opponent with a fierce demeanor. Two girls wrestled on the rough ground. Ji Yeon shouted agitatedly, "Now you finally show your true colors, you wicked thing?" Hajin gasped in response. What nonsense are you talking? Tell me, what are you scheming? Who are you? What is your purpose in approaching us? Hajin's panicked expression satisfied Ji Yeon. She flashed a triumphant smile. I told you, you fool. The purpose is to destroy both your lives. Seeing you two happy together makes me so angry I want to tear it all down. These words surrounded Hajin's mind, making her head spin. Anyway, your boyfriend has already destroyed himself. After a moment, she regained her composure and questioned, What? What did you do to Jun? Contrary to Hajin's fear, Ji Yeon burst into a mocking laugh. Me? What are you saying? I haven't even started ruining his life yet. Hajin turned pale at her words, cold sweat pouring down like a shower. It's you, it's all because of you, you foolish thing. She involuntarily let go of Ji Yeon's collar. Are you saying you don't know anything? Hajin slowly stood up, her face still full of fear, her breathing ragged. Is it because I'm the one who ruined Jun? Ji Yeon, released, instantly sat up and pointed at her opponent, laughing loudly. That's right, you sicko. Do you know what that guy was training for and what he did for work? The more she spoke, the more triumphant she looked. It was all your fault from the beginning. Suddenly, Si-chun appeared from somewhere. Without hesitation, he struck Ji Yeon a vicious blow, severely damaging her face. Under the quiet night, she screamed in agony. Si-chun stood there with an angry look, lowering his voice. You bitch. His face was filled with nothing but hatred as he looked at Ji Yeon. More and more, I can no longer see you as a human being. Surrounding space seemed to freeze, the alley becoming stiflingly quiet. Ji Yeon covered her mouth with her hand and let out a moan. She saw blood all over her hand, her face showing utter disbelief. One of her teeth had been knocked out by the punch. The sheer terror made her hands uncontrollably tremble. Si-chun's face was as cold as ice, his gaze like bullets embedding into her. How dare you use your tongue to mock others? Each word he spoke was as sharp as a knife. I don't care how you've lived your life, but this time you chose the wrong person. I will make you regret it in pain and... Before he could finish his sentence, Ji Yeon giggled like a madwoman. Si-chun looked at her pathetic state and asked in confusion, What are you laughing at, you crazy woman? Ji Yeon lifted her face to look at him, laughing mockingly. Well, no matter. The way you look now, should I call you cool, or just a total idiot? He widened his eyes and burst into laughter. Showing up like this makes me feel so grateful, you thoughtless bastard. Chun's expression did not change. He swung his arm and punched her in the face without any mercy. What did you say, you crazy woman? Ji Yeon was hit unexpectedly, holding her face as she looked at him with venom. Bastard, you truly are an uncouth brute. Are you sure you can handle the consequences, huh? She sneered smugly. Thought you could just bury this car under the rug. I recorded everything. You brain-dead fool. Do you dare hit a woman? And right on this face that's already swollen. You stupid idiot, your life is over. She turned and spoke to her accomplice hiding nearby. Hey Lee Yangju, did you record it all? If you're done, then run. The other girl stammered in reply, I'm going. Ji Yeon did not forget to remind her, go edit it and upload it online right away. Lee Yangju hurriedly ran away, her phone clutched tightly in her hand, gritting her teeth as she told herself, this time, for sure she will clear my name. It will be fine. And besides... She tried to hold it in, but tears were already streaming down her cheeks. As long as it's not me. Confident in the evidence she held, Ji Yeon licked the sweet, metallic taste of blood from her lip. So what do you plan to do now? She looked up, provoking Si-chun. Going to chase after her to steal the video? Unless you want to be branded a woman beater for life. In her mind she rejoiced. This is much easier, because the moment he chases after her, the video will already be on the cloud, rendering it useless. Her eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, the excitement making her break out in a sweat. A martial man hitting a defenseless woman. That's a major crime. He will have to chase after her to retrieve the the evidence. That will be playing right into my hands. She had already envisioned an outcome where she was the victor. If he chases Li Yangju, I will completely have the upper hand. But Si Chun did not lose his composure at her taunts. He turned around, which made her start to panic. Hey, if you don't go after her now, you'll lose track of her. Seeing him silent and unresponsive, Ji Eon stood up in panic. Hey, you brain-dead moron. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Why aren't you chasing her? She used every argument to persuade him to go after Li Yangju. This will destroy your life. This isn't my first time doing this. Are you gonna ruin your entire life because of one girl? But Si Chun heard nothing, walking steadily towards Hajin. At that moment, she was kneeling on the ground, cold sweat pouring out, her skin pale as a ghost. Me. Si Chun, could it be because of what happened that day? Her breathing grew rapid, the blood in her veins feeling like it had frozen solid. Hajin, what in the world have I done? Tears of pain and regret flowed from the corners of her eyes. If I hadn't gone there that day, I would have just been... Si Chun stood in front of her, bent down, and gently pressed both his hands over hers. The warmth from his palms transferred to her, and Hajin held them tightly, a fragment of memory flashing through her mind. When they were young, she had done the same thing, gently telling Si Chun that if he did this, she covered his hands, back when Si Chun was crying pitifully, and she said she would no longer hear his words of self-blame. Hajin smiled gently, as warm as sunlight, comforting him. Things just happen. It wasn't your fault. In his moment of deepest despair and sadness, she became the lifebuoy for his young soul. Everyone will be fine, and I will forever be on your side. Back in the present, Si Chun used this same gesture to prove the deep bond between them. No matter what happens, I will never, ever blame you. He added with a warm smile, because I will also forever be on your side. Meanwhile, Ji Yan had somehow found an iron bar, picked it up, and took a wide step from behind Si Chun. You're sitting here getting on my nerves. Are you filming a movie? Saying that, she laughed like a mad woman, swinging the iron bar aiming straight for him. Then it will be a movie with a bad ending. I don't like your look at all. She swung the iron bar down hard, her face revealing cruelty, and also resentment towards this young couple. Si Chun coldly turned his head back, a hint of startled shock in his eyes. Hajin tried to breathe steadily, the sweat on her face streaming down. Suddenly, she shoved him hard to the side, her swift movement catching Si Chun off guard. She lowered her body and, using her momentum, threw an uppercut punch at Ji Yeon's face. That punch sent another one of her teeth flying. Her whole body jolted as if losing consciousness. A heavy thud echoed in the alley. Ji Yeon, knocked out by Hajin, lay sprawling on the ground. Hajin stood panting, looking down at her. Can't you knock a girl out with just one punch? Completely useless. He stood there with a face frozen like he had been sprayed with glue, gaping in astonishment, unable to speak. Why does she have no sense of restraint? It scared me half to death. Hajin turned to look at him, wiped the sweat from her face with her hand, and held her head up high with a smile. You have to aim for the chin. Before it was just a stupid pig, nothing but brute strength. Si Chun sat down on the ground, still in shock. I'm sorry. She suddenly remembered something and changed the subject. But what about that person who was filming earlier? He answered immediately, her. Don't worry. It's taken care of. On the road, as Li Yangju was hurrying away, she ran into Du Hun. Her eyes went wide as if she was about to cry. Excuse me? Du Hun's face was cold and frightening, as if she was in danger, as if she needed help. He stared straight at her and said, well, I can lend a hand, because there is a big bear protecting you. At the newsroom, the news just now had quickly spread. Manager Kim, after hearing it, shook all over while trying to hold back his laughter. So damn funny. Jung-un, sitting at the counter, saw this and asked curiously, what is it? What's so funny? Manager Kim laughed heartily as he replied, it's that Ji Yeon. She tried to act tough but got a taste of Si Chun's handiwork, and in the end got knocked out cold by Hajin's uppercut. Jung-un was surprised and impressed. That kid is unreal. Any passersby who witnessed it must have been terrified. Manager Kim was still laughing as if he had heard a joke, not terrified at all. I really like that kid, Si Chun. Ah, this Kang Ji Yeon is quite useful too. But what do we do now? If Sang-soo finds out, he will definitely go ballistic. Right then, his team leader ran over to report. Manager Kim asked politely, what's the matter, team leader? The guy replied, I have sent you the documents you asked me to investigate last time. Manager Kim scrolled through the documents on his tablet, asking casually, judging by his appearance, I'd guess he's from the same gym group as Si Chun. What's his background like? The team leader hesitated for a moment before saying, it's strange, there is no information about him at all. Manager Kim opened an image related to Aizen. Listening to the guy report, aside from the name Aizen, there are no records of his Korean descent background. There are no records of him graduating from elementary, middle, or high school in some remote rural area either. After that, nothing else. Those schools closed down long ago, making it hard to gather more. The team leader thought for quite a while before offering a conjecture. I suspect he comes from a special forces background, which is why his his information is kept secret. I asked a hacker I know from my mercenary days to scour the global military service records, but we still found nothing. The guy continued, even if he was living a deadbeat life, we could have gathered more than this. This case is very suspicious. Manager Kim's became unusually excited again. This is too epic. He asserted, I am 100% sure this is information fabrication. It's not about hiding something. It's about being declared dead, forging a new identity, and living a different life. Meanwhile, at the gym, Si-chun had found Aizen and stated his desire. This left him utterly astonished. What? You want me to teach you what? Si-chun looked him straight in the eyes and repeated himself. Real combat techniques to beat someone who comes from a wrestler background and is proficient in grappling. Aizen took off his shirt, baring his upper body fine. At the same time, at the newsroom, Manager Kim had set his sights on him. Do you know the common trait of people who live under a fake identity? Aizen was drenched in sweat, commanding Si-chun, take off your shirt and your pants too. In his mind, Manager Kim's voice still echoed. Either they make people die, or they kill people. It was already late at night, but the lights in the shops of that district were still on. In the training room, Aizen, only wearing black pants, asked Si-chun to do as he did, take off your shirt, and your pants too. He did not know what Aizen was planning, but obediently smiled and said yes. Si-chun pulled down his outer pants. Aizen stared at him. After changing, Si-chun turned and asked, everything, including the underwear? Hearing the foolish question, Aizen's face went blank. That's dirty, no need. Just put on some shorts. From another training room, a young man with a 2-block haircut stepped out cheerfully. That was so refreshing. Indeed, after a day of jiu-jitsu training, a shower is the best. Suddenly he noticed something strange concerning Aizen. He saw Aizen with his shirt off, while Si-chun next to him was only covered by a piece of cloth over his private parts. The two stammered, asking what he was doing and why he was not wearing clothes. Knowing what the kids were thinking, Aizen reminded them, stop messing around, hurry home. The two quickly covered their faces and ran, replying, yes, you have worked so hard. Jong-hun stood behind and glanced at Si-chun, thinking to himself Si-chun's condition did not look good, unsure if it was from fatigue or something else. As the other two left, Si-chun asked, but Nogi Jiu-Jitsu does not require a uniform. It is quite different from Jiu-Jitsu with a uniform, is it not? Aizen cast his deadpan eyes and replied, the core concept is the same, but with a uniform, you cannot even use collar chokes and joint locks. He also gave an example. Look at those drunk uncles fighting that night. They bumped into each other, stripped down, took off their shirts, and taunted each other. Si-chun asked, do they usually take off their shirts and yell like that too? That was it. The two then got into a verbal brawl. Want to fight? Try it then. Fight me. What are you going to do? Aizen continued the lesson. If those people who bumped into each other were not drunk, but skilled in jiu-jitsu, things would be different. While many use it to overwhelm opponents, sometimes true masters take off their shirts for different reasons. Suppose on the street, two people walking in opposite directions bump into each other. One speaks up. What is your problem? The man in the suit snapped irritably. Hey, if you bump into someone, you should apologize. Conversely, the bearded man in the hat looked momentarily surprised. The bride turned to look at the man in the suit, her voice slightly provocative. I'm sorry that my shoulders are as wide as the Pacific Ocean. That's why this happened. And with that, the bride's hat was knocked flying into the air. The man in the suit, furious, took off his jacket and cursed, I only went easy on you because you were polite, and you think this is a joke. That's your apology? My mood is terrible today, and running into you is just perfect. Only then did the bride get scared, stepping back. How can you do this? I already apologized. Please stop. Those half-hearted apologies couldn't stop the enraged man in the suit. He grabbed the bride by the collar. Stop. Who are you to decide that, you old capitalist? The bride still had a provocative attitude. This suit is expensive. Those words were the last straw, triggering the nerve that controlled the man's fist as it slammed into the bride's chubby cheek. I didn't ask, you bastard. You're still not scared? He shouted, a full 379,001. At that moment, the bride suddenly exuded the cool aura of a true master. In an instant, he dodged the suit man's punch, catching him a bit off guard. Enraged, he cursed, what? How did he do that just now? That's why they take off their clothes, to avoid being caught. A moment later, the suit man saw the bride stripping down, standing in a yoga pose in a corner. What the hell? Are you a pervert? Why don't you take off your pants too? The bride calmly replied, the one who takes off their jacket is third rate. As he spoke, he stepped out of the pants leg tangled around his foot. Taking off the shirt is second rate, and taking off the pants is the ultimate first rate. As the words ended, the bride revealed his potbelly and assumed a fighting stance. The bride's nonsense infuriated the suit man. What the hell are you saying, you senile old man? Aizen then said, without any points to grip, movement becomes free. Exactly like the bride's movements, elusive and hard to follow, gradually exhausting the suit man. Why are you like an eel? He explained. Because he wasn't wearing clothes. His body was very slippery, so even if he grabbed his limbs, it was easy to escape, even when the suit man thought he had grabbed the bride's head. Oh my god. He triumphantly planned to land another hit. I've got you now. But the bride escaped again, slipping away. Watching these frustrating advances and retreats, the suit man was both exhausted and bitter. It's useless. With him naked like this, it's hard to catch him. His legs are like an eel, and his abdomen. He began to focus on the bride's potbelly. That fat belly must be slow, I need to target it. At that moment, the bride curled his lip into a smile. What, giving up already? No matter who you are, you're just a supporting character. I'm too special. Seizing the perfect moment, the suit man threw a punch. You damn senile bastard. Only this can suck in your fat belly. Announcing your strategy before striking is foolish, and the bride's demeanor was eerily calm. The bride spoke and sucked in that fatty belly, making it as hard as indestructible diamond. The rebounding force caused the knuckles of the suit man's hand to be completely dislocated. Seeing his swollen hand, he cried out in pain, "My hand! My hand!" Then he immediately threw a tantrum, rolling over a dozen times on the ground. It hurts so much. He kept shouting at the top of his lungs. The bride muttered, "I handled it quickly and neatly. Didn't even have time to use my hands on him." After dealing with his opponent, the bride put his hat back on and contemptuously remarked, "Look here, you thug. Don't underestimate someone who's undressing. Even with a potbelly, I've got plenty of muscle underneath." And so the demonstration for Aizen's reason for taking off his clothes ended. He was now lazily closing the gap in a chokehold. Jiu-jitsu was being used in a match, something recently called Rage Jiu-Jitsu. From a certain perspective, I found it more practical than Jiu-Jitsu, because one must be able to fight a naked opponent. And of course, Si-chun had no chance of being his opponent. He was firmly trapped on the floor. Why do you want to learn? Is your next opponent a Rage Jiu-Jitsu user? Si-chun was released and took a deep breath. He replied, "That's right, I heard from Sundohun that he is incredibly skilled." Aizen remained expressionless. "Is that so? Then for now, just keep practicing. Also, you'll need a special technique to win." At the same time, in another training room, a loud voice rang out, "Brother, what are you saying?" A girl wearing a black Lee Sangon mask with a dirty face said, "Don't you believe me? Why would I lie like that?" A young man with the crew cut named Sang-soo wore a detached expression. "It's not that. Kids always film things when they want to cause trouble, but this time there's no evidence." Looking at Ji Yeon, he explained, "And that little girl did it instantly. Anyway, how could he hit a girl? I just went to meet Lim Si-chun earlier." Instantly, the girl quickly pulled down her mask, revealing a bruised face and a chipped front tooth, and wailed, "Are you a dog? That bastard Lim Si-chun hit me. I'm going crazy over my tooth. Already agitated, now even more. Is it that hard to get revenge for what he did to me? Are you still so calm when your girlfriend is beaten to this state? My phone is gone. My cloud is all deleted. Those bastards erased everything." Sang-soo didn't overreact to his girlfriend's hysterics. He said, "No, of course I'm angry. But thinking it over, a man slapping a woman like that. Sorry, I really can't believe you." Receiving such a harsh response, Ji Yeon lost all hope in the muscular love before her. She said softly, "Is that so? Damn it. It's so annoying being treated like a lying child. It seems we've lost trust in each other. I can't believe you think I'm that kind of person." Having said that, she walked away. Sang-soo instinctively called after her, "Jae Yeon, what do you mean by that? That's not what I meant." He began to calm down, speaking each word clearly. "Sang-soo, I still trust you, but you're the opposite. Even if your heart trembles, trust has to come from both sides. I don't know what our relationship is anymore. So let's break up." These words stunned Sang-soo, nearly half his soul flying away, leaving Sang-soo dazed on the spot. Ji Yeon resolutely walked away. She was still furious, muttering to herself, "Why did he call me a liar? Does he think there's no one outside to help me? How ridiculous." Then she came to a decision. This is the perfect time to call that bastard. I can betray now. Sang-soo is too stupid for things like this. Before even leaving the door, she cheerfully called someone in a coquettish voice. "Appa, long time no see, how have you been?" For Sang-soo, the breakup was truly painful. Their total time together was 1 year, 6 months and 8 days, his first official girlfriend. Just thinking the 3 words, "we broke up," was enough for Sang-soo to be sure he could cry for the next month. In a certain substation, a man in a police uniform spoke angrily, Hey, Officer Na, have you completely lost your mind?" The station chief didn't hesitate to unleash a torrent of harsh rebukes. "You alone are enough to drive me crazy. Why are you so fixated on Lee Sang-gon? That investigation ended ages ago? Why are you still at it? How can a cop handle other cases if he's always stuck on one?" Dong Hyeon was no pushover either. He stood his ground to defend his purpose. "How can the case be closed when nothing has been resolved? This isn't just a simple assault case. According to my investigation, an unidentified illegal organization has been hosting illegal martial arts matches targeting students. There might be connections to even more serious crimes, but everything Dong Hyeon said was still without evidence. evidence. Seeing his stubbornness, the chief retorted, "It's all your speculation. That kid isn't a cop. If you are a cop, everything you say must have evidence. Don't talk like you're in a novel." Dong Hyeon put on a cheeky face and said, "Why is the chief always obstructing me?" Already furious, this was like adding fuel to the fire. The chief's anger flared up directly. "What are you saying? Obstructing what? How dare you say that? Am I not just following orders from above? Don't you understand, you child?" Dong Hyeon kept his challenging tone, pressing the issue. If the chief only listens to orders and does whatever he is told, how is he any different from a fool? Fortunately, the chief didn't have a heart condition. He roared so loudly his beak seemed to stretch. "It's not that easy. Stop sitting there talking like a dreamer. If you want to investigate, bring solid evidence. Only then can we investigate properly, understand?" Seeing him getting more and more agitated, Dong Hyeon knew he had to take a step back to advance 10. "I got it, stop yelling. Let me buy you lunch, chief." He strained his neck, immediately kicking Dong Hyeon out. Outside the police hall, Officer Kim saw Dong Hyeon coming out and called to him, "Officer Na, come sit over here for a bit." He asked what was going on. He then explained, "Officer Jang is here too. We've ordered food, why do you eat with us?" Jang Hyung-sik, looking scruffy, scratched his head. "I already had rice soup. Go take a shower. I could smell you before I even saw you. Get me an extra bowl of rice." Seeing his comrade's distant look, Dong Hyeon casually asked, "You're here? Still haven't found him in Hyung?" He replied yes. After disappearing from the hospital, he hasn't shown up at school or home. Then Jang Hyung-sik narrowed his squinty eyes again and recounted, "Minors usually show up at the places they frequent. I don't know whose orders he's following or who's hiding him. Something's not right, probably because I haven't showered yet." Recalled during one of his missions, "Like I said last time, that man with the glasses I saw at Gold and Opusdale. I followed him to the 19th floor and got suspicious. After watching for a while, I saw him turn somewhere and enter room 1903. In the past 2 years, that person hasn't left the room. The landlord is currently living abroad." Watching that young man's back, Jang Hyung-sik speculated to himself, "That man with the glasses is clearly connected to that guy who looked like trash, but he never showed up again. I think he might have left the building." At this moment, Dong Hyeon held a case file and asked, "Did you get a facial composite of him made?" Hyung-sik saw this and replied, "But without solid evidence, I can't issue a wanted order for him. We need to catch him in Hyung quickly. Just a little scare and he'll spill everything." But then he went and ran away. In the file folder was a stack of A4 paper. Jang Hyung-sik curiously asked what it was. Dong Hyeon beside him replied that he did not know and told him to open it and see. As soon as he took the mysterious item out of the folder, Hyung-sik stared wide-eyed. Dong Hyeon stammered, "What is that?" "This is evidence of threats using a video." On the paper was a picture of a girl. It was Ji-yeon. Skimming the information, he was surprised. "The blackmailer is Ji-yeon?" Jang Hyung-sik beside him exclaimed that this crime was too serious. Dong Hyeon suddenly saw a clue and asked back, "Isn't this the car that Officer Gang mentioned before?" The photo was a black car and a girl standing by the window. The two discussed. "That's right. That's the car that hit Lim Jung-hyun and fled. The license plate is the same. It's a fake plate. That girl is probably involved." At this moment, Officer Kim walked in. Dong Hyeon asked, "Officer Kim, do you know who sent this?" He replied, "A boss came to give it to me." "What's wrong? Is there no sender's name?" Turning back to the pile of files, Dong Hyeon muttered, "Let's try looking for student Hyung-sik, cause he might have contacted someone." Suddenly, he pondered, "Who is this? Why was it sent here?" At the same time, at the practice room, Aizen was lying down with his eyes closed. A shadow fell over his face, causing him to open his eyes and look up. Dong Hyeon's face was close, asking softly, "You're awake?" Aizen teased, "Your head is really big." Then Dong Hyeon called someone over to Aizen. That friend said he wanted to send his thanks and ask about a few things. Aizen asked back absentmindedly, "Who?" In front of him was a girl with black hair. She introduced herself, "Hello, I am Lee Eunju. Thank you for your help." Everyone deleted all the files and the cloud storage on Kang Ji-yeon's phone. Du's face showed some anxiety, "But I can't go to school anymore. That day I didn't bring the video I recorded. Just meeting her face to face would get me killed immediately. What should I do to avoid meeting Kang Ji-yeon? Would transferring schools be okay? I have no one to ask." Seeing her dejected expression and poor demeanor, Aizen asked softly, "What now? You have to fight back." He sprang up, still speaking indifferently, "Even with many weapons, even if the evidence is laid out there. Because of extreme fear, the survival instinct makes people want to escape reality." But his words seemed to clear the nerves for Yangdu. She stared with wide eyes. He continued, "To find what has been lost, you have to fight. Even if you're scared because bad memories rush back, you have to tell her not to avoid it. Facing it directly is the only safe way." Aizen advised Yangdu. He looked up at her, his face unchanged, calm, "Report to the police and fight head-on. So I will prepare weapons." Not long after, the city sky was covered by dark clouds. It seemed a heavy rain was coming. Hazen leaned against the wall, muttering, "What's going on? Why isn't he here yet?" Suddenly a hand pulled him backward. Jaeyeon's pupils contracted. She asked instinctively, "What's going on?" The one who pulled him was the young man Jong-hun. Seeing him, Jaeyeon cursed, "Damn it, you scared me." At this moment he began observing the surroundings, asking softly, "The police didn't see us, right?" Jaeyeon wondered, "Why would the police come here? Did you get into something?" Taking off the cap on his head, he revealed a contemptuous, annoying face. He had visited the house of the girl named Hajin countless times. So annoying, you can tell just by looking that those cops can't get anything done. Hearing this, Ji-yeon sneered. If they can't even find evidence, what can they do? Besides, if you pretend to self-reflect, since it's a first offense, you'll only get a light punishment. Hearing Ji-yeon's plan, he asked with wide eyes, "So what is your plan?" She replied, "I just need to give that MC Chun a strong kick in the arm. When it comes to the common enemy, we're on the same side," Ji-yeon said, her eyes wide. "First, don't touch Sichun, because there's no guarantee you'll win. We have to deal with Seo Jin first. That Sichun guy comes near the center almost every day." A vicious glint shone in her eyes. "My plan is to become an employee at the center where Hajin studies. Then I'll corner her in a place like the restroom, you sneak in. If a big incident happens, I'll film it." As soon as the words ended, he directly choked her and slammed her against the wall. Ji-yeon did not yet understand what was happening. Struggling to speak, "What is it?" He gritted his teeth. "The things you said caused too much of a commotion." His face looked like that of a cornered man staring straight at her. "I think I'm like Sang-soo, just doing whatever you say. If something goes wrong, I'm the only one who'll take the fall, you bitch." As he spoke, he tightened his grip. "You think you're the only smart one? Hey, let me tell you something. You know it too, no matter what, Sang-soo isn't an idiot. He knows full well but still let himself be fooled because he likes you. That's love." Ji-yeon couldn't take it, trying to claw at his hand to pull it away. "What? So, what?" He did not hesitate to warn her. "This time, do it my way. Don't do any stupid stuff like filming anymore, got it? If Ji-yeon wants to live, she has to obey. Now that you know, loosen your grip a bit." Outside at that moment, the rain was falling lightly. Chun looked up at the sky for a while, holding a black umbrella. He muttered to himself, "Right on time for a Jin's class at the center to end. It's too late, the rain came at just the right time." While watching the rain, he smiled faintly. "I mustn't get wet or Hajin will worry. I need to make it look like I just got here." He did not notice a man in a long coat slowly approaching. That person spoke softly. "Could it be you are the student MC Chun?" Suddenly being called by name, anyone would be scared. He flinched, nearly dropping his umbrella, startled. "Why all of a sudden?" "Yes, it's me." "What's wrong, sir? What's the matter?" Sang-soo lifted his face to look at the falling rain. "I'm not, sir, I'm only 19. And you are indeed MC Chun. There's just one thing I have to ask you." At that moment, as expected, he was crying ever since the day he played with Ji-yeon. Under the streetlight, the heavy raindrops poured down glistening. Sichun was walking on the road with his umbrella when he accidentally encountered someone. "What's this? Are you?" Seeing the face streaked with tears, he hazily recognized him. Sang-soo replied blankly, "Yeah, I'm Sang-soo. I came here because I wanted to confirm something." Looking at his strange expression, he interrupted, "But you, why does your face look like that?" Sang-soo misunderstood, dazed, "Huh? First time meeting and you're comparing appearances. Are you saying you're taller and more handsome? You bastard." His question being turned around, he squinted. "That's not it. I asked why you're crying like that?" He denied it. "Me? Not at all." Even as tears kept flowing, he forced a crook smile. "I'm a real man, I never cry. You must be mistaking it for rainwater, kid." Seeing he wanted to dodge the issue, Si-chun changed the subject. "Alright, let's say that's it. What business do you have here? If it's for a fight, save it for next time. I have to go somewhere today." At this point, Sang-soo lowered his head hesitantly. "Do you know Ji-yeon? Kang Ji-yeon? A pretty girl?" He denied it. "She's not that pretty." He ignored that, continuing, "She said you beat her up badly. But she lies a lot, so I can't really trust her." Sang-soo spoke through his tears. "They say, no. Are Jaeyeon's words real or fake? I came to ask because if it's you, you must know the truth." He expressed sincerely, "I also have the right to know the truth." Seeing that difficult reaction, Sichun was silent for a moment before speaking. "You." His expression shifted to a gossipy mode. "You got dumped, right?" Sang-soo flinched like a cat with its tail stepped on. "No, it wasn't that, just a small argument." But in his heart he kept wondering, how does this guy know that? So sharp. Sichun joked, "If you got dumped, just say you got dumped." He was stirred with emotion, grabbing him by the collar and warning him, "Stop talking nonsense, answer me now." He asked seriously, "Why do you even like that girl? You know she lies a lot." Sichun ignored the rain splashing on his face, continuing to wake the man before him. "Besides, you know how she drives others to a dead end too, right? You know everything but just ignore it and stay silent, right?" His gaze recalled the past. "Back then, Hajin was cornered by you guys. You did those terrible things to her." Sichun emphasized each word as if to engrave them into Sang-soo's mind. Violence is not just physical impact. fact. Even without direct beatings, people can still suffer wounds that never heal. His face was numb, tears washed away by the rain. He looked up, listening to the harsh words. Cowards like you just stand by and watch crimes happen, ignoring them. Just like your ex-girlfriend, using people's weaknesses to control their lives in the palm of your hand. Si-chun stressed. I don't care who uses that thing for what. I only crush those involved in that competition, just like your ex-girlfriend did. Convinced by the other's reasoning, he took off his hat and coat, admitting, yeah, I agree with you. Even now, I'm always thinking about stopping. Only that bastard Zeon could convince me. Sang-soo stared wide-eyed at his rain-soaked body, his words falling heavily like the lightning that had just struck. But that was how it was. Going back to earlier, in the martial arts room with the Korean flag hanging, voices rang out, you can't win. Aizen closed his eyes, looking relaxed, believing jiu-jitsu was absolute, but still winning was possible by throwing a punch. He analyzed that those wrestlers took down quickly. One wrong punch and you'd be thrown down immediately and the match would end, without even time to defend with kicks. Si-chun asked back if that was the case, then this time too they'd have to use some sort of trick. He held up 2 fingers. Jiu-jitsu had almost no chance of winning, only 2 types. Aizen explained, one was a gun, absolutely unwinnable. He raised his middle finger and continued, the other was waiting. Back to the present, Sang-soo's face was close to the pointed tip of the popped-open umbrella. Aizen's lesson seemed to materialize in the space between, blocking it like a staff. He flinched, dodging, and raised an eyebrow at him. What, you lunatic? He looked at the umbrella pointed straight at him, like a shield, gritting his teeth and glaring. What the hell is this? You bastard, are you kidding me? He was not to be outdone, immediately retorting. What's with all this bastard this and that? Aizen once said that every so often he could strike and hit. Si-chun slipped past the umbrella. There's no way I'd be that cowardly near me. I just want to win, am I crazy? How could I let a grappling monster like you get close? His lesson was etched deep. Wait for the opponent to turn to completely eliminate. Sang-soo lost patience, reaching out to push the umbrella aside. You have to use this thing to cover. He questioned him about his own affairs. Just grab him and throw him away. That's it. Why did you hit Ji-yeon? The umbrella was flung up as Sang-soo spoke. Too easy. But the next sight made him gasp for air. Si-chun crouched and swung his arm, preparing to throw a sudden attacking punch, to finish it off if possible. Sang-soo's face was twisted to one side by the strong force. You son of a bitch! In that brief moment, he thought he didn't need to measure distance or anything like that. Si-chun's legs did not stay still. They kept charging forward like crazy. Next, he threw 2 more rapid punches, both aimed straight at his face. I have to crush his bones, mercilessly, to vent my rage. Sang-soo stood dazed from the beating, spitting out a bit of blood. Si-chun held the same intention, to act without mercy. If he didn't finish it this once, this match would have no chance of victory. Suddenly, the tables turned. One of Sang-soo's hands slid up to grab his shoulder. He burrowed his head into his neck, shouting out, gotcha! Sang-soo grinned through gritted teeth. Close call. Take a few seconds break, you wicked bastard. Si-chun had lost patience, ramming his shoulder hard into his face. Not interested, you bastard. He was a bit surprised. That move, Sun Do-hun uses it a lot. Sang-soo blocked in front of his face with one hand while thinking. This guy, surprising, sure, but compared to what I know, he fights much better. Then I'll also... Suddenly, Sang-soo reached out one hand. Si-chun paused, judging in confusion, calling for a break again. Damn it, my strength has recovered. I have to relax my legs first. Thinking it, he did it. His legs relaxed, bending slightly forward. But the next sight caught him off guard. Sang-soo knelt on one knee, raising his hand as if proposing. So what now? He changed his attitude, becoming serious. Caught. And I'm not the type to yield since we've already fought. Sang-soo's voice lowered, his gaze cold. From now on, I'll fight properly too. Before he could stay cool for 5 seconds, the jean jacket banged hard on his head, asking bluntly, oh really? The rain in the city grew heavier, pouring down like a bucket was being emptied. Si-chun took off his jacket, revealing each defined muscle. I'm just pretending too. On the sidewalk, Si-chun stood, looking at Sang-soo lying face down on the ground. He stared wide-eyed and warned. Playing tricks again? Get up. He said that, but he remained in place. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Actually, I was only going to do what I did to Ji-yeon. Then he slowly sat up, face tilted. If it's come to this, I have no choice. Sang-soo's gaze was firm on the goal. I have to go all out. However, his response was a failed setup. He immediately took a kick straight to the face, toppling backward. Sang-soo was annoyed, grumbling. You son of a bitch. Someone's talking and you attack. I've never seen anyone as clueless as you. The two were in a defensive stance, but he still hadn't finished speaking. Even lying down, he couldn't get into the grow position to control his opponent. Sang-soo deliberately provoked. I bet you think you can't take him down on the ground, so you're trying to win with strikes, huh? Should I let you in on something? Si-chun was the type to speak little and act much, directly punching him in the face and replying, no need. Sang-soo took the hit, turned his head to glance at him. Fine, I'll tell you anyway. Sometimes when jiu-jitsu fighters compete, and both sides are too hot-headed, the first move, right after he immediately counterattacked, throwing a powerful punch at his face, roaring, "Is a fist, you dog." The rain was coming down in sheets, getting heavier. The street lights were still on. Si-chun wiped his nose with his hand, assessing the previous hit. His strength is decent, but his punching power is much weaker than Sun Du-hun and Im Jong-hun. His handsome face, wet from the rain, was analyzing the situation internally. As long as I don't let them hit my chin, I can still win by attacking continuously. But he just took a direct hit to the chin and recovered right away. Is this the importance of neck muscles? Sang-soo deliberately provoked. Why use so many techniques? What? You don't think I can fight with my fists? He replied calmly, "Not at all. It's just that your punch is as light as a feather, so I thought your muscles must have all gone into your neck." He felt insulted, shouting loudly, "Bark, will you?" After that, Sang-soo charged again, ready to attack, his eyes fierce. "You can say my face is ugly, but you cannot say my muscles are weak. This is the result of my hard work. Bastards born gifted like you would never understand." The result was that punch missed. He leaned sideways to avoid it. Next, Si-chun spun and struck right at his right side of the back, making his whole body shudder. Following that was a decisive punch to the face. Sang-soo was hit so hard his eyeballs nearly popped out. In an instant, he followed the momentum and spun a full circle, returning to his original position. Si-chun was a bit surprised. Did he turn back towards the direction he was just hit? Next, he bent down and wrapped his arms around his torso. Sang-soo used his weight advantage, lifting Si-chun with all his might. He was shoved to the ground, struggling. Have to defend quickly. His large arms tightened a little more. Next, Sang-soo used his full weight to press down on him. Si-chun was restrained, with only his right arm able to move. He was stunned that he had let his opponent attack his side so easily. Sang-soo spoke up. "What's the matter? I'm not an easy target, am I?" He raised his fist high, his eyes full of challenge as he looked at him. "From now on, this is my soft punch show." As soon as he finished speaking, a punch landed heavily on Si-chun's face. Sang-soo struck repeatedly as if seeking revenge for what had happened earlier. Suddenly, he noticed the other arm was flailing wildly in defense. He immediately hugged that arm tightly to his chest, using his other hand to press his face down. Si-chun sensed something was wrong and thought to himself, "Oh no." Sure enough, Sang-soo had locked his arm and pulled it back behind him. Seeing Si-chun trying to clasp his hands together in resistance, he increased his strength, pulling as he said, "So you know how to block now, huh? Persisting will just waste your strength. Just give up." He cursed, telling him to let go of his lover, "You idiot." Mentioning that matter made Sang-soo look annoyed. Suddenly, he yelled, "Do you even know what love is? Love means sacrifice." Suddenly, Si-chun loosened his grip. Sang-soo, who was straining to lock his arm, tumbled backward from the momentum. He gritted his teeth, a clear look of discomfort on his face. He let go of his arm, momentarily startled. Seeing Si-chun holding his trembling right arm, Sang-soo panicked. "Why did you suddenly lose strength?" "I think I heard a snapping sound. Are you okay?" He anxiously said they had to go to the hospital immediately. But before he could finish, a fist flew straight into his face. Si-chun had already turned around at some point, striking with his other hand. Sang-soo did not get angry. He leaned back in his chair and spat out a mouthful of blood, calmly saying, "Stop pretending. What can you do to me with that arm? That's enough hitting, so let's stop, okay?" He stood up and walked in front of Si-chun. "The outcome is clear. I've also taken revenge for Ji-yeon. Let's call it quits. Why do we have to go that far?" He lowered his head and let out a heavy sigh. "Of course we do. You guys need a month, right?" He was confused. "What do you mean, a month?" As soon as he finished speaking, Si-chun bent down and extended his left arm. Sang-soo sat down and pushed him away. "What are you trying to do? Going wild with one arm?" He advised, "Even if you grab my ankle, it's useless. You lost, admit defeat and go to the hospital." His hand stubbornly refused to let go. "No, maybe it won't even take a month. Just 1 week and it'll all be forgotten." Under the pouring rain, Si-chun's words were like a breeze whispering past his ear. "Those people you harmed, you did such disgusting things, but you forget it all in just a week, right?" He hesitated. Suddenly Sang-soo felt a force lifting his body up. "What the?" His arm is too painful to use. Is he enduring the pain? He quickly shouted, "Wait, this isn't right." Si-chun used both hands to hold his leg and lift him up, even though his right hand was red and trembling. Sang-soo was lifted high into the air and panikedly warned, "This floor is asphalt, not a mat, dude." Only then did Si-chun continue speaking. "Those victims live in agony every single day. No matter how many years pass, their unease never changes, and their loved ones suffer the same pain." He looked up at him. "So you guys need to cooperate a little and share that pain so they can feel some relief." After he finished speaking, Sang-soo was slammed to the ground, screaming in panic, "No, you crazy bastard." This time, Si-chun used his entire body to hurl him forcefully to the ground. Outside, the rain continued to fall with a pitter-patter sound. In the training room, Sang-soo was in a daze from drowsiness. Suddenly, Zohin's face appeared before him, and the two stared at each other intently. Sang-soo closed his eyes and mumbled hazily, "Is this hell? Life is truly impermanent." He Zohin annoyedly smacked his bald head. "Nonsense, you bald idiot. Get up now." Sang-soo lay there cursing. "Do Hyung, are you dead too? You bastard, you and I are both still alive. We haven't gone down to hell yet." He sat up and asked, "Do Hyung, what happened? Did I fall on the street?" He replied, "You lost your mind and fainted." Sang-soo stared blankly at the ceiling. "What about that guy? I heard his arm snap." Do Hyung replied, "Sichun. He went to the hospital." He asked suspiciously, "Why wasn't I sent to the hospital? Why am I here?" He hesitated. Well, scene change. Aizen, with a thoughtful expression, accepted Jo Hyun's proposal. "All right, I'll look into it," he replied. "Thank you." The door opened and someone walked in. Both of them froze, staring at that person, and he panicked. "Huh? How did this happen? Weren't you going to pick up Hajin? What's that behind you?" Sichun, who was carrying Sang-soo on his back, calmly explained, "I got there and saw this guy crying, so I hit him once. He passed out. I asked Lee Sun-han to watch over him for me." Du Hyung was surprised, his head full of question marks. "What is this, Sang-soo? What do we do now?" Aizen spoke up. "Let him lie down here first." Du Hyung asked Sichun, "How did you get him into this state?" He glanced at Aizen. "I buddy slammed him onto the road and he ended up like this." "What now, Hyung? Should I call an ambulance?" "What? You body slammed him onto the road. Could he be dead?" He looked up, exclaiming in confusion, "This monkey." Aizen said, "He's just sleeping." Then he looked at Sang-soo's smiling face as he called out, "Jaeyeon, ah." Both of them were stunned, too shocked to speak. "What a crazy bastard." He turned to Si-chun and suggested, "Don't worry about this guy. You go to the hospital." Many bruises appeared on his arm. "My arm. I don't want it to be permanently paralyzed." Sang-soo nodded in understanding. "So that's it. I hope it's not serious." Du Hyung asked, "How are you feeling inside? If you're not well, go to the hospital for a checkup. I'm not going to fight you. Real men don't fight at the drop of a hat." He replied, "I only have muscle pain. Thanks to my shoulder training, I'm fine." Du Hyung wondered, "But where is Ji Yeon Kang now? I heard she hasn't been going to school recently. Why is that?" Sang-soo answered sadly, "How would I know?" while he admired, "If you don't know who does me?" He sobbed bitterly to Ji Yeon. "We broke up." Du Hyung heard that and grinned so wide he could not close his mouth. Then he burst out laughing. "Hey, this is great. The day has finally come." Sang-soo got angry at that attitude and cursed, "You dog, can't you pretend to comfort me? Time will heal everything." Then Soo Hyun asked seriously, "So you don't even know where she is? Do you know any places she frequents? Like a coffee shop or something?" His face twisted like a monkey's ass. "Sometimes you look like a weak little puppy. Why do you keep asking me? What do you want? Don't tell me you're interested in Jaeyeon." Hyun was helpless against Sang-soo's nonsense. "Don't talk nonsense. If you truly love Ji-yeon, no matter how bad she is, her life is still long and can change. You have to help her starting now." He listened intently to his words. "Then tell me where the school new club is." The scene changed to a drink shop, a man and a woman talking across from each other. "No, I have to catch that girl. You think can do something to Lim Se-chun? Can you even beat him? Why can't I touch Seo Ha-jin?" The man was Jong-hoon. He rubbed his nose and said, "Because if you get close to that girl, then..." An image of Jong-hoon with a face covered in blood gagged, crying in fear. That other man's eyes glared at him with intense fury. Ji-yeon rolled her eyes to the ceiling in admiration. "So what? Talking to you is exhausting. You have a strange habit." Jong-hoon keeps emphasizing the word no. He suggested, "First, you set a trap for Lim Si-chun." Ah said helplessly loudly, "Don't you have any plans at all? What the hell are you afraid of? If you're scared, just follow my plan. Go into Hajin's academy." Jong-hoon's face turned angry, his eyes full of killing intent. "Now somehow we have to steal Hajin's phone." Ji-yeon recorded or asked on the phone, "What are you going to do with that phone?" He suggested, "We have to take advantage when those two are not meeting. We'll call Lim Si-chun. Based on his personality, I'm sure he will come alone." Jong-hoon was mid-sentence, his eyes glancing away, and he flinched. "After that, we just sit and wait, and then land a kick on him." He was stunned to see Dong-han walking in. Jong-hoon looked at him, worried inside. "Criminal investigator, why is he here?" I looked confused and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look like that?" He lowered his head and raised his voice. "Don't look behind this piece of cloth." Ji-yeon said irritably, "Why?" Jong-hoon asked, "Have you ever been here with Sang-soo?" Closed her eyes and smiled calmly. "Why ask that?" "Of course, I've been everywhere with Sang-soo. He always came with me, even after we broke up. Whenever I called him over, he showed up. I'm trying to break that habit now." He said a few words that froze Ji-yeon. Dong-hyun, "And another man, is that so? What a coincidence. Looks like Sang-soo has abandoned you now, huh?" He quickly picked up his phone to report, "I think I've found Kang Ji-yeon. She's here with the red-headed tie. I think this encounter will be a bit rough, and I got a bonus of Lim Chong-hun too. Wait for news." Dong-hyun quickly approached their table and said, "Hey students, are you Kang Ji-yeon and Lim Han? I am the police. Lim Chong-hun knows me well, right? Don't screw up and run away this time." Jong-hoon yanked Ji-yeon's hair, making her scream. What the hell? He ignored her and directly dragged Ji-yeon by the head. Ah, pried Jong-hoon's hand off while cursing. Hey, you crazy bastard, let go of my head, he said calmly. Criminal investigator, huh? Then he shoved Ji-yeon hard. Take my fist, you bastards. Dong-hoon admired. A truly crazy bastard indeed. Right after she was pushed towards him, Dong-hoon struggled to catch Ji-yeon. He ran out, stepping on the railing. You bastards. Jong-hoon leaped high. He shouted loudly, "You'll never catch me, you bastards." However, contrary to his expectation, Jang Hyung-sik was already standing there. What bastards? The two locked eyes. He greeted Jong-hoon. I'm very glad to see you. Hyung-sik curled his lips. Finally, his face lit up with joy, and he kicked the man straight in the face. I can go home now. Hyung-sik glanced at Jong-hoon on the ground as he spoke. A bastard like you is no different from a snake. Someone vile like you should be removed from the world before you grow up. When the two officers were escorting Ji-yeon out, they saw this scene and were stunned. Why? Jong-hoon saw Jong-hoon lying motionless and asked worriedly, "You've worked hard, Jang Hyung-sik, but is he dead? You kicked him in the face with all your strength." Hearing that, he walked over and kicked the man a few times to check. I don't think so. The man was trembling, holding his foot in pain, and burst out cursing. Damn it, my foot! Hearing that he still had the strength to curse, Dong-han said with contempt, Too bad you didn't die. Snakes really have a strong will to live. He muttered to himself, Get up quickly, George. You dog, I'll kill all of you. Afterwards, Chung-hun and Ji-yeon were taken to the police station. Jang Hyung-sik picked up a notebook and repeatedly hit the man on the head. While hitting, he asked angrily, Have you lost your mind? You stupid criminal. Do you think you can escape the law as a minor? Jang Hyung-sik threatened, People like you who commit serious crimes, if convicted, will be sent to a juvenile detention center. Do you know the difference between a juvenile detention center and a prison, you little brat? He advised Jong-hoon. So you better tell me everything you know, everything about the illegal game, and the day of the attack on the student Seo Ha-jin. At this point, he still stubbornly denied it. No. What crime have I committed? Do you have evidence? Is it right to investigate by beating people like this? You can't beat criminals like this nowadays. His rude way of speaking to an adult annoyed Hyung-sik. He hit Jong-hoon on the head a few more times and lectured him. Don't talk back like that. This kid still has milk on his face. Lower your voice, then I won't talk rudely either. He continued questioning Jong-hoon. Do you know what you're charged with? First, you are charged with the crime of dangerous stalking. While planning an offense near the home of high school girl Seo Ha-jin, you assaulted student Si-chun and immediately fled when the detective caught you at the scene. Jang Hyung-sik recalled that scene and accused. Your accomplice who followed drove a car into the officer. Then you climbed into the car and escaped. He quickly brought his hand to his injured nose to explain. What are you talking about? What accomplice? I was taken out too. At that time, a psycho tried to kill me with an awl. Look at me, look at the wound on my nose. This is evidence. At this point, Jang Hyung-sik showed him a photo that caught his eye and made him a bit panicked. Be quiet and look at this. He pretended not to understand. What is this now? Jang Hyung-sik presented the evidence to ask him. Do you see Kang Ji-yeon here? The car next to her is the one that hit me and fled. He held the photo close to Jong-hoon's contorted face and said, You and Kang Ji-yeon met and planned that job together, right? Don't say it's a coincidence. This time, he continued to play dumb and replied to Jang Hyung-sik, What? This is ridiculous. That psycho manipulated it. You need to catch that bastard exactly. Hearing him say that, he was not surprised. He looked straight at Jong-hoon and said, A criminal playing the victim. Anyway, you can't get out of here. So confess everything whenever you want. So, do you know him? Then Jang Hyung-sik pointed to his tightly shut eyes and asked him, The bastard Anshvi with glasses, eyes tearing like a snake. Is that bastard the one running an illegal game? Hearing Hyung-sik mention Director Kim, his face turned pale. He stared at him in shock, his heart trembling as he thought, Director Kim? How does he know Director Kim? Without needing Jong-hoon to answer, Hyung-sik looked at his panicked expression and directly exposed him. Your face says it all. I caught it. Are you crazy now? Seeing that he had him cornered, he shouted, I don't know. Meanwhile, the policewoman was interrogating Ji-yeon. Student Ji-yeon Kang, he brought a laptop in front of her and asked, Are you the person in this clip? All the clips and images here are evidence. Dong-hyun's next words made her face pale. Because the victims gathered and reported you have committed many serious charges, such as threatening with recorded materials. If you keep delaying your statement like this, you will definitely go to prison. He urged her, If you tell me what you know about the illegal game and the assault on student Seo Ha-jin, I will reduce your sentence. Looking at the pile of videos and images in front of her, Ji-yeon immediately recognized them and was terrified. Damn it, these aren't copies, they are the originals. These were only in my iCloud. What did those bastards do to my phone? Ji-yeon was shocked by Dong Hyun's words and thought to herself, am I going to be punished? I still have a criminal record. Damn it, what the hell is this? A huge crime. I used it to make money. Director Kim and Representative Han, those bastards. If I frame them and get out of here. On this side, Jung Hyun was also frowning, speculating and thinking to himself, very well, if I apply a little more pressure, he will confess everything. As Ji-yeon was lost in her thoughts, Jung Hyun suddenly stood up and said, everyone is hungry now, let's eat first. What would you like to eat, student? How about some rib soup? At that moment, someone entered the police station and spoke up as soon as he walked in. Excuse me. Hearing that voice, Jang Hyung-sik stood up, turned around to look, and greeted, yes, how did you get here? Then he praised them. You have all worked very hard, detectives. He appeared to be acquainted with the two juvenile delinquents, and cheerfully introduced himself. Students, Jong-hun and Jong-kang are here too. Allow me to introduce myself, I am from a law firm. The scene shifted to a large-scale law firm. Subordinate came to report to Manager Kim. I have already sent it to Lawyer Bick, manager. It turned out Manager Kim wanted to get Jong-hun and Yi Zeon out of the police station. The subordinate hesitated, nervously stammering, but that man immediately opened his mouth to ask, is something the matter? Seeing this, the subordinate voiced his inner thoughts. If we just take the kids out like this, won't we get caught? That man then laughed loudly and asked back, by whom? That man seemed not to understand, replying, yes. Finally, Manager Kim asserted, who would keep taking the kids out anyway? He only wanted to rescue those two in order to punish them all at once. I was planning to cut out their tongues anyway. And why reuse something that should only be used once? Manager Kim pushed up his glasses with his hand, smiled dangerously, and instructed his subordinate, it's fine. What we need to focus on is the other side. The students or the police are not a threat to us. He was wary of everything around him, but it seemed someone was approaching with a threatening intent. To learn more about him, I will send him along. Aizen saw Si-chun come to his side and asked, what are you doing here? Si-chun, his hand injured, explained clearly, I planned to stay home, but my body just felt like walking. I don't intend to join the boxing class, just the skill class, but my clothes. Hearing his stubbornness, Aizen reminded him, I thought you needed surgery on your whole arm, but you should be careful. After speaking, he left, instructing Si-chun as he walked, you should avoid strenuous activity for a while. Your nerves have reached their limit. You keep pushing, something serious will happen. Listen to me for once. Go home. Si-chun watched Aizen's receding figure and replied, I know. Where are you going? Is something important going on? But in his heart, Si-chun thought, that expression doesn't look good. Seeing Si-chun standing still, he said leisurely, let's go home. Not long after Aizen arrived at the Lee Sangon cemetery, he was pouring a bottle of liquor onto a grave. It turned out one of Aizen's sisters had passed away, and he came here to visit her. He sat down and asked himself, is it delicious? At Korean food stalls, if you drink soju with a dish called adamban, you will be charmed to death. He leaned against the nearby grave and confided, too bad, you can't taste that flavor. Next time I'll bring some. Sorry it took me so long to remember. Aizen drank, sinking into memories of his friend. He looked at the grave and said, don't look at me like that, Harley. Suddenly he spoke up to ask, even knowing these questions would never be answered. How is your hair? Is it too long? You can tie it in a ponytail now. The more he spoke, the more he wanted to see his friend again. How is it there? It would be great if we were together there. Is the weather very cold? Is the sky beautiful there? It's a bit cold here. He closed his eyes, sinking into a void of thought. Hearing a noise behind him, he immediately opened his eyes. A group of thugs came from somewhere and asked Aizen, who is this guy? Are you babbling in English? Are you a foreigner? Get up now. Aizen slowly stood up and replied, no. Back at the law office, the subordinate hesitated. Yes, if it's that friend. Hearing this, Manager Kim understood and answered quickly. Right, it's been a while since using the new drug. He wore a vile expression and laughed loudly at the subordinate. Should we check the effect early? How many? The Lee Sangon cemetery, one thug suddenly flared up and yelled, it's too hot! This thug, standing behind the group, was shaking all over from drug withdrawal and spoke irritably, long hair, we must kill, need more drugs. At this moment, Aizen was still sitting with his back against the grave and replied, I said no. The thugs grew angry. What do you mean no, you bastard? Get up now before I get angry. He lowered his head and threatened, the more I drink, the less I can control myself. Aizen's face was flushed from alcohol, his eyes glazed over as he said to them, I am very drunk right now. The scene flashed back many years, to a house. The door was slightly ajar. Aizen was slowly stepping inside. Seeing the door open, he was slightly surprised. He used his hand to push the door wide open to enter. As if sensing something was wrong, Aizen quickly stepped into the house to check. Before him was a horrific scene. A woman and a child were struggling with a thug holding a gun. Then they lay in a pool of blood. Looking at the sight before him, he could only stand frozen. Aizen walked over and touched the child's hand, finding it ice cold. He could only sit still before that sight. At that moment, a foreign man holding a gun stepped out from inside the house and aimed it at Aizen. Seeing him still motionless, that man did not say a word and shot him directly in the shoulder, but Aizen seemed to feel no pain. He stared coldly at that man. Aizen's eyes at that time were identical to his eyes in the present. He was grabbing a thug by the head and smashing it into a nearby rock, causing that man to tremble as blood from his head soaked a corner of the stone. While pressing the head down, he growled, "Did I say something?" Aizen stood up with glazed eyes from drunkenness, but did not forget to declare to them, "Just looking at scum like you makes me want to tear you apart." One would think the cemetery would return to silence. No, because a fight was about to break out, provoked by a drunk Aizen. With one hand, he was pressing that thug hard against the rock, mumbling to the rest, "Today is truly a great day, all of you showing up here." As he spoke, he thought and then said directly, "It must be a gift my sister sent me from heaven. I was afraid coming alone would be too lonely." Hearing this, the thugs aggressively raised their fists, wanting to charge at him. One irritatedly spoke up, "What nonsense are you spouting, you dog? Today is the day you go to the grave, you bastard." That thug did not hesitate for a second, lunging quickly at Aizen, still chattering, "Come on, let's go. The punk is alone." Suddenly, Aizen used a liquor bottle to block that man's attack, leaving a red mark on his hand. He felt the pain in his arm and let out a growl. This time, Aizen's irritation was channeled entirely into the bottle. He twisted the bottle's mouth into that man's wound, causing him to pale and yell loudly, "My hand!" Pulled the bottle out of that man's hand and sneered, "It's not over yet." Before that man could get his bearings, Aizen shoved the entire bottle into his mouth. Seeing the reaction of that gang member, he glanced at his companions and said calmly, "There's still one more." Those thugs, seeing the scene, were terrified. "Huh? Wait a minute. Why is it different from what we heard?" Thinking carefully, "We don't need to act directly." But their mission in this area was not to cause trouble. One said quietly, "Right, it's just testing the addict anyway." He ordered Yongzan, "Hey, go on, kill him." So they didn't need to act, just let Yongzan fight him. At this moment, that man spoke provocatively, "Long hair, kill me." He was not only unafraid but also felt excited, immediately making a pledge. "Alright then, get to the car quickly." Before that, after the four of them fell together, they were killed. Aizen suddenly appeared behind a thug. Hearing the voice, they turned around in surprise, both of them thinking the same thing. What is that supposed to mean?" As if reading their thoughts, Aizen answered for them, "But what can be done?" He spoke louder as he approached, frightening the two so much their eyes bulged. "I didn't intend to watch." Before they could react, one of the two was already punched flying by Aizen. He glared straight at the remaining one and threatened, "You are dead." The remaining thug was lifted up by Aizen. He could only flail and punch wildly, trembling before spitting out a curse. "What the hell? Hey, put me down, you damn dog." He set down the frightened thug, then looked at the grave once more. Seeing the man staggering before him, Aizen spoke while looking at the grave, simultaneously using both hands to lift him up again. "How about it? Rest in peace." "No, wait a moment." After saying that, Aizen slammed the man down onto a rock with great force. That man could only gape, his face dazed and his eyes wide in shock. The man who had been forced to drink the bottle earlier was next to him, coughing harshly, holding his neck and stammering each word. "It hurts so much, my neck. An ambulance, hurry." Hearing him moan like that, Aizen kicked him in the face, causing his head to smash into the rock. While kicking, Aizen kept his eyes fixed on him and said, "An ambulance? What the hell are you talking about? That is not for scum like you." After handling the thugs, he turned to look at Yungan and declared, "Alright, you weak little boy. Now it is time for you to be punished." But when he turned back to look, he saw no trace of him, and he thought, did he run away? Unexpectedly, he suddenly appeared behind Aizen to attempt a sneak attack, but he managed to dodge it. "No way," he said. His eyes showed regret for missing the chance to ambush Aizen. Seeing this, Yungan grew angry and grabbed his hair. Aizen, in pain from having his hair pulled, threatened, "Let go immediately, or I will kill you." Those words seemed to provoke him, making him even angrier. He raised his fist, grit his teeth, and declared, "Die, long hair." He kept punching Aizen in the face. Aizen's eyes, he looked back at him and seemed to be calculating something. The more he punched, the more excited he became, roaring as he punched, "Die." But Aizen did not fall like the others. Instead, he turned to ask him, "Hey, it was you, was it not?" This confused Yungan, and he thought to himself, "What? Why is this guy not falling, even after being hit like this?" He asked again to be certain. Seeming sure of it, Aizen turned around and grabbed his hand. "You bastard who made Hajin's face like that. It was you, was it not?" "Seems like it is. thinking that after Yungan's punches he would be done, but now he felt confused. What is that? That this dying man is… Aizen used the strength of just one arm to block his punch. Seeing Aizen's hand stop the immense strength created by the drugs, he was astonished and thought, where is this strength coming from? After that, Aizen grabbed hold of his left arm with both hands. He clamped it tight and broke it, just as he had done to Hajin. After breaking his arm, he observed him. Seeing him standing upright with no sign of pain, he asked, "Do you feel no pain?" At that moment, Aizen took off his jacket, saying to him as he did so, "If that is the case, then there is no other way." Then, slowly tying his hair up, he closed his eyes and said, "From the fingertips down to the legs." He rolled up his shirt sleeves and looked at him with determination. "Every single joint in your limbs, I will tear them all apart." The scene was still of the seemingly quiet graves, but within them a tense battle between the two sides was about to erupt. Yungan heard his declaration, could not hold himself back, with drool flowing from the corner of his mouth, his face flushing red and then turning pale. Then he gritted his teeth and raised his hand to show his determination, thinking, "No, it cannot end like this. If I want to get the drugs, I at least have to break something on that guy." Aizen seemed to read his thoughts. "What? You need the drugs, but things are not going your way, so you are panicking?" He recalled the behavior of those drug addicts. "When I lived in America, there were very young children who got addicted and died from overdoses, or they would commit serious crimes like murder to get drugs and spend their lives in prison. Most of their lives were like that." Aizen spoke while looking at the drug addict before him. "Occasionally, there are cases where they quit through immense willpower, but even so, they still relapse. It is hard to escape the temptation of drugs. Of course, the illegal dealers are the main problem. But in my experience…" He pointed directly at Yungan coldly. "You drug addicts like him will never change for the better." Then he suddenly closed his eyes and said, "If I were in the victim's position, people like you…" As soon as he finished speaking, Aizen rushed swiftly beside Yungan, whispering a warning. "I would just want to stomp all of you to death like trash, and throw you all into the garbage processing plant." Seeing Aizen's speed was that fast, he reddened in shock and surprise. He barely managed to duck back, but immediately received a punch to the chin. After that, Aizen grabbed hold of his right arm. Then he delivered a strong punch to the middle of the arm. Yungan was in so much pain his eyes rolled back white. While looking at him in pain, Aizen glanced at his face and said elegantly, "All right, first, I will take the right arm." He immediately tried to punch him with the other arm in anger, but at that close moment, Aizen still nimbly dodged it. Seeing that the man was still unharmed even after having his arm broken by the punch, he thought, "This seems harder than I thought." Then, seeing Aizen thinking, he continued to throw another punch, but he dodged it gracefully again. After that, he propped one hand on the ground and used his leg to hook Yungan's leg. Next came a throw that slammed him down to the ground. Aizen clamped his hands tightly around Yungan's ankle. This made his face drain of all color, and he cried out, "Damn it, wait, I am still a minor. This was all because they made me do it." He asked indifferently, "And so?" Aizen squeezed his leg tighter, saying to him, "What do you want me to do?" He continued his analysis. "If someone else made you do it, does that mean you have no guilt?" The more he spoke, the tighter Aizen seemed to squeeze his leg, making it impossible for him to provoke him like before. "And besides, someone else was supposed to come and deal with you, but he got hurt, so it is only fair that you get hurt too." Yungan began to beg desperately, "No, wait, I will tell you everything I know. Do not touch my knee." But Aizen was frighteningly cold. "No need. I will find out for myself. Take care now." No. The deed was done. The originally silent and quiet place finally returned to how it was. After dealing with the arrogant thugs, Aizen lay down to rest, feeling exhausted. At that moment, someone suddenly arrived. "What is this?" It turned out to be one of Manager Kim's subordinates. Seeing him, Aizen asked, "What is it?" He sat up abruptly, feeling dizzy, and asked, "Security or something?" The man looked at him, speaking as if advising him, "You should only go this far today. If you cause any more damage, it will be very difficult." Aizen walked over lazily and asked, "You do not look like the leader. Could it be you?" He thought to himself and then guessed the most fitting answer. "Are you that despicable mercenary who will do anything for money? Like a dog? The type that comes to clean up the mess for criminals, pretending to be a soldier? That does seem to fit." His words made the man very angry. At that moment, Manager Kim spoke to him through the earpiece. "Do not get too excited, team leader." The scene shifted to the lawyer's office. Manager Kim's voice was still calm as he reminded his subordinate, "Today, just focus on safely bringing player Yungan here." He put on a sanctimonious air, laughing loudly, holding a phone in his hand, but his eyes were looking at someone, and he promised, "I will arrange it later, please calm down for now." It turned out to be Jung Un standing in front. He looked amused and said, "What? Let them fight once? It will probably be fun." Section Chief Kim thought it over and calmly replied, "Not yet. We still have information on that person. We must account for the possibility of losing the team leader. Now is not the time." After hearing that, Jun Woo did not interfere further because he had other pleasures. "So what? Handle that yourself. I just need to relieve myself." At this moment, In-hun and Yi Xian were kneeling before him, their faces bruised everywhere. In-hun begged him, "Please spare me, I truly didn't say a word." Then Then In-hun shifted the blame to Ji Yeon. It might have been her who spilled everything. Hearing that, Ji Yeon immediately retorted, "What are you barking at, you crazy dog?" The two argued back and forth, giving Jun-woo a headache. He approached to lecture them. "Since you already slipped away to conserve your strength, why were you rude enough to step on my tail?" Closed his eyes and threatened, "I will say this one last time. If you act alone one more time," his face twisted into a smile, "then you will know what it feels like to be beaten to death." At that moment, Section Chief Kim's computer monitor suddenly emitted a sound. He no longer saw the long-haired person and the subordinate, so he used his phone to ask, "What happened to the monitor all of a sudden? Team leader, is there something wrong with the filming?" Jun-woo also turned around and asked curiously, "What? Is there a problem with the camera?" Section Chief Kim suddenly saw something, his expression turning serious. "Something seems to have appeared." The subordinate stood arrogantly and said, "Jiadao-san, you can provoke, but this place is not suitable. Let us end this here today." Aizen maliciously said, "I am not provoking. I am just stating the truth, you stupid dog." He narrowed his eyes and continued, "I can stop, but there is another person who came here today." Aizen spoke while glancing somewhere. "I cannot control him either, especially when he sees the situation here." The subordinate did not understand. "What do you mean?" Seeing this, he feigned ignorance and asked back, "That guy who is secretly filming, is he all right?" At this moment, the secret filmer asked, "Team leader, is there something wrong with the camera side?" Indeed, birds of a feather. The secret filmer was no better. He thought to himself, "Today's live stream is great, though a bit dull without any women." But he did not notice the person standing behind him and continued speaking naturally. "Indeed, for filming, you need women too." A few seconds later, he felt someone staring at him, so he turned around, his eyes wide with surprise. A woman! With that perverted look, he naturally got kicked straight in the face. A shrill scream echoed in this originally quiet and sacred area. The woman took off her helmet. It turned out to be Soo-hin. She flicked her hair and declared, "You people don't want to be human anymore, do you? Is that why you pull this stunt in a place like this?" Saying that, she approached them, walking and threatening, "I will end your life, you disgusting maggot." The scene shifted to the evening at a training hall. Everyone had just finished training. The manager stood up and said, "That is enough for today." The three students said in unison, "Thank you for your hard work, manager." Chae-sung grimaced and said, "We cannot train without Aizen Hyung and Si-chun today, so it is a bit boring." But In-hun beside him quickly spoke up, "Still, having Do-hun Hyung around helps. Training only with him is annoying." Seeing Do-hun come out looking a bit bored, In-hun asked, "How is it, Do-hun? After training, you find jiu-jitsu interesting, right?" Do-hun answered honestly, "Boxing is still the best." When Do-hun was about to leave, the other two tried to persuade him, "Are you going to hit the punching bag again today? Not going to eat spicy rice cakes with us?" Do-hun politely declined, "Hyung, the sun has set. How can I eat rice cakes? They are not pork. I will clean up and close up carefully. When I finish, you all go ahead." Hearing Do-hun say that, Chae-sung immediately showed irritation and criticized him, saying he had just insulted the spicy rice cakes of 80% of the Korean population. He demanded Do-hun apologize immediately, startling Do-hun, who quickly replied, "I am sorry, I spoke out of turn." After that, Yi-sung waved goodbye to his younger brother to go eat spicy rice cakes, saying with an annoyed tone, "Do not look down on this food anymore." Do-hun, seeing that Yi-sung was still not over his anger, quickly apologized once more. "Yes, I am sorry, Hyung." As the manager was about to leave, he asked Do-hun, "What did he say that made him act like a sick person?" Do-hun explained, "It is nothing, it was my fault for saying the wrong thing." Then he asked with concern, "Manager, are you going to make deliveries again?" The manager tiredly replied, "Yeah, have to pay the rent somehow. Anyway, among the boxing trainees I used to have, someone is opening a training hall." He asked in surprise, "You said you were looking for people for the youth boxing competition." The manager explained, "Yeah, they are holding one over there, so I thought you asked. Do you want to go? Staying here forever is not just about punching bags, and I do not teach boxing anymore." Seeing Do-hun still hesitant, he struck at his financial situation. "I told them you have talent, so they said training would be free. What do you think?" Hearing that, Do-hun did not hesitate and quickly replied, "Great, I really want to." Having said that, he left, but turned back before leaving to add, "All right, I will let them know and give you the address of the training hall later." On his side, Do-hun bowed his head in gratitude. "Yes, I thank you very much." At this moment in the training hall, the other two had not yet left to eat spicy rice cakes. They called out, "The boxing guy is starting his serious training again. Good job, Do-hun. Congratulations." Do-hun stammered, "Thank you, everything is too sudden." Do-hun remembered the kindness of those who had helped him. "It is all thanks to Si-chun and Aizen Hyung. Too bad they are not here today." Si-chun said he was resting, and Aizen Hyung, what is he up to? Jong-un suddenly remembered and spoke up. I think around this time last year, Aizen was also wearing Lee Sang-gon's clothes and went somewhere. I asked him but he did not say. Chisung was curious, his mind full of speculation. Could he be meeting someone? Last time he also said he was going to meet a girl named John Elgin or something. Jong-un recalled, then continued talking about an old colleague named Cha Eo-jin. Beside him, Chae-sung pointed and said he was too nosy, which was why he was still single from the start. Hearing that name, Do-hun was a bit scared. Is that a girl? Could it be the long-haired one? The other two asked. We have never met her. Have you seen her? Is she pretty? He trembled as he explained. Pretty, she is pretty. But more than that, his hanging answer made both of them curious. What could be more than being pretty? Do-hun became even more hesitant, forcing out the words. What is it? Very... Then Do-hun remembered that image and blurted out a chilling sentence. Scary. The scene returned to that quiet area. Seeing a woman appear, the group of thugs asked, Who the hell are you crazy woman? Soo-hyun did not bother to answer them, turning to ask Aizen, Hey Aizen, I just want to ask this one thing. Aizen poked his head out from behind the subordinate, his face full of confusion. Auntie, these guys are not children. She showed no fear, saying bluntly, By my methods, tearing them apart is acceptable, right? Aizen remained indifferent. Even if I try to stop you, you would do it anyway, why ask? The subordinate, seeing a woman arrive, looked contemptuous. I thought the one coming would be someone impressive. He just stared at Soo-hyun and rambled. What can a woman do? At a glance, I thought she was a special agent, but she is just a woman. At that moment, the group of thugs aggressively wanted to charge at Soo-hyun. The subordinate still wondered how she would resist a group of strong grown men, thinking even a world-class martial artist would find it difficult. Aizen, standing behind him, gave him the most unexpected answer. If it were a martial arts match or a street fight, she could do that. But, seeing her twirl the dagger, Aizen continued, if fighting with the intention to kill someone in 1 or 2 moves is possible, then it would be in a situation with weapons. The dagger was drawn. At the same moment, Soo-hyun glided past them. One by one, each of them was slashed by the blade and collapsed to the ground. Aizen quietly whispered in the subordinate's ear, then what would happen? Seeing that sight, he was utterly shocked. Aizen behind him was not surprised at all, as this was too familiar to them for being alive. On the bodies of the thugs, each one now had wounds from the knife. As for Soo-hyun, she strode proudly towards the subordinate, speaking as she walked. If you call 119 right now, there is a high chance they will survive. She directed an icy gaze at him. But what now? I am very angry right now. It left him only stunned in place, stammering speechlessly. Soo-hyun held the knife and charged towards him, declaring, I do not like spending time on phone calls. Luckily the blade was too fast, he managed to dodge, otherwise he would have needed to call 911. As soon as he dodged, he cursed, You lunatic. Soo-hyun heard the curse and threatened, I am not threatening you, I am planning to kick you to death. After saying that, she began to spin her body. Then she quickly launched a kick at his head. The subordinate wondered how the rotational force gave someone as small as her such power. He staggered back a few steps, calculating in his mind, with such a weight difference how can I win? Even if she just grazes my fist. Before he could strike, Aizen locked him in a hold from behind. The subordinate, unable to move, turned his head back and asked Aizen in confusion, Hey, what are you doing? He replied calmly, causing the man to be terrified. What am I doing? Practice. One holds, one hits. It is just a gang, be it down. After a while the man's face turned pale with fear. He could only slump to the ground, clutching his leg and howling in agony. Soo-hyun, annoyed, punched him once more and said, Too noisy, you bastard. Turning to the other side, Soo-hyun was both lectured and kicked by Aizen. Do not come over here, you piece of trash. The two of them, one on each side, punched and kicked. After that, the subordinate lost consciousness, lying weakly on the ground in a pool of blood. Soo-hyun saw something fall from his hand and asked Aizen, Huh? What is this? A note? He quickly picked it up to examine and realized, a wireless earbud. Looks pretty high-end. It is so small it could probably fit right into your ear without you even knowing. So Soo-hyun picked up the earbud and spoke into it, reporting in, You pervert hiding behind, you bastard, are you listening? On the other end, Manager Kim also heard Soo-hyun's voice, but he said nothing, only listening to the curses. This earbud is too dirty, I cannot wear it. Soo-hyun continued speaking without needing a reply. So just keep your ears open. I am like you, looking for those failures, but I am more knowledgeable. Manager Kim remained silent. Soo-hyun continued, So now I will expose your life. Listen carefully, you bastard. She spoke while bringing a cigarette to her lips. Using others then hiding and sneaking away. From the moment you think you will run away according to plan, I will appear right in front of you. Soo-hyun spoke softly. And then a big hole will appear on your head, you dog. Just you wait. After saying that, Soo-hyun crushed the earbud. Apart from the static noise, Manager Kim could no longer hear anything. After that, he smiled a meaningful smile. Jung-un, standing beside him, asked, So what does it look like exactly? Are you really investigating? Manager Kim spoke. It is nothing. That girl found out for the first time today. Jung-un wondered. So what? She said she would chase us down, so we just wait? He then flashed a manic smile. Not at all. She provoked, so she must face the consequences. Do you know why people always avoid and do not argue directly with bad guys? His eyes kept staring fixedly in one direction. Is it because arguing means you will lose? Not at all. In reality, bad guys will provoke the people around them. At this moment, Yoon-gon was covered in blood, weakly begging Aizen and Soo-hyun, "Help me, call 110, blood." Soo-hyun not only did not call, but she also kicked him a few times, cursing as she kicked. "You dead dog, you damn bastard, are you short-circuited? Shut up." "But hey, why did you take off your shirt?" Copying Aizen? You addict family, stop putting on that face." Seeing that kicking was not satisfying enough, Soo-hyun continued to punch him hard in the face. "Die, you dog." Luckily, Aizen stopped her. "Are you really going to finish him off?" She was still screaming in anger as Aizen pulled her away. "You damn bastard, you sicko." Aizen whispered to Soo-hyun, looking at the man crawling on the ground. "Si-chan needs to end this himself. This is not our business. Let us go do something else." He could stop Soo-hyun's hands but not her mouth. Soo-hyun was still angrily cursing. "Trash like this. No need to know the reason. Just get rid of them immediately." But Aizen could only gently explain, "That is true. But we..." Then Soo-hyun remembered. Aizen had to find those who created this trash and the illegal speculators. Before she could finish, Aizen understood her meaning and continued. "Then take them all out cleanly, right?" Hearing Aizen say that, she was satisfied and agreed. "That is right, that is exactly it. But I am a bit busy for now, so help me find out some information." Aizen wondered, "Why are you busy?" Soo-hyun replied tiredly, "Overseas work." Aizen did not believe it. "Do not joke like that." Soo-hyun thought, "Jealous?" In a neighborhood filled with high-rise buildings packed closely together. As he neared the training hall, Leon was lost in happy thoughts, wondering what technique he would learn today. Si-chan said his body was gradually recovering. He wondered if he would come today. He had to show everyone hell on earth. Suddenly, he heard someone call out, "Hey, you there?" Lion turned around and saw a beautiful girl. "Huh? Me? What is it?" He sank into thought. "A girl? A girl? A beautiful girl is talking to me." It turned out to be Izyan suddenly pretending to be innocent and speaking. "Can you spare me a moment of your time?" Seeing her smiling at him, he did not think much and agreed. "Sure, what is it?" She pointed towards that direction and said, "It will only take a moment. I need your help over there." He really wanted to help a beautiful girl, but he hesitated a moment. "Over there? Wait, what is this?" Suddenly, he remembered the angry words Chi-sung once warned him with. "No, never, absolutely not." Chae-sung had once warned him very seriously. "A girl who starts a conversation with you first clearly has bad intentions. If she is not an organ thief, she is a cult recruiter. The moment that girl's hand touches you." Back then, he still did not believe it and argued, "No, do not be so sure. What if her type is me?" Chae-sung asserted firmly, "Never. Just memorize this formula. It is sad, I know, but this is reality. If you want to stay alive, listen to me." Chae-sung had once taught Jong-un what to do in that situation. "If that happens, immediately lift your chin. Put on an arrogant face without a hint of regret. Say something really cool, got it?" Back to the present, he immediately applied it and said to himself, "So?" He immediately lifted his chin, widened his eyes, and asked Izyan, "Do you want to ask for my phone number? If not, then leave." Upon hearing that, she was stunned. "Huh, what are you talking about? That is not it." Then she thought, "What the hell? This sicko!" Then Izyan put on a worried expression. "Over there is a cat stuck in the drain. I just wanted to ask for your help." The atmosphere became awkward. Lion could only force a laugh. "A cat? A cat. Of course it is. Of course, I have to help. I was just joking, teasing you." In his head he was thinking, "Kim Chi-sung, I am going to kill him." After running a short distance, he stopped and sighed. "That was so embarrassing. Just turn this over here like this, right? How do you..." Suddenly he saw something. Jong-un had just reached the intersection when someone grabbed his head. Next, he was punched immediately in the gut. At this moment, he realized it was a trap, but knowing was too late. He was already beaten senseless. In the alley, Izyan and Jong-hun were standing and watching, while Jong-hun was on the ground. He did not understand what was happening, so he asked the man who just hit him, "What is this? Who are you? Why attack me?" Izyan stood with his arms crossed, while Jong-hun rudely replied, "You don't need to know who we are, just know that you got beaten like this because you chose the wrong friend." Izyan, standing beside him, also clenched his teeth and cut in, "What an idiot. Do you think I'm crazy enough to ask for your phone number?" The cruel words of that beautiful girl made Jong-hun cry. Indeed, Senior Chi-sung was right. This was reality too cruel. Could it be organ trafficking? No, first of all. But before he could ask, he was punched again by Jong-hun. He could only yell, "Stop it, don't use violence." Then he was kicked repeatedly in the body. And so it continued, as he punched, kicked, and snarled at Jong-hun, "I'll teach you with my body, you idiot." The young man only screamed, "Stop." Jong-hun angrily told him, "Fight back, you dog. Show me the jujutsu you learned. Use that real common combat martial art. I also want to learn some jujutsu from an idiot like you. I don't like weaklings, so stop acting like a kid clinging to that Seju guy. All the anger from being beaten by Si-chun before, Trung-han now vented it all on Jong-un. Then he even tried to preach, if you lose once, you're a loser forever, you know? Don't act like in a story and use that nullification thing to overcome life's difficulties. Trung-han's words made him remember something. When he was little, he had no friends. He just stayed to himself, doing everything alone, watching other children play together. He always had to hide in some small corner everywhere. Looking back at the past this time, he thought, from childhood to adulthood, I've always been alone and couldn't fit in with the crowd. Loneliness made the bullies notice him more. Hey, you little hedgehog. Jong-hun was bullied since he was in school. Does it hurt? Say it hurts. He kept thinking, back in my school days, I was always isolated for no reason. He could only remain silent. I couldn't think of any way to escape that. Jong-un also thought that studying hard to get into university would be different. I thought that just by getting into university, everything would be fine. So I always tried to get through that terrible time. But his illusions were completely shattered because the university was different from what he had imagined. While in the classroom, a girl suddenly started a conversation. Dong-hun. Huh? Dong-hun was a bit surprised and asked back, what is it? She explained the reason. Everyone is going to Haijin's birthday party today. You can't drink, so you probably can't go, right? So we're asking you a favor. Huh? What favor? We have a group assignment tomorrow, but the PPT isn't done yet, right? At that moment, scenes from all his school years flashed through his mind, erasing all his illusions about everything. Nothing had changed at all. Walking down the road on a cold winter day, lost in thought. I thought everything was my fault, but he suddenly stopped seeing something. On that cold day, a flyer for the Jutsu Club appeared before him. Then someone said to Jong-un, learn jujutsu. He was extremely startled by this new calling. Huh? So it was Aizen who was that person. Seeing him a bit doubtful, Aizen continued, pay the fee directly once a month. At that moment, Aizen had noticed his inferiority complex and had realized something. He was still hesitating with self-doubt. Then suddenly Trung-han also spoke up boldly and asked, a weakling like me, can I do it? Aizen looked at him for a moment and replied, anyone can. Back to the present, Dong-hun was holding tightly onto Trung-han's leg, making him angrily pull away. Won't you let go? What do you think you're doing? He said to Trung-han. I don't know what kind of life you've lived over there, but it's enough for you to know just this one thing. Hearing Dong-hun's words, he began to be surprised. Going to teach me. If that's the case, don't force others to be like you if you can't do it yourself. Though his face was injured, Trung-han now burst into a bright smile as he retorted, if you always compare yourself to others and think losing once makes you a permanent loser, then it's people with that kind of thinking who are the real failures. He closed his eyes and pondered, then as if wanting to teach a lesson to the thug rampaging before him. So from now on, I'll show you how to give up on the thought that you are a failure. Jong-un's eyes widened with determination. How hard I've tried. Jong-hun was holding tightly onto Jong-hun's leg, preventing him from leaving. Trung-han roared, shouting rudely, are you throwing a tantrum at me? What trick do you want to show me, you dog? With one hand, he pried the young man's hand off his leg, while the other hand raised a fist, and his mouth kept cursing, a dog like you should make a little effort, you failure. Jong-hun hooked one leg into Trung-han's leg, pulling it towards himself. That small move made the thug stagger, lose his balance, and was about to fall. Fortunately, Trung-han managed to brace his leg just in time. Thug was furious, growling out each word. Now you. Then he suddenly tackled him down, pinning his leg on his body, grabbing his collar, ready to attack. You know you're a failure, don't you? You think you can take me down with a technique like this, CXT? Though at a disadvantage, Jong-un calmly retorted, don't you know how amazing judo is? Even if I'm pinned to the ground by an opponent. Before he finished speaking, he began his counterattack, causing the thug to lose balance and fall. Trung-han, with one hand held by Dong-hun and the other needing to brace himself, to avoid falling face first, thought angrily, the center of gravity. He moved like lightning, his eyes sharp and cold. Without a single wasted movement, he had already secured Trung-han's left arm and right leg, preventing him from getting up. Being held upside down made breathing difficult for Trung-han. His face was red with anger as he gritted his teeth and said, damn it, let me go. Jong-un maintained a calm demeanor. If you still keep struggling against yourself, you'll have a chance to fight back anytime. Time slowly passed, and the sky had gradually turned to night. Two of them were still wrestling fiercely, with Trung-han at a disadvantage. He spoke up to make peace first. Can we stop now? If this continues, you'll pass out. The thug barely managed to speak. You bastard, Jae-yeon, standing nearby, asked Trung-han in exasperation, what are you doing? Want some help? But in her heart, she thought differently. What the hell? Is that dog trying to act tough? How can that little guy not be able to beat him? If it were Senior Sensu, The thug, who was being choked by Trung-hun, struggled to turn his head to look at her. Don't mess around and interfere. I'll beat him. Trung-hun's eyes had rolled back, letting out his final sounds before passing out. He was worried and quickly let go, thinking, I knew it wouldn't work. Although he's temporarily passed out, I don't know what will happen next. As Jong-hun bent down to negotiate, something lightning fast shot towards his face. Hey, mister, before someone gets more seriously hurt, let's stop. I can't win in a fair fight, so I'll fight dirty. That's my style. I'm just pretending, you bastard. He was quickly pinned down by Trung-hun. He sat on top of Trung-hun, holding his arms tight. Don't you act all concerned. You dog, let me up. Let me change my fighting style. Suddenly, as he reached up to touch his face, the thug angrily commanded, take your hand off me, now. Then his face was covered by Jong-un's leg. He twisted his body, locking Jong-un's neck and arm. Jong-un gently advised, stop it. If this continues, I can't go anywhere either, you understand? Even with his neck being pressed, he still managed to speak. You can't go anywhere either, you idiot. You can't beat me, because you were born stupid. Do you know how many times I've gone up against dogs like you? Then he raised his free fist. The problem with frauds pretending to be kind like you is, what happens when you hesitate while pretending to care about others? As if sensing trouble, he quickly spoke up. Wait, what are you? Lightning fast, Trung-hun struck him in the groin. He blocked it no. The thug, however, replied very calmly. He only struck the vital spot. A bone-deep pain surged through him. The man writhed on the ground in agony, while the other stood up and bragged. I learned this from your damn friend Si-chun. Does it hurt? Ji-yeon stood by, losing patience, and urged, hurry up and finish it. Section Chief Kim said to smash his head. Just do the job and don't drag me into this. And she glanced at the empty soju bottles. If you keep dragging this out, it won't be good if the cops catch us. Ah, about that. He walked over and picked up a bottle. Stop your rambling and posturing. As Jae-yeon handed the bottle to him, someone suddenly appeared from behind. Use this instead. Huh? What? Sang-soo spoke up unexpectedly. Jae-yeon, forgive me, but I can't stand by and watch anymore. Stumbled back in shock. You scared me. I almost smashed this bottle over your head. What is this? Why are you here, Sang-soo? Were you following me? That man snatched the bottle. Following you. I was worried something would happen to you. Then he suddenly burst into tears, sobbing, so I was so anxious I couldn't sleep. Even though we broke up, my love for you hasn't changed. You disappeared all of a sudden. Section Chief Kim is looking for you. Then he turned to the other man and said, you loud-mouthed fish, please keep your beak shut. It's because Ji-yeon is with a troublemaking bastard like you that things got tense. Interrupted. Stop it. You vanished without a trace. And now you show up. What do you want? Sang-soo defended himself. It's because you said you wanted to break up. Ji-yeon cut him off. I said we should break up, so you just disappeared? Do you have any idea what I've been through these past few days? As she was speaking, that man approached. Sang-soo embraced her with tears streaming down his face. I came too late. I'm sorry. Ji-yeon said to him, now you understand. Even if you call me a fool, I don't care. No matter what anyone else says, your image is the most important thing to me. Suddenly Ji-yeon laughed as if a weight had been lifted. Then she lectured him. Who taught you those stupid lines? Sang-soo asked in confusion. Taught me? Then he remembered his love guru Do-han. Sang-soo happily said, let's strive to change and atone for our mistakes before it's too late, okay? Do-han, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Hey Sang-soo, what kind of movie are you acting in? Stop talking nonsense, let her go and get lost. His words were full of provocation. If you stick with a failure of a girl, your life is ruined too, so just... Suddenly, his expression changed as if he had seen a ghost. That bastard. Why is he... The footsteps of the mysterious guest slowly approached. Sang-soo's eyes widened. I called him here. Ji-yeon was astonished. Huh? Why did you call him here? Do-han, unaware of the danger, challenged Si-chun. What do you want, you bastard? You want to fight? That last time was because I was injured. If we fight again... He ignored him and looked down at Do-han, asking, are you alright? Do-han stood up shakily. Yeah, luckily I'm still in one piece. How's your hand now? Si-chun smiled and replied, after resting for a while, my body feels strong again. You rest now. Brother Yi-sung will be here soon. That man, angry at being ignored, said, you think you can overlook the person in front of you and do something else? Then I'll just have to hit your chest. His eyes sharpened as he looked at Do-han. Then, like lightning, he threw a punch that made the man block it, his face full of surprise. Do-han was both hurt and shocked. I didn't even see him get ready. Si-chun adjusted his hat and spoke. This pest is still alive, huh? What to do? I catch bugs like you every day, so I accidentally tuned up already. He took off his hat, revealing a handsome face with divine jawline. I thought I had played enough, so this time let's start catching the rest of the bugs. Dark clouds rolled in and the sky gradually darkened. Do-han collapsed after receiving the blow. Wait, I managed to dodge my ribs. That man was scared, angry, and anxious, thinking, what is this? Is my stamina dropping? How is he moving faster and more accurately? Si-chun leaned down and taunted. Even if you are a trash of a man, it seems there's a little change in you. But still, you're nothing but a bug. Despite his fear, Duhan's mouth was tough. Bastard. Don't talk as if you're always right. You disgust me. Do you think you're the main character or something? He slowly spoke. Well, is there any need to say more? That man schemed silently. First, I need to distract him and make him careless. He provoked. Do you know why bastards like you always lose in the end? Because you have too much to lose. From now on, I will hurt everyone around you one by one. His face grinned slyly. You'll be destroyed trying to protect them, just like that bitch Hajin. Duhan thought he had succeeded and landed a surprise punch on his chin. Yeah! But suddenly he rushed in and delivered a knee strike to his head. The kick made Duhan's face contort and deform. Si-chun's eyes remained calm as if nothing had happened. Will I lose? That's only for gentle characters. Then he delivered a roundhouse kick to his head. Punches rained down continuously, leaving Duhan unable to defend himself. The noise was so loud that the surrounding birds fluttered away in fright. He leaned down and whispered in his ear, even if I eat noodles, I'm the kind that only eats spicy noodles, you bastard. Even though he was beaten so badly he couldn't open his eyes, his mouth was still tough. This madman sure knows how to show off. As he laughed loudly, someone suddenly jumped out from behind the fence. You think you're in control now? You sick bastard, you're just a puppet in a play. Chae-sung jumped down and stomped on Duhan's hand. Duhan, are you alright? That man cried out in pain. My hand? Jong-hun leaned shakily against the wall. Brother, here, I'm fine. He yelled in worry. Fine? What fine, you little brat? You look terrible! What kind of posture is that? Did you get hit? I've never even dared to lay a finger on you. Then he turned around in anger. Which bastard dared? How did your face become like this? Si-chun, with his hands in his pockets and a calm expression, replied, everything is over, Hyung. He replied, acting all high and mighty, I thought you were born looking like that. He continued, let's take Duhan to the hospital. As they were walking, Si-chun turned his head and said to Duhan, hey, go to Section Chief Kim and pass on this message for me. That man asked, what? His eyes turned cold and serious as he said, I don't care if it's a play or not. Tell that guy Lee Yonggun to come out and test himself against me. Sang-soo's eyes widened and his voice cracked. Wow, so scary. Hey, you're in cahoots with Duhan's boss. Duhan wiped the blood from his face with his sleeve. Hey, you bastard, why did you bring Si-chun here? Then he quickly moved to Ji-yeon's side, pulling her away, turning his head to taunt him. Although I don't feel sorry, I'm not going to tell you. Let's go, Ji-yeon. Come with me and I'll tell you everything. The three of them, Si-chun, Yi-sung, and Jong-hun, walked back together. He asked, but which hospital should we go to? Urology. He laughed and replied, all right, just buying some ointment from the pharmacy is fine. Brother Yi-sung, don't you remember that day? Chae-sung asked with a blank look. What day? Jong-hun was surprised. What? It's the day Hajin and you, the three of us, first met. Since what happened in that alley just now, I suddenly remembered that day. He replied, it was the first day I came to the training hall. He answered cheerfully, yes, I suddenly want to see Hajin. He asked curiously, why do you want to see Hajin? What day is it? Tell me quickly too. Jong-hun thought to himself, the day I came to the training hall. Back then, there were still a lot of members. Everyone was talking animatedly, and I was fumbling with my belt. He thought, is this how you tie it? Hyung came forward and struck up a conversation. Is this your first time here? Jong-hun replied awkwardly, yes. That man cheerfully continued, I see. I'll show you how to tie the belt. Just follow me. A member in a blue shirt praised. Look how quickly Jun Hyung makes friends. He's a true social master. He shyly replied, ah yes, like this. Another member in a white shirt added, as expected, only Jun Hyung cares about the new members. Jong-hun recounted, the first time I came, he was the one who spoke to me first, and the atmosphere was naturally comfortable, like friends. Jun Hyung came forward to help him tie the belt. No, you have to do it the other way. Let me help you. The others outside kept praising him. He really is an angel. John awkwardly said, sorry, I mean thank you. That man smiled and turned to the others. Stop messing around, you kids. Of course I have to take care of things. He thought it was a first in his life and then spoke to thank him for his help. Thank you. He hoped he could make friends like that, but a month later, that hope shattered once again. Jong-hun was in a state of having his neck constricted, struggling to breathe. The person behind him spoke calmly. Hey, Choi Jong-hun. He thought. It was that man called Jun Hyung. During a sparring session, he happened to receive a jab from him. Jun Hyung tightened his grip around Jong-hun's neck with both hands. Bastard. Are you looking down on me? He thought further about how that person had started to change since that day. That man scowled and said angrily, I only accepted your trash once. And you think you're something special. That's why I hate white belt bastards like you. Jun Hyung threatened him as he ran out of oxygen, his eyes rolling back. When I talk nicely, don't you come to the training room again. I don't want to see your face, got it? Jong-un sat dazed, leaning his back against the wall, and as expected, that man began began telling stories to the club members. Sadness flickered in his eyes. No one came to spar with him at all. Then someone came up beside him while he was lost in thought. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Ah, Mr. Glasses." He was too surprised to speak. Ha-jin was sitting there panting, smiling as she looked at him. "What are you doing? You have to come have a match." He thought that was Ha-jin. He stammered in reply. "No, my mood today is a bit." She cut him off. "In times like this, you need to exercise even more." Ha-jin's eyes were full of determination as she pointed at him. Sitting still like that wouldn't solve anything. Jong-un was bewildered. He didn't understand what she was saying, but somehow he felt greatly comforted. At that time, Ha-jin was only 16. She smiled brightly. "Ah, hurry up. I have techniques to practice, so be my punching bag." Jun-hyung was annoyed to see him still there, but the club members abandoning him didn't stop there. One day after school, on the way back, that man took him to the alley from earlier. He spoke up. "Hey, are you crazy?" They started threatening him when he refused to leave. Jong-un was scared. "Why are you like this?" Jun-hyung yelled. "Because you just don't get it, so I'm hitting you." "What about it?" That man led his underlings behind him, angrily pointing. "You look down on us because we're weak-hearted kids, huh? None of them want to be your training partner or spar with you. It's pathetic, being this old and still not understanding, huh?" Jun-hyung pressed his face close to Jong-un, glaring. "So many people have to suffer just because of you, you selfish bastard." He hung his head low, silently shedding tears. "What did I ever do wrong?" That man was surprised to see him crying. "What's this? Crying?" Then he turned around and sneered at his gang. "Hey look, this bastard is crying." Jong-un was aggrieved, gnashing his teeth as he wept. At that moment, the only thing he could do was shed tears. And that day was the first time he met Jae-sung. Suddenly, someone spoke up to stop them. "You guys stop it right now. You're all grown up. What are you doing?" That was Jae-sung. Everyone turned to stare at him. Even the crying one had to stop. He walked up to that man, holding up a cigarette. "Who are you? Just mind your own business and leave, huh?" Jun-hyung sighed, shaking his head with a laugh. "I came to where I needed to be. I stepped into this alley to smoke. Do you have a light?" Tae-sung raised his voice. "Coming here and acting all chivalrous, are you?" That man asked seriously. "Do you even know who we are?" He grimaced, making a strange gesture with his hand. "Are you members of the National Assembly?" "We're sports athletes." Chae-sung cursed. "How can you just say that out of your own mouth?" Jun-hyung frowned in confusion. "This crazy bastard?" Then suddenly someone else arrived, this time a girl. "Hey, you lunatics." As if meeting an acquaintance, that man sneered. "Ha, why is she here too? Damn it, how annoying." While watching the scene, Chae-sung widened his eyes. An unexpected punch from Ha-jin flew straight into his face. "You're dead to me, you rotten bunch." Chae-sung held his cheek, stunned. "What the? Why all of a sudden?" Realizing he wasn't an acquaintance, she asked, "Who are you?" He replied, "Me? I'm Kim Chae-sung." Ha-jin's face was full of caution. "Who's that?" Chae-hung replied, "He's my mother's son." She asked, "Who's your mother?" He replied, "She is Mrs. Kim Mal-suk." She complimented, "That's a beautiful name." He thanked her. "I'll pass that along to my mother." Only then did Jong-un slowly speak up. "Ha-jin, he just happened to pass by here." Jun-hyung sneered. "How damn ridiculous." That man glanced at Ha-jin. "Is there some hero meeting today? You're all so hypocritical, thinking you're so righteous?" Jun-hyung scowled. "For the majority, I have to take up the gun and do what others don't want to. This is true righteousness, you bastards." Her eyes sharpened and she replied flatly, "I don't know." Ha-jin turned to ask Chae-sung, "Are you asking him?" He replied in a heavily sarcastic tone that made that man's face darken. "No, but your voice sounds like acting, it's laughable. Still, why did you hit me without apologizing?" Reminded of the mistaken punch, she bowed her head apologetically. "I'm really sorry. It was all a misunderstanding on my part." Chae-sung generously let it go. "Yeah, it's fine. That quick apology of yours is really beautiful. I accept your apology." No one noticed Jun-hyung frowning as he walked away. "You're all crazy and get along so well, huh? Let's go, you guys." As he was leaving, a voice called out, "Wait, you stubborn bastards. Stay right there." They turned around to see the trio with completely spaced out expressions. Ha-jin spoke up. "Where do you think you're going? You need to apologize to this brother first." That man was genuinely furious. "You milk-drinking brat, you're way too insolent." Jun-hyung stepped up in front of her, his eyes murderous. "Hey, don't think just because you're decent at jujitsu you can act smart, Wonert. One of these days you're going to get seriously hurt." "Huh, why does a little girl talk back to adults like that? Do you want to die?" Ha-jin remained calm, her face flushed from the cold. "That's because I won't use honorifics for an elder who's been freeloading off others for years." Her gaze turned contemptuous. "Especially towards someone who only loves himself, acts all righteous, and rationalizes his own evil deeds. Absolutely not." Jun-hyung was furious, blood vessels bulging in his eyes, grinding his teeth. "You bitch. Fine, today I'll make you taste it." Suddenly she flashed a sly smile. "Ah, and also, do you think I came here alone?" Behind Jun-hyung, a towering figure had appeared, eyes full of killing intent. In the dead of night, an icy cold hand was placed on Jahyung's shoulder. Aizen's face was shrouded in darkness, a cold aura enveloping him. That man stammered, his mouth dry, eyes wide with terror. Aizen, how did it come to this? His hand was covered in bulging veins, his knuckles like iron as he tightly gripped Jahyung's shoulder. The sound of bones cracking made him turn red with pain, his mouth opening to let out a scream as his arm twisted. A panicked voice came from behind. What are you doing? Coach, how can you do this? We were just talking. Aizen slowly turned his head, his gaze piercing the one who just spoke. Talking is fine, but scum like you. He coldly stood up. You should talk with your bodies. Don't you see that? Jahyung trembled, his face flushed with pain. It hurts too much. My bones will break. That man roared in fury. What the hell are you guys doing? Aren't you gonna help? Do something. The manager stood behind, his face panicked, stepping back a step, his voice a whisper in his throat. Sir, stop it. What is he going to do to us? Aizen turned around, his voice full of provocation. What? You got a problem? Jae-sung's eyes went wide, unable to hide his surprise. Oh, who is that guy? That body is enviably huge. Hajin standing beside him smiled, nodding slightly. He's a trainer at the gym. My friend is about that big too. Hey, do you know how to wrestle? He tilted his head, smiling as he asked. Ah yes, I just moved to this area, wanted to check out the gym once. She immediately raised her index finger, her eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. Oh, you absolutely have to sign up. Apart from that bastard over there and a few others, everyone is really nice. That moment Jahyung was still writhing on the floor, in extreme pain. He stood there, his shadow stretching long under the lights, his voice deep. Wrestling, the strong, the weak, even the elderly can do it. Doohun was stunned by Aizen's words. The thing more important than winning or losing was growth. His gaze stopped on Jahyung, who was cowering. But there were also those who had no right, who belittled and slandered others. That bunch of instigators who thought they were so clever and clear-headed. That man growled in his throat, unable to speak, just a group of short-brained trash. Aizen shook his head. People like you are hard to teach, so don't show up at the gym anymore. Don't cause any more trouble. Take your lackeys and get lost. He stepped closer, his eyes meeting directly, his voice stern. Get out of my sight. If I see you again, I might break something else on you. Jahyung gritted his teeth. Let's go. Just you wait and see. The lackey whispered, Boss, you alright? This time, he messed with the wrong person. Aizen remembered you messed up, so get lost and don't come back. The matter seemed to end, but a few days later, something happened. A confused voice rang out. What? What do you mean? There was a strange rumor that Mr. Aizen had beaten up a civil servant outside the gym and chased him away because he didn't like the guy. The big man stepped forward to ask clearly, Aizen, what's this about? You beat a civil servant outside the gym. That person demanded Aizen be kicked out or the group training fees refunded, putting the manager in a difficult spot. In the break room, Aizen was still curled up in his blanket, his eyes not yet open, his mouth lazily yawning. Auntie, if someone deserves a beating, then you beat them. But Mr. Aizen didn't defend himself at all. He coldly turned over facing the wall as if the whole thing had nothing to do with him. His tears were streaming down, he lowered his head, choked up. I feel like I don't want to talk to anyone who gets caught up in an unconfirmed story, because I'm the only one who hates watching people avoid things. I told you I was the instigator of this story. His voice choked between sobs. I'll come forward. If I hadn't been involved from the start, this wouldn't have happened. Aizen still didn't turn around, but someone was just going to stand by and watch this situation. Hajin stormed into the room with rage, yelling at the manager and the official. That bastard opens his mouth and instantly turns into a smooth talker. Though it was extreme, everything from that day was brought to light. The manager gently rubbed his chin, as if pondering. So that's how it is. After learning the situation, he spoke to everyone. His voice was calm but firm. Trainer Aizen using force was completely wrong, but it was an unavoidable situation. This gym, for whatever reason, cannot be bullied. The manager looked across faces watching him, his eyes sharp. I do not accept instigators, and those being instigated causing discrimination. Therefore, anyone who does not respect my choice, please step forward. I will gladly give you a refund. Everyone was stunned, probably from that moment on. Though he was strong, behind that calm facade was a tired face. He had started to pay rent and deliver packages during times when he had no classes. The manager said to the man, blaming himself. He stepped forward, bowed his head deeply, his voice choked. Manager, he turned in surprise. Huh? Doohun, what's wrong? Jong-hun trembled, tears streaming down his cheeks. Then he burst into loud sobs. I'm truly sorry. If I hadn't been at this gym, you wouldn't have had to work so hard. I'm truly sorry. The manager immediately comforted him. Doohun, this is just one of those things that happen in life. I already told you. He nodded slightly with a gentle smile. You didn't do anything wrong. Don't think it's because of you. Just think of it as my doing my responsibility. The manager is the most mature person I have ever met. He sobbed, moved, tears streaming again. even though he had lost so much. Chae-sung appeared with a bright smile. Oh my, hello! Many new good connections will come. He stepped forward, raising his hand. You're the manager, right? I'm Kim J.C. Jong-un chuckled. Isn't this just life? A bit rough, huh? Si-chun patted him lightly on the shoulder, smiling encouragingly. No way, it's cool. Ha-jin too. He nodded in agreement. That's right. John suddenly stopped. Brother Chae-sung, what's wrong? Chae-sung lowered his head, his voice choked, his shoulders trembling slightly. After hearing it, he felt a bit choked up. You think I'm a good new connection? The whole group was stunned. You're panicking. What's wrong with you? Are you crying? Why is this happening? He also widened his eyes, stammering. Why so sudden? Is it you or not? Then he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Just sudden? Well, that's life. Tae-sung jumped up like a child, his whole body full of energy. Oh right, why am I the only one laughing? This guy just can't be serious, can he? The sunset descended, painting the sky in shades of orange. A secretary entered, bowing respectfully. Department head, he has arrived. Manager Kim said in a low voice. Let him in. Has that team leader recovered yet? He immediately replied. Yes, he said he's feeling much better. He should have recovered by now. That man spoke. Is that so? All right. Footsteps echoed on the cold floor. Manager Kim paused. You're here? I called you to ask you something. He narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze scrutinizing. How has Si-chun been lately? Have his skills improved more than before? What did he do during his recovery period? Du-hun immediately replied. He didn't spar for practice, he's been working on lower body with Sang-soo. During the break time, it seems he accumulated a lot of experience, increasing his stamina. He crossed his arms, his eyes lighting up with calculation. Is Sang-soo and Si-chun connected? He nodded. And Sang-soo probably believes Si-chun won't be involved in this tournament anymore, and Ji-yeon thinks she can get out. Manager Kim laughed heartily. They think they won't get caught because they're hiding so well, huh? Anyway, let's put that aside for later. His voice suddenly dropped, cold and heavy. What do you think? How is Si-chun's current physical condition? Du-hun was silent. If compared to Ryu Yeon, now would be a very suitable time to have a match. A few months ago, in the dead of the quiet night, a low, hoarse, threatening voice rang out. Player Du-hun, we are preparing for the tournament. Manager Kim smiled, his whole body shrouded in cold air. Have a little chat with us, won't you? Player Du-hun, if you can help us with this matter. Du-hun looked up slightly, his gaze unwavering. I won't participate. Others will find out about this. Hearing this, he immediately showed surprise, his gaze aggressive. Oh, just that? A pity even now? Manager Kim's voice turned cold, his face changed, his eyes wide. You've paid off your debts, so that's your attitude. Then, what about all the things you did before? He was stunned as he heard each threat uttered. To earn the tournament entry fee, you robbed money from innocent, gentle schoolgirls and boys. If they said they had no money, you called the bullies and beat them up. As long as they gave money, you wouldn't bother them anymore. Pretending to compromise, those you beat up felt like they had fallen into hell. He stepped closer, his gaze as if trying to hypnotize. You are the one who created that hell. Now you're living well, so you thought you had escaped hell, didn't you? Manager Kim raised his hand to adjust his glasses and sneered. You are too selfish, Player Du-hun. No one in this world is heartless. They would rather suffer themselves than let others suffer. He stood up, bracing himself with his hands, his voice sharp. That's why scum like Player Sun Do-hun find it hard to back down. Besides, we are not running a charity. If you have been making money from the tournament all this time, you should understand the terms of the transaction. Du-hun was silent, his head bowed, his lips pressed tightly. Apart from the registered participants, anyone related to the tournament was absolutely forbidden. One must not disclose it to outsiders or participate in the tournament more than twice consecutively until coming of age. If either rule was violated, all received prize money must be returned. Manager Kim rubbed his chin, speaking casually. If one does not comply, that person or their family will suffer losses. The content is clear and simple. What's so difficult about it? His voice, as if wanting to dominate the other, rang out clearly. Player Sun Do-hun was just a few months away from adulthood. Why would he suddenly stop participating and say such things? Suddenly feeling guilty. I know I made choices like a piece of trash. How disgusted will the people I hurt feel when they see me? Du-hun's eyes suddenly became determined, but one time, then another. If I treat it as normal, I will never have a chance to seek forgiveness. Like this, I will turn into a monster like you guys. I don't want that. He stood up with difficulty, propping himself up day after day, hoping to erase what he had done. Du-hun clenched his fist, his whole body stepping into a fighting stance. I have acknowledged my own sins. I will fight without rest, you wicked people. He remembered you, but the observer manager is still fine. Manager Kim calmly scrolled through his phone. Player Du-hun, if it's like that, then I can't do anything. You are not someone who uses violence, are you? He held the phone in front of him, his voice cold. All right, just use the good old method. Du-hun's eyes widened in shock. In the picture, he and a middle-aged woman were smiling brightly. Before, I was hungry and went to a restaurant. Manager Kim laughed cunningly, his eyes evil and dark. Your mother works here, right? You've been searching hard these past few days, haven't you? Congratulations. He remembered you, his voice nonchalant. I ate very well and tipped her generously. So your mother smiled and said. Manager Kim lowered his head, his eyes darkening, grinning. Thank you. With this money, I was able to buy a new pair of shoes for my son who was having difficulties. I asked what that boy was like. That child had never asked for new shoes or new clothes. The image of her smiling happily on the screen was clear, because she had met bad people and gone down a bad path, but that wasn't his fault. His understanding, loving eyes said it all. Because he wanted to earn money quickly, I won't stand in his way. He held onto that thought tightly, laughing until his body shook. That precious son of yours, not only did he rob students of their money, but he also broke the law, committed group violence, got involved with drugs, and participated in illegal ring fights. The voice of Didio Azi rang out. If she finds out you did those bad things, how would she feel? Hearing this, he was stunned. What? The evil glint in Manager Kim's eyes flashed. If you did those things for yourself, for your family's debt, she would probably faint. Do-hun immediately grabbed him by the collar and angrily questioned. What the hell are you talking about? What? Drugs? Group assault on female students? I have never been involved in any of that. Manager Kim calmly faced him. Oh, really? You were there, weren't you? In this day and age, the truth doesn't matter. He smiled calmly. Things that sound plausible are more important. To tell you the truth, Manager Kim stared into his panicked eyes. You know everything but pretend you don't? Isn't that the true nature of player Sundohun? He firmly tightened his grip on his hand. You are here beating people up and making money illegally. We have all the evidence. A male student beating a female student, according to the sentencing framework, we can make you take the blame. It's not difficult. A cynical laugh rang out. So put aside that hypocritical righteous thought. Just focus on your survival instinct. Think about your mother. Do-hun was furious, trembling with anger. I'm giving you one more special chance. I heard you are attending the guild that Si-chun used to go to, right? Manager Kim then stepped closer, a gentle smile on his face. You help Si-chun grow and report to me all his actions. Especially when he goes to beat someone up, remember to follow him like a surveillance camera. Ah, and that person named Aizen, remember to check his past, what kind of person he is, you know. Right. The space was silent. He sat alone by the river, his head bowed in silence. Suddenly a water bottle flew over. Do-hun was startled and looked up. He casually caught the water bottle. Si-chun walked over, his voice dissatisfied. Got caught again, how annoying. Do-hun said in a low voice. Unlike you, who can't catch any. He pressed. Who are you starting to deal with? Finishing off, Si-chun first is fine too. Become a stalker, observing all of Si-chun's actions. He sat down beside him, making small talk. Among the guys I mentioned last time, that fat pig first. Suddenly I really crave bibimbap. Si-chun was confused, glancing over. What? Why are you staring? Do-hun said in a low voice, then go eat. Separate checks. The faint streetlight shone down on the road. He casually spoke up. Where are we going? Are we going all the way to Jeju? I'm starving. He replied, we're here. He spoke softly. Oh, Do-hun? Do-hun walked closer in confusion. Oh, why are you here at this hour? I was planning to pick you up. A gentle smile crossed her face. Mom, if I go home early today, I'll just have to wake up early tomorrow. The person next to me is a friend? His eyes were sincere, hesitant. Not a friend, just someone. Si-chun quickly stepped forward, bowed in greeting, and smiled brightly. Hello, mother. I am Si-chun, a junior at school to brother Do-hun. She immediately clapped her hands, her eyes delighted. That's right. That's the one who helped guide him to the guild. I've heard so much about you. Oh, my, so handsome. Mother is quite blessed too. No joke. A gentle, caring voice rang out. Dinner have you eaten? Behind her, Do-hun frowned in dissatisfaction. Mom, I'm right here. He cheerfully pointed in the direction. We were planning to go there for bibimbap. She sincerely replied, wow, save the bibimbap for next time. I'll cook for you. Let's go to the rice shop. I want to thank you so. Yes, I'll eat well. Eating rice must be done at a rice shop to be right. How about at home? Don't you ask for my opinion? Don't become quiet. He was confused when the other two left him behind. What is this? How are those two so close? Why am I so left out? She turned back, her voice gentle. Si-chun, I have something I want to ask you. Si-chun replied enthusiastically. Yes, go ahead, mother. A serious voice rang out. Is it that Si-chun was also bullied and robbed of money by my Do-hun, so that's how it is? He was confused to hear this. No, that's not it. Why would mother? She said with difficulty. No, my family has suffered a lot because of debt. Of course, now thanks to that person, everything is settled. Her words became trembling. But back then, those people still came to our house to cause trouble. So Do-hun stole from the students to pay the debt. Even Even though I knew it, I couldn't see it as a bad thing. As a mother, I failed to give him the most important thing. She clenched her fists, tears streaming down, sobbing, even if I did bad things, Do-hun, having repented for the sins he caused, can he still live a righteous life? Will the people he hurt forgive him? Why do I? Si-chun sincerely advised, it's not certain, but it can still be done. Because everyone makes mistakes, whether unintentionally or intentionally. Do-hun's eyes turned somewhat somber. The important thing is to realize the mistake and correct it. Only then can you move forward. I've heard people say that. She was also stunned to hear this. I just want to say one thing. The sincere words sank deep into everyone's heart. Son Do-hun will surely be able to move forward from now on. Night fell. Si-chun politely bowed his head and laughed heartily. Thank you, ma'am. We ate very well. Her voice was gentle. Seeing you kids eat well makes me happier. Next time you come, I'll cook you even better dishes. Do-hun narrowed his eyes and replied softly, yes, ma'am, see you later. Sleep well. Then he turned to his mother. I'll step out for a bit and come back. You rest first. She nodded. Okay, son. He turned his head slightly and whispered, let's go. I'll see you down. Take a walk along the way. Si-chun raised an eyebrow and replied softly, whatever. The two walked quietly on the deserted street. Han sighed, hesitantly spoke up, thank you. At that moment he frowned, glanced over and questioned, what? A guy mumbling like that? Embarrassed, he raised his voice. Thank you for behaving well in front of my mother. Si-chun stepped forward, his voice low. It's not because I like you that I did this. After dealing with them, it will be Lim Jong-hun's turn. Tell me his location. Do-hun let out a soft sigh. I know, but Lim Jong-hun might come after Ha-jin. Is that okay? His voice rang out decisively. From now on, I won't let him be alone. I installed a location tracking app on Ha-jin's phone and his parents too. He advised sincerely, still be careful. You two, you never know what manager Kim might stir up. Si-chun walked away coldly, slowly. You be careful too. Don't make the same mistake again. In the fight with Lim Jong-hun after the victory, Si-chun knelt down, pressing on his dying opponent. Defeating Ji-yeon further confirmed Si-chun's ever-growing strength. The final punch in the memory of Sang-soo also sent him crashing to the ground. While fighting Sang-soo, Si-chun injured his hand and took a temporary rest. He frowned when he heard sobbing a few days later. Sang-soo came to the training room and cried bitterly. Sang-soo's eyes widened, tears streaming down. Boo-hoo. Ji-yeon, someone beat him up. It must be those guys. Hearing that, Si-chun coldly replied, what? Why are you crying here? You lunatic. It wasn't me this time. Those bastards really won't let go. Why is it only me who has to put up with this? Do-hun, worried and confused, stammered, hold on, calm down. Tell me who beat up Kang Ji-yeon. Did you see it with your own eyes? That man frowned, his voice furious. No. Because I worry about Ji-yeon. I still look at him from afar sometimes. When he was taken to the station, he was with Jong-hun. He raised an eyebrow and lightly taunted, with Lim Jong-hun. Are those two dating? They look good together. Sang-soo rolled his eyes wide and roared angrily, no, Ji-yeon can't possibly like that bastard. He stood between them to mediate, reminding in a low voice, don't just yell out of nowhere like that. What if we're at a police station? That man's voice deepened, veins bulging. They left there faster than I thought. Sometimes they even go with manager Kim and director Han. You know that guy named Dogun, right? Lawyer, right? A bizarre image surfaced in his memory, a fat pig-like old pervert with a mole right on his eyebrow. At that time, he immediately appeared, put the two in a car, and drove off somewhere. A secret meeting took place. Next day, on the road, Sang-soo caught Ji-yeon sneaking around, wearing a mask completely covered, looking very suspicious. Just as I guessed. That man was furious, his face pale. Manager Kim, director Han, those two bastards. Do-hun heard this and asked with a worried tone, why didn't you ask him instead of coming here to cry? Sang-soo was stunned, stammered. Ji-yeon told me not to show up in front of him. Sob. That man hung his head, his voice choked with grievance. You guys know, what can I do when I'm all alone? He was silent. So you mean we should join forces to fight Han? For that girlfriend? Sang-soo frantically explained, not just that. There are many reasons, but the target is the same. Smash manager Kim and director Han to death. That man's voice was deep. Ji-yeon basically told me that manager Kim is carrying out some project related to Si-chun. I think they are doing something really horrible. Si-chun raised an eyebrow, confused when he saw the man point a finger at him. Why suddenly? Something related to your fighting ability. That's talent. That man acted nonchalant. One look and I can tell you have good motor nerves. Do-hun, you know him, right? I'm good at this kind of thing too. What's up with that guy? Sang-soo frowned, his expression serious. It's because you keep fighting without rest that this happened. If you rest properly and train your lower body more, your accumulated power will increase a lot. Plus, if you follow my schedule, Do-hun, hearing those calculated words, became silent. I really don't know how strong you'll become. What he said isn't wrong, there shouldn't be any scheme, right? Does Sang-soo also hate manager Kim? Suddenly, he decisively spoke up. Alright, let's do it. He was slightly confused. Huh? Just like that? That man's voice deepened. Fine, but I have a condition. His firm words rang out. Sang-soo continued, never touch Gizio again. Si-chun stepped forward, his gaze intensely threatening. Then tell him to stop causing trouble. I will absolutely not touch him. That man agreed immediately. I know. You're only 18, right? I'm 19. Why do you keep arguing? Training starts next week at the high-rise building. Du-hun appeared coldly, realizing that touching Lee Jong-un now might be an evenly matched battle. He lowered his head, bewildered. Yeah, things won't end easily anyway. But that matter, Du-hun's gaze swept behind. That's the Lee Young-gul of the past. As for now, I don't know. He pressed on. What kind of trick have you pulled exactly? Manager Kim then laughed slyly. Oh, if someone hears that, they'll think I did something on purpose. He laughed heartily. Player Du-hun needs money? I just gave him some. Player Yong-hun needs medicine. I just gave him medicine. Yoon-gon's face became dazed, eyes white, dark circles black as coal. He also volunteered for the new drug trial, just a bit of steroids. But the previous subject was better than I thought, so that time didn't go so well. Like lightning, a punch tore through the air straight at Du-hun, and he said, so this time, Player Du-hun, please participate in the trial. Instantly, he leaned to dodge and then decisively counterattack. Du-hun threw a terrifying punch that twisted the man's face. One shot right on the chin, that was it. Slower than before. His gaze turned cold. Du-hun's eyes widened, a hearty laugh mixed with rage rang out. Hey, nice punch, hey. Manager Kim sat calmly watching, smiling brightly. During the trial, its effect is that you can't feel pain. Even if hit in a vital spot, the brain cannot perceive it. Yoon-gon was now like a soulless corpse carrying immense strength. Hit him moderately. Don't lose your sense of limit. He turned back, eyes bewildered. What insane game is this? Is that guy dead or what? That man laughed loudly, full of malice. Haha, he can't die. Oh, another friend also gave me a gift. A bit weak, but luckily he's very determined. The voice echoed. If Player Du-hun is not satisfied, then... Si-chun was dozing off in class. Suddenly, the door was shoved open forcefully. He jolted awake in panic. Oh, you scared me! Si-chun turned around irritably. What is it? No manners at all. I was having a good dream. A malicious smile rang out. Long time no see, huh? School life lately must be making you happy. Lee Kai-seok stepped forward, raising an eyebrow tauntingly. But I'm too sad, what can I do? It's to everything to go back to how it was. You idiot. The eyes of all the students in the class turned toward one direction. Lee Kai-seok casually put his hands in his pockets and spoke arrogantly. Follow me, you damn dog. Si-chun raised an eyebrow and casually replied, Lee Kai-seok. Someone actually did it, huh? His vision darkened, he opened his eyes in shock. Why was his body trembling so much? That man glared and roared in anger. What is it, you bastard? Lee Ki-seok gritted his teeth and growled. I put in so much effort to obtain this body. Seo-jun lowered his head in silence. Alright, did you find a way back? Could it be? He stood up abruptly, a cold aura surging forward. Since you went through the trouble of building these muscles, want to give it a try? That man raised his voice in provocation. Ha, this bastard has an annoying mouth. That's right, Sun Du-hun will be graduating soon. Now do you know who will become the boss? Seo-jun spoke calmly. Do what you want, I don't care about any boss. Just don't bully the innocent or steal their girlfriends, and I'll leave you all to your games. Lee Ki-seok gritted his teeth, putting on airs again, this bastard. A provocative voice rang out. But come to think of it, you must have been transferred back by Sun Do-gun. He maintained a firm gaze. After hearing the story and thinking it over, you still need to be beaten up for a while longer before you become decent. What do you think? That man let out an arrogant laugh. What's there to think about? You're dead for sure, that's what. Lee Ki-seok issued a threat, his eyes bulging. If you still think I'm the same as before, that's a big mistake. Back then I was just careless, you bastard. Behind him, he felt something was wrong and called out nervously, Hey, Si-chun? Should I call a teacher? Si-chun said in a low voice. Yeah, no, it's nothing. Suddenly, a hand reached out and firmly grabbed his neck. Low, angry voice rang out. You think because you're imitating Si-chun, you can act so high and mighty? The moment he finished speaking, a punch flew straight into his face. He struck coldly and decisively. His face twisted in pain as he staggered backward. Isn't this going a bit too far? His vision blurred. That man was stunned, eyes wide open. What? How was that so fast? Is this guy on drugs too? Seo-jun warned coldly. I told you, don't touch the innocent kids. He reached up and loosened his tie, lowering his voice. If you don't listen, try fighting back with your strength. Lee Ki-seok clenched his fist and charged forward quickly. Say that one more time. But the punch grazed past Seo-jun's head. You think I'm scared? In that instant, he calculated silently. What was that sloppy punch? Seems like he can't use jujutsu, so he's trying to win with a different attack, but there are too many openings. Seo-jun observed quietly. Like this, if I circle around behind him in this stance, I can easily overpower him. That man swung the next punch with a ferocious aura. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. What is this? The punch landed squarely on his arm. Lee Ki-seok stepped closer, their eyes meeting. Oh my, managed to dodge it? That man reached out and yanked Seo-jun's head hard. A flurry of punches rained down with a gleeful look in his eyes. Try dodging this, and this too. Keep dodging, you bastard. Like lightning, he ducked his head down. Lee Ki-seok laughed grimly, dodging again. You think it's that easy to dodge me? Seo-jun pulled that man back a few steps, then leaned his body backward. After that, he was silent. Then he struggled to maintain his balance and raised one leg high. His legs became agile. Seo-jun leaned back against the ground, trapping that man's leg tightly. Lee Ki-sok tried to swing his fist, confused. Did he blind me by pretending to dodge? Still, in a real fight, whoever is on top wins. Section Chief Kim's eyes darkened. This is bad, he said in a low voice, his eyes deep and mysterious. Which side do you mean? The other side? Du-hun quietly stepped forward. This side. He turned his head back, his gaze calm. From what I see, it's both sides. Section Chief Kim rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Where's the problem? Because of the drugs, his physical condition isn't suppressed at all. So in the end, the most important thing is technique. Du-hun answered bluntly. People like you would never understand, even if you died and came back to life. You can't find any excuses or measures. If you see a mountain, you don't think about turning back. You just silently put your head down and climb. Patience and effort made his face turn pale in shock. Damn it. He locked his legs tight and lifted Lee Ki-sok into the air. Then, the two wrestled fiercely, neither willing to give in. Movements were fast and decisive. He sneered. Patience and effort. Aren't those just things thought up by untalented kids who want to win? He stood opposite Yoon-gon. A person with only talent and no effort can absolutely never defeat someone who strives until death. Seo-jun was slightly worried. But what if, you bastard, it seems like you haven't been diligently training in jutsu, have you? What if an evil genius puts in the effort? That man was pinned down by his leg and struggled to shout. There's no way that can happen. No! Damn it! Wait, that... Seo-jun's gaze turned sharp, his voice low. Do you know? If you get close to Hajin, you'll know he's extremely innocent. That's why he let you off last time, right? But what should I do? Lee Ki-sok tried to escape the feeling of being controlled. Almost there. I'm not like that. That man's eyes rolled white. No one can stop me. From inside the classroom, the sound of fighting echoed outside. Chun was trying to break another person's arm, a cracking sound ringing out. Lee Ki-sok screamed in pain, and to escape the agony he immediately bit Si-chun's thigh, not forgetting to curse at the same time. Attacked, Si-chun was no iron-skinned or bronze-boned either. He didn't hold back and let out harsh words. You insane bastard. After a moment of struggle, the two separated. Si-chun stood up, rubbing his bitten leg. Were you a dog in a past life? Then he returned to his calm demeanor, observing and thinking, what's this? I clearly just broke his arm. Before him, Lee Ki-sok looked utterly pathetic. He can still fight? That man struggled to stand, pointing his fist at him. Where did you learn to fight like that? If you're so tough, come at me, you bastard. Seeing his reaction wasn't what he expected, Lee Ki-sok frowned and thought, this dog is just like Section Chief Kim. If he took drugs, he shouldn't feel pain, right? But why does it still hurt like hell? Did he give me the cheap stuff? Si-chun prioritized asking questions. Hey you, don't tell me you have some strange drugs on you. What exactly is Section Chief Kim doing? And where is his organization currently? His words didn't enter that snail's ears at all. If you want to know that badly. That man lunged forward, swinging his fist straight at him, then tried to make me talk. But before that man could touch him, Si-chun quickly struck his avatar. Struck by a painful blow, Lee Ki-sok seemed to lose his mind. Huh, chicks what? The rat in the trunk spoke up again. Has anyone ever told you the pen is mightier than the sword? So what is mightier than the fist? Lee Ki-sok answered vaguely, elbow, the elbow. Si-chun raised his hand and explained that slap was for being an idiot. The crisp slapping sounds rang out one after another. Lee Ki-sok trembled from the blows. What is this bastard doing? How can he still be functioning so well after taking this kind of beating? While that man was dumbfounded, Jun circled around behind him and leisurely spoke some pleasant words. And what must come did come. He received another affectionate face slap along with a scolding, a piercing sound breaking the silence of the hallway. Si-chun squatted down beside the man, pathetically crawling on the floor. Come on. At this point, are you talking or not? Or do you want me to break the rest? Si-chun calmly asked, what about that other hand and your 2 legs, or how about it? Hearing the verdict, the rat in the trunk replied tremblingly, you truly are crazy, compared to a brat like you. Those guys are way more terrifying. He fumbled in his pocket for something. You are going up against guys of that caliber. This is just child's play punches. Understand, you idiot? Isok's trembling hand pulled out his trump card, 2 blue pills. He tried to bite into the pills to turn the tables. You are just a punk to them. I am the main character. Si-chun did not let him take the drugs. He swung his leg and kicked the 2 pills away, much to the shock of Kaizok. He watched the pills fly away and screamed no. Seeing this guy was no different from an addict, he promptly landed another kick. Under the kick, the other man's face twisted like a monkey eating a chili. Si-chun curiously picked up the pill to examine it. Looking at it for a while and seeing nothing special, he asked, is this your Achilles heel? Lee Ki-sok stammered with difficulty. Give it to me. Damn it, I have to take it. Seeing that man's urgency, Si-chun felt like teasing him, tossing the pill back and forth. What kind of pill is it? If you confess everything, I will consider whether to give it back. Don't be crazy, you bastard. He raised his fist. Then I have to throw another one. Hearing he was about to get hit, that man screamed wait. With no other choice, he was forced to confess. confess. It is an illegal drug that athletes use. Manager Kim said abusing it is very harmful. I do not know much either. Si-chun asked further, did you get the drugs from Manager Kim? Where did you meet him? That man replied tremblingly, I do not know where he is. Seems to be a villa. Each meeting was at a different location. I was always blindfolded. The drugs were chosen by someone else and given to me to take periodically. Seeing that man knew a lot, he interrogated him. Who is that person? One of Manager Kim's underlings? Lee Ki-sok hesitated. Lee Ki-sok was roughed up and blurted out a name Kang, then added some Kang guy. I do not know his full name. He is in charge of making the drugs. Only that person is the most dangerous among the ones I have met. Lee Ki-sok sank into memory as that person said, did you just say that again? Please give it to me. This is enough. I want to stop the drugs. You said I would be released when I grew up. That guy did not let go, replying, who said that? He was scared, sir, Manager Kim. Jong-hun asked back, am I Manager Kim? Dark-haired boy saw such a brazen man for the first time, not knowing how to resist. He said, where did you spend the money you earned from the competition? You blew it all on drugs, did not you? Jong-hun leaned in and whispered, you bought drugs at the employee price. Now that you quit, you have to buy them at the original price. Are you okay? Are you trying to live honestly? Then he patted the dark-haired boy's shoulder. Think it over for another day. You do not take the easy path, you prefer the hard way. Just 1 year is a critical time right now. Done with his business, he leisurely left. If the answer is still the same tomorrow, I do not know what I will do. It is just a pity that the boy stood there trembling helplessly. It gradually fell, revealing a desolate stretch of sky. Jong-hun leisurely walked out to smoke. As he was taking a drag, he stopped. The black car not far away made a sound. Yes, hello. Dong-gun answered the call and reported, I found it. I have confirmed the transaction location with the drug dealer. Not knowing what the other end said, he replied, will you let me out of this now? If we get involved, we will have to close down our shops in droves. These guys are very dangerous. The other end was Aizen, I know that, then just lie low for a few days, see how many people go in and out. He was a bit panicked, no boss please, but then something caught his attention. Yeah. Aizen asked irritably, did you just curse? And what is with that him? Yeah? Outside, a young man approached. Hey you there, could I borrow a lighter for a second? It was Jong-hun with a sharp expression, warning Dong-gun. If you want to live, change the person you are talking to. Jong-hun pressed his face against the car door. Come out here for a bit, unless you want me to smash this expensive car window. Dong-gun was scared out of his wits. Damn it, I am done for. He immediately reported, boss, it looks like I have run into the guy working at this place. The other end was not panicked, even joked. What? What did you do to run into that guy? Do not tell me you parked right in front of that location. Dong-gun replied, exactly. Now I am in the car, then first, just ignore him and drive off. A calm underling stepped out. Yes, I will quickly deal with him. He spoke directly into the car. Hey, do you have a problem? Why are you peeking into someone else's car? Dong-gun sat in the car scared to death, wanting to pray. What is he doing? That lunatic. Jong-hun, being questioned, replied clearly, I am not peeking at anything, I am just standing here. Nothing, I just want to talk to the person in the back seat. If you do not want to die, cooperate. As soon as he uttered 2 words, plea, that guy ate a fistful of knuckles to his mouth and lost his wits. His boss saw the scene and was culturally shocked, standing rooted to the spot, that ill-mannered bastard. He quickly ordered, hurry up and stop that guy. Another underling received the order, yes, I understand, I will go out and handle him together. Hearing that, he smiled in total disbelief. No, you lunatics, in Korean you have to listen to the whole sentence. That guy who had just struck spoke up again. Say it again, you bastard, what if you do not want to die? Are you filming this, you dog? Jong-hun was not angry, on the contrary, he was very calm. Been sitting at work too much lately, so I have been remembering these things. I like it too much. 2 underlings seeing the scene were a bit intimidated. What is this? Is this guy a pervert? Why does he like this? A bit intimidated, they still had to act. This time the 2 of them attacked together. I will help you satisfy that need more, you dog. Jong-hun widened his eyes, his gaze full of anticipation. Whenever he had the chance, that man eagerly jumped into a fight with the 2 underlings. Another underling got up and received another slap. Try barking again, you dog. He used Jong-hun as a punching bag and punched him one more time. Dong-gun inside began to deeply doubt. What is this? I thought he was strong, but it turns out he's just all show, making me scared for nothing. After meeting that bastard Aizen, why did I become so afraid? His boss spoke up. Do you want to die? So how's it going? He saw Jong-hun now looking like a bun in front of a girl. The thing is, he looks like the captain, but he's already being handled by my underlings. Truly, drug users are just that. After I teach him a lesson, I'll leave here. Aizen replied indifferently, the expression on that man's face at this moment unclear. He also eagerly looked out to sea. Yes, expression. Why did you suddenly ask about this? In my opinion, his expression looked like he was about to explode. Not knowing what Dong-gun saw, his pupils contracted in fear. Horrifying. What is that? What is it? Beyond the scene of Jong-hun being as soft as a steamed bun, he still gleefully suggested. More, stronger. He looked no different from an adrenaline junkie on the run. Please hit me even harder, so I can feel more clearly. The two underlings were also terrified. This madman, isn't he a pervert? One of them said, if you don't want to really die, then get lost. I really can't understand you, liking getting beaten up this much. You lunatic. Jong-hun, as if he had just taken a drug, replied, what? You don't understand? He tilted his head like a cat, got up and added a few hair-raising words. Pleasure only exists through pain. If there is no pain, his expression of enjoyment gradually disappeared, leaving behind sharp, unfathomably deep eyes. Then other things will disappear too. The underling sighed and stated as if he was correct. He's truly sick. What is he barking about? While he was speaking, Jong-hun had already come close to one side, so let's experience it together. It took a while before he reacted to Jong-hun's astonishing speed. What is this, you dog? A strange smile gradually appeared on his face, signaling something bad was about to happen. Jong-hun used his strength to try and throw down the opponent's large body. With a crack, he easily broke the leg bone of the fat underling. A piercing scream rang out immediately after. The game was elevated when the hunter turned out to be the prey. Jong-hun was immersed in his own insane battle. He even perversely asked, how is it? Do you like it? Does it feel like being alive? The fat man's teammate circled around behind, preparing a sneak attack. Die, you sick bastard. But it wasn't that easy. He spun around and greeted, so you want to experience it too? Just when he thought he was going to be completely beaten, a voice called out, saving the underling's life. Wait, there's a phone here. Dong-gun tremblingly held out the iPhone from before. He wants you to take the call, so stop now. He thought to himself, you bastards, you fight each other. Jong-hun lost interest and replied, it's a bit regrettable, but I have to work. He took the phone and spoke. Yes, the phone has been handed over. I don't know if I'm guessing correctly. The voice came through on the other end. Are you Aizen? I heard you've been digging into our business all over the place. Jong-hun continued, I don't know what you want, but if you don't want to die, then stop. Just get your whole gang to fight like usual, that's fun. You're Lim Si-chun, right? He didn't forget to instruct. He said you'll soon get a match with the toy he made, so prepare well. Have you ever met him? He mentioned a name. He is Lee Young-gun. He has improved since last time, so you can look forward to it. While stroking his hair, he continued, and also don't be a bumpkin and go to the police, please. Since we've prepared the goods like this, people like you who are nothing will only make yourselves furious if you complain. He kept rambling on, making Aizen on the other end start to get bored. Finally, he said, if you want to find out about our business, then find Lim Si-chun or his crew. You can do anything. Jong-hun, as if a switch had been flipped, couldn't stop talking. We will guide you into a swamp you can never escape from for the rest of your life. So, finally the person on the other end couldn't take it anymore and interrupted. You talk way too much. He got a bit angry hearing that. What? I'm not joking right now. Before he could say more, Aizen found it too annoying and just hung up the phone to stop the talking. He began to think, alright, what should I do now? Then Aizen looked at the man in front of him and said, you decide, Inspector. Scene shifts to late night at the police station. The crazy guy was lying flat on the chair, sound asleep. Suddenly, Officer Kim appeared and called out, Officer Jang, wake up. He replied groggily, give me a few more minutes. He saw him like this and suggested, go home, take a bath, and get some rest. You're starting to smell. Jang Hyung-sik finally woke up. Was I dreaming? What's going on? Officer Kim handed him a stack of documents. About the car from the last case. Didn't I ask you to help whenever you had time to look at the CCTV and record its movement schedule? Jang Hyung-sik asked about the situation. How is it? Did you find anything? He recalled the incident that day and reported everything. It led me around in circles and almost lost me, but I finally found it. It went into the parking garage of a building. Since it was parked there for quite a while, I got the CCTV footage from that garage and bingo. Officer Kim carefully recounted. A man got out of the car with Lim that day, but he looked like he wanted to kill him. Aren't they from the same group? Jang Hyung-sik looked at the documents in his hand and asked, do you have the video? He quickly got the answer. It's in the envelope. That person was wearing a hoodie and a hat covering his face, so it's hard to tell who he is. He added, take a look at the last photo. I think it's a bit strange. He didn't understand and asked back, what is it? Then Hyung-sik's pupils contracted as he realized something. Exactly like, on the document was an image of a man wearing a cap. He was a bit angry at the possibility. He deliberately showed his face for others to see. The flickering lights from the buildings became brilliant in the night. A clicking sound came from a nearby apartment. Aizen calmly asked, has our training session for today ended? Responding to his words was the action of grabbing someone's collar. But that was still not enough to make him scared to come here at this hour. The stranger was Jang Hyung-sik. He demanded angrily, "What did you do? What scheme did you orchestrate?" He gradually lost his composure and yelled, "Why did you drag Lim into it that day? Did you think you would be safe after ramming into a police car?" But the only response was Aizen's indifference. "Hey, officer, you found out later than I thought. If you hadn't shown any attitude, I thought I would just let it slide. But now that you know, will you continue the investigation?" Hyung-sik saw him like this and demanded, "What the hell? You dog, this is no joke. Do you want to go to jail? Don't you know the CCTV caught your face?" But the only response was indifference. "If you came to arrest me, you wouldn't have come here alone." Hearing that, Hyung also froze. "What?" Aizen spoke up. "The people you are looking for, you want to find them through me." Finally, he concluded with a sentence, "If you use police methods, you will absolutely never find them." Jang Hyung-sik angrily yelled, "Do you know that what you're doing is illegal? If it were possible to overlook it, but you keep dragging Si-chun into this. What you must do now is stop it immediately." Aizen replied calmly, "That car is my personal vehicle. Now that you know, when do you plan to end all of this? I know you are doing your best, but I can't just keep waiting, can I?" They were illegally producing drugs in some warehouse. He heard they were targeting sales to students. Jang Hyung-sik was shocked to hear that. The officer did not know that an addict could do anything. Compared to my criminal acts, this was nothing. He thought the officer should find and eradicate their organization to prevent more victims. He pulled out the three-eyed item and told the officer to show his authority. If needed. Did he want to hear that man's voice right now? Just then, it seemed someone was in the warehouse. A voice rang out from the phone. "Say something. Damn it. Our kids are all dead." Jang Hyung-sik immediately recognized Du Jung-hun's voice. Aizen did not understand how this was relevant, so what? The other end came through again. "And I'm begging you stop calling the police in such a cheesy way, you hear?" That voice startled Hyung. If you investigate us, I don't know what will happen to Si-chun and the others here. I'll personally take them to a swamp they will never escape from for life." As he finished speaking, Aizen wanted to hang up and complain. "Too much talk. They won't believe you'd say that," then shouted, "What? I wasn't joking just now." After driving those people away, Aizen asked again, "Father, how about it now, officer? Make a decision." And Thayan Tri reminded, "They won't stop. On the contrary, if you, officer, cling to this case, you won't be able to protect everyone." He looked at Jang Hyung-sik with regret. "As for me, I have plenty of time but can only sit here to sell all these ticket stubs. If we overlook this, we cannot defeat those evil people." Then Aizen also started rambling. "This is something you, officer, cannot do, but I can, and trust me with the impossible task." Concluded with his final sentence as Jang Hyung-sik stood stunned. "Fighting them is my answer." After a long silence, Jang Hyung-sik finally spoke. "So how is that kid Si-chun now? Those involved in the Seo Hajin student case keep trying to kill him." He asked doubtfully, "Wouldn't it be better to stop that instead? If he is seriously injured?" Aizen explained, "There are some things that must be resolved personally, especially for people who blame themselves too much like Si-chun." Jang Hyung-sik proposed a theory, but what if Si-chun is pushed too far and becomes a criminal? Even if it is for justice, at that moment we all become fools. At times like that, there is no other choice but to trust. Conversation ended there, and the scene shifted to the faculty office. A shrill old woman nearly shouted, "No! That is really the case, principal. Such a thing really happened." Being the guest before him losing composure, the principal hurriedly calmed her. "First, please calm down, madam." She still screamed, "Calm down for what? This is the second time," she shouted with implication. "It's that brat again. This time too, because of him, my good son broke his arm." The principal quickly whispered in her ear, "Madam, after all, that student's father is quite close to Director Lee." She retorted disdainfully, "Oh my, don't come near me." So now, just a little connection lets violent kids like that get off scot-free? She glared at Si-chun as if wanting to eat him alive, pointing directly at him. "Anyway, I won't let this go this time. My husband will call the police. You deal with that. Call that Director Lee or whoever. I will make sure that brat eats prison food." Seeing this, another teacher stepped forward to mediate. "Madam, but kids usually joke around like that. Accidental overstepping happens often, and this time part of the cause was your son." But she did not want to let go and kept making a scene. "What does the principal still have to say? What do you know to speak? Do you know my son better than I do? I know my son best. I know how well behaved he is." Si-chun looked at the trouble before him and thought, "I should have broken his leg too." Meanwhile, she kept yelling, "What kind of person will that kid grow up to be? A thug, a thief, a murderer. How do you know he won't kill someone in the future?" Outside, a teacher called in, Principal, you should step out for a moment." He asked in confusion, "Huh? What is it?" That old woman kept being shrill. "Who came? I want to see whatever it is." "What, has that great Director Lee arrived?" He quickly explained, no, it is not that. In the hallway, without letting the man before him finish, she rushed out. What is in the hallway that you are hemming and hawing about? And so she dashed out with the words, what is in the hallway? But when she saw it, she froze stiff. She was terrified, stammering, all of this. Si-chun curiously poked his head out. What is it? That voice rang out again. There is no other choice but to trust. If Si-chun truly has nothing more to do with those bad people. Outside in the hallway a man spoke. It was troublesome anyway. I told you to think it over a bit more. Thanks to Si-chun, everyone had escaped from hell. It was Du-hun with a bunch of students standing outside, exhausted from having to hastily bring people here. They united and came to help together. In an empty hallway, Si-chun's mother stammered, huh? They are. The principal also looked bewildered. What are you students gathered in front of the faculty office for? Du-hun, sweating profusely, replied, nothing much. It is just that these students are witnesses to Si-chun hitting Lee Jisek in legitimate self-defense. You weren't dragged here by Sun Du-hun, were you? Hearing that, she gritted her teeth. Where are these brats from that they dare to open their mouths? Then she screamed, where are you kids from that you dare to drag a whole crowd here? Are you trying to frame my son? Du-hun calmly explained. Please listen to us, ma'am. It seems you do not want to listen. Lee Jisek also did not listen to anyone. Turns out he is exactly like his mother. Her face was full of anger as she raised her hand. What did you say? What did you just say? You ill-mannered brat. How dare you? Du-hun flinched, seeing the hand approaching. Immediately he turned his foot. Gaining momentum, he slammed his own head hard into the door just before her hand reached him. Seeing this, the principal panicked. Madam. Si-chun's mother's face also showed fear, wondering, what? I am not that strong. Principal, not hearing her, continued. Many people are here. If you lay a hand, she confusedly explained. I really only touched him lightly. His friend ran over to help him up. Hey, are you okay? Stay awake. Du-hun mumbled. There is blood on my head. I think it is bleeding. He panicked and yelled. What? Blood! She immediately rushed over, pointing at the two. There, so that's it. You hurt yourself and then blame others. What a bunch of idiots learning cheap tricks. Then, suddenly, two police officers ran over and asked, hello, we received a report. Said it is an assault case. You are the assailant, right? Just now you were trying to hit someone. Lee Jisek's mother turned her head to look at the two behind her. What are you talking about? My son was assaulted by these kids and is now being taken to the hospital. Can't you see that, officers? The officer asked further, why are these students here? The principal stammered a reply. Here, that, in the teacher's office. The officer sat on the sofa and said, we have sorted out today's incident after talking with the students. The students present in the classroom where the fight occurred reported that Lee Jisek struck first. School violence had been going on for a long time and student Si-chun ended it. The students all said that unanimously. Hearing that, she glared angrily and screamed, what? You are saying my son is a school bully? Where do you people's police get off being swayed by the words of those thugs? Are you sane? She pointed her finger straight at the police. I have paid so much in taxes. I am the one paying your salary, you know? Seeing her agitated, the officer calmly said, thank you for your diligent tax paying. Then, he lifted his head and smiled, but I cannot show favoritism to a higher taxpayer. Madam, I am a people's policeman. Si-chun's mother swayed as she asked, what? Not waiting for her to continue, he directly stood up, nodded his head in greeting, and added, the students' testimonies are all the same. Just now I saw the notebook that the big student gave. It had records of extortion written in it. He then gently explained, a counter lawsuit will not benefit your son, madam. You simply need to negotiate an appropriate punishment with the school. Unable to bear it, she snarled at the officer. What? Negotiate? You say to negotiate. Do you know who my husband is? The officer replied, I do not. The principal raised his hand with a placating smile. I know. The school will administer a proper punishment. Then, the officer turned his head. Madam, first please calm down a little. Let's discuss this. If we blow this out of proportion, she shouted at the principal in questioning. What? I am blowing things out of proportion? The officer gracefully walked out the door. He seemed to have noticed something, so he swept his gaze across. He gently stated that the two students earlier would be dealt with by the school, and that the matter was over, since the violent behavior was indeed the truth. He walked forward gently while explaining that he did not know the full story, but violence was bad. It seemed many students relied on their young age. School violence could not be easily overlooked. Suddenly, the police officer called the name of the big student beside him. Du-hun answered blankly, yes, sir. Looked at Du-hun. Do you know that if you confess to the wrongdoing, or hand the notebook to me, you will also be punished? The The victim's forgiveness does not mean the crime disappears. Remember that. Then he turned and walked away. Be smart. Do not get hurt. Do not let me see you often, please. Hun was dazed and praised. Why is that so cool? I will become a police officer in the future. Si-chun replied, no way, a former school bully cannot. In a game room, a voice rang out. Hey, can you play properly? Jin turned to ask the person opposite. You clearly let it slide. Play properly before I hit you. The person opposite nodded. Yeah, I will play properly. He thought to himself. Letting it slide is difficult too. She shouted in frustration. Damn it, I told you not to use cheap kicks. The person opposite still smiled. I just kick. You will still lose. It is a matter of skill. Hajin's face darkened as he threatened. Hey, shut up. Si-chun answered fearfully, yes, sorry. The arcade machine made a sound. Ewin. He happily jumped up and cheered. Oh yeah. Player Seo Hajin overcame the difficulty and finally achieved a progressive result. He smiled proudly at her. With this gap in skill, I could win with one hand. Hajin replied calmly. I told you to play properly. He smiled, yes. Hajin could not stand it and left. He asked in confusion. Hey, where are you going? Wanna go sing karaoke? Are you mad? Hajin grumbled, going to the bathroom. I will be out. Si-chun was still cheerful. Okay, the loser pays for karaoke. Go get change. He hummed happily. What song should I sing? Then he thought to himself. Hajin likes it when I sing. If I sing, her mood will be fine. Suddenly, the door opened and he turned to ask, oh, you are here? I thought you were taking a dump. Si-chun glanced and asked the person standing nearby, Hajin, let me sing this song first, the one you like. Seeing it was not her, Si-chun asked, who are you? I think you entered the wrong room. Jong-hun smiled sinisterly. No such thing. Seeing the tense situation, he scratched his head and thought, what is this so dangerous? Before he could understand what was happening, that man hit him on the head with a blow. He smiled at him. Actually, I am not too clear either. It is because of your master, that guy Aizen. He grabbed Si-chun's hair and interrogated. People are talking politely. With just a small action, my mood goes to hell like a dog. Jong-hun's face smiled terrifyingly. Go back there and tell them what happens when someone hangs up while others are talking. In a hospital room, a person called softly, Mom. Si-chun cried, Mom, does it hurt a lot? Yesterday you said you were feeling better. His mother smiled, placing her hand on his face to comfort him. Si-chun is very scared, right? My heart is just a little weaker than others. He sobbed. Then I will give you my heart. My heart is beating very strongly, Mom. She laughed. Oh my, is Si-chun's heart beating strongly? Luckily you take after your father, but do not eat too much fattening food. You must grow tall and strong like your father when you grow up, understand? The man sitting beside them was silent and sad. Si-chun whined, I like eating fattening food, cause Mom cannot eat it. I will eat it for you. She laughed. Egu, you are still just a child, my little piggy. She took out a large coat. Ah, I almost forgot. I prepared a gift for you. Here, I made it myself. He stopped crying and lifted his head. Huh, Mom, is this an adult's coat? It is way too big. The man turned and said, even I would find that too big. She disagreed. By the time Si-chun fits into it, the fashion then will be to wear very loose clothes. You know nothing about Lee Sang-gon's fashion. Sit still. The man answered tiredly, yes. Si-chun lifted his head and asked softly, but I cannot wear it yet. Why did you give it to me? Si-chun's mother smiled brightly. Take it. I made it early for you so you can wear it later. I was afraid that when I wanted to give it, I would not be able to, so I am giving it in advance. Si-chun was bewildered. Why is that? Are you going somewhere? She could not control her emotions and looked at him with a tearful face. Because I am always in Si-chun's and your father's hearts. He panicked. Why are you crying? Are you in pain again? An image of a memorial portrait appeared, the first time since he was born. He burst into violent sobs. My world collapsed. Si-chun turned his head to say goodbye. I am going to school, he thought to himself. The harsh world does not allow dad time to be sad. His busy father waved. Ah, go on, son. Today, Hajin's father will pick you up. He thought, yes, professor. As long as the professor entrusts it, no matter how small the task, I will do my best. He thought, the reality is cruel. There are many problems dad has to bear on his own. I am not sad because dad does not take time to care for me, because he is someone who puts work first. His face was sad, lifeless, and mother was no longer there either. That was reality, and for me, it was the greatest sadness. In the apartment complex, a door opened. He thought, and perhaps from that moment, Si-chun asked in confusion, Huh, where you? Hajin replied arrogantly, What do you mean what? Why are you so late, you pig? I have been waiting for you for a while. Do you want to die? Hajin suddenly appeared and barged into my life. He found it funny and teased her. What kind of hairstyle is that? Hajin's face turned bright red from embarrassment. What is wrong with my hair? Is it that weird? From then until now, whether happy or sad, Hajin has always been by my side. She frowned. Starting today, do not be late. It is because you come out too early, he thought. Sometimes, she is like a sibling. Time passed, the two grew up. Hajin smiled at Si-chun. Hey, lately I have been learning jiu-jitsu. It is really fun. Si-chun was disinterested. You learn it. Why should I? He found that sometimes, they were like friends. The older Hajin laughed. Hey, yesterday when I passed by the boys' school, A handsome guy looked at me. Should I meet him? Sichun said lazily. Decide for yourself. Why ask me? Answer quickly. He also found that sometimes they were like lovers. Hajin was now a young lady. She turned her head to look at Sichun. After school, let us not go home straight away. Let us go eat some street skewers, green mango salad, ice cream, or snails. You agreed already, so stop eating bread and instant noodles every day, piggy. And he found that sometimes she was like a mother. Scene shift, Hajin turned her head. He wondered what was going on, but what did she just say? Was it raining? Sichun's expression was dazed. What? Hajin was now bruised and battered. She turned her head to interrogate him. Why did you not answer the phone back then? Why did you leave me alone? His eyes shot wide open. He was shocked to see her rush over to hug him protectively and take the blows from that man. Jung-hun smiled triumphantly. How about it? Getting hugged by your boyfriend and beaten at the same time? Do you like it more? Instantly, he raised his arms to embrace her. He flipped their positions, holding her tightly to protect her. Hajin's face was panicked. Hey, are you okay? Stay awake, he answered. I am sorry. Hajin did not understand. What? Why did you suddenly? He said gently. Thank you for everything. Now it is my turn. Seeing that, he shouted. What are you two whispering about? Want to fight to the death or what? Before he'd laugh, he was thrown backward by a surge of power. Sichun lunged forward and hugged him. Seeing that, he raised his hand and praised. Awesome. His face was now wildly excited. That's right. Good. This is how it should be. If you dish it out, you have to take it. He hadn't been laughing for a few minutes before he hit her so hard her head slammed into something behind her. Not stopping there, he raised his fist to strike again. The powerful punch shattered the electromagnetic machine behind him. He groaned in pain. Then he gasped for breath, coughed a few times, and slumped down, sitting limp on the ground. Sichun looked at him with a blank expression. I don't know who you are, and I'm not curious, but you should have struck the moment you could move against me. Jung-hun sneered. Your fist is stronger than I thought. It's been a while since I've felt pain. He stuck out his tongue and looked at him. Don't stop. Hit me again. If you hold back, you and that girl are dead for sure. Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand high. Yeah, I know. And he slammed his hand down hard on his head, followed by a few more punches. Hajin shouted in panic. Sichun, stop. Stop it. At this rate, he'll die. Only then did he stop, panting. That's right, I did it on purpose. Now I'm sure of it. He still wouldn't shut up, even provoking. I won't die. If I don't die, the people around you will. He calmly replied. Someone like him will never stop until he gets what he wants. The scene paused when he grabbed his head and smashed it into the electronic screen. This time Jung-hun whispered, please spare me. Thinking he was repentant, who knew his face would grin like a madman. You think I'll beg you? Time is limited, Sichun. If you don't kill me before the cops arrive. Jung-hun continued to provoke, then I'll kill all your family. Of course, your girlfriend will be first. Sichun raised an eyebrow at him. Hey, are you provoking me? Then I'll have to deal with you to satisfy myself. With that, he grabbed his hair and dragged him away. Since you want it, I'll oblige. Jung-hun still smiled brightly. You think this is a good way? Reaching a secluded spot, he threw him there. This kid is a real man. Jung-hun tilted his head back to look at Sichun. Why did you drag me to this deserted place? Trying to embarrass me. His hand gently picked up the microphone. What are you doing? Then he held the mic up high and looked at him. Fine, go ahead. I'm dying to hear a cheerful song. The sound of beating echoed through the house. His face showed fear, but he still spoke stubbornly. Back off, kid. This isn't fun. Ha-jin ran over to stop him. Stop it, Sichun. Are you insane? Don't you have any sense? She shouted at him. If he dies, even if it's self-defense, you're ruining your life. So, then, trembling, she grasped Sichun's hand. That's more than enough. Please stop. She panicked, trying to bring him back to his senses. Now, let the adults handle everything, okay? Sichun calmly looked at Hajin and replied, if it were that easy, I wouldn't have come to this, Hajin. Jung-hun opened his mouth and laughed triumphantly. You're dreaming. An adult dreaming like that is no different from me. Even if we're alike, we each have our own jobs, right? I'm not a kid. He threw another punch at his face. Shut up, you brat. The adults are talking. She frowned, 2 teardrops rolling down. Stop it. Panic rose in her heart. Please, someone help me. He stuck out his tongue to taunt. Naya, time's up. Opportunities don't come twice. You're not gonna miss this chance, are you? Hearing that, he raised the microphone again. Don't worry, I won't miss it. Hajin screamed, Sichun, no. He also laughed and said, that's right, end it. Suddenly, someone rushed out and hugged Sichun tightly in time to stop him. Sang-soo held him firmly. If he dies, you won't be safe, Sichun. We promised each other so many things. You can't go to prison, understand? With that, he used his strength to lift him up. Sichun thought in confusion, no, this brat. Wait. Then he was kicked hard to the ground, groaning in pain. Suddenly, a hand smacked his head. What are you saying? What kind of stopping is that? Trying to kill someone or what? Jin cried as she looked at the person behind her. You said if I called, you'd come right away. Why are you only here now? And what's with this idiot? Jang Hyung-sik smiled apologetically. This kid was the closest, so I called him over first. Sorry, is that okay? Then he asked worriedly, how's Si-chun? Is he still breathing? Hajin stammered. He's still breathing, but he's bleeding a lot. We have to get him to the emergency room. Hearing that, Hyung-sik lowered his head, placed his hand on Sang-soo's head, and they both apologized together. Then take him to the emergency room first. I'll handle things here. Si-chun will go with this bald guy. He replied, I'm not bald. Sang-soo carried Si-chun on his back and turned to ask her, do you remember me? She replied, don't worry about it, just go yes. Jung-hun turned around and asked him, hey, the fun is just starting now. Who are you? He tilted his head back and cursed Jang Hyung-sik. Anyway, you're just a bastard bound by the law, useless and not even punctual. He was helpless with him and had to say, fine, I agree, so stop talking. Now I want to try something else. In the police cell, a voice rang out, spread them apart. He was handcuffed and locked in the cell. Jong-hun still smiled and asked, what? Something special? Do you like being a criminal investigator? Jang Hyung-sik replied, yes, I love it. If you liked it too, that would be great. He continued, but aren't criminal investigators busy lately? Nobody's working here. Call me a bowl of hootiu, it's been a while since I ate. Jang Hyung-sik raised his finger. Sorry, I don't have a habit of spending money on vermin. Instead, eat less soy sauce and go to sleep. Jong-hun laughed optimistically. The criminal investigator is so cute. What's your name? I could easily escape now, but I'm too tired, so I'll stay here for the night. Okay? Are you alone? He added. Since I'm in a good mood today, I'll treat you too. Order some hootiu. Where did you go, leaving me alone? Seeing him walk far away, Jong-hun looked behind and asked, did you really leave? That's the first time I've seen this. The human rights of criminals are gone. All gone. What's wrong with this life? Seeing total darkness, he asked himself dejectedly. What? Trying to turn off the lights so I can sleep better? I love that kid. Suddenly a foot stomped on his hand. Before he could understand what was happening, he was stomped hard by that person. What? Why so sudden? Jong-hun lifted his head, his expression as if he didn't know pain, and even smiled. Thought you left. Embarrassed, so you turned off the lights. Huh, investigator? Can't you smell the manure? Who is it? A voice rang out. Shut up. Why are you barking like a dog? Hearing it was someone familiar, he cheered with interest. Oh, that voice. Aizen, are you a cop? No, I don't have any information. Before he could finish asking, his hair was grabbed tightly. Right after that, he was dragged out of the cell. Jong-hun looked at the man across from him excitedly and said, you plan to lock me up and beat me? Doing that in a police station? You like that kind of thing? The man in the hat sneered, a scornful smile spreading across his face. Seeing that man still smiled and asked why he was laughing at him, that he was right here. The other replied, no, it's not that. Let me tell you about a kid from the past. He was just like you. The more correct he was, the more he showed his gums when he laughed. A cruel glint flashed in that man's eyes. But when I got out of here, he couldn't laugh anymore. Do you know why? Aizen continued. That kid's mouth, it was gone. That man laughed heartily. That sounds like something to look forward to. But what to do? This is the Republic of Korea police station. Jong-hun hadn't finished his sentence, but luckily that man could still handle it. He was being punched repeatedly, but Jong-hun stubbornly screamed, you clever bastard, it's a different level. Aizen grabbed Jong-hun by the collar and pulled him up. You ask if I can handle the consequences. That's not necessary. If he did it the way you guys usually do, it wouldn't be a problem. Jong-hun asked in confusion, what do you mean by the way we do it? Aizen explained smugly. Now there are no witnesses here, and conveniently the power is out, so there's no CCTV either. Besides, who would believe a guy just caught red-handed for assaulting a minor? No matter what, you're still the criminal, not me. Jong-hun sneered, damn that's right. Just now, you and that police officer, has this world gone crazy? A law-abiding cop framing the scene with a bastard posing as a guard with an unknown background. Aizen raised a hammer and cursed. Now you get it. Bastards like you, before facing legal punishment, have to take physical punishment first, like mincing your flesh with a meat tenderizer. Jong-hun asked in panic. That's not a meat tenderizer at all, is it? Aizen swung it straight into the back of his neck. I use it at home, you bastard. Jong-hun groaned, dazed. No, I'm starting to get scared. Wait, about this. Jong-hun thought, could I really die? Aizen questioned, so? Can you still laugh? Jong-hun threatened helplessly, you bastard, using a weapon is against the law. This isn't the end of it. Jong-hun pointed a trembling finger. People will see, damn it, you arrogant prick. I'll wait for you to see what scum you and your backers are. Aizen sneered, you need to read the room and choose your words. Do you know what those bastards who get beaten and twisted up like pretzels become? Suddenly Jong-hun grabbed Aizen's arm. You damn bastard, wait. Aizen didn't waste words and punched Jong-hun again. By now, Jong-hun was battered and disfigured. Aizen started counting his teeth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Still quite a few. Aizen was like a demon incarnate. Bear with it a bit. I know how not to kill people, so don't worry. Aizen sighed to himself and continued torturing Jong-hun. All this was happening right inside the police station. The other side at the hospital. At that moment, Si-chun spoke up. Ha-jin, I'm fine. The doctor said it's not serious, just need to rest for a few days. Ha-jin shouted hysterically, fine, my foot. You idiot. Your head was smashed open and bleeding profusely. And there's your body from earlier. She couldn't help but wonder. Who was it? Why did they do this? Could it be related to me? Ha-jin cried. You got into danger because of what happened that day. Si-chun replied, it's not like that, Ha-jin. Si-chun was blunt. You're overthinking it. This world cares less about you than you think. Ha-jin casually punched Si-chun. You look half dead, and I'm the patient here. Ha-jin lectured and scolded him. Don't you dare think you can just brush this off, you pig. I have to go back to the training center, so don't come around causing any trouble. Si-chun denied it. What trouble do I cause? That's not happening. That police officer will handle it himself. Suddenly, Si-chun spoke up. Brother Aizen, you didn't have to come this late. The doctor said there's no major problem. Aizen hesitated. Ha-jin, let me talk to Si-chun alone for a moment. Ha-jin was a bit surprised. Oh, okay. She was curious. What is it? It's been a while since I saw his face look so serious. Si-chun asked worriedly. Brother, are you okay? What's wrong? Aizen admitted. Sorry, I didn't expect that guy to come find you so recklessly. Si-chun nodded. So that guy from earlier was also on their side? Aizen replied. It's a bigger criminal organization than I thought. I planned to handle it myself, but I ended up involving you. Suddenly, Si-chun asked timidly. Can I ask how things are going? Aizen explained. That guy from earlier was an operator of an illegal drug manufacturing plant. Seems like he was supplying some students. A vicious face appeared, and Aizen continued. For example, Li Yungan. If you run into him, I don't know what state you'd end up in. It would be quite dangerous. Aizen pondered. I'm planning to handle this with Inspector Kang, so you should stop now. Si-chun objected. No, you can't. Immediately, Si-chun asserted. I heard from Sang-soo. I have something to do. The head of that organization, the guy called Director Han and Section Chief Kim, those people recorded my fight, streamed it illegally, and made money from that footage, Si-chun analyzed. If we stop now, they definitely won't show up by cutting their losses. So, to make Lee Young-gon, Director Han, and Section Chief Kim reveal themselves, I'll be the bait. Si-chun was ambitious. That way, we can catch all of them and those who watch the footage, only then can we make them pay. Si-chun urged. What do you think? Aizen replied. First, recover your body. Don't come to me in that state again. Si-chun asked. You have to go now. But that guy from earlier, what happened to him? Aizen recalled and answered him. Well, Aizen remembered Jong Hun's face. Fractures from the cheekbones, jaw all broken, teeth shattered and snapped. Aizen answered emotionlessly, just crippled like that. Si-chun was surprised. He injured himself inside the cell. On the other side, Section Chief Kim was reporting. Since being caught at the scene, he was already in a state of having sustained quite a few injuries beforehand. According to the police, he harmed himself in the holding cell. Absurd, right? That bastard, even for a junkie. Section Chief Kim advised earnestly. Knowing we can't make a big deal out of this, it seems he did it that way. Anyway, Aizen has some connection with the police. Jung-un replied in annoyance. Why did that sick bastard go find Lim Si-chun and cause trouble? He just had to do what he was told. That's why I really hate those junkies. Section Chief Kim expressed helplessness. I don't know, he was still unconscious, so I don't know why he went looking. Will things be okay like this? Shut down the factory for now. Jung-un didn't seem very concerned. Sounds like a big deal. Haven't you heard the saying, attack is the best defense? Suddenly, I really want to eat some kanpungi. He ignored Section Chief Kim's annoyed face and confirmed. Anyway, if you're afraid of being attacked, you'll just get dragged away. After that, Jung-un reached for a towel to make sure they can't clean up their headquarters there. I have to drop by once. I'll also go greet Aizen and Si-chun. Suddenly, Jun-woo became excited. But Ha-jin is still resting at the training center, right? Still working hard. A tough girl. Jung-un smiled brightly. Well then, it's been a while, I have to go loosen up some bones. That day at the boxing gym, the two sparring partners were fighting fiercely. Manager Kim was excited. Good, that's it, right? Manager Kim shouted. Don't let him escape, keep pressuring him, double jab, hook. Manager Kim encouraged them. The opponent is cautious. Don't let up on this guard, think about finishing it. The students secretly marveled. This madman, this power and speed are unbelievable. Even though I put up defensive techniques, they were all broken through. When Do-hun's fist came flying at him, the student thought he could not dodge and had to block the blow. The student barely managed to block one of Do-hun's strikes. Before the opponent could even collect himself, Do-hun threw another light punch. This time the student was lucky enough to dodge. Manager Kim smiled even brighter, praising the accuracy of the strikes. Then he ended the training session. The student was crying silently, thinking that Manager Kim had said it would be a light boxing spar. Manager Kim was happy while the student had already collapsed, but that would not happen here. Doohan asked worriedly if he was okay. The student forced himself up, saying he was fine and that Doohan had worked hard. Doohan wondered, "Are you really a high school student?" The student corrected him, "Yes, do I look that old?" Doohan replied, "Oh no, not at all." Manager Kim said proudly, "Hey Doohan, at this rate you will sweep the competition. There is no one left to train with you now." Manager Kim rolled up his sleeves and charged forward. "We will have to bring in professional boxers. That man he really sent a gift. He hid it until now to bring it out, but do not worry about the money. I will take responsibility, so stay with me until the end." Doohan smiled happily. "Thank you, manager. I will train hard." He thought to himself, his voice is really loud. Manager Kim's spittle flew as he spoke. "It is really not easy to find someone as talented and hardworking as you. Have you ever fought anyone equal to you so far? Besides professional players, you probably have not lost to anyone." Doohan asked, "What about fighting under boxing rules?" Manager Kim agreed. "Right, boxing, how is it?" Doohan asked. "Yes, 2 people." Then the rules were explained. One person was in a completely different weight class, but their skill was also decent. Doohan analyzed the other person. "Even though his weight class is lower than mine, I do not have any hope of winning." Doohan thought of Jun Woo, but what was more surprising was that boxing was not his skill. Over here, Department Head Kim was surprised. "Are you perhaps planning to go to that training center?" Jun Woo asked in confusion. "Yeah, what is it? Is there a problem?" Department Head Kim replied, "Who are you to go around promoting things?" Department Head Kim expressed concern. "How many people in Korea know about Daiden Jiu-Jitsu? If you verify the rumors, people will immediately find out about your past." Jung-un replied, "What does it matter? It is not like I am a player anymore." Then he hesitated. "Besides, there really are some things that should not be hidden." Department Head Kim suggested another direction. "Anyway, that student Suchun is injured, so he probably will not go to the training center. I have a more interesting idea. First go to your job." Jung-un showed a disgusted expression. "Damn it, I really hate going to work. How about I take a leave?" In a flash, it was already evening. Someone called out in the office, "Jung-un." The department head spoke up. Manager Han Jung-un replied, "Yes, department head." Department head smiled. "This is the meeting document for tomorrow morning. Do the PPT for me, okay? You know I like modern style, right?" Jung-un was indignant. "It is 5:59 now. How can I?" The department head brushed it off. "Just work a little overtime. Why are you always acting like an amateur?" Jun Woo explained. "No, department head. This is Manager Kim's task." The department head dismissed it again. "Manager Kim has an important appointment today. I also have a blind date today. I need to get married." As soon as he finished, the department head pointed and signaled, "Our handsome manager Han, send it to me first, please. I am counting on you, modern style." Jung-un was speechless. "You bastard." After finishing the work, Jung-un sighed, working overtime like crazy, but since it was not rush hour, there was not much traffic. He stood in front of the elevator. Jung-un was slightly startled by the scene inside the elevator. Jung-un bowed. "Greetings, Vice President." You only gave a glance. Ji-Hein also spoke up. "Take the next one." Jung-un replied yes. Ji-Hein pretended to be apologetic. "I am sorry, Vice President. I could not confirm that everyone already finished work. Do you ordered?" Secretary Kang. "I will go down first. Take another elevator up to get the documents on my desk and bring them here. I forgot them." Ji-Hein was flustered. "Documents on your desk. I will bring them right now." "Do you urged? You employee, get in here." Jun-Woo strongly refused. "There is no need. I will take the next one." "Do you insisted? Get in now." Jun-Woo had to agree, yes. Ji-Hein also found it strange. What is this? That overly sensitive bastard is riding the elevator with an ordinary employee. The bastard who felt nauseous just riding the elevator with me. Jung-un reached out to press the floor button, and a silence fell over them. "Do you spoke? Going to school?" Jung-un replied, "No." "Do you asked further? So playing sports?" Jung-un was confused. "No." "Why are you asking that?" "Do you ignored the question?" "Then why are you at the company?" "Do you interrogated? Wearing a backpack to work again, you damn bastard. Are you a child?" Jung-un answered calmly. "It is convenient, so a lot of people wear them these days." "Do you," with a thuggish face, asked, "Is your mother doing well?" Jung-un's face darkened. "What did you say?" "Do you taunted?" "Oh right, your mother passed away some time ago, did she?" "I forgot, I confused her with a woman your father had an affair with. Sorry." You hurled an insult." "That is right, a bastard child of unknown origin. I wonder what my father was thinking letting you into the company." You warned, "Do not get any other ideas. Just work properly down there. Cleaning up the entertainment area, spending money on the VIPs. That is the blood in your veins, just like your mother." Do you continued, "You have probably watched too many movies. Do not think nonsense. Since you have half the blood, I will show you the highest place you can climb to." He concluded, "Do you asserted that is the toilet bowl in my house. That is the highest place you can ever reach." Jung-un hated that he could not do anything to him. "Do you?" added another remark. "Oh, and do not think of getting paid overtime." Jun-woo behind him suddenly smiled. That crazy bastard is still as boring as ever. He picked up the phone. How important a toilet is. When you are using it and it suddenly stops working, do you not feel frustrated? On the other end of the line, Department Head Kim replied, "Done using it. How is it going, Lee Yong-gon?" Department Head Kim was excited. "It is the best condition now, is it not? I will prepare." Jun-woo instructed, "Notify the VIPs. The broadcast date is moved to next week. Say that the match between Lee Yong-gon and MC Chun has been set." Suddenly a terrifying pair of eyes appeared. Behind Jun-woo, someone declared. Yun-gon was lying in ambush with a cinder block. "This match is going to be a little bit of a hit." Early dawn at the villa. Department Head Kim was curious. "But why the sudden rush to proceed? You said to wait until MC Chun's condition stabilized." Jung-un immediately confessed, "The eldest son of my father does not seem to be very clear, so I plan to show him." Department Head Kim realized, that pervert vice president guy. Show him what? Jung-un took a sip of water. All the chaos in this world began in the shadow. First, Jun-woo analyzed that those who owned everything money could buy started to obsess over things money could not buy. Jung-un painted a picture of violence, excitement, and illegality. Suppose it broadcasted from the scene of a gang assault on a female student, and just ended there. It would be truly frustrating. Jun-woo explained that MC Chun, a friend of that female student, had found the perpetrators and took revenge with violence. They protected and backed him by broadcasting everything, as if supporting an embodiment of justice, both rationalizing it and relieving their own psychology. Jung-un laughed bitterly. That damned vice president thought, "I only knew how to clean up the VIP's mess." But in the end he did not realize that the one holding the VIP's lives in his hands was me. Department Head Kim was silent for a moment, then asked, "So where is it this time?" Jun answered without hesitation, "A school is the perfect setting for students to fight. Contact that student's son, tell him to leave Hyun's car there after school next week, then say he has an urgent family matter and leave." Department Head Kim questioned, "Would not that be too obvious?" Jun-woo did not care, so what? Anyway, Lee Yun-gon would be of no use afterwards, plus the two of them could set up a story beforehand. Department Head Kim wondered, this time if MC Chun knows Lee Yun-gon is coming, will he spare the hand of student son's mother? Jun-woo replied in annoyance, "Forget it, useless." Anyway, student son's biggest goal was to train Se-chun Lee. Department Head Kim asked curiously, "Then who do you want to win this match?" Back to the present, when Yun-gon attacked from behind, Jun-woo had answered, "Yeah, not sure yet." Anyway, letting Se-chun win would be more interesting, but it is also uncertain, because Lee Yan is not the predictable type. Cut to this afternoon. At this moment, Lee Sang-gon's eyes were extremely agitated. Se-chun turned back in fear. He luckily dodged Youngun's brick. Yun-gon was also surprised. What the hell? Se-chun punched Youngun's leg hard. The tumble confused Yun-gon. "What the hell, this bastard?" Se-chun passed by the opponent. Yun-gon lost his balance, damn it. Before Yun-gon could utter a word, Se-chun grabbed his neck. Se-chun whispered softly into Yun-gon's ear, "Finally meet you, Lee Yun-gon. I am very happy to meet you." At this moment, Yun-gon was desperate. "You bastard, you knew I was coming." Se-chun replied with disgust, "Do not say anything, because it is truly foul." He tightened his grip. "First we fight, then we talk." Yun-gon trembled. "You are still choking me, you bastard." Se-chun hinted, "I did not mean to." Yun-gon was surprised. "What?" Se-chun explained, "I was planning to break your whole jaw." But Yun-gon suddenly laughed loudly. "Looks like you do not understand." Late at night in the quiet school area, Yun-gon spoke up, "Hajin. Right, that girl over there, she's a very good fighter, not an easy opponent." At this moment, Yun-gon was as battered as a rag doll. Even if she got into a brawl with several guys, she would not let out a single groan. Yun-gon spread his arms, "Really exciting. You are so cool that I want to have a match with you too." Se-chun replied, "Yeah, do not worry." He rushed in with a thunderous punch, "Because I will pay you back many times over." The sound of the punch was so loud it could be heard in Vungtao. Se-chun followed up with a flurry of blows. But Se-chun quickly noticed something strange, hitting him right when he was unguarded, yet he was completely unharmed. Even now Yun-gon was still smiling. "Truly your hits are lacking force. Hit me with all your strength." He taunted, "Come on, you bastard." Se-chun's hesitation was exploited. Se-chun wondered in surprise, he is that fast? Now was Yun-gon's turn to counterattack. He kept repeating, "All your strength." Se-chun used force to block the fist. Yun-gon asked, countering, "Right, you hurry up and do something." Se-chun calculated inwardly. Even if he attacked, he would not be affected. He would probably have to use jujitsu. He did not know if the guy took off his shirt to use full power or was just an attention seeker. Se-chun told himself, "But I will just do what I learned from Sang-soo." Yun-gon clicked his tongue. "That expression of yours, she had it too." Se-chun was confused her? Yun-gon was as excited as if he had struck gold. Yes, that expression, the expression of that girl Hajin, just like that she would win using jiu-jitsu techniques. At night at the private apartment, Hajin was training extremely hard. At that time, Hajin was helpless. His attacks were completely useless. Hajin thought, because his reach was so long every punch was blocked. She had to land a decisive blow, wait for him to make the first move. Yingan was confused. What are you thinking about? Why are you not hitting anymore? If you do not hit, he did not hesitate to rush in. Then I will. Hajin was waiting for that moment right now. Hajin quickly executed a spectacular uppercut. When dodging by ducking, the lower body will come forward. She turned the height disadvantage into an advantage. He would automatically go on the defensive. This was how to decide the outcome. But there was one thing Hajin did not expect, because that bastard said he had never trained jiu-jitsu. Yingan was amazed. Jiu-jitsu or whatever, get hit once and your brain is gone. Hajin exclaimed, insane, this guy who looks like a skeleton. He struggled to turn over. Hajin grabbed Yingan's neck. Hajin threatened, I will show you what a real brain loss looks like. Yingan said insinuatingly, oh, is that so? He turned slightly. In an instant he grabbed Hajin by the hair, because this was how you dealt with an opponent. Yungan forcefully slammed Hajin to the ground. Hajin was completely exhausted. Yungan said smugly, this is what it feels like to be hit, right? Turning to the present, Yungan narrated. Then later, before he could even finish, he was hit. Yungan complained, I am explaining a flashback, and you have no manners at all. Yungan threatened, do you want to get beaten like that girl? While being hit, some memories of Sichun suddenly flooded back. Back then, Aizen taught him that to taunt an opponent, you had to open your mouth and provoke them. It was a psychological battle. Aizen believed that if he were in that position, he would act emotionally and ruin everything. He just needed to ramble like he was dealing with clowns. If he dealt with them one by one, he would tire himself to death. Aizen added a suggestion, if Li Yungan is too strong and you cannot beat him, then attack that spot. Sichun was still puzzled. So should I ramble in a fancy way? That is the ultimate skill. But isn't Li Yungan in a state where he cannot feel pain? Aizen denied it. No, it is not fancy. If you cannot perform that skill, it will be hard to maintain absolute balance. Abusing drugs only deadens the pain nerves, so you just need to destroy it so he cannot use that function. Returning to the present, Yungan was momentarily surprised. He widened his eyes and taunted, you used the exact same move as that girl. Do you think this is a jiu-jitsu competition? Do you want to end up with the same nerve condition as her? Yungan pressed harder. If you hit me exactly like that, I will put you in the hospital just like her. Suddenly, Sichun began to sing, I am searching for sweet baby candy. My heart, it is moved. As expected, Yungan was provoked. What the hell are you rambling about? Sichun answered cheerfully, in my favorite movie, someone did that. Yungan was bewildered. You madman, why did you stop yourself? Sichun grabbed his leg. It was while you were wondering what I was doing. Sichun acted decisively. I had already broken your toe. Yungan was caught off guard. You damn bastard. Sichun taunted. You sure have fixed yourself up a lot, you drug addict. Do you think this is a martial arts tournament? Afterwards, Sichun lifted one of Yungan's legs. Your limbs are so long. Let me give you a taste of what it is like to have every joint broken. Inside the school, the two of them wrestled for dear life. Sichun had the advantage, grabbing Yungan's leg and twisting it. Yungan finally felt pain. Damn it, this monkey is weird. It hurts so much. Could the drug's effect be wearing off? It cannot end like this, just a little longer. Sichun comforted him. And if I have only broken a few bones, I won't stop yet, so don't worry. While Yungan was contemplating his life, Sichun threw another punch. Sichun struck repeatedly. Yungan forced a bitter smile. That is right, you are right. If it ended like this, it would be truly empty. What did I even do to Hajin in the end? Yungan began to ramble, no longer having the strength to fight or resist. It seemed Yungan wanted to attack his psychology. Please let me live, please let me live. She asked me to stop, but I kept hitting her. And that is just a few small details. Sichun stared at him and replied, then I will let you experience that feeling. No, I will give you more than that. Sichun said furiously, compared to the pain Hajin suffered. This is nothing for Sichun, the champion of the Golden Bell contest, you bastard. Yungan was drained of strength. The drug, it is gone. In the end, everything was clear, only Yungan's desperate screams remained. The security guard heard it. What was that? A man's scream? Is someone still in the school? The security guard muttered. The patrol time is still left, but this is a bit annoying. How did you get in? A tall man approached. Uncle, you did well. There is still about an hour left for patrol, so you should take a few rounds, right? The tall man suggested. Don't ask why. I will grease your palm. Just then, Aizen appeared behind him, thinking, this greedy bastard always thinks money can solve everything. The tall man turned around in shock. Aizen spoke, finally, I have found you. I passed out back then, so I forgot to ask you something. The tall man stammered in fear. You monkey. How did you know I was here? Aizen replied, you don't need to know that. Is your leg feeling better? Aizen said contemptuously, thinking it over, people who work for money like you know a lot of information, so I waited until you came out. Aizen solemnly announced, "From now on, I am going to kidnap you." The tall man could not hide his fear. What? You monkey! I might look alone today, but that is just a deception. Do I look like an easy target to you? What are you planning?" Aizen said nothing more and applied the autonomous district's method. Do it like this. Aizen concluded, in the end, people always have to use tools, kid. Back to the duo inside the classroom. Yeongan rolled on the floor in despair. Damn it, isn't this going too far? Sichun feigned surprise. What? You said you could not feel pain, but your endurance is only this much. Sichun stepped forward. If I am not mistaken, the drugs have worn off, right? Yeongan panicked. Stop! Get out of here, you bastard. I need a break. Yeongan begged hopelessly. Stop. What is this? Yeongan could not help but scream. Sichun's face was expressionless. This is the scream I wanted to hear. From now on, and now Yeongan was motionless. Sichun grabbed Yeongan. But that day, how did you torture Hajin? Sichun's gaze turned cold, then feel it slowly now. Yeongan still hoped for mercy. Hey, no, wait. Both my ankles are already broken. Sichun did not care and unleashed a flurry of punches. Yeongan was finished. Suddenly a hand stopped Sichun. Sichun turned his head back. He had promised not to stop me. Du-hun hesitated. That was true indeed, but please stop now. Du-hun advised that the man deserved to die, but you would also get hurt. Get up and think again. Looking at Yeongan's body, Du-hun continued it was over. There was no turning back. Sichun remained silent for a long time. Du-hun brought up the incident that day. He insisted it was absolutely not his fault, and Hajin thought so too. Inside the building, it was pitch dark without a single ray of light. Yeongan weakly dragged himself across the floor, struggling to get up. His face was bruised and battered, his voice weak as he groaned. Please help me. Both my legs have lost all feeling. The cameraman opposite heard Yeongan's cry and coldly replied, that is not my task. His words grew more and more inhumane. The team leader is out of contact now. Other staff will come eventually anyway. Just be patient and wait a bit. The cameraman brought the metal lens close to Yeongan, each bruise and blood stain becoming clearer. He urged, come on, wake up. Look into this camera. Say your thoughts. At the same time, outside the hotel, the sky was gradually turning to dusk. Song Cheon sat in the large room, watching Yeongan's battered face with glee, believing this time would surely be more popular than the previous matches. Is this all right? As you can see, even with severe injuries, he feels no pain. His motor nerves have improved remarkably. Hearing this, the man replied, but if I win this match, I will gain more trust. That is a bit unfortunate. Since the player Yeongan is not good at jujitsu, this outcome is understandable. But what if a player could combine both boxing and grappling? Suddenly, the man glanced towards the blonde man standing behind Song Cheon's car. For example, this player. Hearing this, he covered his mouth with his hand, scheming. Still, I have to test that brat one time. If I give drugs to my own player, would there be a risk? Song Cheon's face grew more and more cunning, involuntarily breaking into a strange smile. What? Representative Han will obviously know everything, but you also know that there are different levels. Yes, then we will check on the progress of the other kids later. I am very interested in this event game. After all, matches with emotions are always more interesting. Song Cheon suddenly changed his expression. That is just what I said. Why don't you try testing that guy out? At least then I will think more positively. That guy, could it be? Yeah, that is right. The man walked a few steps, then stopped, slowly turning his head to reply. Sichun, that is the guy. The scene shifted to another large room. After hearing the report, Chief Kim suddenly spoke up. I never even thought of that. It is more interesting, is it not? How should we plan this? Let us think about it. Team leader Kang has not been found yet. He heard this and replied, but there is a possibility it could also happen to Aizen. I think we need to come up with a countermeasure. If team leader Kang says anything, I should probably go meet Aizen once. Last time you racked your brains for a way to talk to him. He agreed upon hearing this. Right, this is the right time to enter the enemy's territory. So when should we go? Now? He crossed his arms and gave a slight smile. No, let us go later. Besides, it is almost the end of the year. Elsewhere, beneath a clear blue sky, the city was still bustling and noisy. Sichun stood alone, hugging himself against the winter cold. Suddenly, Hajin's petite figure appeared beside him. She unexpectedly jumped on him and locked his neck, almost choking him. After a warm greeting, they looked at each other and burst out laughing. Hajin laughed very happily upon seeing him. You look more bright these days compared to when you were as fat as a pig. Welcome back, you pig head. Sichun also joined in her teasing, admitting, but since losing weight, there have been quite a few girls asking for his number. Hajin smiled brightly in response. Is that so? Looking for a death wish? He looked her over then asked, hey, what's up with you today? You look prettier. It's also because Christmas is coming, so they put up a big tree on the street. Today is a special day, mood is different, or did you wear your uncle's shirt by mistake? Many shops lined the street. Hajin's voice continued. Sichun, there's something, I don't know if I should ask. Seeing her hesitation, Sichun spoke up. What is it? I'm worried about those scars that occasionally plague him because of what happened at Crescent Academy. It's likely from back then. He responded upon hearing this, but was suddenly punched hard by Jin. What are you saying? Getting scratches from practicing jujitsu is normal. Stop worrying about trivial things and focus on ordering food. That's good. Be careful when practicing jujitsu. That useless brat of yours will surely end up hurt all the time. A moment later, she turned pessimistic, saying, as for me, I'm still just like what that red-haired girl and that blonde bastard said, because I don't know anything about the dangerous things happening. Seeing this, he just silently looked at Hajin. Sichun thought to himself, there are two things I realized when I defeated each one to avenge Hajin. Recalling the past, a dark night enveloped the school. Du-hun's voice suddenly rang out, hey, is your hand okay? His hand was bruised to the point of trembling, yet he was still nonchalant. It's nothing, I'll be fine after resting a bit. His face was smeared with patches of blood. Things like this are no problem, and since it's not over yet, he has to wait a little longer. Seeing his abnormal state, he immediately reminded him, you can stop now. Even if you didn't go this far, it was only a matter of time before Aizen found Representative Han and Manager Kim. Du-hun gently advised, if you keep fighting and not recovering properly, you don't know what will happen to your body. So just, I know already. Sichun smiled and said, I will definitely take good care of my body. Don't worry too much. He was still worried but relented. Alright, moving forward is also important, but more importantly, take care of yourself and the people around you. Occasionally I need to rest to continue moving on. Back in the present, Hajin awkwardly probed, hey Sichun, curious about something. What is it? She was so embarrassed her face turned red, her voice trembling. Dolby, what is the relationship between us? He acted clueless upon hearing this. Gomenasai, bastards in this world are truly strange. Hajin suddenly sulked and turned to leave. Hey, just kidding, don't get upset. Hey, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a white snowflake gently fell on her head. Hajin paused, realizing, oh, it's snowing. Winter has come, we just want to meet every person we love. At a bar, the entire family and Chi-sung were sitting together, sipping wine. They joked with distant yet close words. Please, can we not meet each other next year? You said that last year too. Or the manager went home right after work. Today the boss will buy beef. Could also be strolling with parents. Son, today we'll eat out. What does mom want to eat? Even grieving and missing someone, like Suhyun wearing a reindeer outfit to cemetery to remember the person who used to be by her side, as did Sichun gently draping a coat over Hajin, occasionally stopping on the crowded street and looking at the person beside him. He chuckled and said to her, asked a silly question, you idiot, though Hajin understood the hidden meaning in the answer, and her eyes widened, because today Sichun bravely held her hand under the falling snow, feeling the warmth. He looked into the distance and smiled, thinking to himself it really was a good day. Suddenly a shout rang out on the street. Aizen calmly glanced and said, finally. Chae-sung pointed with a trembling hand forward. What did you people do to this sacred training hall? Seeing the two holding hands tightly, a voice immediately rang out. Hurry, let go right now. Jin stuck out her tongue teasingly. Don't like it, huh? You kids are just jealous of people being happy. Hearing that, he shouted. What? Jealous? He's the single one. The person next to him muttered. Hey, I told you already. She replied. No, these days, if you haven't had a lover for over a year, you're single. Don't you know? Sichun laughed. Right, you have to teach these guys a lesson. Aizen looked at him coldly. That's right, congratulations. Don't make a girl cry like those cowards. And he was shouting and crying behind them. I want a lover too. He pressed his face close, threatening. If you make Hajin cry, then even if you are Sichun, I will send you to hell. If you're curious, try it. Hearing this, Sichun paled and replied, yes, but I am not curious. Suddenly she rushed over and pushed him away. What's wrong with our Sichun? Aizen's expression was weary as he thought. No effect at all, exactly as expected. Hajin smiled brightly at him. Ah, I also have something to say. What is it? Aizen asked. Getting married. She laughed and cursed softly. What nonsense. Then she happily announced, I am slowly learning jujitsu again. I have used it all up. Jae-sung was astonished, finally starting again. Jong-hun also congratulated her. Really? Is your knee okay? Take it slow when starting again. She nodded and looked at everyone. Yeah, I'll start simple. Lately, there's a self-study exchange class on weekends. No one from other gyms visited before. Aizen glanced and replied, just the single ones. Hajin laughed happily. This weekend, let's go to the self-study exchange, then buy some tteokbokki to eat. Chae-sung panicked and asked again, why come here? What are you doing today? Could it be? Two turned their backs and laughed, answering, could it be you had a fight? We're on a date. Learning jujitsu together is really fun. The response from them was, just go away. At an abandoned house, inside were two men, one gasping and coughing up some syrup. Aizen coldly glanced, you've endured quite a bit. Doesn't seem like just a hired thug, huh? How much were you paid to go this far? He chuckled sinisterly. It is for money, but not just that. You don't know who you're facing, do you? A bastard like you must have been in some special forces before, right? After speaking, he received a punch to the face. Aizen calmly suddenly punched him repeatedly in the face. His expression was cold to the point of emotionlessness. He couldn't take it. Hitting me is useless. You think I'll say anything? Someone will come for you, and then you'll know to let me go. He still looked at that man fearlessly. Is that so? Then before I let you go, even if I get no information. Then Aizen leaned down and said, I'll chop you into pieces then release you, to make my effort worthwhile. He glanced at the weapons on the floor. Let's see, which one is good. Then choosing a saw, he raised his hand holding it. Too bad there are no scissors. Guess I'll use this. Seeing what was in Aizen's hand, that man panicked and asked, What? You're gonna cut off my finger? This is the Republic of Korea, you bastard. You think you can? He ignored the answer. Originally, I was gonna saw off your limbs until you talked for me to stop. That's too much hassle, takes too much time, a total of 20. Then he brought the saw towards his crotch. Today, I'll only cut off one. His face turned pale when he heard him say, First, I'm gonna saw it off. Once I start, there's no time to reattach it. If you don't talk during that, Aizen glanced threateningly. Then so be it, you'll live as a eunuch. That man began to panic. Wait! Actually, he continued, talk after it's sawn off. Medical techniques are good these days, don't worry. Hearing this, he screamed, Wait! No! Damn it! I'll talk, you bastard. Screams echoed from outside the house. Aizen glanced at him. Hey, why is it so hard to find? Huh, is it because too much blood is flowing? I haven't cut yet. Seeing no reaction, he said softly, Fainted? Do I look that scary? Wake up and talk quick. It was a morning of the free sparring day. Chae-sung turned his head and asked Aizen, Hey Lee-sul, is Hajin coming today? After the sparring, are you buying the scalp hair removal coupon? He turned his head upon hearing this and replied, Probably, but it seems he'll be a bit late because he has to go to the hospital. A newcomer who just moved nearby will be coming today. The boy cheered happily. What? Awesome. Aizen glanced. I heard he's a white belt, so don't go too hard or both of you will get hurt. The boy got more excited. A newcomer? I'm not that rough. I'll shyly invite him to this gym. Suddenly, a person from behind spoke up. Excuse me. Chae-sung turned his head. Looks like he's here. Hello. The boy smiled happily and welcomed. Hello, sir. You're so tall. I'm jealous. The person nodded. Hello. Hello. Chae-sung continued. A few more people will come. The changing room is over there. Go change and come out. Suddenly, the person in the cap swept his eyes forward. Then he nodded. Hello. Aizen also bowed his head. Hello. After the greetings, the expression of the person in the cap became very frightening. Seeing this, Aizen remained silent with a slightly puzzled expression. Standing at the elevator door, Si-chun appeared, smiling and saying, Hello. I came early. Hajin will be a bit late. Chae-sung smiled and greeted him. Hey Si-chun, awesome. Seeing the boy's strange behavior, he asked lightly, Huh? What's up? Got a girlfriend? Is there a newcomer? It's someone who just moved to this area. Came here today to spar and see the atmosphere. Don't go too hard since he's a white belt and can't run away. Hearing this, his face lit up. Really? Finally, a newcomer? The boy pointed and recounted, yeah, he went to change, so he'll be out soon. Doohun will probably like this too. After today's sparring, let's go eat some scalp grill and Rickard. He replied, let's see. In front of the door, a person stepped out. Chae-sung excitedly said, he's out. Si-chun, go ahead. Si-chun bowed his head and smiled. Hello, it's an honor to meet you. I'm Si-chun. Hello. The man responded, yes, hello. Nice to meet you. The man introduced himself. I'm Jun-woo. I've just started practicing jutsu. Please guide me. Jun-woo warmly shook Si-chun's hand. My name is Jun-woo Han. It's been a long time since I last practiced jujutsu. His attitude was extremely polite and cheerful. If I do anything wrong, please correct me, Si-chun. Si-chun didn't think much of it and replied, I haven't practiced in a while either. Did you just move here? The gym here is well maintained by Lee Sang-gon. Today, let's try rolling together and think positively. That man replied, of course. I really like the atmosphere here too. I feel very impressed by everything here. Then he implied something, looking extremely mysterious, exactly the same. I told him, it's been quite a while, just like someone I know. Moving in front of a certain hospital, Hajin's guardian spoke up. Are you really okay? No matter how good it is. He said to Hajin. She comforted him. Yes, it's fine. Si-chun is there too and everyone is friendly, so it's easy for me to start a conversation. He instructed her father, Father, remember to exercise regularly and don't worry about anything. He turned to look at his daughter and asked, I know, but can't I really drive you? Let's go by my car. Hajin replied, it's fine, Dad. The roads are congested on weekends anyway. The subway is right here. He reluctantly said, I know. Actually, I just want to ask once as a father. With that, he walked away in one breath. Hajin was annoyed by her father's words. I'm going by car. I'll hitch a ride. Yet she truly did not look back. Go carefully. Bye-bye. Call your boyfriend to pick you up when you arrive. But he still tried to add, if possible, come after dinner. Today, your mother and I will go out to eat together. This made Hajin even more bitter. I have a dinner date too. Enjoy yourselves. Her father calmly wished her well. Scene change, Jun-woo and Si-chun were training together. He used his leg to tightly press down on his neck. Jun-woo exclaimed, "You did well, I couldn't escape at all. Earlier you also managed to trap my arm." He replied, "Yes, I was afraid you would get hurt, so I kept my strength light." He agreed, "Ah, yes, that's right, it's best not to get hurt." What's this? Why do I feel like he's very different from ordinary white belts? He doesn't use force. Is he doing it on purpose because of my mood? While thinking, a voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. "It's a hunch. Sir, you feel something's off, right?" "Oh, you feel that way too?" He and the other looked toward Jun-woo. "Yes, he's like a white belt mugla, but it feels like he knows all the techniques you're about to use." Afraid of saying something wrong, he added, "But it might just be my mood." The hunch spoke, "Let's train, senior." Ahead, that man Jun-woo flashed a sinister smile. Time passed. Just as Si-chun and Aizen finished their match, he respectfully bowed before Aizen. The thank you. He also praised him. "Yes, you did your best." Suddenly, that man Jun-woo approached. If it's no trouble, he wanted to challenge Aizen. "Let me have a go as well." He doubted his skill. "Can you even catch me?" Without hesitation, he agreed, "Yes, let's do it." The two of them clasped hands. He said politely, "Yes, I'm in your hands." With that, he lunged at Aizen like lightning. He immediately used his hand to pull down his shoulder. He thought to himself, "He's just a beginner. I'm probably being too sensitive." Jun-woo tried to reverse the hold on Aizen but was already locked in his grip. Being an experienced person, he quickly subdued him. After it ended, he praised, "Oh, truly." Aizen showed admiration. "Dino truly has different classes. Thank you for sparring with me. Are you an instructor?" Aizen replied, "Yes, that's right. I mainly oversee the classes. The tuition is quite cheap, so if you find it suitable, think it over and come register. Though small, it's good to only have the skilled ones left." He put on the fakest face possible. I see. I've tried it with others. So the remaining one is only... Then Jun-woo turned to look at Si-chun. "Si-chun, right? Want to spar with me once?" He did not hesitate. "Yes, okay. Let's have a match." He looked extremely dangerous, glancing behind him. "Hansu, I'm counting on you." This made Si-chun also curious, instinctively turning around. However, there was no one there. He suggested, "Can we go to that empty area over there?" Si-chun calmly replied, "Ah, yes, sure." After saying that, he made the same expression as when challenging Aizen, looking incredibly fake. "I'm in your hands." "Yes," he replied. Right from the start, Si-chun quickly seized the initiative. He was gleeful, thinking he had already succeeded. However, Si-chun greatly underestimated that man Jun-woo. He suddenly hugged him tightly, causing him to panic. "What is this?" Then he deliberately turned his body to throw Si-chun off. He was still complacent, truly a rookie, while he was still lost in contempt suddenly. He quickly threw him down. Si-chun was terrified, unable to react in time, thinking he was just a novice. Jun-woo pressed him down and asked, "What are you surprised about? From now on, you will have even more surprises." Si-chun replied, "Yes, why all of a sudden?" Immediately, he revealed his true face and asked, "Is Hajin doing well?" His hand tightened around Si-chun's neck. "Who are you?" Disappointing. On the other side, Hajin was still cheerful, humming a tune, "Nay ni and nay no ni ni and I know." She thought everything was about to return to normal. She seemed very happy, wondering how Si-chun had handled everything. She wanted to show them what real education was. Si-chun was still being threatened without understanding what was happening. Jun-woo laughed loudly in his ear. "Don't you know? It's me, the one you have been longing for all this time." Mysterious Jun-woo asked, "Perhaps you know Representative Han, right?" He tightened his grip as he spoke, making it impossible for him to escape. He threatened, "Keep your voice down. Don't you know in a jiu-jitsu match if you shout, it means you have tapped out?" He also sneered, "I heard Hajin has improved a lot lately. She is truly a strong child. I have been through something similar, so I respect you quite a bit." Jun-woo continued, "What would happen if that strong child met me right now? Don't you wonder? You must face that fear once more to overcome it." On the other side, Hajin was still eagerly waiting for the elevator, unaware of what was happening. Si-chun was still being threatened by Jun-woo. "But for something like this, I thought from the very beginning it was impossible." He deliberately mentioned her. "Isn't Hajin about to arrive? It would be great if she saw you pinned down like this. I don't know how much longer you can hold on." "What's wrong?" Aizen sat on one side, thoughtfully realizing that Si-chun seemed to have held on for a while, but Si-chun was probably holding on to his pride. "Why doesn't he tap?" He even taunted, "Toughing it out, huh? Truly admirable." Witnessing that scene, Aizen was extremely puzzled. "Just tap your hand once and it's over. Tap the mat. I have to stop this. Enough is enough." When he saw Aizen approaching, he tightened his hold even more and said, "Si-chun, he is coming over." So then, he wanted to finish Si-chun off. "Go to sleep." He made Si-chun's limbs tremble. Seeing this, Aizen grabbed the collar of his shirt. In the blink of an eye, Aizen threw him far away. "Why did you do that?" Jun-woo pretended to be innocent. "Did he pass out?" "He didn't tap, so I didn't know. I am sorry." The two people on the side were bewildered by the scene. "What? Si-chun passed out?" Aizen said wrongly, "Chae-sung, Si-chun." Chae-sung tried to pull him up. "Hey Si-chun, are you okay?" He was still sitting there with a fake expression. "Sorry, we were just training, but I ended up doing this to him. Will he be alright?" Aizen cut him off. He saw through his true face. "I know near the end of the match you used a tremendous amount of force. Stop acting, you dog. Who are you?" Hearing that, Junwoo was still unperturbed and continued his act. Dog? A dog? He just fainted. This gym is strange. It's because he didn't tap. He turned his head, showing a look of disgust. I am not signing up here. I am leaving. I have a reason to give this gym a bad review. This made Aizen furious, his face darkening. He turned and said to him, when I am still speaking nicely, you should know better and stay put. Then he revealed his true nature. Sorry, what's the matter? He provoked Aizen. Time's up. That girl should be here by now. Just then, the sound of the elevator could be heard. Oh, here it is. The elevator doors opened. It was Hajin. She cheerfully waved. Hajin is here? He turned back, flashing a sinister smile. This caused Aizen to freeze on the spot. Hajin looked at him puzzled. Who is this? Is he here to train? Junwoo spoke first. Long time no see, Hajin. Saying that, he pressed his face close to Hajin's. Do you miss me? If you don't, that would make me a little sad. Upon seeing this, she immediately collapsed to the ground, her body trembling. Seeing that, he laughed heartily. You react quickly, don't you? Junwoo taunted her. Perhaps I was right about you recovering your spirit. Aizen threw a punch at him from behind, but he dodged swiftly like a scene from a movie. Then, he turned his face towards Aizen. Isn't that right, Aizen? I knew her very well in an instant. He asked, haven't you fully recovered either? Were those people in the graveyard family? I don't understand why I couldn't find any information. Junwoo pointed a finger at his face. I see you care about your people, but you failed to protect them. Let me tell you what you need to do now. Junwoo continued. Did you bring team leader Kang along? You are searching for information in an old-fashioned way. Laughed cheerfully, full of contempt. If you don't let me go within the next hour, I will welcome Hajin's parents in an old-fashioned way. Aizen wondered. What? Do you know Department Head Kang? On the other side, Hajin's father was walking together with Do Hyun's mother and a man. I am waiting for them now, leading the overexcited children. Behind them, a man adjusted his glasses and smiled very mysteriously. That friend of mine, even I can't control him sometimes. So, at Junwoo's location, he threatened Aizen, within the next hour, you have to move really fast. Aizen remained calm. I will let you go, but what about it? Hiding and skulking like this? I thought you would hide for quite a while, but luckily you came to me yourself. Hearing this, he sneered, oh Aizen, don't do that. That's what I hate the most. Junwoo deliberately kicked in. Even though he was at disadvantage, was this really the time to use strategy? He just kept his head down on the floor, getting kicked harder and hearing the shout, you damn bastard. I want you to know, I've won now. I've won in a twisted way. Hajin fearfully begged Van Jin, please stop, I was wrong, let me go. He asked him, well, want to continue? Aizen looked at Hajin worriedly. I know what you mean, stop it. Junwoo smiled triumphantly upon hearing this. Fine, Aizen, you've got a good head on your shoulders. You know when to back off. Not stopping there, he added another condition. He said, stop cooperating with the government to steal my medicine factory. Have a conscience. Don't touch other businesses, understand? Si-chun can act like a father. I won't stop him. He leaned close to Aizen's ear. If you don't listen to me, then Junwoo threatened to turn him into a skeleton in a grave, grind him up, and throw him to the dogs. The rows of houses around them were tightly packed together. A man spoke up. Hey, what did you just say? Lee Ki-sok spoke without caring about the person in front of him. I said if you interfere with business instead of helping Si-chun, your family will become dog food. Lee Ki-sok took the other person's hand and smiled. Trust me, don't even think about this whole process. The long-haired woman appeared at Lee Sang-gon's grave. He laughed mockingly. You have more people to protect than I thought, right Aizen? I can see the contempt in your eyes. Aizen smiled, surprising him. Your words mean nothing to me. I admit I have a responsibility to protect Hajin and her family. He slightly narrowed his eyes. No matter what he cleans up, I'll send that damn team leader Kang there. As for the long-haired woman, I'll do what I want. His face twisted in disgust. That's a grave being mentioned. The moment you set foot there, you will die. Lee Ki-sok's eyes flickered as he listened to him continue. The slowest and most painful death. Hajin is the only reason you'll leave here alive, so I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Aizen warned, listen now, instead of Si-chun, I'll kill you right now. In some room, Senjun woke up groggily. What is this? He was dazed, not understanding what was happening. Chi-sung asked, Si-chun, what happened? Why did you pass out? Si-chun looked around. Hajin, is she here? Where did she go? Suddenly his eyes flew open, and he shouted, Hajin, Seo Hajin. Opposite him was a person kneeling, holding their head in fear at someone's feet. Lee Ki-sok turned to Aizen, that guy is awake. In short, Aizen, the situation won't be complicated if we try to protect the important things. Understand? You have 55 minutes to free team leader Kang. I can't believe you kidnapped such a romantic guy. He turned away smiling, not noticing someone rushing up from behind. Take care of him, if you don't want Hajin and her parents to get hurt. That person's face was extremely angry. Aizen held his shoulder to stop him. He opened his mouth, his face pain. Lee Ki-sok laughed hoarsely. Go ahead and show that strength. If you want to finish things with me, you'd better start training right now. Got it, Si-chun? Lee Ki-sok turned slightly, pointing. The people here, Do-hun, Sang-soo, and the others, you all need to improve your skills, because everything will be different from before. He laughed slyly. I'll give you time, especially for the main event. You won't miss Hajin's revenge, will you? Then he raised his hand in a wave. Take care of yourselves and prepare well. I'll be waiting. I'm off. Aizen said, that's not the exit. He replied, I'm just changing clothes. The sky outside was beginning to turn to dusk. Someone asked, Han Hajin, are you feeling better? Hajin was sweating and stammered, I'm sorry, how are my parents? Si-chun replied, Aizen took care of it. They're probably on their way now. It's all right. Hajin covered her face in fear. Si-chun, sometimes I really regret it. He questioned, regret what? Hajin was terrified. About those bullies at school. I shouldn't have saved them. She wiped her tears. They started hurting everyone around them, not just me. I deeply regret it. It's all my fault. Si-chun denied it. No, it's my fault. Hajin, many people got their lives back because of you, including Du-hun, that kid who was bullied at school, and even myself. He raised his hand to pat Hajin's head. Even though many people were hurt, they got their lives back. In the end, this mess is just something from the past. He said gently, no one fights against injustice like you do. You have strength and courage, standing on a high moral ground. He said frankly, who said that? Even if the world ends, as long as I have one person by my side, I can be happy. Si-chun hugged her. Hajin, don't worry. You will get through this and be happy forever. Si-chun quietly reflected on today. That day, I had a clear moment and a decision, not just to eliminate that nuisance, but to make sure he suffered. He looked up at the ceiling. I will dig up all the filth on him and bury him along with society. Outside the building, a man was on the phone. What? Say that again. Jung-hun threatened. Listen, you think I'll just sit here and do nothing? Sit in this warehouse? You're telling me to endure it? Is that it, Jung-woo? You think I'm stupid? You've been looking down on me for a long time, haven't you? Jung-un listened with a bored expression. You sure like getting beaten, you bastard. You'll look like a fool if you act alone. I'm not joking. His eyes widened in annoyance. If you don't want to die, do your damn job. Understand. If you need something, call Secretary Kim. Don't call me directly. Got it, you bastard. The military man was also irritated. What nonsense, who do you think you are? A shameless bastard indeed. In a room, Jung-hun paced and thought, I need to find out about that guy Aizen, but why can't I find anything? He noticed a person struggling in a chair. What is this? That person stared wide-eyed and shook their head. Jung-hun asked, Auntie, what are you saying? Who the hell are you? How did you get in? Do you know where you are? Only then did he notice another person. Who's that? The person tied to the chair sneered. I'm glad you got discharged from the hospital faster than I did. Aizen continued calmly. I was worried you might die and ruin things. You know too much information, so I have to let you die. Jung-hun laughed cheerfully, raising his hand to untee the blindfold. You really have some nerve. I'll graft your liver to make you come see me. Do you know how much money I lost because of that new tooth? You bastard, this place is different from the outside world. He pulled off the cloth, revealing terrifying eyes. Here the law has no power, meaning if someone dies, no one will find out. Aizen spoke up, then smiled with a hidden meaning, asking why he did not think he could defeat him like at the police station. That man gleefully looked at him and said, though it may seem so, he was still the former fighter of that kid. After saying that, he decisively swung the knife straight at the neck. Immediately, he grabbed the guy's neck tightly. Aizen coldly looked at him, said that he came here to find out everything about that person, but first, was this place outside the reach of the law? He laughed in a terrifying way, looked at him and said if the person before him was someone he could beat to death without feeling guilt, then he was very excited right now. Aizen tightened his grip on Jung-hun's neck, told him not to be afraid. It was a bit cut, a bit hard to speak, but he just needed to listen to the words coming out of that mouth. Jung-hun groaned in pain in his throat. His face looked ferocious and dangerous. Said before getting information, it seemed he would kill him. He opened his black eyes wide, flashing a look of defiance, cursed under his breath. Damn it, he did not like that. Aizen also widened his eyes to look back at Jung-hun, acting as if he was involved in something, then said look at him. Jung-gun also opened his mouth in shock, wondering how that could be. Someone shouted that they hated that look. Jung-hun immediately threw a punch. Aizen immediately punched him hard in the face, yelled, it was him. If he was trash, then he was the scum. Jung-hun held his neck, face covered in blood, while Aizen put his hands on his hips and said get out of here. His voice was annoying. He did not want to hear it anymore. Aizen looked up at the ceiling with a nonchalant expression, making him open his mouth wide, then declared he would tear everything apart except his arm. Jung-hun glanced at the basket full of sticks. He quickly pulled out a stick, threatening he also had a weapon. But Aizen had quickly drawn a few lines on his body. Asked then what should he do, you idiot? Jung-hun looked up at the ceiling, confusedly asked what. There was nothing, his body was bleeding, his mouth still wondered why he could not see it. In the room full of bottles, Aizen held the blood-stained knife and looked around, asked if it was Korean fresh seafood. It was not tasty at all. Aizen knelt down to look at him dying, said it was not to cut, but to stab, right? Jung-hun sneered he could come if he wanted, but he would not get away, you know. Aizen stabbed hard into his thigh, causing Jong-hun to scream loudly. He calmly said actually he did not know, but everything would be fine. Jong-hun roared, "You know what he was done with him, you bastard. They would come any time. He would not escape from here. This was his grave." He hesitated a bit at Aizen's nonchalance. Continued, "This was a place even the police could not raid. You understand?" Aizen asked back, "Auntie, what if he called the police? He was dialing 112 right now." He confusedly asked, "Huh, call the police? Was he drunk or something?" It was dark in some row of houses. Hyung-sik asked. Aizen replied, "The inspector said there was no arrest warrant, only a report, so he did not have to have evidence, and he needed to be sure." He continued, "That was right, the law usually favored the strong, but they had not encountered a complaint about this matter." Hyung-sik raised an eyebrow, said they could use the law to create different rules and catch them all. Aizen glanced, wondering how. Hyung-sik instructed, simple, told Aizen to take his phone and go inside. He gently reminded, "Call 112, say there was a drunk guy holding a knife threatening lives, need help." Then, the trail would be traced back to that area, called the source. The police would investigate on site. He chuckled when Aizen looked at him, said he would only be there with him. They would check every corner of the warehouse, find drug evidence, then call for backup and run away from those bastards' trap. Aizen softly replied, "That was not a difficult problem, but the people they met there would become trouble if they touched them." Hyung-sik continued, "If they found evidence and brought it to light, no one would care. Even if they went inside, those bastards would stop them, so." Aizen suddenly bared his teeth in a grin. Jong-hun burst out laughing, cursed the bastard. What kind of thinking was this? Thought he could get out of here. How many copies did he have for this trap? His team would block them with force. This was Korea, you bastard. Aizen glanced back and forth when Jong-hun asked, "What team?" These were just the guys working here. He widened his eyes in warning, but he remained calm, said when he came he would be dead for sure, you bastard. So when would he speak? Aizen wondered at the threat. Why was he silent? He would come soon. Jong-hun was confused, wondered why those bastards were late. He told them to come together earlier. Aizen acted as if he did not care, asked why was he late. Probably something happened on the way. Hyung-sik looked annoyed at the rushing crowd, said do not think about that, do not kill them. He would take responsibility. Aizen replied, "Yes, sir. But there were too many people, it would be difficult alone. Besides, the top priority was to catch that bastard for him first." Aizen glanced down at the floor, said those thugs fought fiercely. Best not let them in. Only needed one elite member strong enough to take them down. Jong-hun could not understand. "You bastard, you did not come alone. You brought a whole bunch of people." Aizen calmly replied, "They were not his people, only support, not on the same level." The people opposite were all confused. Rumors said he was a madman. Jung-ho laughed dangerously, asked there were too many demons disguised as Lee Sang-gon. What was he supposed to do now? He grabbed one guy's head and pressed it against the wall, said help him. Jung-ho showed killing intent, said he would not kill him, because they asked him not to kill. He squinted his eyes with interest, asked whether unconscious or crippled, which one did he want? Jung-ho repeated, unconscious or crippled. He slammed that guy against the wall again, startling the others. Jung-ho asked what did he want? Surrender was not an option. He turned around and smiled without a trace of humanity, asked if he wanted unconscious or crippled, just say it. He would consider the opinion. He waved his hand in a confused manner, said no, they were about to leave right now. The Mohawk guy behind added, that was right, they knew nothing about any illegal activities here. Jung-ho was quite surprised, asked if they did not know. Then he said he understood, so he gave up, but you know what? Like a flash, he got close to his face, said this was not within the options. He grabbed his hair, said he would give 3 seconds to choose unconscious or crippled, count 1. He fearfully cried out, wait, he surrendered, would confess everything, but his voice coldly continued counting 2, then He forcefully slammed his head onto the floor, blood splattered everywhere, then exclaimed, time is up. The other 2 guys trembled. The Mohawk guy thought to himself what was wrong with that madman, while the other guy told himself to get out of there immediately. Jung-ho impatiently asked, finish choosing yet? If not quick, the outcome would be just like this one. His eyes widened in surprise, said only now noticed, you 2 looked like quite a couple. The Mohawk guy was extremely scared but still tried to steel himself, asked what was that? Why suddenly say that? They were just colleagues. Jung-ho cracked his jaw, said he could sniff out couples, so do not be shy. To love someone he charged forward, both hands gripping the 2 ends tightly, shouting loudly not to care what others thought. That man was dragged and deformed by the large hand. The crew cut man also could not escape that fate. The 2 men's heads slammed into each other with the shout, like a romantic melodrama scene titled The Last Kiss. After the crash, both fell backward, blood splattering. Jung-ho excitedly blurted out, so cute. The scene shifted to another room, where a man was tied up amidst a mess of scattered items. Jong-hun laughed. What? Just you alone? Are you kidding me, you dog? That man looked up smugly. Do Do you know how many of us there are? You're dead the moment you step in here. The door opened. Jung-ho stepped in and said, sorry. Jung-hun was astonished. What? Where are those bastards? Jung-ho scolded. You're here now, Aizen Azushi. Have you been resting here shamelessly all this time? It's crowded out there. Seeing Jung-ho, he asked if he had any trouble because he didn't care about the number of opponents. Jung-ho replied, I didn't say that. Those guys outside dropped dead with one hit. He looked at the man kneeling on the floor. Is this guy the boss? Did you get any information yet? Or should I give you a hand? Then he threatened, look, you have no hope of escape now. Thanks. That man lost his arrogance, trembling as he reached out to them. Listen, wait, you're being paid for this, right? Looking at the trembling hand, he sat down with amusement. That man struggled to speak. I'll pay double? No, he asked back. Triple? Really? Seeing that man hurriedly said, that's right, I'll give you money and drugs. In exchange, you have to kill this guy. Deal? Jung-ho put a hand to his mouth, looking thoughtful. You must have a lot of goods, huh? How much is triple? How much did Aizen Azushi give us? Hearing the question, he answered, 54450, 1 per hour. Hearing the number, that man's eyes widened, thinking, you're insane. Jung-ho started calculating. So triple is 50k, no 60k. Seeing him struggle, he answered directly, 16,351. Jung-ho pouted. Hey, that's not much at all, you cheapskate. That man tremblingly raised 3 fingers. No, you idiot. I'll give you 3k, just kill him. The sound of cracking bones rang out. Those 3 fingers were broken by Jung-ho. I don't need your 3,000, you fool. A pained scream rang out. 30 million? You dog. Jung-ho calmly stood up. Brother Aizen, finish it up so we can leave early. Okay. Jung-ho didn't understand, questioning. You didn't pay me overtime. Why make it so complicated? Wouldn't it be faster to just kill them all? What's the point of sparing these guys? He replied, your suggestion isn't bad, but I tend to use reason when working. For now, hold that guy down. With that, he approached that man. Hey, there's one last thing here you can rely on. That man asked weakly, what? Grabbing the man's head, he said coldly, your corpse. That man roared in anger, spittle flying. You dog, what are you going to do with my body? You sicko. He quickly stepped back. Your body is still strong. Time will prove that. He closed his eyes and described calmly, and you'll regret it, thinking, I should have spilled everything from the start before losing everything. That man didn't understand, asking again, everything. What do you mean? He didn't answer. You'll find out gradually. The time will come for you to ask questions. His face was full of murderous intent, and if I don't like the answer, no one knows what I'll do. He closed his eyes and repeated the question in his mind. Now, first question, tell me everything you know about Jun-woo. From the first time you met him until now. Hearing that name, that man was stunned. This dog, something must be going on if he's looking into Han Jun-woo. Then he regained his composure. No, wait, I'll only say what I know. That man stammered, but I don't know much about him. We were just business partners. I made the drugs, he was the seller. That's it. Not getting desired answer, he stood up. Seems like everyone is scared. Jun-woo taking revenge, that's understandable. But you know what? In life, there are always things to prioritize. Like this situation where you stand between 2 choices. He threatened while drawing a knife and placing it on that man's shoulder. Getting revenge is truly scary. But if you don't answer as I want, you'll die. If you confess, I'll let you live today. Your life, the decision is yours. The sharp knife pierced the man's shoulder. A frantic scream rang out with the words, yours. The scream hadn't ended when another, deeper stab came. The pain twisted the man's face, and he howled, stop it please. His face emotionless. You're tougher than I thought, Jung-ho, right? Go to another room. Find a large mirror and bring it here. Jung-ho didn't understand, asking back, his large hand still gripping the man's hand tightly. A mirror? Why so suddenly? There probably isn't one here. These ugly bastards don't need to look in mirrors. But let me try to find one, he said curtly. Okay. I suddenly remembered a method I used a lot in the past. Jung-ho was curious. What method requires a mirror? Calling the past in a prison cell, he was also as puzzled as Jung-ho. A mirror? The other man replied. Yeah, bring the full-length mirror from the next room over here. He looked at the emaciated old man being hung up and added, call the person in charge too. He replied, understood. He thought to himself, what is he planning to do? Aizen said he'd find a way to make him fess everything. The old man was covered in blood, his weak body trembling, coughing a few times before struggling to speak. I don't know anything. You savages. I don't know the information you want. I've confessed everything I know. Please. He puffed on a cigarette. Do you know the best way to make someone aware of their reality? The old man asked curiously. What? He said coldly, through sight. His sharp eyes explained, only by seeing it with your own eyes can you realize your current situation. In about 5 minutes, someone will bring a large mirror. You will see your body parts fall off one by one. His expression unchanged, he exhaled a deathly sentence like from hell, and with each severed part, you will remember each piece of information you claimed not to know. In the dark prison, a hurried voice suddenly rang out. Wait, call the person in charge here. You're just a murderous soldier. Why are you suddenly acting like an intelligence agent? Sitting before him, Sang-soo had a cigarette in his mouth, smoke filling the dark prison. He glanced at him with a cold, half-lidded eye. Maybe they're tired of you not opening your mouth, so they asked for my help. There are cases like this occasionally. Since they didn't get the information they wanted, they considered you a lost cause. Ah, that doesn't mean you're done for good. Don't get your hopes up. The man panicked. What the hell are you talking about? I'm really innocent. I've said everything I know. I'm not an important figure. My father. Can you just detain an innocent person like this? Hearing this, Sang-soo took the cigarette from his mouth, his face darkening, and said coldly, innocent. Because of your terrorist attack, 3,000 people died. Over 25,000 people were injured. 10 years, nearly 10 years have passed, but countless people still live in the pain you caused. The man trembled. All is for the sake of Almighty Allah. As soon as he finished, Sang-soo heard but did not accept it. He stubbed the cigarette out directly on the man's chest, making him scream in agony. His eyes now held boundless hatred. Your God. By the way, let me tell you something very interesting. 10 years ago, I realized something. There is no God in this world, no being that listens to human prayers. It's only the strong devouring the weak. The world we live in is like a forest, where the weak are eaten by the strong. He leaned in close to him and continued, I have done terrible things, I will be punished by heaven. But then what? Did any God hear? Now, no matter how much you pray, nothing will happen. You guys just need an excuse for everything. A bunch of sick lunatics. So from now on, open your eyes wide and watch. With that, he picked up the axe in his hand. Then he pressed his face close to his, whispering into his ear. His eyes at this moment seemed like a true demon to him. How big has the monster you created grown? With that, he swung the axe down. The axe blade cleaved straight into his arm. Standing outside, the military medic and another person were still waiting with downcast faces. The blonde man spoke up. I wonder if we've met before, when Aizen used to handle these things. The military medic replied, I've seen him a few times. If treatment was needed during torture, I had to be there. But how should I put it? When Aizen interrogated those terrorists, I only had this feeling. Come back to your senses a bit. How do you feel? First, your body is missing something now. Come on, take a good look. I helped you lose some weight, probably about 10 kilograms. The man's eyes bulged wide as if seeing something really horrifying. When he looked in the mirror, he saw that he'd lost an arm from the axe blow. Sang-soo continued, well, can your left eye see clearly? Contrary to the man's shock, Sang-soo gave a wicked grin, a clean cut. The medic gave you first aid. I wonder if you got a tetanus shot. Probably not. Oh well, none of my business. Then he leaned close to his ear and whispered, it's something you don't need anyway. But the next second, his eyes became unusually sharp, and he asked seriously, so what is your next terrorist plan? If you tell me the last time and place you met your insane boss. But faced with that gaze, the man only remained silent, tears streaming down his face. Sang-soo gently placed his hand on his shoulder, uttering venomous words very softly. Then I'll make you look a bit better. If not, just keep saying you don't know, and let me continue playing with you. And then he gave a pleased smile. Ah, actually, I really enjoy this game. Cutting you sick lunatics into pieces and watching you slowly die. The man spoke weakly, his eyes clearly showing exhaustion. Someday you will get everything back. We will sacrifice for the common cause, but not you. Your purpose is to enjoy this, you demon. My purpose is to enjoy this. Sounds good. When I interrogate the next one, I'll have to add this line. You're a crazy dog, aren't you? But you must be hungry and thirsty, right? The man's whole body trembled from blood loss, trying to speak. Please. Sang-soo continued, making an offer. Just close your eyes and tell me what you know, and you'll get proper care. Then he made him look straight into the mirror, pointing at one leg. If you still say you don't know this time, the next thing will be your right leg. How about it? I'll keep a minimal courtesy, leave you one of each, okay. The man trembled incessantly. Please. Then he suddenly saw the axe Sang-soo had placed in front of him. Sang-soo stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and turned his face away. Think about it carefully. I don't want you to just randomly confess. No one understands what you have to go through, and I don't want to become a demon either. Help me out a bit, will you, you damn bastard. While speaking, he had already mentally prepared to go head-to-head with him. Perhaps that was why he deliberately placed the axe there. Just as the axe was swung, he suddenly turned around excitedly. That's right, you need to have that will to live. Let me give you a taste of my fist. Unexpectedly, that man chose to end himself, rather than resist. He muttered his final words, for the saint for the great. When he lay down, Sang-soo was stunned by the unexpected turn of events. He turned to call the medic, saying this guy had an axe stuck in his face. Get over here now. The medic rushed in, looking at the corpse and stammering that surgery was very difficult due to a lack of equipment. Sang-soo grabbed his neck and ordered, even if you save him, he cannot be considered alive. He changed to a gentler tone, saying just do it and don't argue, because he absolutely had to tear that man apart while he was still alive. The medic trembled, things getting worse by the moment. Soo Hyun walked in coldly and said, if no one stops him, Is this guy at it again? Huh, when did you get here? The medic sighed in relief. Thank goodness the situation is temporarily resolved. What's in the next room? This guy split his own face with an axe. Soo-hyun walked past him coldly and told him to take his hand off. He turned around with an apologetic smile, saying he got a little too excited. The medic generously replied it was fine. Looking at the corpse, Soo-hyun coldly said he was truly hard to stomach. But the man was not dead yet. Even with the axe embedded in his forehead, he trembled and cried for help. Soo-hyun drew a gun, aimed it straight at him, and pulled the trigger, killing him instantly. Hey, why let him off that easily? Soo-hyun replied curtly, stop joking, get ready for training. He asked training, for what reason? She answered that the room next door had spoken. Soo-hyun continued, I've figured out the final location. This time let's see if it's connected to that damn dog. Still in the dark prison, the same place where he had just dealt with that man so easily. The medic kept protesting, Soo-hyun, even if you kill any number of terrorists, doing that to a civilian. Hearing this, Sang-soo and Soo-hyun's faces went blank. Are you people judging right and wrong now? Soo-hyun stepped forward and said, you've forgotten your place, don't spout that empty moral bullshit. Her terrifying gaze locked onto his eyes. Get out of the military, go back to your hometown, and be a beer-bellied cop, you bastard. Our commander is dying out there, and you think we're protecting a village. The medic trembled. No, I meant, Soo-hyun cut him off. If not, then save the saintly talk, you idiot. Report to the higher-ups that he blew himself up with a valibomb. The medic bowed his head in obedience. Yes, I understand. She turned to Aizen and said, follow me, Gray wants to see you. He still had a cigarette in his mouth and asked, now? In another room, a man sat reclining back in a chair. Relaxing, someone called out, Gray, they're here. He opened one eye and replied, sister. Before him was Soo-hyun. The two looked at each other for a while without a word. At the same time, Aizen also appeared. He asked, what do you want to tell me? Something private. Gray replied, before you train the team for this mission, your commander is giving you a holiday leave. So don't go out drinking, hitting civilians, or causing trouble. Just go home, rest and relax, and Soo-hyun will go with you. Aizen questioned, it's not a holiday and I need some time for myself. Gray stood up. Look here, are you talking back to me? You're such a half-breed. Time for yourself to do what? Meditate? Space out in one spot? Without a word, he quickly reached his hand and slipped it behind Aizen's neck. Then he pressed his head against Aizen's, who cursed. You're so damn annoying. Are you crazy? Gray spoke up. Don't get physical when discussing important matters. Harley wants to see you. Just go home and get going, you blockhead. Aizen replied, fine, I give up. I'll go for that kid's sake. Remember to bring a gift. Pick one that's decent. In a city where many luxurious high-rise buildings stood side by side, Aizen opened the door and stepped in. I'm back. Soo-hyun stood behind him. She also said, I'm back too. At that moment, Aizen also called out to his niece, Harley, your uncle is back, come give me a hug. Upon hearing this, Harley quickly turned around, the little girl running as fast as she could. Seeing this, the mother spoke up. Harley, Mom said no running in the house. The person seeing this intervened. Hey sis, just let her be. It's been a long time since she saw her uncle. Aizen bent down to catch the running Harley, happily saying, Harley, you've grown so fast, give your uncle a hug, come on. But before he could hug her, Harley suddenly ducked down to dodge, confusing Aizen. Unexpectedly, the little girl started punching him repeatedly in the side, as if venting anger over something. Those damn punches made Aizen's face turn slightly pale. Harley shouted, why are you only showing your face now? You stupid uncle! You said you'd come home whenever you had leave. Aizen could only stay silent. He burst out laughing and teased her, and she was so upset she almost cried. What happened to your teeth? They look so cute. Did you fall somewhere? Soo-hyun, standing beside him, slapped Aizen across the face, twisting his mouth. Stop being so childish, you idiot. Harley ran over and hugged her sweetly. Soo-hyun, I missed you. Soo-hyun turned and asked, how have you been, Harley? Auntie is sorry for being too busy to visit. Harley politely said, yes, it's been so long. I missed you a lot. But Mom said you and Uncle are going to stay nearby, right? Aizen was speechless. That sounds weird. Gray, what did you tell the kid? The mother replied, sit down, that's the reason I called you both back. Just as she finished, she turned to her child. Harley, go change in your room for dinner. Harley, still clinging to Soo-hyun, why me? She chuckled. You can play with Auntie while Mom and Uncle Aizen talk. The adults went to the living room to talk. Aizen asked, what are you planning? Did I hear that right? Me? His gaze turned serious. You want me to give up on this final mission? Are you joking? The husband spoke up to calm things down. Don't get worked up. Just listen carefully first. But as soon as he finished, the wife demanded, you two, be quiet. The husband obediently said, ma'am. The wife continued, you can't control your emotions anymore, radiating negativity to everyone. That's very dangerous for a soldier, especially in an anti-terror team. She sighed. Honestly, I want to remove you from this operation. But the real target might show up, so I'm letting you in. Make a big catch. and end it cleanly. She showed a helpless expression. I've been tired lately. After this operation, regardless of the outcome, I'm definitely retiring. I'm planning to settle in Korea next year and Soo-hyun will come too. That's the reason. Aizen put in his 2 cents. Interesting. Now that you have a family, you can do whatever you want. His sister challenged. What? You damn brat, are you going to devote your whole life to catching rats? How long do you plan on keeping Soo-hyun waiting? You're risking your life. Do you realize that? Aizen replied. I've said it before, 10 years ago when mom and dad were in that building. No matter what anyone said, nothing could be done. I wanted to become strong, to wipe out that scum. That's why I do this. I still feel the same, but you've changed. He looked earnestly at his sister. Maybe it's because of Harley, but this is your life. Do what you want, but I'm not you. Even if I take down the final target, I have no intention of leaving. I'm sorry. Then he laughed. What you said just now about me risking my life. What the hell are you talking about? This is my life. I should know it better than anyone. I genuinely love this job. It's my all-time favorite. Legally killing those bastards is the best thing ever. Gray was shocked. What did you say? Did you say that seriously just now? She repeated. Did you just proudly admit you like killing people? Aizen mouthed an apology but honestly nodded. Gray, I'm really sorry. He grinned with squinted eyes. Those terrorists aren't even human, just a bunch of harmful insects. Whether they share that thought or not doesn't matter. Aizen's gaze turned serious. To me, they are poisonous insects I must exterminate for my entire life. That is my reason for existing. He stepped close to Gray, his face tense. Don't stick your nose in my life, understand? Just focus on protecting your family and going to that damn Korea. I have no interest. She tensed up, her eyes darkening. What, my family? You bastard. Ah, now I understand. Gray gritted her teeth, rolling up her sleeves ready to act. Aizen, it's been a while since I beat you, hasn't it? Seems I've been too kind to my little brother. I guess I have to knock some sense into you before we talk. Aizen suddenly became worried, his voice slowed down. How did his voice change like this? Ryan stood beside him, anxious for his brother-in-law. Aizen, run away. Now he cannot stop you sisters. He was still stubborn, unaware of the approaching danger. Suddenly she rushed over and hugged his leg tightly, saying, don't think of me as a child, don't say funny things. Aizen fell heavily to the ground. Gray pinned him down, cursing, you crazy woman. After the curse came a horrifying sound that shook the whole house. He was knocked to the ground, muttering, damn it, not awake yet, I've had enough. Aizen struggled to stand. Ben sighed. Sister, please stop. You're making your brother suffer. Gray remained calm, speaking politely. I warned you. You forgot. Do you want me to remind you how to behave? She warned. He tried to resist. Shut up. You think I am still the little brat you can beat up. Aizen got angry. Soft fist is only useful in the gym, useless in real life. I hit you once and you will faint. While I am still kind, let me go. My kindness towards you has its limits. Gray looked up with contempt. Is that so? Just throw all your moves, you bastard. People who haven't learned martial arts, like wrestling, often say they can't do anything when hit. She suddenly stood up, grabbed Aizen's collar, asked, do you know why? He futilely resisted, stubbornly said, I don't want to know. Get lost before I flip you down. And Gray flipped his leg, twisting Aizen's body around. One of her hands supported the floor, the other hand clamped him tight, making him lie still and take it like a big teddy bear. Next, she pinned him down in a dominant position, while he lay underneath struggling and screaming, don't do this pose, I'll die. She sat firmly on her brother, eyes contemptuous, raising her fist. You talk as if you have any right. People who learn soft fist can still fight in real life. If they get past the opponent's legs, standing in the right position can land a painful blow. Gray smiled viciously. What's the matter? Remembering the old days. Aizen lay motionless, his eyes fearfully glancing at his sister's fist. All right, calm down, then let's talk clearly. Gray's demonic smile deepened, her eyes blazing. As if I will really do it, you ungrateful bastard. Then she unleashed a flurry of kicks at Aizen, making him unable to defend. While punching, she gave him a not-so-glorious nickname. You damn bastard, brother. You need a few punishments to wake up. In Korea, guys like you are called young men, which means bastards. After hitting him, Gray calmed down, started to lecture this fool. Her voice lowered. So open your ears and listen to me, capture the final target, and then leave for Aizen's sake. Gray let go and sat on Aizen. He still covered his face with his hands. Sister doesn't want you to live as a killer only focused on revenge. Live a happy life with the one you love. Sister wants you to have that kind of life. Aizen covered his face and silently listened to his sister. There will be times in life you need to let go of some things, like a sister or parents. Please, I beg you. She continued, voice sorrowful. Stop this and live in peace. Little brother. Aizen lay sprawled on the floor, eyes dazed, nose bleeding. He whispered, even if I kill their leader, nothing will change. Aizen glanced at Gray, added, they will choose another leader. There will always be another tragic terrorist attack. Then we will have to kill a new leader. He closed his eyes, resigned to fate, continuing to jump into the loop. In the end, the winner is the one who doesn't get tired or gives up. And I can't stand seeing those madmen win. I can't sleep a single day because the anger inside keeps boiling. I can catch them, but more dangerous things will still happen. Gray said, you could be better better with professional counseling. We've never tried that, right? Let's go to Korea together, get treatment there, open a jiu-jitsu center and train together. In the evening eat snacks and drink soju. How about that? She closed her eyes trembling, scared like how mother used to say, remember, Korea is a great country because there are many jobs at night. Is that okay, Aizen? Let's stop this. Suddenly Haley ran over from somewhere, angrily shouting, "What are you doing, Mom? Why are you hitting him? Only I am allowed to hit him." Ray tried to salvage the situation. Harley, it's not like that, adults are just talking. Harley didn't believe her, angry like a little dinosaur. What kind of talking is that for adults? Mom is so childish. The woman ran over, embarrassed, and apologized. Sorry, Harley is faster than I thought. The girl grumbled, I am the fastest person in this house. Then she stood in front of Aizen, shouted loudly, "Get up quickly, Mr. Aizen, there is a lot to do today. Your nose is bleeding. Are you really a warrior being so weak?" He rolled his eyes in annoyance. I remember now. I wasn't swayed by Gray at that time. Why did I decide to quit that job? Was it right after hearing those words from my sister? Aizen seemed to awaken to a life truth. He looked at this lively family, thinking about the memories. If I broke my own stubbornness. Then he smiled happily with a bruised and swollen face. Maybe sister's dream would come true. Maybe we could return to a happy childhood. But fate had other plans. Aizen remembered the tragic conflict leading to death. I should not have broken the hope and passion that once blossomed in my heart. The fear of helping in the wrong place and getting bitten back. I didn't know how great the impact was, and they fought back. Violence only leads to pain and loss. Rivers of blood. Violence breeds violence, and hatred breeds hatred, then leads to separation from loved ones. The only way to break the cycle is forgiveness. That is just weakness. Then it leads to death again, endless revenge. The only way is to kill everyone in that circle, no exceptions. Elsewhere, Jong-hun was beaten black and blue, covered in blood. The beater spoke, it's called slaughtering everyone. He trembled, wait, I really don't know. The beater was Aizen. He smiled wickedly. Because your answer wasn't good enough, so you must be very curious, huh? Aizen laughed madly. How far could this madness go? In a messy storage room, Aizen grabbed Jong-hun by the hair, making him scared. No, wait a minute. What are you going to do? One of Jong-hun's eyes was blind, his whole body covered in blood. He staggered. I want the police to investigate. I will tell them what I know. Tell the police I am a witness. He smiled crookily. Witness protection program. At least you can do that, right? I will bring them to justice. Aizen laughed with a blood-smeared face. What are you saying? I think you are mistaken. You drug addict. Then he stood up with a crude wooden object in his hand. The person who can ask and make requests in this place is not you. Suddenly, it was an iron axe. Aizen thrust the axe straight into his face. Only I and you only need to do one of two things. He pressed his face close to Jong-hun's, pulling his hair, making his eyes bulge, his voice cold-blooded. Answer immediately or get chopped right now. The door opened. Jung-ho carried a mirror in as if nothing was wrong. I brought the mirror here, Mr. Aizen. It's a bit small, but probably no problem, right? He smiled and replied, all right. His eyes curved up morbidly, making people terrified. From now on, let's start the mirror therapy. Be patient. He approached and placed the mirror in front of John. Here, how is it? The mirror clearly reflected Aizen's cruel smile. He asked, so, do you see yourself clearly? He stammered in fear. What is this for? It's not a therapy mirror, right? Aizen rested his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. There is a slight difference, but the essence of this therapy is the same, right? So tell me, how your sins will come back to haunt you. Jong-hun, oblivious to the danger, cursed. Then suddenly the axe came down, chopping off 4 of his fingers. What did you say, you bastard? Are you a child? He still didn't realize he had lost several fingers, his face full of surprise and disbelief. The axe was pulled out just as he screamed in pain. My hand is not. His face was full of satisfaction and pleasure while torturing. You see and feel it with your eyes. This is what I think a real therapy mirror is, you worthless piece of trash. Everything around was stained with blood from Aizen's torture. Jung-ho stood outside watching as if watching a thrilling movie, commented you didn't give him any way out. What a great idea. Now he can't use his right hand to watch movies anymore. Jong-hun screamed in despair, cursing. Suddenly Aizen grabbed his severed arm. He startled and shouted, let go of my hand, you dog. Aizen held up his blood-spurting hand in front of him, commenting with many unpleasant words. And without morals, then look at yourself with those missing fingers. Look, you will never see your right hand again, not someone else's. It is your hand, right? Do you see it? His action made him cover his nose, his face full of fear, disgusting. If you can't grasp anything in your hand, you will be extremely lost. Only then did he truly panic, stuttering repeatedly. No, wait, you bastard, I'm going to die from blood loss. Are you trying to waste time without getting any information? Please. Aizen closed his eyes, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Useless? Of course not. I don't want you to say anything else until this is over. Jong-hun was terrified, hastily defending himself. W, what do you gain by doing this? What did I ever do to you to deserve this? Aizen returned to a serious expression. Just entertainment. Do you remember? The man's face was full of panic. Entertainment. Aizen replied calmly, entertainment, like when you deceived Si-chun. Jong-hun could no longer maintain his composure. Aizen recalled the scene of Hajin being beaten by them, and his heart held no more mercy. That was Hajin. You deceived him. The man quickly defended himself. No, it was that bastard. He came and trampled all over us. He leaned in close, his sharp eyes filled with murderous intent, issuing a warning. And to those who had been involved in Hajin's case, the hands that had touched Sichun, every word from Aizen sounded like a death knell. You will fear my name, only my name. He thought he would destroy all the gyms, every bastard skilled in jiu-jitsu, until a dirty homeless man appeared. While standing in front of a gym, Aizen told himself he would prove that jiu-jitsu is useless in real life. Only then can I prove my sister wrong. He hesitated, then stepped into the gym and asked, is the gym owner here, or someone better at jiu-jitsu than me? A girl eating instant noodles looked up, a little surprised. Huh? His eyes suddenly lit up. Hajin looked up and asked, what did you just say? He thought to himself, Harley. Hey, what is this supposed to mean? She stood up, facing his stunned expression. I don't know what's going on, but you are very rude. First of all, Hajin shouted loudly, your feet. He was extremely stunned, his eyes wide open. Huh? That's scary. He gradually saw Hajin's face clearly. She puffed out her chest and said, your shoes. Take them off before you step inside. He nodded in agreement. Ah, okay. He thought wearily, I feel so sleepy, but I can't sleep. He bent down to take off his shoes, muttering tiredly, need to take off my shoes first. Hajin pointed straight at him, raising her voice. What's wrong with you? Hey, you there, are you okay? Then, suddenly, he collapsed, his entire body thudding to the floor, catching her off guard. What is this? You beggar, wake up. Hajin pinched her nose in disgust. What's that smell? Do you wash your hair with ST? Oh God, should I call an ambulance? I can't let you sleep here, even though I know this mattress is very comfortable. He stood up shakily, hurriedly apologizing. I'm fine, I just got a little dizzy. I'm sorry. Seeing his weak and frail body, her attitude softened. Hey, you there, are you sick? Do you want something to eat? A bowl of ramen? He still tried to stand but couldn't. No, thank you. She sat down in front of him in exasperation. What do you mean? He continued. Thank you. Hajin wondered, why are you holding on to? Her mood suddenly plummeted. He kept talking, I'm sorry. He lowered his head. I was wrong. Hajin's hand reached out, gently patting his head to comfort him, as he trembled violently. Beneath his face, tears had soaked through. He kept apologizing, it's all my fault. I'm sorry. I was wrong. At this moment, Aizen's mind was completely unclear, his eyes unable to open, dazed as if just woken from a dream. Although he outwardly seemed to be listening intently to the two people talking, he wasn't catching a single word, his mind still wandering somewhere in his dream. Right after, Aizen ignored whatever they were saying, lay down, and passed out. He mumbled in English, barely understandable. Ah, so I finally died, huh? Hajin was startled, not expecting him to speak English as well as in a Hollywood movie. Wow, what was that? Did he just speak English? His pronunciation is really good, but he's Korean. Do you understand what he said? After hearing this, the manager was also a bit confused, frozen for a few seconds before stammering out a translation for the death sentence. Finally, that die if. Seems like he dreamed he broke a deadlift record. Aizen suddenly jolted awake as if possessed by a ghost, asking back in surprise. The manager clearly heard a familiar curse word, then turned to Hajin as if discovering a strange creature. Yeah, I know this one, right? He just cursed. Hajin still wasn't too concerned, more worried about Aizen. Look at him, sleeping like he's dead, it's pitiful. He's probably just surprised. You'd be freaked out waking up after a long sleep too. You're acting crazy, do you have a stuffy nose or something? Hearing that he had slept for a very long time, Aizen was startled as if hit by an arrow. I was sleeping? He asked in confusion, like a man losing his mind. How long did I sleep? 5 minutes? 10 minutes? Hajin didn't know whether to laugh or cry because he had been asleep for a full 3 hours like a statue. You mean just 10 minutes later? It was 3 hours. You didn't move an inch and slept soundly. It's already dark now, go home. Not done yet, she got mad like a mother whose child came home late. I was thinking of calling the police, but you were sleeping so well I let you stay. Understand? Go home. You have a home, right? Take a bath before going back, because you stink like shh. Aizen was still dazed and out of sorts. His first reflex was to compliment the mattress. Well, this mattress is really comfortable. No, I mean, where is the instructor? Manager got a bit angry seeing him call out so sluggishly. It's me. But why do you want to see me? Aizen suddenly changed his tone to a serious one, as if preparing to declare war. It's nothing too big. I have a request. And then, like in a B-grade action movie, he pressed his face close to the manager and said something that would make anyone hearing it want to call 911. Let's fight a real match with no rules or regulations until one of us loses consciousness or can't move. Elsewhere, Hajin got furious hearing this story. Hut? Is this guy shot in the head? I let him stay in a comfortable spot, even wiped his face with a wet towel. The manager saw the tension was as tight as a bowstring, so he jumped in to mediate. Alright, let me handle this. But Hajin still couldn't control her anger, pointing straight at Asen and cursing without missing a beat. You are truly an ungrateful person. Finally, the manager spoke up as if explaining an urban legend. It turned out that the rumors other gym coaches had been spreading lately were all true. I've heard there's a guy who goes into training halls and makes these strange challenges. Saying this, he suddenly changed his tone, his eyes sharp as if discovering a treasure. That man is always looking for those good at jiu-jitsu. You want to fight me too? Everyone expected an immediate fight, but it turned out he was just curious. I will accept this request, but tell me why. Why do you want to fight people skilled in grappling, even when they don't want to? Do you have some grudge against grappling? Aizen stood frozen like a student asked a question he hadn't studied. The manager didn't let up, continuing his interrogation. Why do you hate grappling? Aizen now fell into an internal spiral. Grappling? Do I dislike it? He began to remember the past, his mind replaying a sad black and white film. Why is that? My sister said grappling is very useful in real life, and I wanted to prove that was wrong. And so Aizen attributed all his life's tragedies to his sister, not himself. If I can't prove that, I have no reason left to keep living. Sank deep into the pain, imagining someone coming to pat him on the shoulder to comfort him, or someone who could stop him and tell him it wasn't anyone's fault. I didn't do anything wrong, that's enough. Calm down and stop blaming yourself. Right at that moment, he jolted awake as if discovering a martial arts truth, a punch. And he thought again, a new beginning is what I truly want. I can start right this second. But then his mind drifted off again. Whoa, what is that? Why does grappling start with a punch? Manager stood beside him, unsure whether to hit him or laugh. You are truly crazy. You yourself said you wanted a no-rules fight, right? Because the distance is too close to grapple, I had to start with a punch instead of rushing in. Aizen replied calmly as if in a theory class. Ah, I see. But usually grappling would rush in first. The manager couldn't stand this upside-down logic, so he smiled wryly. I'm not one to follow rules. So what? Do you have a problem with that? Then he changed his tone as if wanting to have a heart-to-heart talk. Shall I continue? Or stop, let's talk for a bit. Aizen seemed to understand something. After a long time, finally there's someone I don't want to fight, a kind person. He looked at the manager with trusting eyes and then spoke. Can I possibly live here? The manager stood frozen, as if lagging. Aizen glanced at the other two and muttered, both of them live here. And as time passed, he told himself, this place has become my home. But peace did not last long. As soon as the manager got home, he received bad news. What happened to Hajin? After hearing it, he nearly had a blood pressure spike from the attack. What is Hajin's condition? Lee Seo-eun reported with a melancholic tone. She is in the emergency room. Luckily, the surgery was successful, but she has not woken up. The manager staggered, intending to go deal with them. How could this happen to Hajin? Lee Seo-eun, do you know anything? Who hit her? Those bastards. Aizen, dazed, hurried out of the house without putting on a shirt, and was immediately asked by John, hey, where are you going without a shirt? He remained cold, listening to the phone call as if about to go on a purge. Found it already? What is the name of the building? So that night, Aizen set out to find the truth. When he arrived, he confirmed all the details like the arrangement of items, the winding apartment. Meanwhile, a fierce brawl was happening inside. Lee Ki-seok was beating someone while dropping harsh lines like a TVB drama. You call that a kick? Lump of fat? You actually believe in your chubby body? How reckless. Then he turned to scold the victim's girlfriend. How dare you act out this scene in front of your girlfriend, someone who knows nothing about the world's horrors? The fat man still tried to resist, hoping to turn the tide. No, I will kill you. Aizen arrived just in time to hear the villain's entire monologue, while Ki-seok's friends laughed as if watching a show. Wow, Lee Ki-seok is so cool, huh? That fat guy is nothing before him. Aizen quietly appeared from behind like a final boss. The group was startled and yelled out, oh god, you scared me. The other two gazed at Aizen with confusion. What is it, big brother? Where are your clothes? What are you going to do? Aizen just stood there silent, but in his head he had already calculated everything. If the vengeance was completed, the pain of love would only fade, leaving nothing else. Then he spoke as if closing an old chapter. Now then, pausing for a moment, he recalled everything. After finishing off that man, he left peacefully. Before the chaos in the warehouse began, Jung-ho stood watching as if at a movie theater, seeing someone with a cut hand yet still cheerful. Need to be that alert? He was as fresh as if he just got a birthday gift. Jung-ho was as casual as going to the market, turning to report eagerly to Aizen. Hey, Uncle Aizen, I just bandaged him, but I am not sure if he will bleed again. What if he goes into shock? Aizen was still holding the knife, his gaze inhuman. What do you mean by that? Hurry up and cut his toe before he passes out. Keep his right foot still. Jung Ho took the order like listening to upbeat music, excited as if watching fireworks. Yes, Jung Hun was terrified seeing this. Wait a moment, you bastards. I give up. I give up. I will confess everything. I know everything about Jun Woo. But give me first aid first. Aizen was not a doctor, but his passion for cutting was stronger than saving people. Yeah, if you are smart, talk fast. If not, I will cut your toes until the info is enough. Otherwise, forget it. Jung Ho took out an envelope to prepare. Boss, do you want me to take off his shoe? Easier to aim for the toe. Aizen had an artist's soul but a butcher's skill. It is fine, just aim for the middle of the foot and smash. Hold him tight. I will confess everything. Please stop, you cold-blooded bastards. Aizen had no stop button, only a keep hitting button. I will cut if I feel like it. Think again before I cut your left toe too. The man was drenched in sweat, trembling and screaming like a duck with its neck being wrung. Finally, he squeezed out a few words more precious than gold. The national team, huh? Jun Woo, the bastard, is a national representative for jutsu competition. Hearing that, Aizen finally snapped back to reality, like discovering his ex-girlfriend was a beauty queen. The national team, huh? Finally a somewhat acceptable answer, but not enough to satisfy me. Continue. Why would a national team representative do such dirty work? Jung Hun was stiff as a cue stick. Do not ask me. I am not him, how would I know? The first time I met Jun Woo was at an open freestyle martial arts tournament. Do you remember? It was not a grand match, just a small team competing. He began to narrate as if writing a comic book. That bastard was banned permanently and switched to freestyle fighting. I do not know what happened in the jutsu team, but I know for sure he absolutely despises people who use drugs. Back then I remember I had used a little bit of drugs in the arena. This is a union of users. It is fair, right? Hearing this, Aizen had a headache. What do I care about your excuses? Talk fast, no detours, just about Jun Woo. Jung Hun was angry but dared not act out. You told me to confess everything. Then he still had to continue. That bastard did not last long in the tournament because Jun Woo had defeated every opponent, becoming the tournament god, but then he retired. He played dirty without hesitation. He was the reason my left eye ended up like this. So I had to retire because of my eye, because I only knew how to fight and use drugs. I bought a lot of stimulants and sold them at sky-high prices, not minding the number of buyers. Recalling it, that guy did not miss any trick. He used every method. Naive kids, seeing something pretty, would inject. Thinking it was good, they would trust it. They did not care how dangerous the drug they injected was. As long as they stood out among their peers, they were happy. But he never expected life to turn around so quickly. When things were stable, boom, someone came looking for me. Now even drugs have rankings, and I just kept climbing the ranks. Then he dove deep from steroids to untested drugs, from there to illegal stuff. He sold it all on the dark web, exactly the kind of 4.0 business no one should learn from. The peak was when Jung Hun received a strange offer. He wanted me to manage a drug production factory. He said I was the person he needed. Hearing that, I thought I was the destiny of his life. He also said he had an inside man in the police, so no need to worry about getting caught. Those cops cannot step half a foot into the factory. He spoke like gangsters spreading faith in karma paying back. The pay was generous. Entering the factory was even more profitable. Why would I be stupid not to do it? I was truly stupid to do it. Then he realized a shocking truth. That hair. I recognized it immediately when I glimpsed the hairstyle. The reason I was invited to work was because of Jun Woo. It was that very bastard. Jung Hun's eyes bulged like a fish on a platter, both suspicious and approaching to ask. I asked him what he was plotting. Never expected he wanted to take something of mine. If he wanted to get his hands dirty, he needed dogs to scavenge for him, right? But why only think of me? Take one eye as the price for exchange. I got beaten up severely, went blind in one eye. But my limbs were still fine, so I decided to seize the immediate benefit. He started acting like a madman. He gathered many third-rate thugs and made them tear each other apart. He told all the insane secrets of the team. Jun Woo also participated in that chaos. A genuine professional player. We selected a few bottom feeders to test new drugs. We got them addicted first, then locked them in a dungeons without doors so they could not escape, using them like slaves. Why did he and his group do that when they had already fallen into a state of no resistance? They had to beg for drugs, becoming loyal dogs, losing self-control. If this were written, it would be a social tragedy mixed with spirituality and stupidity. At that moment, the other guy suddenly smiled like he had won the lottery. He also understood even self-respect was the same. Jung Hun asked Aizen frantically, do you understand what I mean? Is that any different from being an animal, no longer being human? Aizen listened as if being forced to sit through an ad in the middle of a movie. He looked at him like an animal, annoyed. Are you excited or something? Before Jung Hun could explain, Aizen delivered a direct kick to his shin. No, but it is the truth. He showed no mercy, delivering a direct, crippling kick. Not giving Jung Hun a break, consecutive kicks echoed harshly throughout the room. After a while, he had no strength left, lying bloody and barely breathing. Aizen finally stopped, giving him a chance. You are still too green. If you can still speak in 5 more seconds, I will have mercy and compensate you. Hear me. The 2 others looked at his severe injuries in fear. Uncle Aizen, why did you suddenly start kicking him? Is he dead? The other one is bleeding a lot. He cannot answer anymore now. Aizen stood before their worry, calmly saying it is fine. I already got the info I needed. His extra words were just a cover. Call the police and clean up. Outside, Hang stood around like a parking attendant waiting for customers who never came out. Standing outside hearing no noise, a bit confused. Yeah, why is there a notification yet? Could he have been floored already? Ha, I said we needed to send more people. That Aizen guy, what can he do going alone? Not sure if I should call for backup. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind and asked, what notification? Zhang Hangsik was stunned as if hit on the head. It turned out Jun Wu had been tailing him all along, appearing behind him to ask, do you find this building interesting? Jung Ho called the police. That is right. Hurry up, he has a knife and wants to kill me. Please hurry, please. Yes, that warehouse. Explaining to the person on the other end, I do not know the exact location. Check my GPS or something. My life is in danger. Remembering, he added, and my friend is severely injured. Please also call an ambulance. Hurry up, I only have my thumb left. At the police station, a motivational slogan was easily noticeable. The People's Police dedicate everything for the people. The police officer on the phone smiled lightly. Yes, I understand. I already know your location. We will be there shortly. The other colleagues curiously asked, Chief, what was that call about? Another suggested, a drunk man, a homeless person. Should we prepare to depart? The police chief laughed it off. No, it is just a call from that warehouse. Hearing that, the other 2 understood immediately. Ah, are they trying to run away again? The police chief said in a distracted tone. It is just a call reporting a routine patrol. Could also be a prank. Police chief joked with the other 2. Hey, after getting my eyebrows tattooed, I look more charming, right? For men, the T-zone is the most important. The enthusiastic officer chimed in. That is right, chief. You look 10 years younger. I think I should try it too. The station chief laughed loudly in response, then wittily said, but the kid is only 10 years old. The entire police station laughed along, no one bothering to pay attention to the call just now. In that warehouse, a young man spoke up to Zhang Hangsik. Perhaps you think it actually worked. Detective Zhang Hangsik, do you think you're the last honest cop of this era? He turned around in surprise, stammering, who are you? How do you know my name? The young man didn't answer the question but continued the topic. I think that's pretty cool. You're really good too. Using the law to catch bad guys, you're like a dark knight. He sneered, but your method is too simple. Do you think we don't have the same plan? An emergency call to report the police to the scene. Dream on, detective. After a long laugh, he stopped and asked seriously, do you know what happens when a crow tries to imitate a stork? Zhang Hangsik was confused and replied angrily, you nosy bastard, he said softly, slowly, word by word, wrong. The answer is, behind him without anyone noticing, Sangsu had approached, holding a plastic bag. Inch by inch, he brought the plastic bag in front of Hangsik's face and then pulled it quickly, strongly, leaving him no time to react. At that moment, the young man dropped the last few words, he's done for. Those words, the man behind kicked Zhang Hangsik's leg hard, causing him to fall to his knees, suffocating from the plastic bag wrapped around his face. Breathing became difficult. He struggled desperately, letting out sounds of utter helplessness. Panicked, he thought to himself, these damn madmen, they dare to do this to a cop on purpose. After that thought, his mind went blank, only his survival instinct urging him on. He must quickly poke a breathing hole near his mouth. Zhang Hangsik tried to open his mouth wide, his trembling hand moving near his mouth to do so. Before he could succeed, the young man noticed this action and subdued him easily. He grabbed his wrist, held the hand that was about to reach his mouth firmly, and said, now you can't do that. You're too late, detective. On his face was still a smile that didn't see his homeland, a sinister smile like a fox. He told Zhang Hangsik about the strangeness of this world. Let me tell you why the righteous and moral people are gradually disappearing from this world. Since the plastic hadn't been removed, he was still struggling, unable to utter a complete sentence. He cursed inwardly, this damn bastard. The young man couldn't read minds, so naturally he didn't know he had just been cursed. He rambled on about 2 types of people. The first type understands their place and submits to those they cannot defeat. As he spoke, he made a sudden movement, maximizing inertial force. In an instant, his arm shot out like an arrow, impacting directly on Zhang Hangsik's right rib area, causing him to lose balance. Despite the forceful action, he continued talking, most people will be like that. It's the obvious choice because everyone wants to live. And the second type will simply disappear, detective. A dark red liquid began to seep from the damaged tissue area. Under blood vessel pressure, oxygen-carrying cells and plasma flowed out, seeping through the freshly torn epidermis. They didn't make direct contact with the air because they were blocked by the plastic layer. Hangsik was in pain but couldn't resist. Li Sangon, the young man, continued, now then, let's go inside and talk like 2 men. Cause even your viewpoint can change. Elsewhere, Jung-ho complained, Uncle Aizen, I'm dying of hunger. Why aren't they coming? I miss Mom so much. He suggested calling that detective or doing something. Aizen looked around seriously before making a conclusion. Something is wrong. First, we should search this area to try and find something useful. They looked around the place to gather information. Stopping at a room, Jung-ho asked, a trash production room, Uncle? What should we do? Smash them all? Aizen observed the working people and replied, no. These kids are waiting for the day they are thrown away. When they're no longer useful, even the last drop of blood will be squeezed dry. They are just trash being processed. The people in the room, though different, were all haggard, skinny, and lifeless. They were like machines programmed to work, but it was almost time for a complete overhaul. Seeing this scene, Jung-ho couldn't help but ask, then what should we do? Should we dispose of them a little early? I thought their lives were already over. Aizen decided they are not conscious, subdue and knock them out. Then, lock them somewhere on the surface, so they can't escape. He replied, yes, Uncle. With that, he immediately went to carry out the task. Aizen remained standing, took out his phone, and called Detective Kang. When the other end didn't pick up for a long time, Aizen grew anxious. Detective Kang, please pick up. The call connected successfully. Someone on the other end did answer, but it wasn't the Detective Kang that Aizen wanted to speak to. A flippant voice answered, who is this? Is it Mr. Aizen? A mad bastard who didn't heed my warning. He continued, so, have you found anything yet? You need to find something of equivalent value, you know. Aizen clearly understood every word, but when put together, he couldn't make heads or tails of it. Somewhat annoyed, he said, what the hell are you talking about? Answer me in plain language. The other side replied, Mr. Aizen, I'm doing this because you always keep your word, isn't that right? He said it pretentiously, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I warned you not to look into the reasons. Then this is going to be bad. Somewhere. Within Hun, trembling with anger, there was only trouble the first time. The first time is always the hardest. Only the first time. But the coach ran over from somewhere to stop him. Hey, that's dangerous. Put the gun down. While I'm still talking nicely. Inside the skyscraper at the top floor, Director Kim was standing looking at the view and acknowledged, yes, you were right, athlete Jung Hun. The situation has changed rapidly. Lim Si-chun and those around him have truly exceeded our expectations. Their skill level seems very high. He pretended to be troubled, so what should we do? We'll still be on guard against them, right? Within Hun, who had been bowing respectfully all this time, suddenly looked up and stammered back in surprise. What do you mean? He repeated, that girl with glasses at the fitness center before. I told you to hit her on the head, but you failed, remember? He continued, Miss Ji Yeon is hiding somewhere with Si-chun. It's only a matter of time until we find her. Since we have other urgent problems, I want you to handle this. If you do it, your past mistakes can be overlooked. Of course, you'll also receive a suitable reward, and there won't be any trouble if you don't get caught. You might think everything is difficult at the start. The first time is the hardest, but you've had experience, haven't you, with your father's case? He spoke as if it wasn't anything too difficult. It's very simple. Just go to the fitness center and kill anyone you see there. He turned around and stuffed something into the boy's pocket. Hearing everything he said, Within Hun felt an extreme sense of confusion. Seeing the anxiety and confusion in the guy's eyes, he laughed with pleasure. Because he's a fellow martial arts athlete, you're worried, right? People don't die that easily. Don't worry. Within Hun replied, I need time to think. The guy asked, when should I meet you to give you my answer? But then suddenly remembering something, he thought to himself, wait, a suicide mission is a different story. This guy has lost his mind. Director Kim didn't have mind-reading skills, so he had no idea what the guy was thinking. He replied, right now, this very moment, because this is an urgent mission. If you do as I say, your future will be easier. He pushed up his glasses on the bridge of his nose and mentioned the disadvantage if the guy refused. If you refuse this job, right after you become an adult, you'll be sent to rot in prison. We can cover up or manipulate anything, as easy as turning our hand. We've collected a lot of evidence. Or we can provide you with a buy one get one free funeral service. People often weave a story for themselves if they string together one or two pieces of plausible evidence. How does that sound? Will you choose the easy way, right? Every word he said was as light as if he were breaking an ant hill or taking a bird's egg from a branch, but it was enough to make the person inside freeze in shock. The guy's face had darkened at some point. Going back to Aizen's phone call, earlier he asked the other end of the line, so how is that bastard? Did you kill him? The other side replied, no, Mr. Lee Aizen. What kind of cop talks about killing so calmly? I haven't killed him, don't worry. Detective Jang Hyung-sik is being tortured by them on the ground. We're just chatting. But there is something I'm wondering about. Why did you lie? About the fitness center I sent someone to kill a guy at. You should hurry up and get there, right? I wonder what else you can do when the police plan is a mess. Aizen almost shouted, "Did you send 10 guys with knives?" The volume was so loud that Sichun had to move the phone away from his ear. He asked back in surprise. Aizen continued, "You only sent 1 or 2 guys, right? It's not nice to say, but I'm here now." Listen to him talk, he is not even American. Aizen explained, "I mean, I did not go to the gym today," meaning the person inside is the coach. Back at the gym, the manager tried to stop the thief. He said, "That is dangerous. Put it down and talk things out." The man paused for a few seconds but immediately turned around and asked, "Who are you?" His voice trembled slightly, barely noticeable. The manager was annoyed by that attitude. He repeated, "Who are you?" Then he questioned, "How dare a brat be so rude to an elder? Are you brain dead?" That man raised his knife to threaten, "Damn dog, stop barking nonsense. Do you not see? Damn it, do you want to die by this knife? This is a real knife." As he finished speaking, the manager took off his helmet and drove it onto the knife tip, shocking the thief. Before he could react, the manager spun his body like a cocked machine, transferring force from his shoulder to his elbow, concentrating it into his fist, and launching it at full speed. The air froze, the ground trembled as the fist hit the target, delivering a shock that made the thief lose his balance. The helmet was tossed into the air by someone in a straight parabolic arc and fell to the ground. Suddenly attacked, that man could not react in time, finally squeezing out a single word. "You," the manager sternly asked, "were you never taught manners?" That man held his face and cursed, "Damn old man." The manager asked back, "Huh? What did you say, you thug?" That man looked at the manager, 1,000 questions arising in his heart. Who is this old man? Does he study boxing? He judged, looking at his hands, that jiu-jitsu seemed to be his forte. Unable to resist, the thief asked, "Hey old man, are you on your way to this jiu-jitsu center?" The manager looked at his own fist and replied, "Yeah, that is right. It has been a while, my fists have become slower." That man did not ask more, just stared at the knife embedded in the helmet on the ground, silently evaluating. The punch was dangerous, but if I get the knife back, it is difficult, but I can stab him. He is old. I am a kickboxer. I will trick him with a kick to make him step back, then pick up the knife. That man decided, this is how things end. As soon as he finished thinking, he looked up and the manager was gone. He panicked. Where did he go? Before he could even see the man, he was attacked repeatedly from behind. Blow after blow came, each heavier than the last. The attacker showed no mercy, leaving the opponent 3 parts arrogant and 7 parts confused. That man could only instinctively cry out in pain. The manager said to Chung Hun, "I do not use my fists to remain neutral, but there are cases where I must act." With one hand pressing down on that man's head, he said, "That is when I meet someone who toys with other people's lives. If that happens, my people will be in danger, right? At that time, I will throw those troublemakers into hell with my fists." Back at the factory building, someone asked, "Do you think this world is wonderful?" The other replied, "That is not a lenient punishment. A bit extreme and violent, but I believe bastards like you dying is better for the world." The man stepped on Hai Hung's head and said, "You are truly cruel, Mr. Seo Lee Hai Hung. What will the kids learn from that?" He sighed, "Honestly, I am quite curious. I want to see how capable and vicious he is. For a soldier who has killed many, he must know what a real fight is like." The 2 sides faced each other. One side was Aizen and Jung Ho, the other side was Sichun's group. Someone spoke up, "Ready? Clean up this place, once and for all." Jung Ho gave an okay sign with his hand and cheerfully replied, all right, let us fight." Aizen, standing calmly beside him, said, "It is better if you do not kill those people. But our priority is to protect the detective, understand?" Jung Ho heard this and turned his head in shock, surprised. "Why am I involved? You do it yourself. I do not know how to save people. I am only good at breaking things." Aizen remembered you, and said without restraint, "Should I call Suyin?" Jung Ho did a 180, his eyes unchanging, he continued, "But sometimes I want to help someone. I guess this is my good nature, right?" After saying that, he walked over to the group, sighing, "You little brats, I need to deal with the leader, so get out of the way." The leader carried a bat over his shoulder, spitting out each word. "Do you not see we are on the same side as the people inside?" Jung Ho signaled for them to come at him, calmly calling out, "Then that is great, come on in, stop hopping around." That man got angry, turned to his comrades and yelled loudly, "Let us see if your mouth is still tough after being beaten black and blue, you big guy. Brothers, surround him and beat him down." Jung Ho stuck out his tongue, pouted, "You talked for so long I almost fell asleep." That man and 2 others charged forward. The leader warned, "I have seen many loudmouths croak. You know what? Try dodging this one, you big guy." As soon as he finished speaking, 3 guys swung wooden bats straight at Jung Ho's head. On the contrary, he was very calm, just uttering 3 words, "Dodge what?" Wooden bats immediately snapped in half, doing no damage at all. He smugly said, "So annoying, why would I dodge? Your weapons will break anyway." That man was immediately shaken, stunned, thinking, what the hell? Jung Ho darkened his face, enunciating each word. "It is like hitting concrete pillar because you hit me first. Now it is my turn." As soon as Jung Ho finished speaking, he used his hand to slam a punch right into that man's face. That man lost his balance, quickly collapsed, and fell face down on the floor. The other 2 were baffled, trembling, and yelled loudly, "What the hell is that? Bring the knife over here." The other one stammered, "You bring it." Jung Ho looked at the fallen guy, let out a sharp breath, and continued. Alright, one down, let us see how many more there are. With that, he pressed his face close to the remaining two, flashing a terrifying grin. Whatever, you hit me too. He covered his own face with his hand, pretending to be scared. But Jung-ho changed his mind. Instead of hitting his face, he struck down to the groin, kicked once, and laughed loudly. Groin strike. Now is the time to smash the groin. That guy was caught off guard. A dizzying pain washed over him. He clutched his groin in pain, unable to help but cry out, "You bastard." The other guy saw that and clicked his tongue. That is a bit. Aizen, who had been watching enough, spoke up to intervene. Alright, let us get straight to the point. Do not let these annoying bugs multiply. In the blink of an eye, he saw a kid holding a bat ready to sneak attack him. He immediately went silent. He turned around and kicked the guy in the stomach. The guy's face turned pale. He clutched his stomach and flew backwards. Another guy pouted and remarked, "Good grief, who is the bad guy now?" Jung-ho interrupted, "It is me." Before he could finish speaking, a bat slammed straight into the spot under his arm, causing him to fall. It took a while before he could utter a word. What is this? The sneak-attacking bat wielder saw his goal achieved and laughed loudly. You cannot take it this time, can you? No matter how strong you are just human. Jung-ho ignored his bleeding wound, quickly got up and calmly continued, his voice far more commanding than the second generation. That thing is hard to return. Why did you do that? The man, seeing him stand up normally, panicked and stammered, "What's wrong with this monster? What are you going to do? Take this." Before he could swing his weapon, Jung-ho was faster. A single punch sending the club flying from his hand. A shard of the wooden stick just happened to hit him in the head, and blood immediately gushed from his nose. He dazedly wondered how this could happen, if he was even still human. Jung-ho, as if losing control, thrust his fist in front of his face and said clearly, word by word, "I don't know how much I have to give back to you, but I can definitely punch you as much as I want." Jung-ho dusted off his hands, turned to Aizen and said casually, "Every time I let myself go, I can't control my strength. Uncle Aizen, help me out." Aizen raised an eyebrow and replied, "No, quickly take the detective out. He's lost a lot of blood. Just take him straight to the hospital." Suddenly, a thug rushed over and tightly hugged Aizen, sneering, "Worry about yourself first. You're handcuffed now, you idiot." Before the man could say a second word, Aizen used his strength to flip him over, quickly breaking free from his grip. He laughed leisurely. "You're the one who should be worried." He grabbed the man's hand and twisted it at the middle joint, causing him to tear up in pain. The man screamed in agony, "My hand!" Aizen grabbed the man by the hair and turned him toward the other thug, who was holding a wooden club and getting ready to charge. That one spoke ignorantly, "You illiterate bastard, let him go now." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard a whoosh by his ear. A water pipe flew straight into his face, making him stagger and fall to the ground. Jung-ho, who was carrying someone on the other side, said in surprise, "A direct hit. Uncle Aizen, I'll take the detective to the hospital first. You handle those guys." Aizen nodded and replied, "Yeah, I'm only sure of one thing. The remaining thug remembered you." He said with interest, "What's this? You two aren't planning to come at me together? You want to fight one-on-one? I like it." Aizen looked the man straight in the eye and said coldly, "Today one of us has to die, or one of us will be crippled after this. Do you agree?" Jung-un smiled and nodded. Of course, I didn't foresee this at the start either." He tilted his head and continued softly, "Just as you predicted, you prepared everything, and your people are capable, so these cheap traps couldn't fool you." Jung-un let out a breath and said with a laugh, "That's why I changed my mind. Aizen, I can say you are a reliable pillar to the people around you." He closed in on Aizen, flashed a provocative grin and yelled, "So how about I smash that whole pillar down?" Aizen sighed and only then spoke, "I see. Right, you can think that, but what should I do? From what I see, you don't seem capable of doing that. You are the weakest. You're the kind who likes to hug his mama to sleep." Jung-un smiled dryly, lightly saying, "Come on, just because you're half Korean American, do you also like those Western punk games?" Aizen's eyes widened, his voice rising slightly. "Did I say something to offend you? Is it because I said you were the weakest, or is it because I mentioned your mother?" As soon as Aizen finished speaking, he took a kick from Jung-hyung that sent the hat, which had been sitting steadily on his head, flying off. Aizen panicked and covered his face, watching his hat fall, and thought to himself, that was a high kick, and he barely needed any preparation for it. Jung-un remembered you, puckered his lips and said, "What's wrong? What's with that face?" "No way!" He laughed loudly and said casually, "You thought I was just some thug. How disappointing. I've known you since the days you were still fighting in the opium chess tournaments." Aizen seemed to have no memory of it, only replying flatly, "Oh, is that so? Your appearance fits the thug title so perfectly that I never doubted it. My bad." He thought to himself, "He's stronger than I thought." Jung-un sighed softly, I thought you were the quiet type, but you sure know how to brag. Fine, let me show you what real fighting is on the battlefield. With that, he swung his fist at Aizen and shouted with amusement, 1-2, 1-2. Aizen was agile and was able to dodge his punch. Jung unattacked while talking. Do you know the difference between a real fight and pure brawling? Even if you're a soldier who has killed before, he spoke as he threw a kick toward Aizen. Every word was clear. Can you defeat a martial artist? Aizen glanced at his moves, evaluating inwardly. Since he graduated from the National Judo Academy, I thought his fighting style would be mostly grappling techniques. Junwoo kept throwing punches, laughing and taunting. What? Without a weapon you can't fight. Aizen was lost in thought, but he's mostly focusing on striking chains. He's that confident in his punching ability. Jung-un saw him silent and smirked. Or are you analyzing my style? Do you think you have time for that in a fight? But you know what? In the past, I was famous for having no particular style. As soon as he finished, he moved to Aizen's side, shocking him deeply. He thought, what? That movement technique is not something I've ever heard or seen before. Jung-un let out a breath and said sharply, alright, I'm done with my warm-up. Time to get to the real business. As soon as he finished, Aizen spat a gob of saliva right into his face. Junwoo was caught off guard dodging it and exclaimed in shock, what the hell was that? Aizen clicked his tongue and continued, bullshit, you criminal scum. Stop rambling about fighting styles or whatever. He frowned and said coldly, and what was that barking about? The difference between a fight and brawling. Should I teach you what real combat and war are? At a stall, a young man awkwardly chimed in, hey old man, sorry but being blunt isn't exactly in style these days. The old man ignored him and replied with a laugh, what? You sound just like those idiot kids with their edgy syndrome. I've already called the cops, so calm down. Scum like you don't even deserve dog food. The young man lifted his head and bragged arrogantly. This era is all about selfish deceit. Only selfish people thrive. As long as my life goes well, why should I care about others' lives? The man answered seriously, I'm not meddling either, but as a seasoned adult, I'll be straight with you. Only evil bastards like you use that grand ideology to cover up wrongdoing. You're just a despicable criminal. No need for excuses. The young man laughed loudly, his voice trembling slightly. Do you even know who the real bad guy is? Idiot. Do you even know who you're up against? That long-haired man named Aizen. The man frowned, confused, and asked back, what? What nonsense are you spewing? Young man covered his mouth, laughing a bit, then said weakly, he didn't come to the gym today, right? Do you know what kind of monster he's fighting right now? The man clicked his tongue and replied, I don't know, and I don't care. The young man said in frustration, what kind of reaction is that? Think I'm joking? Aizen, he could die. You hear me? The man laughed heartily, his tone dismissive. Hey, I don't know if you've mistaken him for someone else, but I'm sure of one thing. Back in that old warehouse, Jung-un rubbed his face in frustration and growled, unbelievable. I can't believe you spat in my eye. For victory, you'd do anything, huh? Aizen glanced at him and sneered, hey, you're the one who wanted me to show you how to fight on the battlefield. Sometimes we have to fight without weapons, then things get messy. Why? Aizen's expression turned serious as he continued, simple, because I don't want to die. People lose their will to fight when facing weapons like guns. But in a bare-handed fight, they won't just let themselves get beaten and die. He slowly took off his outer jacket, still speaking. For those who've truly experienced a dirty war firsthand, do you know the biggest difference from those who haven't? Jung-un rubbed his face again, confused, and replied, well, just stop asking and say it again. With that, Aizen threw his jacket toward him. Jung-un reached out and grabbed it, asking dazedly, what is this? Trying to blind me with clothes. Suddenly, a fist flew in from behind the pile of clothes. Jung-un's eyes went wide as he looked at Aizen, mocking him. That was way too robotic, so outdated. Is that all you've got? Aizen kept his pose, speaking slowly. I always carry a weapon with me. That man rubbed his chin, thought for a long time, then spoke up. Aizen, out of everyone I know, he is the dirtiest bastard. On the other side, before Jung-un could react, a knife flew in and pinned itself into the flesh of his thigh. He frowned and yelled, what the hell? In a secluded villa inside a bedroom, Jung-un looked blankly at his brother, asking innocently, Hang, why are you holding that? Du held the knife, growling, I haven't told you yet? He glared at the boy, warning him, curling his lip and continuing, don't call me brother, you filthy beggar. You and the woman you call mother should never have been born, understand? The boy's eyes welled up with tears. He bit his lip and spoke, brother, you're scaring me too much. I'm sorry, I won't call you that next time. Jung-un frowned, speaking in a flat tone. Do you know why I'm doing you the favor of letting you live in this house? Rest your arms and listen. Saying this, he leaned close to the boy, flashing a ghastly smile. You and your mother are no different from toilet paper in this house. Do you understand what I'm saying? Your only purpose is for me to wipe away cheap things. He ignored the boy's pale face and tear-filled eyes, still arrogantly ordering, now, take off your pants. From now on, every time I'm in a bad mood, I will use your body. Du gently raised the knife, laughing savagely. Until I feel better. You'd better remember well, scum like you are just objects no one cares about or pays attention to. A while later, Jung-un found his mother with his body covered in blood. The boy burst into tears and complained, "Mom, it hurts so much. My thigh." The woman only glanced at him before saying, "Endure it." Jung-un's lips trembled, but he told me to take off my pants, and then he used the knife. Before he could finish, the woman slapped the boy hard across the face, speaking fiercely. "I told you to stop whining, you crybaby. Can you support both of our families? I sure can't." She pointed straight at the boy's face, instructing, "If you don't want to live on the streets, then grit your teeth and endure it. Endure until you're old enough to fight back." She pursed her lips, speaking angrily. "This society is a place where people without power like us have to suffer. For the weak, nothing matters except a spiritual victory. Even if we cherish it, we are still weak and must suffer while living. In this house. Understand?" Jung-un nodded tremblingly, replying, "Yes, I'm sorry, I'll do better." The woman turned her face away, giving instructions without looking back. "Go and dress your wound. Use the ointment in the medical kit." She quickly left the room, slamming the door shut, leaving the boy alone in the empty room. However, she still stood pressed against the door outside. Exhausted, she leaned back against the door. Her body shook violently, tears slowly streaming down. She was in so much pain she couldn't speak. At the same time, her son in the room was crying along with her. Back to the present in that old warehouse. Blood flowed from the flesh of Jung-un's thigh. He stepped back, glanced at the wound, and said calmly, "My God, I can't believe it. No wonder they say there's no romance on the battlefield. The way you throw knives is exactly like that. Yet you claim to teach me unarmed fighting?" Aizen frowned, clicking his tongue as he replied, "When did I say that? You need to learn how to speak pure Korean properly." Aizen fell into thought. What is this? This guy has a knife stabbed straight into his thigh, but how could he be so indifferent? Normally, even a gangster would cry out in pain instantly. Jung-un laughed out loud. "You're right, it's all true. I guess I haven't been messing with the kids much lately, so my standards have shifted to relying on them." Aizen saw Jun-woo's hand on the knife handle, frowning as he said, "Are you planning to pull it out? It's better if you don't." Jun-woo replied indifferently, "If pulling it out is inadvisable, I guess I'm stuck. At least I can think that far." Aizen frowned and replied, "No, that's not what I meant." As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked the spot where the knife was, driving it in deeper. He said with a hint of emotion, "It should have gone deeper. It would hurt even more then." "What were you thinking, trying to pull it out?" Caught off guard, Jung-un was in so much pain from the kick that he couldn't speak, only groaning loudly. Jun-woo sat on the ground, shouting towards Aizen, "This hurts so much." Aizen frowned and continued, "What's that? Are you laughing?" He lowered his head and laughed loudly, saying with amusement, "Don't you find it funny? I like this so much that I've become like this." Just as I thought, people who have to fight for survival are truly a different breed. Jung-un stuck his tongue out at Aizen, his face looking like it needed a beating, and taunted, "So, what are you going to do now? Kill me?" He let out a breath, saying calmly, "I don't want to go to jail to atone. Just kill me like this, okay? Then I'll go straight to heaven. If you want, I can even greet your family for you." "Oh God, my leg hurts so much." Before he could finish complaining, Aizen kicked him in the face. Jung-un lost his balance and fell backward. Aizen glanced at him, saying coldly, "That's not possible. There's no way scum like you get to leave peacefully, especially you junkies. I don't care what you've been through, but don't use it as an excuse for your crimes." He knelt down to face Jun-woo, slowly commanding, "Think of today as retribution for what you did to Si-chun." At that moment, Jung-ho was carrying Ha-young-sik on his back on the way to the hospital. Ha-young-sik had now woken up, letting out a soft groan that startled Jung-ho. Jung-ho said dazedly, "Damn, you scared me. I almost hit you." Ha-young-sik asked in confusion, "Where is this? And Aizen?" Jung-ho quickly replied, "I've already dealt with the thugs, just one more left. Detective, we're on our way to treat your wounds, don't worry." Ha-young-sik immediately interrupted, shouting, "No, we have to go back?" Jung-ho frowned, asking in surprise, "Why? I'm pretty sure Aizen can handle them." Ha-young-sik said worriedly, "We were tricked. We need to hurry and get Aizen out of there, right now." Ha-young-sik thought to himself in shock, even Aizen can't handle this alone. Those bastards have come out, those damn dogs are trying to trap the tiger. At that time, Ha-young-sik was tied up, his bruised, growling, "You filthy bastard, let me tell you something." He asserted confidently, "If you don't kill me now, you'll get dealt with. You bastard. By all means, I'll make sure the law punishes you. Of course you won't die in one piece." Jung-un was amused, speaking enthusiastically, "Detective, you truly are Kang Hee-young-sik. I really respect you a lot. In this life or or death situation. I can't believe you're still sticking to your principles of justice. Jun-woo ignored whether he was listening or not, still rambling on. But usually, when people die, they just die and leave nothing behind. If a Korean investigator goes missing, what can the police do? They'll do a small investigation and it'll become a cold case about a missing civil servant. He stared intently at Ha Young-sik, giving a gentle smile, saying, "But this time, I'll use you because the luck god is on my side. To isolate Aizen, we have to separate him from that orange-haired man. One mistake from Aizen is sending you to the hospital first." Ha Young-sik wouldn't let him continue, saying irritably, "What kind of nonsense are you spewing? Do you think I'll do as you say? Don't you see I'm still alive and fighting back?" He said with emotion, If I survive and get out of here, I will hunt you down to the very end, including that bespectacled bastard and CEO Han. They're in the same gang as you, aren't they?" Jung-un calmly admitted, "Yes, but dear investigator, now you will be transferred to the local traffic police. This transfer leaves no trace and bypasses all procedures." He suddenly leaned close to Mr. Six's ear, whispering, "You have been to the crime scene many times and killed people, and you collaborated with former US military personnel. This can land you in prison, you know that, right? So, for people without power, no matter how hard you try, nothing will change. Protect yourself and live like a beggar, or else go ahead and prove it." After speaking, he raised his fist and landed another blow on Mr. Six's face. Right at that moment, the police had arrived at the old warehouse. They pointed their guns at Aizen and shouted, "Freeze, release him and put your hands in the air." Aizen indifferently turned to look at the police, saying coldly, "Do you want to release him or stand still? Speak clearly, you people are never on time. I reported a long time ago, and you just now arrived." Jung-un, face covered in blood, sneered, "They arrived right on time, didn't they, big brother? What are you going to do now? Trespassing on private property, assault with a weapon, attempted murder, caught red-handed. Police arrived after a report and are aiming a taser at you. The culprit is a former American soldier with a long record of murder convictions. That is a manifestation of post-traumatic stress disorder." He stared at Aizen's scowling face, smugly continued, "What do you think? It will make a good article. If I give them 10 million won, dozens of journalists will sell their souls for this. So shut up and start walking. Rat trap on a tiger." Aizen glimpsed that police officer about to tase him. Ben grabbed Jung-un by the collar and threw him forward to help him take this move. Jung-un panicked and cried out, "Wait!" But it was too late. He staggered and lay flat on the floor, screaming loudly. That police officer awkwardly spoke up, "How did this happen?" "The other one is too big, you idiot. Turn it off." "Ah!" The other one asked foolishly, "How do you turn this off?" The other one gritted his teeth and said, "Take your hand off the trigger, you idiot." Only then did Aizen speak. "If I do not eradicate them root and branch, they will continue to spread and affect others. I do not want to dirty my hands, so I left them alone." He silently picked up the axe at his feet, his voice gentle as he continued, "But they rot more and more each day. People like you need to be pulled out by the roots." The two police officers were extremely panicked, stammering, "What are you doing? Put it down now. We are the Korean police." Aizen calmly picked up the axe, replied indifferently, "Huh? I do not care if you are the police or not. I will clean up all the rotten things. I am the Tex axe murderer. As you can see, I joined the military on the battlefield. I have killed who knows how many people with this axe. Quite a few probably." Aizen raised the axe, pointing it at Jun-woo, smiling brightly. "If you die and go to heaven, tell them I said hello." Two police officers awkwardly said to each other, "Wait, reload quickly, you idiot." The other one quickly complied, not forgetting to ask, "And what about you, you idiot?" The other one, scared, ran out of the warehouse, shouting as he ran, "I do not know if you want to live, run now." The other one also ran after him, stammering, "Wait for me." The two ran while shouting back, "We are scared of dying too." Aizen stood in place looking out, muttering to himself, "They are running away." Turned to look at Jun-woo, smirking. "Is this all you prepared? Caught red-handed. If I am not caught, this ends here." Jung-un lay on the ground, panting and adding, "That gun hurt like hell. Can't even do something as simple as that, you idiot." He let out a breath, closed his eyes, and said smugly, "No matter, you have one more crime. Wielding a weapon against the police." He slowly opened his eyes, his tone somewhat mocking. "My goal is to keep you away from Si-chun. If you do not leave now, you will go to court." Aizen walked over to him, not afraid to admit it. "Yeah, I plan to do that to you. So I have thought about it. I am not an idiot after all." Suddenly Jun-woo asked, "What will you do now?" Aizen grabbed one of his legs and dragged him out, pursing his lips. "You think I only have one plan for this kind of thing?" Investigator Jiang is more naive than I thought. He still believes the police are not on your side, but I do not. Aizen continued, "I really wanted this to happen so I could do things my way." Jung-un frowned, retorted, "What do you think? Why are you dragging me out here?" Aizen stated clearly, "Before this, I have had a deep history with drugs and human traffickers. Do you know what they fear the most?" Aizen turned and pointed directly at Jun-woo's face, then spoke, "Getting shot, stabbed, or arrested by the police or not it." Jun-woo awkwardly chimed in, "Here already? Why outside?" "Because the wind is cooler than the room." Aizen pulled out his phone and pressed it to his ear, still answering, "No, you idiot. I saw many things in the building's basement, so I left 3 presents there." Jung-un's eyes widened in bewilderment. "Who are you calling? Calling the police is useless." Aizen grinned, amused. "Yeah, I did not call anyone. It is like a remote control." I still have not given you the answer, have I? What they fear the most is none other than..." As soon as he finished speaking, the timed bomb planted in the old warehouse began its countdown to 0. Then it quickly burst apart. Fragments of the old building flew in all directions, hot smoke spreading everywhere. Aizen turned his back to the warehouse, said calmly, "Their drugs have evaporated into thin air, you bastard." Jun-woo sat slumped on the ground, facing Aizen, who stood looking down at him. His face was battered and bruised, his entire body trembling. "Do you know what you just did?" Aizen looked down his nose at the miserable man before him. "Of course I know. Planting a bomb in a drug den and blowing it up right in front of your boss. Is there anything I said wrong?" Jun-woo's eyes were bloodshot. "Yes, there is. You do not understand a damn thing." His face grew redder and redder, as about to go insane. "You have touched something you should not. There will be consequences for your actions. You better think carefully first." Aizen put on a face like it was no big deal. "Right, you are right, I agree. We should think about the consequences of our actions. That is why..." He leaned close to Jun-woo's face, which was so angry the veins bulged. "The consequences of your actions are right behind you. You bastard! You think you are winning, don't you? You think you are ahead of everyone else? Huh, my dear friend. I will do whatever it takes to give you and everyone around you a terrible ending," Aizen said calmly. "Since when was I your friend, you bastard?" Jung-un lost his composure and screamed, "I will make sure to do it. I will make you regret what you did to..." He watched Aizen's retreating back. "Me? Where are you going? Someone is talking here." He looked at him for a moment. "What? Of course I have to get out before the police arrive. Why would I stand here listening to you bark? Try to recover. I hope you get PTSD. Goodbye." Aizen's voice floated in the wind. "If you want to get close to the people around me to find me, fine, because I have prepared everything. I do not think you will reconsider yourself." He disdainfully turned around. "So go ahead and gossip, and think you have won as you like, and live well until the one who wants to kill you more than I do comes for you." The next day, golden sunlight spread across the building in the city. The news report on TV said, "A former U.S. Army soldier burned down a warehouse last night and fled." Du sat in the office listening to the news, clicked his tongue. "Really?" He burst out laughing, full of delight. "You deserve it, Jun-woo." Behind burst in from outside. "Yes, sir, did you call me?" Du made an unpleasant face, cursed crudely. "I did not call you. How dare you barge in like this?" Ji Hyun broke out in a sweat. "Forgive me, sir. I heard you shout and thought you called me." He pointed at the girl, scolding her very irritably. "Am I not allowed to shout in my own room? Only come in when I tell you to." Ji Hyun could only bow her head submissively. "Forgive me, sir." She felt very wronged. That bastard had punched her last time just because he ran out of money and she refused to go in. "Do you then ordered Tony to drag her into my room?" Ji Hyun asked again. "Yes, sir. Do you need me to call him right now? Do you got angry so I have to wait until a Tony Park is free? Use your brain, go immediately." Ji Hyun hurriedly replied, "Yes, sir." He bared his teeth, lifted his head and closed his eyes in pleasure, finally finding a way to attack Jun-woo. This is so much fun. That guy doesn't know his place. Always trying to climb over a wall that's too high. You leaned against the desk, smiling happily. "If you make a single mistake, you will fall and die. But still, you have climbed quite high." At that time at the government agency, an angry voice echoed in the director's office. "Jang Hyung-sik, answer me accurately. This matter won't end by just dodging the question." He waved his hand, his face distorted with rage. "What did an inspector like you do to those citizens? I want to know why a law-abiding person would do such a thing." Jang Hyung-sik's face was bruised and covered with bandages, listening to the director yell, "Do you think silence will solve this? Where is that man? A former American soldier committed arson, and you can't even speak English. How would you understand him?" He changed the subject. "I don't understand what you mean, sir. I just happened to pass by and saw a gang of thugs fighting." The director went crazy and shouted louder, "What? You brat. The warehouse owner already told me everything. The reporters have published articles. If we drag our feet, we'll be criticized." His neck veins bulged, eyes wide, body lunging forward. "Those soldiers have been wanted for a long time. You need to tell everything you know." Jang Hyung-sik still made excuses. "Do you have evidence, sir?" The director grew angrier. "What did you say? You little punk." He tilted his head slightly, his voice trembling. "Evidence of my collusion with those soldiers. The arson evidence at the warehouse. Do you think you'll find something in my phone? I know someone orchestrated it, but it wasn't me. I don't even know who that person is." Hyung-sik's expression darkened slightly. "But, boss, even if I did those things, as you asked, why would a law-abiding person do that? Are you asking me because you truly don't know?" He spoke more heatedly. "When I followed every rule as a police officer, the real criminals just ignored the law and even tried to fight back against us." Without letting the director interrupt, he turned his head. "You can send me to a rural province to be a traffic cop, or fire me. Do whatever you want. It won't change my mind, since I'm already suspended. I'm leaving. Goodbye, sir." Sik laughed as he walked away. It's been a week since I ate chicken feet and drank soju. I'll also get some more sleep. The director's face turned red with anger. Hey, you madman. Night fell, the streets became empty. Hajin went out alone, looking around uneasily. She turned her head left and right, searching for him. Where was he? Suddenly, a tall figure appeared behind Hajin. Joseph asked suspiciously, "What's wrong, Hajin?" Hajin quickly turned her head. Yes, she was a little scared, raising her head to look. Do you know me? In her heart, she wondered who this large man was. Joseph didn't mind, handing her the phone. Here, Aizen is calling. He can't show himself, so he sent me. Don't worry, take it. Hajin took the phone, stammering, okay, thank you. Hello, Appa Aizen. Aizen wore a cap, his face hidden in the shadows, answering the phone. Yes, Hajin, it's me. You must be surprised by that tall guy, right? Don't worry, he's someone you can trust. Hajin nervously blurted out a long string of words. Appa, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? What happened? A few days ago, some police officers came and asked me a lot of questions. I said I didn't know anything, but now all the government agencies are worried. Aizen sat leaning against a cargo crate. Yeah, I'm fine. You don't need to worry. I called because I need to go somewhere for a while. When I'm not there, that big guy will stay close and protect you 24 hours. He doesn't talk recklessly, so don't worry. He lowered his head, a hint of worry. Yusi-chun and the kid from the physical education room. I won't let you all be in danger again. I will come back and handle this problem properly. Harbor was quiet in the night. Aizen smiled and instructed, that's the reason. During this time, you must live well and take care of your health. The next morning, the manager sat on the floor, complaining to Jae-sung and Jong-un, what is happening? Why would Aizen do such a thing? He looked at Chae-sung. He's not the type to act recklessly. He cut off the sentence, you don't know anything, coach. The manager was surprised, huh? Know what? Chae-sung lowered his head. About Aizen Hyung, about the things they said on the news. And he stopped and stood up, his face full of admiration. He's a former US military, special forces type. The more you know about him, the stronger he seems. Did he hide his identity to do missions in Korea? So cool. Manager answered confusedly, I don't know. Chae-sung dissatisfiedly pressed on, why? Didn't you ask Aizen Hyung about his past work? The manager reminded him, you shouldn't pry into others' pasts unless they want to talk about it. He narrowed his eyes at Chae-sung. But what does that matter? We should be worried about his situation. He pouted, of course, but I'm very curious about him. Jong-un, who had been silent, also spoke up. I heard from Hajin that he called to say he was fine. He said he would hide somewhere and then come back. What did that inspector ask you last time, coach? Manager replied seriously. He just asked for Aizen's personal information, but I'm completely in the dark about that. And although he didn't go into detail, he also said this case is related to the time Hajin was assaulted. I guess Aizen dealt with them himself. For now, we can only trust the police. At the police station, Jang Hyun stood before Jang Hyun-sik. How is your body? He smiled and answered, thanks, I'm fine, no problem. I'm sorry to Detective Kang for acting alone. Jang Hyun pulled the cigarette from between his fingers. Well, I know you had your reasons, but don't do it again next time. Let's cooperate together. He put the cigarette in his mouth. Instead of getting beaten alone, getting beaten with the whole group feels less pathetic. Hyung-sik was a bit tense, stammering, but because I'm alone, if I get fired, it's no big deal. But Detective Kang, you have a family to take care of. Jung Hyun lowered his eyes, calmly, as long as you're healthy. Do you think I can't support my family? It's better to be an honest former police officer than a coward holding a position. That way, I won't feel too ashamed in front of my wife and daughter. He flicked the lighter to light the cigarette. Besides, persuading the commissioner will be easier if you cooperate with me. You'll have support. One day, you'll have clear evidence when that bastard doesn't know how to explain himself. That's right. But Jung Hyun took a drag of the cigarette, slightly raising his eyebrows, exposing wrinkles on his forehead, exhaling smoke. But you're a bit pathetic. You wanted to do it all yourself to look cool, but then you messed everything up. Hyun-sik tilted his head to avoid the smoke. He glanced elsewhere, answering awkwardly, caught red-handed. This is the cop's style. I wanted to show off like that to those bastards. At this time at the hospital, a complaint echoed in the ward. These bad guys are really hardworking. In front of a room, 2 bodyguards stood guard. Inside, Jung-un, wearing a patient gown, sat on the bed. Department head Kim sat beside him, instructing. First, let's handle the urgent matter. We bought some time. I'll temporarily set up another factory. Suddenly, he turned his head, frowning. What are you people doing? I've said it, not even doctors are allowed in. Abruptly, before department head Kim could finish speaking, a hand raised before his face. He took a hit from the brown-haired man in sunglasses that threw off his entire center of gravity, tumbling over to the side. Poor glasses, enduring a strong force, bent their frame, shattered, and flew up in a parabolic arc. Jung-un looked dazedly at the situation that just occurred. What the hell? Who are you? Yu poked his head out, placing his hand on the shoulder of the man who had just struck. Take a guess. Fiercer looking, right? I just recruited a new one. He stepped forward, a smug, petty expression on his face. You've caused big trouble this time, haven't you? You let it happen because of your arrogance, didn't you? The more he spoke, the higher the corners of his mouth pulled up. This son of a bitch really is something. Maybe you were born as a lost cause, you understand. You can't even protect anything. If your mother saw you like this from up high, she'd be really annoyed. Jung-un looked at his appearance and answered warily, "What's the purpose of coming here? Just spit it out. Meeting you does nothing to brighten my day." "Do you?" said excitedly, remembering you. "Of course only I have the right to laugh here. You always have that attitude. But I'm happy and Dad isn't, so I came here to talk to you directly." He turned to Department Head Kim, who was struggling on the floor. "And you too, listen up. You were confident you could handle everything, then the factory got bombed." "What is that?" "A bombing in the heart of Korea." Department Head Kim could only answer humbly, "I apologize, sir." "You took advantage to scold him even more harshly. What a fool." And the thing Dad wanted me to tell you is." He put his hands in his pants pockets, standing by the hospital bed. "The factory needs time to restart. If you want to please the bosses, there's no other way than proving the effectiveness of the new drug you hid elsewhere. In short, no matter how cruel, I don't care if you test the drug on Lim Si-chun or on yourself. Once your leg heals, you have to get up and keep fighting, so they can see how effective the new drug is. No matter how stupid you are, you understand this, right?" He turned and walked away, not forgetting to throw out a few harsh insults. "Stop spouting nonsense about useless beliefs with me. Be more open-minded. Don't look at me like a frog at the bottom of a well." Jung-un went mad, veins bulging on his forehead, face red. "Where is that bastard Lim Si-chun? Where is that scumbag?" In the training room, the sound of fists hitting the punching bag echoed in rapid thuds. Si-chun raised his hand to steady the swinging punching bag. Du-hun crossed his arms and looked at him. "Good, you've improved, but it's still not enough to beat CEO Han. No matter how I think about it, I don't see you winning through conventional means." Si-chun stood by the punching bag listening to Du-hun's outburst. "Now that Aizen is gone, I know you'll be angry when I say this, but if you get hurt because of this reckless match, Hajin will be even more heartbroken." Manager Trung stepped forward to advise, "Think long-term and trust the police." Si-chun interrupted, "You're right, I used to think that too." He was breathing heavily, drenched in sweat. "But have you heard about the bastards coming to our gym? They deliberately showed their faces to meet Hajin." Si-chun narrowed his eyes tiredly. "So I decided I have to make them pay, so they won't dare come near us again." He turned his head in anger. "That bastard Jun-woo, I'll break his leg, cripple him for life." Du-hun tried to calm Si-chun down. "I understand how you feel, but with your current skills, you can't do that now." While advising, he exclaimed in surprise, "Maybe I'm seeing things, probably just too tired." Si-chun stared blankly in the direction Du-hun pointed. "What's wrong? Did you see a ghost? She looks like a ghost with that hair." Female voice rang out. "Hello, you muscular young men. Long time no see. How have you been? Look at that smooth face. The kid next to you is Si-chun, right?" Du-hun stiffened, swaying. "Is this real? Why is she?" Si-chun forgot his anger and asked, "What's wrong? Who is that? Why do you look so scared?" Soo-hyun had just arrived, her appearance beautiful and stylish, long hair flowing, pointing at Si-chun. "I'm AU. Let's get to know each other slowly, handsome." That night at the warehouse, Aizen stood leaning against a container in a dark corner. Soo-hyun wore a cap, a cigarette smoldering in her mouth. "You terrorist, why are you standing there like a ghost?" Aizen glanced at her. "When did you return to Korea? I thought you were still abroad, and I wouldn't see you again on the day I leave." Soo-hyun leisurely blew out smoke, saying that makes people think we're close. "You only call me when you need something, you jerk." She waved her hand, making Aizen dodge slightly. "I feel like hitting this terrorist. What do you want this time, and how long will you keep hiding your face?" Aizen shifted his gaze. "It depends on how things go. I need someone to protect Hajin 24/7. Someone will target her." Aizen stroked his chin thoughtfully. "A monster who can defeat most people, or someone ordinary people wouldn't dare face, like that orange-haired guy you sent last time." Soo-hyun held the cigarette between her fingers, blowing out smoke coolly. Jung-ho, he's not bad, but too stupid to protect Hajin. There's a tall, quiet guy. I'll send him." "Anything else?" Aizen lowered his eyes ambiguously. "One more thing." Soo-hyun leaned back lazily. "Of course there's more. Can you live without me?" Aizen bowed his head. "I want you to do it personally. Teach Si-chun." Soo-hyun's eyes lit up with big hearts upon hearing that. Clearly she was into looks. "He's my type, Si-chun, right? What do you want me to teach him? English? He's an adult, isn't he?" Aizen didn't argue, continuing his request. "Teach him to fight, beyond martial arts. He must fight with his life on the line." Back to the present, Soo-hyun, as promised, came to find Si-chun, her long hair flowing as she pointed at him. "Handsome, what are you doing?" "Kicking sand." "That muscular guy teaching you boxing?" Du-hun bit his lip, sweating nervously. Si-chun stood behind him, asking suspiciously, "Me? Do you know me?" Soo-hyun happily curled her lips and replied, "Of course I know you, I like you a lot. You want to kill someone, right? Then you have to learn, not just martial arts." The manager standing behind her asked blankly, "What are you doing here?" "Du-hun, she's beautiful. I mean, do you know her?" Du-hun stammered when asked about her name. "We know each other by sight, but I don't exactly know who she is, except that she's very scary." Soo-hyun smiled at the manager. "You're the gym manager, right?" Faced with the beautiful woman, he stuttered in confusion. "Yes, I love you. I mean, what are you here for? Suhain still smiled beautifully like a flower. Can I use the gym after closing hours? I'll pay enough for you to buy new equipment if I break anything. The manager was dumbfounded. Huh? Breaking equipment? This is a boxing gym. Using it for other purposes is a bit. But what are you planning to do? She hopped and answered, You don't need to know exactly what we'll do. She smiled with narrowed eyes, handing a tied envelope to the manager. You can pay the monthly rent with this. And I heard that muscular friend of yours needs a sparring partner, right? He stared at her wide-eyed. How do you? But they're quite skilled, so. Hyun laughed brightly. Coincidentally, I know someone good at boxing. If possible, I'd like him to be his sparring partner, okay? He cheerfully proposed the deal. This is quite a deal. So, is that enough for me to use the training room? Sichun, who hadn't understood anything, asked, Sorry, could you explain what's going on? Hyun glanced at him with interest. Aizen asked me for a favor. I'm not really involved, but if helping you helps Aizen, then it's fine. You need help too, don't you? Hearing mention of the missing person, Sichun quickly nodded eagerly. Brother Aizen, where is he? Is he okay? Is he hurt? The beautiful woman turned her head sharply. He's fine, don't worry. Just worry about yourself, handsome. Sichun stammered. I need to worry about myself? Suhyun's gaze turned sharp. I'm not as kind as Aizen. Even if you're still a kid, I don't care. She put her hands on her hips and looked around. I heard you're willing to do anything to kill the bastard who did that to Hajin, right? Sichun didn't hesitate long. I don't really understand what you're saying, and I don't know you since you suddenly appeared, but if it's Aizen's request, he firmly accepted. Then no matter what it is, I'll do it. She found him even more interesting. Really, you're totally my type. Jumping in without thinking, that's cool. When he was young, Aizen was like this too. Sichun again acted as if it were natural. I understand. So what are you going to teach me? It won't take long, because I have to take down Jun Woo as soon as possible. Suhain raised her thumb in approval. Straight to the point, a real man, right? That Jun Woo guy has a broken leg, so he needs time to recover. Sichun raised his fists to cover his mouth in surprise. Oh, that's great. Did Aizen do that to him? Why didn't we take the chance to smash his head in? Suhain nodded. Oh good, actually, he wouldn't allow it. He probably thinks for the bigger picture. I have my own issues, so whatever. I've been asked to turn you into a true fighter. Sichun shouted excitedly, while Duhun turned pale. Okay, great. So what do we start with? I just need to spar with you to learn, right boss? When do we start? Tonight? Suhain looked at him with slight disgust. Stop asking questions, calm down. I'm your trainer, and your opponent is someone else. You'll get used to fighting someone at Jun Woo's level or bigger. Sichun was suspicious. Who is it? He stared blankly at the person who just arrived, while Suhain-kun complained. Oh, you're here. Why so late? You want to die? The other person replied. No, I'm sorry. He grinned with delight. What do I need to do, sis? Since I'm late, let's start now, right? Have you talked to him yet? Hyun placed her hands on her hips and answered, I'm done. He said he wants to do it. Sichun was confused. Start what? Get in the ring right now? She turned sharply like a robber and said, No, it's a bit like that. Try to survive. Let me see how good you are. Before Sichun could finish speaking, the other person thrust 2 fingers toward him. Huh, what do you mean? Chun quickly dodged to the side. What was that? He shouted in panic. This kind of training? The newcomer, with shoulder-length reddish-brown hair, grinned. Not bad reflexes. Now for the next. Zhang Ho excitedly punched Sichun in the face, sending him flying. Endurance test. Sichun felt like his soul had left his body. What? It feels like being hit by a sledgehammer. Manager Huang screamed, Wait, what are you all doing? What kind of sparring is this? It's clearly torture. Su Hyun calmly stopped him. Calm down, manager. He's just training my athlete, so don't worry. She glanced nonchalantly at the other match. But Sichun will want this. Just say it yourself, Sichun. Zhang Ho kept launching attacks, forcing Sichun to only block with his hands. Good endurance, very good. Now for the willpower, the will that controls the body. He gritted his teeth and let out a cry, his face a bloodied mess, and after the endurance test, he would fall. Sichun swung a fist at him, testing his offense. He casually stuck out his tongue to mock him, easily blocking the punch with one hand while swinging the other into Sichun's face, deforming it. That attack was weak as hell. Zhang Ho excitedly leaned closer to Sichun. Your arrogance and nonsense talk are good, but you're too lacking in skill. Guess what's going to happen? He continued to land another thunderous punch on Sichun's face. Beaten senseless, he fell flat onto the floor. Zhang Ho waved his hand. Yes, he's down. Suhain crouched down, resting her chin. How is it? That's what training is like. And from now on, it will only get harder. Do you want to stop? If you want to stop, tell me. I don't want to waste time either. Sichun whispered, She leaned in and said, What did you say? Say it louder. At the same time, in the hospital, a doctor went to Jung-un's bedside. He hesitated, explaining, I understand, but it's a bit more difficult than I thought. Fortunately, it didn't hit an artery, but the blade went straight through his thigh, and the muscle is also severely damaged. But he didn't care at all. Instead, he grumbled, Director, did I ask about that? This made him stammer, struggling to grasp the man's erratic mood. No, you didn't ask about it, but what the doctor means is, Jung cut him off. Don't say it's impossible or difficult. Handle it yourself. If I can't use this leg in 3 weeks, you will lose everything. Your career, your reputation, your status, and the family you worked so hard to get. Your actions back then from watching the video of the girl fight were filmed very well and are being kept very safely. Right, a staring threat. I hope you understand what I'm saying. You're very smart, aren't you? Hearing this, Dr. Dung broke into a cold sweat, obeying instantly. Yes, I'll try. No, I will definitely fix it. Jung immediately became cheerful. That's right. And remember to report the progress to me this week. If there's nothing else you can leave, you still have to eat dinner. Upon hearing this, the doctor quickly rushed out. Yes, please rest, sir. Then he looked at the person in the chair. What's the situation with Seo Ha-jin and MC Chun? Team leader Kim looked at him and replied, we sent a few people to MC Chun today. As for Seo Ha-jin, Aizen probably has someone protecting him by now. Jung untiredly raised his hand to his forehead, relaxing. You predicted that, didn't you? But he can't protect him 24/7. He has his own work to do. Team leader Kim stammered. There's a Jung unbarked. A what? He replied. That person does nothing else. Just protects him 24/7. A man with no other job. The thing was, a few days ago, Jun Woo's subordinates had bumped into a very tall big man. That thug looked at Joseph fearfully and shouted, what? Do you have a problem? He walked over with a bored face and lectured them. You guys can't be this rude, and you can't send people here for nothing. Hearing a kid lecture them, the two guys got angry. What are you talking about? Send people. But he completely knew their evil scheme, so he tried to persuade them. We were just passing by. You guys were waiting for a girl to come out from behind the school. Stop talking nonsense. They turned to look behind them, trying to play innocent. What girl? Don't delude yourself. We were just... At that moment, the girl appeared, pointing straight at the two suspicious men. That's right. These people followed me when I was walking on the street, and pretended not to be stalking me. The bald guy glared and shouted, do you have proof? Why are you falsely accusing others like this? He just took that as his cue and rushed forward to land a punch on that whining guy's head. Seeing that, the other guy tried to stop him. You haven't confirmed it yet, you can't do that. But there was no way Joseph would let them off. He added another punch to the other guy's face. The girl saw this and cheered approvingly. Nice. Good punch, uncle. After that, she approached and whispered, should we call the police? If we call the police, we'll get help. What do you think, uncle? Joseph didn't like getting involved with girls, so he dodged to the side and replied, chances are nothing will happen because we have no evidence. We just need to teach them a lesson. And he reminded her curtly, I'm not your uncle. Why do you keep calling me that? I'm only 22, just 3 years older than you. You're so funny. So what's your name? Joseph, he hesitated before answering. At this time in the boxing gym, Si-chun was knocked down, lying in a crumpled heap. Jung-ho was thoroughly enjoying beating him. Defeating a pretty boy is the best. He won't be able to get up. Let's end it here for today. Si-chun refused to admit defeat and struggled to get up. No, I can keep fighting. Don't hold back. Fight me for real. I know you've been holding back from the start. Hearing this, Jung-ho was annoyed. I admire your spirit, but I don't think you can even move anymore. Just lie there. You think that's my answer? A perfect strike. EI. 20. Total victory. He can't get back up anymore. Do-hun, standing nearby, couldn't help but worry and asked Soo-han, excuse me, ma'am, if he gets hurt, what do we do? She showed no concern at all, instead teasing Si-chun, what do we do? Do-hun saw it wasn't good. If he keeps getting hit and passing out like this, he said he wanted this, so why are you stopping him, you idiot? Soo-han glanced at him, making him hesitate. Huh? No, I'm just worried. You should worry about yourself first, before worrying about others. Hearing her words, Do-hun's inner resolve began to waver. That's true, but Soo-han cut him off. It's good to care for others, but sometimes saying nothing is best. At this moment, Si-chun, like a madman, was laughing and muttering to himself. He's really strong. Seeing his expression, Soo-han felt that sometimes there were things more important than injury. When you don't let them do it, they become sulky and troublesome. So like I said, take care of yourself, and don't forget the things you've done that hurt others. Soo-han had to comply. Yes, I understand. She changed the subject. You have an important match coming up, right? It's your turn in the ring now. At that moment, Jung-ho ran over, complaining in every way possible. Sis, I'm hungry. Let's go eat something. Even though they were weak, these guys had too much energy and tired me out. Hyun ignored him, turning to Do-hun, you'll finish after fighting this person. You need to fight different styles. Jung-ho, feeling ignored, pouted. Who else? Don't tell me it's... Just then, someone was approaching from the door. In the other person's hand was one of their stalkers. His face looked pathetic. The man spoke. There was a rat lurking around here. I was late because I had to take care of them. Soo-hyun walked over and complained, oh, you've gotten blood all over them. Hey, I told you to conserve your strength when fighting normal people. Why did you use that much strength on a rat? Everyone's gaze was fixed on the tall, muscular man in front of them. Who is that? Jung-ho recognized him and cried out, "Bro, you came! I didn't think you'd come here. You're done for!" That man, with bloodstains on his face, said, "I think this kid needs some remedial training. But if a bunch of thugs get involved, there will be problems. Those bastards will do anything for money, so our job is just to tear them apart." Scene change outside the boxing gym. Sneaky guys were all beaten black and blue, lying scattered in various places like trash. But one maintained his reason and muttered, "What kind of monster is this?" Another guy looked up at the sky in dismay. "If those thugs interfere, it will be pretty troublesome. Those bastards will do anything if you give them money, so we have to kill them all." Hearing this, Soo-hyun laughed out loud. "That's right. If they're too much trouble, it's fine to just kill them. But help me out here, okay? I'll treat you to a nice meat meal." He hesitated before agreeing, "All right, fine. I have to deal with this trash first. There are a few more in the hallway." Feeling the manpower was plentiful, Soo-hyun turned her attention to Jung-ho. "Jung-ho, you're hungry, right? If you want to eat, drag them to some hidden spot." He immediately made a sour face and argued back, "But sis, I've been working all day. Joseph just needs to be a bodyguard. Why do I have to deal with these stinking guys?" Soo-hyun had to use a heavy-handed threat. "Too much talk. I'll hit you now." He had no choice but to give in to his older sister. "This is so unfair. How many are left outside, bro?" Suddenly, another guy burst in from the door. Jung-ho yelled in panic, "Behind you, bro! Watch out!" He secretly took the knife, intending to stab the rhinoceros from behind. Seeing that, he shouted, "Knife behind you." The man answered gruffly, "Keep quiet." The man told himself he must be getting old to have slipped up a bit. "You coward, dare to stab me in the back." The rhinoceros blocked with his hand, causing blood to spray. Jung-ho, seeing his brother wounded, twisted his face and complained, "Again, I told you to be careful." Seeing the tense situation, Do-hun backed away in fear and yelled, "He got stabbed." Soo-hyun immediately came over to stop him. "Put on the gloves and go wake up Si-chun. He's been sleeping all day." On the rhinoceros side, that guy groaned and cursed at the man. The man gently lifted his knife hand to interrogate him. "Hey kid, I'm asking you this. Which faction are you from? Who is your boss?" He trembled and said, "Why do you ask?" The rhinoceros guessed randomly, Kim Man-suk or Wyong-pan. Seeing him mumble, the man pressed on, "Are you too shy to speak or what?" Seeing his insolence, the man's grip tightened. "Then do you know Baek-do Lee Sang-gon?" He snapped. "You said you'd ask just one question. You old bastard talk too much." Then he tried to pull his hand away. "My hand!" The rhinoceros angrily squeezed his wrist. "This stupid, ill-mannered brat, you're the one who sells your soul for money." In pain, he rolled his eyes and screamed, "My hand! Let go first, then talk." The man immediately raised his fist. "No other choice. I have to teach you a lesson." Then he landed a devastating blow right into his lung. He was stunned, his eyes rolling uncontrollably. He collapsed pitifully, blood flowing from his nose and mouth as if his internal organs were injured. Jung-ho ran over worriedly. "Damn, why didn't you dodge?" The rhinoceros said indifferently, "Why dodge a scratch?" Jung-ho grumbled, "A small knife is still a knife. Give me your hand. I'll bandage it." Seeing the favorable situation, Do-hun laughed loudly. "I thought he wouldn't be able to fight since he got stabbed." Soo-hyun gave a blank stare and looked away. "We're ready here." The rhinoceros said, "5 minutes. Wait for a quick bandage." His gaze suddenly fell on Do-hun, making him feel uneasy. "Why do I feel like my number is up?" While later in the training room, Si-chun groggily woke up and saw Soo-hyun sitting beside him, asking, "Why are you just waking up from your nap? Why are you so weak? How long have I been asleep?" She looked at the drool on his face. "You were drooling in your sleep. Have you been losing sleep at home?" Si-chun changed the subject. "Am I training with him today?" The boxer praised the rhinoceros endlessly, saying he was good at everything, even helped him with grappling. He felt reassured. "That's good, thank you. But what are you doing with them? I heard you served in the military with Aizen. Are they the same?" Soo-hyun replied, "No, we just share the same goal. Right now, Aizen asked me to train you." "Ah, okay, but why is Aizen taking such a risk to help Hajin? Do you think there's a special reason?" He hesitated to ask. Soo-hyun responded, "Hajin looks a lot like someone. He'll tell you eventually." "Why do you want to know? Because your girlfriend got hurt, or because they escaped?" Remembering old memories, Si-chun was unhappy. At first it was that. Hajin was so scared I was furious that they were still living well, but as I got closer I had a different desire. It's to crush Jun-gal with confidence. I can't sleep at night because I'm too weak. Because of my uselessness, I can't protect others. They say it's not my fault, but I know if I had controlled myself, nothing would have happened to Hajin. I think I have to handle it myself. No matter the limits, I have to make those bastards pay. Only then can I sleep. He turned to ask for her opinion. "Am I being too reckless and selfish?" Soo-hyun answered bluntly, "Yeah, you truly are a failure." Seeing him embarrassed, she continued, "But anyway, that's just human nature. That's why we developed. Because of selfishness, we recklessly reach for what we want. Some ask, what if you die being reckless? I only want to say one thing. Why are you asking me about your life? Go live it yourself. Si-chan slowly understood the truth. So just do what you want, just remember to bear the consequences. Instead of pondering, go train, she advised him with a sly smile. Scene changed: the holding room at the police station. In the interrogation room, Dong Hyeon sighed helplessly. So you still refuse to say anything? He looked at the guy, his voice dropping. You think you can take the fall for this entire case? You're only 20, just take responsibility and turn your life around. The guy ignored his words, opened his mouth to curse and pressed his face forward to threaten him. Dong Hyeon remained calm. You don't have to fear retaliation. Only the three of us are here, no recording, until we catch the boss. No one will know you're the informant. Trong Hoon burst out laughing, a tone of mockery. What are you saying, old man? I don't get it. But you old deep-sea diver, even if you catch the boss, so what? The mask is already grown, I'll still get revenge. Don't you think? Are you pretending to be dumb, or are you really that stupid? Do-hoon was furious, pressed his head down on the table and shouted, Is this brat's head messed up? Trong Hoon screamed in pain. He gritted his teeth and growled, How dare you speak insolently to someone trying to save a troublemaker like you? Trong Hoon tilted his head and looked at him with contempt. What did you say? Save me? When I was screaming and begging, those damn bastards just gave a trembling explanation, saying it was the rules. Despite the pain, he still sneered, But when I have important information, you people say you want to save me. Forget it, I'm living just fine on your tax money like you cops. He raised his hand and pointed straight at his face, his voice angry. Oh, you poor failure, stop telling your sob story. You're going to jail for committing a crime. Don't make excuses. Mr. Dong Hyeon didn't mind the insolent reaction, stood up straight and said calmly, I am Jung Hyun. Think seriously about what I said. This is the last time I will meet you here. Looking at his gaunt face and dark, enduring eyes, Jung Hyun no longer questioned but softly said, Your life has suffered much injustice due to your circumstances. You probably think you ended up like this because of the world. He understood the helplessness and resentment, but then his voice dropped. But that's not it. You had many chances to choose, and that's why you met the criminal you trusted. I guarantee many people wanted to help you like I do, but you always justified your wrong actions because you felt everything was unfair to you. Jung Han looked him straight in the eye, his voice lowering. And in your fight against your unhappy life, you destroyed the lives of others. If you can't be happy, no one else is allowed to be happy. Before leaving, he still tried to advise, Your life isn't over yet. You can return to the right path after paying the price. But if you still refuse to admit fault, you'll live a pathetic life, blaming your circumstances and forever staying at the bottom of society. Jung Han closed his eyes, sighed, and shook his head, his voice sarcastic. Guys like you always think being a thug is cool. Perfect timing too, because you'll get to mingle with the other scumbags in here. He still gave Trong Hoon a chance, his voice low but sincere, and since I won't be coming here anymore, if you realize something after living with these guys, call me. Jung Hyun slammed the table, leaning in to look into Trong Hoon's eyes. Stop pretending to be tough and spouting curse words. Think straight, because this is your last chance. Scene change. In the mark boxing training room, Do-hun hesitated. Is this really okay? You lost a few liters of blood from being stabbed in the hand, and now you're sparring? The rhinoceros said calmly. It's fine, just a bit of a scratch. If you're worried, I won't use my right hand. Use all your strength, let me see what your level is. His face showed astonishment. He stammered, Ah yes sir, my gut feeling tells me. Even if he uses his right hand, I can't win. All I can do is try my best and survive this fight. Do-hyun suddenly shouted, Bro, that brat used to extort money from friends at school. He's really unruly. Do-hun was startled, his face turning pale in an instant as he snapped back, Huh, why would you say that? Hearing this, his eyes darkened, his voice deep as if echoing from the depths of hell. What? Extortion? Tae-jack quietly turned his head, his gaze empty like a dead man's as he uttered coldly, Is that true? Sweat drenched the boy's face as he stammered, No, wait, that's not it, that's not how it was. I used to live recklessly and did bad things back then. Suddenly, a punch like a sledgehammer landed on Dogon's face. Reacting in an instant, he ducked low, narrowly dodging it. The man glared at him, his voice deep and disdainful. Those bastards who train to bully others deserve to get beaten. Finishing his words, Tae-jack threw a lightning-fast punch aimed straight at the side of his jaw. Although extremely embarrassed, he used his left hand so he could still avoid it. Since he couldn't use his right hand, he could move to that side and attack. He was still lost in thought. A bare fist flew toward him like a missile, tearing through the air straight for his face. Do-hun was taken aback, his face turning green as he muttered, Right hand, huh? The man used his arm that hadn't fully healed yet to attack. Tae-jack was slightly disappointed, his voice reproachful. How boring. Are you planning not to fight back just because I'm not using my right hand? The man looked at him, his voice firm. Only use your head during training. When you're in a fight, instead of thinking, you should act on instinct. He was a bit confused. What do you mean? Did you say you wouldn't use your right hand? Suddenly, a punch from Tae-jack's left hand came flying. He took the punch, and Do-hun's face twisted to the side. The man said in a cold, steely voice, I said I wouldn't punch you with my right hand, not that I wouldn't use it at all. She stood outside with her arms crossed, her eyes lighting up with interest as if watching a lively comedy. Soo-han laughed loudly, her voice mocking. You think with that condition you can win the competition? Si-chun stood nearby, looking at her with a hint of fear in his eyes. Tae-jak easily dodged all of Do-hun's attacks. Soo-han said in disappointment, didn't you say this kid had good technique? What am I watching here? Did you drag some lousy street thugs from the neighborhood for boxing practice again? He was hit repeatedly by the man but still stubbornly yelled, that's not it, I just don't want to hit an injured person. That was a lie. Despite his outward appearance, he was actually a long-range fighter. He would maintain distance and dodge attacks. Tae-jak, in a defensive stance, repeated, I told you before, didn't I? He quickly grabbed Do-hun's arm, leaned close to his face, and whispered, stop using your head. But he wouldn't let himself be hit a second time after taking an uppercut to the chin. Tae-jak's face darkened. He suddenly exclaimed, awesome. Son Do-hun isn't useless after all. She was amazed and excited. Great, that's really awesome. It's been a long time since I saw my brother get hit so unexpectedly. Because he had landed a hit right on his chin. He would end the match with one final punch and knock him out. He was sorry for hitting like this in their first spar, but he thought the man would understand. Tae-jak was immediately cornered and Do-hun, gaining momentum, threw consecutive punches at his face. At that moment, the space was filled only with the sounds of his thunderous punches landing. Suddenly, Do-hun froze, a look of fear in his eyes as he stammered, how did you do that? His eyes like black holes in the universe, he asked coldly, Miss Soo-han, I just need to follow the boxing rules, right? So why should I hold back? Tae-jak tightened his grip on his own arm over his face, looking at him with eyes that seemed to devour him, his voice low. Am I your coach? Even if you die in the match, it has nothing to do with me. Don't you think so too? The scene shifted to the boxing club's training room. Si-chun suddenly blurted out, why doesn't he intentionally get hit? Soo-han explained with a light smile. Ah, about that, I'm talking about his boxing style. He's very tough, often letting himself get hit on purpose, then retaliating with a fatal blow. She laughed gleefully and said, but there are rare times when he gets hit unexpectedly like just now. Hearing this, he asked with slight concern, I see. So what happens after that? Can we save Son Do-hun's life? Soo-han glanced sideways, half smiling and half mocking. What happens? He turns from a strong gentleman into a rabid dog. Si-chun smirked and muttered, easy to understand. People are fickle creatures. I'll remember that when I have to fight against him. She looked at him with a sly glint in her eyes and asked, but do you know what? Si-chun was curious. I don't know. Soo-hyun said in a mysterious voice, one of the scariest things in the world is someone who is incredibly powerful but also extremely petty. The scene shifted to the boxing ring. Do-hun stammered in panic. Wait, please calm down. He quickly stepped back, sweat drenching his forehead as he hurriedly said, just now you clearly told me to use 100% of my strength. At this point, Tae-jak's anger had fogged his memory. He said in a low, rumbling voice, did I say that? He coldly stated, it was probably 100% of my strength in my own mind, different from the 100% strength you're thinking of. Do-hun froze, stammering, what do you mean? His face darkened. Tae-jak clenched his fists and slowly advanced, saying, I thought you were just a kid, but I didn't expect your technique to be this good. So, he brought his bearded face close, his eyes gleaming with the predatory desire of a hunter, and exclaimed, from now on, I will fight a serious match with you. His face had a look of, wait, hello, what did I even do to touch a nerve? Is he pissed off because he got hit? Do-hun attacked first, quickly adding, I'm sorry. Even after being hit directly, Tae-jak looked somewhat confused. Why are you apologizing? Don't apologize to me. Suddenly he lowered his body, his fist level with the boy's stomach, and said, that apology, with a look of contempt and fury, he exclaimed, should be for the kids you used to bully in your life. Tae-jak threw a punch into Do-hun's stomach, the force so strong that his entire body was lifted off the ground. His eyes bulged, whites showing wildly, and saliva sprayed from his mouth as if he couldn't breathe. A broken scream erupted from him, filled with bone-deep pain. Do-hun clutched his stomach and collapsed onto the mat. The man turned around and said, that last hit was just to warm up my hand. From now on, Soo-hyun outside shouted accusingly, hey buddy, I told you to go easy on him. He's competing in a few months. I promised he wouldn't get hurt. Facing her, Tae-jak's face looked no different from a wrongly scolded gorilla. He said in a hurt voice, if that kid wants to improve, he has to fight for real, hit for real. Soo-hyun knew Tae-jak too well and yelled angrily, what are you saying? I know perfectly well you hit that hard because you were angry about getting hit unexpectedly. Isn't that right? She pointed at Si-chun and instructed both of them. You just need to be Son Do-hun's sparring partner. And you, Si-chun, you have to teach him properly, okay? Teach him that grappling move you like to use too. Tae-jak walked over and glanced at him briefly, a bit curious. But why do you want to learn boxing? Your face doesn't look like it's taken many hits. Si-chun was startled and stammered, "Hello sir, it's nothing, really." He looked at the man, vaguely explaining his reason for coming, whether using strength or other methods. "There are some people I have to kill with my own hands or cripple." Hearing this, Tae-Jack's face drooped as if life had just slapped him a few times. His eyes glazed over as if about to fall asleep, his shaggy beard making him look like an uncle who just finished a 3-day deadline without sleep. Soo-hyun looked at Si-chun with an astonished expression, exclaiming, "This kid is surprisingly straightforward. Good thing we're in the same boat. We can sympathize." The man said, "You're too honest, it makes me want to punch you. But since I also have someone I want to tear apart, I can relate to you." Tae-Jack was a bit curious. "Let me ask you one thing, is that guy despicable?" He didn't hesitate, answering frankly, "Yes, no matter what others think or what that bastard's circumstances are." Si-chun looked up at him, his eyes hardening, his voice hoarse as if suppressing rage. "For me, I need to kill that bastard and tear him apart." Tae-Jack nodded slightly, his voice calm. "All right, you can judge that for yourself. I'll just teach you how to tear them apart." From behind, Doohan dragged his body, still trembling from the earlier pain, and forced himself to stand up, speaking, I can take it. Please be my opponent." The man glanced over, his voice full of mockery. "Awake now. Your endurance is worse than I thought. Did you think good dodging technique meant you'd never get punched? Or have you only ever taken light hits?" Suddenly, Tae-Jack threw a really powerful punch, roaring, "What you need to train now is..." He was shocked and confused as he heard the man say, "To get used to strong punches, understand?" Tae-Jack used his right hand to lock Doohan's arm, then struck with his left hand, saying, "You have to get hit, not just block." He used only his hand yet lowered your guard that much. In the next move, he struck him hard in the face, causing Doohan to spit out all the food in his mouth. There is no plaster in his gloves, so how can it hurt much? After Doohan collapsed to the floor again, Tae-Jack turned and walked away, saying this was the second hit. Today is the first day of his training, so just keep going until the 10th time. The scene shifted to another room. Si-chun stammered, "Sister, what do you think?" Soo-hyun wondered, about what? He curiously asked what Aizen had said about Jun-woo. Since Jun-woo's leg is injured, he has a chance to win, right? She made a disappointed face, saying, "This kid, I thought you already understood, but it turns out you don't understand anything. I thought you would pretend not to care, but then you suddenly asked a strange question." Soo-hyun stared straight at Si-chun's face, letting out a lecture. "You only know victory or defeat after taking a punch. You just need to train well. Don't ask stupid questions out of fear of losing. No one is forcing you to do anything. After all, this is your life." She looked straight ahead, her face unchanging, her voice decisive. "If he has made up his mind, then do not whine like a child. Just do it. Do not waste other people's time, understand?" Si-chun lowered his head in apology, whispering, "Yes, I am sorry. It is just that even if I do not pay attention to that matter, the feeling of anxiety still lingers in my head." Suddenly, Soo-hyun draped her arm around his neck and pulled him close, saying half jokingly, half seriously, "You little brat, why are you scared already? I am not a prophet, but I can promise you this." The height difference and the sudden arm lock made Si-chun yelp. She turned serious again, her voice cold as she whispered in his ear, "Even if I cannot guarantee your safety, even if you listen to me, I guarantee that little bastard Jun-woo will not have a whole body." Si-chun replied, "I understand, please let me go." The sound of footsteps came from outside the room. Soo-hyun looked at him with a stern gaze, saying, "So you just focus on training." Suddenly, she vaguely remembered something, pulling Si-chun's face close and saying, "Hey, from this angle, you look familiar." He replied uncomfortably, "What are you talking about? Let me go first." Jin suddenly spoke up, "Hey, what are you doing now, Si-chun?" Hearing her voice, his eyes widened in surprise. Si-chun stammered, "Yes, what is the matter?" Jin tilted her head slightly. Behind her back was a burly man with a lifeless, icy gaze who spoke up, "I asked you but have not received an answer yet." I said, "What are you doing?" In the dusty old room, the bodyguard bowed his head to look down. Dunggun's expression was quite angry. He growled, "Who the hell are you? Do you know who your father is?" Right after, he glared at the man in front of him while still bracing his hands on the ground. "You think you can do this, and I will let you off easy?" Section Chief Kim Ung-dung replied to Dunggun, "I know very well who you are. Maybe I understand you better than you understand yourself. I will give you one chance, and I think you should take it." That man curled his lips slightly, putting on a very disdainful expression. "Because once you are a pawn, you will always be a pawn, right, Mr. Du Chang'un?" He naturally refused to submit, extremely itching for a fight, as he flipped his middle finger at Section Chief Kim. In his heart at this moment, words also poured out, "Damn that bastard Aizen. I knew it. You do not know what it feels like to take a beating. You bastard." Elsewhere, Aizen looked up as if pondering something. Brian saw this and asked, "What are you thinking?" He gently replied, nothing. I just suddenly remembered someone from Korea. The man realized immediately, you are worried about that girl. You already let her go with Soo-hyun. It is hard to buy weapons in Korea, so do not worry too much. Aizen still maintained that appearance, his hair flowing in the wind. That is right, but we need to think of a way and get back before something serious happens. Because there are still people waiting. The man's confused voice rang out. What is this? Why did you come out of there? The other person did not answer, but asked back. I asked you first, but you have not replied yet. Hajin tilted her head, her eyes questioning the person behind her. Chun broke out in a sweat, stiffly pulling Soo-hyun's arm that was draped over his shoulder, stammering an answer to her. She was teaching me some moves, right sis? Soo-hyun seemed amused by his demeanor and threw in a few teasing words. What moves? The chokehold. I do not like teaching those things. I was just being affectionate with a handsome junior. Si-chun's face fell. He looked at her in confusion. Is this woman crazy? Jin, though angry, managed to stay calm and pressed on. Yes, what do you mean, sister? What do you mean by handsome junior? Soo-hyun laughed brightly, teasing. Just being affectionate, being affectionate. You would not know that little pig. I mean him, Si-chun. She coldly lifted her eyes to look at Soo-hyun. He is mine. Can you please stop touching him? What are you doing? Let him go. Si-chun interjected at this moment. All right, let me go. She still did not let go, raising her hand to greet Hajin. Si-chun is yours? Getting a bit possessive over a cute lollipop like that. Nice to meet you, little sister. I am Shin Soo-hyun, you are Jin? Seo-han Jin, correct? Surprise appeared on her face. Yes, nice to meet you too, sister. Do you know me? Her mind was in turmoil. What is this? Why do I suddenly find this older sister so beautiful? I am going crazy. Soo-hyun cheerfully replied. Of course I know you. Si-chun and especially Aizen talk about you a lot. Hajin was even more astonished upon hearing this. Yes, Aizen Appa. Do you know him too, sister? Where is brother Aizen? Is he okay? What is going on? Why did he suddenly become an arson suspect? She hurriedly inquired about Aizen's situation. Where is he hiding now? Is he injured anywhere? What is he trying to accomplish? Could it be Aizen Appa? Suddenly she lowered her head sadly. He met those strange people because of me. And Si-chun too, why is this happening? She stepped forward and hugged Hajin tightly, saying nothing. She was startled by her action. Why suddenly? Soo-hyun continued to comfort her. Never say it is your fault again. Okay, the two of them hugged, the scene strangely quiet. Because everyone cherishes you, that is why they do this. Just think of it that way, only those who do wrong should feel guilty. Soo-hyun's expression suddenly turned cold. If there are people who do not repent after making mistakes, one day someone will make them pay a heavy price. So you do not need to think about it, do not waste your time caring about them. Joseph stood to one side, thinking to himself he did not expect this girl to be able to say such things. Tajiak recognized his presence and asked, Joseph, you have arrived. Long time no see. How is being a bodyguard? Having fun? He held out his injured arm. The three men bowed their heads and stared intently at the arm. How did your arm get like that? Tajiak said calmly, oh, this? It is nothing serious. Junho is just making a big deal out of it. Joseph guessed immediately. You blocked another hit with your arm, right? Si-chun felt like an invisible man. Only now did he get a chance to speak. Hello. Joseph was startled, instinctively raising his fists. He bowed, showing no fear. I have heard a lot about you from Hajin. Thank you very much. The man frowned in annoyance. Uncle, did the girl tell you to call me that? I am only 22 years young. Call me brother or something. Si-chun's eyes widened. What do you mean, sir? Soo-hyun and Hajin on the other side also noticed them. She suggested, there are so many new faces, and the training session is over, so let us all go out to eat, talk while we eat. On the training floor lay a collapsed figure. Soo-hyun generously told Si-chun, wake him up. The guy unconsciously muttered in his delirium, Ma'am, please give me some pork rib soup. At a certain restaurant, food was already laid out fully on the grill, smelling delicious. Jiak slammed the glass of liquor down on the table. Come on, this is the golden ratio. This one is for you. The guy looked at the glass of liquor in confusion. Me? I have never drunk alcohol before. He put on a convincing tone. Are you not a 20-year-old man? You have to practice. It is quite useful for boxing. Before Joseph's bewildered look, the young man believed him. Really? What part does it help with? Tajiak calmly explained. Getting drunk is similar to when you are dazed on the ring after taking a strong hit. It is a way to train the body to recover from punches. Si-chun asked half doubtfully. Is that really true, bro? Soo-hyun from across the table commented as if she understood clearly. Only a madman would advise others to drink. Si-chun immediately turned back to his table puzzled. But, sister, you are not drinking? She cheerfully replied, yeah, I do not really feel like drinking today. Then she turned to Hajin, eat lots of meat. Hajin. The girl softly answered, yes, thank you, sister. Back at Tajiak's table, the two of them were competitively chugging liquor. First shot, bottoms up. The young man shouted, Roger. After the shot, his face turned red as he exclaimed, so bitter. Is it always like this? How can anyone drink this stuff? Right at that moment, Tajiak collapsed hard onto the table. You scared me. What is wrong, bro? Joseph did not look surprised at all. Do not worry, his limit is just one shot. The guy did not quite understand. What do you mean? Joseph patiently explained his tolerance. A loud sound rang out from outside the restaurant. Everyone turned their eyes to the outside. You scared me. Who opens a door like that? Gun stuck out his tongue in mockery. Wow, that gorilla is still the same, one shot, and he passes out right away. Do you guys know that once he goes down, he will not wake up until tomorrow morning? What a paper tiger! He smirked, leading two of his underlings inside. Your big brother is here. Long time no see, huh? Thanks to you, I am in a lot of trouble and struggling right now. You bastard. Gun raised an eyebrow, continuing without stopping. In every crisis lies an opportunity. Truly, opportunity has come to me. I heard Aizen is in trouble, and this bull here is completely unconscious too. Okay, the words just ended. He was hit square in the head by a flying object. Suhain spoke up in annoyance. Truly filthy, there are children here. I think you should review the lesson from last time as a reminder. She glared at the man, her arm that had thrown the object not yet withdrawn. Needing to be taught repeatedly, cracking your joints wasn't enough. I will make the rest of your life paralyzed with crippled limbs. In that office, Manager Kim looked up at the ceiling and asked, isn't it money, the thing that Duchang Zion is always searching for? He leaned back in his chair, leisurely conversing. I hope you don't have any issues related to Aizen, as I suspect. That bastard always grates on my nerves. Manager Kim lowered his head to glance at the floor, coaxing Gun, who was kneeling before him. If you tell me everything, I will help your business greatly, along with the long-haired woman accompanying him and those involved. In Jung-un's subconscious, this was clearly a good opportunity. Fighting Aizen and those bastards would be great, but he hesitated. What if that dog Aizen wants revenge again? Besides, the underlings under him have all left. If it happens again, I will fail. Manager Kim replied cheerfully, don't you know yet, Aizen is now wanted and on the run like a stray dog. If he messes with us, he will face big trouble. Gun rejoiced, so no need to worry about that bastard anymore. He admitted, that's right. Mr. Duchangan, think carefully. By now you should know which side to stand on. Before Manager Kim finished his words, he interrupted, Rhino. Back in Busan there was my brother named Rhino. It was him who brought that bastard over. He admired in surprise, your brain's reaction speed is faster than I thought. Ah, is that man short-haired, orange, and a bit tall? Gun denied. No, that man seems to be an underling Rhino has been leading recently. Rugged with many wounds on his body and face. He pointed at his own face, also has scars on his face like me. Anyway, that man suddenly came with that familiar bitch Aizen, turned everything upside down and left. Jung-gu looked into the distance reminiscing. I think his name is Shin Su-hyun or something. At that time I was ambushed from behind, but if I catch him again I can defeat him. The problem is Rhino, no matter how I think about it, he is not human. In his mind, Rhino's back appeared. I heard he used to play many sports, but what is truly shocking is his tenacity and madness like a monster. Because of a territorial issue with a rival organization, once we had a big fight, he said something like, didn't want the kids to get hurt over pointless things. I thought it was just nonsense to look cool. And then he made all the members of that organization unable to fight anymore. Manager Kim crossed his arms and asked curiously, what is the former gang boss doing with Shin Su-hyun and a woman? Jung-gun seemed unconcerned. That man has been pretending for a long time. The underworld is still just gangsters. How funny. He raised his head. Now I don't know what he is doing. He suddenly disappeared from the organization. I think I heard the people around him died. He had a different thought, so he has no weaknesses. Gun continued to reveal everything about Rhino, that he knew, really nothing. They say using a knife or anything is useless, so you should at least carry a gun. Ah, there is one way, alcohol. Next to the pile of bottles, he dropped his face onto the table, just one glass, and he was almost unconscious to the point he wouldn't even notice if someone broke in. Back at the restaurant of the Rhino group, relying on the gang of underlings behind him, Gun puffed out his chest and raised his voice. Hey, you bastard. Because of you my work has gone to shit. Lately it's been really hard. You know, you bastard. The Si-chun group suddenly observed him. Who the hell is that bastard? Su-hyun softly instructed him. Si-chun stepped back and protected Ha-jin. He asked curiously, you know that guy too? She picked up a chopstick from the table. Just trouble, you two stay out of this. Then she threw it hard forward. Maybe this time I have to make them realize clearly. I have to show them proper punishment, so that the next criminal won't dare to appear. Su-hyun changed her perspective to a different direction, first from the visual angle. She continued to throw another chopstick, and this time hit directly into Jung-gul's eye. He fell backwards to the ground. Gun was stunned, not yet realizing what happened. Blood gushed from his left eye. He immediately jumped up, pointed and ordered the two thugs. What the hell are you guys doing? Damn it, just kill that bitch. Suhain retorted bluntly, are you barking loudly because you brought these damn dogs? You guys are just like losers. One of the two men angrily showed off his strength. Hey you bitch, were you just bragging? Loser. Do you know who your father is? The other cracked his knuckles. Long time no chance to try punching a girl. No matter how hard you try to live civilly, this world doesn't allow it. Suhain pointed at Dungun. I have business with that guy lying there. You guys play with him, boss. Joseph immediately stepped forward. Yes, ma'am. Then he called the two thugs. Hey, you bastards, don't cause trouble in this shop. Go outside. The guy didn't know fear yet, maintaining his tough guy tone with Joseph. The shop owner looks pretty big, huh? What do we do now? When I was young, your father was a judo player. Scared yet, boy. Joseph was speechless at the man before him. Are you pig barking at me? You can leave while you still can. I have a feeling if I touch you, I'll get sick. The man angrily raised his fist to attack him. Do you think I'm old, so I'll go easy? Joseph saw this, and was also about to lose his temper. She said one last thing. Why are you guys doing this? He curled his hand and caught the man's fist. Joseph gritted his teeth. If counting by full age, the hand is already 20 years old. The man stared blankly at his reddened hand. He kicked the man flying outside. This place is a shop with good quality meat. The remaining man witnessed everything but still arrogantly challenged. Hey, don't think I'll be scared that easily. Jung-ho quietly reached out his hand from behind. He suddenly tightened his grip on the man's neck. What the hell is this? He turned to question Suhan while still holding the man. Sis, what are these things? Is it something else someone sent? She replied, probably. Now I need to find out. The man was squeezed so hard his veins bulged, struggling with his tongue out like a dog. After kicking them all out the door, she asked them indifferently, well, now there's no room for trust anymore. If you don't want to live like a dog, then answer. What is the good opportunity you mentioned? Who told you to do this? Did Manager Kim approach you? Dong-gun held his injured eye, cursing him inwardly. That bastard Manager Kim. He said to bring the strongest damn men, but he also didn't forget to threaten. Hey damn it, blood is just flowing from my eye. I'll go to the emergency room first, then tell you everything. If I go blind, I'll catch all of you and kill you. Damn, it won't be enough. Suhain didn't care. She took another chopstick and stabbed it directly in Dung's ear. Really, then hearing is fine too. Dong-gun screamed in pain. Damn it. Dong-gun couldn't believe it. He leaned against the door, holding his hand and yelling loudly, my hand has a problem. What did you do, you bastard? Suhain pretended to sympathize while mocking Dong-gun. The brain is really, even after doing this much, still can't come to your senses. At this point, isn't it almost like having no brain? She turned back into the restaurant and ordered Dong-ho, go into the kitchen and get a knife. I'll lightly remove this nose. This guy needs to get rid of it. Dong-ho agreed and chimed in. Just throw it away the way you always do. You can tell at a glance it's non-recyclable trash. Raising that kind in prison with tax money is a waste. If only it could just eat pellets, that would be great. He said cheerfully to Joseph, go over there and borrow a knife from the boss. Tomorrow it's up and bring it back here. He agreed immediately. Okay, and Mr. Rhino had a drink and went to sleep. Joseph poked his head into the kitchen looking for the person. Boss, where are you? If it's not too much trouble, can I ask something? The kitchen helper sat down in panic in the corner of the kitchen. Please save me. I won't call the police. I'll act like I saw nothing, so please save me. He knelt on one knee to comfort her. You must have been scared. Sorry about that. Really, thank you for not reporting. Don't worry, it will be fine. Then Joseph pressed his scarred face close to hers. It's really embarrassing, but please help me with something. Which knife in the kitchen cuts the best? She was terrified. Please save me. I have 2 kids at home, outside the restaurant. Joseph held out the blade. Hey miss. And he said not to call the police. Looking at Suhain holding the knife and examining it, he couldn't help but remind, we should clean up quickly and move right away. Trouble with the police would be a hassle. She agreed. Prepare the kids to leave first. Don't let them see this place. Dong-gun, still holding his hand, loudly asked, why you say I can't see what? Suhain complained warily. I said I would cut off your nose. Why can't you understand anything? He was probably truly terrified. Manager Kim, that bastard who looks like a snake. I had no other choice because he told me to do it. Dong-gun trembled and confessed everything. That bastard told me to take those 2 lying there and discard them. She repeated his words, go and discard them. Right. Soo-hyun was a bit suspicious. Sending 2 cowards like this seems a bit sloppy, knowing that his subordinates had met with trouble at Lee Sang-gon's charity and still acting like this. That means there is definitely another purpose behind it. No way did she create this situation. Turned around and signaled. In a large, extremely luxurious building. That bodyguard seriously reported that the woman was completely different from what Yu Chang had described, even surpassing Aizen. She possessed very high practical combat skills. He recalled the scene of Soo-hyun rushing at him like lightning and continuously attacking his legs. He looked down at his leg anxiously, because the fools sent with Du Chang-yeon couldn't even so much as touch that woman's hair. Manager Kim stood by the window, not particularly surprised. Of course I know very well. What can those fools do to a person that even the team leader can't handle? He asked, confused why he gave such an order. Manager Kim explained, Du Chang-jin is bait. And when you fish, you need bait. He laughed and pushed up his glasses. The woman named Shinsu Han. Whenever she sees trash, she charges in without hesitation. Once the bait takes the hook, we will catch them right at the scene. Nothing is more precise than an on-site arrest. He still couldn't understand his methods. If using the police to make an on-site arrest was the plan, then wouldn't the last factory incident have been ineffective against Aizen as well? He believed they were the type of people who didn't care about the police at all. He cheerfully replied, at that time Aizen was alone, right? And now he was being pursued. If there were many guards, how could he run away alone? Instantly, his face turned extremely sinister. There was no way he could escape because the others could be interrogated instead or have to bear the guilt. He had to seize this opportunity to let them know who truly was the master of this chessboard. Su-hoin spoke coldly. What are you doing? Just wait and then fight when we meet. Why have so many trivial attacks? As if sensing something, she said to those inside, hey, shake the lake, organize things, you and the children and the rhinoceros go first. I have a feeling something is coming. He calmly asked, you are not coming with us. Is there still work to do? After sending the children in, let us drink soju. She refused. Next time today I have to squeeze this dried squid a bit more. It seems I can still ask about 3 more questions. 2 people suddenly appeared. Su-hoin also noticed them approaching. Indeed, these guys arrived faster than I thought and were very obvious. One of them took out an ID card and introduced. We came after receiving a report. We are from the anti-drug team. First, stop and let us talk. She naturally did not believe it. Su-hai tilted his head and asked indifferently, what kind of report? Prepare your words sincerely. You bastards, how much bribe money have you taken? 2 of them immediately darkened their faces. I don't understand what you are saying. I spoke politely, but what I received was curses anyway. He frowned. For parasites like you, this is already polite speech. You idiots, I also have questions to ask you, so both of you shut your asses and kneel here. Suddenly, he took out a gun and pointed it straight at Su-hoin's head. He looked at her with a sneer. In a situation where a citizen's life is in danger due to a weapons-related incident, using a gun is acceptable. Be obedient and come along while I am still speaking gently. If I shoot here and you die, given the situation, I just need to write a report, and it is done. So be obedient. Su-hoin not only was not afraid, but on the contrary, she reached out and grabbed the gun in his hand. The situation now became the 2 of them struggling over a gun. Hey, crazy bitch, let go. This lunatic really wants to die. Wants your head blown open, huh? Su-hoin glanced contemptuously. You cannot shoot. If it was a leg or an arm, then maybe, but the head definitely cannot be shot. How do I know? As if struck at a weak point, he stammered. Shoot, I can shoot. You know what kind of guys I usually deal with? Drug addicts. She rolled her eyes upward. Pupils, your pupils. Su-hoin pulled the gun closer to her own head. Stop pretending and from now on answer the questions I ask. He frowned threateningly. Stay still. I really will shoot. She asked them back without any fear. Nothing needs to be eliminated faster than rotten power. Among these corrupt cops, who is the ringleader? Su-hyun excitedly licked her lips. If you do not answer properly, the 2 of you will also become trash lying there. Oh, and I do not care about the police or anything. Rotten things will all be torn apart by me. Remember that. He nearly cried, grinding his teeth. Damn you, stop putting on an act. Then he fiercely aimed the gun again. If I say I will shoot, I will shoot. Do not underestimate me, you bitch. App 1 or 2 in a high-end luxury goods store. A woman stood in front of the bag display case, admiring it for a while. Hey! The store clerk behind her politely replied, yes, ma'am, how can I help you? I suddenly became annoyed, scolding the clerk. This is really annoying. Are you giving me attitude? Then she pursed her lips and pointed at a bag. I am looking at this bag, right? You should know to enthusiastically advise me. Hurry up a bit. I am not bragging about myself, but I cannot accept this kind of service attitude. The clerk had to bow her head and apologize. I apologize, ma'am. I will show you to a seat and let you see our bag samples. But in her heart, she kept telling herself to hold back. Do not punch the customer. Do not punch the customer. Clearly she was a sensitive woman, directly asking, hey, were you just cursing me in your head? She immediately denied it. Absolutely not. Ma'am, how would I dare? She nearly cried, raising her hand to physically strike. Your face looks like you are cursing, I know it. Do you know how many bags I have bought here? It is money you cannot have even with your salary, you lowly employee. As a natural reflex, she got into a stance and used her hand to deflect her hand away. Sorry. She seemed not to have expected it. Girl, what? She gaped. Miss, what did you just do? Did you just hit me? You hit me, right? She withdrew her hand, denying it. No, ma'am. I just withdrew my hand and it happened to touch yours. After hearing that, she became even more furious. What? Call the boss, today. You have messed with the wrong person. She pretended to be surprised and asked back, I am sorry, ma'am, you want to see the boss. Are you talking about our boss? Or are you talking about our store manager? Suddenly she became stammering, what? No, not the boss. Call the store manager. Then she turned her back and left, not forgetting to leave a few words with the clerk. I need to go to the bathroom now. Make sure to call the manager out before I get back. She bowed her head to see the customer off. Yes, I understand, ma'am. In front of the women's restroom door, she stood supporting herself on the sink, constantly cursing the clerk from before. Damn it, this damn thing. With this attitude, if you were under me, I would have fired you 8 lifetimes ago. The door slid open. Someone entered and latched the door. That person approached her, walking and talking. What are you trying to do here? Tone down the complaints now. What? Do you have a problem? She probed. What are you going to do? Before she finished speaking, that person grabbed her head and smashed it hard onto the sink. Her nose collided with the sink edge, bending crookedly to one side, and she screamed in pain. Under Soo-hoin's contemptuous gaze, she cried out tremblingly, Oh my god, my newly fixed nose that cost 7.5 million. Which bitch are you? How dare you touch my beloved nose? Not caring, she directly asked for the information she wanted, the personal information of the delivery driver. She was still not free from rage, crying and cursing loudly. Well, what nonsense are you talking about? You crazy bitch, what are you doing to my face? What are you doing? What did you do to me? This is like a prison sentence, do you know that? Soo-hein used her foot to stomp her face crookedly. Maintaining the attitude, she repeated the question. Delivery driver, personal information. By now, she was scared, trembling as she replied, You just barged in and stomped me so much. I don't understand anything you're saying. Immediately, her screams of agony echoed in the restroom. I'm sick of you. As if losing all patience, Soo-hein repeated for the last time. Now, delivery driver, personal information. In an old building, the delivery driver was holding a package in his hand, preparing to deliver it. Let's see, this is the last one for today. Seeing the person in front of him, the man's face was covered in sweat. Huh, how long have you been standing here? In front of him was Soo-hein, arms crossed, leaning against the wall. You are waiting to deliver a package over there, right? What is your name? She asked for my name. The man rubbed his head and laughed. Yes, this is an order that can only be delivered once your information is verified. Soo-hein irritably pulled her hood down. My name is... Hey, you bastard, tell me everything you know about the person you work for, or I will destroy everything here. That is it. The man seemed nervous and stepped back. Huh? What are you talking about? I am just a delivery driver. Did you mistake me for someone else? Soo-hein calmly closed her eyes. I am not a cop, and I am not a cop hiding here or anything similar. Also, I came alone, so do not get bent out of shape. Executive Director Jun Yuhan, Director Kim, Team Leader Kang, who among these people do you work for? I will find out by going to the location of the factory being used. The man reached up and took off his glasses. That demon woman, perhaps she is already dead? Then he tilted his head, putting on an extremely terrifying expression. That is why I said you have to change regularly. Because I have done this many times and am used to it, I am no longer afraid. Isn't that right, pretty girl? The man widened his eyes and grinned teasingly. Not a cop, and yet you pull this stunt. But are you really alone? My heart is pounding. It has been a long time since I met such a pretty girl. Soo-hoin coldly refused, saying she did not want to talk. He sighed and asked why, was he not good-looking or was he single? She continued, saying he looked too pathetic and should stay single for the rest of his life. His eyes were bloodshot. So that's how it is. A bit of a pity. I thought if you obediently pleased me, I would let you go without pain. He glared and leaned in close. I don't know what you heard from that freak. And me, I'm not just a simple delivery man. He braced his arm, using his elbow to pin her against the wall. If you dare to blabber here, I'll ship you off to Cambodia, and you'll disappear in silence. No one will know. But if you listen, I might reconsider. He raised an eyebrow with a sly grin. So think it over. Since I'm about to die anyway, enjoy it with me. I'll kill you painlessly, but only after you're in a happy hallucination. Soo-hein raised an eyebrow and gritted her teeth. What's this? Is it time for self-introductions now? He maintained his insufferable attitude. Ha ha. Suddenly she smiled. Can you give me time to introduce myself? Since you want to die anyway, you can spare that much time. He was overjoyed, thinking she had some affection. That's right, I can give you time. Just treat me well, and I'll let you stay in the hallucination longer. Hurry and introduce yourself. I want to know about you. Soo-hoin was smug, rolling her eyes to one side. Well then, when talking about me... Behind him stood the tall, muscular figure of Rhino. Just open your mouth and I'll let you taste a real hallucination. Just opening your mouth makes the stench spread. He turned around in shock. Nanny? What is that? Then Rhino grabbed him by the hair and lifted him up, and he cursed nonstop. Hey, what the hell is this, you bastard? He looked down in annoyance. You bastard. This is our first meeting, but I don't like your attitude. Rhino twisted and pulled his head. He held his head and yelled, Let go, you lunatic. He did not stop. Scum like you need a beating. Rhino slammed his head into the nearby wall. All your mistakes will be fixed by the dental hospital. Rhino pulled his head back out, looking at his gaping mouth with contempt. A lowlife like you is not the type for pretty girls. It would be great if insects like you could just die. Your life is not worth keeping. I have to kill you myself. So annoying. Your time is up, son. Blood splattered with a large dent in the wall. Suhoin hesitantly cut in. He deserves to die. But I still need some information. I wonder if he already talked like that at our first meeting. He asked calmly, if all his teeth are broken, he can still talk, right? Still did not know fear and kept cursing. Rhino glanced down. He is still lucid. I think you should let him question. He tilted his head back, eyes wide in mockery. Pretty strong punch. Is that pretty girl as good at fighting as you? I prefer fighting women. Rhino sighed softly. You're trying to test my patience, aren't you? He raised his fist. Let's talk after you get beaten some more. Still laughed strangely. Let me tell you something. Don't ever underestimate others. Then he lunged forward and hugged Rhino's leg. He asked in confusion, what are you doing? Are you wrestling? He pulled at Rhino's leg as if trying to throw him to the ground. Rhino planted one foot behind him, still not understanding what he wanted. His eyes were bloodshot. You damn bastard. People like you pretending to be tough, do you know what I've done? I've sent everyone off, you understand? He was grabbed by the hair and yanked back again. Rhino used enormous strength to slam him to the ground. Rhino contemptuously crushed his delusions. Stop dreaming, son. Were you expecting a sudden victory? Crouched down and spoke. Let me tell you, I'm helping you now. Because if she had done it, your balls would have been cut off. So I just need you to answer the questions obediently. Suhain nearby also warned. Can you talk now? I don't want to waste any more time on you. Why did you disguise yourself as a courier? Who is the mastermind behind all this? He clicked his tongue in surrender. Fine, I'll tell you. I need to leave a record as if I'm delivering a normal package through a courier company. And if anything goes wrong, he would give me extra money along with the pre-existing files. Those delivered packages were actually illegal goods. Police can hardly catch us in the act because we've missiled them in many ways. We constantly change storage locations and factories so the cops don't find out. By the time they do, everything is already empty. Suhain leaned down and asked, so who do you contact? Jun Woo Woo. Director Kim. Where can I meet them? He laughed again. Let's talk about Director Kim first. But I can't answer where you can meet him. She threatened. If you don't want to talk, then keep getting beaten. He laughed loudly. No, it's not that I won't talk. I'm just saying I can't, you idiot. You can only meet that person when you're chosen. Since I've planned everything, I knew you would come to me. Suhain smirked threateningly. You predicted everything, and now you're in this mess. Or do you think you can escape? If you say that one more time, I'll cut your leg off. He sat up. No, I heard about it. Some truly strong guys were coming. They said I would never win. I heard team leader Kang was also attacked. Suhoin contemptuously realized something. Even knowing that, you did nothing. Turns out this bastard was just a sacrificial pawn. He looked pleased. Pretty and smart too, I like it. She asked helplessly. All right, thank you. So who were you targeting after luring me here? Outside, the sky was gradually getting dark. Joseph suddenly sensed something and turned his head back. Hajin saw this and asked, why are you doing this? You said someone was chasing you. He rolled his eyes. No, suddenly I feel like no one is watching anymore. She asked curiously, is that so? Are you scared because of the commotion at the meat restaurant? He replied, I'd be glad if that were the case. Suhoin also realized the person he was referring to and smiled brightly. I'm sorry, but sending people after Hajin is useless. Someone is always watching him 24/7. What if I send about 100 people? Then why do they still send people to tail him, knowing the chances of getting close are slim? She frowned in annoyance. What nonsense are you spouting, you bastard? He suddenly yelled. You rich bitches only think about that. The streets at dusk were filled with lights. Sichun was walking briskly down the street when suddenly a hand holding a syringe came up. He gleefully jabbed it straight into his neck. It's not just the girls who are targets. Anyone can be dealt with if the chance arises. Suhoin was surprised. What? She crouched down next to him. If it's that person, you mean Lim Si-chun? He admitted. Jisoo, that's for sure. We're not interested in that bitch anymore. That guy is more attractive. Not noticing Suhoin's face darkening, he continued to blabber. Do you really think gathering a bunch of monsters and using violence will solve everything? Power is always scarier than violence, you know? He spoke as if losing control. That's right, power is the peak of society, you bastards. Suhoin turned and asked Rhino, hey, where is Jung-ho right now? He replied, Jung-ho has things to finish, so he's probably not with Lim Si-chun. She asked again, is Sun Do-hyun with Si-chun? He put his hands in his pockets. Probably not. Sun Do-hyun is probably training for his match on his own. Should I call them? Suhoin stood up, about to leave. Let me go there and meet them directly. You stay here and clean up this bastard for me. Rhino acted dismissive. Half-assed punks like this are done in half a beat. She replied politely, Than you. He was startled. startled when he heard them. What? Clean up what? What do you mean by clean up? Rhino called out. Didn't you just say that a while ago? That power is scarier than violence. He looked at Rhino, trembling. Huh? What? Why? He sneered. Now I'm going to pull out every damn tooth of yours, and see if you still think that way. Back to that street. Chun was stabbed with the syringe and slumped to one side. The needle was embedded deep into his neck. The blonde bastard saw this and laughed loudly. Get ready for heaven. Straight to heaven now. As expected, he raised a hand to gently touch his injured neck. It hurt so much. Chun turned back, pouting as he looked at him. What's wrong with this idiot? I think I've seen a fool like you somewhere before. His face paled as he stepped back. That was right, exactly right. This opportunist, though his mouth said that, in his head he thought, is he facing me directly? He staggered and lowered his head, and the man was immediately overjoyed. What the hell? Damn it. Why are you still fine? Why isn't anything happening? Then Chun suddenly raised his hand and smashed it hard into the man's chin. I was faking it, you idiot. The man fell, blood spurting from his nose and mouth. Keeping his fist clenched, he realized something. I remember now. You're that blonde fool. I thought you had been taken away and killed by Manager Kim, but it seems he's still up to his dirty tricks. The blonde man lay sprawled on the ground, frothing at the mouth. He's fainted again, the bastard. Only then did Chun notice the empty syringe next to him. Huh? A syringe? Did he just stick that into my neck? He picked up the needle, wondering what they had put in it. If it were a sedative, it would have taken effect immediately, but that wasn't the case. Chun sat there, unaware that someone had been standing behind him for some time. He told himself he should bring it to ask Soo-hyun about this. The man behind approached Chun and asked, why do you want to take that away? You won't find anything out. He was startled and raised both fists into a defensive stance. Damn it, you scared me. Coming over without making a sound. The person behind was none other than Manager Kim's bodyguard. He explained to him about the substance in the needle. I'll explain it to you nicely. Your body will start reacting soon. Chun was still in the mood to joke. What reaction? Is it a laxative? The man calmly replied, no. Do you remember Lee Younggun, the guy you fought last time? He immediately pictured that wild Younggun running his hand through his hair. The man added, it's the same type of drug he used, and it's good for your body. It might be very useful when you face Director Han later. The man also didn't forget to warn him, but you need to be careful, you have to take the drug regularly or else. Sweat dripped down him. You'll suffer severe side effects, and going to the hospital won't help. I'll deliver the drug periodically, so focus on your match against Director Han. Tell this to those snooping around you who are curious and uninvolved. If they keep investigating matters unrelated to the match, I'll stop supplying the drug and find a replacement like Du-hun or Seo Ha-jin. Chun immediately cut him off, lifting his head high as if a nerve had been struck. Leave Ha-jin alone for once, you bastard. You people are truly annoying and disgusting. You give me the creeps. You know that? Also, why did that blonde bastard show up? If you were going to inject the drug, you should have done it yourself. Why appear like this? Chun gritted his teeth. Don't tell me you're trying to cut ties if problems arise. Are you planning to use him to the max and then discard him like Lim Jung-han, you garbage bastard? The man sighed and admitted, you're not completely wrong. We sent that kid to make it easier to cut ties. I only came to deliver the message and confirm the drug's effectiveness. The man seemed angry. But your smart mouth is annoying me. If it weren't for Director Han, I could have made you disappear without a trace. You know that, don't you? Without replying, Chun used his head to strike the man's face directly. How am I supposed to know, you bastard? The man's eyes widened in shock. You stupid dog. Really? He also put out his hand to counterattack, but he dodged it. He used an uppercut to attack the back of his neck. Seeing that the man dodged that blow, he was amazed that he only turned his head to escape. The man scoffed mockingly. Truly an idiot who doesn't know his limits. The man punched him hard, sending him flying. I think you need a beating. This time Chun started to panic. A loud noise echoed from the street corner. The man tilted his head. They told me not to hit you too hard, but kids these days just like to challenge. I think I have to keep hitting until you come to your senses, like I used to do at school. Seeing him stand up, the man seemed impressed. Huh? You can still get up after that. What are you? Don't tell me you've already... Chun chuckled softly, his face covered in blood. What is this? This feeling, he lifted his face, smirking lightly. Surprising, my body suddenly feels light. In Jun Woo's house, his leg kept shaking. So what? They're cooperating with that group of detectives that we can't do anything about. Manager Kim standing opposite replied quickly, yes, because they operate independently and leave no evidence. The police have limitations and Eizun and Shinsu Hyun are watching us very closely. He rubbed his chin and continued. How should I put it? Is it safe to say they are applying the same strategy as us? Perhaps they realize that to win, they have to do the same thing, regardless of the law or anything. Suddenly Jung-un lowered his voice and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Manager Kim looked confused. What? What do you mean? He looked up at Manager Kim coldly. "You're not. You need to act to solve this problem, or stop pretending to be innocent." That expression is driving me crazy. His face darkened as he asked Jun-woo, "I'll see if there is a better way. What about my proposal from last time?" He grumbled. "What proposal? Speak directly. Don't beat around the bush." Manager Kim replied immediately, "Try conducting the drug test on Lim Si-chun, as the VIP suggested. It might yield more concrete results than with Lee Yang-un." He said quietly, "Since we've made them focus on Seo Ha-jin, we just wait for the moment Lim Si-chun is alone. What do you think?" Manager Kim put his hands in his pockets and stated, "First, get him addicted to the drug, and let him go through withdrawal symptoms when he doesn't get his dose. If he doesn't want anyone to witness it, we can tell him to focus on the upcoming matches. They won't investigate further, right?" He asked Jun-woo for his opinion. "If Lim Si-chun's performance improves from continuous drug use, that's evidence of its effectiveness. What do you think?" Jung-un calmly replied, "Not yet. I'll tell you later if I find it necessary. Just try to find another way. Determine if there is any new information about that person from when he was a gangster from his past use." Manager Kim agreed. "That's old news. All I found was that he quit the business. Asen and Shin Soo-hyun have a military background. It will take more time to approach them," he said confidently. "Then my previous proposal seems to be the most direct and surefire approach." Jung-un sighed helplessly. "Oh, this bastard, really?" Manager Kim and the man behind him waited in silence for his next words. Jun-woo stood up, walked in front of Manager Kim, and decreed, "It seems he's starting to pull back and act properly." "Hey!" He glared, reminding him, "You only get treated well when you handle everything well. But if you keep messing up, things will be different. I'm saying this for the last time. Engrave this into your one remaining brain cell." Jung-un slowly instructed, "If I tell you to wait once, then wait until I bring it up again. Understand?" Manager Kim agreed. "All right, I understand. I'll look into other methods." At home in the living room, the employee called out to Manager Kim, "Manager." He stood leisurely admiring the view and replied, "What's up?" The man expressed his thoughts. "Director Han has been making unclear judgments lately. Is it just his mood, or is it the medication for his leg injury?" Manager Kim explained, "People tend to be more honest when anxious. True emotions often show in expressions and actions." The employee worried. "So what should we do now? I've informed the delivery guy, but is that okay?" Manager Kim calculated, "Yes, they will have a way to get in through that. So let's wait and see. Wait for the moment when someone is with them and Lim Si-chun is alone." The employee asked again, worried. "Yes, Lim Si-chun. Does that mean?" He confirmed, "That's right." He flashed a cunning smile. "I'll take full responsibility. Inject the experimental drug into Lim Si-chun." Back at Si-chun's place, he said to the employee, "Seriously, this is just..." His entire body became excited. He exclaimed with delight, "This feels strange." Seeing this, the man judged. His reaction is faster than Lee Yang-un's. The drug must be more effective now. Chun smiled brightly, but his real question was why he had given him this. His smile faded completely. He stared at the man and pressed to ask if Jun-woo would benefit from him becoming stronger, or if something had happened. He coldly reminded him to remember what was said and not to worry about other things, to focus on the match with Manager Han. As soon as he finished speaking, Si-chun threw a powerful punch that sent him flying, blood spraying from his nose. He couldn't believe it, exclaiming that the speed was unbelievable. Si-chun brought his face close to his and whispered that perhaps he could use him as a punching bag for training. Not letting him respond, he grabbed the employee's head and slammed it repeatedly onto the ground without mercy. Suddenly he stopped, and Si-chun coldly asked if this was exciting enough. "Did you people use this drug against a girl?" The employee trembled in pain, stammering an explanation that getting agitated from the start would cause a dangerous overdose of adrenaline. Si-chun laughed contemptuously, calling it ridiculous. If it were dangerous, he would not openly inject himself with it. He was only doing this because he didn't want to be beaten right now. The employee quickly cried out that it wasn't like that, and no matter how much drug he used, he was still just a kid. Before he could finish, he was treated like a punching bag and punched repeatedly in the face. Si-chun's fist was covered in blood. He laughed madly out of control, saying that even a child could beat him and yelling at him to go to hell. Si-chun looked smugly at the employee after he was beaten to a pulp, asking what he was saying since he couldn't even talk back to a kid. He demanded to know if Manager Kim had sent him to test the drug. The employee only coughed and couldn't reply. He threatened the employee that he would have to answer after receiving more blows. He said all bastards like him were the same, then prepared to punch again, intending to flatten one side of his face. Before the fifth punch could land, an arm wrapped around his neck, making him freeze. Si-chun exclaimed in surprise, asking who it was, telling them to let go. A voice whispered in his ear that it was hot, the feeling of dying, and said that Lim Si-chun looked truly desperate. It was Su-han. She held his neck and explained that he was too excited to calm down. She would let him sleep for a bit. Earlier at the boxing club, Jin asked in disbelief, a location tracking app. Ji-hoon explained this was for emergencies. There are many unforeseen surprises. Ha-jin replied that she understood. Joseph interjected, advising that he wouldn't be distracted. She didn't need to worry. Ji-hoon immediately retorted, telling him he knew his bladder was tiny. What would he do if something happened? Ha-jin also agreed, saying she was right. He frequently went to the bathroom. Joseph tried to explain that he only went to absolutely safe places. Is there really a working location tracking device? I'd like to attach one too. Ji-hyun raised her voice, exclaiming what use a mountain-like person is if attacked from behind. This world is really scary. She nodded in agreement. Down in the district right now, Soo-hyun was still riding her motorcycle at full speed searching for Si-chun. The bike rolled along the street. She drove. She hoped his location was here, hoping nothing bad had happened. Soo-han pondered, thinking those people were aiming to promote the match between Si-chun and Jun-woo. What did they gain by bothering Si-chun? The irrationality prevented her judgment from working. She concluded that the purpose of the match was to promote the drug so Jun-woo would lose, but she didn't understand what they wanted. Suddenly she saw Si-chun punching a person on the sidewalk. Luckily he wasn't knocked out or anything. Soo-hyun quickly got off the bike, thinking to herself that he was going a bit far. She should stop him at that speed, he would kill someone. She took off her helmet, thinking to herself to apologize to Si-chun because it wasn't your responsibility. She said, now get some sleep. Big sister will put you to sleep so your mind becomes clear. Si-chun touched the arm, hugging him, his eyes wide, asking why it was her. She gently comforted him, saying she understood what he said, so he would understand after sleeping and not to think about resisting. His eyes bulged, his whole body trembled slightly. He gritted his teeth trying to resist and asked what was wrong with killing someone who deserved it. Si-chun roared, asking why she was stopping him. His strength amazed her. She thought, could he possibly get up despite a perfect chokehold? He struggled more violently, his mouth screaming at her to let go. A moment later, Si-chun woke up on the ground with a confused expression. He looked at the person in front of him and asked dazedly what happened. Soo-han replied that before a chokehold, everyone is equal. That was the result. She told him not to touch the things he could touch. He slowly sat up and apologized, explaining that he couldn't think clearly at the time. She smiled gently, saying that was precisely why this bothered her. Soo-hyun said while he was sleeping, she went to sleep. She looked around and saw the syringe on the floor, asking if those guys had the drug. It seemed he couldn't control his excitement due to its effects. Si-chun recalled and replied that was right. They stabbed him from behind. He wondered what drug this was. His body felt light, and as if floating on clouds. He looked at his hand. In that state, he felt he could defeat Jun-woo or anyone else. She cut off his thoughts, saying that if he fell into that sweet trap, it would be very hard to get out. Soo-hyun laid out the first plan. Talk to the detectives. Aizen also said he had caught some people at the factory, so they should investigate the drug first. Looking at the two unconscious people on the ground, he asked if they should leave them there. She said he didn't need to worry about the cleanup. Cameras recorded from 4 sides in the holding room. Soo-hyun sat on a chair and called out to Lee Sang-gon. Jang Hyung-sik stood behind, confirming that he was one of the perpetrators of the attack on Seo Ha-jin. He continued, saying it seemed he was used for clinical trials of the new drug. After that, he was used for packaging and producing the drug in the factory before that situation occurred. They took orphans or those with trouble at home and made them fight. For those with athletic talent, they gave them the drug and promoted the new drug through match videos. Soo-hyun guessed that he probably didn't know the buyer's identity either. Hyun-sik replied yes, because information from a drugged person couldn't be used legally. Suddenly the door opened, cutting off their conversation. He immediately recognized his arrival. That bastard was Lee Young-in, looking at the prisoner with eyes about to pop out, a gaunt face, and a skinny body. Hyung-sik asked Detective Na in disbelief if he was sure that was Lee Young-in. He looked completely different from before. Detective Na ordered him to sit here. He looked at Soo-hyun and spoke with difficulty, saying the girl was good with a knife. She asked in surprise, do you know me? Young-gon slowly said the name Lee Sang-gon. The day to catch the long-haired man. Soo-hyun asked softly about that muscular man and how he ended up like this. Before he could answer, he said he didn't know. If he stopped using the drug, he started to die. Detective Na interjected, explaining according to the doctor that was withdrawal symptoms, but because it was a new drug, the condition couldn't be guaranteed to improve due to lack of data. Jang Hyung-sik lamented this was too harsh. His condition wasn't good from the start, but couldn't it be too broken? He should have been better if he stopped the drug. Detective Na was not entirely sure about that. Even with medication, he could not recover immediately. But this condition was too severe. He could not digest food normally, and his speech disorder was getting worse. They were trying to find a cure, but did not know how long it would take. Suhen wiggled her index finger to call him. Hey, look here, Li Yangan, do you remember me? I will ask you a few things, tell me what you know. She asked, her and that problem guy, Representative Junwoo, and that bastard manager Kim. Where did you usually meet them? Where did you receive the drugs? Not the factory that burned down, but another hiding place, like the place Hajin was once called to. Yungan looked up, recalling, a tall building, the top. She added, a penthouse. Do you know the address or the building name? He hesitated, do not know, different location, blindfolded. Suhyun roughly understood upon hearing this. They had moved there from another location and were blindfolded, just as Son Du-ha-in had said, so this was not a lie. She continued, all right, I will ask the next question now. Tell me everything you know about Manager Kim. Hearing this, Yungan began to tremble, stuttering, nothing, no, that man is very scary. He continued, he is always watching from everywhere, he helps Representative Han. I do not know anything more. Suhyun angrily stood up and cursed directly. This bastard, do you think I am a good person because I speak softly? Hang-sik quickly stopped her. Hey, you cannot do that here. Calm down. Ungan, frightened, began to speak. I know a few things about Representative Han. Suhyun exclaimed in surprise, huh? What? Speak. Ungan struggled to enunciate each word. A past national representative. She cut him off. We already know that. His name is not on the list of former Korean national jiu-jitsu team members. That is just a rumor, right? Ungan hurriedly refuted. He is different, was different. In the past, Representative Han had a brother, a half-brother. I saw him. He continued. He changed his surname. He used to have a different name. Suhyun asked back, a different name? He has a half-brother? Ungan struggled to remember that what was it? Junwoo. Elsewhere in the gym, an angry shout rang out. Jang Hyung-sik, that man cursed Jung-un. You insane bastard. His face was icy, not responding to the curses. Crazy. What is the meaning of this? On the ground, a person lying face down had their ear covered by a man in black with bloody hands. That man cursed. Spit it out now. Annoyed, he said, what is all this noise? You junkies, you are bothering me. He had just cut off the ear of the person on the ground, saying coldly, his dumpling ear was so delicious I took a bite. Can't teammates share some food? On one corner of the short hallway, 2 cameras were operating. Inside the room, Suhyun stood up and put her hands on the table. Jiang Junwoo, is that his real name? Yungan, sitting opposite, stammered in reply. Yes, I heard his surname was Jiang after his mother. But according to the half-brother, it seems Representative Han's mother died. She stood up straight, putting her hands in her pockets. Tell me more. He replied, that is all I heard. Yungan looked up at Suhyun. And that brother, how should I say it? There is one thing really. It feels like a big corporation. The scene shifted to a man with slick back gray hair, adjusting his coat as he called out, hey, bring me the VIP list. That man sat down on the sofa. Manager Kim approached and asked, are you looking for someone specific? The gray-haired man crossed his legs. All those bastard prosecutors on the list. Manager Kim replied, yes, I understand. This man leaned his head back and wondered, how is that bastard Junwoo's leg? Has he gone to the hospital yet? He quickly replied, his leg has healed quite a bit. He can walk. However, any strenuous activity will be difficult. He has been discharged and now, because it is Representative Han's mother's day of rest, he went there. This man spoke with contempt. Damn it, all bullshit. Once dead, they are dead. What is there to care for? Tell him tomorrow that your father says to come home this week. The same time, in the Lee Sang-gon Memorial Building, Junwoo stood before his mother's urn. He looked at the photo through the glass case, speaking slowly. Everything went wrong, mother. Jung-un confided in his mother who was no longer there. I know and understand what you wanted, but things did not go as planned. I completely distorted it. He tilted his head and continued. Now there is only one thing I want and can do. I would rather die than lose, and if I cannot win... Jung-un stood up straight, his eyes shifting downward. I am ready to go downhill, dragging everyone down with me. He smiled faintly. That is my plan. Is it very bad? I know that too, but I have no other choice, because... He closed his eyes, looking extremely serene and peaceful. It is only natural for a person who lives a bad life to become a bad person. So, I lived trampling on one person after another, whether they were good or bad. And among them, I trampled on that girl, didn't I? He rubbed his forehead with his hand, his words not stopping. Although my only sibling did not care about my injury, that girl was willing to sacrifice herself for a friend who was not related to her by blood. Jung-un recalled the image of Ha-jin with a bloodied face. Because she was a girl, I planned to do things moderately and let her go. But even with half her face bruised and bleeding, mother, she got up and fought back. He paused, looking at her, with the sole purpose of not letting anyone touch her friend. When he saw her like that, he suddenly became curious. His face was frighteningly cold. Could the friend that girl called a friend act like her, not caring about her own body? Junwoo's eyes were wide open, testing whether she would rush in for revenge or turn a blind eye out of fear. Jung-un lowered his his head slightly. Since there was no response, I thought things had gone as expected. Because one's own safety is the most important. I completely forgot about that girl's existence, didn't I? He spoke while laughing. I thought it was all over, just a small incident. But one day, a friend of that girl, Si-chun, appeared unexpectedly with a silent car, and who would have guessed he would be the important one to complete his life goal? Jung-un remembered the moment Si-chun, filled with rage, charged towards him, a man who was usually pushed down, but then ran straight towards his target. Jun-woo's voice was flat. The speed of progress has now slowed due to unforeseen circumstances. The light at the end of the tunnel is coming soon. He was about to leave but turned his head to say, "That is why, mother, starting from next year, please understand." At the gym, Jang Hyung-sik pushed the door open and entered. "Excuse me." He continued, "I am from the Central Investigation Bureau. Is the director or the coach here?" Jin Hyung, who was sitting preparing training equipment, replied, "It is not training time, so he is not here. He will stop by soon, but you said you were from where?" Jang Hyung-sik replied, "I am a police officer from the Detective Division of the Central Bureau." Before he finished, Soo-hyun interrupted, "Hey, do you work here, or are you a jiu-jitsu athlete?" Sweating, the man looked up. "Sorry, I used to be an athlete. Now I just treat it as a hobby and manage this place." "Why am I telling you this, huh? And why are you using unimportant language, huh?" Soo-hyun continued, "Do you know anyone named Jang Jun-group? He used to be a national representative. I heard he quit and left. Not sure if it was due to something or he was kicked out. Do you know about that?" Jin Hyung replied, confused, "Sorry, who?" "Jang Jun-woo." She stood up straight, hands in her pockets. "Jang Jun-woo, or whatever name. I heard he was in the national jiu-jitsu team and also mixed martial arts. Do you know? Hurry up and speak. Do not just stammer." Jang Hyung-sik also spoke up, "I mean, if we say we are police and say things like that, this girl is truly crazy, and I feel she will do her job very well." Jin Hyo hesitated. "I do not know what you are talking about. I think you should ask the director when he arrives. You should find a comfortable seat and wait for him. I have work to do, so I will be going." Soo-hyun said boredly, "Really? For now, fine." He said to Soo-hyun, "You are the police. You should not. Furthermore, I am suspended from duty." Soo-hyun pointed her finger at him. "Look at him." Hyung-sik was confused. "Sorry, why did you call me?" He is lame and stutters. He glanced at Soo-hyun. "People who practice jiu-jitsu usually have abnormal knees." She replied, "That is right, we can check some things later." The afternoon sun was golden, as someone pushed the door and stepped in. This man's face was flushed red from drinking. As he spoke up, "Jin Hyung, are you done yet? Have you arranged all the stuff to give to the kids tomorrow, huh?" He spoke drunkenly but then saw Hyung-sik sitting with crossed arms on the bench. "Who is that?" He quickly replied, "Police. They said you would be here soon, but I almost fell asleep waiting for you." He flinched, confused, saying, "Police? I had a drink, but I am going back to my car." Jang Hyung-sik said calmly, "What are you talking about? Are you Director Park Dong-yen?" "I am from the Detective Division of the Central Bureau. We need some information for an investigation, so I will ask you a few questions. I heard you were a coach for the national team about 10 years ago." He nervously avoided Hyung-sik's gaze. "Sorry, that is correct. But what are you investigating? We are not doing anything illegal." He then asked, "By any chance, do you know someone named Jiang Jun-woo among the national representatives at that time? Or the name Jun-woo? I know he left the national team for some reason." He flinched, broke out in a sweat, gritted his teeth and asked back, "Who? Jiang Jun-woo?" Jang Hyung-sik spoke as he approached him. "Yes, a man once known by the name Jun-woo at that time." He suddenly went mad and screamed, "I do not know. I do not know what bastard that is." In the locker room, after being beaten repeatedly by Soo-hyun with a baseball bat, I know Jun-woo. Stop, please stop hitting me." She also stopped and said, "Right, you should have spoken when I was being nice. Seeing you stutter clearly shows you are hiding something, deliberately tricking me." Jin Hyung raised both hands to shield himself. "If I talk, the director will kill me. That is why Soo-hyun squatted in front of him. "Your director will reveal everything to a detective who has already lost his mind. So worry about yourself. So what do you know?" Jin Hyung stammered his answer. At that time, Jun-woo was the best, even among the national representatives, regardless of weight class. He began to recall. Initially, he was very shy and introverted, only becoming bright when practicing jiu-jitsu. He especially liked playing the bottom position, obsessed with blocking strikes while defending from the bottom. After that incident, he completely changed. Jung-un on the mat was drenched in sweat, looking to the side with a dead-eyed gaze. From then on, teammates who trained with Jun-woo got injured one after another. Soo-hyun was curious about that incident. Jin Hyun recounted. At that time, there was a big championship and Jun-woo achieved second place. At the end of the match, the referee raised Ba Chang-jiu's hand high, declaring him the winner. But the problem was that the previous first-place winner had never been able to beat Jun-woo. However, there is a reason for that. At that time, John Woo stared wide-eyed at Chang Jiu because the first place winner had used illegal stimulants. Afternoon at the gym. In the locker room, no, that is the truth. They asked about Jun Woo. Jin Hyo answered the phone nervously. It seems they came here knowing something. If the detective has arrived, could information about banned substances or drugs be discovered? His face was covered in sweat, shocked. I cannot be sentenced to prison. My family will starve. The director has not arrived yet, but he will come soon. Su Hyun stood behind Jin Hyung, her face looking like she was about to go mad, but he was completely unaware. You want me to contact the director first about this? Fine, then I will call you back. Suddenly he realized something, slowly turning his head. Since when? He held the baseball bat and flashed a sinister smile. Caught you, you bastard. Then came Jin Hyung's frantic screams. On the other end of the line, Bae Chang-gu had just stubbed out his cigarette after hearing the scream and asked in confusion. What? He got caught while on the phone. That bastard. Then he hung up and said, anyway, this idiot. You are troublesome and do not disappear no matter how you pretend. I want to beat this loser until his knees fall off. Back in the locker room, Su Hyun used the bat to prod Jin Hyun's back, forcing him. Hey, move over, sit down. He asked for permission. Can I sit? My legs are a bit uncomfortable. Su Hyun coldly refused. No, you thug. Illegal stimulants, are you an accomplice too? I know you people always call yourselves victims. She slightly bowed her head, looking at Jin Hyung out of the corner of her eye. Losers always justify their actions. I do not care about your circumstances. Just tell me what you know, unless you want your second leg to share the same fate. Jin Hyung, sweating profusely, cried out. Yes, I understand. Where should I start? From when? Regarding the drugs, Su Hyun smiled coldly. From the time you met Junwoo until the last time you saw him, do not omit anything or your teeth will all fall out. Jin Hyung reminisced. The first time I met him was when I was a blue belt. When I was a student, we met at a small gym back then, but we were not very close. Junwoo displayed excellent skills even then, they say, from his white belt days. Jung-un trained hard at that time, full of passion. He was talented enough to beat higher belt people. And like I said, he really enjoyed playing the bottom position. Jin Hyung looked up and asked him, Junwoo, is there a reason you always play the bottom position? Can you not be active in the top position? Jung-un, his face covered in sweat, said slowly, That is the reason I started jiu-jitsu. Jung-un forced a stiff smile and looked at Jin Hyung. I need ground self-defense skills. I must practice to face that situation. Jin Hyung was stunned and asked back, ground self-defense. Junwoo laughed and said, I am talking about self-defense in the worst-case scenario, cause I might encounter a monster someday. He wondered, I see, but do you plan to become an athlete, training this hard? I thought you had already chosen a career path. Jung-un tilted his head back and laughed brightly. I have decided. I will make sure of it. I will represent the national team. I also have something to prove. Jin Hyo admired. The national team. Cool. Junwoo encouraged. Then you should do it too. You like jiu-jitsu and you are good at it. Different weight class so we can compete together. Another day, Junwoo was happy defeating his opponent. He did not talk much about his personal history, but seemed to have a hidden story behind it. After that time, Junwoo became a member of the national team. The loser sat down heavily, breathing heavily, but in the team selection, whoever wins has a loser. In the lightweight division, someone lost to Junwoo and became his rival. Jin Hyun continued. He is 5 years older than me. His name is Bae Chang-gu. Skilled but a bit unusual. Chang Jiu was competitive and bullied the weak. Among athletes, he even looked down on those with better physiques. He had talent but preferred to rely on luck over effort. Chang Jiu got annoyed seeing Jun Woo train happily. He once formed factions, played politics. Because of his position in the organization, he was bothered that Jun Woo trained like crazy without caring about him. Jun Woo, his face drenched in sweat, stopped and looked over. Though younger, his talent far surpassed him. He must have hated seeing him enjoy jiu-jitsu like a child, especially with no fear in his eyes. Jun Woo then smiled brightly and asked Chang Jiu, Hung, do you want to spar another round?
He showed clear discomfort but still said, Fine, I will try. Let us see who wins.
In that match, Jun Woo trapped his neck with his legs. Chang Jiu's face turned red, unable to escape. He could not do anything, even though he tried to inflict serious injury on someone with excellent athletic ability. After that, Jun Woo socialized and laughed with the guys. In the gym, physical ability is the top priority. No matter how much Bae Chang-gu played politics, everyone loved Jung-un and regarded him as a leader. Suddenly, the coach called a meeting. The director was also our coach. He made a proposal to the athletes, saying it was the coach's order. Jun Woo was stunned listening to him blurt out, If you want to achieve excellent results at the Asian Games, your skills need to be much better. I want you to use banned substances. He could not contain himself, stepped forward to argue, and shouted in his face. Jun Woo got angry with the coach, calling it nonsense. The coach ignored him but did not let the other athletes off. Suddenly, laughter rang out gradually. Jin Hyung recounted, The atmosphere at that time was terrible. At that moment, someone laughed behind me. He slowly looked behind him, as if they had found a way out. They laughed like crazy. Jin Hyung saw that person laughing until his face was bright red. He was sure he was delighted. That was Bae Chang-gu. he slowly continued. And then, as I mentioned, he lost to Bei Changgu in the national team selection match for the Asian Games, because the effect of the drugs was stronger than he anticipated. Su Haiyan listened and said irritably, "Why does the story jump like that? I think there is a reason you are hiding while limping. Are your teeth baby teeth, not permanent ones?" She looked at him with a terrifying gaze. Who was that brat on the phone squeaking like a mouse? Do you want a prison sentence? Do you want your family to starve? Jin Hang immediately said, "Ma'am, really that is all I know." "What? About those banned substances? The director? You can ask the director. I only did some mechanical tasks." Suddenly Zhang Hangsik came looking for her, shouting loudly. He hurriedly said, "Come outside, I am talking with the director and I think I have found something." "Is it about Jun Woo's past or about the banned substances?" Su Han was surprised. "What? Is it related to banned substances?" Hangsik replied, "He said that too." She asked further, "Anything else? Including Jun Woo losing to someone using drugs?" He said, "Then I must have not heard clearly." Su Han asked again, "What?" He exclaimed, "No, someone approached the director to use that banned substance." Then Hangsik added cheerfully, "They said the drug can only be received when that person makes contact. When I asked about that person's characteristics, I found the answer." Zhang Hangsik described, "He has small eyes, always with a relaxed expression. The part he touches most is his neck, and he said there is a scar on his neck so large it can be seen from a distance. That person often uses his hand to adjust his collar to cover his neck. Even when bumped into, he always keeps his neck covered no matter what." Chang Ju spoke irritably. "Get to the point. Now you are with that dog Jiang Junwoo. What are you going to do to send that dog to hell? Or will I end up there too?" He kept saying, "Why? Is it because I'm living off your medicine? If you want to keep making money, do as I say." "Okay." He pointed at the person opposite him and shouted disappointedly, "If I knew you were working with that bastard Jiang Junwoo, I wouldn't have cooperated with you from the start, you fool." He questioned, "Why do you want to send Jiang Junwoo to hell? You're trying to take over that business all for yourself. Are you that greedy?" Manager Kim tilted his head back, took a deep breath, and then said slowly, "Do I really need a special reason?" Then he squinted and smiled, saying that he was simply tired of his old toys. In the family villa, Junwoo stood still in front of the door before entering the house. He clenched his hands, took a deep breath, then released them and let out a breath to steel himself. He walked in calmly. A female employee stood in the corner of the room, bowed her head slightly, and uttered a greeting. She informed Jun Woo that the vice chairman had arrived earlier and was waiting for him. The chairman would arrive soon, so she would escort him in. He replied softly, "Yes." Jung-gu entered the living room and saw a person sitting cross-legged on the sofa. He opened his mouth. "You're here. Even if you came early and sat waiting, you're only deceiving yourself. I have been here for a long time." Jun Woo asked, "That's right. Do you know why father called me?" He suddenly laughed. "Asking me? I don't know. Ask him yourself. God, why did he call you? And why are you wearing a suit? Are you going on a business trip?" Jun Woo answered calmly, "That's right." Just as he finished speaking, Jun Woo left. He cursed, "You bastard. Why don't you answer properly?" At that moment, the female employee announced, "The chairman has arrived." The door opened. A white-haired man walked in. The female employee bowed. "Chairman, both of them are here. The meal is being prepared. It will be ready in about 30 minutes as you instructed." Mr. Tiandam replied, "Thank you for your hard work today." The female employee answered with a smile, "Thank you, Chairman." He asked and instructed, "Have all the employees had lunch? No matter how busy, don't skip meals while working." In the chairman's office, he turned his back to his two sons, asking about their work and whether the atmosphere there suited them. Du Yu put his hands in his pockets and replied, "I can manage going there myself." He continued excitedly, "If it's the documents father prepared, how could the work not go smoothly? Those cowards, those public servants living on our taxes, dare to act so arrogantly, thinking they are doing something." The chairman called out softly, "Jun Woo." He smiled brightly and replied, "Yes." Then he continued, "If you fail, there is the following document." Before the sentence was finished, his face froze. The chairman rushed over and continuously punched and kicked his son. He screamed in agony. A moment later, he adjusted his glasses and said calmly, "I am not sure about the other side, but I have clearly warned you. Do not try to establish a superior or subordinate relationship with the prosecution." The chairman took off his glasses. "We need to maintain a symbiotic relationship. We collect their weaknesses, not to protect fragile arrogance." He continued, "When the prosecution faces difficulties and tries to destroy the symbiotic relationship to survive, I will protect our business with those deadly weaknesses." The chairman taught, "We cannot simply destroy their weaknesses until that happens. A businessman should not bring personal feelings into work, understand?" He looked down at his son Du Yu, who was in pain and trembling all over. "What will you do with the prosecutor's weakness if your feelings are hurt just cause someone ignores you? No matter how much I pretend, or how much I learn, I still think my intelligence is never enough." Jun Woo stood still watching him and thought, thought. As expected, he is still the same, and he is still very much like a machine, father. The chairman put his glasses back on and asked, Jun-woo, give me a progress report. Jun-woo slightly bowed his head. Yes. The factory is operating at a temporary location. The backlog of orders, including urgent ones, can be resolved within a week. Regarding proving the effectiveness of the new drug, I am planning a different approach instead of giving the drug to a friend named Lim Si-chun. He glanced at Jun-woo. What approach? The VIPs might not be that patient. He hesitated and replied, I will test the new drug on myself. He was surprised. Directly on your own body. I did not think you would ever consider that method. The chairman questioned, has that faith vanished now? In a competitive society, the foolish faith in not making mistakes that everyone makes. Jun-woo looked down and answered, yes, I think the time for naivety is over. Or perhaps it is time to end it all. He was surprised. Really? You have no other ideas? Jun-woo said, no other ideas. But this is just my work. The chairman was relieved. It would be better if you realized that a little sooner. If you prove it in that competition, your mother in heaven will feel more at ease. He said to himself, I guess I am getting old too, which is why I keep saying the same nonsense. Suddenly Du-yu stood up and spoke up. Father, he opens his mouth and lies. Don't you know that? He flashed a sinister smile and tattled. Do you still believe he has any hope? Jun-woo? Father, he is the type who doesn't even know what his subordinates are doing. Did you know that? The chairman was about to leave but froze upon hearing this. What? What are you talking about? Explain it to me. Jun-woo's face went blank, and he cursed inwardly. What is that bastard doing now? He looked at his younger brother with a contemptuous face. Manager Kim has already ordered someone to use the new drug on Lim Si-chun. What will you do when you can't even share information with the people you work with? Hearing this, Jun-woo's face went blank, and he stammered in confusion. What does that mean? Manager Kim, what did he do? Suddenly, he pointed at Jun-woo and criticized. Because you annoyed me and wouldn't let me work properly. Manager Kim has already tested the new drug on Lim Si-chun. The chairman asked gently, is this something you were completely unaware of? Jun-woo quickly replied, I am sorry. I will investigate and report back to you. Jun-woo bowed his head. I'll go now. Meal for another time. I will leave immediately. Watching Jun-woo leave, he laughed a few times smugly. It's because you were too naive. Jun-woo's face darkened. I did not see this coming at all. He gritted his teeth, suppressing his rage. Manager Kim, this parasitic bastard has gone mad, trying to drag me down. Dusk fell. Donggu flung the door open. Manager Kim sat on the sofa, still not budging. Suddenly, Jun-woo rushed straight at him and punched him squarely in the face. Jun-woo kicked Manager Kim in the head, sending blood splattering. He passed out and fell. Jun-woo emphasized to him, I want you to remember that. Jun-woo glared, his madness erupting. Did I make myself clear? Don't you understand? Let me explain more clearly. You are not a human. You are my dog. He grabbed Manager Kim by the head, flashing a savage smile. When I say wait, you wait. Before I beat you to death and gut you. On that evening, the sounds of continuous beating rang out. Section Chief Kim lay slumped on the floor, while Jun-woo stood right in front of him. He grabbed Section Chief Kim by the head and shouted, when I tell you to wait, you dog, before I beat you to death and boil you. Section Chief Kim was still conscious and struggled to ask back, not understanding what he was saying. He immediately cut him off, told him to shut up, and not to pretend he didn't know about tonight's matter. Jun-woo glared at him, asked why he experimented on Lim Si-chun with the new drug, and told him to speak his true thoughts. Section Chief Kim said with difficulty, that thing. Slowly opened his eyes and explained that it was to monitor the athletes. Whether Lim Si-chun's skills improved or not, or even if you broke your leg, it wouldn't be fun if he wasn't on your level. Suddenly, he bared his teeth in a grin, saying that his responsibility was to manage and supervise the athletes for this event, as you well knew. Jun-woo replied in confusion, telling him not to bother and to say the real reason. I told you to find the weaknesses of Shin Soo-hyun's gang. Why did you go against that and give him the drug? Section Chief Kim, grabbed by the head, said, that's right. What reason would I have to go against you and get noticed by the vice chairman and the chairman? He wasn't afraid, smiling brightly to provoke Jun-woo. Anyway, maybe you have some blood from that house, right? Jun-woo heard this and said, you bastard, what did you just say? You want to test me? There's no team leader Kang here to save you. He replied without any fear. I'm just telling the truth. Are you mad? Just so you know, I've arranged an insurance policy because I can't get in touch with the team manager right now. Suddenly Chang-ju appeared behind Jun-woo. Section Chief Kim told him to greet them. They had already met. Right. Jun-woo froze. Chang-ju spoke. Long time no see, Gang Jun. Ah, now it's Jun-woo. Jun-woo turned to ask why he was here. Chang-ju raised his voice. You're still being rude to your brothers. You've been living so comfortably that no one taught you how to behave politely? Then he squatted down, fixed your hair, and told you that you still act like a god, just like the main character in a movie, right? He opened his mouth to taunt. I guess I'm in some movie because of you. you filthy man-eating bastard. Hearing this, Jun-woo glared at him. What the hell are you talking about? Even if I took it all out on you, I wouldn't be happy, you damn drug addict. Going back to the past, in that mansion Donggu was then a young teenager, standing in front of the door, sadly saying, "Mom, just wait a little longer, I will become stronger." Two streams of tears flowed down his face. Jun-woo promised that he would become stronger than his father and older brother, so that his mother could be proud at home. The woman, Jun-woo's mother, standing behind the door, burst into tears from emotion upon hearing his words. "It will happen, so don't cry, Mom, okay." After that, Jun-woo curled up in a corner, sulking alone. He stared intently at his phone. Jun-woo searched for a way to defeat a strong opponent. Glued his eyes to the screen, mumbling to himself. The next year, the sound of fighting rang out. Yu was furious, cursing. "You dog, what will you do now?" Jung-un lunged to grab his leg, then threw his brother to the ground. Jun-woo yelled, "My back!" He kept saying, "You dare do that to me?" Jun-woo replied, "No." He looked up blankly, staring at Yu. "Don't even think about touching me. Then I might really kill you. So I'm not joking, I will really kill you." Yu could only struggle. "Let me go, I'm busy." "You bastard." At the same time, the chairman opened the door and watched the two brothers fighting. In the chairman's study, Jung-un said, "Yes, exercising?" He replied, "Yeah, I heard from your mother." He sat down in his chair, then asked about his recent regular exercise. Yu, standing opposite, replied, "Ah, it's the sport of jiu-jitsu." He looked up at him, praising him for having the talent and qualities to become an athlete. Jun-woo quickly cried out, no, he just liked it. He understood and replied, "Is that modesty? Both of you lack confidence. That's not the key to success." He calmly taught, "Humility is a useless act of self-pity. You don't need to criticize others or act small to go further." Jun-woo listened intently to his father's words. Lacking confidence is also useless. Even if you are losing a battle, you must think you will win, even with limited skills. You charge in with a destructive mindset. Then he told Jun-woo, first, join the national team, then participate in the Asian Games to win a gold medal. Being the runner-up means nothing. The chairman promised, afterwards, "As your mother wishes, I will accept you into the Han family, ensuring your mother officially becomes my wife." Jun-woo stood still hearing this. He had to prove his worth, then he would be acknowledged. At the Asian Games trials the following year, the referee raised the hand of the winner, Chang Gi-yu. At that time, Jun-woo was dazed, watching him grin and celebrate, thinking to himself that this bastard must have used a lot of drugs. Chang Ju, seeing this, immediately taunted, "What's wrong? Why is it like this? Oh my god, Jun-woo. What should I do? Sorry for participating." He mocked Jun-woo, but he knew that in jiu-jitsu, one can win continuously and then suddenly lose. He should consider himself unlucky. Jun-woo just silently turned his head away. Looking into the distance, he saw the chairman and his mother leaving, softly called out, "Mother, father," telling himself it wasn't like that. Mother gently turned her head to look at Jun-woo behind her. Jun-woo slowly followed his mother with his gaze. Her mouth opened as if to say something, mumbling word by word, surely words of love. Jun-woo, standing far away, watched his mother's lip movements, thinking, not sure what she exactly said. But one thing was certain. Jun-woo's mother gently shed tears. Those were warm words. And until the day she was no longer in this world. And that was, Jun-woo stood frozen, looking at his mother's coffin, seeing her for the last time. Turning to the time years ago at the Han family mansion, the chairman turned his face to look out the window, speaking to the person behind him, saying she didn't need help back then, why suddenly come here now? He turned his head to look at her, rebuking her. "Why is raising a child difficult? Why are you being rigid now when you could be flexible?" She calmly replied, "I am about to die. They say it's terminal cancer." He was surprised. Why so suddenly? She said softly she didn't know how much longer she had to live. Jun-woo's mother looked at him with affection. "When I am gone, my only relative is you. I came here for that child, for you to raise." She continued, "If I must live under your management, please give Jun-woo a bright opportunity, just as you did for your first son." She stated her reason. "A man like you wouldn't refuse even an illegitimate child. We need many people to handle daily work." Jun-woo's mother laid out the condition. "If you agree, let Jun-woo adjust a little. Please let me live with you in this house until I die." Back then, Jun-woo was just a boy standing by the swimming pool, and to me, he was my whole world, the reason I lived. He could not help but marvel, having a pool like this at home, living with his mother must be so happy. But soon after, he stood before his mother's portrait, his eyes unbelieving, softly calling out, "Mom." The funeral room was completely empty, not a single soul in sight. Jung-gu quietly stood alone before his mother's altar. At that time, Jin-hang also came in silence to pay respects to Jun-woo's mother. He hesitated and spoke up, Jun-woo, I am here." Jun-woo did not turn his head, only gently asked, "Do you know?" Jin-hyung stammered, "Well, what are you talking about?" Jun-woo ignored him and asked further, "The drugs of Bei Changyu." Junwoo's face held no trace of life as he looked at Jin Hyung. Did you know he used banned substances? Would that have happened if he only used them for a day or two? He answered abruptly, no, it is true. The coach told me to keep it a secret from you. Jin Hyung continued, I really did not know it was that bad, because there was a big gap between you and Changyu Hyung. I believed you would win. Junwoo placed a hand on his shoulder and sneered, you think I wouldn't notice? That is why everything happened. If everyone knew, they wouldn't have done it. Then he turned away and gave a smile. But thank you, Jin Hyung, for coming. I am a little embarrassed that no one came to visit my mother. Jin Hyung sensed something was wrong and called out, Junwoo. He paid no mind, only said, I will leave this place and see you at the training camp. Get home safe. A few days later, at the gymnasium, Junwoo walked in. Jin Hyung immediately approached and asked, Junwoo, you came. Rest a bit more. Was the funeral alright? I said I would help. He grinned widely and replied, yeah, no worries, with money you can get help. My mother left a lot of insurance money. It is like money is all that matters. Junwoo wondered, and the coach, has he not arrived yet? Jin Hyung reported, oh, he stepped out for a bit of work. He asked curiously, what work? Probably went drinking again. Still smiling, Junwoo suggested, Jin Hyung, you also have a gold medal in your weight class. You must be ready for the Asian Games, right? I will help you, let's train a bit together. Jin Hyung hesitated and replied, I thank you. But in his heart, he found it hard to believe, what? Is this really okay? In the changing room, Junwoo's voice rang out, Jin Hyung, I am done changing. Let's spar one round. On the mat, Jin Hyung began, yes, I look forward to your guidance. He also replied, yes. As soon as the match started, Junwoo lunged forward, pulled his gi to the side, and threw him down. Immediately after, he fell to the mat. Jin Hyung was puzzled. What is this? Junwoo attacks like this. I thought he would play a defensive position. Junwoo's face was now filled with fighting spirit and murderous intent. He stood holding one of Jin Hyung's legs up, and he tightly gripped his leg, making it hard for Jin Hyung to escape. Junwoo held Jin Hyung's leg and twisted his body behind. Jin Hyung gritted his teeth, trying to look back and control his toes. He has lost his mind, has he really? Junwoo now flashed a sly smile. What? You think it is fine? The drug's effect must be wonderful. You won a gold medal with that ability, and your joints seem incredibly flexible. He was bewildered. Junwoo, what do you mean? Didn't I say to train? He did not hesitate and broke Jin Hyung's leg, saying, why not push it a little more? As expected, your passion is truly amazing. He immediately felt pain and screamed loudly. Two other athletes watching asked curiously, what is it? Is he injured? Jin Hyung, what happened? Did you break a bone bending your lower body? Then Changju also opened his mouth in contempt. Jang Junwoo, that bastard. Have you finally shown your true colors? As expected, I am very good at seeing through people. Released Jin Hyung. He tremblingly asked, Junwoo, why? Why? Junwoo stood up abruptly. Why? What did you just say? He smiled back at Jin Hyung. Why? Because I didn't know it would break so easily. Junwoo walked away laughing, looking at the trembling Jin Hyung behind him. I'm sorry. If I had known, I wouldn't have done it. But you won't be participating in the Asian Games. Hey everyone, if you're free, take Jin Hyung to the hospital. I have things to do. He went over to where Changyu was. That man immediately spoke. What? Is this the moment that demon comes out and shows his true self? Are you whining to the coach about not getting to go to the games? You dog, if you lose, you have to admit it. Did you say you would definitely win? Junwoo spat at Changyu and answered bluntly, do you think you can beat me in any match without using those drugs? People say conscience goes hand in hand with intelligence. Seems true enough. The spittle hit Changyu's face. He asked, are you still pretending to be noble? If you want to win so badly, why don't you just use drugs too? Are you proud of being that good? Jungu grinned and replied, even without using anything, I will still win. That was the last respect I had for a fellow athlete, but that feeling is gone now. In the training room, Jungu and Changju were still grappling on the mat. He said, what? You are quite confident. Changju said bluntly, tired already? I haven't even broken a sweat because I'm an addict. Are you losing to an addict again? Junwoo's face was covered in sweat as he replied slowly, I only said I would win. I didn't say I would win by jujitsu. Changju sneered, what? Can't win with jujitsu, so you want to hit me? Now you're just a loser. Suddenly Junwoo bit his hand. Changyu was startled. What? What are you doing? Hey! After biting for a while, he managed to sever Changyu's hand, blood splattering everywhere. Changyu in pain screamed out. Junwoo stood up calmly. You're too noisy. Doesn't the drug dull the pain? You need more training. Another athlete watching also shouted, Jiang Junwoo, you damn psycho. Are you crazy? What are you doing? Returning to the present, after biting off his ear, Junwoo said triumphantly, you don't have an ear anymore. You were already ugly. Now you look even worse. Are Lee Sang-gon here? Kim, the room leader, stood there, scratching his head and thought, this is really bad. Changyu stood up, determined to reclaim his honor. You bastard. Today I will eat you alive. Junwoo dodged to the side. Is that so? As someone with experience, I advise you not to. After all, I am better than your trashy meat. He then slapped him hard, but then what? Junwoo sneered. How are you going to eat me alive, Chang-yu? Be realistic. Then he threw a series of punches at Chang-yu. He couldn't block any of them. I'm still. Junwoo said while punching. Do I still look like a jiu-jitsu athlete who only knows how to grapple? Chang-yu, pain, only cried out, Jiang Junwoo, this bastard. Was he always this good at fighting? Junwoo stood arrogantly before him. The kid who missed the Asian Games and quit jiu-jitsu just because he lost an arm. Junwoo flashed a vicious smile. If I had a chance, I would go out even if my whole body was torn apart. You weaklings get things so easily that you give up easily when something goes wrong. He did not see Manager Kim anywhere, so he spoke up to ask, where is Manager Kim? Seeing him quietly walk to the door, Junwoo called out, look at that rat. He approached behind Manager Kim and said, it is not over yet. Look at you running from it like a rat out of fear. He gently turned his head and calmly told Junwoo, huh, you mean I am scared? What are you saying, CEO Han? As soon as he finished, Junwoo immediately grabbed him by the neck and pinned him to the wall, ignoring his pretense of strength. Junwoo raised his fist and said, do you know how to deal with guys who live by their sharp tongues? I will beat you until you fall, and then you can think more about your karma, you bastard. Just then the door unexpectedly. The door opened and Junwoo paused in confusion, turning to look, huh? What? Is there someone else? Manager Kim smiled and said, CEO Han, what era are you living in, still wanting to solve everything with your fists? Junwoo was astonished. How did he get here? It turned out to be the chairman. He looked at Junwoo with disappointment. Son, I thought you had matured more, yet you still cannot control your emotions. He continued calmly, you still hold on to those useless and outdated beliefs. After hearing the story, I concluded that Manager Kim's judgment and guidance are the fastest and most effective. Junwoo was confused. Sir, I mean I am better than Lim Si-chun and I will win. He shook his head. No, he is just an amateur, while you're a professional athlete, correct? The chairman raised a finger and asked softly, then we must utilize the new drug and defeat you. A professional VIP would care, don't you think? He announced, from now on Manager Kim will be in charge of this new drug project. We need to exploit as many of the VIP's weaknesses as possible. The chairman instructed, Junwoo, you should focus on preparing for your match with Lim Si-chun. If it turns into a clumsy game, the VIP will lose interest. He paused and said sternly, I do not care that you are the only one assigned the task for Manager Kim. He asked back, who said that? Junwoo wondered. What, sir? He clarified. I placed you in charge of Manager Kim. But who said that he is under your command? Junwoo? Junwoo stared blankly at him. Petty beliefs and uncontrolled violence do not help business. That is why I put Manager Kim under you. If you see a wrong judgment, use common sense to eliminate it. He turned to leave, but still cautioned. I will report to you until the match is over. You will receive your orders from Manager Kim. As I said, just focus on preparing. Hearing this, his face darkened and he lowered his head. Manager Kim, feeling pleased, encouraged Junwoo, but it was actually a taunt. CEO Han, good luck with your training. Junwoo was furious but held back, warning, you bastard, I will tear you apart when it is over. The boxing club. Duhan was drenched in sweat, unable to block the punches. He threw a punch back, but his opponent had already dodged. He thought in panic, is this even possible? The effect from just one pill. Duhan's eyes were full of fear. I have been preparing for the competition these days too. He has a lot of skills, but this is just... Junwoo then smiled brightly and asked, hey son Duhan, are you serious about this? Instantly, he moved behind him and said harshly, do not pull any boring tricks. What makes you think you can beat me? Right there, the two fighters kept exchanging blows. Duhan was on the defensive, constantly being pushed back, thinking in terror, this is truly unbelievable. Am I not skilled enough to win? As he thought this, Duhan was suddenly hit hard in the side by his opponent. Immediately he lost his balance and collapsed to his knees on the floor. Si-chun saw this and questioned with a dark face, what do you think of that? Compared to Junwoo, do you think you have enough? As he spoke, he let out a contemptuous laugh. Standing to one side, Ji-yeon watched everything, falling into a brief, silent contemplation. After a while, she finally spoke with a bored tone, Si-chun, you there, are you really afraid? Having said that, Ji-yeon resolutely raised her voice to suggest, hey Duhan, get down. If you face off against someone using drugs, you will get hurt. Duhan, pale-faced, continued, that is right. He thought to himself, he pushed me back in boxing not because of drugs. Is it because I am not good enough that I lost to a drug user? Facing him, Ji-yeon did not hesitate to lower her voice to reassure him. Do not blame yourself, because a drug user's strength is beyond what you understand. With no other choice, Duhan reluctantly accepted, yes, alright. Si-chun, standing nearby, asked in confusion, Nuna, why do I not simply use the banned substance to fight Junwoo? Ji-yeon said coldly, Do you see a hope in the banned substance? Drugs will destroy your mind and body. I will tell you about that feeling of destruction, but it will not be me doing it. Without hesitation, Ji Yeon immediately called out loudly, Jung Ho. Jung Ho, standing to one side, glared instantly and complained, why me again? Do you plan on a fair fight while managing your strength? Hearing this, Ji Yeon replied softly, this time, do not fight fair. This made him nervous. Is that okay? Hearing that, Ji Yeon sneered and emphasized, you defeat him thoroughly, and then he will realize the harm of the banned substance. To this, Jung Ho still stubbornly waved his hand. But what about you? Ji Yeon said coldly and curtly, fine, I will use only 80%. The matter decided, Jung Ho quickly took off his shirt, confused, 80%. Oh, then stop me if there is a mistake. Hey Si-chun, use all your strength to hit me. When I was young, I was often called the hunter of those using banned substances. As he spoke, he walked forward with an excited laugh. In response, Si-chun asked coldly, should I really go all out? He thought to himself, I have not been hit a single time by Son Du-hun, so Jung Ho Hyung should be more worthwhile. Very quickly, Jung Ho shouted excitedly, of course, if you do not go all out, your body will bleed, you bastard. As soon as the words left his mouth, he immediately threw a thunderous punch straight into Si-chun's face. Si-chun, unable to react, was sent flying, exclaiming, what? No preparation at all? Standing to one side, Jung Ho taunted with delight, surprised. That punch I made up myself. It is called, but before he could finish, he struck again. Do you think you can stop me by hitting like that? That was just a normal punch, you bastard. After 2 punches, Si-chun was forced to the edge and realized in his thoughts, oh, that was not even a special move. Contrary to his dazed look, Jung Ho shouted joyfully, another drug hunter eliminated. You think you can stop it? A normal punch is also a masterpiece, no one can take it head on. As he spoke, he laughed contemptuously, Son Du-hun, this is truly embarrassing. The one expected to be a professional basketball bodyguard gets beaten by a drug hunter. Standing beside him, Ji Yeon annoyingly reminded, the effect of the banned substance will decrease when adrenaline rises. It cannot end like this. Now, as soon as she finished, Si-chun suddenly jumped up from behind, making Jung Ho freeze. He was momentarily overwhelmed and quickly turned his head in terror. Impossible. You think a rookie can beat me? But in the next second, Si-chun in an instant delivered a devastating blow to Jung Ho's face. And so a flurry of rapid strikes continued without pause. At this moment, Si-chun had completely lost his humanity, his eyes white and filled only with killing intent. In an instant, he knocked out Jung Ho with a straight knockout blow. A moment later, the scene shifted to another high-rise building. Here, someone suddenly walked over and called out, Department Head Han, where are you going? Without any hesitation, Jung-un immediately replied, I am getting ready to go home. It is time to clock out. In his heart, he thought bitterly, this pig, finally I have to hand the work over to him. I am still in a terrible state. It is really annoying to be dragged into work. Sik then pretended to question, yeah, why aren't you leaving after 6? Huh? Do people still have work to do? In response, Jung-un said curtly, oh, sorry, I have an appointment at the hospital to treat my leg. Hearing this, Sik was a little surprised and then said, oh, is that so? All right then. Switching roles, Jung-un unconsciously went crazy, telling himself, should I kill this pig? The company still runs fine without him. Suddenly, from a distance, a voice unexpectedly rang out, cutting off his train of thought. Hello, I am from the PR marketing team. That person kept smiling and asking if the GLN manager, Yang Hun, was here. Hearing this, Sik could not hide his delight. Oh, here he is. If there is an unscheduled meeting after work, what should I do? He complained aggrievedly. Manager, Sin has gone on a business trip and has not returned yet. That guy is probably making a living abroad. The other party could only bow an agreement. You are right. That is why I came today instead of Manager Sin. Immediately after, Ji Sung introduced himself with a bright smile. First time meeting you, but I was so busy I forgot to introduce myself. I am PR for the marketing team. No, I am the most famous one, the runner-up named Kim Ji-sung, who has been promoted to head of department in charge. Hearing this, Sik gleefully laughed in an office worker style. He is truly unique. As Manager Sin said, he is a wonderful product. Can you drink soju? Can we go out for a drink after the meeting? This caused Jun-woo to show his displeasure clearly on his face. Standing beside him, Yi-sung continued speaking indifferently. Great manager, soju is love. This is truly an honor for me. The manager should also wait for the person behind me. Having said that, he immediately introduced himself with a bright smile. Hello, I am PR for the marketing team, assistant manager Kim Jae-sung. But the very next second, Chae-sung's face turned pale from fear. He suddenly recalled some unforgettable memories from the past. At this moment, Yi-sung hesitantly called out a familiar name, Jun-woo. Standing beside him, Jun-woo replied irritably, you have worked for this company before, haven't you? The world is really small. In the blink of an eye, he pressed his face close to Yi-sung, threatening, nice to meet you. I think after the meeting, meeting, we should have a drink together, don't you? The scene shifted to the familiar high-rise building. Here, the vice director suddenly walked over and asked curiously, "Yi-sung, are you busy?" Yi-sung quickly replied, "That's strange, vice director." He immediately bowed. "Don't worry, I am not too busy. Is there something that needs to be done, vice director?" The vice director was a bit apologetic. "There is some work that manager Sin needs to handle, but he is on a business trip. I need you to go to the manager support team to learn right now. Sorry, it's close to quitting time." Hearing this, Yi-sung let out a delighted laugh. "Hey, of course I can go, vice overtime, which is easy for an office worker." In his heart, he cursed silently, "Damn it, I can't go to jujitsu practice today. I hate working overtime." Switching roles, the vice director turned around in satisfaction. "Good, very good. I will bring the documents." Before he could finish speaking, he interrupted. "Yes, I understand, vice director." And so Yi-sung resentfully accepted a whole pile of work. In his heart, he cried silently, "Damn it, I really want to quit. I hate this job so much. If I win the lottery this week, I will quit immediately." A moment later, Yi-sung quickly arrived at that room and spoke. "Hello, I am Kim Yi-sung, assistant head of the marketing team." Facing the person before him, Yi-sung turned pale, his mouth hesitating. Noticing this, Jung-un quickly spoke up. "I guess you have worked for this company. This world is quite small, isn't it?" As he spoke, he pressed his face close to Yi-sung with a sharp aura provoking. "Nice to see you again. Perhaps we should go for a drink after the meeting?" Witnessing this scene, Tae-sik, who was standing beside him, asked in confusion, "Huh? You two know each other?" Jung-un honestly laughed and admitted, "Yes. We occasionally run into each other on the street," but before he could finish, Tae-sik excitedly interrupted. "Great, absolutely great. Let's end the meeting right now and go drink with Mr. Han." This made Yi-sung flustered, hesitantly speaking in fragments. "Yes, manager, can I go home for a bit before the meeting? I left some documents behind." Hearing this, Tae-sik helplessly agreed. "Oh, really? Yeah, then hurry up and go. I will have a cup of tea." Yi-sung immediately bowed. "Yes, I am sorry, I will be back soon." Contrary to his nervous appearance, Jung-un remained cold-faced at this time, not saying a word. He unconsciously bared his teeth in a grin. A moment later, the scene shifted to the men's restroom. Here, Yi-sung was hiding in a stall, sitting still on the toilet seat. He anxiously thought, "First I need to inform them quickly. Who should I tell? Sechun. Okay, let me inform Sechun so everyone knows." In an instant, Yi-sung clenched his phone tightly, his face as red as a monkey's butt. He might not answer the phone, so I will text him instead. "Jun-woo, why is he in my company? How can a lone office worker do that?" Then he realized in shock, Jung-un Han, could it be that the Han family name is the same as... No way has the chairman. Is he the chairman's illegitimate son? Unless, of course. First, I don't know, so I will just let him know that he is here. Right at this moment, Jun-woo suddenly appeared from above. In a panic, Yi-sung was startled to notice a shadow, then turned his head and asked, "What are you doing?" Without any hesitation, Jun-woo laughed excitedly. "What do you mean? I am trying to eliminate unexpected variables." Then, in the blink of an eye, he jumped down onto the toilet seat. Fortunately, Chae-sung managed to dodge, escaping death by a hairbreadth. Unconsciously, he panicked and quickly stopped him. Wait, hold on a second. We are still in the company. Let's talk first, you damn bastard." "No, I didn't mean to say bastard, I meant..." "Wait." But before he could finish, Jun-woo from the opposite side suddenly lunged at him. This made Jae-sung flustered, hurriedly dodging and explaining, "I didn't mean it, you damned son of a bitch." Switching roles, Jun-woo was a little surprised and then asked, "You are still an athlete, right?" Yi-sung admitted without any hesitation, "That is right. And this will be fun." The moment the words left his mouth, a series of relentless attacks came raining down. In an instant, Yi-sung was kicked flying, lying sprawled on the ground, exclaiming in terror, I failed. As he spoke, he pleaded earnestly, "All right, I understand, Jun-woo. I know what you want, so stop." In his heart, he thought helplessly, even saying that, "You want stop, will you? You bastard." Back in reality, Jun-woo coldly questioned, "What do you think I want?" Without many words, Yi-sung quickly got to the point. "I really will not tell anyone what I saw today," he said sternly. "I don't think there is any good benefit in causing trouble in this company." "Right, don't you think so?" Yi-sung stubbornly questioned. "Is there any reason for me to trust you with such a big risk? Will you really keep your word?" At this point, with no other choice, Yi-sung was beaten to a pulp, disregarding his own words. "It is true. I will invest everything in this company. I will just pretend I didn't notice. Okay? I am not even close with Si-chun." As he spoke, he lied to himself inwardly. "Of course it's a lie. You fool, I will call him the moment you leave." "You lunatic!" Hearing this, Jung-un momentarily laughed and then asked, "Do you know why a cat does not kill an insect immediately?" This question left Yi-sung puzzled and stammering. Which of the two earlier questions should I answer? Can you tell me?" Jung-un immediately replied, "They play with it, slowly giving the insect hope that it will live, like a game." Seeing this, Yi-sung looked blank and asked, "Weren't you asking me?" Why did you answer yourself? This caused Jun Woo to complain irritably. It seems like you are being defiant. Hearing this, Yi-sung was frightened in an instant and quickly denied, no, I was just answering sincerely. Please let me go. In his heart, he thought dejectedly, just continuing to waste time with this fool by looking at him, if that's the case. The moment the words left his mouth, he suddenly jumped up, tightly grabbing hold of his leg. This caused Jun Woo to be momentarily stunned and then laugh. That was a surprise attack. Lucky bastard. Without any hesitation, he quickly took the initiative to step back. Immediately after, Jun Woo suddenly lifted Chae-sung up, causing him to yell in shock, "What?" In an instant, he was thrown hard onto the floor, landing face down. In his panic, Chae-sung could not react in time and only screamed in pain. Taking advantage of the moment, Jun Woo held his head tightly and barked, "This bastard's head is too round." Hearing this, Jae-sung was stunned, as if it were not just his hair but every strand that mattered. Jun Woo did not reply, instead dragging Jae-sung by the hair in one go. In truth, he had no intention of doing something so trivial. He had an excellent idea, a fitting end for him. Right after, Chae-sung was dragged in front of the toilet bowl. Facing this scene, he was stupefied and confused. No, this is... At this moment, Jung-un excitedly chuckled and asked about how the graft was doing. Since the accident happened during overtime, it would be considered a work-related injury, right? Have a nice day. As soon as he finished speaking, he shoved his head into the toilet bowl. Chi-sung could not resist and could only painfully bury his face in the bowl. Just like that, Jung-un continuously launched his attacks. He contemptuously thought that by the time he woke up, everything would probably be over. Jun-woo involuntarily curled a savage smile on his lips. In a restricted area with no passersby. Even though he was berated bluntly, he still called the other person a crazy bastard. Doing crazy things like this in the company, you must have done the same in the restroom, right? Am I right, you lunatic bastard? Jun-woo could not care less. Damn it, I stopped him before he could cause trouble. Do you know it was only a matter of time before you and your father were eliminated if I hadn't done that? He angrily grabbed Jun-woo by the collar. What the hell are you talking about? If you had followed my orders, this wouldn't have happened. Why did you go to the training room and reveal yourself? You're the boss, just follow instructions and keep living. Jun-woo showed no fear, instead provoking him further, a coward who just sits in an office eating whatever others feed him. What do you have besides being your father's firstborn? That's all you are, you bastard. He shouted angrily. What? Say that again, you bastard. Jun-woo pushed his hand away. Let go, you coward. After that, he adjusted his collar, secretly sneaking something out of the company or making it look like an accident. That's your job. Don't forget to edit the hallway cameras if you don't want everything to end together. He cursed. As for you, I hated you from the very first time we met. He looked at the group following behind him and sneered, keep yourself in check at home and stop acting so despicably. And as for those clothes, are you planning to model for Lee Sang-gon's fashion show, trying to draw attention? Stop right there, you bastard. Do you think you can do whatever you want without consequences? You deliberately leaked your personal life because you did not believe you could own the company, is that right? He told you to go around to the side. How ridiculous. Is this your paranoia? I have no interest in the company, take it. I am forced to work because of my father. After that, he waved goodbye. If it is difficult to handle things alone, remember the department head. Your beloved golden department will help. My father told me to focus on preparing for the game now. Good luck. Dugu watched the receding back, cursing under his breath that the bastard was digging his own grave. At this time, at the boxing gym, Jung-ho was overly excited. Sichun, focus here. Then he threw a jab to the chin, a hook, then an uppercut. Because of that thunderous blow, Sichun was extremely hyped, breathing heavily. Wow, amazing. That is a whole different level. But was he hit too much? His vision was slowly fading. Why did he feel so weak and exhausted? Soo-hyun, while tapping her phone, reminded Sichun of the drug's consequences. From now on, the real pain begins, Sichun. She called the person on the other end. Oh, Joseph, tell me. Right now, where is the boxing gym? Sichun is here. Why? Suddenly her expression changed. Pharmacy? Okay, alright, wait for me. After hanging up, she turned to everyone. Jung-ho, that is enough, stop now. Sichun, change your clothes and come out. I think you need to go to the hospital immediately. Sichun was still like an addict, his eyes darting around as he asked, why do we suddenly have to go to the hospital? I am fine. Soo-hyun curled her lips in disdain. It is not because of you. Get out here and shower quickly. To the hospital area. The doctor walked out and announced, the surgery was successful, and we did everything we could. But I am not sure when he will wake up. I cannot give a definite answer, because I was too shocked when I saw his face. At the same time, Sichun and his group also arrived. Jung-ho saw them with a sad expression and called out, Sichun, he is here. He stepped forward with a face covered in sweat. Chae-sung, how is Chi-sung's condition? How serious is it that he had to undergo surgery like this? He is fine after the surgery, right? God, can I see Chae-sung's face? Jung-ho informed him. The doctor said he needs to rest now, so we can only look at him from outside. Not life-threatening, but it might take a while for him to wake up. Si-chun looked at the hospital bed, his voice trembling. Did this happen inside Ji-sung's company? He replied, huh? No, I heard from a passerby that he was lying somewhere outside the company. Do you know anything? Si-chun gasped for air and answered, no, I do not know. Going back to earlier, Si-chun's phone just rang. He had just finished showering, it seemed. Si-chun scrolled through his phone. I have a message. Who could it be? Looking at the screen, his mind slowly became chaotic. Chae-sung, what happened to Chae-sung? What is this? Back to the present, Ha-jin, trembling with fear, collapsed to her knees. Jung-ho saw this and yelled, Ha-jin, are you okay? Everyone instinctively looked at Ha-jin. Tears streamed down her face. Why? Why did it happen again? Did they do it again this time? Jung-ho bent down to comfort her. That is not the right way to think, Ha-jin. I heard his surgery was successful. Wait a little, okay? Do not blame yourself. It was not your fault. He looked up. Si-chun, Ha-jin needs to lie down and rest for a while. Si-chun, are you okay? Seeing his extremely tense expression, he hesitated, even feeling a bit scared. Soo-hyun observed everything. This was getting worse. It was definitely not a coincidence. 99.9% was the work of those damned bastards. Why at this time? What was the point of attacking someone with no direct connection to this matter? She frowned. Aizen, I heard you can protect Ha-jin and teach Si-chun how to fight. What kind of work are you doing in America if we meet later? In front of her phone rang. Huh? At the chemical plant area. Aizen was calling Soo-han. Are you cursing me? You can criticize me more. I called you urgently because I know about Si-chun's drug. His face had a few blood stains on it. Say it again. If you stop using the drug immediately, what will happen? Yes, he will lose muscle mass quickly, so he will not be able to control his body. The tattoo-faced man pressed against the table, spoke earnestly. It is very dangerous if he stops using the drug immediately, because he has symptoms of speech impairment. Sir, you have to reduce the dose gradually. You have to gradually reduce the dosage and stop using it. It seems the aftermath of using this is worse than other drugs. He relayed the words to Soo-han. He says that if you completely stop using the drug, you might experience muscle loss and speech impairment, making you unable to control your body. Please monitor him from afar until I return to Korea. I will find out in my own way if there is another treatment method. For the local drug dealers to know about this new drug, there must be a reason it flowed into the United States. Please, and I will definitely repay you one day. It will not be long. Anything else? Waiting for Soo-han to mention Ji-sung. Huh? What? What? Who is in the hospital? Really? And Ha-jin? Alright, okay. I will contact you later. He sighed, a bit tired after hanging up. Now round 2 begins. I want to kill someone right now, but I cannot kill him because he is in Korea. That is why I will kill some trash right now. Aizen casually picked up the axe at his feet. His face was grim with murderous intent. That man can do you if you do not answer my questions. So the first question is, can a cure for this new drug be found or created? The man shouted in fear. Wait a moment. Aizen, you crazy bastard, let us talk like human beings. If you do this, you will not get any answers. I am very calm like a human being. The insect pretending to be a human. So what? That method did not work back then, but recently it has worked well with what I did to your right hand. This time I am thinking of using your left hand to conduct this conversation. Alright. Just as the swing was raised, the man darkened his face and confessed, wait a moment, you damned bastard. Aizen gave a devilish smile. Are you trying to remember this axe? This axe cut off your right arm. Does it bring back some memories? Go ahead. Enjoy yourself. Then cackling, he swung the axe heavily towards the man. The tattoo-faced man, his face drenched in sweat, shouted, Alright, stop. Stop. The man began to confess. I remember. First question, I know someone who can create a cure. Aizen feigned ignorance. Really? Huh? I was about to cut it before hearing your answer. But what a pity. So I think you should take me to that person. To the second question, do you know how this new drug entered the United States? The man replied tremblingly, I can find out. But these days, both police and ordinary people are dealing drugs. So it takes time to find the exact route. Aizen did not want to waste time and gave a deadline. How long? 30 minutes. Hearing his outrageous time frame, the man could only curse inwardly. He could not even take a dump in 30 minutes. Crazy bastard. Then spoke up. Give me a week. Aizen closed his eyes, pretending to be oblivious. 3 days. If I do not know the information after 3 days, what will happen? I will find you no matter where you hide. I will cut off everything on your body. You know that, right? If you know, then move quickly. The tattoo-faced man cried a little inside. This bastard, I have to live in this room because of others. I hope you get what you deserve, you dog. Aizen left after finishing his business. Looking at the morning sunlight shining through the door, Aizen felt it was brilliant. Nothing else, huh? Excuse me, are you Aizen? A man in sunglasses blocked the way and spoke. A VIP is looking for you. Please follow me, right now. The man ordered bluntly. A fast food restaurant. A black car moved up. Stepping down were Aizen and the glasses-wearing man. Right, I guess sometimes you still listen to what I say. Hey you, he asked, and Aizen replied, what is it? He gave plenty of instructions. Listen carefully to me before going in. I don't know why the VIP wants to see you, but remember one thing, from now on we have the right to kill you immediately if you make a threatening move like putting your hand in your pocket. So be careful with every gesture, no matter how small, okay? Aizen said irritably, you talk too much, fine, but you already searched me earlier, didn't you? I understand your meaning, so don't brag about having someone important here, alright? As soon as he stepped into the restaurant, the glasses-wearing man spoke up, I'm here. The president saw him and greeted Aizen, long time no see. Aizen replied respectfully, long time no see, are you well? I wondered if you would agree to meet me. I requested to see you because I have many demands, Mr. President. The scene shifted to the port transport area. Jung-ho unlocked a storage container, and he shouted loudly, is anyone here? Chef Kim and team leader Kang, is anyone there? Jung-ho sighed, I will let you go. If you're still alive, raise your hand. Is team leader Kang here? So you're not here either. A haggard-looking man inside the container yelled, I'm here. I am team leader Kang. He pursed his lips looking at the person inside, huh? I finally found you. Come out here and have some rice porridge with me. Are you willing to talk now? Hearing there was food, the man crawled out, drooling, rice porridge? I'll tell you everything. At the same time at the rest area, Sichun was so shocked his limbs felt weak, curling up in a blanket. Su-han was at a loss for words. Wait a moment, Jung-ho is getting the medicine. There is no cure yet, so we will adjust the new dosage and gradually reduce it. The symptoms will ease. Aizen will find a way soon. Jun asked, how is Hajin? Is she okay? Hajin replied, that friend with glasses is taking very good care of her. Joseph is always there too. For now, take care of your body first. Only when you're healthy can you protect anyone. Then she rambled about the last time she met Lee Sang-gon, talking about Jun Woo's younger brother. They say was like a drug addict and investigators were looking for connections. So I told them to stay calm and wait. If the pain is too much during rest, call me and go to the hospital. She opened the door to go outside, leaving Si-chun to rest alone. Okay, thank you. Jun thought about the past. Jun Woo's part-time younger brother, drug addict. Chae-sung Hyung sent a message saying at our company, probably right before he was beaten, right? Chae-sung works for a big company. Combining the signs, there is only one reason to target Ji Ziyun at this time. Rhea Sung, Jun Woo, and his part-time younger brother all work at that company. At that moment, Si-chun's face looked horrified. Si-chun was immersed in thought, so is Jun Woo the illegitimate son of the company owner? Must have gone through serious family conflict because they were not at the top. He had to trample them more and harder. What if I told Suhain Nuna or the investigator what I know? Besides, finding solid evidence would take a lot of time, and the drug addicts already have connections with the police. Even if we found evidence and got an arrest warrant, they would have found a way to escape by then, like the trash Lee Ki-seok who roamed freely when Hajin's incident happened. But the difference now is that there is one certainty. This time, I am not the me of the past. The boxing training area. Doohan was diligently training for the upcoming exam. His 5 punches were fast and solid, so much so that the punching bag being hit almost deserved a rest. Soo Hyun appeared from behind and praised, pretty heavy, huh? Do you think you'll become a boxer if you keep this up? Doohan chuckled, should I put you at a disadvantage for thinking I wouldn't notice? No way. His face was drenched in sweat as he thought, she's really serious, no joke. He asked while stretching his legs, how is Sichun? Is he okay continuing with the medication? Soo Hyun replied sadly, not okay, because the medicine is exhausting his body. It's only a temporary solution so he doesn't collapse immediately. Then she changed the subject. You remember when Aizen paid off all your family's debts? Doohan replied, of course, I will be grateful for that my entire life. The corner of her mouth curled up. Aizen has always been like that, he's been that way for a long time. What he said, I will definitely protect you no matter what happens. He also cares deeply about everyone, helping me stand up without falling. Soo Hyun gave a very bright, reassuring smile. Don't worry. Like you, Sichun and Hejin will have a happy ending. Hearing this, his heart softened. Right, don't let the people around you collapse. It felt pleasant and wonderful. At the same time, footsteps were heard outside the door. It turned out to be Jung-ho. He entered and called out, big sister, take the medicine to Sichun. They gave the medicine to me to give to you. Team leader Kang, or the man we brought back from there. He guaranteed the medicine ingredients were the same as last time. Soo Hyun praised, well done. Sichun is resting, I'll do it later. You should practice boxing with Doohan according to the rules. Hearing that, he got goosebumps. No, big sister, I haven't even had time to eat before running off to work. Why are you so enthusiastic with me? Suddenly, Sichun appeared blankly behind him. I can train right now. Jung-ho jumped in fright, his face contorted as he yelled, Ghost, you lunatic, I almost hit your face with my heel. Sichun was drenched in sweat. Thank you, Jung-ho Hyung. Seeing him tired, he softened his voice, I see, but are you okay? You look like you're about to die. Sichun said word by word, yes, I can take it. Then he turned to Soo-han, sister, I still have the strength to fight, I am ready. The young man's face looked like he had been constipated for 5 days. She reluctantly agreed. All right, do it now. Jung-ho, let's begin. I'll give you a small dose. Don't throw up if you don't want to spit it out. A few days later, Sechun and Hajin went to a street food stall. He pressed, asking if she was okay. She said while taking photos of the food, "Relax, are you hungry? Let me take one last shot." She put the phone down and invited, "I've taken all the photos. Let's eat now." He was puzzled. Why did you suddenly take pictures of the food? You usually don't like taking pictures. Hajin cheerfully looked at the screen. I'll send these to Jagung Appa. Huh, why would you send them to someone you haven't even woken up from being bedridden? If you keep sending photos, that brother will go crazy with worry. Do you think he will wake up if he sees this and gets angry? Hajin asked for his opinion. Sechun replied somberly, maybe soon. He will wake up, smile, and say annoying things like before. Her voice grew heavy, so just stop. Lim Sechun, I am very scared and worried every day. I wonder if you will suddenly disappear one day like Jagung Appa. Jin continued, never talk about ending things by your own hand, and leave that place before it causes you any more harm. Really, I still find that terrifying. My hands and feet tremble just thinking about getting involved with those people. Sechun said in a firm voice, I heard Sister Soo-hyun say that Yasun will return soon to find a way to end all of this. In the meantime, each person must endure in their own way. At a large corporation, scene shifts to the reception area. Sechun stepped forward and said, hello, I would like to pick up some items. The friendly receptionist replied, hello, how can I help you? I am the family of Kim Ji-jung, the assistant manager of the media and marketing team. He had an accident, so I am here to collect his belongings, he said with a forced smile. I contacted you in advance, please check. The receptionist understood immediately. You mean assistant Kim Ji-jung from the media and marketing team, right? Please wait a moment. After a moment, she spoke, yes, it has been confirmed. His family is coming today. Please take the elevator to the 20th floor and ask for assistant Kim Ji-jung's area. He bowed politely. Yes, thank you. Have a good day. Sechun concealed his disgust, but his eyes clearly showed a murderous look like a psychopath. At the office, someone exclaimed, is Manager Han still not done? I said I needed that data before I go out for work. Why are you being so slow? Junwoo tensely retorted, it takes at least a day. Did you not send it to me an hour ago? The manager saw that his face lacked respect, so he snarled, hey Junwoo Han, why are you talking so much? Do you hate working? What are you going to do now? If this continues, you will only get a salary like this. He had to back down. No, I'm sorry. It's almost done. I will send it in 10 minutes. The man enjoyed trampling on Junwoo, thinking that treating him like a subservient dog would keep him quiet at work. That's wonderful, isn't it? Watching it alone would be a waste. Seeing someone at the door asking questions, the manager looked out and replied, yes, what brings you here? Junwoo followed his gaze, thinking, what now? His face changed color as quickly as an earthen pot. Why is it you? What are you doing here? Sechun smiled, took off his hat, his face full of bloodlust pressing close. I finally found you. I finally found the dog I've been looking for. Junwoo Han hesitated. Why? Sechun quickly fired off a series of questions. Why are you surprised? Didn't you already predict this? Aren't you the one who made me come here? His eyes were empty, full of shock. Uncle, but hasn't Kim Ji-jung woken up yet? I thought he would write it as soon as he woke up. Then his shock turned to utmost terror. I also checked Kim Ji-jung's phone at that time. Could it be? He recalled the moment he was discovered, when he was beaten, to send a text message and leave a clue in the blink of an eye. The message with Lim Sechun was not yet deleted. Junwoo hurriedly went back to delete it. Did he make a snap decision and delete the incriminating evidence? Delete the evidence, delete the evidence. There are Hansel and Gretel, you fool. After a moment of thought, he moved his lips and clicked his tongue. I see, right, situations like this are really great. A middle-aged employee happened to pass by and asked curiously, what's going on? Why is this student laughing so strangely? Who is this student? Junwoo still chuckled softly. It's strange, you know I am here. Slowly stood up, his shoulders still trembling. Why did Sechun come alone? There are plenty of police and adults around ready to help you, right? Donggu closed his eyes, speaking calmly. I think I know why. Do you want me to guess, Sechun? He opened his eyes, full of provocation and contempt. Because you are afraid of losing your personal revenge. Right, huh? Sechun did not say much, immediately punching him in the face. Junwoo's face contorted in pain, blood gushing from his nose like a fountain. He screamed. The scream shook the entire room. Everyone panicked and shouted, hey, over there! They were stunned in disbelief. What? What is it? Who is that person? Did he hit Mr. Han? Sechun glared coldly. Because Daidong found him here. Did he actually hit someone right in the company? Junwoo Han fell to the ground, holding his face as he spoke. If you are ready, then fine. I guess you are full of confidence now that you've recovered. His eyes were bloodshot, teeth grinding in anger. So is it because this is your family business? You can do whatever you want. Does your family come from a black movie? But quickly, that ferocious look became dull. But what can I do? Today's students are extremely rude because they are not punished. An old man timidly interjected. Wait a minute, young student. What did you just say? Your family company? Did I hear that wrong? Si Chun calmly said, the chairman of this company is named Han, right? I asked around and checked. Sounds the same. The old man trembled. What? What are you talking about? There is more than one or two people named Han in Korea. He looked at Jun Woo, deputy manager Han. No, this is absurd. What is this student doing? He is saying strange things. Get him out of here. He still respectfully bowed and politely replied, I'm sorry, my little brother has a mental illness. I know him, you don't need to worry. Then he turned to Si Chun. There are many people watching here. Listen when I speak politely. Si Chun turned his head and sneered. This guy looked scared and trying to stay calm to escape. I don't know what the story is, but you are being forced to work here. Every word he said pierced Jun Woo's heart like a cold needle. I believe your weakness is related to this company. That's why I came here myself. He madly raised his head and spoke loudly. Thank you to the employees for your efforts. Are you all interested in this story? I will explain everything truthfully. Then he pointed directly at him, speaking in English. His older brother is the boss of this company. The old manager standing nearby froze in place. Dungu frowned. Are you insane? A female employee was astonished. Really? Manager Han is amazing. A few people behind whispered, no. How was assistant manager Han hired? What was his motive? Connections? I'm not sure. I don't remember meeting anyone before. Jun Woo was slightly flustered, waving his hand to explain. My little brother, someone I have known since childhood, suffers from a delusional disorder. He is currently under treatment. I will take him to the hospital. Sorry for the noise. Take care of yourselves. But Si Chun did not stay quiet, shouting again. This guy is a violent criminal, attacking a minor, illegal filming, drug trafficking. The father of this bastard is also the company chairman. Dungu immediately lost his composure, grabbing him by the collar and warning, Stop it, you brat. Do you think people will believe unverified nonsense? He became even more unhinged, blood vessels in his eyes popping. Verify the truth. Do you think this is a courtroom? I am just planting a question in their minds. Each word felt like 10,000 eyes staring straight at Jun Woo. How long until everyone in this building realizes you are a despicable criminal? The more he spoke, the more excited Si Chun became. I will tell them exactly what this trash is. I don't know what you are planning, but the ending will not be what you want. His face pressed close as he spoke. Because of me, Jun Woo, there is no reason left for me to take care of myself after you have bathed in dirty water. He was so angry his veins bulged. This bastard must have hit his head somewhere. Good thing he lost his composure after taking his meds. Cold, reproachful voice echoed through the luxurious room. Jun Woo, have you lost your mind? His voice was deep. I told you to go to work to learn how to control your emotions. In the company bathroom, you beat a colleague into a coma. Jun Woo bowed his head in defense. In that situation, I thought it was the fastest and most effective way if that employee had let Lim Si Chun know I was working here. He continued, from the vice chairman to his father, it is only a matter of time before they find out we are involved. But the old man only calmly replied, what can they do even if they know? He was slightly puzzled, yes. The old man said unhurriedly, rumors like that are just something to nibble on for a while. Then they go silent when the sweetness fades. Turned his head and frowned. When the media and police use fake data to rationalize the truth, people will accept it. They try to uncover the truth. But do you know why they don't succeed? His cold, tired eyes narrowed, radiating an unapproachable feeling. Uncovering the truth takes time and money. That is also personal money. He stood up straight, gently instructing. Our former students only earn a few million won a year. Each person only has one life. Would you use your personal money to investigate the truth about someone else's life? Every move he spoke was meticulous and professional. If the media and police say so, we simply think that is the truth. So you don't need to worry about acting immediately. Finally, a reminder, the more sensitive you are, the more you get infected by the uproar over whether it is true or not. Remember what your father said. Jun Woo tiredly let out a breath. Don't get excited. He suddenly let go of Si Chun's collar and said, so then, what should I do? I'm not sure what you're talking about. Get out of here before the security guards catch you. Seeing this, Si Chun shouted even louder. Manager Kim Jung-hwan from the advertising and marketing department was attacked by Vice Chairman Jun Woo and is in critical condition. The Vice Chairman and his father, the company chairman, are covering up this fact. As he spoke, a fast punch followed. This kind of trash was dirtying the city and deserved to be destroyed. A strong punch made him stagger back from the momentum. Jun-woo was still not satisfied, grabbing his head to hit him again. I tried to hold back, but it was useless. Is this what you wanted? He grabbed Si-chun's head and smashed it hard against the floor. Jung-gu asked with a mix of irritation and excitement, "How about it? You bastard, do you like it?" Si-chun's face pressed against the cracked floor, trembling in waves. He slightly turned his head to the side, one half of his face growing increasingly deranged, grinning grotesquely at Jun-woo. He seemed to feel no pain, only madness in his eyes. "That's right, this is what I wanted." A calm voice echoed in the study. "All right, remember what your father is saying." He stood up straight and said, "The factory explosion last time was the first time, and this is the second time an employee has fallen into a coma, correct?" Jun-woo's father acknowledged 2 offenses, with only one chance left to correct the mistakes. He was lucky to assess the problem in time and prevent it from worsening, but, he pointed out, on the other hand, the problem is your lack of attention to details. You should have noticed your child's close friend working for your own company, shouldn't you? Jun-woo could say nothing, only offered an apology. He ignored it, merely giving advice. "For now, stay silent and focus on training. This is your last chance." The warning was gentle but weighty. His father's leniency ended here. A large building stood in the heart of the bustling city. People in the office buzzed. Vice President Han, "What's going on? We should stop them." Si-chun still grinned. There it is. Jun-woo had already grown helpless against him. "Are you laughing? You're completely addicted." His arm trembled as if trying to exert more force. "Are you so drunk you can't control yourself? Today, I'll lay you next to your comatose friend, you bastard." Hearing that, Si-chun grew even more manic and yelled, "Really? Hurry up. Our vice president Han won't be able to work again after this, am I right?" He also dropped all pretense and threatened back. "This kid is really digging his own grave. I thought messing with you was cute, but this has gone too far." His eyes were dark as he said, "Security is coming because of the commotion. But before they get here, I'll handle this myself, Si-chun." Suddenly, Si-chun attacked him right in the groin. Woo's pain made him break out in a sweat, cursing between breaths. "What? This? Dog? Hold on." He let out an excited laugh. "What's this? You bastard." A hit to the weak spot. Si-chun ruthlessly struck the groin again. "Goodbye, descendant of Jun-woo." Jun-woo panted heavily in tension. He managed to block the attack and protect his vitals. "You bastard, this isn't right." Unable to land a hit, Si-chun taunted, "So this is the level of an athlete. Look at that reaction speed." Both of their hands tensed until they trembled. He repeated, "I blocked it." "What a pity." His face darkened with a gloating expression. "Do you understand now? I don't consider trash like you human." Si-chun quickly knocked his hand away and lunged forward, a courtesy unlike others. Si-chun's lifeless eyes stared wide at him. "Don't count on that, you lunatic. From now on, I'll help you lie deep underground." Jun-woo did not back down either, retorting, "You think you can do it? I heard you're good with drugs, but I'm not so sure." He grabbed Si-chun's head and slammed it down, catching him off guard. He used a flying hammer combined with an uppercut, gritting his teeth and lifting his body. "But Jun-woo, you overlooked one thing. I've changed." He praised inwardly without stopping. "The effect of this drug is excellent. The strength is beyond explanation." Jun-woo was full of surprise. "What is this? What did Mr. Kim Bet do to make the drug work so well when the body accepts it?" Si-chun successfully grabbed Jun-woo and lifted him high, asking, "Hey, is the floor of your father's company safe if it breaks?" He slammed Jun-woo's body hard to the ground. He roared in pain from deep in his throat. Only then did Si-chun add, "Don't ask me for money later. Ask your old man to fix it, since I already used up my allowance from the start." The elderly manager nearby hurried over. "Hey, student, stop right now. This is a company, not a place for fighting." He raised his head and looked straight ahead. "I'm sorry, but I have my reasons for doing this here. Please understand." Suddenly, Jung-gu asked, "The previous manager?" His head tilted back, his eyes lifeless as he warned, "Just stay quiet. If you meddle without understanding the problem, you'll be beaten and killed." The old manager panicked, sweat pouring down. "What are you talking about? Vice President Jun-woo, I'm your boss. This is a company." He closed his eyes in irritation and continued, "Seriously, what is wrong with you? Does this guy want to explode and die? It's pathetic not to understand the situation around you." Jun-woo kicked hard to push Si-chun away. "Stay back." The manager kept asking, "Han Jung-un, what the hell did you just say?" He stood up, his face dark, speaking to the old man. "Look at the situation around you. I said if you can't do that, then I can't stop myself." Then he threatened, making the manager tremble. "Earlier I asked if this lump of fat wanted to burst and die. Why is there a problem? The expression on his face twisted. Look, manager, we still don't have good feelings for each other. Don't force me for no reason. Just stay out of this. This is the final warning. Suddenly, Si-chun stepped forward and slapped him hard on the head, scolding, "You rude bastard." He spoke condescendingly. That's no way to talk to an elder. Someone who can't do their job properly should at least have some manners. The manager looked at him anxiously and advised, "Student, stop right now and leave here. I'll try to stop Vice President Han before something big happens." Jun-woo darkened his face, his voice growing angrier. "Why don't you understand what I'm saying? I thought I told you already." He picked up a computer and appeared from behind him. Same as before. "Stay there and keep quiet." He turned around in utmost horror. "Vice President Han, what are you doing?" Jung-gu lost control, his cold voice rang out. "What are you? I've been filing a report since before, you bastard." As the computer smashed down, the manager cried out in panic, "Help me! Someone!" Blood sprayed across the office like raindrops. The manager clutched his head in fear. "My head." Jun-woo looked at him and said, "You still think this will help you, Si-chun? Why do you believe the employees here will testify? What is your ability?" "Yes, I can't follow you forever, but..." Behind Jun-woo's back, the police team had already arrived. At least they could drag out a piece of trash named Jun-woo as a caught red-handed special assault criminal. After injecting Si-chun, "Done." Sister Luna reminded him with a concerned expression. "As for you, after the injection you're shaking, sweating, a bit lifeless. Now, take a deep breath. Everything will be fine. If Hajin sees your face, she'll panic, so rest if you don't want to get beaten up." "Yes, ma'am. Thank you," and she said while gently rubbing her eyes before continuing the story. "I only said that as a precaution. Do you know Detective Jang Hyung-sik? He always follows every rule and works quite annoyingly. If you know something we don't hide it, share it. Even a difficult task can be completed if we join forces. This happens when you try to solve it alone many times without asking for help." As he spoke, Si-chun's face was still sweating, as if he was thinking about it. People become miserable when they look for the cause of failure elsewhere, so no matter what happens, contact everyone around you to fight together. She left without forgetting to remind Si-chun a few things. "I'm leaving, relax a bit. Your face will return to normal. Everyone at home is worried about you." In a large company, a group of people were gathered talking about something. "At least we can drag that scumbag Jun-woo hiding in his father's arms into the light, like a special criminal caught red-handed." Jung-un was quite confused when he heard that. A young man then loudly said, What, that's nonsense. We're the police who received the report about the attack in the company." Jung-un was startled when he heard the young man's full sentence. He turned to look at Si-chun and Do-hun, who were shouting loudly, "You swindlers. This is a sting operation. Are you okay, student?" Do-hun shouted and pointed both hands. All the employees saw it right. "We collected the images from the security cameras. You can't say anything anymore." In a place full of computer screens, Jung Hyun was talking to the person working there, along with a girl named Sao Han. "This is obstruction of justice. Don't talk nonsense. Just give me the correct file from the scene. I can't guarantee what will happen if I find out you gave the wrong file, because of the friend beside me. She uses excessive force to enforce discipline. Criminals, accomplices, and others have been torn apart by her." Sohan laughed and placed her hand on the man's shoulder, making him panic and sweat. "Try doing something foolish. I want a reason because I've been nice for too long. No, I'll give it right away." Jang Hyung-sik suddenly held out handcuffs in front of Jung-un, startling him a bit. "Mr. Jun-woo, I'm arresting you for special assault. You have the right to remain silent and call a lawyer. Hold out your hands for the cuffs. They'll fit perfectly. You know the law very well. Listen carefully. There is a complaint that Kim Ji-jung, an employee of this company, was attacked inside the organization." Jang Hyung-sik immediately got angry and spoke loudly. Jung-un also had the handcuffs on. "There is a report that he disappeared after seeing Jun-woo that day. Therefore, how do we determine the criminal environment for someone like you has enough intent? A sting operation can be considered legal." "I really don't know, but aren't you suspended? That would be a big problem." "Yes, but I'm back. Didn't you know? You're so stupid. It won't be so easy to escape this time." Si-chun suddenly held his head in pain and stood up. Seeing this, Jung-un asked what was wrong. Jang Hyung-sik supported Si-chun and told everyone to call an ambulance. "Wake up, student. The car will arrive soon. Did you guys call 119? When will the car arrive?" Si-chun stood up and said to Jang Hyung-sik, "Detective, this level is good enough, right? We've caused quite a bit of damage to that swindler. That's the first half of the start. Detective Ne went to get the camera footage, so it's quite successful. Are you really okay?" "I'm fine, just a little dizzy. Eating a bowl of ramen will help. Better to finish it all at once. There will be no more victims, no more repeats. There's nothing wrong. I'll apologize after everything is settled." After the two finished speaking, Jung-un turned back and smiled, which made Jang Hyung-sik a little angry. Jung-un's face darkened, his expression gradually showing. Detective, the person in charge of Kim Dae-dung before seemed to consider me a suspect in the assault case. But they don't seem to have solid evidence. You can directly ask Kim Dae-dung about the situation then, but I think you can't because he can't talk. He laughs when the swindler is being arrested. Laugh a lot because from now on there will be fewer things to laugh about. Yes, I hope Assistant Manager Kim Ji-jung wakes up soon. That way I will be freed from my injustice. At Han Hospital, 2 police officers were standing outside chatting. While talking, one wanted to go to the bathroom and said to the other, "Who ordered us to guard this place 24 hours? I don't know, but I heard the patient is an assault victim. If he wakes up, he will face a high hurdle. They told us to guard the entrance because they suspect something will happen to the patient. It's not like I'm watching a movie. I'm tired. If I stay up all night, I'll be tired for 2 days. We're short on manpower, but they don't hire more. Well, I can't even get into the bathroom. Is that so? We're human too, so we have to go to the bathroom. I'll protect him. I'll be back soon. I've held it in for quite a while. No problem. Calm down." After he said that and turned his face up, he was startled to see the back of a tall young man. The guard was startled and stammered to ask, "What are you doing?" A tall figure asked in a low voice if this was Kim Dae-dung's hospital room. Scene shifted to the closed hospital room door. Just then, the door suddenly opened, light entering the dark room. Immediately after, the room became silent and pitch black. Beside Kim Dae-dung's bed, a man suddenly appeared. He said softly, "Tsk," the name, and while pressing the phone, confirming the face. He stared at the person full of blood vessels, while raising his hand and muttering, "Third, the patient's name is Kim Jae-suna, check the face." After saying that, he immediately lunged to choke Kim Dae-dung complete. Just as he exclaimed softly in pleasure, "Die now." Suddenly a deadly punch swung straight into his face. Aizen clenched his jaw and then put force into a strong punch to one side of his face. Aizen said coldly, "How did I catch a bug here? He is sick. From now on he must be isolated." He squatted down in front of that guy, uttering a threat. "First I have to decide what to do with you." The masked guy was still shocked by Aizen's sudden punch. He groaned and stammered, begging, "Wait a minute. It seems there's a misunderstanding. Listen to me." Not accepting the plea, Aizen's expression was not pitying but even disdainful, asking back, "What misunderstanding?" "Just prepare for what is about to happen." Faced with his arrogant response, the masked guy was momentarily speechless. Aizen could only continue. "How was that last sentence?" "I don't admit it." He was like a fish on a chopping board, now only able to say yes obediently like a dog. Seeing no other way, he took off his cap. It turned out to be a girl. She tremblingly said to Aizen as if begging for forgiveness, "I'm just a student. Someone told me to do this. I was wrong." Not stopping there, she quickly continued when Aizen was still standing watching in terrifying silence. "And I'm a girl, okay? Please don't hit me. Evil will be repaid with evil." Aizen looked at Atama expressionlessly and replied, "On the battlefield, women and children are not killed if they surrender, but the final mission taught me an important lesson. Do you know what it is?" As soon as he finished speaking, her eyes widened along with a sinister smile on her face. "Monsters have no age, they have no gender. The lesson from the battlefield is deeply engraved in my mind, that monsters born as humans should be burned to death. That is all I know." Realizing there was no way out, she turned to curse him directly even as her body shivered violently. "Hey, you're truly disgusting. You damn monster, didn't that old bastard paper force us to live in this damn world?" The more she spoke, the more her face turned into a terrifying shape. "You people made us like this. You who claim to be adults, and there are things you don't know." From when did a person also wearing a hood arrive behind Aizen? Although she knew nothing, he could be her salvation. She immediately raised her voice to answer, "You think the person who came today was really just me?" Seeing her lifeline, she laughed loudly and shouted at the man, "Hey, you came for drugs too, right? I was not sure if he was a cop, but he was protecting Kim Jung-hwan, so I could not kill him. Kill him immediately." Seeing the criminal's glee, he stepped back and asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" It turned out to be no stranger. It was Gray. He looked at her with a puzzled expression, then turned to ask Aizen, "What is this junkie saying, Aizen? Why are you laughing at me? It makes me sick." As for her, she still could not accept that he was on the same side as Aizen. Her body trembling violently, she stammered, "Could this be a foreign assassin? On a bigger scale than I thought. Hey, kill him. Do you understand?" Aizen had lost patience, turning to vent to Gray, "That is just drug talk. Addicts say that a lot. Do you think it is any different in Korea? Is the outside done? How many have arrived?" He did not need much time to remember, answering with just a glance, "Only a few outside. They became sluggish like addicts, right?" Just as he said, the opponents were sprawled out, unable to fight back. The Korean police had also spotted that group. One of them even cried out, "Help." I finished and left it for the police to handle. She soon realized the situation, only daring to ask herself in her head, "What? These two are on the same side." Then she said to Aizen with a blank face, Sir, I lost my mind from being drunk. I talk nonsense a lot." Not letting her finish, Asen slapped her the moment she was still rambling about her addiction. Right after the first hit, he was ready with a few more to sober her up. He said that besides harming people, there was no room for reflection in the minor actions after ending another's life. With those words, the second slap landed on her face like thunder, the crisp sound echoing from Korea all the way to Vietnam. Unable to resist anymore, she could only whimper like a starving dog beaten senseless in a dark alley of an Indian slum in the 1980s. Not letting her catch her breath, Asen slapped her head again, hitting and saying, "These cancerous dogs, right in front of me." The sharp, crisp sounds of slaps rang out continuously in the hospital room, along with Asen's cold words, "They have to be beaten to death for me to feel satisfied." Seeing she had lost consciousness, he stopped his hand and said savagely, "Death is too light for a criminal like you. Your time in pain is too short." With a sharp gaze, he began to outline the end of her story. "So now you will live in a world full of similar troubles. I will make you rot there longer than you think." Setting aside Asen's story for now, we move to the interrogation room pressuring Jun-woo at the Korean police station. The sky was nearly pitch black, and the light was also fading. In the interrogation room were Officer Jang Hyung-sik and Jun-woo. The officer spoke first. "Hey, Mr. Jun-woo." He responded with a weary look. "Yes." Jang Hyung-sik, irritated by the defiance, scolded harshly. "Sit up straight. You were caught red-handed. Do you think a good lawyer will make your crime disappear?" He thought Jun-woo would be scared, but instead he replied steadfastly, "What are you saying? That student trespassed into the company, trying to ruin someone's life. He wanted me to get fired." The police side did not back down, listing the evidence collected. "You smashed a computer monitor into someone's head. Now his skull is cracked. Do you think you can get off by making excuses?" Indeed, after what Jun-woo did, even if you hide the head, the tail will eventually show. Jang Hyung-sik added, "Even if you try to lie, you have to deal with it properly. You idiot, back then you cornered a police officer and assaulted me at the factory." He continued, "You have done so many bad things you forgot, huh?" Hearing this, Jun-woo could not take it anymore, lunging forward to say, "Hey, detective." With that, he faced Jang Hyung-sik directly, his attitude stubborn. "Today is the first time we have met. What are you talking about? Why are you bringing up things unrelated to me?" Jang Hyung-sik was quite surprised but intrigued, thinking that meant he was not naive enough to be led by the investigation. After a moment of speculation, he continued, "You think we are joking? Let's see how long you can hide." Then he revealed more to Jun-woo. Formerly a member of the Jiu-Jitsu national team, Mr. Zhang Zungu. Seeing the subject's face change clearly, he pressed on with his advantage. "You changed your surname, didn't you? Permission is rarely granted without a specific reason, and supporting documents are also hard, especially for someone with a violent tendency like you." From the moment that name was mentioned, Jun-woo did not say a word, silently listening to all of Jang Hyung-sik's words. Seeing the subject completely silent, he thought he had won and asked, "So, still want to play with me?" Once again defying expectations, Jun-woo still showed an arrogant attitude, replying, "Detective, are you interested? I do not know why you are after me, but that is all I have to say." After saying that, he looked at Jang Hyung-sik with a confident smile. "From now on I will remain silent. When my lawyer arrives, can you talk to him first?" Hearing this, the officer was dumbfounded, answering dismissively, "Yeah, I was wondering when you'd say that. Tell him to come quickly, because being alone with you is disgusting." While the two were talking, a rustling knock came from outside the room. Jun-woo saw him enter and asked, "You came?" Jang Hyung-sik was confused. "Yeah, Lieutenant, what are you doing here?" He did not answer the question, but instead asked back, "Detective Kang, this person is Jun-woo, right?" Jang Hyung-sik replied, "He is charged with special assault and is currently a criminal." Not wanting to drag it out, he turned and gestured, "Step outside for a moment." From the moment he heard himself being pulled out, his face showed clear discomfort and confusion. "Lieutenant, we saw him smash a child's head with a monitor." Whether he heard that or not, he turned back with an angry face and scolded Jang Hyung-sik, "I understand. Get out now, you fool." Although furious, he remained silent, having to obey a superior's orders. Seeing the arrogant cop being humiliated by his superior, Jun-woo beside him gave a mocking smile. "So detective, what should I do now? I called a lawyer, but the lieutenant came instead. Tough luck." Jang Hyung-sik had already targeted this criminal, so it did not affect him. He confidently replied, feeling more anxious, "It makes me laugh. Since you cannot easily escape, think about what kind of rice soup you will eat." After speaking, he walked out with his boss, leaving Jun-woo alone in the isolated holding cell. At this moment, he was not yet aware of what was happening, still acting arrogantly, leaning back and saying, "Worried about what?" He closed his eyes leisurely, speaking to himself, I will not eat rice soup. Rice detective, I want to eat sugarcorn porridge. Aizen had already appeared behind him without him noticing. Recognizing the familiar face, sweat began to pour from his forehead endlessly. He asked in a trembling, frightened voice, "Why are you here? How?" Aizen saw him obediently accepting his fate and felt pleased. Unable to hold back a smile, he said that the reason and the method did not matter, there was something more important now. Now Junwoo was like prey on the chopping block, his gaze like a knife that could cut him at any moment. He looked at Junwoo and said, "The fact is I am here. That means the only thing left for you is to fall. That is the important part." Article 122. As this young man rambled on, the prosecutor concluded that he was being chased by the police. That was true back then, but not today, Aizen said as he leaned close to him. "I will explain it simply to you, because you seem to be having trouble grasping the situation. You have been comfortable all this time, cause someone had your back, right?" He issued a threat, saying the prosecutor was nothing. No matter who or what it was, he could never defeat the one backing me right now. As soon as he finished, Aizen grabbed his head and slammed it hard against the table. Then he pulled his head up, leaning close to his ear. "At least on this earth. Do you understand, you bastard?" The prosecutor glared and warned. "Are you crazy? This is a police station, you crazy bastard." He thought to himself, "What? I thought the boss came for me?" Aizen seemed to have predicted this move and laughed mockingly. "You think he came to get you out?" He kept a firm grip on the prosecutor's head. The man resisted. "How can you hear my heartbeat?" Aizen guessed. "If I look closely at your anxious face and the situation, I can hear it, you idiot." Not expecting to be toyed with by a brat, the prosecutor angrily shouted, "Huh? What nonsense are you talking, you bastard? You are finished. What era is this to still hit people in the interrogation room? Everything is being recorded here, you calf." Not letting him finish, Aizen gave him another warm greeting against the wall. Aizen put on a challenging face. "I thought you had some understanding because I heard you have had a hard life. How can you not grasp the situation at all? From the moment I arrived here, no matter what I do, no form of recording is saved. Nothing can stop me, not even the police station." Despite being beaten down repeatedly, Prosecutor Choi was still resilient. "Piggy bank, who are you lying to? I bet you found some weakness in the police station, right? Damn it, I will just call someone higher up, and it will be over." Like an arrogant challenge, Aizen was not afraid, but instead beat him again. "If that does not work, then more and more. You will be terrified to know how many weapons I have." He glared down, threatening. "You are viciously exploiting weaknesses somewhere and using them as weapons to manipulate people. If this relationship continues, do you know what the outcome will be? If that wraps around the back of your neck, you will lose. When you are the weakest and most useless, you will realize there is no one around to help you." The prosecutor held his face and laughed with delight. "It really hurts, you dog." Aizen tilted his head and said with a pout, "Because I hit you really hard. Looks like your nose is broken, right? Let's end this quickly." The prosecutor replied, "Aizen, I only know one fool, but I didn't expect you to be a fool too. What do you think will happen to you if you hit me like this? Only 48 hours can limit me, because the arrest warrant will be cancelled during the investigation, and it's very easy to reset my nose myself." Aizen asked, "Why were you looking at the rearview mirror and admiring yourself?" He replied, "Because there's no reason for arrest. My hair looks great today." Aizen was exasperated, rolling his eyes to the sky. "No, I'm not curious about that. Why do you think I'm trying to keep you here?" After hearing that, he wondered, "What? That's not it. So why am I here? You said someone was backing you up, right?" The two seemed to misunderstand each other. Aizen replied blankly, "Here? I heard you got caught, so I came here to hit you." He mentioned goat dung. "You were the one who made him like that, weren't you?" "I wanted to smash your face even more than goat dung, but back then I was just being patient." The prosecutor tilted his head. "So let me out of here. Do you know what I plan to do when I get out?" Aizen was very relaxed about this. Nothing scared him. "You'll go out and do normal things. There are people who want to kill you even more than I do, right? I can't let you meet him in prison. I just came here to greet you, while I'm cleaning up every detail of your family's dirty business." As he shouted, he slapped the prosecutor's face again. After that, he issued a threat, "I'm leaving. But maybe you'll need to eat something during these 48 hours. So go eat some chicken porridge." He left, slamming the door as a warning. The prosecutor trembled with rage. "You really are Aizen Hyung, but you don't know anything about me yet. Most accidents originate from that little brat." The scene shifted to Nia Lee Sanggon's grave. Soo Haeun, dressed entirely in black, stood before a tombstone. At the same time, Aizen walked over and spoke. She glanced over and replied, "You're late." He asked Han attentively, "Did it take too long?" She ignored his question and focused on something else. "Did you just get a haircut?" "And long time no see, Brian." She looked at him and greeted. Brian just stood and watched silent, then walked over to her, making her open her mouth to ask again, "Why are you so late? Do you know how long they waited?" In response to her anxious question, Brian only uttered one word, "Yeah." Soo-han was a bit annoyed. "That won't do, say hello first." Brian's body suddenly trembled. Feeling guilty, he used his hand to pull his cap brim down. He rubbed his buzz cut, stammering, "Do I look really stupid? Next time I'll come back more politely." His lips trembled, unable to hold back his sobbing, and he bowed his head before the tombstone to apologize. I'm sorry for being late. It was at the foot of the 209 Haywood Street building. Inside the building, Brian, carrying a bag, walked to his family's open apartment door. He was surprised and exclaimed, "Why did everyone leave the door open?" Brian happily guessed that Aizen had arrived. Harley would surely be jumping for joy. Suddenly, he heard a sound like a gunshot from inside the apartment, making him freeze. Brian dropped the bag, pressed himself against the wall, and gripped the gun hidden at his waist. A gunshot? Did it come from my house? Brian, furious, held his gun firmly and rushed toward the apartment, silently calling out two names: Gray, Harley. Brian tensely pointed his gun into the house. "Please, I hope nothing has happened." Brian's eyes stared tensely into the house, then he looked to the right, his eyebrows furrowed, then he closed his eyes as if relieved of a burden. Harley called, "Dad, what are you doing? Where's my chocolate? Why are your hands empty?" Brian scratched his head in confusion, looking at his daughter who stood with her hands on her hips, and answered awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Harley. I think I dropped it in the hallway. I'll get it right back." Gray appeared and asked, "What's chocolate? And why did you take so long?" Smelling smoke on him, she questioned, "You've been smoking again, haven't you? When will you quit?" Brian stammered an explanation. "No, I only touched it once." He quickly changed the subject. "Is Aizen here?" Gray replied, "Aizen arrived a long time ago. Go greet him." Brian turned away with a forced smile, adding, "Really? Aizen is here. Where is he? I thought he was playing with Harley." Brian smiled and looked elsewhere. "Aizen, why haven't you taken off that suit yet?" Brian was somewhat surprised, and then said, "Your hands." Aizen stood before Gray, his back to Brian. Blood stained Aizen's shoulder and hand. In his hand he held a kite also covered in blood. Gray asked worriedly, "Why are you holding that? How did that blood get on your shoulder?" Aizen's hand gripping the kite trembled slightly. Gray, enraged, rushed over and yelled, "Hey Aizen, are you listening to me? Harley's at home, what are you doing? Has your PTSD gotten worse?" Brian grabbed Aizen's shoulder, saw that his face and round scarf were also covered in blood, and asked, "What the hell did you do?" No matter what Brian said, Aizen remained silent, trembling and calling out, "Brian, what nonsense are you talking about?" Brian was shocked by Aizen's expression and asked, What are you saying? Are you okay? Calm down and wake up." Aizen angrily grabbed Brian's collar and yelled, "Snap out of it, you bastard." Aizen's face was red, tears streaming down. "Open your eyes, look inside carefully. What happened while you were away?" Brian was confused. "What? Gray and Harley are right next to you? Why do I need to look inside?" Aizen grabbed Brian's collar and dragged him. Brian grabbed Aizen's hand to stop him but was still pulled along. "Hey, let go of me." "Aizen, what are you doing?" Aizen threw Brian hard to the floor, making him scream, "Look with your own eyes. What are Gray and Harley doing? Then I'll kill you with my own hands." Brian still didn't understand and asked again, "What do you want me to see?" "Gray." I think Aizen has lost his mind. Suddenly Brian saw something, his face darkened, his eyes wide as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Brian struggled to stand, walked to where Gray was lying in a pool of blood, and softly called, "Gray, what are you doing lying there?" He walked over, saw her body covered in blood, holding his daughter Harley, but he didn't realize and asked again, "Huh? Why? You clearly spoke to me just now. Why are you lying here? Why?" The words still didn't make Brian realize. He saw Harley lying motionless under Gray's protective arms. He still couldn't accept reality, calling again, "Harley? Harley?" Brian collapsed before the bodies of the two he loved most. He reached out wanting to touch them, spoke to Harley's motionless body. "Dad brought you some chocolate." Was Dad too late? Then get up, okay? Don't joke like this. Why did you do this, Gray? Are you listening? Stop it, please! Say something. This is just a dream. Brian jerked violently, his face flushed, stammering, "Yeah, right. Look how different everything is from before. This must be a nightmare." He still couldn't accept reality, still thought it was a dream. Brian took out his gun, released the safety, then pointed it at his temple, muttering, "I just need to wake up from this dream, and then we'll see each other again." Brian lost his reason, preparing to pull the trigger to wake from the nightmare. Just as Brian was about to shoot, Aizen appeared and kicked the gun away. Aizen was still angry but had stopped crying. He said, "What did I say? I will kill you with my own hands, right? But first there is something you need to do with me, because I need your skills after it's done." Aizen looked at the broken Brian, his voice still angry. "Until then, if you don't want to die for the sake of those two." Brian was broken, his body trembling, tears falling. Sometime later, Brian had cut his long hair, and his hair had grown long again. He sat before Gray and Harley's graves, crying as he said, "Dad, I'm sorry for being late. Dad will come back soon. I hope you're okay, Harley." "I'll come again, Harley." Brian rubbed his hair, saw a long scar on his forehead, then spoke before Harley's grave. "We finally have to live in a different world a little sooner, but I don't understand how hard it is." He put on his hat and continued, "So in this life, I will do the things I'm good at, helping people who are abused by the wicked. When my time comes, I will come back to see you." The setting sun fell on his shoulder, shining on Brian's smiling face. So, until then, stay happy with your mom and eat all the chocolate you want. Dad is leaving, don't be too sad if it takes a long time. Brian turned to look at Aizen standing nearby and said, Aizen, I'm ready. What do I need to do now? Aizen stood there with a girl and answered indifferently. You can stay there for a while longer. Brian refused. No, I want to come back after finishing that job. Brian asked Aizen about the coming matter. You said who? Who do I need to investigate? Aizen replied, I will handle Jun Woo Woo. This man named Kim San-bae. Please find out what he's doing. Brian asked, how deep? Aizen's face was cold, without any expression. From the person who cut his umbilical cord on the day he was born to everyone he has ever met. Aizen smirked triumphantly and said to Brian, all information, even information he doesn't know about himself. A former US agent can find that much, can't he? At the flourishing city district, the president wondered, is it really okay for the two of you to go alone? Aizen replied, yeah, that's enough. I don't want others to be hurt or die needlessly. Ryan of the Korean police, Gray, and me were enough. Suhan is also in Korea now. Hearing this, he became a bit curious. Oh, Suhan, how is she? Have you two laughed yet? He was helpless. It's not like that, we're just friends. The president laughed heartily. Who are you trying to fool? Grab her before it's too late, if you don't want to miss your chance. Anyway, I have a next schedule, so I have to end the conversation here. It's a pity, but I promise next time it won't end so quickly. He changed the subject, saying the new drug had infiltrated the drug world, and that was why he needed my help again. Aizen replied respectfully and thanked him for his help. He said that now he believed he was still alive, Mr. President. The president only wished for that. I hope you survive this time too, Aizen said, then asked for permission to leave. He said he would inform when there was progress, and that would also be when Mak Ung appeared. The guards at the door exchanged knowing glances. One of them asked, Mr. President, the scale of the drug organizations is very large. What do you plan to do with just 2 people? The president chuckled, interrupting, even if he comes from a special forces background, don't worry. I can't say everything, but if those 2 and Su Hyan cooperate, he believed they could take down an entire elite team, because they were the best. The scene shifted to the boxing gym, right at the entrance. Jung Ho was teaching Si-chun grappling. In this situation, you cannot hold another person's body. Si-chun replied, yes. At the same time, someone walked in from outside. Hajin peeked out and saw someone at the door, then shouted, out of the frying pan into the fire. Aizen waved a friendly greeting. Hello, long time no see. How have you been? I tried to come early, but it took longer than expected. Hajin lunged into his arms, hugging him tightly. She complained aggrievedly. Why didn't you contact me? I was so worried. You suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Si-chun and Jung Ho stopped training and ran over to greet him. They asked Aizen all sorts of things. Have you cut your hair? What happened? Is Lee Sang gone okay? How come you're so cool? Did you go to America? What about the police warrant? Aizen was dazed, mumbling. Yeah, that's what happened. He lamented inwardly. Please ask one question at a time. I'm getting dizzy. Then he asked the coach back. How are you? It must have been very difficult to teach under these circumstances. The manager replied. It was very difficult for me when the coach suddenly became a terrorist and left. James Lung also had an accident. So is everything okay now? What about being chased? Aizen patted Hajin's back while replying. Yes, it's all been resolved. The manager wondered. It must have been very hard to resolve false accusations. How did you do it? Just used stronger power to pressure them. He said frankly, a police car will be on duty during practice hours, and don't worry about Dai Dung. Hearing this, the manager also felt less worried. Finally, even if someone with a weapon came, they would be searched. Aizen pushed Hajin away, replying, yes, now everyone can rest assured, everything is fine. He wiped his tears and said, it seems there's someone I need to introduce. Brent, come here and greet everyone. When the stranger stepped forward, Aizen introduced him. This is Gray. I think he will show up occasionally, so I want everyone to know his face. Gray awkwardly spoke Korean. Ah, Nunhan Sezo, I am Gray. Nice to meet you. Aizen also introduced everyone to him. The person on the left is the coach. You can call him Ducky. The tall kid in the middle is Si-chun. Remember what I said. Si-chun didn't understand what Aizen said in English, so he said, I suck at English. Seeing this, the manager also greeted. Yes, you can call me Ducky, bro. Aizen ignored it and continued introducing. The person on the right is Jong-un and Hajin, right? Gray looked at the girl and asked. Noticing the stranger knew her, she gleefully exclaimed, what? You know my name, right? I heard my name, didn't I? Nice to meet you, Gray. My name is Seo Hajin. Welcome to Korea. Do you know about corn cakes? Tears welled up in the man's eyes, his voice trembling. Gray pulled his hat down and left. I'm sorry, I left something in the car. I'll be right back, Aizen. Si-chun saw Hajin being ignored and laughed smugly. He ran away as soon as he heard Hajin speak English. She cried inwardly, is my pronunciation that bad? You hairy old man. Aizen hesitated for a moment, then said, anyway, you will be seeing him often in the coming days. At that moment, the sunlight had gradually fallen into dusk. Gray opened the door and stepped out. At the same time, Joseph and Soo Hyun were waiting outside. Seeing him come out early, she looked up and asked, Gray, why are you out already? Go inside while I finish talking with Joseph. Gray pulled his hat tight. No, I just wanted to breathe some fresh air. Soo Hyun puffed on a cigarette, puzzled. What fresh air? You said you quit smoking, so why are you wearing a hat? He had to change the subject. The smell of tobacco is also called smoking. Soo Hyun said softly, you saw Hajin, right? They look very similar, don't they? Or Lee and her, both are the same age. Gray nodded. Yeah, a little. She continued. That's why Aizen is more worried about this matter. He still thinks he is at fault. It was just an accident caused by a group of bad people. Suddenly Gray fell silent. We couldn't stop it back then, she asked. Stop what? He thought that accident was unavoidable. It became a guilt deeply engraved in the heart. The feeling was too heavy, making it very hard to live. He wants to prevent similar accidents to erase that guilt. However, Aizen had to take care of Jun-woo to protect his friend. Se-chun couldn't be with Hajin all the time. So, that big friend stayed with her 24 hours. She agreed. That's right, Aizen always worries about that girl and assigns people to watch over her closely. Gray looked up at the sky. Then let me do more. I will look into Chip Kim and stay by her side. Soo-hyun was puzzled. Huh? He already protects her. Gray, you don't even know Korean. Hajin isn't good at English either. But two people are still better than one. I think I share the same feeling as Aizen. Remembering the old memories, Gray said, we took revenge by wiping out those involved, but there was nothing left but emptiness. What's needed is to minimize accidents and ensure the kids' safety. He couldn't help but smile. The important thing is to create a safe environment. I believe I need to build such a daily life for them. At the Turkish Jiu-Jitsu gym, Jin looked at everyone's fierce expressions, exclaiming, really? She looked at Soo Hyun's group suspiciously. Are you two really going to protect me? Joseph always protects me. Her voice was a bit strained. Detective also helps me, and there is a police car near the places I frequent. Gray, yes, the police, don't worry. Gray took the initiative to explain. I respect the police, but don't want any incidents. Soo Hyun added, so I will join in. It's just not trusting the police. Although her face was expressionless, she was full of concern. Please stay this way until we catch the ringleader. That way we will be more at ease. Hajin's face looked a bit tired after hearing this. She taunted, yes, I understand. Thank you, Joseph. Now you can go to the bathroom as many times as you like. Suddenly, Si-chun walked in, excitedly calling, Hajin, I'm ready, let's go home. Soo Hyun turned her head, politely replied, no, I won't take her home. A little caution doesn't hurt. Please understand. Hajin, upon hearing this, could only cry inwardly. I want to go on a date with Si-chun. He watched her being dragged away, waving goodbye. It's late. Hajin should go home. Aizen has something to tell you, so stay here. Si-chun was a bit confused. This feels more like a breakup. He asked curiously, where did Aizen go? I wonder what he wants to talk about. Soo Hyun answered, now that I think about it, rather than talking, as soon as she finished speaking, he already had something he wanted to do. Si-chun immediately replied, yes, even though Aizen with a murderous look placed his hand on his shoulder. He turned around in shock. Where are your clothes? Aizen ignored the question. Take off your clothes so I can check your skills. He said seriously, let's check the effectiveness of the drug. He was working at the police station. Jun Woo-han stepped out, ceaselessly cursing, saying those bastards had detained him too long. He turned to blame his companion. Hey, Lawyer Park, are you senile? Why couldn't you get me out faster? The lawyer said he should have contacted the police commissioner and the chief of police, but neither answered their phone. He found it strange since they had an appointment. Jun Woo frowned. The commissioner dares not answer the phone. Who is backing Aizen? Have you found out yet? Lawyer replied, I haven't figured it out. He added that the chairman had called Jun Woo. A cold voice rang out in the vast mansion. Come in. In the study, shattered glass sparkled as it flew. Blood dripped from his head, but Jun Woo kept his head bowed. The boss pointed him angrily. I always keep my word. This is your last chance, isn't it? Family photo lay broken on the floor, the sharp fragments like his words. Look at the result you created. I think I've done enough for you. Jun Woo's eyes were glazed. He was silent, staring at the three-person picture on the cold floor. He bulged with veins, pronouncing without mercy. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Ha family. You are fired from the company. Live alone and do what you want. Then he coldly turned his back. The competition and everything are no longer in your hands. Don't interfere in Director Kim's affairs, you fool. Your mother must be crying in heaven. Jun Woo hesitated, begging. He shouted, huh? He raised his head. Please, let me finish it. Jun Woo stood straight, speaking seriously. As father said, this is what the VIPs are waiting for. An amateur can beat an athlete with drugs. It's a beautiful business picture. He pleaded. I heard Director Kim. Let me fix the mistake, then I will leave. Please, father. He seemed wavering. How can I trust you? Jun Woo replied. You You will understand when you watch the video of me fighting Lim Si-chun at the office. He closed his eyes indifferently. I didn't reach 100% because of a leg injury. Lim Si-chun has amazing physical ability. The drug's effectiveness is so unbelievable even director Kim had to acknowledge it. I spoke with him to know the match date and time. I will think about the result and start immediately. Even though it was late at night, the training hall lights were still on. Si-chun lay exhausted on the floor. Aizen looked at him. The drug's effect on you is too weak. He patted his chest. Your skills have improved a lot, but it's not enough to deal with Jun-woo. Try your best like you did last time. Sweat dripped from Si-chun's face. It doesn't happen naturally. This time I took a small dose, so it doesn't feel as strong as before. Aizen, what if I take a little more? Aizen concluded bluntly. You're addicted. I'm bringing a good pharmacist from the US to make an antidote. Be patient. Director Kim suddenly appeared, cutting into their conversation. Are you talking about the drug maker in the US? Both of them looked up at him. Si-chun said coldly, why are you here? He flashed a provocative smile. Am I somewhere I shouldn't be? Long time no see, Si-chun. He smiled amiably. And Aizen, this is our first time meeting face to face. But what should I say? It's a feeling of connection. No sooner had he finished speaking than he took a full hit from Aizen. I've studied you a lot. He fell to the floor groaning in pain. Aizen looked at him with contempt. You idiot. Did your stocks drop today? I guess you want to die. Director Kim lay on the floor, his tone nonchalant. Don't you ask why I came. What do I plan to do? Why did I come alone? You just hit me immediately. He scrambled to his feet, a smile still plastered on his lips. I tried to talk face to face. Mr. Aizen, many people work for me. So why did I come alone today? His eyes were no longer smiling. Only madness and malice remained. I released a lot of people today. Most are drug addicts no one sees. Do you understand? Si-chun kicked him straight. Do you think we're fools? A snake only knows how to play games with its tongue. Aizen lunged down. Hey, slit eyes, you don't know two things. One is that you're losing the numbers game. Both of them sat down to face him. The second thing is that we're about to vent our anger. Prepare to get beaten today. The training hall lights were still on. Director Kim's face was bloody, coldly saying, losing the numbers game. He tilted his head back slightly, looking elegant. How many bodyguards did you plant? But what about this? Turning to Aizen and Si-chun, this time feels different. The people I sent all have experience in this kind of thing. Darkness had already enveloped every building. Hajin and the group were walking and chatting. She asked Brian, do you know Korean? He replied haltingly, I understand a little but don't speak well. Sorry. She smiled encouragingly. It's okay, I'm not good at Korean either. I don't know any language, right Suhan? He smiled. I only understand 100%. I will learn more. Suddenly his expression changed. Joseph, I'm going to bathroom. Please take care of things. Hajin looked at Brian helplessly. Again, you just went. You're like a bathroom person. Joseph cheerfully replied, oh go. He walked away, turning his head. I'll follow. You go ahead. She was silent for a moment, then said, let's go, he'll be back soon. Hajin trotted along, calling, Joseph, Joseph. He's pretending to understand English. He stumbled a bit, answering, English is feeling, my friend. Brian walked away determinedly, head bowed. Suddenly he spoke, you two get out. He stood still in the narrow alley as if waiting for something. Suddenly, two strangers emerged from their hiding spot. The one with white eyes strutted out, marveling, hey, how did you know? Good instincts. He smiled cryptically. But what now? What happens when your instincts are only half right? He was excited. Get ready to disappear without a trace. There aren't just two of us, but three. A middle-aged man with blazing red eyes appeared behind Brian. Who were the people sent this time? Speak up, speak properly when asked. The three surrounding Brian began drawing their weapons. No matter who the target was, they worked brutally. The white-eyed man licked his blade. How do you feel now? Heart racing because you're about to die. He both reassured and threatened. Don't worry. Brian was calm, his voice flat. I will end it quickly. I can't say I've lived well without shame. Seeing this, he communicated in English. What are you babbling about? Brian said coldly. I can be bad to some people, but I tried to keep a minimum of decency. The middle-aged man behind put a hand on his shoulder. We can't talk. I will end it quickly. Hey, listen, you die today, understand? His face showed clear anger. Scum like you. You know, it seems the world can live without you. Aizen sneered. Director Kim said seriously. I'm not joking, Aizen. If we don't contact privately, I can't guarantee what happens. You could disappear without a trace, even Hajin. Do you want to have fun? But Director Kim had underestimated Aizen's brother-in-law. A deformed agent meant what he said very difficult to handle. Without further ado, he played hardball. With just a few copper candies he made, show them what democracy is. The old man behind Brian fell to the ground, clutching his bleeding leg in pain. Long was shocked. What? What is this? He did not seem at all like someone who had only killed once or twice. Brian did not turn around, his voice flat. Hey big guy, I noticed you talking earlier. You don't seem like you don't know any English at all. He turned back, looking coldly. I will make this simple. Remember to answer my questions correctly, understand? Brian continued. If you answer well, I will let you live. The man fearfully raised his hand in surrender. I understand. I know little English. Please don't shoot. The man quickly shoved his hand into his pocket to rummage. I will confess everything. The person who ordered this, their phone number. I have the number, everything is on the dark web. You know, that is the admin's number. Then he pulled out a piece of paper and handed it trembling to Brian. Here, contact this person, send a message to this number. He asked again, where is the meeting place? Brian repeated, where is the meeting place? The man was shaking so much he could barely speak. You mean, the location? I don't know. I have never met them. They usually pay in cryptocurrency after the target is eliminated. Brian held up the paper to look at it. So you don't know any other number besides this one? This is the only number, you know? The man replied quickly, yes, I only know that guy's phone number, the messages, only the messages. As he opened his mouth to plead, so can I call 119 now? The moment he finished speaking, he was met with a burst of gunfire. Brian coldly turned and left, saying bluntly, whenever you want, if you can. Back at the martial arts building, Chief Kim lay on the floor, taking a breath. I never expected this. He calmly asked Aizen, but in South Korea, after doing something like that to someone, what do you plan to do? He answered him, I think I will do the same way you guys do. A man with white eyes stood dumbfounded in the middle of the road. What? You think only your kind can do things like that? He gritted his teeth in anger. 3 men? Wrong. I have been very busy lately. Last time, because I rushed to arrange people, they failed such an easy mission. Aizen replied coldly, the hospital, because you sent too many people without thinking. He said, the police have heavily reinforced their presence there. Now you realize the danger of this situation. He still forced a nonchalant expression. Is that so? Even if people realize the danger, they usually just brag for a few days and then let it fade away because there are other things to do. Chief Kim sat up, grinning. So who is it for next time? Dohyun from the gym crowd. That guy with glasses and spiky hair, what about him? Just as Dohyun was mentioned, he walked out. Me, I have been here for a bit. Chief Kim looked puzzled. Then it could be Dohyun. Aizen crossed his arms, pretending to think. Son Dohyun, if I were you. His voice was firm. I would absolutely not send anyone in his direction. The rhinoceros urged coldly, get up. How long you can stay up is part of training. He looked at Dohyun, who was lying flat on the floor. Dohyun, did you faint again? Chief Kim squinted as he spoke. You have placed many people everywhere, haven't you? Shin Su-han, what does that guy actually do? Aizen closed his eyes, voice trembling. You will find out soon enough. But no, before that, you will probably be dead. He grabbed the back of his head, his face expressionless. It could be today. Tell me if there is any reason I should not hand you over to the police or kill you today. Aizen warned coldly. Do not try to create an opportunity by messing with the people around you like a fool. Chief Kim still laughed calmly. Right, now I finally get to talk about why I came here. Suddenly he spoke up. Sichun and Junwoo are coming to settle the place and fight, right? He cheerfully announced. My side is ready and Junwoo is ready too. Chief Kim's tone was provocative. How should I set the date and place? If possible to have a high-quality match. I could choose a good venue. Aizen could not help but punch him repeatedly, cursing, a high-quality match. You madman. Aizen got his face close to his, saying contemptuously, just a drug dealer organizing illegal underground fights and streaming them. People might think it is a world-renowned fighting organization. Then he let him fall to the floor, and you are not fooling anyone. Should I just jump into the ring you arranged and run around like a circus monkey? His voice asserted coldly. This time it will not go your way. You will walk right into the trap I set. The corner of Aizen's mouth lifted slightly, treating him like a failure, and by the time you realize that, it will be too late. Then, I will burn your kind of criminals from the roots. Despite being beaten, Chief Kim replied calmly, we could have a win-win situation if the negotiations are handled well. Actually, I wanted Junwoo to lose badly to see Chun. He stood up and gently fixed his hair. But if Aizen thinks that way, I have no choice. Then I have to prepare too. In the way Aizen says, winning by playing the numbers game, you know. Si-chun also noticed Chief Kim's attitude. What is wrong with this guy? Normally, after taking that much damage, a person would not be able to stand. He calmly walked out of the training circle, leaving behind a message. Then that is enough for today. I am going. My body is too weak. I have taken too much damage. I need to go get treatment. Please throw away the broken glasses. Si-chun dumbfoundedly turned to Aizen. Boss, you are just letting this guy go? He only replied lightly, right, just let him go. We cannot catch him now. He turned his head to explain he has been here for a while, because the police waiting in front of the building have not come up. It means he is being held hostage. Then Aizen concluded, and that is the signal to release him. Chief Kim sat in the back seat of the car, complaining. It hurts so much, Captain. Please call Dr. Dung up to the penthouse. Si-chun asked again. Huh, what kind of signal? Aizen replied. I predicted this situation and was ready. He already knew that someone had sent a message to the place you and I were at. I did not expect that Snake himself would come up. A motorcyclist waiting outside started the engine, ready to speed off. Lyle walked on the empty road. If our base has been hit, it is time for us to hit their base. Aizen said resolutely. We will send our best person to do the job. Si-chun came closer, puzzled. Will we finally find the exact location of their base? Aizen replied coldly, not sounding too sure. Yeah, maybe, if the place that Snake is heading to is the place Do-hyun mentioned. Hearing this, he suddenly remembered the place where Hajin was taken away. He nodded in confirmation. That is right. There is one more thing we need to retrieve there. Si-chun was confused at this point. Retrieve what? Aizen answered enigmatically. There is something, not sure if it is still there. They have started the work, but finding the location is the first step. Soo-hyun parked the car near a tree, found it. She said with a meaningful tone. He lives in a really nice place for someone who is about to die. Inside a high-rise building. The man standing behind asked for instructions. Manager, Dr. Dung is here. Should I open the door? He nodded in satisfaction and then asked. Yeah, let him in. Is everything ready? The man confirmed and then prepared to carry out the task. Yes, everything is prepared. We will proceed. The door was opened. Dr. Dung arrived and asked timidly. I am here, Captain Kang. Where is the manager? What is going on at this hour? Man saw his expression and found it strange. Doctor, are you okay? Is something wrong? The man nodded knowingly, noticing his face had turned pale. The man had long seen through it and asked a question that made Dr. Dung break out in a cold sweat. Is it because of the person behind you? She stated bluntly upon realizing she had been found out. You knew, Park said, clearly describing Soo-hyun's characteristics. After seeing your actions last time, I thought you were quite skilled, but stalking does not seem to be your strong suit, does it? The man called his subordinates to surround her. If you are going to stalk us so openly, we cannot just sit still. We will give you a grand reception this time, specially prepared with weapons too. Si-chun on the other side felt extremely anxious. But what if she gets caught? If she falls into a trap alone? Aizen was still not too tense. Shin Soo-hyun, I am a little worried because... Soo-hyun's expression had completely changed by now. I see how touching to be welcomed like this. She smiled a smile that accepted the fight. And this gentleman even prepared a party for me. I will play along properly. Soo-hyun was ready, afraid of killing Manager Kim, and not finding out who was behind this. She took something out from her pocket. Well then... Soo-hyun dropped her body down, dodging a sweeping strike. Please take care of me. The group was still stunned. What the? He did not expect this, so he hurriedly ordered his subordinates. What is this? She might have a gun. Restrain her first. They charged forward frantically, cursing as they attacked. You bastard, you want a beating? Say goodbye to that pretty face of yours. But Soo-hyun dodged lightly, rolled backward, and ran off. They turned angrily to look at Han-hak. She's too fast. Hey, don't stop. You think you can run away? She taunted provocatively. Run, go ahead and try to run. Check your own slow, clumsy legs. Taking advantage of their lapse, Soo-hyun used a knife. Their leg what? Only then did those two realize the wound on their leg was painful and bleeding. Damn it, it hurts so much. She spun the knife and warned carefully. I cut your femoral artery. If you don't get emergency treatment immediately, you'll bleed to death. Or you could have that troublesome doctor handle it. That man immediately begged, please save me, the blood won't stop. Dr. Dung also waved his hand in embarrassment, refusing. No, I can't handle this alone. You should call 119 and go to the emergency room. What are you doing, you idiots? The man standing behind shouted angrily, giving orders. You have weapons. Why aren't you using them? Attack with the intent to make her drop the knife. Soo-hyun calmly challenged them back. Yeah, you're right. When facing someone with a knife, you have to make them drop the knife first. She was one step faster than those two, but that only matters if you can keep up with their movements. Soo-hyun stepped closer and added, isn't that right, Captain? No ability to learn, no matter what it is. He was furious, his face turning red. This time there's no Aizen. Now you're alone, you know that. Just like that time. He suddenly grabbed her by the throat. That's because I was caught off guard. Recalled everything and said angrily, you may be fast, but you can't beat me in strength. At Nia Lee Sangon, you survived thanks to Aizen's help, but not today. She showed no fear at all. Why are you whining like a dog that hasn't been walked? And Soo-hyun flipped into the air and attacked when he let go like that. She laughed with exhilaration. I am very grateful. He fell down in pain. He sat trembling on the ground. It hurts so much. She left, not forgetting to warn, next time I'll break your neck, so come back here again. I'm sure of it. it. Su-hyun continued walking. Now let's try the main course. The chief had been waiting. Truly, this exceeds imagination. Now it's clear even in a one-on-one match, an average man has no chance against you. He kept rambling on. Today I am truly curious about who you are, Su-hyun. That's why I deliberately... He turned around, stammering, "This isn't right." Su-hyun spoke with deep meaning. "You must have watched too many movies, posing and turning your back like that." Her face turned sinister. "In reality, that's just asking to be hit, right? Understand? Little legs." Chief looked astonished, stammering, "Wait, if you kill me right now, you won't learn anything, will you?" He blustered a challenge. "What about Sichun, who's suffering from drug addiction? I wonder if the drug manufacturer that Aizen knows can formulate an antidote." Su-hyun maintained her calm attitude and asked back, "I never said I would kill you immediately, did I? You're still talking fine, aren't you? I'm only hitting you because I can't stand the sight of you." She emphasized further, "If I really wanted to kill you, you wouldn't be able to say a single word and would die instantly. You bastard." Su-hyun said with a vicious expression, "You're alive right now because I choose to let you live." She also carefully instructed, "So live each day in fear, wondering when you will die, dreaming hopeless dreams of victory." Su-hyun raised her hand high, "And right now keep dreaming more." Su-hyun was angry, showing disgust. "You bastard. I need to wash my hands 3 times. Hey doctor." Dr. Dung trembled and stammered. Yes, you called me?" She instructed, "Save him first, make sure he doesn't die. Don't call 119 yet. Do you agree?" "What? Oh yes, I understand." Su-hyun went inside, peering around. She noticed every detail. The kitchen next to the living room, the potted plant beside the refrigerator. Su-hyun reached out to check under the picture frame, heading toward the refrigerator. She saw it attached underneath the potted plant. "Here it is." Su-hyun praised with interest. "So Do-hun, this guy, how did he attach it without being discovered? Truly talented." She shook it playfully. "Little Aizen even managed this. This file must be well preserved." Su-hyun decided to search around. "Then let's start exploring every nook and cranny of the house. There's sure to be something." She was a bit tired. This house is too big. It'll probably take the whole day. On the side of the training room, Aizen was on the phone asking about the situation. "It's done? You're not injured?" Su-hyun was fine on her end. "Why ask so suddenly?" Luckily, the camera Do-hun mentioned was still attached, so I retrieved it. She was still diligently completing the task. "I've turned the whole house upside down but found nothing. It's too clean. Looks like they cleaned everything up. Apart from the filming, there are no signs of use like an office." Su-hyun reported. "Calling the police is useless too. Nothing significant, right? For now, I'll take all the phones and tablets I find." Aizen immediately praised. "Well done. I had a difficult training session with Sichun." He recounted the situation. Suddenly he was affected heavily again. "I only gave him a small amount and let him sleep." Aizen said goodbye. "Yeah, got it. See you tomorrow. I have a few places to go today." Jong-hun sat beside him, extremely worried. "Aizen Hyung, is Sichun really okay? Shouldn't he be taken to the hospital for treatment?" He stood up and instructed, "Jong-un, take care of Sichun. He'll be fine after he sleeps." The boy asked curiously, "Ah yes, Hyung. Where are you going?" Aizen didn't say clearly, only warned cautiously, "I'll be back. It should be safe today. Call me if anything happens." Jong-un encouraged him, "Yes," then looked at Sichun. He tried to take care of him when he saw his face turned pale and blue. "Hang in there. Everything will be fine." Elsewhere, Aizen knocked on a door. Someone lifted the roller shutter and stepped out. "Ah, really, please." He let out a breath. "You scared me, Aizen. Be a bit gentler. I'm working very hard in Korea." He asked directly, "Have you brought the antidote?" What did the manufacturer say? He thought differently in his heart, but obediently replied outwardly. This bastard doesn't bother to answer. "Please just die." This is the sample they completed, but Aizen anticipated it. "Don't drag it out. Speak if you don't want to be hit again." He obediently recounted. "They said it needs to go through clinical trials to see if there are side effects. So we have to monitor for at least a month after use. Find someone or do something to test it and report immediately about any side effects or efficacy. That's all." He asked again, "Clinical trials?" He confirmed and then explained, "Yeah, we don't want to use untested medicine only to have the kid end up worse. And then you blame me." Aizen said with certainty, "Just keep producing it. I'll monitor and check if it's effective." At the police station the next day, an order came from the senior officer, "Feel free to speak your mind." Ang Hyung Sik was still sick. The police officer emphasized that he was in very bad condition and insisted they be let in. The other person appeared pitifully. The officer instructed that if his condition worsened, they might have to transfer him to the hospital, and told them to just say they would wait outside. He saw Aizen and immediately said worriedly, "Aizen, Li Yangol's condition has gotten worse than before." Ang Hyung Sik was afraid this conversation would go nowhere. He wondered, "But what do you plan to ask, Aizen?" He suddenly pulled out a syringe and replied, "I don't plan to ask anything. Just a few things to check. Does Aizen have something in mind? I need a test subject, someone who can die. The quiet neighborhood suddenly became noisy with the sound of an auntie banging on the door. I know everything that is happening inside. I heard it all. What is the point of hiding it? The auntie raised her voice, continuing to bang on the door because there was no deposit left to deduct, demanding payment immediately or for them to vacate the room within the week. She complained that she had rented it out at a low price and got this in return. Getting no response, she left, but threatened to call the police if they did not contact her by the weekend, emphasizing that she was not a charity case. When she stepped out the door, she saw a thin child, so she softened her voice and said, "Hey young man, you are back?" She kindly asked if school was over, then said she hadn't noticed he was back. Yungan politely bowed. She worriedly asked when he last ate, and thought to herself how sorry she felt for this child. She thought sadly, why is he getting thinner and thinner? He smiled reassuringly, I am not sure, but I am still trying. She bent down to his level and gently asked if he wanted to come in and eat with her. Yungan replied gratefully, "No thank you, I will eat at home, just your offer is enough." She did not force him, turned and left, but warned, "Alright, if anything happens, you know you can come to my house, right?" Yungan obediently replied, "Yes, thank you for your concern." She looked after Yungan as he entered the house with pity, thinking that such a good kid had to deal with parents like that. It was hard to say anything with the child there. Interfering too much would be overstepping. Yungan walked into the house and said he was home. The woman with flaxen hair saw him and asked, "Hey, where is the landlord?" He asked back awkwardly, "What, her?" The woman said irritably, "So troublesome." In the cramped room full of cigarette smoke, she stubbed the butt into a full can and muttered, "That bitch dared to say she gave us a discount out of pity, acting all nice." She turned to ask Yungan, "Did she offer you food and make you do anything weird?" She turned to look at the man beside her, flashed a sarcastic smile, thinking we are beggars. Just because she has an apartment building to rent, right, honey? He replied with a cigarette dangling from his lips, "Does she own a building?" The woman frowned and kicked the man, saying she had already let the truth slip. If she had chosen a better husband, she wouldn't be living like this. Then she snapped, "Go make noodles and don't eat it all, got it?" Yungan looked at the scene in the room and thought quietly, I hate my mother but can't escape because I am still young. The only way is to endure until I grow up, save some money, and then run away from her. Once he grew up and had a stable job, he walked out of the bathroom with a bucket of water drenching his head along with scathing insults. "Hey, beggar, having fun? It looks like you can't stay put in your room, so I prepared some water for you. How is it?" That man didn't stop. He even pointed and laughed. "And hey, even your school uniform is hand-me-downs. Right, you pathetic beggar. Look how small it is." That man flashed a malicious grin. This kid probably can't beg money from his parents. Let him collect money from his classmates instead. He thought by the time I grew up and saved money, it would already be too late. Paying rent and living expenses alone. Instead of saving and improving, I'd just repeat the old life and die like a beggar. Just like my father, living honestly and uprightly. Being born into a well-off family is truly a privilege. Those who say the poor can still live honestly and uprightly really don't understand poverty. The other guy saw him silent and frowned, arrogantly jutting his chin. "Why are you looking at me like that? Lost your mind? You look like a dried fish. Want to fight? The only way I survived poverty." That man curled his lips in contempt. "You look like anchovy sauce. Do you know I've taken wrestling lessons? Two people like you wouldn't even be a problem." Before he could finish, Yungan swung his hand and struck the man's neck hard, causing the man's eyes to roll white. It was to take what belonged to others. That man leaned back and passed out, to the shock of the remaining one. The remaining one angrily yelled, "What the hell? Has this poor bastard gone crazy?" Then he too was firmly gripped by the neck by Yungan. Yungan calmly said, "Yes, I am that poor bastard. And yes, my uniform is hand-me-downs. So, please help me." He pushed his wet hair back, revealing contracted pupils full of madness. "Save some money and bring it to me. Find me a uniform that fits." But the money stolen from other students was never significant, just barely enough to survive. Yungan's landlord poked his head through the window, shouting irritably, "Room 301, your rent is due today. I thought you'd run off without paying. If you don't pay today, I'll call the police tomorrow morning." He opened his mouth wide in annoyance. "Always bringing men to your room, huh? What kind of business are you running here?" My patience has a limit, but it was cut short when Yungan slammed 2 bills of the highest denomination onto the windowsill. He leaned close to the window and said darkly, "Don't worry about the rent being delayed. Avoid unnecessary conflicts. Don't jump to conclusions. And even so, I still hate my mother. Will I ever truly escape this place?" He opened the door and walked in. "I'm home." But then he saw a stranger in the room. Who is this?" At that moment, I felt like a savior had arrived, but I didn't know that the meeting I considered the lowest point of my life was actually... It dragged me into an even deeper quagmire. Back to the present, Yungan lay face down on the ground, making unintelligible sounds. The officer standing by saw this and asked loudly, "What is it? What are you doing?" Aizen calmly replied, "Calm down, officer. This is an antidote. If left like this, he will die. The officer stammered, looking down at Yungon, who was grinding his teeth. Even so, doing this without bringing a doctor, just like this. Aizen responded apathetically, just a bit. Put that aside, officer. He looked at Yungon and asked Han with concern upon hearing Yungon's groans. What did you say? Li Yungon, can you hear me? Do you remember anything? Yungon lay face down, tears streaming endlessly, stammering. This situation, unfair. I just wanted to live. Upon hearing this, Aizen's face darkened. Unfair? What do you mean? Just wanted to live. He leaned down lower, whispering into Yungon's ear. Hey, Li Yungon, you seem to misunderstand. So I'll tell you something about being used as a test subject. He continued while Yungon cried emotionlessly. No matter how sad your story is, or if you were dying of a disease on Earth, no one would mourn you for more than a day. Aizen blandly spoke his final words as he sat up. Remember this, no matter what reasons or regrets you have, you cannot undo the actions you chose. You are a criminal. After finishing, that officer stammered, yes, I think so too. I look forward to your help, thank you. The officer turned to look at him and asked, Aizen, what's your next plan? They said there's no evidence of a crime in the penthouse, where Mr. Kim lives. He replied, they expected us to watch that apartment from the start. It seems it was only used as a residence. Aizen continued apathetically, but if they are posting illegal videos on the dark web, there must be a filming location. He didn't turn around, looking straight into the officer's eyes. The same goes for the new drug manufacturing plant. The officer was slightly disheartened after hearing this. How can we track it without other evidence? None of the arrested will talk. Aizen was unconcerned, replying, if everything has a tail, it will eventually get stepped on. We have people specialized in finding the source from that tail, so it won't take long. At a convenience store, Brian spoke on the phone. Aizen, I tracked the phone number received from the Korean-Japanese individuals when I turned it off and back on. The location keeps changing. After analyzing the pattern, I discovered that when the phone is left on during work hours, it moves around the city instead of staying in one place. He continued reporting. It's a moving vehicle, so I think this is a way to avoid revealing the main base and to escape if discovered. Aizen asked indifferently on the other end. So how long until we catch it? I think we need to speed up and time it right. Just then, a black car parked in front of the gas station at the convenience store. Found it, even people or cars need fuel to move. He continued asking, how should I handle them now? I need a response within 10 seconds. Aizen frowned upon hearing this, but immediately instructed, then don't kill him. Just neutralize them and call me back. Brian heard this and replied, okay. A voice came from inside the car. I have a lot of work to do today. We need to move quickly so I can work. The man standing outside heard this and bowed his head to answer, oh, it's almost done. We'll leave immediately. The man in front of the car saw the old man and frowned, asking in annoyance, what are you doing? Before he could finish, Brian swung his leg and kicked the car door hard, causing him to hit it so hard his nose bled. He covered his nose to stop the bleeding, cursing, damn it, you bastard, are you crazy? But the car door suddenly closed, leaving him stunned. Wait, turn back. Seeing the car speeding away, he jumped up and roared, no, you bastard. He was both angry and worried, muttering, this bastard, who is he? This bastard really? I'm finished. The car sped down the road, Brian gripping the steering wheel as he spoke. Let me tell you something, you'd better stay put. He drove while turning his head to look, speaking in Korean. It means if you don't want to die, don't try anything, or I'll throw you into a trash bag, understand? But seeing the person in the cabin, he cursed inwardly, damn it. The woman in the car said tremblingly, please save me, I will do whatever you say. He asked softly, do you know English? She obediently replied, yes, I lived in the US for a while as a child, can handle basic communication. After the car drove back to the previous convenience store, Brian immediately returned and listened. Looking at the woman in the back seat, he began, you came here knowing full well what you were doing. Don't waste each other's time or bullets. First, how old are you? The girl tremblingly replied that she was only 20, and Brian continued asking if she was aware of her actions and why she did it. The girl nervously answered that she did not expect things to turn out this way. Initially, it was just recruiting people for errands, but gradually they forced her to do more serious things. She helplessly lowered her head, saying she had no other choice, because she had to pay a huge debt from her parents' work to that man. They asked her if she wanted to do it herself or recruit people through a website named Lee Sang-gon, and that was where she started. Brian grasped the core and immediately asked who that man she was talking about was, and the girl stammered that he was called Head Kim. Brian slightly frowned, asking what Head Kim was trading on the dark web. The girl tremblingly replied, the main job was to make drug addicts work in exchange for free drugs. The girl continued she only knew for sure what she had just told, and believed that many vulnerable children also participated. This car would be monitored. If Head Kim let her escape, she was willing to do anything to help. Please help her. Clasping her hands and bowing to Brian, She said she knew his workplace and would tell everything, hoping he would help but not report it to the police or prosecutors. Because he was not a policeman or prosecutor, right? The police and prosecutors were all watching him. They could not be trusted. That policeman sat on the bench with Aizen. They needed a search and arrest warrant to investigate Jun Woo's company. Would any prosecutor issue a warrant knowing it involved that company? Detective Na had gone to meet someone. We just wait a moment. Jung Han entered the office, asking if any prosecutor was here. He had called yesterday. The staff member stood up when they saw him, asking if he came from the central department. The prosecutor was inside. I will show you the way. The staff member smiled and said, he told me to take you to the room immediately. I will lead you there. Jung Han gratefully replied with thanks. The staff member also gently reminded, it might be a bit noisy because today he was talking to a child harasser. The staff member called into the room, prosecutor, the visitor from the other day has arrived. In the room, a man lay on the floor, clamping his legs to cover his private parts, stammering a confession. The prosecutor standing over him growled, telling him to take his hands off, you bastard. He stomped hard on that spot. This troublemaker had harassed a 4th grade student. He could not understand it. There were even people who said even scum like you have human rights. Veins bulged on his face. Damn it, did they think they would talk about human rights when their own families were harmed? Human rights were a right everyone must have regardless of their character. He continued with a darkened face, saying human rights were not simple, and he believed violent criminals like you should be beaten to death. The prosecutor gave a contemptuous smile, saying that because of that method, other criminals would hesitate before committing crimes when thinking of the punishment. He added, we should also tell those who think it is worth reforming these scum. Only then did he look up at Dong Hyun, saying that was why people cried when thinking about paying tax for fools, then asked the detective what he thought as a Korean police officer. In the office, 3 people looked at the computer screen. Sun Do-hun was crazy for installing the camera. The girl sitting on the chair asked Detective Jang if he thought it could cause harm to this extent. Jang Hyung-sik replied, he did not know if taking this kind of photo could be accepted as evidence, but if it happened, it would certainly harm Head Kim. He added, if they looked at the conversation in the video or investigated, they would not be able to hide, so Do-hun's involvement in this crime. After speaking, Jang Hyung-sik murmured, he might have to go to prison. What will you do? The black-haired girl gently said, we should keep this private for now, because Son Do-hun was training hard for the important boxing match. Aizen also agreed, there was plenty of other evidence and witnesses, so let us put this aside for now. Then asked Detective Jang, did the prosecutor he mentioned earlier have a bad relationship with Jun Woo's father's company? On the other side, the prosecutor curiously asked Jung Hyun what the detective wanted to know. Was it his relationship with Dawson Company? He admitted from what he heard, if it involved the company, he would issue the order. Hearing this, the prosecutor could not help but warily interrupt, telling the detective he was mistaken. He did indeed had relationship with those people, but he had to think it over. He leaned back in his chair, saying no matter how you hit an egg would it break. He did not want something like a speck of dust, understand. If they covered it up, there would be no trace left. The prosecutor gave a grin that ground his teeth. If he brought something other than evidence, he would have a reason to cooperate, right? Now, let us get to the point. He stared straight at Dong Han, speaking with an angry tone. He did not want something like an egg, but something like a hammer drill that could break through rock and crush them. He then suggested checking what Jung Hyun had brought. Dong Hyun quickly answered and thought to himself that this person had a somewhat peculiar personality. He began the main topic, recounting that during the investigation, they had discovered a violent criminal organization involved in mass attacks, illegal arenas, and drug trafficking, led by a man named Jun Woo. Jung Hyun continued, before the prosecutor's surprised look, that man was the illegitimate son of the chairman of Dawson Company, Han Seong-cheon. As he spoke, he observed the prosecutor's expression. The internal investigation was still ongoing, and the police department seemed to have a close relationship with that company. Finally, Dong Hyun concluded the reason. Therefore, they could not conduct a public investigation. The prosecutor also thoughtfully agreed. He stood up, saying it seemed Jung Hyun had good weapons. He thought Jun Woo was a fool and a waste of time, but this was valuable information. The prosecutor began to leave the room, saying there was one thing he had to verify himself, then turned back to ask Jung Han if he wanted to come along. Entering the room, the prosecutor did not beat around the bush, directly asking if he was Detective Na. Jung Han blankly answered yes. But why were you here? The prosecutor cut him off and said, let me tell you a story. A 12-year-old girl was walking on the street and saw some sponge cake for sale. She was curious about its taste. She had never eaten that before, but her family was poor, so she had no allowance. She just smelled it a little and planned to go home. The girl was happy to have smelled the sponge cake. When it was almost time for her mother to return, she decided to go home. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of the girl. That person gave a friendly smile and handed the girl the sponge cake. The prosecutor continued the story, asking what happened. The girl enjoyed the delicious cake and felt grateful to the man. He frowned in frustration. If things had stopped there, this world would be beautiful, but he had a clear purpose. The prosecutor darkened his face and continued. He gave the girl a smartphone, bought her many things, and gave her allowance, but demanded she have sexual intercourse regularly. He also asked Dong Hyun to make sure he followed the story. That fourth-grade girl, the one he asked about, that bastard who was in my room earlier. The prosecutor grimaced, face red, veins bulging with rage, cursing that damn bastard, that dog. He quickly suppressed his emotions, explaining to Jung Hyun that he had intermittent explosive disorder and bipolar disorder. Please remember this. Jung Hyun thought, fool, and then answered yes. After dealing with personal issues, the prosecutor darkened his face and turned back into the adjoining room, telling the detective to watch him work and decide if they could cooperate, thinking this way would not be stressful. Turn back to instruct before you get shocked. I will say this first. I am absolutely not a good person. Hearing the door open, the person in the room turned his head and asked with annoyance, was the lunch here? As I said, I will eat double. But his answer was the prosecutor's kick, sending him falling off the chair, asking if he was hungry. His face slammed hard into the floor, blood gushing from his nose. He covered his nose, panicked as he looked at the prosecutor, begging, wait, I have confessed everything. I plead guilty. He complained as if he were innocent, and said, what error is this to hit people like this? I will say everything in court. The prosecutor darkened his face, gave a light grin, said really, but what could be done now? Nowadays, sex offenders were many. The public was very dissatisfied with the prosecutors and the judicial system. He gritted his teeth and continued. The sentences were too light, criminals were treated like dust, but the law could not be changed immediately. In the end, the judicial system and prosecutors decided they needed an example to satisfy the public immediately. He gave a contemptuous smile, pointed a finger straight at the man's face, and said that was why they brought back a prosecutor who had been kicked out of profession. He was given the task of turning that man's face and body into garbage before the trial for everyone to see. Gripping the man's collar and lifting him up, the prosecutor continued speaking, and they agreed that he acted entirely on emotion. As you can guess, that prosecutor with the terrible personality was me, you bastard. He raised his hand to punch again. Come on, let's begin, criminal. The man quickly yelled out, grabbing the wrist of the person holding his collar. No, wait, that's absurd. Why would a prosecutor do that? He continued to defend himself, saying he was also a citizen and paid taxes. But his words were cut off by a slap. As a pained scream rang out, the excited prosecutor shouted, yes, this feels great. It's satisfying to beat these bastards. This shameless garbage. These cancer cells that no one would miss even if they died. He kicked the man hard against a nearby wall. You will be criticized, blamed, and abandoned in solitude for the rest of your life. I will make every day of yours so miserable that you will want to die instantly. Looking through the one-way mirror, Dong Hyun frowned and muttered, what is this? After the torture stopped, the man lay sprawled on the floor, his face covered in blood, calling for help. The rude prosecutor replied while unbuttoning his coat for some air, don't say things you don't mean, you bastard. You only say that because you're afraid of being hit. I know your kind never repents. He turned back to look at the one-way mirror, even though he couldn't see but knew Dong Hyun was still watching. Well, detective, you saw it clearly. This is how I operate. Fine, if you think my methods are excessive and will hinder the work, then I will never cooperate with someone like that. You should find someone else, don't waste each other's time. 3 flags fluttered in front of the large building. The man under the eaves spoke up, so you don't want to handle it my way? Jun Hyun inwardly thought he was concerned about using violence to solve problems, but that man was very calm, and the colleagues supported a similar approach. Jun Hyun pondered, his eyes dropping downward. The number of victims was increasing due to corrupt police and prosecutors. This was the only way to eradicate the rot at its root. The prosecutor lit a cigarette, saying that major cases like drug crimes were often covered up by powerful people. Honestly, it all involved the higher-ups, so they would cover up every cause. Jun Han looked stunned. This is a problem that will never be solved in Korea. He laughed eerily and repeated the sentence. The other man replied, nothing is impossible, detective. You know, the US government is under pressure from Korean drug traffickers. Watch and destroy them. Doing that is enough to prove it. The prosecutor chuckled, while Jun Hyun grimaced as he looked at him. The prosecutor calmly blew out cigarette smoke. What? Why? The man was stunned, then spoke up. First, let's my colleague to discuss this. He retorted, if we suddenly say it, people will think we're crazy. Huh, detective? At the tall, brightly lit building, the bathroom door was slightly ajar. Jun Hyun tilted his head back and said, prosecutor, this way. The prosecutor followed, surprised. Oh, this is a hideout. You turned the gym's changing room into a strategy room. He looked up stunned, yeah, what the hell is this? The prosecutor halted, his eyes fixed on Aizen who was wearing pants. Is this a joke? He glanced indifferently. Prosecutor, take off your clothes first. He snapped. What the hell? Do you think I'm a joke? He calmly removed the prosecutor's vest. Nice to meet you. Please cooperate. He angrily raised his fist. Don't, I won't let this slide. The The prosecutor was about to strike when a hand clenched tight. Are you people insane? I'm a prosecutor of Korea, you people! His hand trembled from pain. He turned his head to look. Wait, what kind of strength is this? Aizen gripped tightly. We'll talk after you take off your clothes. Face darkened, full of menace. First, take it off. The prosecutor was motionless, thinking to himself, who is he, this madman? Water sprayed from the shower head without stopping. They might have bugged you, so we'll talk here. The prosecutor was sweating profusely. No, you people should have given notice before pulling off my clothes. This is terrible. Suddenly being between two big men like this. Aizen's face was expressionless. Good. I heard you like it this way. He faltered. An informal notice. Aizen continued. Do you mind me saying it's informal? The prosecutor said nervously. Right, you can say it's informal. You can say it however you want. He mused. This guy is very strong. The prosecutor spoke haltingly. You are Aizen, right? What do you want to do with the Dawson Company? Why did you seek me out? He replied coldly. You've heard of Jun-woo, right? I will kill or imprison everyone involved with him, no matter what power he has. Aizen closed his eyes. Because Jun-woo will have to face Si-chan alone, so he needs to set the stage. I called you because I need a small help from a prosecutor to catch these criminals, whether they work for Dawson or not. The prosecutor asked intently. Who is Si-chan? How does he deal with Jun-woo? We need to prove Jun-woo's crimes, arrest Chairman Han Sung-chi and Vice Chairman Hang Ju-gul, those bastards. Then Si-chan will deal with him. Aizen continued calmly. We will find out step by step, first confirming if you are trustworthy. Tell me your story. What is your bad relationship with the Dawson Company? The prosecutor asked back. I could make up a story, but how would you know if it's true or false? He replied, I will handle it. Speak, but remember one thing. Aizen closed his eyes and nodded slightly. If you are later caught cheating, you will disappear without a word, just like those bastards. The prosecutor gritted his teeth in apprehension, thinking, what the hell is this? Why does it feel like he's not lying? Aizen's voice rang out. Hey prosecutor, the water bill is high, talk quickly. He lowered his head thoughtfully. My bad relationship with the Dawson Company, it's been a long time. My fiancée was the secretary for the company's vice chairman, Jun-woo. Prosecutor stood in front of a girl, recalling when he first started his career. One day, she mentioned something unusual. Han Sung-gun had ordered her to send data from the computer, but while searching, she discovered an external hard drive she had never seen before and opened it. Her face turned pale, both hands covering her mouth as she stared at the computer screen. It was filled with horrific, indescribably disgusting crime footage. These files were clearly organized in South Korea. The screen displayed document files. She said that data seemed to be used to hold leverage over powerful people everywhere. Suddenly, a man burst through the door. Han Sung-gun hurried in, angrily yelling, "What the hell? Hey, why aren't you answering your phone?" She quickly closed the video and folder, left the phone at his spot, and claimed she didn't know. She stood up and apologized. Vice Chairman, I was looking for the data you requested. Han Sung-gun barked, "Get out." She was terrified, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. He casually said, "Hey." The secretary thought to herself, "Stay calm, I can't show any panic here." She calmly replied, "Yes, Vice Chairman, what do you need?" His face darkened as he asked, "Have you seen anything here? Be honest." Han Du-yuan put on a fierce expression. "Now, if you are not honest, I will eliminate the worst possibility first. I am giving you a chance because of all the hard work you have done. Think carefully." She replied calmly, "I haven't seen anything beyond what you have said." At that moment, after watching those videos, she felt that if she told the truth, they would never leave her alone, because they were the type of people capable of anything. He raised his head with a grim look. "Fine, then get out." After watching those videos, my fiancée became haunted by the victims. She trembled, her hands covering her face, finding it hard to sleep every night. Finally, she told me everything. The prosecutor stared blankly at her non-stop trembling. "Is that enough reason to search and seize Dawson Company? I think it's just porn on the internet," and told her not to worry. He slowly lost control of his anger. "Do you believe a prosecutor's investigation is just doing whatever they want? And even if it is true, don't put yourself in danger to help victims who aren't your family or friends." Prosecutor turned his back. I scolded her, asking if she wanted to play the martyr, unable to tolerate any injustice. He gave a faint, bitter smile. Because I am a new prosecutor, I didn't listen to her, thinking she was crazy. Looking back now, do you believe I'm ending my own story? Aizen maintained a cold expression. "That's right, it fits you. Can I meet your fiancée? She could become an important witness." The prosecutor was flustered. "No, you can't." Aizen was curious. "Why? Are you protecting her? If so, we can help you." The prosecutor darkened his face, protecting, not necessary. She's in a damn safe place where no one can harm her. He smiled brightly. "Really, she is dead." The high-rise building at the office workplace. Prosecutor stood still, anxiously thinking, Ji-hyun, please answer the phone. Why are you doing this to me? Really? In reality, what could a new, uninvolved prosecutor do? It's just a job. He wasn't a martyr for justice. Think about us, Ji-hyun. The office door suddenly swung open. Prosecutor Sun walked in and called out loudly, Hey prosecutor, still have a lot of work, don't you? Prosecutor Sun rubbed his forehead saying tiredly, Let's go get a drink. I'm so tired and exhausted. At that moment Investigator Baek also just walked in, bowing her head. Sun nodded slightly with a light smile. Hello, Investigator Baek. Working hard, are you? You're still beautiful as always. Sun was slightly surprised and asked back, What are you doing? Calling your girlfriend again? I told you to leave a message and wait. Why do you act so impulsively, just to make yourself feel better? The prosecutor nodded tiredly. Yes, sorry. Let's go outside for a smoke first. I have something to say. Under the eave outside the office, Prosecutor Sun spoke up. What I mean is, Sun made a thumbs down gesture. Give your girlfriend more time. I heard you said something disrespectful. After that, you have to wait. You can't just demand she accept your apology. Sun looked up at the prosecutor. Did you fight over wedding preparations? Hey, if you have a child, that's not something to fight about. His voice was slow. No, actually my girlfriend works as a secretary for the vice chairman of the Dawson Group. The prosecutor blew out cigarette smoke. Continuing, she discovered an unusual collection of crime videos on the vice chairman's computer. She asked me if I could search and seize that company. He took another drag of his cigarette, so I told her, What are you saying? Just focus on your own work. Prosecutor Sun broke into a sweat. What? What did you just say? The prosecutor was astonished. Yes, well, search and seizure. Sun stammered. No, which company? Who is she a secretary for? Hearing his answer, Prosecutor Sun's face turned ashen. Ah, Han Juo, the vice chairman of Dawson Group. She's been his secretary for a long time. My girlfriend. He spoke very sincerely. If you know anything. Sun became panicked, hurriedly backing away, stammering, No, I don't know anything. Sun hurriedly walked away, then suddenly turned back. Oh, I forgot something important. I will go in first. You do well. Prosecutor watched Sun's figure fade, his face full of confusion, silently thanked him, then wondered why he acted so strangely. He held a cigarette in his mouth, pondering how long he should wait. Tomorrow he would call her and give the gift. The rain poured down in sheets. Front door burst open. The prosecutor stepped in, hiding the bouquet behind his back. Ji-hyun and Ji-han, I am home. His eyes widened in horror when he saw his girlfriend was no longer breathing. People say if you have loved ones, be kind to them while they are still around, because nothing guarantees they will be there when you realize that chance never comes again. The next day at the company, waiting for the elevator, Prosecutor Sun talked with Investigator Park. Was the funeral yesterday going smoothly? I was busy and could not come. Prosecutor Cho, he is not okay, right? She stood still, her voice choked. I cannot imagine how he is. I told him to rest, but I am not sure it helps. Both saw Prosecutor Cho walk in. Sun turned his head to look. I guess he will choose a different path. Prosecutor Cho arrived, smiled brightly saying good morning, and invited the two to have lunch. Prosecutor Sun, flustered, said I already ate. Why did you come to work so early? I heard you were on leave. He waved his hand, greeting the investigator. What is there to do at home if not go to work? Prosecutor Cho smiled radiantly. Do you believe we will die together? The living must live on. Sun was stunned, uttered yes, yes, then turned to the investigator. Sorry, I left my bag in the car. Could you get it for me? She turned and left. Yes, of course, I will go ahead. He smiled and casually thanked and apologized. The elevator moved. Inside the elevator, Prosecutor Sun timidly asked if the funeral yesterday went smoothly. I was busy yesterday. He coldly interrupted, Senior. Tell me everything about the Dawson Company. Sun's face changed color. He stammered, asking why he suddenly asked about that. Through gritted teeth, he said, Please. His veins bulged. He angrily shouted, When I ask nicely, tell me, you bastard. Sun panicked and shouted, Aunt Heicho Hein Seung, what are you doing? No matter what, I am your senior. He landed a punch straight into Sun's face. Sun fell against the elevator wall. Lee Sang-gon was dizzy. Aunt, are you crazy? His face darkened. It would not have been too late if you had warned me. Dawson Enterprise is very dangerous. I should have gone to see my girlfriend immediately. If you had just said that, I could have saved her. Suddenly he grabbed Sun by the collar, his eyes pained. If I had arrived just a little earlier, I could have stopped it. You knew that? The expression on your face when I mentioned Dawson before? You fool. Sun stammered. That is, he trembled with anger. Ji-hyun definitely did not kill herself. Those bastards did it. Sun calmly replied, I did not know this would happen. He lowered his head. Why did you do that? Tears streaming down, he shouted. Why are South Korean prosecutors so cowardly? Sun stammered, I am sorry, I trembled and cried, kneeling down and saying, You could have told me, it would not have been difficult. He tugged at Sun's shirt, gently pleading. I could have stopped it. I could have saved her. A high-rise building piercing the sky. In the room, the secretary timidly reported, Vice Chairman, I apologize, this is very urgent. Someone is causing a disturbance in the lobby demanding to see you. The Vice Chairman was resting with his eyes covered. He looked up annoyed and asked, What? Who? Do they think I can meet anyone at any time? This is my important break time. The secretary said meekly. That person is the fiancé of Secretary An Ji-han. He is a prosecutor at the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's Office. He nodded to indicate understanding, sneering. A prosecutor, the fiancé of Secretary An? Then he must be capable. Why did I not know anything? He is in the lobby, right? He removed his eye cover and laughed softly. Bring him to my office immediately. Cannot let a South Korean prosecutor wait like that. I knew this kind of thing would happen. The door opened. The secretary gestured. Yes, please come in, prosecutor. Vice chairman, I have brought the person. The two stood facing each other. He smiled falsely. You have arrived. If I had known you were a prosecutor, I would have arranged a meeting in advance. He nodded with a feigned sorrowful expression. I am very sorry about Miss An Ji-hyun's situation. She was a good colleague, worked efficiently. This truly pains me. Extended his hand for a handshake and asked, how was the funeral? Did everything go smoothly? Prosecutor Chu also extended his hand and cursed. Shut up. He looked confused. Yes. But immediately after, Prosecutor Chu landed a punch to his face, causing his head to tilt to the side. The bodyguard quickly helped him, his voice worried. Vice Chairman. His face darkened but his voice remained calm. You really have a fiery temper. It is rare to see a prosecutor with a unique style like yours these days. I understand the difficulties of being a secretary, but you must take care of yourself while looking after others. His voice hardened. I treated you like a prosecutor, but this ungrateful bastard seems not to understand. Do you also want to follow your fiancée? Prosecutor Cho sneered and raised his middle finger. This brat acts like he is number one. Listen here, you rich punk. I do not want to beat around the bush. I will say what needs to be said and leave. He continued to curse. You think you are really something, right? No, you are just trash. No matter how dirty scum like you try to cover it up, the dirt will always be on the path. You have walked. His eyes stared intently. I do not know how long it will take, but I promise you one thing. One day, you or your family will make a mistake and get caught, even if it is just a small one. Without any fear, Prosecutor Cho challenged. I will use that mistake as a starting point and expose all your dark secrets. If you want to get rid of me like you did with Ji-yun, go ahead and try. He forcefully raised his middle finger. Even if it is ruled as suicide or an accident, if I die, I have prepared multiple scenarios to frame you. I am ready to release them through the media, social networks, and online communities. If you think you can handle it, try to silence me. He squinted and laughed coldly. Do you think such a trivial story will last long? A few days, a few weeks, and it will be forgotten, like an alcoholic snack. And you talk about An Ji-hyun as if I did something to her. Perhaps it is just because you are depressed. He had not finished speaking. Then Prosecutor Cho opened the door, slammed it shut, and left. He was dumbfounded and confused. He has left already? Unbelievable. This bastard acts as if he can ignore everyone. His face tilted, veins bulging on his neck. I tried to get along with the prosecutor because of my father's words, but I cannot. I will show you who the boss is, you mouse of a prosecutor. The bathhouse. He spoke up. That was when Vice Chairman Han Ju-gun started pushing me. I was ridiculed at the prosecutor's office and then transferred to the countryside. But everything went as predicted. The goal was to make it look like I was suppressed and eventually accept reality. Prosecutor Cho sneered as he recalled. People like that think they have won and let their guard down if I change to match their beliefs. He sneered. Right, that little bastard acts like he is number one even though he is just an office worker. He is just an office worker. Prosecutor Chu lowered his head because I became quiet and submissive under authority. Everyone saw me as uninteresting and stopped paying attention, and I was able to return to the Seoul Central District Prosecutor's office by seizing that opportunity. Just as he noticed Aizen dozing off, he said, "All right, that is enough." Prosecutor Chu called out, "Hey, it is over." Aizen yawned. "What? It is over already? I guess I got distracted because there was more conversation than I thought," he cheerfully suggested. "I still do not know exactly what you plan to do or how, but I think it is better to get rid of the filth of Dawson Corporation together." Smiling cryptically, he said softly, "From what I have briefly heard, Aizen, I have a feeling someone big is supporting you." Aizen, half awake, said, "I can help you a little, but you are currently at too low a level. Anyway, let me talk about the plan." Steam rose thickly. Aizen quickly replied, Wait, Prosecutor Cho suddenly revealed. "They injected illegal drugs into the child named Sejin, those psychos." Aizen immediately said, "So they are putting on a show to demonstrate the effects. The reality show is one of the ways they commit crimes." He raised an eyebrow. "No, that means we should not let them fight, right? That is like setting up a stage for them to get what they want, right?" Aizen pondered. "Maybe about a month later, I will confirm one thing and then set up the chessboard for you." He walked around, turned on the warm water tap. "I will tell you what to do during that time. Leave here first, I have someone to meet, and the water bill this month is split in half. Prosecutor, as water gushed out, he said irritably, me. Why me? Aizen calmly replied, I turned on the water because of you. At the medal exhibition hall, the prosecutor looked at the medals on the shelf and asked, who are you waiting for? Aizen replied, we recently kidnapped a dark web operator and are bringing them in. He was surprised. Aunt, how did you catch him? Oh, you are good at handling these things. Seeing the man in the hat walk in, he wondered who it was. The man called out, Aizen, I brought her here. He tilted his head to signal, come on, go in. Next, a little girl bowed her head in greeting. Ah, hello, my name is Jin Seo Yan. Prosecutor Choi was stunned. Not a foreigner, but this child? The man in the hat explained briefly. Director Kim exploited this child's weaknesses and forced her to work. The witness and the prosecutors gathered in the room. He continued, suspected of exploiting the weaknesses of people with IT skills and forcing them to work, with Director Kim behind it. The man in the hat said, on the condition that this child will tell us the location of Director Kim's office, and she demands to be completely free of him. He looked directly at everyone. Hey Jin, is there any issue or anything else you need? Jin timidly said, oh yes, I need a new identity so he can never find me, and my parents too. Everyone listened silently. Jin continued in a fearful voice, and you must never tell this to any prosecutor or police, never. That is the condition. Aizen growled, tell me where that office is first. He narrowed his eyes threateningly. After I check that place, I will consider helping you, because I will decide whether to eliminate you or not. Golden sunset light covered the high-end apartment building. Standing in front of the desk, Run Yu listened on the phone. So now, all I have to do is wait for the bait to bite, right? Department head Kim replied. The last fish will bite, because they think they are at the top and can handle everything. He asked, assuming the procedure takes a month, are you okay? It seems to have more side effects than I thought. Jung-un questioned. What are you talking about? What side effects? Department head Kim stammered. What do you mean? The side effects of the new drug. He turned to look. This is the greatest moment of my life. He laughed loudly, eyes blazing red. I am in my best state. Department head Kim spoke up. Really? That's lucky then. He said calmly. Since it's already been injected, stopping halfway would be very dangerous. You know we have no cure. His eyes blazing red, Jung-un sneered. Prepare yourself well. As I see it, if you fail this time, you will be kicked out too, you brat. Department head Kim turned his head to look. Yeah, I will keep that in mind. Jung-un indifferently turned his back. Go to work. I'm enjoying my unemployed life. Department head Kim's expression turned cold as he glanced, thinking, is there some scheme? Must be careful, he already knows too much. At a training room, Do-hun sitting in a corner spoke up. How is it, sis? Is that camera still there? He shifted his gaze. If you didn't look down, you probably wouldn't see it. Suhyun replied. It's gone. I searched everywhere you mentioned in other places, but found nothing. They must have been careful, because there's a lot to worry about. Suhyun calmly looked up. Son Do-hun, don't worry about this anymore. Focus on preparing for the tournament. He lowered his head anxiously. I have to give my best. I was given such a good opportunity. Do-hun gently closed his eyes. But sis, my mother once said success is not the main goal, but admitting mistakes and living to atone for one's faults. Suhyun turned to him. Huh? Why the sudden philosophical talk? Do-hun smiled and stood up. You thought that line was good, right? He tilted his head. If I can help with anything later, you must tell me. Please remember that. Do-hun smiled and walked away. Well, I'm off to train now. She said after him, yeah, work hard. Suhyun slowly leaned against the wall. This brat, he's even better than me. At the entrance of the movie theater, Hajin turned around and said, hey, I'm going to the bathroom for a bit. Sichun replied, okay, go ahead, I'll wait here. He was tense. Do we really have to stay this close? Si-chun looked dazed. It draws too much attention. I feel so embarrassed. Si-chun stood motionless. Who told us to go on a movie date in a situation like this? Joseph frowned as he looked. That's because you weren't careful. Brian watched closely. Ah, and Hajin, her t-shirt is too short. He was annoyed, sweat on his face. What? Hey uncles, why don't you say anything to Hajin and only pick on me? Si-chun stood huddled. Joseph and Brian pulled him closer, speaking in unison. When Hajin invited us to the movies, everyone agreed right away. Really? When did we? Hajin approached with a bright smile. What's this? Only 3 of you and you're already close. Well, being close is good. It's nice to hang out like this sometimes, right? Joseph replied calmly. Yeah, not bad. Brian answered. Hajin is here. Let's buy popcorn. She was excited. Oh, Brian. Awesome. How about sweet and basil popcorn? Agreed. Is that okay? He smiled. Agreed. Love it. Jin looked down. But my t-shirt is too short today. First time wearing this style. Brian spoke up. No, it looks very pretty. It suits Hajin. She smiled brightly. Oh, so American style. Sichun stood awkwardly watching them. Hey now. Inside the theater, he thought helplessly. This is really uncomfortable. I just wanted a peaceful private date. Brian Hajin held out a piece of popcorn to Brian. Have some. He opened his mouth. She looked up happily. But why couldn't Appa Ethan come? Is Sister Soo Hyun going on a date with him again? Brian shifted his gaze. Ethan, Aizen couldn't make it. He had business with, she stumbled, losing her footing. A prosecutor. You're going with him? What prosecutor? I'm getting dizzy. Brian said calmly. I don't know what that is in Korean. Joseph poked his head over. Jin praised. Oh, what's this? Appa Joseph is truly a learned man. She ate her popcorn while thinking. Wonder what that mysterious lens guy is busy with. Involves a prosecutor again. Hope it's not dangerous. The old warehouse was full of cardboard boxes. Aizen pointed at a door. Here. Seo Yeon stood nearby. That's right. But as I said, there are thugs there. They are always there. Probably a gathering place for muscle users. Very dangerous to go straight in. Prosecutor observed. How many of them? And what thug would dare touch a Korean prosecutor? He was not worried despite having no search warrant, but no one dared stop him either. Aizen said, Hey, that is a prosecutor, tie her up. Do you have handcuffs? Seo-yeon was scared. What? Why? I don't want to be captured again. If something bad happens in there, I'll get caught too, right? Aizen was indifferent. Don't overthink. Just follow orders. Nothing bad will happen. She was handcuffed to a pillar, feeling anxious. But tying me up like this, is this prosecutor really trustworthy? There's no reason for it. Prosecutor narrowed his eyes. Don't play tricks. Being exploited doesn't make you innocent. And Aizen, what will you do inside? What is the plan? Tell me. He turned to look. You're going to pretend to be a prosecutor, right? Anyway, with 2 prosecutors, even a large group of thugs would find it hard to touch us. Aizen spoke up. Hey, do you know how to fight? The prosecutor replied calmly. Yeah. Why? He stopped. Don't tell me. Aizen said coldly. Yeah. He opened the door and walked in. I am the kind of person who has to beat thugs to death on sight to feel at ease. The prosecutor was shocked. Huh? What the hell? What did you just say? Did I hear that right? A man spoke up. The fat one frowned. Damn it, what the hell did that bastard just say? Did we hear that right? The prosecutor panicked and hid behind a wall, thinking, Aizen, what the hell is he? I thought he had some grand plan. Turns out he's just a lunatic. He paled and thought to himself. Clearly Jong had said there was no backup. What could 2 people do? Aesong spoke up. There was even a Korean prosecutor accompanying them here. His eyes were full of provocation. Whoever was afraid could just leave. Today they were ready to smash heads with the hammer of the law. The room fell into a silent atmosphere. Everyone turned to look at Aizen and held their breath silently. A man with arms covered in tattoos stood up and said, It's been a while since I saw someone dare to say these words in front of me. Say it again. Aizen glanced at him contemptuously from head to toe, mocking. That fat guy with the stupid tattoos. Are your ears filled with fat that you couldn't hear clearly from the start? He went crazy, stepped closer and warned. Have you lost your mind, you dog? Do you want to end your life right here? I can kill weaklings like you with my strength. A man needs muscles like mine. Understand? He puffed up his chest and lightly slapped his face, acting cocky. Did watching too many superheroes make you this insolent? Why does your neck keep twitching? Want me to break your neck? Aizen got angry, slightly raised his head high and said, You have to hold your head up high like this. Then he smashed his head hard against that man's forehead. A heavy impact made him spit out blood. Then he fell face first onto the ground at his feet. Aizen calmly rubbed the spot he had just hit, not forgetting to taunt. Too easy to smash your pig brain in just one blow. The rest of the group stood up simultaneously. One yelled, Do you dare, you dog? Hey, you idiots, what are you looking at? Why aren't you arresting him? Aizen ignored them, turned toward the door and asked, Prosecutor, hurry up and get in here. There's a bunch of thugs here. You have to arrest them all. A fierce-looking man upon hearing this thought to himself, what is a prosecutor doing here? Damn it, could they have a lot of backup? The prosecutor, though confused, still walked in and introduced himself. I'm from the Seal District Prosecutor's office. Please cooperate with the investigation. Dion Changju heard this, muttered with a cigarette in his mouth. A prosecutor? No way. He stubbed out the cigarette and said his thoughts. Either that fearless bastard is impersonating a prosecutor. Changyu said contemptuously, acting alone, you never know when you might die. He asked arrogantly, Who is the guy with you? An investigator? No, not that type. Then Lee Sang-gon, Jiu soon noticed something interesting, mocking. Look at this, doesn't this guy look like a dumpling ear? Having said that, he covered his own ear with his hand. Are you a wrestler? I'm really jealous. I used to have dumpling hands for a while too. Suddenly Chang Ju seemed to lose his mind, grinning slyly. Now you don't have either. Aizen heard that and it annoyed him. He punched him, making his face twist, and said contemptuously, I don't care, you idiot. Chang Ju lay slumped on the floor. The surrounding underlings panicked and called out, Boss. He spat out blood like a resentful maiden and accused, Damn it, I'm talking to someone here. What the hell are you bastards doing? At this moment, Chang Ju stopped pretending, annoyed, and ordered, I'll give 10 million to whoever catches him. Even if he's a prosecutor or whatever, we can cover it up, kill him. The prosecutor was scared. Only Aizen calmly said, Things are looking bad. The group of underlings followed the order and stepped forward to intimidate. The one in trouble today is you dog. He saw this and blurted out, Oh my. One hot-headed guy rushed forward, but Aizen quickly poked him in the eye. You lose, bastard. He stood there and lightly said, an unguarded eye. The injured guy groaned in pain. My eye. Another guy saw this and swung his fist while cursing, You bastard. Aizen quickly blocked the strike, annoyed, and shouted, You dare to sucker punch me? Then he swung a straight punch from above down onto that guy's elbow. That guy couldn't bear the pain and screamed, My shoulder! The fat guy with tattooed arms finally got scared, but still acted threatening. Do you know what kind of person I am? We're not afraid of killing. He pulled a small knife from his pocket. The prosecutor quickly jumped up and kicked him in the face. He only managed to let out a scream. Another guy was grabbed by the neck by Aizen and could only curse. The prosecutor angrily kicked the fat guy a few more times and scolded, You thug, daring to pull a knife in front of a prosecutor? Aizen's face was calm, his voice drawn out. The prosecutor isn't an ordinary guy, but watch out for the knife, there's still work to do. At this moment, the prosecutor started to show his true nature. At first, I hesitated, because you seemed too crude, but after seeing you fight, he turned his face and gave a sinister smile. So a crude guy has his reasons, huh? I really like you. You're my type. He was acting cocky when another guy hit him on the head with a stick, and he couldn't react in time. The guy who hit him taunted, looking away during a fight. Aizen was choking a guy and saw this scene, silently cursing. This idiot should have seen the opponent coming before speaking. Chang Ju held a knife and laughed triumphantly. Now you're alone? Killing a prosecutor is a bit too much. He was confident of victory, licking the blade. If he survives, it's probably fine to kill him. So what? How about it? Can I use a weapon a little? Aizen was not afraid at all, still provoking. Really, from now on, don't cry about what you lose. He pulled out an axe and said coldly, because you guys suggested it first. Chang Yu got a bit scared seeing this. Oh my god, he's using an axe. The nearby underling said worriedly, Boss, this guy is too dangerous. He gave orders to 3 underlings. The 3 of you charge at the same time. While you fight them, I'll take him down with a surprise attack. Chang Yu was about to continue when suddenly Aizen appeared right in front of him, joining the conversation. Any good info? Why are you whispering to each other? Not giving them time to react, he chopped straight into the arm of one nearby underling. That guy could only curse, you bastard. Aizen chopped into the shoulder of the second guy. Screams rang out, but he calmly counted. 2. The third underling just strained his neck to curse. You damn dog. Then he received a backhand blow. Aizen threw the axe at that guy, then looked at Li Sang Gonju and counted. 1 left. Chang Yu was so scared he couldn't speak, only managed to think. What the hell is this lunatic? How is he so fast? His expression now looked very terrifying. He chuckled with amusement. Oh, there's only your shield left. The night sky over the N Company warehouse. There was a knock on the container from outside. Ho came again, pretending to ask, Have you rested enough? It's been over an hour. Sorry, I'm late. I just had some gukbap. Are you hungry? But I'm not sharing. He laughed like a child and offered a deal. Alright, I'll cut about 20% this time. If there's anything you don't remember clearly, just tell me anytime. I'll continue. Chang Yu was in too much pain to have any strength admitted. I remembered something, but I really don't know anything about the filming location or the drug factory. He heard this and was disappointed. Huh? That's it? How disappointing? He said everything he knew. I know where manager Kim moved the documents and footage related to the VAPs. Jung Ho heard this and pondered. If that's true, then this is important information. He demanded, Give me the location, I'll check it myself. But if you're lying, you know what will happen, right? Chang Yu urged. You have to be quick. That old snake manager Kim is extremely cunning. However, Jung Ho was not in a hurry, his face cold as he ordered. Alright, I'll call someone to check immediately. But first, give me your finger, I still have to cut off the rest. Chang Yu saw he was still not let off, protested. Why? I've said everything! You bastard! I told you everything, you dog. Seeing his scared expression, he laughed and teased back. Just kidding, scared. I told you, you bastard. Chang Yu was dumbfounded, silently cursing this crazy guy, while he laughed as if he had just hit the jackpot. Anyway, here's my phone, give me the address. The scene shifted back to the company room. The guard, listening to music, saw someone and asked, "Are you here to deliver something?" The other person replied, "I'm here to pick something up." Only then did he get a clear look at his face and asked in confusion, "Huh?" A completely unfamiliar face. He politely refused. "Sorry, only the sender can retrieve it. You better go back." Unexpectedly, he was suddenly grabbed by the hair. Aizen grabbed his hair and pulled him outside. He cried out in pain, "Huh? This guy?" The guard was furious and warned, "You bastard, you picked the wrong place to cause trouble. Do you know where this is? You damn bastard. How dare you do this?" But Aizen let the words fly past his ears like the wind, replying contemptuously, "Where? I'm curious about that too, so I came to find out." Aizen didn't let go, maintaining an arrogant expression as he said, "Why don't we explore it more thoroughly together? What exactly are you guys hiding in there?" The guard still denied it, continuing to threaten, "Are you talking nonsense? Everything here is locked up, you idiot. I've activated the emergency alarm. Before you can get inside, my people will get here and tear you apart." Aizen sneered, "Your people? You mean those guards around the building? I already cleaned them all up on my way in." Remembering the sight of the guards lying beaten in a row, Aizen said jokingly, "Seems like you're overworking them, because everyone said they needed a little nap." Guard, being held by the hair, still didn't believe it. "What? Ridiculous. I haven't." He interrupted, "Mr. Prosecutor, what are you still standing there for? Open the door." That man heard it, thinking to himself, "What? A prosecutor? This damn bastard." The prosecutor stepped forward to look around, then said, "All right, let's see. This one seems suitable." He grabbed the fire extinguisher and smashed it hard against the lock. The prosecutor gave it a few more powerful smashes. He discovered there was another gate. "There's a steel gate here." Hearing that, Aizen casually said, "Then break it." Prosecutor once again picked up the fire extinguisher and smashed it. One way to do it. After breaking through the gate, he went inside and pretended to be polite. "Sorry, mind if I come in for a bit?" The released guards saw this and cursed. "When did you get in here, you lunatic?" The guards seemed to remember something and asked back, "Wait, you're not a real prosecutor, are you? No prosecutor behaves like this. Do you have a search warrant?" Hearing that, he replied, "A search warrant. Of course, the legal system is very important, but do you know what I've realized lately?" The prosecutor stepped closer to him, threatening, "I've learned more in the past few days doing it this way than following the rules." He sneered, "Especially with scum like you, exploiting the law to get away with crime. Sometimes, to fight fire, you have to use fire, don't you think?" At this moment, Aizen spoke up, "Mr. Prosecutor, I'll handle this guy. You start checking the documents. See what can become a legal weapon." The prosecutor gave a sinister grin. "Got it. You're doomed, you bastard, trust me. Spill everything now and you'll be safer." The guard, initially scared, now got angry. "Humph, nonsense. I'll report this to the police. Illegal entry, assault, property damage, impersonating a prosecutor. All of you are going to jail, you hear me?" Hearing this, Aizen praised him. "I thought you were just an idiot, but it seems you have a point." The guard was furious. "Of course, we are the ones who know the law and live by it." Aizen stepped closer and commanded, "All right, from now on, answer my questions properly, and remember to pass my message on exactly as I say." The scene shifted to another room, with furniture messily arranged. A man stood observing, listening to the guard recount everything. That man asked back, "So you're saying Aizen and the fake prosecutor took everything?" It turned out that man was Manager Kim. He asked further, just as the boss predicted, "The security here is terrible, isn't it? You kept bragging you were a veteran in this industry, so what happened?" The guard stammered as he continued, "Ah, well, that bastard Aizen took down all of our men, and told me to give you a message." That man turned around, his face pale and expressionless. The guard continued, "Change your glasses. Those glasses look terrible." "Thanks." He didn't get angry, but chuckled softly, adjusting his glasses. "I understand. Anything else?" The guard was surprised but remained honest. "No, that's all," he said. Hearing this, Manager Kim left, not forgetting to say, "All right, take care of yourself." The guard was astonished. "Huh? You're just leaving like that? What about the documents that were taken?" He didn't even look at him and replied, "Documents? Don't worry, we have tons of copies. But still, someone has to take responsibility for this, right?" Hearing that, the guard looked up and saw a muscle-bound man in front of him, panicking. "What? Huh? What is this?" The muscle-bound man raised his fist, veins bulging on his face, and replied, "What else? Destroying the evidence." Screams rang out from inside the room, but Manager Kim walked away as if he heard nothing. He pushed up his glasses, lost in thought. "A fake prosecutor. Seems like it's time to move to the next step." Manager Kim muttered to himself, "Time to unleash the real monsters." Suddenly, the muscle-bound man from before appeared beside him, reminding him, "You must keep your promise, Manager." He was startled by the voice. "Damn it, you scared me. Captain, is it done already?" That man didn't reply, only reminded him, "I have to be the one to finish off Sin Su-yun." Manager Kim flattered him with a smile. Yes, I would be grateful if you helped me with that." "Captain, how is it? Is the medicine working?" The captain, with scars on his face, thought about something, gritting his teeth. It's perfect. I should have used it sooner. If I had, those bastards wouldn't have been able to humiliate me. His face was covered in scars, as if thinking of some vendetta. He continued, but it's fine. This is enough. I will tear that woman apart with my own hands. Back in the company room, he turned to ask manager Kim, should we just storm their training room right now and tear everything apart? If we take them by surprise, we can easily take them down. But manager Kim replied politely, smiling as he said, oh no, don't do that. Everything is going according to plan. Just deal with Shin Soo-yun when I give the order. He said disappointedly, fine, I understand. Manager Kim turned away with a face full of sarcasm. Humph, look who it is. A brute trying to use his brain? The scene shifted to Teiki Jujitsu. An investigator came looking for the prosecutor, knocking gently and asking politely, excuse me, is the prosecutor here? Seeing investigator Beak enter, the fake prosecutor happily asked, oh, investigator, you're here? Investigator Beak was stunned. Oh my god, prosecutor, what is all this? She looked around the fake prosecutor's desk, puzzled. Where did these documents come from? And why are you here instead of at the office? The fake prosecutor cheerfully explained, there are too many spies in that building, I can't go there. This case is too sensitive, I'll handle it here. Investigator Beak sighed. Humph, fine. If you say so, prosecutor, I'll try to lend a hand. Where should we start looking first? The fake prosecutor continued, you know we've been chasing this case for a long time, right? Anything that can expose the dirty and disgusting truth about the Dawson Corporation. A few hours later, unexpectedly, Investigator Park discovered something unusual and called the fake prosecutor. Prosecutor, what is this? Curious, he asked. Did you find something? She replied, there's a record of a purchase for an abandoned warehouse in the suburbs right after the explosion at the pharmaceutical factory. Investigator Park continued, when I investigated deeper, there was no clear evidence of it being used or for what purpose. We need to investigate further to see if there's any connection, but give me the address. I'll give my conclusion by tomorrow. Investigator Beak asked in surprise. What? How are you going to find out so quickly? Isn't that very dangerous? The fake prosecutor said indifferently, don't worry, investigator. That person is more dangerous than anything waiting for him. Trust me, I've seen it firsthand. Aizen, while we continue investigating, call for more security, just in case. Seo Yeon said hastily, wait, this isn't part of the deal. If we keep going like this, when will it end? And if that place really is a factory or a filming location, it will be extremely dangerous. What she cared about was the promise between them. She spoke softly again. If something happens to you, who will keep the promise to me? Before you go, you have to create new identities for me and my parents. Seo Yeon pleaded earnestly. I'm begging you, please. But Aizen only coldly ordered, give me your phone. Sojin was dumbfounded, holding her phone and handing it to Aizen. Huh? My phone? Here. Why are you? Aizen picked up a hammer, showed no mercy, and smashed it hard against Seo Yeon's phone. Sojin panicked, jumped to her feet and shouted, what are you doing? Aizen replied coldly, Mr. Prosecutor, while I'm gone, make sure she can't use a phone, computer, or anything with an internet connection. Before leaving, he didn't forget to instruct the fake prosecutor. The detective will be here soon. I'll contact you later. Report to me immediately if anything happens. The fake prosecutor Chu nodded and said, all right, drive carefully. Don't fall asleep. Seo Yeon called after him. Wait, what is this about? The prosecutor sighed, sat down. Seo Yeon stopped replying. Huh? Prosecutor said seriously, it seems you are mistaken. Right now you are a suspect. Based on your actions alone, I could take you to trial immediately. He sneered and continued, when I speak nicely you should listen. If your words are true, we will talk later, understand? Seo-yeon was scared, obediently replied yes. At the learning center, the teacher's voice rang out, thanking them for their hard work. The students were packing up their things to go home. Mr. Joseph stood there, sighing in complaint. Why does that girl never leave before the teachers are all gone? She studies so hard, but never seems to improve. Brian, standing beside him, replied, anyway, if she is putting in effort, that is good. There she is coming out now. Hajin stepped out, her hair disheveled, yawning as she greeted the two. Finally done, I will go to the restroom for a bit. Mr. Joseph suddenly realized, saying to Brian, aha, so she stays late not because of studying, but because she fell asleep and did not know class was over. Brian laughed and replied, yeah, that is easy to understand. Studying is not everything. Joseph tiredly mused, you are right. Hajin was in the women's restroom taking care of her business. From inside, a woman pulled her luggage and walked out. She was completely covered up, slowly pulling her suitcase. Seeing how long it was taking, Joseph hesitated. It seems a bit long. Did she actually enter the restroom? Seeing the suspicious woman, Brian immediately took notice and said to Joseph, no, she did not enter. Check if Hajin is still inside. I will follow her, the medic replied wearily. Okay. As he followed, Brian had many doubts about the woman ahead, thinking to himself, a stranger pulling a large suitcase into the school. What could be inside? Suddenly Joseph yelled, Brian, stop that bitch. Immediately, Brian rushed at the white-haired woman. He thought, damn it, how long had she been waiting in that restroom? Seeing Seeing she was discovered, she turned her head to glance behind her, flashing a sneer. Brian grabbed onto the suitcase, blocking her and saying, "Hey, stop right there," then thought to himself he needs to focus on Hajin first. She jerked the suitcase back, pretending to be startled, replying, "What is it?" Brian grabbed her neck to interrogate her, the suitcase password, her throat constricted as she yelled, "Cuff, who are you?" Without hesitation, Brian drew his gun and aimed it straight at her head, demanding in a low voice the password. "Tell me now." She cried and begged, "Please do not hurt me." "I will tell you, it is 486. The password is 486. Brian got the password and immediately let her go. "Do not think about running. Do not move if you want to live." Then he focused on the suitcase, letting his guard down against her, gently calling out to Hajin, "Hajin, can you hear me? I will get you out right now, 48. Suddenly she laughed loudly, her voice full of provocation. "Really, I am surprised. You actually carry a gun on you, as if it is nothing." Brian turned back and pointed the gun at her, asking what. She laughed and said, "Hey old man, this is going to hurt a bit." It was a reaction to being electrocuted. He did not expect she had that thing on her. One hit numbed Brian. Immediately he fell down, unable to move. She said flatly, "Oh, the electric current was stronger than I thought. Are you okay?" Bending down to pick up Brian's gun, she questioned softly, "Why were you so careless? Hajin is very important to you, is she not, old man?" She laughed excitedly. Just as expected, emotions always make people make mistakes. "It makes you stupid." Idly sticking out her tongue to taunt, she pointed the gun at Brian. "When you are this stupid, you will die from your own mistakes, right? Am I wrong?" That evening at Mililit Company, a voice from inside rang out, "Stop talking nonsense." Du said to Department Head Kim, "Get to the point, how is the situation?" Du sighed and continued, "Do not let those brats mess things up like last time. I am tired of cleaning up after you all. I am sick of it, you bastards." Department Head Kim reassured him, "Do not worry, we will handle it ourselves this time. No outside contractors. Everything with the gangsters and the Chinese is going according to plan." Du did not believe him, turning to retort, "Shut up. You got robbed right here last time and now you act like a genius, you idiot. And are we really reinforcing the bugging devices in the gym? Why do I always feel like they keep detecting them?" Department Head Kim was not afraid, saying seriously, "Just let them think we are being led around by the nose. That way they will think they are in control and let their guard down." Department Head Kim turned and asked, "So what about the prosecutor Hai Seung?" Him, he replied, "Just ignore him. He will never get a search warrant." Du laughed delightedly and said, "Making people submit is more interesting than eliminating them." "You idiot, what can he do? A low-level official who thinks he manipulates everything. Soon his superiors will call him back." He leaned back in his chair, his voice tired. "So who will be bringing that high school girl this time?" Department Head Kim replied, "Still our old acquaintance." Department Head Kim said with certainty, "You have met her before." Hearing this, Du raised his head in shock and asked her, "Oh, that..." You must have remembered that crazy woman." The image of the white-haired woman appeared. She pointed the gun at Brian without a trace of fear, mocking him. "You keep making mistakes like that, and you will die before you know it, right? Am I wrong?" That evening at Hajin's learning center, Joseph was carrying Hajin piggyback, suddenly stepping out of the women's restroom and asking Brian, "Did you catch her?" Worried, Joseph walked towards Brian, saying frantically, "Hajin is unconscious inside. We need to take her to the hospital." But when he got outside and saw Brian had been taken down by that woman, Joseph could not help but be surprised. "What the hell?" Seeing him, she greeted him, "Oh, hello there, Baldy." Immediately turning, aiming the gun at Joseph. "I have to take him away now. You go on ahead, Baldy. Alright, see you later." He did not expect her to say it and then do it. A bullet flew fast towards Joseph. Luckily, he carried Hajin and dodged just in time. "What the hell is this? First get Hajin to a safe place." The security guard there was very scared. She thought in surprise, "What is this? A security guard?" She said, "A witness." The security guard kept begging for his life. "Please, I did not see anything, spare me." But she had no intention of letting him live, saying coldly, "I do not believe that. You have to die." Fortunately, Joseph had taken Hajin back into the women's restroom, so for now they were safe. He angrily kicked the door hard, thinking to himself that crazy woman would have to come through this door. He destroyed the door so it could no longer close. Slowly stepping outside, Joseph used the door panel as a shield. She asked in confusion, "What is that?" She could not help but be surprised, praising him highly. "You are strong, Baldy, but can you actually block bullets with a wooden door?" She continued, "I will turn you into a sieve." Joseph threw the door panel towards her, causing her to lose her balance and fall to the ground. Damn it, she threw him. Joseph yelled loudly, calling the security guard, "Hurry over here." The security guard immediately ran inside to hide. Joseph then said, "Come here, hide quickly." Seeing that action, she became even more excited, offering him praise. "You truly are a good person. Hard to find someone like you these days, but too bad being a good person only puts you at a disadvantage, you fool." Slowly loading the gun and approaching the women's restroom, he said, "Hand over Hajin, I have business." Hearing this, Joseph thought it was too dangerous. He had to disable the gun before she entered. Turning to the trembling security guard, he ordered, "Take her to the restroom now." The employee quickly replied, Yes, sir, but he was too careless. That guard didn't follow orders and immediately injected the drug into Joseph's neck. Despite sweating, he still thought of a way to deal with Ada. But why was Brian captured? Who was that woman? Joseph had already realized. He widened his eyes and growled, "What the hell? You bastard." That night she softly said, "What's wrong? You fell for the trap. Sleep well. The sedative is strong, don't worry." While still conscious, Joseph quickly raised his fist towards him. He kicked Joseph's leg and said, "I will take good care of the girl." But this guy had fast reflexes, dodging Joseph's punch in time, which startled me. His hat fell off, revealing his bald head. The bald man kept praising, "Not bad. You know how to use your large build." The punch was heavy, but unfortunately you run out of steam quickly. The drug had taken effect, and Joseph slowly collapsed. The bald man called her, "Sophia, it's done. Come in." She walked in excitedly. "Got you. My stupid bald friend. Do you think I would fire a gun here? It would only make cleaning up more troublesome." He raised his hand and sighed, stopping her and saying, "I told you before, don't live so selflessly." He cheerfully said his final words as Joseph slept. "Anyway, the foreigner is now as limp as a dead fish. Just come pick him up when he wakes up." He kept this gun, dangerous, I'll hold on to it. Du Yu was driving somewhere late at night. Suddenly, an urgent call came to Du Yu. He asked, "Brian, what's wrong?" "I'm on my way back to the province." The voice on the other end reported, "Aizen Hajin has been kidnapped." Du Yu paused and asked, "What, Hajin? How so?" Call was from Brian, who had regained consciousness after the paralysis, and informed Ju Wu. The woman's style was too strange to be sure, but he sighed and said, "She looks a lot like Jin Soyan. Even the mole is in the same spot. We must interrogate her immediately to find out where Hajin was taken." Du Yu immediately understood, replying, "Got it, I'll call the prosecutor right away. Get some rest, meet me at the gym. Those bastards don't know when to stop. I'll rip their hearts out and stomp them to bits." Du Yu's car was turning onto another road. Du Yu was furious, grinding his teeth and saying, "Those bastards don't know when to stop. I'll rip their hearts out and stomp them to bits." So angry that a few veins bulged on his face. "It seems I have to crush them until they can never raise their heads again." At CG Jiu-Jitsu. Sozin was finished. She said, "Don." The prosecutor's boss heard this and approached to ask, "Huh? What did you say? Do you remember anything?" Seo Yeon looked up and replied, "Yes, I think it's time." From behind the prosecutor's boss, she opened the door and walked in. Seo Yeon saw her and said, "They're here." The prosecutor's boss asked confusedly, "What? Who?" She spoke up, "Sorry about this." The prosecutor's boss turned around and saw her, startled, asking, "Who are you? What are you?" At that moment, the prosecutor's boss's phone rang. Seo Yeon said, "Prosecutor Aizen is calling you." Seo Yeon smiled and continued, "What to do? Best not to answer the call and drive alone in the countryside. It sounds both dangerous and tiring." The prosecutor's boss turned and cursed directly at Seo Yeon's face, "You bitch." Seeing the prosecutor's handsome figure, she excitedly said, "So charming, you're my type." The man in black followed behind her. She continued to laugh cheerfully, "But unfortunately, I have to take my younger sibling away today. I'll ask for your number next time." Ada turned around and immediately saw Si-chun raising his strong hand clenched into a fist. Breaking into a sweat, Ada asked, "Huh? I told you to wait downstairs?" Without hesitation, he punched hard at a vital point on Ada's body. Si-chun's veins bulged. He gritted his teeth in hatred and said, "You bastards are worse than trash. Did you really think I would fall for the trap again?" Si-chun looked at her with a murderous glare, warning, "Unless you kill me, you won't take Hajin anywhere." At a large apartment complex, Hajin softly said, "Thanks for the ride home, I'll text you later." Suddenly, Si-chun reached out and handed her something, then called out, "Hajin, here." She saw it and smiled excitedly, her face flushing as she said, "Huh? What is it?" "Oh, is it a couple item? I'm not really interested, but..." Hearing Hajin sound too loud, he cut in with a cold face, "This is a tracker. Su-hyun gave me one the other day too." At this, her face turned shy, and she lowered her voice, "Oh, I see, but why? I already have a tracking app on my phone." Hajin even asked loudly, "Besides, there are always two people following me closely, so is it necessary?" Si-chun calmly replied, "True, but things don't always go smoothly according to plan. If something happens, they can throw away your phone to mislead, so wear this whenever you go out." As soon as he finished speaking, Hajin quickly smiled faintly. "Okay, I understand. I'll wear it every day like a couple ring, even though it's not really my style." To a big building, Si-chun was walking down the street, humming a tune. He thought to himself, would he be happy if I made a surprise visit? He must be tired of going home with those uncles. The location is still at the academy, probably fell asleep somewhere again. Suddenly, a voice from afar caught his attention. "Alright, on to the next spot. Hurry up, hurry up." His face froze as he clearly saw everything. In the distance, a man was carrying a girl on his shoulder into a black car. Behind them, a woman stood watching calmly. Si-chun exclaimed in surprise, "Hajin, what the hell?" He hurriedly shouted, "Hajin, you bastards, put him down right now." Suddenly, the woman noticed him and turned her head to look. She stuck out her tongue in provocation, teasingly saying, "Look who it is. the male lead has arrived. Look at that body proportion. I naturally want to be his fan. Ada quickly took out a phone, winking at Sichun, but not today. See you later, Cheol. Here, take a good look. Hajin's phone, with a tracker on it. The woman threw the phone down, quickly got into the car. Come on, let's go to the next stop. Seeing this, Sichun hurriedly ran over, shouting, stop. Inside the car, the fat man gripping the wheel muttered, that guy is charging straight at the rear of the car. Should we back up? Hearing that, she smiled contemptuously, confidently saying, no need, just step on the gas. He'll dodge anyway. Running into a car only happens in movies. Immediately, Sichun leaped up. He flipped in the air and then crashed headfirst towards the front of the car. Ada's eyes widened in panic, saying, huh? What the hell? Sichun slammed into the front windshield, shattering it into pieces. In the blink of an eye, he was sent flying far away, and a loud voice rang out in the car. What was that? Even the driver cursed this madman in shock. Behind in the car, the woman also looked on with a horrified face. What the hell is this? He's truly insane. Man urged Du Qian to hurry, telling him not to waste time with that person and cause more trouble because they still had to pick up Soyeon before Aizen arrived. Hajin was still wearing the tracking ring on her hand, unaware of it as they rambled on. They were confident that he could not chase after them due to his weak condition and inability to stand. Sichun tried to stand up as he watched the car speed away, his mouth painfully letting out a cry of no. At this moment he was truly angry, anxiously thinking about the tracking ring. He told himself he had to follow immediately. If he lost the trail, no one would know what had happened to Hajin. In front of the coffee shop, a police car was parked by the road. From inside the car came an urgent report. A drunken troublemaker on Dusong Road number 2, ID code 2374, requesting the nearest unit to respond. The officer sighed in annoyance. Another drunk, how troublesome. He still quickly replied and sped off. Unit 2, on the way now. A moment later, the black car from earlier stopped right in that spot. The woman stepped out, speaking confidently. Easy, I will be gone for a bit. Wait here, remember to tie Hajin up carefully. That man in the car replied curtly. Got it, go quickly, do not dawdle. She, however, was not too concerned, softly humming, Soy on, big sister is coming for you. At this moment, Sichun was running over, panting heavily. He hurriedly opened the door and took a quick look inside. Seeing the door open, Du Qian mistook him and asked, huh, why are you back so fast? As soon as he looked out the door, he was stunned to see him with a frantic expression, then raised his voice. What the hell? How did you end up like this? Sichun's eyes bulged and he roared in anger. Let go. His face was covered in sweat, showing clear fury, threatening that if he did not let go of Hajin, he would beat him to death with his bare hands. Suddenly the driver stepped toward him, shouting loudly, hey, you disrespectful brat, do you not know what fear is? He continued to yell, not noticing that Sichun had already approached. You wet behind the ears, little punk. That man had not even finished speaking when a powerful punch flew straight into his face, as if wanting to teach him a lesson. But the punch missed its target because an arm suddenly reached out from behind his back. Du Qian had grabbed Sichun's neck from behind, tightened his grip, and spoke in a dangerous tone. Never turn your back when you are fighting. His face was full of menace as he continued to lecture. When facing multiple enemies, always keep your back to the wall, boy. Movies are just dreams. No one stands around waiting to be hit. In less than a moment, Sichun had grabbed a tuft of hair on the back of his bald head. Du Qian panicked, stammering, wait, do not pull my hair, you devil. Sichun gripped the tuft of hair tightly and yanked hard. He screamed in pain. Stop, stop it, you bastard. Not letting go, he still tried to threaten. Let go. I said let go. Every strand is precious. You lunatics are always like this. Sichun quickly grabbed Du Qian's arm and threw a punch straight into his face, causing him to fall down in pain. He took the opportunity to roll over and wrestle the other man to the ground, his mouth wide open, as if crying out in agony. Sichun was furious, his voice full of danger. Ruining other people's lives, I could not care less. But if you touch what is mine, you drive me crazy. His eyes bulged, his face red with rage. He reached out to attack, grinding his teeth. I cannot take it anymore. The thing you treasure most, I will tear it apart. Sichun grabbed Du Qian's hair in anger, the pain from his scalp causing him to yell loudly. My hair, you bastard. Upon hearing this, he calmly replied, do not worry, I will take care of it for you. Guarantee you will not need to wash your hair anymore. He yanked the tuft of his hair with a decisive motion. The strands of hair flew through the air, causing him to scream in terror. Qian lay sprawled on the ground, still mumbling, my head. At that moment, Sichun turned toward the car and called out loudly, Hajin. He reached out and shook her shoulder, his voice full of concern. Hajin, wake up. It is me, Hajin. Hajin slowly woke from her stupor, mumbling, huh, Sejin, huh? Where am I? Suddenly, Sichun hugged her tightly, causing Hajin to ask in confusion, huh, what is going on? He did not answer her, only held her tightly, whispering, I am sorry, Hajin. It was all because of my greed. I let things go too far. I will end all of this. I will not let you be in danger anymore. At a large dojo, Si-chun brought Hajin there, helped her sit in a corner, and gently said, lie down and rest for a while. The director is nearby. He will be here soon. And the police too. Seeing this, Hajin asked, where are you going? He did not hesitate, quickly replying, there is still one more inside here. After speaking, he smiled and turned around, still saying, I will be right back. It will not be long. Si-chun walked into a room. Everyone around began to look at him. A man spoke up, you are Lim Si-chun, right? Hearing this, Si-chun calmly replied, you are Prosecutor Cho, right? Aizen told me about you. But before formally getting acquainted, he looked at the woman sprawled on the floor and continued, let us clean up this trash first. At that moment, she was not unconscious yet, taunting him. Is it a bit too much to hit a woman so hard? You get 10 points for looks but 0 for manners. A real man should not act like this. As soon as she finished, Si-chun raised his foot and kicked straight at her, muttering, a lady? Are you crazy? Seeing him attack, she could not help but scream, you are too vicious. His face darkened, his voice full of anger. You are just a criminal. Do not pretend to be noble. It is disgusting. At this moment, the man from earlier spoke up, Jin Soyeon, now you have a problem. You were too hasty, were you not? Did not expect the surprise, did you? You just showed your hand. What is next? Any other escape routes? Or should I just throw you in prison right now? Jin Soyeon slowly answered, it is not that I did not foresee it, just that the probability was low. And even if I go to prison, I will not be there long. As for what is next, right now, Aizen is driving alone through a remote area in the dead of night. Hearing this, Prosecutor Cho was surprised. What? So this whole thing, you deliberately got caught to lure Aizen to the abandoned warehouse in those files? She suddenly pressed a pen to the neck of Investigator Park, who was sitting nearby, her voice threatening. Yes, something like that. But if that foreigner who is quite good with a gun had not jumped in, well, my plan would have been ruined. Seeing Soyeon's action, the other person panicked and shouted loudly, Investigator, hey, wait, put the weapon down and stay calm. She has nothing to do with this. She looked at everyone with a frightening expression, speaking irritably, because you were all too alert. I had to lay a lot of false trails to split you up and execute my plan. Why did you let him go alone? Who knows what will happen on that dark, deserted road? Prosecutor Chu looked at her with a fearful expression, cursing, you bitch, what did you do? Hearing this, Jin Soyeon said, Aizen is the main pillar of your group, is he not? So I just need to take him down. She was calm, each word clear. Last time we framed him for arson, but he still came back. There must be some powerful figure backing him up. This time I will not hold back. Instead of turning him into a criminal or a suspect, I will turn him into a corpse. The prosecutor became angry and shouted loudly, do you think Aizen is that easy to take down? But she did not care, only smiled and said, it will be clear soon. Where is Hajin now? Suddenly, the woman lying on the floor spoke up. Uncle Ducian is keeping her in the car downstairs. But because this guy showed up, he probably brought her up here already. Hearing this, Soyeon helplessly exclaimed, troublesome, but we still have to follow the plan. The police are coming, retreat before things get more complicated. But as soon as he finished speaking, Si-chun quickly said in a dangerous tone, are you people spouting nonsense? Are you crazy? You can't fool me. Her face darkened, her hand still pressing the pen against Investigator Park's neck, and she calmly said, oh, is that so? What if I stab this pen into her carotid artery and pull it out? At this moment, she shouted in fear, Prosecutor. The prosecutor panicked and yelled loudly, Investigator, hang in there. We will release you. Jin Soyeon, put down your weapon. Before he could finish, Si-chun spoke up from behind. Go ahead and stab her, you bastard. He angrily turned around. Hey, what the hell? Doing that will kill her. Si-chun still calmly raised his voice. She doesn't dare to stab her. Prosecutor, that's the only way to get out of this. The prosecutor angrily cursed. What? Are you betting with someone's life? Suddenly, Jin Soyeon stabbed the pen into her neck. She said softly, if I stab her, someone will have to support her so she doesn't collapse. Seeing the investigator stabbed, the prosecutor couldn't help but scream, no. He quickly said, call emergency, call an ambulance now. But Soyeon was as calm as if nothing had happened and said softly, Prosecutor, your phone is over there so you can't call. And you still have to protect Hajin, right? At this moment, the prosecutor angrily shouted, hey, you bastard, call emergency first. We can catch them later. We need to call an ambulance first. Hearing this, Sichun thought to himself, even though she is a woman, if he fights these two, Hajin might get hurt again. Then he suddenly took out his phone and said, "Alright, I'll call right now." Sichun then spoke on the phone with the hospital. "Yes, someone has been stabbed in the carotid artery with a pen. Please send someone urgently." Suddenly, the woman lying on the floor stood up. "Ah, I'm off. My stomach hurts so much, I have to go to the bathroom." He quickly said his final words, "Yes, we are stopping the bleeding, not pulling it out." Understood. He walked away with Jin Soyeon waving goodbye. "Goodbye, kid. Next time, I won't go easy on you. Goodbye, Hajin. See you soon." Seeing this, Sichun quickly said, "Hey, you two! You will regret messing with Hajin. I'm not the only one who will go crazy if Hajin gets hurt, you know." Instantly, Jeon Soyeon's face did not look good. She spoke in a dangerous tone. "Oh, thanks for the warning. Aizen is probably one of them. Worry about him, don't waste time worrying about us." Even if Aizen is someone who survived the battlefield. On a rather deserted road, a black car was moving, and a voice rang out from inside. "Hello." A man spoke on the phone. "Soo-hyun, where are you? Get to the training room now. I am too far away. The prosecutor might be in danger. Hajin could be there too." Before he could finish speaking, a light shone from somewhere, attracting everyone nearby. He angrily wondered, which bastard is flashing their high beams? Suddenly, a truck was speeding towards his car. Aizen panicked. What? He looked at the bright light as if dazed. Aizen was still human. Even he could not survive being hit by a truck, right? The truck had blocked the front of his car. He sighed. What a terrible steering maneuver. Even the driver became furious. Huh? Bastard. Unbelievable. Did he just dodge the truck? That has never happened before. He swore. Damn it. Have to chase him from the start again. Shit, this method always worked. But seeing the car rev its engine, he panicked. Car crashed hard into the truck. The driver angrily opened his door and got out, cursing. Did this madman really crash his car into a truck? His hand held an iron rod, and he strode over aggressively. Is this a new way to die? Right. How long can a life last anyway? The car was empty. He wondered. I was worried about losing him earlier. Now it's convenient. Wait, where did he go? He said to himself, where did he disappear to? But before he finished, a shadow flashed by. Aizen pressed his head hard against the ground, twisted his arm behind his back, and locked it tightly against the road surface. Finally, he could not take it and begged for mercy. I'll confess everything. The mastermind is, Aizen said coldly. No need, I already know. If you want to live, call and say this. He continued, say it like always that it was a success. Scene change. Sojin on the black car answered the phone, yes. How did it go? She said, good. You need to upload the photo as confirmation to receive the payment. Right. This matter will be handled as a hit-and-run accident with no leads, as usual. Done. She threw the phone onto the road. The woman beside her smiled brightly and asked, is he really dead? Looks like the old tricks still work, huh? Zion replied, I don't know yet. Need the photo as confirmation. She turned and asked, but are you okay? You got hit pretty hard earlier. The woman immediately replied, yeah, I suppose. Don't need to get my nose fixed again. It hurts like hell. The woman laughed and said, but I've been used to getting hit since I was young. It's nothing, right? Seo Yeon thoughtfully asked, but don't you find it strange? Lim Si-chun surrendered too easily. The woman said bluntly, what else could he do? He was bleeding like a river. Besides, protecting Hajin has always been his top priority. The woman poked her nose and continued. Back at school, he even charged straight into a moving car, a real fool for a girl. Seo-young continued to have doubts. But how did Lim Si-chun know to come to the training room right away? Didn't I already throw away Seo-jin's phone? The woman replied, yeah, I threw that girl's phone in front of the school. Maybe he followed his instincts, Seo-yeon thought to herself. Or is there another tracking device? Scene change at the hospital. Si-chun stood sadly beside the bed and said, I'm sorry, I didn't expect her to actually stab. Prosecutor replied, I understand how you feel. I also want to kill them, but don't bet with other people's lives. He continued, losing someone important can happen in an instant. He said, go, I'll stay here. You don't look so good either. Si-chun replied, yes, I'm sorry. Si-chun walked out and saw Suhan. He asked in surprise, you're here? She hesitated, sorry about this. Brian and Joseph were careless. It won't happen again. Si-chun replied, yeah, about the tracking device you gave me last time. He continued, I secretly attached it under those women's car when I was rescuing Hajin, just in case. Soo-hyun immediately praised, really? Good job. I'll check it out. You go rest. Scene change. Aizen smeared blood on his head, pretending to be slumped over so the driver could take a photo. He asked him, are you done taking the picture? He answered fearfully, yes, now I just need to upload it to the system. He asked tremblingly, I've uploaded it. Will you keep your promise and let me go? He calmly replied, of course I made a promise, right? I even lent you my blood. Suddenly his eyes widened as he said, but I never said I'd let you leave intact. At another place, the woman exclaimed excitedly, is this the place where they are about to fight? The atmosphere is really tense. Chief Kim asked indifferently, has the photo of Aizen been posted yet? Seo-yeon showed him the phone. He thought, still pretending to be majestic now, only ashes remain. Manager Kim turned back with a smile, said, "Alright, turn on the lights, turn off the machine and notify the guests. Can Si-chun send out the invitation?" Seo Yeon said he is losing emotional control. "I can lure him to come on his own. In this state he will think Hajin is in constant danger. The problem is," he continued, "since Soo-hyun and that group, even though Eason has disappeared." Manager Kim interrupted, "Do not worry, I will handle it." He smirked slyly, "Now Eason has no way out. Everyone will be arrested." Scene transition at a large corporation. The secretary was on the phone. "Yes, Prosecutor Han. Today, Vice Chairman Jun Woo left the office without his usual briefcase." She continued, "Yes, he has an important meeting tonight. He must have left it in the safe. I do not know the password. No, it is just that I feel guilty about Ji-yeon's matter, so I want to help." He replied, "Yes, I understand, thank you." Nighttime at the corporation. A figure was rummaging in the dark. It was Eason. He was trying to guess the password. He thought to himself, there it is. The password is AHO2. Suddenly, someone reached out and flipped the light switch. The blonde man with sunglasses walked into the room. He said, "A rat snuck in here. Who sent you, you coward?" He continued, "Do you think you know what is inside?" But a flying all shot towards him, forcing him to duck his head to avoid it. He was furious. "You bastard. If those had hit, I would be dead, you know?" Eason said calmly, "But it missed." He replied, "Exactly." He continued, "So you are that guy, the one from the exhibition during Lee Sang-gon's time." He sneered at him. "I heard a dog has been sniffing around. So loyal, guarding the house for your master, even at night." He picked up the ashtray. He threw it towards him. He was speaking, "Enough talk, come out here." But before he could finish, Eason's ashtray smashed straight into his face. He joked, "These ones are real this time. Sorry, but it is just an ashtray, a bit of a waste." He said contemptuously, "And all would have hurt less, right? Well, wanna go for a walk?" He was furious. "That is right. Dying by a weapon is too easy. I will make you—" He glared and spoke with rage, "Melt wax drip by drip. I will personally beat you into a crippled wreck, you coward." Eason said coldly, "Alright, just try it." He lunged at him. He picked up the desk phone. He swung it high and threw it at him. He raised his hand to block and cursed, "You bastard." But he braced his hands on the desk and kicked him straight in the groin. He retorted, "That is a dirty trick, you fool." He staggered and said, "You sly dog. You hit me in the weak spot." He raised his hand again and said, "I am in a hurry. Let us end this quickly. Stop barking." Eason suddenly froze. He threw a punch at him, but he dodged his strike. He pretended to be disappointed about the whole move, but in reality, it was just a trick. He continued, "And yet you dodged it. Right, taking you down in one hit wouldn't be fun." Eason silently observed him, then thought to himself, "This bastard." Calculated, his stance was a bit odd, right hand and right foot forward. In modern martial arts, left-handed people often use this stance. He threw consecutive punches, his mouth never stopping its assault on Eason. "What's wrong with you? Looking so tense." While pivoting his foot, he taunted, "Huh, you only ever fought idiots who were easy to fool until now, right?" His 5 punches once again came flying toward Eason's face. He leaned back and successfully evaded them. He spoke again, "Well, that's a real shame." As soon as he finished speaking, he threw another strike, but he managed to block it. He swung his hand again, aiming at his stomach, and landed a precise blow to Eason's abdomen. "That trick won't work on me. You know why?" he said with a laugh. "Because in this world, those kinds of tricks are just child's play. Cheap moves for amateurs." Eason calmly replied, "Is that so? I'm not too familiar with your world, but," he said confidently, "I'm sure of one thing, your right hand is busted." He silently looked down at his hand, which was swelling red and trembling, thinking, just an instant after taking the hit to the stomach. He used his elbow to smash down on my fist. At least it's not broken. He tried to stay calm. "My hand? You think a little swelling is enough to turn the tables? A professional fighter's hands have to endure wounds like this." Continued, "You think my hand breaks that easily." But in that instant, Eason had already charged straight at him. He thought, this charge, this clown, taking advantage when I blink. He tried to resist, saying, "This hand strike won't do anything. This move is as pathetic as—" However, Eason grabbed hold of his hand and squeezed hard. His eyes widened and he questioned himself. From the start, he was targeting my hand, that bastard. He twisted his arm behind his back. He screamed in pain and cursed, "My arm." Eason sneered, always acting like a real man. He continued, "But that scream sounded like a little girl's." He struggled, trying to kick him away, then cursed loudly. Even though his hand was shaking, he still blustered. "You think losing my right hand leaves me helpless? I'm left-handed. One hand is more than enough." Eason remained cold. "Is that so? You know boxing, right? Then you must know this." He charged again and said, "Lose the lead hand and the rear hand becomes useless too." Then he threw a series of punches. He dodged while thinking, "I can't last long with just shoulder blocks. Now this bastard thinks I can only use my left hand." He calculated, just one shot. Even if my right hand is shattered to pieces, just one solid hit. "I'll swing my left hand," he thought, putting all his his strength into it. He threw a powerful punch and roared, "Die, you bastard!" He calculated, if he ducked or dodged, that would be the opening he needed for his strike. But facing the fist was Aizen's elbow. He was stunned. How did he? He delivered an extremely powerful elbow strike right into the center of his fist. His fingers felt like they shattered. He screamed and cried out in pain. "My hand!" Aizen calmly pulled the Lee Sang-gon book down and said, "Your moves are too predictable. I've seen through everything, you fool. Now that both your hands are crippled, you can't even swat a fly." He knelt down and said, "All right, you've seen my face clearly, haven't you? Now I have no choice but to eliminate you. So let me ask you one important question." He angrily demanded, "My hands? How did this happen?" He coldly commanded, "Focus. Give me a reason not to deal with you right now." Don't worry, I won't do anything that hurts you. It's best if you become the culprit behind the safe robbery." He was hit by the strike, trembling as he thought, is this bastard serious? I'll just play along and wait for an opportunity. He answered him, "The safe code, I'll confess. I can't remember your face at all. I only remember that I'm pathetic." Aizen said, "Too bad. I already know it. Someone tipped me off. I checked it when you came in earlier." He stammered, wanting to negotiate. "Oh, is that so? Then wait a minute." He interrupted, "Out of moves? Then I'll call someone to pick you up." He continued to plead, "Wait, I have more. I definitely have more. I know almost everything. Just tell me what you want, huh?" He continued, "I don't even know who you are. I guess the guest list is the file in the safe, but that's only half of it." Aizen was skeptical. "Half?" He replied, "Yes, the file is split in two for safety. You need both to open it." He spoke again, "Let me go, and I'll tell you who has the other half." He coldly said, "Fine, I'll let you go. Talk." He was suspicious. Really? That easy? There's a lawyer, Fatty Bak." He continued to describe him, a big mole in the middle of his forehead, obese. "That bastard handles the dirty work, abusing the law to cover up crimes. A real scumbag." He stammered, "Is that enough information? Now let me go, and I'll disappear." "That's it, I'm just security for the vice president. That's all, I'm innocent." Aizen calmly replied, "Yeah, I'll keep my promise. I'll let you go." Suddenly he wound up his leg, and he delivered a very strong kick to his face. He took the full force of his kick. He coldly said, "Sit there and claim innocence." He continued, "You bastards just drive me crazy. So I'll wipe out every single one I see in front of me." Aizen continued, "So you never dare touch the kids again. Everyone involved in this matter, I will kill them all." Inside the office, the door was pushed open. He turned his head to look at her. Consultation hours are over. If you want an appointment, call back tomorrow morning." Xu-hai asked seriously, "Where is the office of lawyer Park Ji-sik? I saw the two of you waiting, so he probably hasn't returned yet." He looked annoyed. Are you joking? If you want a consultation, make an appointment first, young lady. Now get lost before I call the police, okay?" She glared angrily. "I asked you where his office is. This guy keeps jumping around. I'm sick of it." He stepped in front of her. "What did you just bark, you bitch? I'm being polite because you're a woman. You want to get hit." Su-hyun punched him straight in the face while he was talking. "Did you mean for me not to dare hit you?" That last blow made him stagger. He stomped his foot, planting himself to keep his balance. She looked coldly, throwing a punch that hit his chin. Su-hyun thought to herself it seemed the opponent was too tough, so she hadn't taken him down yet. He rubbed his chin, felt it, and asked, "Who are you? This isn't your first time fighting like this, is it?" The person behind couldn't hold back a laugh. "Got smashed in the face by a woman? Needs saving?" That man angrily shouted, "Shut up, you lunatic." She charged fast. I didn't even see her hand swing. He stepped closer, saying, "Hey, I don't know who you are, but one thing's for sure, take a guess." He sneered, "That pretty face of yours is done for. After this fight, it's going to be deformed. Your daddy here has been in real fights before, and you're the one who struck first." He glanced down surprised. "A knife? Why a knife?" She stabbed straight into his leg, stating his crimes. Kim Gun-woon, 3 prior assault convictions, all victims female. "I was drunk, I don't remember anything. You used that excuse to get a reduced sentence, didn't you?" He cried out in pain, "Ow, ow, ow." Su-hyun yanked the weapon out. "All of your victims were beaten so badly their own parents couldn't recognize them." She was so angry it made her bitter. "Why do scum like you only get light sentences? How are you still walking around free?" He opened his mouth to curse. "What kind of freak are you, you crazy bitch? This is terrorism. You're as good as dead." Su-hyun calmly asked, "Lawyer Park Ji-sik is really good, isn't he?" He replied, "Yeah." She shoved her face close to the opponent's. "Oh? Are you repaying him?" Following him around like a pet dog. He raised his fist. Shut up. I already served my sentence. I've paid my dues to society. That was the court's ruling. Who the hell are you to judge?" Su-hyun kicked him in the leg coldly. "I don't care." He writhed on the floor. "My leg? No!" "The wound has reopened." She looked on with satisfaction, but said, "There's one thing I'm sure of." Su-hyun stomped hard on the opponent's leg. "Guess what it is?" That man screamed pitifully, "Don't touch my leg." She looked at him with a judging gaze. "Scum like you should at least become a cripple, so you can never pull that despicable stunt again." The guy behind began to move, sneaking closer with empty hands, going for the head, breaking the stance, making a grabbing motion for the weapon. Soo-hyun switched hands holding the weapon, getting ready. He reached out to attack, but she had already reacted quickly. Your friend there is going to end up just the same. He thought in astonishment, huh? I thought I snuck up close with empty hands? He lay on the floor screaming, help, call 112. Seeing this, that man cursed, charging in when she has a weapon? Go die already, you idiot. She widened her eyes in contempt. Trash like you is just walking garbage. Now, tell me where Park G6 law office is. Or do you want to die? Suddenly, the next door opened. Soo-hyun looked with a cold gaze. Take off the chains and come with me for a bit, okay? Isaac appeared, laughing. They were screaming like they were being chased by ghosts. Turns out it's just one little girl. He pointed the firearm. Who are you? Did Representative Kim or CEO Song send you? She stepped closer. Do I need to answer? Taesik threatened. Listen up, so you don't get hurt. He smiled confidently. You look pretty cute, huh? See this? It's a real gun. I have a lot of enemies, so I always carry one. Soo-hyun gripped her weapon and charged forward. She slashed straight into Taesik's hand. He was startled. Huh? What are you doing? He panicked intensely. A knife, my hand! She quickly grabbed the vase from the table. Taesik also bent down to pick up the firearm. I'll shoot you right now. Killing you is just legal self-defense. You've messed with the wrong person, girl. Soo-hyun smashed it hard onto his head. Taesik's eyes went blank. He fell to the floor, not moving. She said coldly, self-defense. Bullshit. She spoke with disgust. You think abusing the law is your privilege. Let's see how you live in a place where the law doesn't reach. At an abandoned warehouse, 2 people were tied to chairs. What is this? Taesik screamed for help. Help! Someone help me! A crazy woman kidnapped me. The person next to him stated the truth. Shut up. No one's coming to save you. He angrily cursed. Your director Han's bodyguard, you traitor. You sold me out. Aizen appeared before them. Hey, focus. Just a heads up, listen carefully. He looked at Taesik. From now on, you confess all the illegal activities of Dawson Enterprises, full details. Got it? From Junwoo, Chief Kim Jin So-yeon Sophia, to Chairman Han Seung-cheon, Aizen slowly demanded. From drugs to the black market underground fighting ring, the relationships of the guests in the documents. Each of you write down everything you know, and I'll compare your statements. He held an axe close to his face. You two write it all out. If there's the smallest inconsistency, no matter who lied, you both lose a body part. Aizen looked at Taesik with an emotionless gaze. Want to know what you'll lose first? Go ahead and try lying. I'm in the mood to take out my frustration. Taesik spoke up to negotiate. Wait, at least we should talk things over first. He panicked. I don't know why you're doing this, but I'm just a lawyer. Taesik thought to himself, this madman. Don't panic, just keep talking, try to convince him. He tried to explain, my job isn't to choose cases based on morality. If I only defended righteous people, I wouldn't be doing my duty correctly. Taesik trembled, pleading with Aizen. I was just doing my job, that's all. If you're unhappy about something, go sue the lawmakers and judges. I'll cooperate. Please spare me. He looked away, refusing to listen. They say you're a lawyer with a very high win rate. You're really good. Aizen slammed the axe down onto his foot, good at talking nonsense. Taesik's eyes bulged in terror, screaming in pain. Aizen looked up coldly. You live as if the law is everything. But then, no one can touch you. But when facing death, all that stuff becomes meaningless. He pleaded earnestly. Please spare me. He was completely indifferent. Got it? Those sophistries are useless. Aizen ordered Taesik. Now, start. Write everything down, every single detail. If you lie even once, this will happen again, understand? He obediently complied. Yes, I understand. Aizen frowned at his attitude. Lower your voice, you bastard. My ears hurt. Large company right in the city center. Dooho looked out the window. Still haven't found who took it? Section Chief Kim replied, not yet, I apologize. It seems that thing is not with the bodyguard, but if some VAP took it and destroyed the evidence, there must be a copy somewhere. An ashtray flew straight into his face as he was speaking, and if Prosecutor Johai Si is holding it, then we are stuck. Dooho flew into a rage. What did you say? Stuck how? Not stuck but useless, you idiot. He screamed reproachfully. Even with people in the prosecution and police circles, that prosecutor bastard keeps digging up evidence. Sooner or later everything will collapse and fall apart. Even if they grumble, that damn Junwoo still thinks everything is fine without him. Then what? Did he think dealing with Aizen was the end of it? He pointed straight at his face. Stop dreaming, go retrieve the evidence, you moron, before those 2 lunatics drag us all to die together. Understand? Section Chief Kim, nursing the wound on his forehead, replied, yes, I understand. A black car was parked outside. Ah, he said cheerfully from inside the car, you are here? Did someone hit your face? Section Chief Kim got in the car. Let us go. Seo-yeon asked worriedly, if the match is broadcast before we find the evidence, it will be even more dangerous. She suggested, should we focus on searching first? No, he remained calm, broadcasted as planned. Section Chief Kim smiled confidently. Just gather as much as possible before the broadcast, then disappear quickly. If those families and the VIPs are investigated, then we can get even more. Returning to the old warehouse district, Aizen read the information on the paper. They organize illegal matches using children and sell exclusive viewing rights to VIPs along with smuggled drugs. He was quite surprised, really. Those powerful people enjoy watching children fight? Tisik was on the ground. Junzei explained. The first reason is that among the participants, there are those who were experimented on with drugs. Every time there is a new drug, they test it on them. He added the VIPs also have their own fighters, sent to fight across other illegal arenas. In other words, this is the perverted pleasure of the upper class. Tisik knew most of it. The second reason is they gather school bullies to fight. Watching those bastards beat each other for money excites the Ps. He finished spilling the secrets. Finally, Director Jun Woo would appear to teach them a lesson, as if they were gods judging the wicked. Tisik did not hesitate, but then the VIPs demanded increasingly extreme games, leading to no-rules matches, bare-knuckle brawls, and they dragged in innocent children, ordinary students, forcing them to fight. He looked at Aizen in terror, and that was when everything spiraled out of control. The incident with the child seal Hajin, that is all I know. He looked at him with a threatening gaze. Are you laughing? Tisik quickly clarified, no, my mouth just curled up on its own. I am like that. Aizen asked further, so you are the one who cleansed up the mess for that dirty, illegal operation? He immediately admitted, yes, exactly, I am the cleanup man. Please spare me, I will confess everything in court. I still have a lot of evidence. Aizen picked up the axe, is that so? That might be useful. Alright, I will let you live. But to be safe, if you dare to run, I will chop off an ankle. I am still very angry. Tisik backed away. What? No, I will not run. I even like being locked up. I am just a dirty pig. Throw me in the pigsty, okay? Just please. Aizen approached with the weapon. You think I trust a slippery bastard like you? Better safe than sorry. Cutting off one leg is enough. He screamed, echoing through the area. No. The axe touched right next to T6's leg. He looked and assessed. Passed out? I was just kidding. He wet his pants. You dirty thing. Aizen sat up. Alright. Next is the shady character Lee Sang-gon. Besides what that pig said, do you have any other reason for me to spare your life? He turned to look at him. Jun Woo-gun, the vice chairman, has a lot of enemies. Aizen smacked him on the head. Stop stuttering, speak clearly. He honestly said, Jun Woo-wan has a ton of enemies. He has not been touched because he holds leverage over many people's weaknesses. He told everything, especially regarding the prosecution circle. I can point out who is trying to overthrow him, not just Prosecutor Joe, but many others. Aizen kept a calm expression, not sure, but fine, execution is postponed. I will decide after verifying if that person in the prosecution service is strong enough to topple him. Inside the apartment complex where Sichun was staying, he turned his head to look at the door. The food is here, go get it. You lazy piece of work, refused, why me? You go. I am older. Sichun gave a friendly middle finger, older my ass. I just ate some delicious food my mom made so I can go this time. The door was opened. He said to the delivery person, just leave it by the door. That person slowly took off his hat. What did you order? Eating late will make you fat. What if you slow down? Chun's eyes widened and if you slow down, how are you going to fight me? The shops were concentrated in one building. 2 police cars were parked below. A voice came from a white car, those sick bastards. If it were me, I would have dealt with each one, put a bullet in their heads on the spot. Prosecutor Cho read the investigation information, but to overthrow the VPs on this list, including Jun Woo and Chairman Han Song-cheon, we must catch them in the act. Otherwise, we have no chance of winning. He began to calculate, even if I push an investigation based on this data, those heads of the prosecution service will just bury it. I have to catch them while they are watching the broadcast, to corner them with no way out. Aizen glanced over, right? Jun Woo's bodyguard mentioned something. It seems there is someone in the prosecution service who also hates Jun Woo, not just you. Prosecutor Joe did not know about this. What? Who? There is no way I do not know. He explained, Chief Prosecutor Kang Hyun-seok. Rumor has it he and Jun Woo openly hate each other, but pretend to get along because they are both involved in dirty business. He was worried Kang Hyun-seok, that bastard, dirty to the bone. He always grovels to whoever benefits him. Aizen had also thought about it, heard that guy say the two of them used to compete for power. That is why they are like this. Having a common enemy sometimes makes it easier to become allies. He shifted the responsibility, and when he is no longer useful, we can drag that chief prosecutor down to die with us. Investigate it. You are in charge of this case. Prosecutor Cho was annoyed. Fine, I will give it a try. But wait, how do you know Handu-gun was carrying that data? And what is the safe code? He looked straight at Aizen. His secretary said she did not know. He only gave a vague answer, that matter, someone told me. Aizen thought to himself, someone who also wants to end this war, just like me and Sichun. Back to the apartment complex where Sichun was staying. He cursed Jun Woo angrily. You are a real bastard. Sichun began attack. Came here to die? He simply dodged the blow. Do not get angry. Not today, I just came to talk. Si-chun's elbow flew into his mouth as Jun-woo spoke, and just consider this a special invitation. He was furiously unable to control himself, continuing to curse. Talk. The only talk I have for you. Si-chun threw an uppercut at Jun-woo. Just 5 blows, you bastard. He screamed in pain. Damn it, my jaw, it hurts like hell. Do-hun heard the noise and ran over to see. What's going on? What the hell is this? He also exclaimed in surprise. Jun-woo, why are you here? What the hell? He looks like a madman. Jun-woo greeted with a smile. Long time no see, son. Do-hun. Heard you quit being a thug to become a boxer. What perfect timing. He showed admiration. So jealous. With that kind of help, I'm rooting for you. Si-chun choked him. Shut up, you lunatic. Jun-woo tried to say. But at least let me speak first. He laughed contemptuously. You still have something to say? My goal is to kill you. Si-chun's eyes flashed with fury. Right here, right now, I don't mind going to jail. You're just trash, not worth my effort. Jun-woo trembled. Really? The only goal is to kill me? No way, it can't be just that. Si-chun stared into his eyes. Stop talking nonsense. What the hell do you know? I know exactly what you've done. I'm the one who started all of this. He said something that stunned him. Ha-jin is safe, isn't that what you want most? Jun-woo laughed menacingly. No matter who protects her, do you think she can live peacefully? With just one slip-up, they'll come for her again. She might never escape for the rest of her life. Si-chun grabbed his collar tightly. You bastard. What right do you have to say that? You think I don't dare to kill you? Do-hun intervened. Lim Si-chun, calm down. Losing control will ruin everything. It's too dangerous. We have to think clearly. Hear him out first. Okay? Ha-jin really is still in danger. Jun-woo said smugly. That's right. Sun Do-hun is sharp, smarter than he looks. I no longer intend to harm Ha-jin, really. But what about you, Si-chun? He threatened. Do you want it to kill me? Or do you want to know how to protect Ha-jin? I'll tell you now. Department head Kim isn't planning to stop. Si-chun reluctantly released him. You're a real bastard. Talk, how do we keep Ha-jin safe? Jun-woo held his neck and let out a breath. Thank God. Where do I start? You have no idea what Aizen is doing, right? He continued. If Aizen wanted to end this, he would have done it long ago. Why did he let you take revenge? Because of you, Lim Si-chun. Jun-woo spoke seductively. You are the perfect bait. He uses you to lure out those involved. Si-chun didn't understand. So what? What do you mean? He shrugged. I didn't plan it. I even think it's good. But Aizen is, how should I put it? Jung-gu told everything. A bit hesitant, afraid you'd get hurt. He just wanted to wait until you were safe before acting. But because of that, Ha-jin was constantly put in danger. He laughed. To gain trust, everything just stalled, waiting for the right moment. Look at now, don't you see? If I wanted to hurt you, I would have struck by now. Si-chun was still angry. Hey, get to the main point. Your voice is giving me a headache. So how do we protect Ha-jin? Jun-woo laughed happily. What else? You have to willingly be the bait. He began to explain. Ha-jin is in danger because they use her to lure you. You know that, right? If you don't want to see her in danger, then go to them yourself. He also pondered, it's like how Ha-jin risked herself to protect me back then. Now isn't it my turn to do the same? It's time for me to step up. Jun-woo pointed out the key. When Aizen knows you're already the bait, he will act immediately. Then all the related bastards will be wiped out in one blow. Si-chun asked. And you? Why are you telling us this? Does trash like you even have a conscience? He looked annoyed. Not really. When you stormed into the company like a madman, my father cut ties with me. So now I... Jun-woo clenched his hand tightly. Intend to drag all those bastards down with me. How about that? Both sides benefit, right? He put on his hat to leave. But we don't have much time. Department head Kim is probably already planning to capture Ha-jin. Si-chun hesitated and asked, where will that battle take place? Jun-woo only replied, huh? Battle? I don't even know the location. That bastard department head Kim doesn't trust me. He probed further. He's working with those 2 twin sisters, right? He answered honestly, that's right. Those 2 crazy women came up with the whole plan, including forcing Ha-jin to fight. Makes my hair stand on end. What's it to you? Setsu replied seriously, just seeing who is on which side. Wherever those 2 women are, that's definitely the end point. Seeing him leave, he asked, where are you going? Jun-woo teased, I'm going home, what's it to you? Want me to stay over? Thoughts surfaced in Si-chun's mind. High risk, high reward. Jun-woo's words might not be true. But if Sister Su-hyun could pinpoint the location through the tracker, this really was a chance to counterattack. He took a deep breath, meaning we can't let them have time to react. We can't be cowards like those lowlifes who only dare to ambush in the dark. Si-chun was determined in his heart, placing his trust in brother Aizen, and he demanded of Jun-woo, take me to department head Kim. Right now. Jun-woo stiffened, bewildered. Huh? Seriously? I hadn't even thought of that. Do-hun paused after hearing this. Hold on, wait a minute. Let us talk first. He also agreed. Fine, go ahead. He worriedly advised Si-chun. Hey, Lim Si-chun, why did you suddenly think of that? Are you planning to walk right into their trap, when we don't even know what kind of trap they've set? He replied calmly to them. I'm an extremely valuable commodity. Other than forcing me to fight Jun-woo, they wouldn't dare do anything. Du-hun disagreed. Even so, you should still discuss it with Aizen before deciding. Si-chun only answered, didn't you hear earlier? I was thinking the exact same thing. He looked up. Aizen is trying to keep everyone safe, but that only buys them more time. Before Hajin is pushed into danger, I have to set up the board myself. Si-chun decided to leave. After I'm gone, make sure to tell Su-hyun she absolutely must find the ring. Du-hun watched him. What do you mean? What are you saying? He closed his eyes and replied, it's a long story. I have to go now. Jun-woo asked again, are you done? Si-chun replied coldly, yeah, let's go. He showed sudden concern. Put on a warm coat before you go out, the night is cold. Leave your phone at home too. If they track you down early, it's over. In the meantime, I'll wait with Son Du-hun. I have some things to talk to him about. Si-chun accepted, yeah, whatever you want. Du-hun was a bit shocked after hearing this. What the hell is he planning to say? In the dead of night, a car moved silently along the road. Si-chun glanced over. It's not that I trust you, but I still want to ask. Even if you're the chairman's illegitimate son, you're still family. So why do you want to destroy that family? Jun-woo laughed bitterly. Having blood ties doesn't make you a family. Actually, you and Hajin are more like family to me than they are. He earnestly confessed, I spent my whole life doing dirty work, just to have a chance to overthrow that family. But then I realized the moment I slipped up, I would disappear without a trace. And that would be the end. Jung-gu flashed an unsteady smile again. Then you appeared, like the key to end my terrible story. You even brought along a wild card named Aizen. Si-chun kept his composure. So while we fight, Aizen will handle everything in the shadows. Is that the plan? Do we need to stage a scene? You can beat me until I look like I'm about to die. He cursed irritably. Hey, you idiot! You've been training so hard all this time just to catch me. Wouldn't it be better to just beat me to a pulp properly? He said helplessly, no, I don't care. I just need to break a few bones and leave you crippled. It's not like we're noble fighters who have to follow the rules, right? Jun-woo laughed happily. Is that so? I thought with all that heartfelt confession earlier, we were getting closer. Anyway, we still need to buy time for Aizen and the prosecutor to execute the plan. He made a request. So at least make the fight look real. Make the viewers watching the stream feel like they're right in the middle of it. 2 police cars were still parked in front of the row of shops. Aizen sat in the car, listening on the phone. What? Sun Do-hun, calm down and tell me who did Si-chun go with? He lowered his head. Did he say to tell Shin Su-han that? I understand, let me call her. Hang up for now. Aizen cursed. That idiot Si-chun. The prosecutor turned around to ask what happened. How is Si-chun? He was annoyed. He went with Jun-woo on his own. After hearing that, he was shocked. What? Why would he do that? Aizen understood the reason implicitly. Hajin kept being in danger, so he wanted to end it himself. Now find the chief prosecutor. Meet him as soon as possible. I will visit Lee Yong-gon in prison and then come back. At the large company building, Su-hyun called. That brat Si-chun is exactly like you when you were young, Aizen. He started the plan for us himself, gave us the green light. It was a seriously cool move. She stood in the middle of the room. Yeah, I just went to the penthouse, but didn't see anyone. They probably knew I had been there and moved the meeting somewhere else. Su-hyun reported. I guessed their direction. I need to verify it, but this could be a golden opportunity for us. The other end of the line was in the prison cell. Alright, since it's come to this, we have to act immediately. Aizen reminded, verify that place again. I'll check on Lee Yong-gon's condition before coming over. Be careful not to get caught. A prison guard walked out. Hello, sir, you're here again? He replied gently. Hello, thank you for helping even though it's late, but this matter is quite urgent. He was cheerful. Oh my, of course I'll help. I was planning to contact you too. Please, come in. At that time, his condition was so bad I thought I'd have to take him to the hospital, but oddly enough, the prison guard brought the prisoner out. He was much better. I once feared he would die from addiction at such a young age. The two of them sat facing each other. The prisoner spoke first. Thank you, sir. I don't even remember the last time I was this sober. Aizen remained cold. No need to thank me. I didn't do it for you. I don't care if you have an epiphany or not. He got straight to the point. I want information. When you were working at that drug lab, did you hear anything? Even the smallest detail. He was nervous. I just followed orders Yuzue gave me. I really don't know anything. My mind wasn't clear back then, so I don't remember well. But, the prisoner recalled, I overheard Director Jiang and Manager Kim arguing about a delayed delivery. They said they were stockpiling inventory in the basement there, some company. He looked up. I don't know which company they were talking about. Asking Director Jiang would probably give more accurate information. Aizen thought to himself, if it's a company basement, could it be the Dawson Corp building? Then that bastard Jiang hasn't confessed everything yet. He asked further, anything else? The prisoner was honest. I haven't thought of anything else. Oh, there was a twin girl nearby. Aizen sat up straight. I already know about her. If you remember anything else, tell that security guard from earlier to call me. He patted his shoulder reassuringly. And if you go to court later, you'd better testify properly. Aizen pressed his hand close as a threat under the protection of the law. I mean, if you still want to live peacefully. On the road, Jun-woo instructed, don't forget what I said earlier. He said cheerfully, be strong, you have to be like that, understand? Anyway, they can't do anything to you. Si-chun walked with Jun-woo. Alright, I know, let's go quickly. They arrived at the office for detective and errand services. Manager Kim was already waiting. You're here. Welcome, Si-chun. He stood up enthusiastically. I'm truly grateful that you came voluntarily. I don't know what else to say. Consider this my thanks. As Mr. Han said, we won't touch Hajin anymore. Manager Kim was talking when he was grabbed by the collar. Our only goal is to watch you fight. Huh? He was suddenly thrown to the ground. What are you? Manager Kim was slammed hard onto the floor, almost coughing up his syrup. Si-chun looked on with satisfaction. Who do you think you are, you bastard? Can't you see it from looking at me? He stomped on Manager Kim's face. That's a greeting, a traditional greeting with fists, you idiot. In the dead of night, the apartment doorbell rang, making the owner angrily ask who it was. The person outside was Prosecutor Cho Hyun-sung. He hurriedly apologized for the intrusion, but insisted there was an extremely urgent matter that couldn't be discussed at the office. When the door opened, the owner appeared with a grim face and a baseball bat, growling the reason. He kept looking around to check if he was alone or being followed. After confirming it was safe, Cho Hyun-sung got straight to the point. Are you willing to strike if there's a chance to defeat Jun-woo, the vice chairman of Dawson Group? The crazy proposal stunned the owner, who called him insane, but still asked him inside to continue. Sitting in the living room, he still asked in shock about his undercover work in Dawson Group. Cho confirmed he had found a major clue, but lacked manpower and time to wait for an arrest warrant. Knowing the strained relationship between the owner and Jun-woo, Cho suggested they join forces to deal with him. However, he objected. Jun-woo was the son of Chairman Han Song-cheon, a man who couldn't be easily imprisoned just out of personal vendetta. He warned that Jun-woo had a terrifying support network across all three branches of power: judicial, legislative, and executive. But Cho Hyun-sung still smiled confidently, believing that by combining everything and finding a stronger backing, they could crush it all to turn South Korea upside down. Meanwhile, at a container yard, a severely injured man was lying collapsed on the road. The opponent stood over him, coldly asking if the basement in the company was done by Dawson Group. This punk must have bought a bulk supply of confidence from the market. Aizen gritted his teeth and asked the collapsed man, I heard they hide the stock down there, right? But where exactly is that basement and how do you get in? The henchman, despite his face being deformed from the painful blows, stubbornly challenged, I don't know, you bastard. Either way, I'm going to die. If it were you, would you talk? Without any patience, Aizen coldly replied, who said I'd let you die? I said, I don't have the damn time. Having said that, he threw a kick that made the other man scream like a stuck pig. AAR, you bastard, I'll kill you, you filthy dog. Aizen looked down at his prey with a sharp, coercive gaze. Hurry up, confess, unless you don't want your sorry life anymore. Meanwhile, at an office, Si-chun was having a fiery clash with Jun-woo. Si-chun suddenly threw his opponent to the floor, causing Jun-woo to only let out RGH in surprise. Just as he was scrambling to get up, Jun-woo laughed gleefully like a madman. Serves you right. Trying to act tough, huh? Ha ha ha. Annoyed by that attitude, Si-chun landed another punch straight to his face and yelled, shut your dog mouth, you bastard. Caught off guard by the hit, Jun-woo held his face in grievance. Hey, why me again? Si-chun coldly mocked. You guys are all mass-produced trash, yet you put on airs about being so strong. After cooling down, he turned to ask about the progress. So what's the plan? How long until everything is ready? Just then, a mysterious silver-haired girl suddenly approached from behind. She pressed a syringe to his neck, playfully chirped, peekaboo. I was hiding behind the sofa and you didn't notice me? Si-chun gritted his teeth in anger. How you damn scumbag. He immediately swung his hand to attack, but she nimbly dodged. The girl continued to taunt. Still couldn't touch me this time. Hey, I told you before, didn't I? Next time I won't be so cute either. Seeing Si-chun still fuming, she crossed her arms and challenged. What about those pathetic tricks? Give it up, you don't even know what we're capable of yet. The silver-haired girl continued to taunt. Suzuna, this fight can be more interesting than you think. Get ready to be bullied for a long time. Meanwhile, Hajin was in a state of panic. She pressed Brian about Si-chun's whereabouts. Brian, with a pensive expression, could only apologize and reveal that Si-chun had suddenly followed the other group. He guessed that Aizen and Soo-hyun probably knew his location and were planning an action. so he advised her to wait patiently. Unable to stay calm, Hajin pleaded earnestly, "Uncle, please. Right now, take me there." To him, "We need to bring Si-chun back right now, please." She sobbed, fearing that those people would push him to exhaustion, and then discard him like a worthless object. She cried, "Don't let them hurt Si-chun. Help me." Moved by the young girl's tears, Brian reluctantly closed his eyes and promised to help her. In a remote warehouse converted into an arena, Si-chun slowly woke from his stupor. Manager Kim stood before him, coldly demanding he be alert and listen clearly to what was about to happen. Si-chun was still dazed, not yet understanding where he was. Then Kim announced they had only injected him with a small dose, and the results were very promising. Si-chun looked around in a daze, realizing he was trapped inside a steel cage, his body naked with bulging muscles. Manager Kim calmly said they had decided to inject the remaining dose while he slept. He laid out the only rule: he must render his opponent incapable of fighting. At the same time, he reminded Si-chun to try his best to stay alive, because his final opponent was Han Jun-woo. Seeing the cameras and the fighting cage around him, Si-chun managed to gasp in shock. Immediately, Kim declared the first match began. Si-chun's opponent was a giant of a man with a towering physique. In his frenzy, he muttered about the prize money of 1 billion won. He asserted that even if he had to go to prison, killing Si-chun for the money was completely worth it. The match was being recorded live. Manager Kim excitedly guided the audience about the weight disparity, wondering if Si-chun could create a surprise. He sounded exactly like a street boxing commentator. As soon as it began, the two clashed in a fierce collision. Si-chun quickly overpowered and knocked down the giant, leaving Manager Kim stunned. Standing inside the steel cage, Si-chun panted and demanded water because his throat was parched. He looked straight into the manager's eyes, then growled mockingly, "You have to beat the opponent's soul out for the drugs to work. Simple as that, but you don't get it, do you, you idiot?" Manager Kim stood outside the cage, coldly acknowledging Si-chun was stronger than he thought. However, he calmly reiterated the brutal rule: the match only ends when the opponent is completely incapacitated. He warned that if Si-chun didn't finish him off, things wouldn't stop. Just then, Jun-woo shouted from the balcony, cutting in, "Si-chun, watch out, the guy behind you is getting up." Si-chun spun around startled, shocked to see the giant slowly getting up right behind him. He couldn't believe the opponent recovered so quickly after taking a perfect punch to the jaw. "This big guy is tougher than my super smooth Wi-Fi connection." Sensing something unusual, Si-chun decided not to hold back. He immediately turned and threw another punch. The thunderous punch sent the giant flying backward, where he landed on the floor once more. Jun-woo laughed from above as if watching a boxing livestream. He reminded Si-chun not to use all his strength at the start of the round, and to quickly break the opponent's knee to end the match. Si-chun coldly replied, "Fine." And finally, "Jun-woo, I'll break your knee just the same." Looking at the giant on the ground, Si-chun realized he was just a poor soul used by those hunting dogs. He growled a challenge at Manager Kim. "You think I'll do things your way?" Though he was secretly buying time for Aizen and the prosecutor, Si-chun was immediately backed into a corner. The manager threatened to have people follow Hajin if he didn't cooperate. Manager Kim approached the cage with a suspicious look, wondering if Si-chun was harboring other intentions. Meanwhile, at a private meeting, Prosecutor Cho was analyzing a greater power that was emerging. He revealed that the US was grappling with a new drug originating from Korea. This was the perfect excuse for the US government to intervene and flex its power in the land of kimchi. The man opposite him expressed doubt about the scale of the Dawson Group's smuggling. Chu insisted the drug was terrifyingly widespread. Unlike ordinary drugs, it significantly enhanced physical ability, but would destroy muscles and the brain if use was stopped. This brutal dependency forced users to buy the drug continuously, creating a massive untraceable slush fund for the group. Chu asserted that to expose everything, they needed to catch the VIPs connected to this network. With just one of them talking, Jun-woo's downfall would only be a matter of time. He revealed he had found the VIP list and knew they were watching Si-chun's match as a drug experiment. The current plan was to activate the arrest of the VIPs right there at the match. Among the 5 VIPs, the prosecution had identified 4. The list of the powerful figures in the shadows was gradually being revealed. First was Kang Seo-jin, CEO of Ho Food Company, who used money and power to manipulate the media. Next was Park Ha-jin, owner of numerous nightclubs, where countless victims of the banned drug existed, but he always escaped punishment due to lack of evidence. CEO Song Eugene of OG Entertainment was equally ruthless, forcing artists to provide sexual services and winning every lawsuit thanks to slave contracts. Finally was Kim Sia, the head of the Han Yun chain of centers, a mysterious woman for whom the prosecution had yet to find any dirty dealings. Seeing the chief prosecutor's shifty demeanor, Cho thought to himself that besides his talent for flattery, the old man probably knew quite a few people on the list. He decided to persuade him with the prospect of taking down Wu together to climb to a higher position. He tempted the old man to solve this case with him to reclaim everything he had suffered from the vice chairman of the Dawson Group. The chief prosecutor began to waver. He hated being made a fool of by Jun-woo everywhere, but was still afraid he was charging into a hornet's nest. Seeing this hesitation, Cho played his final card to help him decide. He pressed him on the reason he knew their relationship was bad, then coldly revealed that his name stood alone on Jun-woo's blacklist. Hearing this, the chief prosecutor jumped up in panic, unable to believe that the vice chairman would dare to keep such a book. His face drained of blood, as if he had just seen his name on the class attendance list. Seeing the prey had taken the bait, Cho chuckled and asserted it was a true Pandora's box, meticulously recording every meeting date and time. However, he quickly changed to a friendly tone, saying that since they were colleagues, he had secretly erased the old man's name. He added a remark about how a businessman dared to do that to a prosecutor, which instantly made the old man determined to act. Boiling with rage, the chief prosecutor swore through gritted teeth to send Han Jun-woo and his pack of dogs to prison. He impatiently asked for the identity of the last person on the list of 5. Cho thoughtfully revealed it was an extremely difficult figure to track down: Congressman Jang Hee-ong-jun, the leader of the Osun-dang party. Just hearing the name gives off the aura of a final boss, my friend. At the same time, the luxury car waiting for the congressman had just stopped at a secret location. Stepping out of the car with a calm expression, he remarked on the tediousness of everything, then ordered his driver Kim to stay and wait in the car. Congressman Jong-in ordered Aizen to follow him as there was something that needed to be done immediately. The warehouse district, the lackeys hurriedly reported the arrival of the VIP guests to manager Kim. Kim eagerly went to welcome the congressman by the car and reassured him that all cameras had been turned off for his comfortable viewing of the match. Kim invited him to the best observation position to enjoy the show. From above, Jun-woo was shocked to see a figure of Jang Hee-ong-jun's caliber personally appear in this filthy place. The congressman coldly remarked that Se-chun seemed not to understand the rules of the game, so he wanted to show him an illustrative example before things truly began. Immediately after, Aizen, the giant accompanying the congressman, unexpectedly stepped into the cage, leaving Se-chun utterly astonished. Facing the abnormally large physique of his new opponent, Se-chun warily asked for his name, but Aizen only replied with a cryptic sentence: "I will show you." This guy walked in looking like a walking SBS refrigerator for real. Although Se-chun shooed him away because there was no beast bait to fight the stranger, Aizen still trudged forward. He calmly trampled the person lying on the floor, ignoring all the weak pleas that he could still fight. Se-chun was stunned by the other party's horrifying brutality. On the balcony, the councilman thought Chief Kim's persuasion method was too time-consuming. It would be better to just display power to frighten the opponent. Frightened, Aizen coldly used his bare hands to break the defeated man's bones, then turned to ask Se-chun if he had clearly seen the fate of someone who could no longer resist. He asserted that that lackey was now completely crippled, unable to speak or even stand up anymore. Aizen began to threaten. If Se-chun did not want to suffer the same painful fate, he had better be sensible and cooperate. He also used a vicious psychological tactic, declaring that if Se-chun dared to hesitate while trapped, he would find and make his girlfriend Ha-jin disabled for life. Se-chun put on an innocent face and then pointed back defiantly. "Hey, can anyone translate for me? I have no idea what this guy is barking about. If you're in Korea, please speak Korean. There are a lot of people like me who suck at English." Se-chun was the type who studied English for 12 years just to hear very good, and that was it. Witnessing this, Councilman Jiang laughed with delight, thinking Se-chun did not understand the gravity of the situation. Se-chun glanced at the old geezer and snapped, "Stop acting so superior, you perverted old man. Translate everything for me right now." Called a pervert, the councilman suppressed his anger and began to interpret Aizen's cruel threats. The old man bitterly remarked that even though he saw it clearly, he still had to do the forced subtitle job. He coldly repeated if Se-chun kept fighting passively without finishing his opponent while he was imprisoned, Aizen would find Ha-jin and make her disabled for life. The old man even flashed a sinister smile, admitting that he was the one who ordered the guardian to do it. Hearing that his loved one was threatened, Se-chun roared in fury, "You damned old man, have you lost your mind? People like you should disappear from this world." Then he suddenly leaped over the iron cage railing, charging straight at the councilman with the intention of tearing him apart. However, just as Se-chun was about to reach his target, Larson swiftly grabbed his ankle and pulled him back. He slammed Se-chun hard onto the arena floor, causing him to groan in pain. Aizen looked at Se-chun with contempt, asserting that he was underestimating this place. "Do you think this is a children's game? Don't think you can escape until the game is over." Lying on the floor, Se-chun gritted his teeth and repeated the word game with a hateful expression. He couldn't believe that to these insane people, human lives and life or death battles were just cheap entertainment. The councilman laughed eerily, calmly admitting that to his class, this was indeed entertainment, and Aizen was simply the representative character he controlled. Se-chun slowly stood up, his eyes flashing with a pressure-killing killer's gaze, freezing the space around him. He sarcastically remarked that he also liked playing games. There was a type of game where players had to face a boss that was too strong, making them not only unhappy, but also live in extreme stress and pressure. Si-chun used an analogy for frustrating games where players only saw the words, "You have died," appear over and over. He growled, asserting that he would become a boss so difficult and impossible to beat within the councilman's cheap game. Seeing Si-chun's intention to resist, Aizen warned him from behind not to dream of climbing out a cage. But Si-chun only sneered in reply. To escape, he only needed to smash the character the old man was controlling first. Saying that, he suddenly threw an extremely powerful straight punch to Aizen's face. Caught off guard by the attack, Aizen went berserk, yelling at Si-chun as a stubborn brat. Immediately, Si-chun lunged to grab the opponent's leg for a takedown, but Aizen realized his intention in time. He coldly lectured that Si-chun was leaving too many openings by not closing the distance to the head. In mixed martial arts, a half-hearted takedown technique is very easy to counter. Aizen proved this with a straight punch to the face, stunning Si-chun. Si-chun was an amateur who didn't know how to read the situation before attack. Even though blood spurted from the corner of his mouth, Si-chun still sneered provocatively, saying he had no idea what that guy was barking about. Thanks for the thorough tutoring like an online tutor. A guy who claims to be a beginner shouldn't waste theory on him. And he thought just grabbing tight and slamming the opponent was enough. Si-chun pretended to dive for Aizen's leg again, making him wary, but then he suddenly stepped back, teasing that that was enough. As soon as Aizen threw a kick, Si-chun swiftly snatched his leg and locked it tight, to the opponent's astonishment. With a decisive move, Si-chun slammed the guardian Aizen to the ground. On the arena floor, he immediately closed in and took the dominant position, not giving the opponent a chance to recover. Looking at Aizen on the ground, Si-chun sneered and asked if he knew the rules. He explained that in jiu-jitsu, lying on your back before your guard is passed doesn't count as losing. But in a real fight with punches added, that is an extremely disadvantageous position. Councilman Jiang suddenly spoke up, demanding the fight be stopped, saying everything was enough. But Si-chun didn't care. He continued throwing brutal blows at the men on the floor and snapped, asking who had the authority to give orders here. Seeing the situation spiral out of control, the councilman called Aizen's name as a command. Despite being overwhelmed, the guardian coldly replied that he understood his master's intent. Immediately, Aizen displayed astonishing flexibility for his massive frame. He quickly escaped the tight spot, leaving Si-chun shocked and wondering. He asked how such a giant could be so agile. Aizen closed in and leaned close to Si-chun's ear, issuing a killing intent threat. He should be grateful he was still alive because of the councilman's order. If he weren't the main character of this game, he would have died long ago. Too creeped out by that contact, Si-chun swung a punch straight at his face and yelled, "Get lost, you filthy bastard! Get your face out of here!" Two separated, both fuming. Aizen wiped the wound on his face and coldly advised Si-chun to try and survive until the very end. He growled, asserting that he wanted to personally crush Si-chun into pieces. Right at the peak of tension, Chief Kim spoke up to cut in. He said Si-chun must have become familiar with the rules after that little test just now. He announced the team would take a short break before sending the next opponent into the cage to continue the challenge. Outside, night enveloped the lonely warehouse, but hidden deep behind that darkness, secret drones were silently monitoring every movement inside like a sleepless swarm of mechanical eyes. On the rooftop of the opposite building, Su-han was concentrating intensely on controlling the drone to observe the situation. She wondered who that foreigner was and if he was a new cart of the councilman's. Receiving contact from a teammate asking about Si-chun's condition, she reassured them he was fine, despite being a bit shaken, while also asserting she would intervene immediately if things became dangerous. Su-han revealed that a big target had appeared here, and their plan was to just capture the remaining 4 people on the VIP list to complete the mission. If we pull off this ambush, the credit should be enough to get us a gold skin, brothers. In a rare moment of silence in the hospital hallway, Si-chun suddenly spoke up. "Sis, do you remember the tracker shaped like a ring that you gave me back then? When we went to rescue Hajin, I left it on the floor of those 2 women's car just in case, as a precaution." Hearing this, Su-hyun looked pleased. "Really? Good job. I'll check it so you should take the time to." As Si-chun was about to turn and leave, she called out after him, "Oh, Si-chun." Su-hyun pensively mentioned the brother dear to them both. Aizen has a very deep scar after losing someone important to him. That's why he tries his best to make sure no one gets hurt. You, Hajin, and everyone at the training hall too. She paused for a moment then confessed, "But my way of thinking is a little different." In response to Si-chun's few questions, she shared frankly, "I believe we have to accept risks to protect what's important to us. We can't achieve anything without sacrifice. If that moment of forced choice ever came, I thought doing so would be one way. Her gaze turned resolute as she made a promise to me. I will promise you one thing. When you are truly in danger, I will be by your side no matter what. She gave an encouraging smile, then told him to ignore those bastards and go cause havoc. Back to reality, the quiet night covered the warehouse area where Soo-hyun and a teammate were lying in ambush. The teammate lay sprawled on the floor, whining playfully. Sis, how much longer are we staying here? Let's just kill them all. Okay, sis. When is that prosecutor going to do his mission? I'm so hungry. It sounded like a night picnic. Soo-hyun calmly reassured him, bear with it a little longer. After this is over, I will buy you something delicious. Since Si-chun threw himself in there, we should use the chance to lure them out and catch them one by one. She explained that when this case came to light, they would find the mastermind and the work would become easier. Soo-hyun revealed that Yasin was also working full force nonstop at another location, so the team needed to be patient and wait a little longer. Hearing about food, the younger man's eyes lit up. Meanwhile, at the B1 basement floor of the building, a white car had just entered the parking spot. Hidden behind concrete pillars, a figure was silently observing every movement. At the Dawson Group basement parking lot, Aizen was quietly infiltrating to find the secret warehouse. Another interrogation of the previous henchman when he groaned from being tortured, they cursed, "You guys are a bunch of psychopaths. Just extract the info like that." Then they did not even kill them afterwards. What a bunch of heartless bastards. Aizen coldly promised, "This time it's the drug stash in the Dawson Group building. If you talk, I will let you go. No need to torture you further." Trembling henchmen demanded Aizen keep his word, then revealed that they had placed an abandoned car in the underground parking lot to hide the goods. Aizen questioned suspiciously, "An abandoned car? You mean it's just parked in the company lot?" He explained it was their method to easily deny it if tracked, while also being convenient for moving. The final clue was a black G-brand SUV. Back to reality, Aizen scanned with his eyes and quickly locked onto the target. A highly suspicious black SUV. This kind of marking method, the police would probably laugh their heads off reading it. Aizen approached the vehicle, noting the pitch-black windows that prevented him from seeing anything inside. He thought to himself they must be hiding something to use this type of glass. But he did not expect that. Right inside the car, the mysterious silver-haired girl was holding her breath, watching him through the glass. She startled herself, muttering inwardly, "Damn it, scared me. So this soldier uncle isn't dead after all?" She realized Director Jiang's disappearance was due to Aizen's capture, but felt smug for arriving first. Using the privacy glass, she planned to wait for Aizen to slip up, then start the engine and bolt. Suddenly, Aizen pressed his face close to the window and let out a surprised "ah." He coldly recognized the presence of the person inside, muttering, "Thought I could handle this matter quietly, without leaving a trace. If I wanted to kill that damned mouse holding its breath, try to run to save your life." The girl in the car was in extreme panic, not understanding how she was discovered. Terrified by Aizen's aura, she yelled, "Time to run, this uncle is freaking scary." Then she frantically hit the start button and floored the gas pedal. To escape, the SUV suddenly revved, making a loud noise. It shot away, startling even Aizen, because someone had genuinely been hiding inside. Sitting in the car, the silver-haired woman smugly mocked the foolish soldier uncle, thinking that even if Aizen recognized her, it would already be too late. She was confident for exactly 3 seconds before she started to panic. However, her smile vanished instantly, and another car suddenly shot out to block the road. Standing right in front of her car, cornered with no way out, she furiously screamed, demanding the roadblocker move aside immediately, because his driving was terrible. A heavy collision made her panic, suspecting this madman was Aizen's accomplice. Fearing capture, she tried to reverse the car to find an escape route. She was horrified to realize another car had also locked her from behind. "I'm doomed," she muttered in despair as she found herself completely trapped in an inescapable encirclement. From the blocking car, a masked man stepped out, muttering about probably having to buy Daedong a new car since he borrowed it to infiltrate this place. He clearly declared he was the police, carrying out a mission based on a tip about a smuggled goods vehicle, and ordered those inside to step out. Sitting in the car, the silver-haired girl gritted her teeth in hatred towards Director Kim for lying that this place was absolutely safe. Absolute safety. Yet the moment she showed her face, she was met by police cosplay at her doorstep. Knowing that if she held her ground, the window would eventually be smashed, she decided to step out to execute her plan of tricking the opponent into letting their guard down, and then slipping away. As soon as she stepped out, she loudly played the victim, cursing the way the driver had blocked a lady's path. Her role switch from villain to fragile little girl was faster than the speed of flipping a switch. However, that man was not fazed at all. He sarcastically asked if her brain had a problem for thinking he didn't know her identity clearly. Seeing her tricks were ineffective, the silver-haired girl immediately revealed her true, vicious face. She grinned maliciously, while suddenly drawing a gun and aiming it straight at her opponent. She threatened to blow the head off anyone who dared to be disrespectful to her. A sudden gunshot rang out, causing the silencer-equipped gun in the silver-haired girl's hand to fall to the ground. She clutched her injured arm, groaning in pain. "It hurts like hell. This is a complete disaster. Uncle, did you shoot me from behind?" The man who just fired coldly warned her not to even think of touching the weapon again, or the next bullet would not just stop at her arm. Cornered, she screamed, questioning whether the South Korean police were allowed to shoot so recklessly, even threatening to report the excessive use of force to the media. However, that threat was immediately silenced by a 1,000-pound punch from the masked man. He grabbed her by the hair, his voice dripping with murderous intent. "You bitch, it seems you're too stupid to understand the current situation, huh?" He added another brutal punch straight to her face, leaving her only able to groan in pain. Ignoring that the opponent was severely injured, he declared he would teach her a lesson in a way her instincts could understand, so her rock-hard head would finally grasp the problem. This uncle's style of fighting was beyond words now. Choked by the throat, the silver-haired girl, though her face was covered in blood, still managed to force a challenging smile. She sarcastically asked if this was the old business from his days working as a full-time combatant that he used to do at his old job. Turning around, she loudly asked the police officers standing nearby if they truly knew what Aizen's past was. She asserted that to obtain information, Aizen would not hesitate to take someone's life. Before she could finish her sentence, Aizen added another brutal punch to her face, causing her to scream as her eye socket bone was broken. She frantically screamed for help from the police, blaming them for just standing there watching the villain assault her so savagely. Inspector Na saw the situation was too tense and quickly intervened, saying she was completely subdued and Aizen should stop. However, Aizen coldly reminded the inspector to think of the poor victims and the agreement to do things his way from before. Aizen asserted that the current system was too corrupt and conventional methods were no longer effective. If they continued to be weak, only more innocent victims would appear. Seeing the exchange between the two, the silver-haired girl showed disgust, sarcastically calling them nothing but filthy ants who deluded themselves into thinking they could change the world. She roared that people like Aizen they are nothing but scum at the bottom of society, born to serve the upper class like her, so they should accept their fate soon. Suddenly, she launched a vicious strike at Aizen's weak spot. The blow caused the surrounding police to panic and call out his name. She even sneered, mocking that no matter how strong Aizen was, that spot was not muscle. Faced with that action, Aizen maintained a terrifying silence, then coldly spoke out about her recent behavior. He looked through the mask, his eyes burning with fury. "I will consider that you are trying to kill my descendant. Therefore, I will act accordingly." His gaze, sharp as the Grim Reaper, left the silver-haired girl frozen in terror. Sensing the tense atmosphere, she immediately pulled out a sharp knife hidden on her thigh and wildly slashed at Aizen to find a way out. Seeing him stand as firm as a rock after the vicious blow, the police were stunned. A man hit there should have collapsed immediately. The silver-haired girl was truly panicked now, realizing that if she could not take him down, she would be the loser today. Than Chaina immediately aimed his gun and ordered, "Drop the knife now." He continued to shout, threatening to shoot if she did not cooperate. She had completely lost control, screaming hysterically, "Damn it! Get lost, you useless supporting cop!" At this moment, she could not believe that Sun actually dared to charge straight at her, disregarding the fact she was holding a sharp weapon. She laughed smugly, certain that no matter how skilled Aizen was in martial arts, just one stab would finish him off instantly. Aizen pulled down his mask and spat into her eye. Taking advantage of her reaction time, his eyes sharpened as he seized the opportunity. He delivered an incredibly powerful kick that swept her leg from under her. While she was still screaming in pain, he threw another extremely strong punch, producing a resounding impact. Witnessing the scene, the accompanying inspectors asked worriedly, "Hey, is it okay to just leave her like this? Are we just going to let him be? At this rate, she'll be beaten to death." Sun did not answer, coldly approaching the SUV and requesting, "Gentlemen, lend me a pair of handcuffs. Let's check what's in the car together." As soon as he opened the trunk, he discovered hidden boxes of contraband inside. "The goods are right here. These addicts are getting bolder by the day, hiding things even more obviously than students hiding phones under their desks." An inspector standing nearby sighed with concern, because even if caught, they would claim the car had nothing to do with them. Then they would just use their connections in the prosecution and police to have the charges dropped. He asked Aizen about the next plan now that the car was about to be seized by the police. But Aizen immediately dismissed it. "No, I will take it along with that woman. I will arrange things a bit to pin all the blame on her at the right time." Meanwhile, in the underground arena, department head Kim excitedly introduced Si-chun's next opponent, a former professional boxer. He emphasized that although retired, the man still trained very hard and, most importantly, both would not wear gloves for this match. Kim smiled sinisterly. "They say a bare-fisted punch from a boxer can kill you instantly, right?" In the stands, a powerful old man turned to ask Jun Woo what he thought of an amateur like Si Si-chun going up against a professional boxer. Jun-woo looked annoyed, silently cursing the old man beside him for sticking his nose into his business. I think the drugs are working well so Si-chun can handle it. But Jun-woo immediately taunted, "Oh, is Chairman Han losing his touch? No matter how strong the drugs are, how can a novice beat a pro who made a living taking hits?" Offended, the chairman silently cursed. Jun-woo calmly explained further that besides the drugs, there was a bigger reason Si-chun was terrifying, and that was his coach, the most cunning and dirty fighter he had ever seen. Immediately, Si-chun made those words a reality by jabbing 2 fingers straight into the opponent's eyes. The boxer screamed in pain. "My eyes." Seeing his opponent writhing, Si-chun was stunned, wondering to himself, was I too harsh? The audience must have been frozen for a full 5 seconds. Meanwhile, at a luxurious club, a man in sunglasses was watching the match live on a screen and laughing maniacally. He shouted excitedly, "Fuck, hilarious! This guy is crazy, ha ha ha." He kept cheering, a poke to the eye. And he went hard too. "That's right, that's real fighting. I like this fucking bastard, he's got potential." The purple-haired girl beside him frowned, complaining that his loud laughter hurt her ears, and found locking people in steel cages too barbaric. The man immediately argued back, insisting that the barbarism was exactly what was most interesting. He said, "No toy is more interesting than a human being. Watching those who sell their lives for over 180 million, then tear into each other like wild beasts, that's the peak of entertainment. The feeling of looking down from above, witnessing their misery, makes me feel like a god, creating a dopamine rush and an unparalleled high." And the girl called him a pervert and demanded he use the money to buy her a handbag instead. The man suddenly swung a fiery slap across her face. He smiled sinisterly, "I'll buy it for you, you bitch." Seeing the girl was stunned. He growled, asserting that he did not begrudge a single cent, just as he did not begrudge the money to buy her the bag. However, he coldly demanded she prove her worth, while sarcastically remarking that taking a few slaps in exchange for the newest handbag was still a great deal. He casually admitted he greatly enjoyed this brutality, not even bothering to remember the name of the girl he just assaulted. Then he coldly declared the punishment for daring to talk back was an additional 9 slaps. Just as his perversion reached its peak, a flustered subordinate ran in to report an intruder. Before he could even finish being stunned, Prosecutor Cho Hyun-sung strode in imposingly. Faced with the man's bewildered look, he calmly stated that he had just broken down the door to get in. He clearly introduced himself as a prosecutor from the Central District Prosecutor's Office, here to handle a report regarding the illegal possession of drugs. Hearing about the emergency arrest warrant, Park Ha-jin sneered disdainfully, challenging him to produce the evidence, then aggressively demanded to call his superiors to have him reprimanded on the spot. However, Cho Hyun-sung remained calm, pointing at the laptop and asserting that evidence of drugs would surely be found. Along with evidence of Ha-jun watching illegal betting programs for fights on an encrypted server, Cho declared he would seize the laptop as evidence and execute the emergency arrest warrant because Ha-jun was destroying evidence, posed a flight risk, and had just directly assaulted the girl beside him. Park Ha-jin still did not realize the severity, scoffing and mocking him for being too naive to come alone. He asserted he was not afraid of anyone, and even if arrested, he would be released soon for lack of evidence. Disdaining the young prosecutor, Ha-jin ordered his thugs to take him to the restroom for a thorough massage before throwing him out. Faced with that arrogant attitude, he only coldly mocked him as a pig with outdated and obsolete thinking. Unexpectedly, a bullet tore through the air and grazed Ha-jun's face, freezing him in place. The smile vanished faster than Wi-Fi during a power outage. He clearly felt the burning sting and heat of the bullet. Real bullets. The trembling agent looked up toward the stairs. Brian appeared with a gun in his hand, coldly ordering everyone to stand still if they did not want to get hurt. He announced everything was done, then threatened the subordinate who was grabbing the target that the next bullet would be lodged straight in his eye if he did not let go. Immediately, he declared that from now on, the police would officially step in to search this entire building. Team member Cho Hyun-seung flashed a sinister smile, staring straight at Agent Park Ha-jin before issuing a challenge. He said that for some reason he felt certain they would find a lot of drugs on the second floor. Meanwhile, outside the building, Aizen and Brian were hastily deploying the action plan. Brian announced the backup police were arriving and requested to hand Ha-jin over to Joseph for protection, while Aizen would enter the club with the inspector. He handed Aizen a small box and instructed him to take this. When the inspector draws attention, he should go up to the second floor and hide it out of sight. Aizen assessed that the criminals were very cunning, and just watching the illegal broadcast was not enough evidence for an emergency arrest. They needed to find the encrypted data sent to the server. Brian nodded in confirmation, saying he would hide the evidence in a place that was not too hard to find. Aizen reminded Brian to protect the prosecutor well, because his fighting skills were terrible. If he got hurt, it would be hard to bring those bastards to court. Aizen returned the gun to Brian and asked if they had caught the silver-haired woman yet, then coldly declared he would hang her up for a talk later. He affirmed that with the countless number of victims, the public was extremely outraged, so as long as no one died, it did not matter how much he beat them up. The audience, upon hearing that, thought, well, that was quite reasonable. At the club, Park Ha-jin began to panic upon seeing the plan was exposed. Sweating profusely, he stammered, asking if that foreign bastard had secretly planted drugs on the second floor to frame him. Seeing the agent flustered, Cho Hyun-sung feigned innocence replied, yeah, I do not understand a word you are saying. He continued to taunt him, telling him to save those words for court and see who would believe a guy whose criminal record of going in and out of prison was like checking into an internet cafe. Cho moved closer, grabbed him by the collar, and hissed, earlier you said you would call your superiors. Go ahead and try, you pig. He warned him that he was stepping into brutal international crime and advised him to confess about the Dawson group if he wanted to stay alive. Just then, the sound of police from upstairs announced they had found the evidence. Cho Hyun-sung flashed a triumphant smile. Oh, is that so? Then we must immediately arrest the suspect who was trying to flee when the evidence was discovered. Mr. Ha-jin froze and protested that he was still standing still, but before he could finish his sentence, a spinning punch from Cho slammed straight into his face. Coldly declared, that is for me to judge. Hit unexpectedly, Ha-jin screamed and cursed Cho as a madman, daring to assault someone in broad daylight. This was exactly the kind of punishment for living too wrongfully, that heaven would strike him down early. Chu did not care in the slightest, delivering blows while shouting loudly, the suspect is fleeing, stop and do not resist. Seeing the agent being beaten, the subordinate tried to intervene, but was immediately stopped by a kick from Brian. Brian coldly falsely accused, how dare you attack an inspector with a weapon? The lackey froze because he had no weapon, but immediately, Brian threw a knife onto the floor and pressed his gun to his head, ordering, that is the weapon you just used, pick it up, make sure to leave your fingerprints clearly on it. Lying on the floor with a battered face, Park Ha-jin cried out in frustration that the police must obey the law and conduct a transparent investigation, otherwise they were no different from criminals. Mockingly asking what the hell he was rambling about, he shouted right in his face. Procedural law, fairness and transparency, is it not your lot that abuses legal loopholes to escape like crooked bastards? So what do we do to get fairness and transparency? We also have to abuse legal loopholes. You dogs, we have to deal with your scum fairly and transparently. Is that not right? Mr. Jin was subdued by the police and dragged away in disgrace. He screamed in pain, demanding they be gentle and constantly cursed the damn cops. Han Ding Kwang threatened that he had memorized all their faces and falsely accused the police of fabricating evidence to turn an honest person like him into a criminal. Hearing the words honest person, everyone wanted to laugh. Ignoring the agent's screams, the police officer coldly ordered him to be quiet as all denials were useless. Seeing Cho Hyun-sung standing there, Ha-jin furiously shouted, asking the inspector if he knew who he was messing with. Cho only looked at him with contempt, ordered the police to quickly put him in the car, and mocked him to stop squealing like a pig being slaughtered and get the hell out of sight. After dealing with Park Ha-jin, Cho Hyun-sung turned to ask Brian about the next target. Brian announced that the head of the control department had cooperated and successfully made an emergency arrest of Kang Seo-jin, the representative of their food company. Cho flashed a calculating smile, declaring the next place the team needed to go was the OG Entertainment Company to nab the representative Song Yu-zu. Immediately, they moved to the grand headquarters of OG Entertainment in the middle of the night, inside the building lobby. The urgent knocking startled the duty staff member into annoyance. He mumbled, wondering who could be arriving this late, and guessed it might be a harassing fan since the higher-ups had not announced any guests, who would not be scared by this kind of knocking in the dead of night. He loudly shooed them away, insisting it was not working hours and told the person outside to leave, because there were no more artists in the building. Seeing the other party would not open the door, Cho Hyun-sung pressed his face against the glass, making a teasing, challenging expression, and threatened to throw rotten eggs into the staff member's face if he remained stubborn. Furious at being disturbed, the staff member yelled that Cho was dirtying the glass door and threatened to call the police. Unfazed, Cho Hyun-sung pressed his inspector badge against the glass to show his authority. He clearly stated that he knew Song Yu-zu was upstairs, and ordered the staff member to open the door immediately before he lost patience and smashed it in. The staff member began to panic upon realizing the other party was from the law. He pretended to look for the door release button behind him to stall for time and secretly alert the representative. When he turned around, he froze for 5 seconds, seeing Brian Lulu standing right behind him out of nowhere. Brian frankly told him that he had just picked the lock on the back door to break in, and reminded the staff member to stop drawing attention, and quickly press the button to let him in. The staff member panicked in fear because if Representative Song Yuzu returned and saw this, everything would be ruined. He screamed in defiance, declaring he did not care if they were real inspectors or not, and threatened to attack if they dared to step in. In his mind, he figured he could just smash the glass to trigger the alarm, alerting the representative, or take down the guy in the hat and then report it as done. With 10 years of security experience and having placed third in the National Boxing Championship in high school, he was confident he could easily handle these petty thieves. But the very moment he lunged forward, he was hit by Brian with a combo of punches as fast as a high-speed train, only letting out a pained gasp. Brian showed no mercy, struck the staff member on the head with the butt of his gun, causing him to collapse to the floor instantly. Witnessing this, Cho Hyun-sung silently admired his teammate's ruthlessness, then urged Brian to open the door quickly so they could enter. Meanwhile, in the recording studio, Representative Song Yuzu was forcing a female trainee to sing a segment of a song over and over for 5 straight hours. The young girl was exhausted, panting and sobbing out apologies for not being able to meet the requirements. However, that representative still coldly ordered her to start over from the beginning. Seeing such a brutal scene, another employee spoke up to dissuade him, arguing that the girl needed to rest because she hadn't had anything to eat or drink, and that forcing her too much wouldn't yield any results. But Song Yuzu calmly admitted he was doing it deliberately, to carry out a form of psychological manipulation. He explained that with potential children, one had to distort them and make them always feel they were wrong from the start, to strip them of their judgment. His ultimate goal was that later, when they became famous and fully grown, they would never dare to oppose him. He gritted his teeth, cursing ungrateful artists and considering that twisted mindset his own secret to success. Then Yuzu turned back to his computer screen, where he was live streaming Si-chun's match for entertainment all night. He intended to keep the girl as insurance for himself, because being alone was very boring. But unexpectedly, a knock on the door made him irritably ask who was still there. When a subordinate was about to open the door, it was suddenly kicked in with immense force, slamming straight into his face, causing him heavy injury and collapse. Cho Hyun-sung strode in with a mocking smile, not forgetting to taunt them, saying they should be more careful when standing in front of a door. Standing like that was no different from signing up for a door-in-the-face combo. Shocked and panicked, Song Yuzu jumped up, shouting to ask the stranger's identity and accusing him of illegal intrusion. Cho Hyun-sung threw his badge straight into Song Yuzu's face and shouted, "Take this." The representative was stunned as he looked closely at the inspector's badge from the Central Inspection Agency. He began to break out in a cold sweat, wondering why an inspector had shown up when there was no current lawsuit. Mr. Uzu suspected that manager Kim had leaked the information, but then he tried to reassure himself to stay calm, as he was using an encrypted server to watch the match. All he had to do was turn off the computer, and the evidence would be gone, a case of bury your head, and life will be beautiful again. He believed that even if caught red-handed, no one could do anything to him, as the higher-ups on the prosecution side had already greased all the palms. Just as Song Yuzu was about to reach out and turn off the computer to destroy the traces, a gunshot rang out, and the bullet lodged straight into his hand. He clutched his blood-soaked hand, screaming in pain. "Ah, my hand!" Cho Hyun-sung sneered, praising Brian's shot, then turned to the representative. "Representative Song Yuzu, I've just confirmed your intention to destroy the evidence. Since you had the intention to flee, I declare an emergency arrest." He added another kick of justice, sending Song flying far away. He and the man named Van begged to talk properly, complaining about why they shot an unarmed person. Song Yuzu made the excuse that he was just curious, and clicked on a link someone sent him to watch the match. Cho coldly dismissed him, telling him to let the evidence speak later. He ordered Brian to take the female trainee outside to cooperate in giving a statement as a witness, while he himself would have a little talk with the accused man who was trying to tamper with the evidence. Cho approached the trembling representative, mocking his attempt to deny the crime of attempting to flee. Song Yuzu screamed that such an arrest was illegal, because he wasn't holding a weapon, and the police weren't allowed to shoot indiscriminately. He laughed loudly, recounting man's dirty tactics, from bribing people to spread malicious rumors to crushing idols in lawsuits related to sexual services and slave contracts. Even though Song boasted that he had been acquitted because the evidence had been destroyed, Cho coldly revealed that he had searched the representative's office and found a pile of illegal drugs lying blatantly there. If you stash goods like that, even a dashcam would spot it. Cho asserted that the pile of drugs would definitely be covered in Song's fingerprints. He flew into a rage, cursing Cho as unworthy of being an inspector. The atmosphere suddenly dropped as Cho mentioned that 2 of the idols that man had crushed had hanged themselves. Song Yuzu still refused to give in, arguing that they lied to make money, then felt ashamed and died. Cho coldly interrupted, stating he didn't care about those excuses but was only curious about another, more important matter. A painful memory surfaced in Cho's mind about an acquaintance who had also left in a similar way. He gritted his teeth, demanding that Song reveal all his connections with the Dawson group and the identity of the person who carried out those dirty deals. Chu grabbed Song's collar, his face becoming terrifying, veins bulging with rage. He swore that if that man continued to pretend not to know, he would do his utmost to pile on him even more terrible charges than what he had done, leaving him a cripple who only wanted to die to end his suffering. In a luxurious room, Kang Seojin casually cut his steak while asking about the inspection side's intention to capture those watching the live stream alive for investigation. The chief inspector, sweating profusely, stood humbly, admitting he had been too careless after being threatened by Cho Hyun-sung about the black book, which was why he had come here. Seojin pretended to sympathize, but still couldn't resist mocking the old man for not giving a heads up. Even though they had worked together amicably a few times, he sneered that a sensible man like him could have climbed to a higher position if he had shared information sooner, instead of making things difficult like this. Seojin expressed regret that the old man had to ruin the match he had been eagerly anticipating, while asserting that even if he held a grudge against Jun-woo, he shouldn't drag him into it. He coldly declared that he had to contact the vice chairman of the Dawson group and affirmed that the old man's campaign had failed. Seojin stuffed the wallet into the chief inspector's chest, calling him merely a guard dog who dared to bite his master, and this was the end he had to face. Responding to that arrogance, the chief inspector unexpectedly mentioned that Kang Seojin specialized in using rotten ingredients for his food products. Seojin froze, asking back with a face as stiff as losing Wi-Fi during a ranked match, thinking the old man had gone mad for daring to turn an inspector into a puppet like in the movies. The old man asserted that Seojin had just admitted to illegally watching the live stream and directly confessed his connection with Vice Chairman Han Jun-woo of the Dawson Group. Even though Seojin scoffed, claiming that evidence gathered through illegal eavesdropping wouldn't be accepted in court, the old man maintained an unusually calm demeanor. Seojin moved in threateningly, asking if he thought he would leave this place in one piece. Or not, the chief inspector calmly replied that whether the evidence was accepted was his side's business, but as for leaving safely, he was completely confident. He muttered that he didn't know how to fight, so he certainly wouldn't die here. Seojin was bewildered, not understanding what the hell the old man was talking about. The chief inspector coldly stated he wasn't talking to him, then reached out to touch a hidden communication device and confirmed everything was fine. The ones who won't leave here in one piece are only you bold bastards. A strange young man in a police uniform suddenly appeared. It turned out to be the young man with blonde hair who had disguised himself as a police officer to get in here. Kang Seojin froze, staring at the opposite side, unable to believe his eyes. He turned to ask Sik if this was the guy who had been knocked out with one punch earlier. The bald bodyguard was also extremely confused, repeatedly insisting that he had personally dealt with the opponent, then saw him stand up, probably wanting to re-evaluate his life. Kang Seojin laughed with amusement, thinking the young man was just putting on an act by wearing a police uniform and pretending to faint to fool him. He sneered at the inspector for choosing the wrong side and warned of disastrous consequences for opposing him. In response to that arrogance, the young man threw an object towards him and said that this item suits the old man perfectly, insulted right in front of his subordinates. Kang Seojin was so furious that he choked on his drink, gritted his teeth, and ordered Sik, "Pick that guy immediately." Receiving the order, Sik frantically charged forward with the threat of snapping his neck in two. "Life will make you never be able to stand again." Facing the raging giant closing in, the young man only coldly replied, "I don't like that." Immediately, he used incredible strength to flip the heavy dining table, causing all the furniture and the table to crash down on top of Kang Seojin. The old representative screamed in agony, pinned under the immense weight, and urged his subordinate to save him quickly. Deuk was also preparing to lift the table. However, the moment he touched it, the young man pressed in from behind and locked him tight. He leaned close to the bodyguard's ear and whispered, full of killing intent, asking where he thought he was going when he had just declared he would break him. He roared in anger, calling him a bastard. He revealed that he used to be a professional wrestler. As soon as he hit the ground, the young man shouted, demanding the inspector hold the table tight so that Jen Shell could not escape. The head inspector quickly responded, putting all his strength into pinning the writhing representative beneath him. Jen Shell screamed for help from Gang Sik, but the bodyguard was still fighting. The blonde young man sarcastically asked why he wanted to take back the gift he had just given, which saddened him. Shell gritted his teeth and asked for his opponent's name, as he did not look like a cop. The young man coldly replied that it did not matter, his punishment was certain. Maintaining a calm face, Shell smirked sinisterly, insisting he would not be caught so easily without a verdict. Typical, a beast will always be a beast. The blonde young man sarcastically said he would leave a handprint on his bald head to remember for life. Just then, the inspector panicked and shouted a warning that someone was attacking from behind, because Gang Sik was still alive. The bodyguard suddenly lunged forward, locking locking the young man's neck from behind with incredible strength. He proudly boasted that he had trained his neck muscles to prepare for situations like being chained and threatened to break his opponent's neck. But the young man coldly replied, "Too late," then drew a knife and stabbed repeatedly. Duo06 stared at the wound in shock, unable to believe he had been taken down so quickly. Witnessing the young man's skilled knife techniques, Kang Seok-jin stood frozen, wondering when he had drawn a weapon. The blonde young man stood up, mocking the fallen bodyguard for training his neck muscles like he was going to the Olympics. He advised him to learn more practical survival skills instead of useless gym workouts. Then he gave him another bottle of liquor on the head. The blonde young man stood coldly in front of Jin Shell, a smile on his lips. He asked what the old man had just said was not easy. Realizing the danger, Jin Shell started to back down. "Hey, calm down, let me negotiate." But he immediately brushed it off, telling him to save those words for the interrogation room with the inspector. Panicking, Seok-jin quickly played his last card. "Wait a minute, what's the rush? If you let me go, I'll reveal who's really behind this." He claimed there were others handling the dirty work for the Dawson Corporation. He said if he got caught, he would not dare to talk because they were extremely frightening. He revealed the name Manager Kim, saying he was also one of the ringleader's men. Seeing the bait taken, the blonde young man promised to release him if he revealed the leader's identity. Seok-jin rejoiced, planning to the Korean server. He nodded. "Yeah, say it, and then I will." Jin Shell began to stammer. "That woman is..." But at that exact moment, Jin Shell froze as he saw a black gun barrel aimed at him from the crack in the door. He only managed to utter a strangled sound, then realized in despair that everything had gone wrong. A flash of light flared. Seo-jin was severely wounded and collapsed on the spot, much to the blonde young man's shock. He was horrified that he had not sensed any killing intent or noise from the assassin. In a luxurious penthouse belonging to Lee Sang-gon, a mysterious woman with long hair stood looking out over the dazzling city lights. Her aura was exactly that of a final female villain boss. She calmly reflected on human nature. She believed only when pushed to an extreme situation could one know who was truly trustworthy. She sneered at ungrateful fools, even though she had gone through the trouble of cleaning up their mess. To her, those kinds of people, once seated a little higher, deluded themselves into thinking they were great, not knowing their lives were in someone else's hands. She turned back with a cold gaze. "Death is the end, isn't it?" In the room thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood, Song Yuzu lay slumped on the floor in fear. His face was disfigured from torture. He gasped weakly, desperately pleading. Huff, let go please." Prosecutor Cho Hyun-sung was unmoved. He sneered coldly. "Does it hurt? The people you harmed must have felt this same pain." Chu calmly suggested a break to talk, then delved deep into questions from the documents collected on Vice Chairman Jun Woo. He asked about a mysterious figure on the VIP list, someone who left almost no trace. Cho Hyun-sung began playing his trump cards. "Runaway Orphan Paradise. Director Kim Sia, that person is the one behind supporting all the dirty work for you guys, right?" He analyzed the connection between Manager Kim, the twin girls, and this powerful woman to gauge the opponent's reaction. Song Yuzu, despite sweating profusely, stubbornly denied it, insisting he had never heard that name. In his panic, he slipped up by saying that is a woman's name. Chu immediately caught him. "A woman? I did not even know if it was a man or a woman yet." Caught red-handed, Song Yuzu only stuttered to cover himself, then accused him of violating human rights with torture. Seeing the opponent still pretending, Cho Hyun-sung decided to use his final move. He declared he would spread the word everywhere that Song Yuzu himself had ratted out Director Kim Sia as the one defying orders. At the same time, he revealed she specialized in staging murders as suicides and trafficking illegal drugs. Cho smirked sinisterly, reminding him that her eyes and ears were everywhere from the police to the prosecutors, so the rumor would reach her very quickly. He added a psychological blow. Even in the interrogation room, they could not protect his life from that woman. Enraged, Song Yuzu roared, "You bastard, do you even call yourself a law enforcer?" Cho Hyun-sung calmly turned his back, asserting that his instincts had never been wrong judging the criminal's reaction. He coldly declared that Song Yuzu had reached a dead end and had no way out this time. Chu presented two brutal options. 1. Cooperate to catch that woman and then go to prison for the rest of his life. 2. Shut his mouth and wait to be killed by her after the rumor was released. He asserted that no matter which choice he made, the outcome was death, but the first option would let him live a little longer. Cho Hyun-sung looked at his opponent with a sharp gaze, demanding he decide for his own life. He saw Chairman Han Song-cheon appear with a tense expression. She sneered at him, telling him to relax his facial muscles, because she did not like meeting face to face, just to have trivial conversation. "Hey," she got straight to the point. "Vice Chairman Jun Woo has let an important notebook fall into the prosecutor's hands." Kim Sia revealed that the VIPs were being arrested one by one in emergency raids, and some had even just died. She casually said she had told the congressman to stay put at the scene, because none of those three were truly important, so it did not matter. But her gaze suddenly turned icy when she mentioned that her name had been leaked from the mouth of one of the controllers. Kimsia gritted her teeth and blamed Han Songqian for letting her name be exposed. Seeing the chairman's fluster as he blamed his son, she sneered. A businessman of your caliber using the word perhaps sounds like an internet speculator betting. Kimsia moved closer, violently grabbed Han Songqian by the collar and threatened. Are you too old? Is it time for you to retire to gardening? Or is the chain beginning to loosen? She demanded he call to check in with the big shot in the control department to handle the situation. Finally, she gave the order. It must end. Fook was immediately used as a test subject to collect data for the clinical trial of the new drug. The story returns to Aizen. After the gunshot, he became alert and quickly pressed himself against the wall corner. Aizen was stunned to realize he had been eavesdropped on without his knowledge. He was that woman, none other than the director of the orphanage on the VIP list. An assassin with a gun appearing in Korea shocked him. It seemed the Dawson group was also just a pawn in the hands of the mastermind. Aizen wondered if that man was still there, realizing that standing right in front of the door was an extremely dangerous position with a very high chance of being shot. Since the building had an open floor structure, Aizen decided to climb over the railing to take a detour and approach the scene in the safest way possible. He quickly moved down to the lower floor, where the scene was chaotic with debris scattered everywhere. It was eerily quiet, my friend, like a horror movie about to have a jump scare. Aizen decided to check thoroughly once more to not miss any clues. Deducing that the assassin had entered the room from the balcony, taking the optimal route to kill the target, that man left without a sound. Everything seemed predetermined on a perfect path. This person constantly monitored and eavesdropped, ready to strike and disappear when information was leaked. Aizen worried the entire team was being spun around in their palms, and he told himself he had to report to the prosecutor immediately. Meanwhile, at the penthouse, Kimsia coldly revealed that the drug export to the US had caused them to be discovered. That woman said the opponent this time was a former US military special forces soldier, the one who caused the factory explosion last time. Although her minions tried to handle it, they all failed miserably. Kimsia grinned wickedly, knowing that former soldier was at the place she had just sent her men to, and to warn the US side not to interfere, she issued a brutal order. Just as Aizen was busy making a phone report, the dark muzzle of the masked assassin's gun was silently pointed at the back of his head. The story shifts to a building with classical architecture. He was focused on reporting over the phone, unaware that an assassin in black had silently approached from behind. That man coldly pointed the dark gun muzzle at his head, ready to pull the trigger to eliminate the target. Turning around would mean getting shot immediately. In that critical moment, a police officer suddenly appeared, pointed his gun at the assassin, and shouted, "Freeze, hands up, move, and I will shoot." He timely threw an apple at that man's feet. Seeing reinforcements arrive just in time, Aizen smiled, praising his colleague's sharpness for understanding the signal. He admitted he had to take the risk because he was afraid the killer would sense the danger and run. He turned and looked at the enemy with a sharp gaze. "I have a lot of questions for you." The assassin remained eerily silent. He pulled the knife stuck in his leg without crying out in pain. He immediately attacked the police officer. Aizen threw a kick that sent him flying outside. He struggled to get up after the strong impact. Aizen sarcastically asked him how he dared to throw a weapon at a police officer, coldly stating that if this were in the US, he would have been shot in the head. The assassin glared at him with hatred, roaring that today he would die here. Immediately, another masked stranger suddenly approached from behind. He swung his knife, aiming straight for Aizen's neck. Aizen laughed mockingly, asking if their boss was tightening his belt that only Lee Sangon had a gun. He asserted that only with a gun in hand would they have a chance of killing him. Aizen swiftly dodged the sharp knife swing. A powerful kick left the assassin astonished. He couldn't believe a seemingly light blow carried such terrifying force. Seizing the opportunity, Aizen grabbed the opponent's wrist. He was about to throw a punch to counterattack, but at that moment he suddenly sensed the presence of a second person. The assassin from behind suddenly closed in and locked Aizen in a hold, putting him in a dangerous pincer position. He smugly repeated the threat that today Aizen would surely die here because in reality, one person could not defeat two professionals. One in front laughed, mocking Aizen's efforts as useless. He offered a brutal choice. He declared that if Aizen blocked the knife, he would be strangled to death, and if he tried to break the chokehold, he would be stabbed to death. In this life-or-death situation, Aizen's face was flushed red from suffocation. He gritted his teeth, mustering all his remaining strength. He suddenly used his hand to forcefully pull the blade of the one in front. Seizing the opening as the opponent was tightening the hold, Aizen pulled hard, causing him to stab his partner with the knife. The stabbed man suddenly screamed in pain, loosening his injured arm, while the other looked dazed as if he didn't know who he was and where he was. Aizen roared, "You bastard!" and immediately threw a punch. The punch, as powerful as a sledgehammer, landed straight on the head of the wounded man, sending him crashing onto hard stone floor, unconscious. Witnessing his comrade's miserable fall, the remaining assassins screamed in horror, calling out the name Min Siak in desperation. Aizen scrambled to his feet, calmly wiped the blood off his face, and mockingly asked if assassins even had names. He coldly declared that the name Min Siak would eventually appear on a full paralysis patient card, and asserted that today, they were the ones who were done for. Insulted, the knife-wielding assassin charged forward frantically, shouting, "You damned lunatic! Today I will tear you apart, die." Aizen remained calm, saying he had met too many people like this in the past. As the opponent lunged in with murderous intent, Aizen calmly dodged the strike and then threw a powerful punch straight into his face, sending him crashing down. Dazed, he thought about those who kill for personal gain yet always try to paint those filthy actions under the guise of noble faith. Not giving his opponent time to recover, Aizen decisively threw another strike. The strong kick to the leg caused that assassin to completely lose his balance. He collapsed to the floor, clutching his severely injured leg and howling miserably. Aizen watched the scene with half an eye, realizing that even those with rotten ideologies could feel grief, rage, and lose composure when seeing their comrades in trouble. He curled his lips into a terrifying smile, asking if he found this as entertaining as a play. Aizen asserted that in the chaos of war, those deemed insane like him were ultimately the ones who would win. In a deserted warehouse district, the man with his head completely covered, kept struggling and making muffled sounds no different from static. Aizen coldly approached, decisively yanked off the black mask, revealing the assassin's face, pale with terror. The moment he was freed from the suffocating confinement, barely regaining his senses, the assassin frantically screamed, asking about his comrade's whereabouts. "You mine, the snail head. How is mine the snail? I'm asking you, how is he?" Aizen remained calm, raised his gun, and coldly replied, "Right here." Immediately followed up with a fierce gunstock blow to the opponent's face, stunning him. Aizen gritted out, asserting, "I'm the one asking questions. Answer to my satisfaction, and I'll tell you what you want to hear." Realizing the immense gap in strength, the assassin resignedly bowed his head. "What do you want to know? Ask quickly, I'll answer." Aizen smirked with satisfaction, finally meeting someone sensible. He got straight to the point. "You guys work under Director Kimsia, right? Tell me, what is the true face of that orphanage? Is she the one running everything, from the drug business to the underground fight rings? And what is her ultimate goal?" The assassin tremblingly confirmed all of Aizen's suspicions were correct. "That's right. From the drug business to running the underground fight rings. It was all initiated by the director," he revealed. "She raises the children in the orphanage to brainwash and control them to her will. Those who show doubt are blackmailed and exploited, or worse, disappear without a trace." He trailed off with a question. "As for the purpose, you ask?" Meanwhile, in the luxurious penthouse, Chairman Han Song-cheon was questioning Kimsia about the true purpose behind these actions. "In the end, what is the reason you did all this? If you wanted data for clinical trials of a new drug, there are plenty of other options besides unrelated underage students, right?" Kimsia turned back bluntly, a sinister smile spreading across her face. "Ah, that? Since we're old acquaintances, I'll tell you specially." She leaned in close, her eyes flashing with a terrifying excitement when mentioning Sichun. "The first time manager Kim told me about that test subject, Sichun, it's been a long time since my heart raced like when I was chasing you without saying a word." The trembling assassin revealed that all of Chairman Kimsia's actions were actually aimed at a single purpose. In response to Aizen's question about what that purpose was, he uttered an obsessive reply, "Everything." And he mocked those who only cower to survive as being utterly boring. When she saw the test subject Sichun, she immediately thought, "Ah, this must be fun." To this woman, everything was judged only by its level of dramatic entertainment. Chairman Han Song-cheon expressed doubt about the plan. He wondered why Kimsia had injected both Jun-woo and then let them fight, as that made it very difficult to prove the true effectiveness. Kimsia curled her lips in a meaningful smile. She pretended to hesitate about whether to tell the truth, fearing it would cause the old chairman more worry. Even though Han Xiaonuyu was just an illegitimate child, he still carried the chairman's bloodline. The old chairman asked in shock about that worry. Kimsia coldly pointed out an irregularity. Although both Sichun and Jun-woo were injected, didn't he wonder why Jun-woo's condition was worse? She revealed that the injection given to Sichun was a new drug with fewer side effects if used regularly. She left a venomous question hanging. What about the third one, the first one given to Jun-woo? Why? At this moment, Hanzi Una Udang was drenched in sweat with a gaunt face, looking at Sichun with eyes full of suspicion. Jun-woo was horrified to realize his body was deteriorating even though he had been injected not long ago. He didn't understand why Sichun was still healthy despite fighting so many people, while he himself felt something was wrong. Back in the penthouse, the old chairman asked if she had injected Jun-woo with a different drug. Kimsia frankly confirmed. Yes, he was injected with an old experimental drug with many side effects. She ruthlessly explained that only by making the customers suffer from the old drug would they see the value of the new one. The old chairman asked what the side effects effects were and whether they were life-threatening. Having said that, she laughed and sarcastically remarked that Chairman Han actually knew how to care for his children, but criticized his parenting methods as terribly flawed. She mocked the eldest son as being too stupid to know his place, the second son as always whining for recognition, and even threatened to reveal a dirty secret to drag the whole family down. Amidst the old chairman's suspicion, she affirmed that Jun-woo had been in contact with Si-chun's side to supply information. Kim Sia coldly declared that anyone who didn't know their place and dared to cross the line must take responsibility, even if the chairman felt somewhat regretful. Family drama was more intense than a comment war under a million-view TikTok clip. She sealed it with a chilling line: Jun-woo must die. Back in the arena, Si-chun stood towering inside the iron cage waiting for his opponent. Manager Kim received a report about losing contact with Sophia and knew that Aizen and that prosecutor were causing trouble. He decided to change the plan and proceed right here. Let's go. Si-chun lost patience and yelled, "Come on, you piece of trash, who's next?" Manager Kim admitted the original plan had a few more people, but due to Aizen's interference, they had to speed up the schedule. The atmosphere was so tense the security cameras probably sounded 3 beeps. Si-chun roared, "What are you yapping about?" I asked who's next. He raised his eyes to the balcony, called out the name Han Jun-woo, and ordered him to prepare immediately. Han Jae-yoon, with a gaunt and haggard face, silently nodded in agreement and walked down. On the balcony, the old chairman Han had just asked if Jun-woo was okay. Then he laughed sinisterly, sneering that his body looked terrible, probably because of the ongoing drug effects. Jun-woo realized that this damned old man seemed to know something and was plotting something terrible. That smile was clearly the kind belonging to a final boss who had lost all humanity. He urged him to focus on the fight since his next opponent was himself. Down in the iron cage, Si-chun wore a cruel smile with a trace of dried blood on his lips. His eyes had completely changed at this moment, becoming manic and filled with killing intent. Manager Kim announced the situation was urgent, so they had to advance the match schedule slightly. Jun-woo was not very surprised and coldly replied that his business was always like that, and he had anticipated everything. Seeing Kim flash a triumphant smile, Jun-woo snapped and asked him what the hell he was smiling about. The manager calmly replied he meant nothing else but looking forward to an enthusiastic match ahead. Jun-woo ordered Kim to do his job well. At the same time, he silently wondered if that manager had already caught wind of something. He worried about how Aizen's side was doing, because after this battle, there would be no more chances. Kim sarcastically called Jun-woo the bosser Hanji Yu instead of his representative title, then wished him a safe survival. Jun-woo gritted his teeth and told himself to let Kim laugh, because no matter who won, the final outcome would be destruction. Standing before the arena, the wind blew. Kim clearly asked if both fighters were ready and reiterated the rule: fight until one side loses the ability to resist. The heavy atmosphere was like a netcalf losing power in the middle of an intense game. He turned to threaten Si-chun. "This is an important match for business. If you lose, we will do bad things to your friend Ha-jin." He forced Si-chun to win if he didn't want to live in unease. Jun-woo silently affirmed that no matter what happened, those bastards absolutely could not touch a single hair on Ha-jin. He confidently declared that his victory was a given, and that he would tear his opponent apart until he was no longer in human form. That look in his eyes was clearly preparing to open a fight without any cooldown. Si-chun unexpectedly performed a powerful leaping attack that astonished Jun-woo with its unrealistic speed, like something from a comic book. Nevertheless, Jun-woo quickly spotted a flaw as Si-chun lunged in with his head exposed. He prepared to deliver a brutal blow to exploit the fundamental mistake of a novice, something the drug's power could not cover up. In an instant, Si-chun pulled his head back to dodge the attack, then launched an extremely fast counter kick that left Han Jung-yu stunned. Jun-woo broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his opponent could perform such illogical movements. He roared a warning that if the opponent did not fight properly, the outcome would be miserable. Si-chun continued to dominate with a straight punch to the face that made Jun-woo's vision go dark. Sensing the situation was bad, Jun-woo tried to keep his distance and realized his opponent's intention. He grinned slyly. "I get it, you're aiming for the leg. You're planning to make my previously injured leg unable to move again, aren't you?" Si-chun bluntly replied with a contemptuous look. "You talk about such an obvious thing as if you just discovered something great. Isn't targeting your opponent's weakness basic logic?" With a mouth that arrogant, the referee would probably take long-term leave after hearing it. Si-chun added more bitter insults, asking if Jun-woo always talked so much when fighting. He laughed loudly with malice. "Fighting like that? No wonder you couldn't compete in the Asian Games and weren't recognized by your family, you bastard child." These words made Jun-woo lose his composure. He growled, "Hey Si-chun, I've actually had some liking for you lately, but your mouth really likes to run wild, doesn't it?" Seeing his opponent get angry, Si-chun pushed further. "Oh, did I hit a nerve? Whether you like me has nothing to do with me having to talk nicely to you, you son of a mistress." Rage exploded, turning Junwoo's face bright red, veins bulging on his forehead, as tense as a class group chat when the teacher posted the final semester grades. He admitted he really wanted to kill Si-chun and declared that the real battle was only just beginning. Meanwhile, at the warehouse district, the assassin controlled by Aizen trembled and said, "I have answered everything I know. Now it is your turn to answer me. How is Min-seok? Is he alive?" Aizen coldly questioned the assassin about his relationship with Min-seok, wondering why he dared to betray director Kim Sia, the one they always feared. The assassin hesitantly revealed that Min-seok was his younger brother. Both of them were abandoned and grew up under the cruel orders of that woman. He pleaded earnestly with Aizen to tell him if his brother was alive or not. After a moment of silence, Aizen confirmed that Min-seok was still alive, only suffering from a mild brain concussion, and was being treated in a hospital room. Hearing that, the assassin breathed a sigh of relief, but then abruptly asked about how long they had been there. Upon learning that about 30 minutes had passed, his face turned pale as he warned that the director's minions were already on their way. Aizen was stunned, believing he had thoroughly searched the tracking devices on the man before coming. The assassin explained that as a child, the director had sponsored surgery to remove a brain tumor, and since then, he had always felt like someone was watching him. He had tried a few tests with Min-seok and was certain a tracking device had been implanted inside them. Knowing he had no way out, he begged Aizen to leave quickly and not let that woman find Min-seok. Aizen coldly asked why he should help killers like them. The assassin cried out in despair that people like him never had a choice. Protect his little brother, he was forced to do everything he was ordered to, even if it meant killing, or else the director would tear them both apart. His life was as toxic as a game with a teammate who deranks all season. Just as his confession ended, an object suddenly lodged itself into the assassin's head, killing him instantly. Aizen looked in shock at the dying man before him as a voice rang out. A stranger from outside said, "Haven't found your position yet?" He called Aizen American friend, and asserted he was like a fish on a chopping board, because the warehouse was completely surrounded. The enemy casually remarked that the area was very secluded, perfect for staging a scene where Aizen shot the assassin dead and then killed himself, unable to bear the trauma of war. The setup was as fake as a clickbait drama clip at midnight. He demanded Aizen obediently stand still to have a peaceful departure. Standing in a dark corner, Aizen looked at the gun in his hand and wondered how long it had been since he was discharged, having never fired a shot. Suddenly thrust into a situation forcing him to use a firearm, Aizen felt no fear, but instead a thrilled smile spread across his face. He murmured, "This feeling is so exhilarating." The minions surrounding outside, one challenged loudly, "Just stand still obediently, and I will send you off peacefully." "Hey, American friend, can you hear me?" He sneered that Aizen had touched something he should not have and should have known to back off when he saw the situation was bad. The masked assassin growled a warning for Aizen not to underestimate the criminal organizations here, just because this country is smaller than America. He proudly asserted that South Korea was an excellent environment for them to expand due its leniency towards criminals. As soon as he finished speaking, the group cautiously entered, but was bewildered when they saw no trace of Aizen. He ordered a thorough check behind the door, believing Aizen could not escape through the opposite side as it was guarded. In that instant, a precise gunshot lodged itself into the head of a minion. The shot panicked his comrades, urging each other to find the attacker's position. From a high window, Aizen coldly spoke up, "Over here, you heard the sound and still do not know?" Spotting Aizen's position, the subordinates clamored. "The window above, shoot!" A hail of bullets rained down on the window, but Aizen agilely jumped back inside to take cover. The leader gritted his teeth, thinking his hiding was just a matter of time. He charged furiously towards the door, his gun muzzle menacingly aimed, full of killing intent. "You are dead in there." Aizen was ready, silently reminding his opponent of a survival rule when entering a doorway. "You always have to be careful." Finishing, Aizen delivered a thunderous kick, slamming the door hard into the assassin's face, making him scream in pain. Ignoring the enemy's glaring demand to be released, Aizen coldly pressed the gun to the doorframe and pulled the trigger, finishing him instantly. Hearing the commotion, the enemy's Team B immediately confirmed the position through the window for a raid. 1. Just as he charged in, panicked and called for backup, but Aizen gave him no chance to react. He continued firing from a concealed angle to repel the next wave of attack. A miserable scream rang out as a minion was shot. He tremblingly pleaded, wait, but Aizen quickly closed in, gripped his throat tightly, and coldly replied, "Wait for what? Since it has started, you have to see the end." Then he roughly shoved the gun barrel straight into the opponent's mouth. Outside, the subordinates frantically alerted over the radio that Aizen was outside Team A's advance direction. The hostage could only moan in despair. Aizen smirked and asked, "How many of you have come? It seems your director director is in a big hurry, huh? He flashed a murderous smile, asserting the more the merrier, because he wanted to use up all the bullets in the magazine. Seeing that look, you knew the mood today was turned on to raid mode. Meanwhile, commanding voices from outside continuously rang out reporting that 2 from Team A were down and demanding to find a firing angle from inside the building. Aizen looked straight into the eyes of the man he was subduing. He declared that in the past, he would have left him a way out to extract information, but now he had all the information he needed. The minion tried to plead through gritted teeth, "I have my own hardships," but Aizen immediately cut him off, already annoyed. He snarled, "I am sick of hearing the life stories of you troublesome bastards. If I had to sit and listen to each person's hardship, how could I ever get any work done?" Right after hearing this, even an online therapist would probably log out urgently, ignoring the threats from outside demanding the hostage's release, or else he would not leave alive. Aizen held his ground. He declared he would use his most preferred method, which was to kill all of them, leaving no one involved in this mess alive. The hostage only managed to scream in despair before Aizen decisively acted to finish him off instantly. Successive gunshots erupted, panicking the minions outside. They yelled for their comrades to spread out and return fire. A fierce gun battle ensued around the warehouse. The muzzle flashes tore through the night while Aizen remained coldly observing his targets from behind the shattered window frame. "Is he dead?" a trembling minion asked his comrade upon hearing a strange noise from a dark corner. He shivered violently, forced to approach the window to check the situation. Just as he looked down, he screamed in horror at the sight of his comrades' bodies lying in a heap. "What is this? Are they all dead?" He realized that except for the 2 standing there, everyone else had been killed. Before he could steady himself, a precise gunshot lodged into his head, leaving the remaining man frozen in terror. The last survivor screamed in panic, unable to understand how Aizen had appeared right behind him. Just like a horror game set to nightmare mode on an Asian server, leaning against the wall with his body covered in blood, San calmly held his gun and mocked their stupidity. Turns out they were just a bunch of idiots who only knew how to pull the trigger, even when the enemy also had a gun. They didn't know how to take cover. Insulted, the thug angrily challenged Aizen to come out and fight face to face instead of hiding and skulking around. Sun coldly replied, "Why should I do that? You brought a whole group of gunmen to pull this stunt. Isn't that cowardly enough?" Seeing that Aizen wouldn't show himself, he roared that he was the only one left and demanded a fair fight. The mad ping sprayed bullets toward the voice, but Aizen coldly replied, "I don't feel like it. The feeling of a frustrated opponent being toyed with for the whole match is great." The assassin, searching and firing wildly, screamed, but Aizen had already moved like a flash to another position and taunted, "Over here." His rage peaked, and he emptied his entire magazine toward Aizen, until the gun only let out useless clicks. Realizing his opponent was out of ammo, Aizen slowly stepped out. The thug, despite his fear, tried to act tough. He threw away his gun and challenged Aizen to a fistfight, while also boasting about his title of Fist of Death within the organization. In response to that confidence, Aizen simply said, "Oh, is that so?" and then coldly fired a shot straight into his leg. The assassin fell to his knees, complaining that normally they had to have a one-on-one duel for it to be fair. Aizen looked at him with contempt. "What nonsense are you barking? Who would do something that stupid?" He slowly approached. He coldly explained why he liked using guns. With just one finger, he could easily clean up the trash that kept breeding like you. Aizen said harshly, staring straight at the man trembling at his feet. The thug began to panic and beg, promising to confess everything if his life was spared. However, the only response to that plea was a sharp gunshot, ending all of his hopes. Aizen looked at the wrecked scene, coldly asserting that those with minimal taste should not be approached in the usual way. He curled his lips into a cruel smile, thinking to himself that perhaps he had lived too peacefully and had become soft, deciding to revert to his true cold-blooded style from now on. He searched through the pockets of the assassins he had just taken down for clues. The scene alone made it obvious this server had just updated to a hellish map. Finally, he found a phone and immediately checked the data inside. Muttering the name Director Kim Sia under his breath, Aizen frowned. Seeing no saved results in the contact list, he quickly switched to checking the most recent call log to find the mastermind behind the assassination attempt. In a luxurious penthouse, Kim Sia was leisurely on the phone, speaking with a smug tone. "Lim, you've sent it, right? You took way too long." Her confidence made it seem like she thought she was in a Marvel shareholders meeting. However, the voice on the other end was Aizen's cold tone. "It was because you sent too many thugs that it took so long." He sarcastically remarked that it seemed the director of the Paradise Orphanage, Kim Sia, was starting to get scared. Hearing the name Aizen, she was so shocked she froze, unable to believe he was still alive and had broken through the encirclement. Aizen didn't bother with lengthy explanations because everything was too complicated. He directly criticized her long-standing method of relying on brute force. He stated firmly that this time the old woman was completely wrong and declared he would drag all the rats hiding in the shadows into the light. Aizen mocked her for deluding herself into thinking she ran the world while being nothing but a sick female rat living in a filthy sewer. not daring to step foot into the real world. He sealed the deal with a sharp threat. After this matter is resolved, someone will come to deal with you, so just wait and enjoy your final moments. Kim Seo was stunned when the call disconnect tone sounded. She stared blankly at her phone, still unable to believe she had just been hung up on mid-sentence by some brat. Rage surged to her head, twisting her face, her eyes bloodshot with hatred as she recalled the insults. She ground her teeth, repeating in extreme fury about being called old woman. On top of the warehouse roof, Soo-hyun picked up her communicator to contact Azin, but was immediately teased by her teammate beside her when he heard her call the person on the other end honey, just like being in the middle of an intense fight, but still getting enthusiastically shipped by a teammate. Before he could even finish asking about wedding plans, she rewarded him with a flying punch to put him in his place. Returning to business, Soo-hyun asked Azin if he had found any leads yet. Other teammates standing nearby exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the name director, Kim Seo of the Paradise Orphanage. Realizing the importance of the information, he immediately confirmed that he would proceed to verify this identity right away. When asked about Si-chun's situation, Soo-hyun looked worried. Although he was still holding on, he was being completely overwhelmed by his opponent. In the arena, Jun-woo had an absolute advantage. He continuously attacked and mocked Si-chun, asking if that was all he had. Jun-woo laughed, jeering that Si-chun was only good at using flashy techniques from comic books to impress, and asserted that if martial arts were that easy, everyone would be a fighter. He condescendingly lectured that a true fighter is someone who spends their whole life studying how to take down an opponent, not an amateur like him. Jun-woo claimed that whether standing or grappling, Si-chun had no chance of winning. The pressure of this match was heavier than a deadline when the battery was at 2%. He locked onto Si-chun and explained that the effect of the drug only provided an advantage when both sides were on par in skill. Hearing the opponent's heavy breathing, Jun-woo smugly asked if Si-chun was already exhausted. However, despite being held in a lock, Si-chun suddenly stood up with extraordinary strength, astonishing Jun-woo. Si-chun coldly replied that his opponent was in no position to say that. He was shocked, not understanding how Si-chun still had the strength to stand in such a terrible state. This fight must have a stamina bar running on a nuclear battery. Seeing Si-chun's bloody smile and manic eyes, he began to tremble in fear. Si-chun sarcastically asked if he looked tired. Then he said not at all, before suddenly unleashing an incredibly powerful throw that sent Jun-woo smashing straight onto the arena floor. Dazed from the brutal impact, Jun-woo could only see Si-chun charging at him with the intention of finishing him off immediately. Despite being thrown hard, Jun-woo stubbornly locked onto Si-chun from behind, inwardly amazed at his opponent's irrational physical strength. He challenged, "Did you think a single slam would make me let go?" The response was Si-chun's crazed smile. "If once isn't enough, I'll keep doing it until some part of your body explodes. Try to endure it." Si-chun braced himself for another brutal slam, causing Jun-woo's face to change color in fear. Terrified, he endured until he couldn't take it anymore. "Bastard! You madman!" Jun-woo realized in horror that Si-chun intended to take him down with him. He hurriedly used landing techniques to reduce damage as Si-chun threw him down again. Taking advantage of the moment, Jun-woo loosened his grip to brace himself. Si-chun immediately broke free and closed in with a killer's gaze. "What did you say earlier? All that talk about fighters and such, then try to block this with your fighter skills." Si-chun threw continuous spinning punches to his opponent's face, taunting, "Good defense. Truly a fighter after all." Seeing that he was only busy protecting his head, Si-chun sneered maliciously. "But is it okay to only protect your head?" Suddenly, he changed the direction of his attack. Powerful elbow strikes slammed into his opponent's ribs. He thought in pain that his bone had probably broken. What was going on? He was clearly locked tight in the guard, yet the punch to his stomach was still that strong. He realized the situation was against him. Jun-woo decided to pull Si-chun in close to nullify the punches, then execute his signature chokehold. He confidently declared, "Si-chun, sorry. No matter how talented you are or what drugs you take, in the world of jiu-jitsu, I always have the advantage in calculations." Jun-woo smugly believed everything was over thanks to taking the perfect mount position. He was as confident as if he had just unlocked an invincible skin, believing that no matter how much strength and speed Si-chun possessed, he would still fail. Seeing Si-chun still struggling in dire straits, he asked, "Do you prefer to pass out or should I break your arm at the joint?" Facing death, Si-chun suddenly gave a bloody smile. "You sure like asking questions, don't you dog? So which one do you prefer?" Jun-woo froze, not understanding what Si-chun could do from within the locked hold. He asked what? He muttered, "What can you even do at this point?" Still, he shuddered at the furious gaze that was boring into him. "What are you gonna do?" Before Jun-woo could finish his sentence, Si-chun bent down and bit into his thigh with all his might. He gritted out, "I've bitten through your inner thigh flesh." In the memory of their first training session, Si-chun looked cluelessly at the guard position and asked, The mount position, do I really have to practice this? His expression was like a student seeing an essay question for the first time. He felt uncomfortable lying on top his opponent and grimaced reluctantly. The instructor explained that in jiu-jitsu, whether in Emma or real combat, this was a common position he had to get used to. Sichun wondered if he could just stay on top and use his fists to pound down and be done with it. The teacher admitted that was also a method but warned that there were too many dangerous attack techniques from the mount position. He asserted that if Sichun didn't know those moves, he couldn't win by just punching alone. To illustrate, he performed a triangle choke and then transitioned to an armbar, forcing Sichun to tap out on the mat. The teacher listed risks like being swept or caught in a knee lock. Hearing this, Sichun immediately wanted Anistar to process his martial arts passion withdrawal. He asserted that for a beginner like Sichun to beat a jiu-jitsu expert in a technical match was too much to ask. Sichun was drenched in sweat and worriedly asked if there was any other way. The teacher replied that for now, he had to take many hits to level up, and then find a way to attack the fatal weakness of this martial art. Back to the present, Sichun was executing that exact dirty tactic, using his teeth to clamp down on his opponent's thigh with ruthless cruelty. Through the drone screen, Suhain cheered with delight. That's right, that's it, Sichun. Even though his teammate cried out in disgust, the viewers at this point naturally lost their appetite for a midnight snack. Director Kim was stunned, admitting this was truly a chaotic brawl. Jun-woo screamed in pain, demanding the madman in front of him let go immediately. Being bitten hard, Jun-woo roared and used his hands to squeeze his opponent's face to push him away, but it was useless. Sichun, while grinding his teeth, sarcastically asked if he liked this feeling. Jun-woo cursed in anger, frantically punched Sichun's back, and screamed for him to let go. However, Sichun maintained his bloody smile, asserting he would grant his opponent's wish. Gruesome tearing sound echoed. Jun-woo could only let out a single, miserable scream. The two separated. Sichun stood up straight, telling Jun-woo not to overreact, it was just a small warning. He spat blood onto the floor and then insulted him. Why does your blood taste so nasty? Must be the blood of a bastard. Touched by his deepest wound, he trembled with rage. He couldn't believe Sichun chose to fight so dirty and insult his identity. He roared that he had intended to maintain martial arts decorum, but now all limits were gone. Sichun coldly retorted that if he wanted respect, Jun-woo shouldn't have lived to harm others in the first place. Sichun dodged the strike and then threw a straight punch to the face. He gritted out, from the moment Jun-woo touched a Jin, he was nothing but scum and trash in his eyes. Sichun coldly demanded that his opponent take his life story and bark it somewhere else, as he had no desire to listen. Taking the punch, Jun-woo staggered back. He bitterly admitted his mistake in touching Ha-jin, and for building up a fabricated feeling of closeness with Sichun all this time. Jun-woo's gaze turned colder and more ruthless than ever. He asserted there was nothing left to say between them. He suddenly unleashed a lightning-fast attack. Sichun promptly ducked to dodge, but this left an opening, so he immediately launched a knee strike. Though in pain, Sichun remained clear-headed and observant. He saw that the wound he had inflicted on his thigh was making Jun-woo's steps heavy, silently wondering how much longer this fighter could last. However, he quickly seized the opportunity and landed a knee strike to his ribs. A sharp pain signaled that a rib was broken. He continued to land strikes on him, but Sichun quickly retaliated with a liver hook. Two of them just kept charging at each other, fighting brutally until they were exhausted. This is the way to fight. Outside, through the drone screen, Suhain watched closely, let out a soft sigh, and told himself, "Pew, we should start preparing." Heavy footsteps signaled that the final clash was about to happen. Soon, one of them would be crushed. Sichun and Han Jung-woo charged at each other with all their strength. Instantly, he unleashed a 1,000-pound punch straight into Jun-woo's face. Jun-woo tried to block, but the overwhelming power of the steel-like punches made his defense useless. Blow after blow rained down, distorting the fighter's face. He was forced into a completely defensive position. Despite desperately trying to counterattack, Jun-woo was still caught firmly by Sichun. With unreasonable strength, he lifted his opponent up, and then performed a thunderous suplex, slamming him straight into the floor. The impact shook the ground, and Jun-woo was completely dazed. Watching the brutal scene from above, Chairman Han Song-cheo and Director Kim fell silent as they observed the outcome of the experiment. On the floor, Sichun held his gasping opponent tight. He leaned close to Jun-woo's ear and coldly asked, "Do you still remember what you said back then?" He squeezed his opponent's face hard, and Jun-woo could only moan in pain. Sichun closed in on Jun-woo, coldly repeating each bitter word he had once said. "You said only by facing fear directly could one overcome it, yet you believed that was impossible." The atmosphere was so heavy that even the cameraman wanted to give up. He continued to stir up the pain Ha-jin had endured. "You even said Ha-jin was doing lately, right? She really is a strong girl, overcoming despite being treated so badly. I truly respect her." Sichun laughed coldly, looking straight into the opponent's terrified eyes. What if that strong child met me again now? Aren't you curious? You said one must face horror to truly overcome it. As for me, I originally believed that was impossible. His gaze was so tense that the audience dared not even cuff. Memories of Hajin and Gung's tears flooded back. Junwoo's twisted face appeared like a slow-motion film. Si-chun roared in his mind, I think about that statement of yours every day. And I realized you were right, Junwoo. He choked the opponent's neck, his voice asserting that as long as the source of fear existed, one could never completely overcome it. Si-chun looked down at Junwoo's battered face, and then delivered a brutal conclusion. What I want to say is to erase the one who is the source of fear from Hajin's world. That is my conclusion. His words sent a chill down everyone's spine more than an air conditioner set to 16 degrees. Junwoo desperately slapped the floor in surrender, but Si-chun completely ignored him. He could only mumble in suffocation, his life fading under Si-chun's hand. Junwoo gasped in pain. I'm surrendering, you bastard. Si-chun coldly let go and stood up. He looked at the defeated man at his feet with contempt. Seeing this, the audience instinctively sat up straight. He sneered, in this situation you still want me to spare you. Just then, Director Kim's clapping sounded from outside the cage, breaking the atmosphere. He praised enthusiastically. Si-chun, impressive, the drug took effect well. But Director Kim reminded that fainting was not considered losing combat ability according to his rules. Hearing this, Si-chun gritted his teeth, recalling the moment Hajin had desperately begged Junwoo to stop, but only received cruelty. He roared at Kim to shut up because the match wasn't over. Si-chun asserted that Hajin's pain was etched deeper in his heart than anyone's, and what he was about to do was truly just beginning. With that, Si-chun threw a punch weighing 1,000 pounds straight at the opponent's face on the floor, coldly asking Junwoo if it hurt as he struck. In his mind, Hajin's cries for help from years ago echoed hauntingly again. But the image of the little girl with a bruised face living on a breathing tube in the hospital burned Si-chun's reason like a flame. His fury reached its peak. He crazily rained down punches on the enemy without mercy. Each punch was another time Si-chun remembered the days Hajin lived in gloom, pain, and self-blame. This scene would probably make the admin want to crash the server. He looked at Junwoo's bloodied face, comparing it to the beautiful memories of the past. Had once happily gone to school together. The contrast between the innocent smile of the past and the brutal reality made Si-chun even more relentless. He raised his fist, pouring all his hatred into the next blow. The image of Hajin's brightest smile appeared like a reminder of why he had to become strong. Si-chun smiled, bloodied and manic, looking at the crushed figure at his feet with a killer's gaze. The tension was so high even the camera felt the pressure. He etched the backs of two people from peaceful times into his mind for motivation. Having brought Junwoo down, the assistant Lee trembled in fear that if this continued, Representative Han would die. Lee trembled in fear that if this continued, Representative Han might die right there. However, Director Kim only calmly adjusted his glasses, revealing a sick smile. He nonchalantly said that if they could film a death scene, even better, as a big scandal would divert public opinion. Kim coldly revealed Junwoo wouldn't live long due to the drug side effects anyway, and framing Si-chun was the perfect plan. While the arena reeked of blood and scheming, outside, guards were groaning about their long shift, just hoping to go eat hangover soup soon. The quiet night was suddenly broken by the buzzing engine of a drone. The minions panicked upon spotting the flying object, intending to sound an alarm, but it was too late. The drone sped away at an extremely fast pace. It launched unexpected attacks, catching them off guard. On the rooftop, Soo-hyun and her red-haired teammate were ready to strike. After the countdown, they both leaped down. They jumped off the building with a powerful flying landing. The guards below could only look up in astonishment, and were completely crushed under the weight of the raid. Just after landing, Soo-hyun's teammate grumbled about the drone being too loud, reducing the element of surprise. He quickly closed in and subdued a bewildered guard. The guard was taken down before he could even load. Now received a full physical combo, he yelled in panic. He shouted, asking when the hounds had climbed up there and if they knew where this was. Without bothering to argue, the red-haired guy immediately unleashed a basic pilot's move. Critical strike made the guard scream in extreme pain. The loud noise outside caused the minions to ask each other in confusion, but Director Kim remained calm. He casually dismissed it as a few visitors, then turned to reassure the councilmen that everything was prepared to handle it. At the same time, a fleet of sleek black vans suddenly revved their engines and entered the scene. The leading boss coldly ordered the entire team to prepare their weapons thoroughly, absolutely not to be careless even if the opponent was outnumbered. He clearly declared that orders had been given to kill, demanding they all attack simultaneously, instead of charging one by one. Witnessing the fierce fighting spirit of the minions, Soo-hyun's teammate was somewhat impressed, but the leading boss coldly replied with a bitter philosophy. Everyone has a good plan until they get punched dead right in front of them. Hearing that, even a motivational speaker would be ashamed. Back inside the cage, Director Kim began to lose patience, urging Si-chun to finish it, just kill Junwoo as he had decided. However, However, Kim immediately froze when he saw Soo-hyun suddenly appear inside the cage, stammering to ask how she got in. Soo-hyun quickly intervened, firmly grabbing Si-chun's hand and stopping him. Si-chun, that guy is already half dead. Stop hitting him. Becoming a killer is not good. Seeing Si-chun panting heavily with a bruised face. But then she softened her tone, mentioning Hajin and advising him to rest and let her handle everything. Soo-hyun stood up, her sharp gaze sweeping across the arena, declaring she had to clean up this trash before the police and supervisors arrived. Soo-hyun charged down to Chief Kim's position. She asserted that it was precisely these wrong steps that would tie their hands. However, Kim still maintained a terrifyingly calm expression. He mocked her confidence, sarcastically asking if she really thought she had found the right spot, coming here only with a cheap locator device. Kim smugly asserted that it was her side that was being spun like a top in the palm of his hand, without even knowing it. Just as Soo-hyun was on guard, a large figure suddenly closed in with terrifying speed, throwing a thunderous punch straight at Soo-hyun. She was caught off guard and sent flying far away. Witnessing this, Chief Kim smiled in satisfaction, praising, "Well done, Team Leader Kang. I kept my promise, now do what you want." Team Leader Kang was panting with rage. He asserted that Kim need not worry, because he would put all his strength into tearing Soo-hyun apart. Kim calmly prepared to pack up his equipment, having filmed enough footage needed for the experiment. Meanwhile, Team Leader Kang advanced menacingly towards Soo-hyun, growling to ask if she was in pain, declaring he would no longer see her as a woman, but would deal with her in the most brutal way so she would have no chance to use any sly tricks. Faced with that ferocity, Soo-hyun only put on an annoyingly blank expression. She bluntly asked back, "Who the hell are you, you idiot? Do I know you?" This question was like a bucket of cold water on Team Leader Kang's pride, stunning him in disbelief that she had completely forgotten his existence. The identity shock almost triggered the villain's existential crisis mode. His rage reached its peak. He screamed, vowing to make Soo-hyun remember all the pain he had endured by paying it back tenfold. Soo-hyun sighed wearily, sarcastically commenting that the giant's pettiness and talkativeness really didn't suit his massive frame. Because there were many young people around, she decided she wouldn't take his life, just block his attack once and be done. Soo-hyun smiled challengingly, declaring she would end the fight quickly because she had no time to play with cheap extras. She faced the giant with a dismissive attitude, coldly saying, "End it quickly, I don't have time." The moment her opponent charged madly forward to throw a heavy punch, Soo-hyun gracefully sidestepped the dodge, causing his attack to hit only empty air. Looking at that massive but clumsy figure, Soo-hyun sarcastically remarked that she had recognized him. She recalled her opponent's humiliating past, that poser at the Lee Sanggon cemetery who got his legs slashed by me, then got his arm broken at that house. Soo-hyun called him someone who never learns, and would absolutely never have a chance to win. Touched by his pain, the giant roared in extreme fury, "I absolutely detest that slow, contemptuous tone of yours." He suddenly grabbed Soo-hyun's hair and growled a threat. He would rip out her tongue so she'd have no chance to insult him. Pleased to have caught the scared mouse, he threw a lightning punch and challenged her to dodge it. However, Soo-hyun had timely used her leg to block the attack, stunning him into exclaiming, "Blocking with your leg." He furiously yelled, asking how long she planned to resist, then asserted she couldn't escape with her head in his grasp. Suddenly, Soo-hyun launched a subtle attack. Immediately, she skillfully applied the Geu Gaisu technique, using her leg. She locked her leg around her opponent's neck and performed a roll that sent him tumbling. The smoothness of the combo was enough to make any martial arts guide app auto-close. He cursed the damn martial art that had defeated him many times, but then smirked wickedly when he noticed the hard concrete floor. He tensed and lifted Soo-hyun up, declaring that slamming her onto the floor would end this. Soo-hyun, while controlling the giant, smiled wickedly, sarcastically asking if he was going to lift her up for a slam. She coldly apologized for saying earlier she wouldn't kill him, but asserted he was mistaken in thinking she was only using her bare hands against someone with a superior weight class. Soo-hyun asserted that in real combat, the perfect combination with the Geu Jitsu style was a knife. Immediately, she swiftly pulled a knife from her shoe and stabbed it straight into the opponent's leg, making the giant scream in pain. Both fell to the floor. Ignoring the opponent writhing in pain, Soo-hyun coldly ordered him to shut his mouth as she continued tightening the chokehold. The giant could only let out choke sounds, his face turning red from oxygen deprivation before he gradually lost consciousness. Watching this on the screen, the flustered assistant reported to Chief Kim that the other match seemed to be over. Kim calmly adjusted his glasses, silently mocking the lackey who only pretended to be tough, but couldn't even stall until he finished packing his equipment. However, he still smiled wickedly, thinking it was fine, because Soo-hyun's side would soon have no time to bother with him when the protagonist's real problem started to emerge. Inside the cage, Han Dong-woo woke up. He was horrified to realize he had just fainted and his face was completely disfigured from the brutal beating, as distorted as a filter glitch on a server crash level. He cried out in pain at the severe wounds on his face. Standing before him, Se-chun, with blood-red eyes full of murderous intent, muttered that this still wasn't enough. He growled, asserting that if this continued, Jun-woo was still too intact compared to what he deserved. Se-chun approached with a frantic look, declaring that if he couldn't take Jun-woo's life right there, he would definitely cripple him to satisfy his heart. Jun-woo panicked when he saw Se-chun rush to restrain him, stammering to plead that the result was already too clear. But Se-chun coldly replied that was just what Jun-woo thought, then decisively acted to break his opponent's arm. Chief Kim pointed at Se-chun, sarcastically telling Soo-hyun that instead of coming to him, she should quickly stop Se-chun. He warned that due to the drug's side effects, Se-chun was losing control. If this continued, he would become a murderer and spend his 20s in prison. Soo-hyun remained calm, admitting it was a bit troublesome, but if just crippling his limbs was the outcome, then it was fine. Seeing her seemingly agreeable, Kim urged her to act quickly so he could leave, but Soo-hyun coldly replied that someone else would stop Se-chun. Immediately, she suddenly stabbed a knife into Kim's belly, leaving him bewildered as to who the other person she mentioned was. Kim collapsed, still shouting threats that his subordinates were waiting outside. That lingering villain aura was like a 1% battery still trying to bluster. Completely unbothered, Soo-hyun called out loudly, "Jung-ho, right now." Jung-ho appeared with a dirty face, asking blankly if she had just called him. Soo-hyun scolded him for taking too long, asking if there were 100 people outside. Jung-ho just chuckled, saying she was exaggerating, then immediately received Soo-hyun's order to quickly go to Se-chun's side to intervene. Jung-ho obeyed the order, leaping into the cage and shouting Se-chun's name to demand he stop. Seeing Se-chun still preparing to strike, Jung-ho charged forward. However, looking closely, Jung-ho was shocked to realize that Se-chun's eyes had completely changed, becoming frenzied from the drug's effect. Se-chun growled that he wasn't done and demanded Jo not interfere. He immediately knocked him flying. At this point, he couldn't tell friend from foe anymore. Soo-hyun looked towards the cage, reminding Kim Jung-ho to do his job properly because Se-chun's condition was very bad. Chief Kim, even while clutching his wound, chuckled hoarsely, sarcastically remarking, "This is indeed a mess," but told her not to worry. Kim coldly asserted that everything would be cleaned up soon according to plan, then suddenly drew a gun and aimed it straight at Soo-hyun. He advised her not to try too hard and wear herself out. Soo-hyun remained calm, asserting that she was not the type to get stressed. She coldly declared that Kim was the one who would be cleaned up. The assistant suddenly appeared from behind and attacked him. The laptop completed its KPI even faster than the IT department fixing a computer at the end of the month. Kim only had time to utter a surprised cry at this act of betrayal. Seo-yeon stood tall, sternly demanding that the other party keep their promise because she was staking her life on this deal. A moment earlier, the atmosphere at the arena was still extremely tense. Seo-yeon's phone suddenly vibrated, signaling a message from Sophia. She was horrified to see that Sophia did not answer to the call, but sent horrific images instead. The message notified her that the director's people had found her twin sister. The poor girl was in critical condition with severe injuries. With only a few hours left to live if not rescued in time, the sender threatened, if she wanted to know the location to save her, she had to capture Section Chief Kim, absolutely not letting him escape. Witnessing the cruelty of these people, Seo-yeon could not hide her fury. She gritted her teeth and cursed those who had driven them into a corner. At a desolate container yard, Sophia's younger sister was barely breathing due to her severe wounds. She could only muster a weak cry for help when she saw a strange man standing beside her. In a dark container, Sophia was hung by her hands with her body covered in injuries, desperately calling for help. A tattooed assassin still stood there coldly. He casually said that if her twin sister considered her the most important, she would surely accept the offer and come to save her. Sophia confidently asserted, "Soo-yeon will definitely come to save me." Unaware that she was being used as bait for a cruel plan, the assassin revealed that when Soo-yeon arrived, she would only find her sister's cold corpse next to a gun covered in fake fingerprints, and then be immediately arrested by the police as a murderer. Sophia frantically cursed him as insane and believed her sister was smart enough not to fall for such a stupid trap. Sisterly faith burned stronger than a phone battery at 2% in the middle of the night. However, the assassin coldly drew his gun and repeated the cruel logic that when people are in love, they become foolish, prone to making mistakes, and ultimately lose their lives. Sophia screamed in desperate rage, "You bastard, don't you dare touch Seo-yeon." Despite Sophia's threats to tear him apart, the assassin decisively fired, causing her to be severely wounded and collapse. He casually blew the smoke from his gun, challenging her to go ahead and do it if she could. The scene shifted back to the arena. Section Chief Kim was writhing on the floor after Seo-yeon's blow. He growled, Jin Seo-yeon, what the hell are you doing?" Seo-yeon coldly demanded that Soo-hyun give her the phone to fulfill the promise of providing the rescue location. Soo-hyun quickly complied and urged her on. She urged Seo Yeon to quickly reveal the location because time was running out. Seeing this, Section Chief Kim still tried to threaten that even if she ran, the director would surely find her and make her regret it. Seo Yeon standing nearby asserted that she was just doing things according to priority. Soo-hyun coldly threw a small device towards Seo Yeon and snapped, "Stop barking! Here your sister's location, take it and get lost." Witnessing the appearance of these murderous figures, Seo Yeon trembled in shock, unable to believe who they were to create such a horrible scene. Outside, the place resembled a battlefield with dozens of henchmen lying scattered. Why did Soo-hyun let that girl go? She explained that she needed her to stage the scene if they wanted to make the case involving illegal drugs public. While they were discussing the police not having arrived yet, Section Chief Kim suddenly let out a contemptuous laugh, asking if they really believed the police would act. He continued with a sinister laugh, saying that even if there were a few righteous police or inspectors, would the entire police force unite against crime? Never. Kim said casually, so-called justice differs depending on one's position, and someone from the battlefield like Soo-hyun should know that well. Not letting him finish his sentence, Soo-hyun delivered a kick straight to his face and yelled, "Keep spouting that garbage, you lose this fight." At this moment, Sechun stood towering with bright red skin and wild white eyes. He growled, "Don't get my way." Aizen noted that after taking the drug, Sechun seemed to have lost all regard for anyone. Soo-hyun immediately ordered Jung-ho to stop standing around with his eyes wide open and quickly catch the senator who was trying to slip away on the stairs, while leaving Sechun to Aizen. Jung-ho clearly replied Roger and immediately acted. Seeing the senator sneaking away, Jung-ho shouted, "Oh, where do you think you're sneaking off to, you old rat?" Immediately, Aizen stepped out to block the path and requested the senator to stay behind him, because going out alone would be very dangerous. The Guardian confidently declared he would deal with Jung-ho immediately, without wasting much time. However, before he could even finish speaking, Jung-ho charged in like a whirlwind and delivered an extremely powerful kick straight to Aizen's face, sending him flying backward. Jung-ho gloated, "How about that? A technique I just invented." He introduced the long name for that move as the flying knee kick for the extremely pissed off. Because he got beaten by a high school kid, but had to listen to the scary person, he was pretending to be calm and taking his anger out on someone else. With veins bulging on his face from excitement, Jung-ho roared threateningly, "That means from now on, you're gonna get hit like that. Are you understand?" The senator cried out in panic as he saw Aizen collapse to the floor. "Aizen, what are you doing? Get up now." Aizen silently got up, wiped the blood from his face, and replied in a low voice, "Yes, I apologize. It seems I was a bit careless. Now I will do it properly." However, before he could finish speaking, Aizen received an extremely powerful chop to the neck from Jung-ho. The young man laughed mockingly, eating a neck chop mid-conversation. Aizen was shocked by the opponent's absurd speed. He couldn't believe someone of that weight class could be so fast. Aizen's expression shifted to a Wi-Fi disconnected during combat mode. Jung-ho clicked his tongue regretfully. "Damn, calm your legs." Aizen told himself he had figured out the opponent's pattern and would counter it accordingly. He thought that non-fundamental techniques always had limits, so he decided to maintain a standing distance, and then find an opportunity to close in for a grappling hold to test Jung-ho's true strength. Just as Aizen closed in to execute the grappling move, Jung-ho mocked, "What's all that calculating in that bald head of yours? Are you thinking in English now? That's impressive." Aizen froze in front of the opponent's twisted face and cursed inwardly. "What the hell is this? This crazy bastard." Suddenly, Jung-ho threw a lightning-fast headbutt. He called this the strongest real combat stinky headbutt attack. Aizen collapsed to the floor with his face completely deformed, gasping as he realized he had made a huge mistake. Aizen's health bar dropped faster than a viewer count when a KO sells signals. Sensing the enormous gap, he painfully admitted this was a completely different level of power. Jung-ho, with a bloodied face and a maniacal smile, urged, "Get up, kid. I still have plenty of moves I haven't used." Sechun was sinking deep into his frenzy, with only a single insane thought remaining in his mind. He had to render all of the opponent's limbs useless, unable to function any further. He turned to ask Soo-hyun, what if the kid was not okay? Knocking him out would risk affecting his body. Soo-hyun calmly checked her phone and replied, "For now, just hold him back before he does something even more stupid. Thancha and Aizen are almost here." "How do I hold him back? I only know how to restrain people by knocking them out or making them choke." Before he could finish, Sechun roared, "Do not stop me." Then he suddenly threw an extremely powerful punch. Despite taking the hit hard, he coldly looked at Sechun and asked what, did he want something? Sechun gritted his teeth, his face twisted with veins of bloodshot fury, and lunged to attack again. The young man activated his all-night combat mode. One look and you knew the server was about to go down for maintenance. "Hey Jung-ho, are you getting knocked around by these fluffy punches?" Jung-ho defended himself while complaining, "Ah, boss, it is because your body is just too abnormal. Is that so? How embarrassing. Do not go around bragging that you work with me." Meanwhile, the councilman was trembling, looking for a way to escape. He could not believe who these insane people were. The old man activated his stealth escape skill, but unfortunately fate had activated its anti-cheat too early. He cursed inwardly, "First, I need to get out of here. I am a complete fool for trusting that bitch Director Kim. She said it would be safer here. She will definitely pay for this." Just as his hand touched the door, an extremely powerful kick from the other side slammed the door straight into his face. He howled in pain. "Ha, my glasses, my nose." Prosecutor Cho strode in with a sarcastic smile. "Oh, what is this? I really have no idea. Why are you standing in front of the door? Hey, councilman, you are supposed to be busy with important state affairs. So why are you here at this crime scene?" The councilman, holding his badly injured nose, roared in humiliation, "Cock, wha? Who the hell are you? Do you know who I am to dare pull this stunt?" Chu casually said he did nothing. It was just that the councilman was standing right in front of the door and got hit when he opened it. Leaning close to his ear, Isley declared that he would use the people's own tax money to strip him of everything. Immediately after, Cho called out loudly for Chae Young. Chena walked in, stunned by the scene that looked like a tank had driven through it. Cho pointed at department head Kim and ordered to cuff him first. Chana approached Soo Hyun and apologized for being late because the reinforcement team had been repeatedly rejected. The reinforcement team took a while but still arrived in time. Soo Hyun let out a tired sigh, exclaiming that they were finally approved. Though the numbers were few, now believed it was enough to arrest everyone here, but he worriedly asked about Seju's condition. Looking towards the iron cage, Si-chun now looked extremely terrible and not at all okay. Di-chun muttered in his frenzy that the police could not take Jun-woo away now, because he had not yet vented his hatred. A killer's glint flashed in his eyes. He was determined to make sure the opponent could never walk on two legs again. Seeing the tense situation, Thain-chana panicked and asked if they should stop the kid. The senior rushed in, tackling Si-chun to the floor to restrain his madness. He tried to persuade Si-chun to stop because this was the best choice. He warned that even though Si-chun was the victim, if he went overboard in front of so many witnesses, it would be very disadvantageous in court. Si-chun gritted his teeth and begged for just one thing. He desperately wanted to break one of Jun-woo's legs so that he would never dare to harm Ha-jin again. Just then, Aizen led Jin into the scene, astonishing Prosecutor Cho. The final boss of emotions had just appeared, and the entire server's aura collectively dimmed. Aizen asserted that bringing her here was necessary, because Ha-jin was the only one who could stop Si-chun in this state using a non-violent method. Ha-jin sobbed as she ran over and hugged him. She clung tightly to Si-chun's scarred back to soothe the rage within him. Aizen looked at Ha-jin with concern and asked if she was truly ready. He warned that although the situation inside had been subdued, it was still very dangerous. Especially Si-chun's current out-of-control state could cause him to attack even those closest to him, and he might not even recognize who Ha-jin was. Aizen explained the reason he still decided to bring her here was because Si-chun's insane fury stemmed from the torment of failing to protect her. So Ha-jin was the only one who could extinguish that flame of rage. Aizen slowly asserted that no matter how many times Si-chun smashed or tore apart his enemies, the guilt in his heart would never disappear if Ha-jin continued to live in pain. He admitted he was forcing her to face her greatest fear by staying next to Jun-woo, who by now was likely already beaten to a pulp by Si-chun. To reassure the small beast friend, before that suggestion, Ha-jin bowed her head in silence for a long time before resolutely replying that she did not care what was happening inside. To Jin, even if it was the thing she feared or hated the most, protecting Si-chun was still the top priority right now. The spirit of carrying the heart activated at full power. The emotional system was officially online. Inside the iron cage, Si-chun had completely turned into a terrifying monster, his body covered in wounds, his eyes rolled back and lifeless due to the drug's brutal effects. Ha-jin approached him, and gently embraced Si-chun's bloodied bare back, softly calling his name to awaken the reason drowning in darkness. Amidst the rubble of the arena and Jun-woo's mangled body lying nearby, she choked out soothing words that what Si-chun had done was more than enough, asserting that she was truly okay now. However, Si-chun could not yet escape the nightmare. He muttered unconsciously about breaking the enemy's legs, his face still contorted with fury. In his frenzy, Si-chun's mind held only one brutal thought: he must smash the enemy's legs immediately. He told himself that if not now, there would be no other chance. He had to make sure the man could never walk again, even with physical therapy. Si-chun's eyes burned red and white, full of murderous intent as he mumbled, unconsciously, "Never, do not stop me." Witnessing this, Prosecutor Cho panically urged Aizen to intervene quickly, fearing that the unconscious Si-chun would harm Ha-jin. But Aizen remained calm, stopping Cho and asking him to be patient and wait a little longer. Cho was worried to the point of madness, afraid the girl would get hurt if Si-chun suddenly lashed out. By now, Hajin was holding his head tightly. Amidst the delirium, a beautiful childhood memory suddenly flooded back. The image of a small Hajin smiling gently and telling him to follow her way so he would no longer hear the sound of his own self-blame. In his subconscious, Hajin gently hugged him and comforted him, saying it was just an accident, not Si-chun's fault, and everything would be okay. The psychological healing scene was as powerful as Prilla's heartbroken at 2 a.m. Back in reality, Hajin looked straight into Si-chun's crazy eyes, tears falling as she softly confessed her love. His bloodied hands trembled as he looked at the small beast friend's tolerant face. To awaken Si-chun's reason drowning in darkness, Hajin suddenly pressed a deep kiss to his lips. The fury had just activated but was forcibly logged out of monster mode. That kiss was like an antidote, causing Si-chun's white-rolled eyes to gradually regain focus and clarity. He gasped in astonishment, uttering her name in shock. Hajin! Just as his consciousness returned, Si-chun instantly became flustered with worry. He asked why she was in such a dangerous place and ordered her to leave immediately. Si-chun looked at Hajin anxiously, hastily asking if she was hurt anywhere. Hajin smiled tenderly, affectionately scolding him for being a fool for worrying about her in this situation. She whispered softly, "It is truly over now. Enough, Si-chun. Let us go home." Then she hugged him tightly. Su-han breathed a sigh of relief that the plan had succeeded perfectly. The villain had just boasted and immediately received a free attitude reset. She mocked the snake-like teacher, saying his last card had disappeared, and the man he worshipped could do nothing anymore. She declared it was time to fulfill her promise to him. Department head Kim, though pathetic, still tried to appear triumphant. He admitted he was one move behind, but asserted this was not the end. Not letting him ramble, Su-hyun delivered a lightning-fast kick that sent Kim flying, cursing him as a show-off son of a bitch. She challenged him to go ahead and play his trump card if he got the chance, because she would always be waiting. As dusk fell over the warehouse district, Aizen approached Si-chun and advised him to get medical treatment immediately, as everything was truly over. He told him to leave the remaining problems for him to handle. Si-chun called out to him in a choked voice, then sobbed an admission that she really wanted to stop everything now. Understanding his sister's feelings, Aizen gently comforted her, saying she could rest now. He knew Si-chun had been through extremely exhausting and stressful moments. Si-chun laid her head on Hajin's shoulder, late tears streaming down her tear-streaked face. He sobbed and admitted that in every moment he had lived in constant fear and utter terror. All his pretense of strength vanished, leaving only a young man crying hoarsely from wounds too deep to bear. Outside the warehouse, the flashing lights from police cars and ambulances cut through the still night. Su-hyun smiled, wanting to say goodbye to Si-chun and Hajin before departing. She saw him sitting dazed in the ambulance, his body wrapped tightly in a blanket. She kindly asked about his health and checked if Hajin was injured. Hajin, tears welling in her eyes, thanked Su-hyun for always silently watching over and protecting them from such great dangers. Su-hyun waved it off, saying it was nothing, and sincerely apologized for letting the two kids fall into such a state of worry and fear. Turning to Si-chun, she started teasing him again, asking why he let himself get beaten so badly he looked like a possessed punching bag. His pride stung. Si-chun awkwardly retorted that he was the one who landed far more punches on the opponent. His warrior ego surged stronger than a Monday morning alarm. Su-han laughed with delight, sarcastically remarking that using his face to punch the opponent's fist must have been very tiring. She delivered the good news from Aizen that the antidote was almost working. If it wasn't done yet, tell Si-chun to focus on treatment. Seeing Si-chun still sniffling, she teased him for being a crybaby, making his eyes redden. His face red, he argued back that it was just blood dripping down, not tears. Su-hyun chuckled, advising Si-chun to enjoy life and date Hajin once he recovered to make up for the uneasy days. She affirmed that the rest of the dirty logistics were for adults like her to handle. In the police transport vehicle, Chief Kim, even with his hands cuffed, kept smirking and sneering. He asked if the person next to him was Inspector Na, then complained about his stabbed wound and blamed the inspector for not letting him on the ambulance. Inspector Na coldly replied that the wound wasn't serious, a rough bandage would do, and whether it got infected or not, he couldn't care less. Hearing that, Kim laughed loudly, full of defiance, and countered by asking if criminals weren't entitled to human rights. He sneered that Inspector Na was a great man but wondered why he still showed up despite being ordered off the case by his superiors. Kim asserted that the people backing him had definitely made a few more calls to apply pressure. Inspector Na glared at him sharply, stating that the police force wasn't as entirely corrupt as Kim thought. He revealed that it was thanks to persistent requests from the prosecution, and from him personally, that reinforcements were finally dispatched. Na growled a warning that they had crossed the line and mistakenly thought they could twist the world to their will. Hearing that, Chief Kim suddenly paused, then closed his eyes and smiled mysteriously. He muttered, "Ah, I see. The Director General changed methods." That smile sent a red signal stronger than a late-night internet caf Wi-Fi. Inspector Na asked in confusion what he meant, but Kim only laughed loudly and asked back if he knew where they were going. He pointed out the anomaly that this road wasn't heading toward the city at all. From a high vantage point, 2 police cars were slowly moving through a remote mountainous area, completely isolated from the urban streets. Kim Yimep asserted a horrifying truth. The people in this car weren't there to support Inspector Na but to rescue him. Inspector Na was stunned by that assertion. He angrily yelled, asking the people in the front driver's seat where they were going. However, his fury was met only with terrifying silence from the unfamiliar officers. One of them coldly spoke up, stating they were only following orders from a superior. He slowly drew a gun. The black muzzle pointed straight to the back, accompanied by a vicious threat. If everyone sat still, he would finish them all quickly, without pain. His eyes clearly revealed the cold, killer instinct through the gap of his pulled-down cap. The entire car cabin fell so silent, you could hear the sound of karma starting to turn. Meanwhile, behind them, the mysterious motorcycle was still racing in hot pursuit. Soo Hyun sped along on the motorcycle, thinking about Aizen and the bet with manager Kim that she was sure she had won. At a remote area by the riverbank, the police convoy suddenly stopped. A fake officer coldly ordered Inspector Nay to get out of the car. Before he could understand what was happening, the man drew his gun and issued threats, forcing him to raise his hands and surrender. He casually admitted he had just used a blank round as a warning and demanded Inspector Na obey absolutely if he didn't want to die. Just then, Soo Hyun appeared. She leisurely took off her helmet and sneered at the group of people camping during work hours. The atmosphere was chaotic, like a server ranking list during an emergency maintenance. Manager Kim smiled sinisterly, revealing this was a stage scene for a gas poisoning accident while camping. He threatened Soo Hyun to throw away her gun if she didn't want Inspector Nay to get shot. However, she only calmly replied that she had already handed her gun over to the prosecutor earlier, because she felt creeped out thinking her weapon had touched a dirty rat like him. Kim smugly thought she was asking for trouble and declared he would play his final trump card. He proudly announced that card was public authority. His eyes were filled with the aura of a third-rate villain who had lost his speaking turn. Kim sarcastically asked Soo Hyun if she knew who truly ran this country. He asserted that it wasn't the president or the assemblyman, but the people behind pulling their strings. Kim smugly insisted that even if the US applied pressure, Director General Kim Sea's people were already entrenched everywhere in this land of South Korea. He mocked her naivety for believing that making some childish things public could change the situation. Soo Hyun calmly lit a cigarette and admitted, everyone had indeed been too naive, always trying to overcomplicate things. According to her, the simplest solution was to find the troublemakers and eliminate them immediately. She coldly called him by his real name Kim Yang Min, then changed it to Kim Sang Han, mocking the trashy life of that department head. Soo Hyun declared she would end his life right there. Manager Kim laughed raucously, challenging her to reassess the situation with guns pointed at her head. He declared the kid's story was over, and it was time for a brutal adult action movie where he would finish them all without needing a reason. In response to that arrogance, Soo Hyun simply and leisurely raised her finger in a gun-shooting gesture. Kim laughed at the childish play, but immediately, a sniper shot from afar pierced the head of the fake officer who was restraining the inspector. The henchman collapsed right on the spot, leaving Manager Kim completely stunned. From the distant suspension bridge, the sniper's scope was still silently and accurately aimed at its target. Soo Hyun smirked arrogantly through the cigarette smoke. She asked Kim why he was so surprised. She sarcastically asked if this was his first time seeing someone use a finger to fire a gun. A desperate scream rang out as another fake officer was shot in the head, causing Kim to panic and yell, asking where the shot came from. Soo Hyun remained calm, raising her finger teasingly. Hey, I fired it. Why don't you believe me? And one more shot. One by one, his subordinates fell. Department head Kim frantically ordered the remaining ones not to just stand there dumbly, but to quickly hide behind the cars to save their lives. However, another precise bullet pierced the skull of a henchman right in front of him. The last assassin was cornered. He frantically pressed a gun to Cheongna's head as a hostage, screaming for the sniper to show himself immediately. He threatened that if no one came out, he would blow the man's head off right there. From afar, a sniper with silver hair was intensely focused through the scope. His finger was already on the trigger, waiting for the order to fire. Noticing the distance between the hostage and the enemy was too close, Soo Hyun coldly ordered a halt. It's still too close, wait longer. The assassin began a frantic countdown. He threatened that if the other side did not show up within 10 seconds, he would actually fire. KDM was against the current of a near-empty red health bar in a tense life and death battle. When the count reached the 7th second, an unexpected strong impact caused him to lose balance and alertness. Taking advantage of that opening, Soo Hyun ordered an immediate fire. The silver-haired sniper squinted to confirm the target and decisively pulled the trigger. The fake police officer screamed madly, "You're dead, you bastard." But in the very next second, a precise sniper round embedded itself in his head, the moment of elimination appearing like a game notification. The henchman collapsed instantly, leaving a scene strewn with dead bodies next to the police cars. Soo-han leisurely approached the car where Section Chief Kim was sitting on the ground. She sneered, "Task. Looks like it's just you now, so your trump card turned out to be nothing but trash, huh? You venomous snake." Kim Bang-hwang stammered, asking how she dared to kill even the police. Han-ko calmly calculated that Soo-han didn't have a gun, so he planned to secretly pick up the gun on the ground to turn the tables. Just as his hand touched the weapon, a gunshot rang out. Kim screamed in pain. What was that?" Soo-hyun coldly pointed the gun barrel straight at him and replied, "So what about the gun?" Kim's heart-wrenching groan, my leg." She showed no mercy, firing another shot into him. She growled, "What did you say, you little brat? Daring to say such vulgar things to a woman." Soo-hyun showed clear boredom. She declared that this game had lost its value and decided to end it with a hole in the opponent's head. Despite Kim begging that he would help find director Kim Se in exchange for his life, Soo-hyun still coldly aimed the gun at his forehead. Jane Chana urgently tried to stop her, demanding she keep him alive to clarify the identity of the mastermind, but she ignored him. Ignoring the pleas, Soo-hyun decisively fired, finishing off Section Chief Kim on the spot. The scene was silent, like a server that had just disconnected from a match. She casually turned to look at Cheong-na with an innocent expression. "Oh, what did you just say, Cheong-na? I didn't hear anything." Before his shock at seeing her unload a gun into a defenseless person, Soo-hyun only coldly fired a few more shots into the corpse. Thane Chana trembled, unable to understand who these people were that treated human lives like trash. The tense situation caused his moral system to temporarily crash. Gun sighed softly. He reminded him that justice sometimes cannot save lives in real-world situations. She asserted that without this intervention, just minutes ago, the inspector almost died in a place no one knew about. "Do you think taking these people to court would change anything? At most, it would hold them back for a while. What matters is who needs to be erased from this world and who has the ability to carry that out. That is what matters." The day of the first trial finally arrived. Prosecutor Cho Hyun-sung presented countless details and evidence proving the involvement of Chairman Han Seong-cheon of the Dawson Group. However, everything only directly pointed to the defendant Jun-woo and a missing figure named Manager Kim. Chairman Han admitted Jun-woo was his illegitimate son, but denied any involvement. The defendant's strategy for a reduced sentence was to shift all responsibility. The VIPs being investigated for watching illegal martial arts live streams, drugs, and hiring hitmen all unanimously claimed that everything was proposed by Manager Kim. Jun-woo claimed he only followed Manager Kim's orders to make money, took performance-enhancing drugs, and participated in illegal match only once. He denied all charges related to drugs, organizing martial arts, targeting minors, and assaulting Siu Ha-jin. Due to lack of evidence, he was only sentenced for illegal martial arts and drug use. However, Prosecutor Cho Hyun-sung unexpectedly called a new witness to the stand. The witness appeared like a game update unlocking a hidden quest. It was Kim Jae-sung, a student from the Jiu-Jitsu club, who had awakened and came to testify about being assaulted by Jun-woo in the company restroom. Jun-woo was flustered, but supporting evidence had long been destroyed. At that moment, Prosecutor Cho Hyun-sung presented a new video as evidence. The judge ruled that although it was evidence collected illegally, it had a decisive impact on the case and thus admitted it. It was footage from a camera installed in the penthouse where Manager Kim and Han Ji-eun resided. The person who provided the video was Do-hun, who also appeared in the film. Jun-woo showed clear panic, while the lawyer also panicked for not finding a loophole to defend. This video was probably the part Do-hun wanted to hide the most. However, Do-hun had abandoned the major tournament, which was considered the starting point of his new life. At the arena, everyone was in a stir when the fighter, Do-hun, reported he would not participate. He admitted his own mistakes to live a life of repayment and atonement for his sins. He stepped into the courtroom with steps more confident than ever. He walked forward and clearly declared, "I am Do-hun, I am here to testify." The judge looked towards the witness stand and then sternly asked, "Does the witness understand that the dialogues in the video and your words can be considered evidence of your involvement in the crime?" The atmosphere in the courtroom was as tense as a final match overturned by odds. Without hesitation, Do-hun affirmed, "Yes, I am fully aware." He bitterly admitted that regardless of the circumstances, he was aware that his chosen actions clearly harmed others. Do-hun expressed his desire to receive appropriate punishment for his mistakes, so that he could live righteously and contribute good things to society in the future. Seeing Do-hun's remorseful attitude, Jun-woo could only grit his teeth and curse him inwardly as a fool. His gaze was as sharp as an error indicator in a life-and-death match. Do-hun recalled the threats Jun-woo had made in the past, when he wore a cap pulled down to cover half his face and growled that if he went to court to testify, his life would be tainted with a dark criminal record, and he would have to live under prejudiced eyes for life. Jun-woo once tempted him to stay silent, because it was the best way for his future as a boxer, because his mother surely wanted to see her son succeed. However, Do-hun remembered his mother's teaching. My mother said that in life, what is more important than achieving success is that if you accidentally make a mistake, you must know how to admit it and live to repent. That is the reason Do-hun accepted standing in this position to face the truth. After his testimony reinforced his decisive evidence, Lee Sang-gon, who had just regained his senses after undergoing addiction treatment, also appeared in court as a witness. After exchanging glances with Aizen, who was watching from behind like a silent dialogue, Lee Sang-gon decisively testified that the real mastermind was not the manager Kim, who had disappeared without a trace. He affirmed that the defendant Jun-woo was the one behind everything. At the same time, Im Jung-han, who was serving time for attempted murder, also decided to reveal the truth after his teacher continuously visited and persuaded him in his cell. He revealed that he acted entirely on the orders of both manager Kim and Han Ji-eun. Faced with a series of damning evidence and testimony, Jun-woo was officially caught in the net with a long list of charges. He resentfully hoped his father, Chairman Han Song-cheon, would also fall, but the cunning old man coldly cut off all ties as soon as he saw the evidence pointing to his son. Even though there were circumstances suggesting Vice Chairman Jun-woo's involvement in the criminal acts and suspicions of collusion with the prosecution. However, lawyer Park Rezik, who had once promised to testify about the illegal activities of the Dawson Group in exchange for his life from Aizen, gave false testimony and took all the blame. A testimony twist like a meta-changing update mid-trial. He claimed that the VP list and bribery logbook taken from the vice chairman's safe were collected by him. Nevertheless, in the first trial, the defendant Han Jun-woo, charged with assaulting minors, kidnapping and using, transporting, managing, manufacturing, injecting, and selling drugs along with the penalty enhancement law, was sentenced to 20 years in prison and was taken into custody immediately in court. He screamed wildly as the police escorted him away right before everyone's eyes. In the courthouse hallway, prosecutor Cho Han-seung did not miss the chance to mock the Han father and son. He said, Chairman Han Song-cheon, Vice Chairman Han Jun-woo. How could such a noble family appear in such a lowly place? The atmosphere was as tense as a game lobby running into an acquaintance from the opposing faction. He sneered, asking them if they thought he had escaped prosecution spectacularly, or if they were panicking at the thought of losing their remaining incompetent child. Jun-woo furiously roared, calling him a controller, a damned bastard, and vowing he would get him sooner or later. Han Song-cheon coldly stopped him, and Jun-woo lowered his voice. He continued to taunt, saying that was right, listen to daddy, you are all bark and no bite. Chairman Han Song-cheon remained calm, reminding him not to bring personal feelings into national affairs. Cho Hun-seung bluntly retorted, telling him to ask the empty-headed brat beside him if he had any personal animosity. He affirmed there was a link between Chairman Han and Director Kim Sia in this filthy chain of crimes, demanding they live in fear every day. Chu threatened through gritted teeth, saying if the law could not put them in jail, he would destroy them, even if he had to smash their noble heads with a hammer of justice. Han Song-cheon coldly noted his name and turned to leave. Behind him, Cho still sent a venomous blessing. Yes, please die of cancer soon if you would. About a month later, at the prison, Han Ji-eun was bewildered when a guard announced he had a visitor. As soon as he entered the room, he was stunned to see a familiar face. What? Why are you here? Aizen said coldly, long time no see. You finally get to wear that suit and stay in a place that suits you perfectly, Han Ji-eun. He sarcastically asked if he had made any new friends yet, asserting that with his drug crime record, fighting skills, and tenacity, he would surely survive well in this environment. Jun-woo, sitting behind the glass, sarcastically asked Aizen if he had come just to confirm that he was in prison. Contrary to Jun-woo's expectation, the guard suddenly touched his shoulder, coldly demanding him to return, insisting the visit was not over. Jun-woo realized something was wrong, panicked, and anxiously asked what Aizen was planning to do. Aizen smirked sinisterly, asserting that Jun-woo was wrong to think he still had any say. He deemed his rehabilitation process still severely lacking. Jun-woo began to panic, pressing on what requests he still owed, then scoffed that Aizen had only managed to put him in prison but could not overthrow old man Han Seong-cheon. Aizen calmly said he would handle that himself, telling Jun-woo not to tremble so much. He challenged him to guess why he had come all the way here. While Jun-woo was still angrily demanding he speak quickly, the guard silently used a baton to knock down the surveillance camera. Witnessing that unusual action, Jun-woo's limbs went weak, and he stammered asking why. Aizen coldly explained that because he was too focused on preventing Si-chun from being corrupted, he had missed an important matter, but now he remembered. It was Jun-woo's legs. Aizen stared with murderous intent, asserting that at the very least, crippling one of his legs for life would be true justice. Jun-woo cursed in rage, but was immediately attacked by the guard. He screamed in pain, realizing he had fallen into a deadly trap. Although he struggled to fight back and swore to drag them both to hell, but faced with the encirclement of law enforcers bribed by Aizen, who stood outside watching, he scoffed that his prediction was not wrong, seeing Jun-woo was still too intact. The chaotic scene was like a game cutscene skipped midway. He declared that the guards here would pour all their emotions into this beating. Relentless, brutal blows rained down, leaving Jun-woo only able to scream miserably in despair. A sickening crack echoed, signaling that his leg bone was severely damaged. Jun-woo's agonized screams echoed through the prison corridor. Aizen blocked his ears in annoyance, sarcastically saying he had only been hit once and was already hurting the guard's ears. He calmly explained that if the injury were light, surgery could still allow him to function normally. Therefore, to make sure Jun-woo would never walk again, he demanded they beat his legs until they were pulverized. He ordered the guards to beat his legs until they were shattered and necrotic to the point of requiring amputation. Aizen flashed a cold smile, insisting that only then after his release would Jun-woo have no chance to commit any more crimes. He fiercely criticized him for not blaming his circumstances, because not everyone with a painful past chose to harm others like he did. His words were as sharp as a system reporting an uncircumventable moral error. This lonely end, with no one left by his side, is the price that Jun-woo must pay for his continuous string of wrong choices. Everything gradually came to an end when Seo-yeon, the only link to director Kim Sia, finally surfaced. Her appearance was like unlocking the final hidden quest in the entire event chain. As for Sophia's current state, the twin sister, she had accepted walking into the trap and was immediately arrested on charges of attempted murder and drug trafficking. To uncover the true identity of that director and the network of moles hidden within the prosecution and police, intense, drawn-out interrogations took place. After a moment of silence to organize her thoughts, Seo-yeon finally resolved to cooperate in exchange for a lighter sentence. He agreed to reveal the actual location of the disguised orphanage in a rural area, but with one condition: to confront Kim Sia directly. Soo-yeon's request was granted. The police convoy silently advanced towards the target under cover of night. Receiving orders to turn off headlights to avoid detection, the entire team cautiously approached the isolated, mysterious school. Sitting in the car, Prosecutor Cho did not forget to warn Seo-yeon not to try any tricks. She calmly replied that in this situation, there was nothing she could do, and advised the controller to focus on saving his own life. Standing before the orphanage gate, Prosecutor Cho Hyun-sung sternly instructed the police officer escorting Seo-yeon, if she tries anything dirty, if she pulls any tricks, just smash her mouth in, I will take responsibility. Then he turned to gather the inspection team to brief them on the raid plan. Alright inspectors, this is a big operation. As you know, we have no support. Those bastard superiors keep saying we only have circumstantial evidence and such. Damn it. Cho Hyun-sung checked the final preparations. So has everyone loaded live ammunition? They are international drug trafficking lunatics. So if you feel threatened, feel free to fire. He asserted that his comrade's safety was paramount. It is more awkward to have you injured or killed than to deal with the responsibility for the criminals. Many things I will take full responsibility, so the most important thing is to return alive, understand? After the resounding call, Cho Hyun-sung gave the order, then let us move in. Meanwhile, Seo-yeon remained silent in the car, her deep gaze filled with schemes. As they entered the corridor, an inspector accompanying them suddenly seemed flustered, sweat pouring profusely. Inspector, wait, which room should we search first? Or what do we do now? Seeing the man's panicked demeanor, Cho Hyun-sung stopped and coldly exposed him. Alright, that is enough, drop that terrible acting. The fake inspector pretended to be confused. Huh, acting where? Cho cut him off with sharp eyes. I think that is enough of your heart. Meanwhile outside, police officer standing guard by the van suddenly heard a rustling from the bushes. Huh, what was that? He looked around warily when, suddenly, a figure in a black mask, completely hooded, lunged from the darkness. The flustered police officer shouted, "Oh heavens, who is that? Do not come near." Before he could draw his weapon, he took a 1,000-pound punch to the face. A dry cracking sound was heard, causing him to collapse instantly. The officer writhed on the ground, only managing to emit choked groans from his throat. The masked killer calmly approached and slid open the van door. Seo-yeon, sitting inside, calmly looked at the intruder and said softly, "Hung." Luckily, the information was delivered to the director accurately. He smirked triumphantly, asserting she had foreseen everything. I knew that when that prosecutor tried to seek police support, the news would reach the director's people. Looking at the gun pointed at her, Seo-yeon calmly warned, and if you were ordered to come here to kill me, You should call the director first, otherwise, Jin Si-yeon coldly warned the masked man that all of the director's business data would automatically be uploaded online and sent to the police if she met with an accident. She urged him to call quickly because time was running out. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Prosecutor Cho revealed to his colleague that he had proactively reported Seo-yeon as innocent due to lack of evidence. Chu's real target was not to jail her immediately, but to make her unlock her tightly sealed mouth and provide information on director Kim Se-a. This strategy was like luring a boss to review Phase 2 in a match. He asserted that this role was extremely suitable for those who possessed power that transcended the law. At that moment, Jin Seo-yeon was horrified to see a man with a perverted smile suddenly appear behind her in the car. He giggled in a sleazy manner. Introducing himself as the one who had once fought Se-chun, he sarcastically remarked she probably did not recognize him. Soo-hyun suddenly appeared. She kicked directly at her teammate and told him to stop talking nonsense. Soo-hyun got into the car, asserting that they had put in a lot of effort to get Seo-yeon to open her mouth. She demanded Seo-yeon honestly tell the story about director Kim Se-a. Seo-yeon still tried to deny it, claiming the threats earlier were just lies to deal with the assassin. Not giving her a chance to explain, Soo-hyun threw a strong punch that injured Seo-yeon's mouth. Soo-hyun leaned close to her ear, coldly declaring that from now on she would have to experience hardships she had never imagined. She asserted that the illegal games Seo-yeon loved were also her side's fort and promised to play a truly fun match. In the car, Jung-ho looked like he was begging for help when his teammates teased him about the punch to the pressure point earlier. The atmosphere was as noisy as a game voice chat. Everyone talking, no one listening to anyone. That partner grinned and said loud sounds were needed to bring the feel of real combat. From the back seat, Soo-hyun coldly ordered the whole team to depart immediately. Seeing that teammate stopped laughing and asked if they planned to stop by to say goodbye to Aizen Se-chun or Jin. Soo-hyun flatly refused, thinking that the greetings earlier were more than enough, despite that partner complaining about her coldness and wanting a more proper farewell. Soo-hyun stuck to her decision because she did not want things to get complicated. Emotions were neatly snuffed out like a skip button being pressed continuously. She thought to herself, getting involved with people from the underworld like them never brought anything good, so it was best to just leave. Soo-hyun half closed her eyes, silently thinking that if she lingered to say goodbye, she would only want to stay longer in this peaceful place. She genuinely hoped that Se-chun and the people there would never be drawn into the dark vortex again. Soo-hyun hoped they could live beside their loved ones, experiencing the most ordinary and smallest happiness. That was a life of freely laughing, chatting about trivial things, or exchanging sincere advice, even if it did not help much. Watching Se-chun and Hajin happily with their friends at the dojo, Soo-hyun silently wished for them to always live such a simple life. Aizen quietly observed the bright smiles of the kids from a distance, an indescribable feeling welling up in his heart. He silently promised that although he did not know when everything truly ended, there would surely be a day they would meet again. Aizen quietly turned to leave when Se-chun approached and asked what Han was doing standing dazed alone as if waiting for someone. Aizen quickly denied it, trying to hide the pensive look on his face. Se-chun excitedly reminded that Aizen had locked paper scissors, so he definitely had to treat the whole group to milk tea. Aizen flashed a warm smile, nodded in agreement, and joined everyone in the cheerful atmosphere. Until the day we meet again, he only wished for everyone to always remain safe. At a quietly Sangon cemetery, Brian sazed beside a grave. His hand gently placed a piece of chocolate on the grave. The scene was so silent that the sound of the light wind in the space was clearly audible. He softly asked, "How have you been lately? It is very cold, right?" Korea is unreasonably cold. He felt it was even colder than when he was in Russia. His face felt like it was about to crack. Brian sipped soju while confiding to the deceased. "Ah, and this is the chocolate that Korean youngsters are lining up in long queues to buy, Harley." As for Brian, he was shivering while drinking soju with spicy stir-fried pork cartilage. Brian sighed softly when mentioning his close brother. Too bad Aizen could not come today. The gym has been busy lately, so he is quite occupied, with additional jiu-jitsu classes for kids, so he is worn out by 100 kids. Now he is practically a full-time babysitter. He recalled a recent conversation with Aizen about the remnants left after the fight. Not long ago, he talked with Aizen about helping a Jin and Se-chun. He said that although time had passed, aside from Jun Woo and manager Kim, there were still things that needed to be cleaned up. Since he had investigated all the information about manager Kim, he knew there was a very large criminal organization behind him. Ryan once asked Aizen if they should clean everything up like they did back in America to ease their minds. But Aizen asked him back. Aizen had pondered the feeling after sweeping away all enemies, that after cleaning everything up neatly like back then. How did it feel? He said he did not regret killing those deserving bastards at all, but that did not mean his heart felt any lighter. If he kept endlessly chasing those dark things, eventually all of his life's time would be spent on it. Aizen affirmed that now he did not want to be in places thick with the smell of blood, but wanted to stay where there was the smell of people. He once thought his life had ended with an engine's kill, but in the process of helping Sichun and Hajin, he realized a different truth. Aizen's gaze became lighter as he realized that this is not the end, but who knows, maybe I myself one day can have my own happy ending. This moment was like a true ending unlock after completing all side quests. Brian smiled slightly, thinking that perhaps Aizen truly wanted to live an ordinary life like Haley often said. Meanwhile, on Sichun's side, after persistently undergoing treatment with medicine, his health finally began to stabilize. He went to the prison to face his old enemy, looking at the person sitting behind the glass. Sichun spoke coldly, long time no see. He approached the visiting room and called out Du-hun's name. The atmosphere was as tense as a reunion between two characters who were once at the same level, but had different builds. He did not forget to mock the muscles that had completely disappeared, then asked if the prison food was lacking protein. Du-hun stared blankly at the person opposite him, stammering that he did not recognize him because Sichun's appearance had changed beyond belief. Sichun had now become extremely burly and chubby due to the heavy JoJo effect from the previous medication. He grinned, arrogantly thinking he could take on any weight class. Du-hun asked in shock if Sichun still trained, but he affirmed that he still trained regularly. It was just because he ate too much. Du-hun smiled slightly, commented that Sichun seemed much happier than before, and asked about everyone's situation. Sichun replied bluntly that everyone was fine, probably because Du-hun was not around. He stood up to leave, saying he just stopped by for a bit because he was busy going to eat. Before leaving, Sichun left an important message that even with a criminal record, Du-hun could still become a successful boxer if he really tried. He wished his opponent a good meal of prison food, and then turned and walked away. Du-hun called Sichun back to offer his sincere thanks. The atmosphere at this moment was as peaceful as a post-credit scene after a long boss fight. He was especially grateful because Sichun occasionally visited and took care of his elderly mother at home on his behalf. Sichun still maintained his nonchalant demeanor, replying that it was only because the auntie's cooking was too delicious that he stopped by, not out of goodwill. Du-hun suddenly asked something he had wondered about for a long time, why Sichun, who is a year younger than him, never called him brother. Sichun paused for a moment, then softly uttered the word Hyung. The very next second, he snapped back, asking what kind of brother is a person sitting in prison like this. His mouth instantly flattened like switching servers from a healer to PvP. Sichun asserted that he had no reason to call a criminal Hyung. Du-hun could only fall silent before this pig's harshness. However, Sichun left a promise that later, when Du-hun had paid his debts to society and was released from prison, he would reconsider that form of address. Du-hun smiled in acceptance and said he would see Sichun again on the day he was free. Fortunately, Hajin, since that incident had gradually become more stable. Now she had overcome almost everything, both mentally and physically. Recently, she had even excellently won first place in the selection for the youth representative of the under-20 Jiu-Jitsu division. Everyone felt so proud and honored for her that they wanted to cry. Hajin's strength had improved so much that when training together, she startled the dojo members into shouting, "Oh, right hook, too much!" Watching Hajin smile happily, Chun could not hide the joy in his heart either. He lightly joked that his efforts of training day and night and being an enthusiastic caretaker had all been useless. Bodyguards lay scattered across the bloody floor amidst the chaotic scene and shattered objects. A man in a suit was struggling to crawl on the ground, his body covered in injuries. He tremblingly uttered a cry for help in despair. The gun barrel was still smoking, indicating a massacre had just occurred. It had just taken place in the luxurious penthouse. That bodyguard with a bruised face asked tremblingly, Director, what do we do now?" Director Kimsia stood motionless, her eyes wide with terror, when facing a silver-haired man. In the Lee Sangon cemetery, his face was covered with terrifying blood streaks. That priest silently walked, dragging a baseball bat wrapped with barbed wire and sharp nails through the pool of red blood soaking the floor. Kimsia tried to stay calm to find a way to survive. She began to negotiate, saying, "Now I clearly know your people are very good at fighting. Next, what do you want from me? There must be something you want to make you do this." Not letting her finish the sentence. Good deeds beget good returns. Evil deeds beget evil retribution. The story ends here. Do not forget to like and subscribe to Bear's channel.